Family, who would have thought? I, a corporate slave, transmigrated into the world of Naruto as Hinata Kaze, with both parents deceased and a deadly curse mark on my forehead. Just as I was about to give up, the system activated and the newbie gift pack rewards were astonishing. I quickly established my character and prepared to develop cautiously, but at that moment, the higher-ups of Konoha were arguing furiously over issues with the Cloud Village. Let me tell you, I stood before the grave of my recently deceased parents, clenched my fist, and cried out with tears streaming down my face. The purpose of the branch family is to protect the main family. My father failed to protect the main family, and this shame will be washed away by me from now on. Goodness, even I was almost burned by my own fervent loyalty. Family, who understands? I opened my eyes to a hellish start. One moment I was slacking off at work, and the next I was hit by a broken crystal lamp and transmigrated into Naruto as a 9-year-old kid. Hinata Kaze. That's not the main point. The main point is that my father, a Chunin, was ambushed and severely injured by a spy from the Cloud Village during patrol. Just a few days ago, my mother, a maid, was killed by someone while trying to protect the main family's young lady, Hinata. You thought that was it? Naive. My father finally woke up, but the old geezers from the main family didn't just refuse to treat his injuries, they activated a caged bird curse mark on him, claiming he failed to protect. My father couldn't catch his breath and follow my mother. The original host was also weak after burying my parents. He couldn't hold on and conveniently passed on his life to me. I was stunned. The Hyuga branch family, both parents dead, with a QR code on my forehead that could take my life at any moment. What was I supposed to do? Looking into the mirror at my ordinary yet handsome little face and those pure white eyes, I fell into deep thought. With these hardware conditions, even living off others would be a stretch. Just as I was pondering whether to give up completely, I heard a ding in my head. What a delightful sound. No, it was a sweet little girl's voice. Detected that the host has achieved the classic achievement of both parents being deceased, system activated. Let me tell you, that system interface was incredible, shimmering with colors, reminiscent of a cheap mobile game. The name was simple and straightforward. Transmigrator Rising Assistant System. The panel had 3 pages. The first page showed my character attributes, with a note stating, degraded mixed bloodline of plants and animals, hybrid ninja race of the shinobi world. Strength, weaker than a sick chicken. A fine you win system. I quickly clicked on the second page, where there was a solitary big red envelope labeled newbie gift pack. Come on, my only hope. I focused my thoughts, and as soon as the newbie gift pack opened, I was rendered speechless. Reward 1. Skill, Byakugan adapted version for high martial arts world. Let me tell you, this thing is on a completely different level from the Hyuga family's gentle fist. Practicing this can draw on the power of heaven and earth, refined natural energy, directly aiming for Sage Body and Sage Mode. There are a total of 8 levels upon reaching the 4th level. I can influence the positioning of space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God and Kamui at the 5th level. My Byakugan evolves into a Rinnegan, and my body evolves into a Sage Body at the 6th level. I can create Taoist Jade outside my body, directly stepping into the 6 Paths level at the 7th level. I can open a personal space, making Kamui's realm look like a rough house. The 8th level is even more heavyweight, blood rebirth, undying soul, and I can refine the divine tree into a magical treasure. The system added a note. See clearly, trash, this is what Byakugan truly is. At that moment, I had one thought. Those Hyuga folks are guarding a golden rice bowl while begging. Reward 2. Comprehensive basic medical ninjutsu. Fine, healer skill, a must for survival. Reward 3. 3 light recovery divine talisman. This is even better. It can absorb the light of the sun, moon, and stars, transforming it into divine light, breaking curses and seals, and repairing foundations, with a total storage of 12. I looked at the cage bird on my forehead and thought, hey, isn't this tailor-made for you? The system then cackled a few times, indulging in its own middle school antics. With such tremendous wealth, I couldn't be reckless. I had to survive first. My little body was currently just a fragile shell. So I quickly set my character, a loyal dog, awakened potential due to grief, with extreme thoughts, swearing to protect the main family. Step 1. Never show hatred towards the main family, and Konoha's higher-ups am no match for them. If Danzo, that old schemer, takes notice of me and says, this child has a fate with me, I'd be done for. Step 2. Hatred must exist, but it should be precisely directed at the Cloud Village. Step 3. Infiltrate the enemy, gain their trust and resources. So, there was the opening scene. I practiced in front of my parents' grave, feeling that my emotions, expressions, and lines were all in place, nailing that kind of clear yet foolish gaze. After the performance, I rushed to our branch family's training ground. We, the branch family kids, had been trained like cattle by the Chunin relatives since childhood. When I arrived, the guiding Chunin was quite surprised and asked why I wasn't resting properly. I took a deep breath, channeling my inner Oscar-winning actor, and spoke in a hoarse voice filled with suppressed grief. My strength is too weak. To protect the main family, I must double my effort in training to take my father's place and protect the main family well. As soon as I said that, the training ground fell silent and several kids awkwardly changed their punching stances. The Chunin opposite me twitched at the corner of his mouth, probably flabbergasted by my self-PUA session. After a long pause, he finally said that my awareness was good, but that it was too late today, so had let me take this month's training resources and to come back tomorrow. I walked away with a roll of bandages and 4 packs of medicinal baths, my mind racing with calculations. Tonight, I would show you what true Bagua Palm is. After grabbing a few bites to eat at home, I rushed into the small training ground in the yard. The technique provided by the system directly poured into my mind. I didn't even need to learn it, my body just knew how. I stood there in an Yin-Yang Hunyuan stance, and let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. It was like going from dial-up internet to gigabit fiber optic all at once. The whole world became clear to my senses. In just a short while, I felt my physical attributes had increased by at least 30, my chakra doubled, and the quality was outrageous, capable of splitting into 8 attributes. Our Hyuga family's chakra was stable as a straight man, unable to play with tricks, but today I broke that barrier. My strength soared, but I couldn't reveal it. I practiced my gentle fist on the wooden dummy for half the day, not to grow stronger, but to control my power, ensuring that my performance in the training ground tomorrow matched my previous level. I even casually upgraded my gentle fist from 8 trigrams 4 palms to 16 palms. I truly am a genius hindered by my environment. Early the next morning, I arrived at the training ground half an hour early, striking the iron wooden post with bang 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 sounds, controlling my power just right while emotionally portraying anger, rage, and repression, as if that wooden post was my father's killer. My peers and the guiding Chunin looked at me as if I had been stimulated to the point of insanity. Hey, that's the effect I wanted. And just as I was busy developing cautiously, the old folks in Konoha's higher-ups were holding a high-level encrypted meeting in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was puffing on his pipe, looking as if he hadn't pooped in 10 years, troubled to the point of despair. The Cloud Village was making unreasonable demands, leveraging their military presence at the border, pressuring Konoha to hand over the culprit, or else they would go to war. The atmosphere in the entire office was as heavy as if a banquet was about to commence. Those old geezers couldn't care less about my emotions. They had to continue the meeting. I tell you, the third Hokage sighed, saying it would have been great if the fourth were still around. With a single flying Raijin, everything would be resolved. As soon as he said that, the 2 advisors next to him, Mito Gate-in and Tsurugi Komugi, immediately chimed in, saying that the attitude from the Cloud Village was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, giving them just 2 days. If they didn't hand over the people, they would start a fight. Well, this statement directly set Danzo off. A cold light flashed in his one-eyed gaze, and he slammed his cane on the ground, shouting, "When has Konoha ever been this cowardly?" When the first Hokage was around, those guys from the Cloud Village didn't dare to let out a peep. Hizashi, stop wasting words. Gather the troops. Let's fight. We must defeat them so thoroughly they can't take care of themselves. You can't deny it, although Danzo is shady and sinister. He is indeed resolute when it comes to his decisions. But the other 2 old men weren't having any of it. They exchanged glances, a small understanding passing between them. They immediately began to lament their poverty, claiming that after years of war, Konoha was nearly drained of resources. Where would they find soldiers? The troops that had just returned from the front lines were being disbanded, who would be willing to go back and risk their lives. Furthermore, if a fight were to happen, apart from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who else was there to fight? It was clear from their words, though not stated outright. If you want to go, go ahead, but don't drag our families into becoming cannon fodder. Way still want to pass on our line. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was relieved he had a way out. He put down his pipe and said with a heavy expression, "Yes, Konoha can't withstand any more turmoil. If we continue to fight, won't the other villages just come and take their share of us?" Danzo wanted to say something else, but Tsurugi Komugi jumped in, saying that manpower was a problem, but logistics were an even bigger issue. Even the mice in the warehouse would have to come out crying they had nothing to eat or drink. How could they fight? Danzo, furious, nearly punctured the floor with his cane, saying that the Akimichi and Nara clans were well off. They could just squeeze a little more out of them. As long as they could defeat the Cloud Village this time, the others wouldn't dare to act. I tell you, he was calculating in his mind, and I could hear it all the way from the Hokage's office. take this opportunity to squeeze the other clans dry when the battle under his command, then force the third to step down, and he would ascend as the fifth Hokage, unifying the ninja world and becoming a man beyond the first. And what happened next? Before he could even finish dreaming, the third Hokage shouted him back to reality. Danzo, you're too radical. You're trying to lead Konoha into a fire pit. Push. The other two old guys quickly joined into support, and with 3 against 1, they directly silenced Danzo. In the end, this old guy could only angrily throw out a remark, "You're too weak," and then storm out. Once he left, the atmosphere in the room instantly became harmonious. The main tone was set, no fighting. Well, then it would be easy to handle how to send the Hyuga family members out. The 3 old fellows exchanged glances. And just like that, a dirty job was decided. They would take turns go to the Hyuga family to apply pressure, and finally, the third Hokage would personally step in, using his will of fire to give them a good lesson, making them willingly accept their fate. Such high-level transactional dealings were, of course, beyond the knowledge of a mere branch family member like me. The next day, when I went out to buy groceries, I was taken aback. The village of Konoha was all decked out like it was New Year's, and the villagers were in high spirits. I inquired and heard an official version that blew my mind. The gist of it is, the leader of the cloud-hidden village was plotted against by an evil third-party spy, which severely undermined the hard-won peace. Then, a responsible ninja from our Konoha, under the great call of the will of fire, voluntarily committed suicide to atone for the situation, using his life to defend Konoha's peace and sincerity. In the end, the cloud-hidden village was moved by our actions, and both sides shook hands and reconciled. This was all thanks to the brilliant leadership of the third Hokage and the Elder Council. I have to say, when I heard that, I couldn't hold back my expression, and I could only squint my eyes into a slit with a million hee-hee thoughts floating through my mind. This PR copy is simply absurd, on the level of a rebirth from filthy soil. They took something that would drive their own people to death and glorified it into an epic hero story, while the few puppet masters behind the scenes became saviors instead. When I returned to our clan's territory, I discovered that there was also an epic version circulating within the Hyuga clan. This version was even more outrageous. It claimed that the higher-ups of Konoha had repeatedly sought help, and our clan's leader, Hyuga Hisashi, understood the greater good and decided to sacrifice himself. Just at that critical moment, his younger brother, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of our branch family, was so moved by his brother's noble spirit that he wept and shouted that protecting the main family was the duty of the branch family, stepping forward to take his brother's place in death. Then the two of them pushed each other, fighting to offer their heads, and in the end, Hayashi took the lead and successfully sacrificed himself, fulfilling the glorious mission of the branch family. As for the son he left behind, Niji, oh, what does that matter? Dying for the main family is the utmost honor. Does anyone understand my family? I've been polluted by 2 waves of information, and I feel like my spirit is about to be tainted. I almost couldn't eat dinner. In the end, I still tearfully finished a big bowl of braised pork. After all, in this magical world, only strength is the hard truth. Without strength, I'll be the next one arranged for sacrifice. In the evening, I practiced in the yard as usual. I ate a lot and trained hard, because I didn't dare expose my high-level martial arts. I could only practice soft fist technique for now. After practicing, I took a medicinal bath. I have to say, the foundation of a big family is indeed different. The effect of this medicinal bath is outstanding. It relaxes the muscles and invigorates the blood, making me feel great. Just as I was about to fall asleep in the bath, my mind suddenly pinged, detected that the host has been continuously practicing, making snail-like progress in strength. Special rewards granted, reward extraction in progress. I suddenly sat up from the bathtub. It's here. Finally, the system is understanding. Well, I get this time. Not some heavenly being, right? If so, I could just modify the memories of those high-ranking officials in Konoha one by one, making them feel what true will of fire is. Ding, reward extraction completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a training room. A training room? I quickly calmed down to take a look. Wow, a 40,000 square meter independent space that can simulate various terrains and weather, along with high-tech training equipment. The most crucial part is that this thing is hidden in a void layer, and unless someone is a master of space ninjutsu, they would never discover it. ISNT this my secret base. There is also a line of small print, a warm reminder from a certain unnamed time traveler. This space is for cultivation. Please do not use it for illicit activities, and do not expect to use it to escape the pursuit of your wife in the divine realm. Family, who understands? The golden finger given by the system even comes with a user notice against NTR. I'm really crying. With this secret base, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep well all night. I jumped around inside, playing with various terrains like deserts and forests, and finally yelled into the air, proclaiming grand plans to overthrow the main family, marry Hinata, and casually win over Hanabi, Tsunade, and even Kaguya. It felt great. Finally, there's a place in this world where I can speak human language. From that day on, my training plan changed. In the mornings and evenings, I would practice the high martial art of Bagua Palm fiercely in my secret space. During the day, at the family training ground, I focused on strength control and practical combat, while also creating an image of myself as a training genius. At the training ground, I was practicing with a Chunin instructor named Hinata Nan. I held back my strength, only showing a slightly improved level compared to before, and I only used 16 palms of gentle fist. Even so, I was still ahead of my peers. However, the gap of the real Chunin was still too large. Hinata Nan, experienced, effortlessly deflected all my attacks, and finally, seizing an opening, he struck my chest with one palm, directly knocking me out. After the match, he began to review my performance. Let me tell you, this guy really knows his stuff. He started by saying, "You've taken the wrong path. Gentle fist targets acupuncture points. You keep attacking the eyes and throat. Are you practicing some kind of barbaric fist style? Our Hyuga clan is about elegance, not vulgarity." Then he added, "Also, your physical condition is too strong. Both your speed and strength are off the charts. Gentle fist emphasizes skillful strength, which is a perfect combination of power, speed, and chakra. Your excessive strength disrupts this balance, causing your chakra to fail to penetrate others' acupuncture points, making your efforts futile." Finally, he took a deep breath and mentioned a very profound concept called rhythm. He said that everyone's gentle fist has a unique rhythm, and when you find this rhythm, the combination of power, speed, and chakra will multiply the effectiveness of your attacks. But this thing cannot be taught. It all depends on personal enlightenment. I was stunned at that moment. I initially looked down on, thinking it was far inferior to the techniques my system provided. But the rhythm that Hinata mentioned resonated with the higher level in my, which draws on the realm of harnessing the energy of heaven and earth. Isn't this just a low-tier version of the same concept? It seems that does have its merits and can serve as a reference and springboard for my advanced cultivation. With that in mind, it's even more necessary to get my hands on the secret advanced. Well, Hinata will be my wife in the future. So her father's things are essentially mine, right? Round it up, I am the head of the... So what's the problem with taking my own stuff? There's absolutely no issue. By the way, there's her sister Hanabi, who hasn't been born yet, but I can wait. I was daydreaming about a wonderful life in the future, embraced by love on both sides when the training ended. A pure, little girl with a cute prison style came over to me, her big eyes blinking as she looked at me and said I was amazing and asked if I could take her with me in the future. As soon as I saw her, I thought, oh, Hinata Kyoka, the prettiest girl in our group. I knew very well in my heart that the children of the ninja world mature quickly. This isn't admiration at all. It's clearly an attempt to secure a promising partner in advance, so they can live together in the future and avoid being randomly matched by the main family. Of course, I wouldn't refuse. The future beauty training plan sounds very interesting. As I chatted with her, I couldn't help but think, in the future there will also be Tsunade, and Meitarumi. My second brother has a bit of pressure, Just as I got home, before I even had time to cook, someone came to the door. The visitor had a serious expression and whispered to me, "The head of the family, Lord Hayashi Hyuga, has passed away. If you have time, go pay your respects. Remember, keep this low-key, don't spread it around, and don't ask too many questions." After saying that, he vanished in an instant. I was stunned. Wow, this operation is too slick. The head of the family has died, and it's like meeting up with an underground party. I figured it out after some thought. On the surface, the one who committed suicide for peace is the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi. The higher-ups are aware of the circumstances surrounding Hisashi's death, but it absolutely cannot be made public. Therefore, Hisashi's death lacks any formal recognition and remains unclear. As for Hisashi, he is officially considered dead, but lives without any status or recognition. This means that the Hyuga clan effectively has no leader in public and in future meetings and decision-making. Who will represent the Hyuga? Doesn't this leave them at the mercy of those cunning old foxes from the third generation? Damn, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're really calculating deeply. I hurriedly finished my dinner and changed my clothes to go to Hinata's house to pay my respects. The atmosphere in the morning hall was terrifyingly oppressive, with only family members present, each with a sorrowful expression, but no one spoke. 4-year-old Niji, dressed in mourning attire, had a pale little face and looked completely dazed, kneeling there blankly and mechanically returning the greetings. I have to say, seeing Niji's numb face really broke me. This fucked up world, the so-called will of fire, is fundamentally all about cold-bloodedness and calculation. The son of God can be reincarnated infinitely as a savior, while the son of the scapegoat ends up still being the scapegoat. Why is that? On the way home, I clenched my fist tightly. I admit I was triggered. Now, every single one of these people is on my death note. From now on, don't even talk about those who want to kill me. If anyone touches my dog, I'll show up at their door with a 2B pencil to draw portraits for their whole family. That night in my secret training room, I trained furiously with all my anger. The results were surprisingly good. The High Martial Bawapam actually broke through directly and entered the mid to late stage of the first level, and the chakra in my body gained 8 attributes, with quality and control skyrocketing. Just when I stopped, the system chimed again. Host strength has advanced, gaining a lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Yin-Yang Duality Weather Shield. Upon a closer look at the introduction, I couldn't help but gasp. This thing is the ultimate evolution of returning to the heavens. It's not an actively rotating defense, but a passive, close-fitting, double-layered, automatically operating protective energy shield. Chakra circulates automatically through all the body's acupuncture points, endlessly. If one layer is broken, there's still another, and it can automatically absorb natural energy to refine the body. This is truly an absolute defense. Although I can't practice it with my current strength, having this thing will greatly increase my safety in the future. And let me tell you, at my current training speed, it won't be long before I can master the second layer of the 8 trigrams palm. By then, when the Yin-Yang Duality Returning Energy Shield is activated, hey, I'll just stand there and let you all hit me. The next day, I went to the training ground as usual. Wow, I had another small breakthrough in my training last night. So I have to be careful now and mustn't let those people see my true strength. This place in the ninja world has too many schemers. As a pure and kind sunshine boy, I must protect myself well, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Just as I was practicing, suddenly, a bunch of people around me started shouting Lord Clan Leader, as if they had seen the Emperor. I stopped what I was doing and turned my head to take a look. Wow, the Hyuga clan's leadership came to inspect the work. Hyuga Hizashi, the clan leader, had a deadpan expression, accompanied by an elder and his 2 children, Niji and Hinata, who were strolling over slowly. Honestly, these 2 kids are really good looking, a golden boy and a jade girl. But look at their expressions. One looks like the whole world owes him money, with a lifeless face. The other is timid like a little rabbit, ready to burrow into the ground at any moment. Who understands family? I almost laughed out loud. Hyuga Hizashi's mouth moved like a machine, emotionlessly announcing, Niji will start training tomorrow, and resources will be doubled. The elder next to him chimed in with some motivational speech, saying that sacrificing for the clan is your honor, and you must always be prepared to dedicate yourselves to the main family. TSK, listen to this. It's too intense. I could almost see Niji's future as a cannon fodder, a scapegoat. Goodness, the main family's cattle and horses. That's a tradition passed down through generations. After they finished speaking and were about to leave, I guess my gaze at Hinata was too intense. And I was caught by Hyuga Hizashi. He actually spoke to me, using that tone of a leader caring for a subordinate. You're a HyugaFū, right? Work hard and inherit your parents' legacy. I'm telling you, the opportunity has come. The Oscar script in my head has instantly started. At this moment, shouldn't a normal person be filled with tears of gratitude and bow in thanks? Yes, that is how I acted too. I suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, almost breaking my waist, and kept bending like that. My voice was choked with tears as I shouted, heart-wrenchingly. The chief's praise makes me feel utterly ashamed. I still have a long way to go. I will definitely work harder, take on my parents' responsibilities, and protect the clan with my life. I bet that Hyuga Hizashi's eternal iceberg face must have been frozen in shock at that moment. He probably just said it as a polite remark, while also giving a little nudge to the nearby Niji, but my reaction went straight to Max. I don't know if Niji was affected or not, but Hyuga Hizashi definitely felt awkward. Before he had a chance to speak, I suddenly lifted my head again. Let me tell you, I had already stimulated my tear glands with chakra, and with my eyes brimming with tears, paired with my incredibly determined gaze, it was simply amazing. I used all my strength and continued passionately. Please rest assured, esteemed clan leader, I will definitely train hard and become a worthy heir to the responsibilities of the Hyuga branch family. I felt like I was glowing. Of course, what I was really thinking was, old man, what I really want to inherit are your 2 lovely daughters. When the time comes, I'll embrace Hinata and Hanabi and tell you, your daughters are wonderful, and I'm very satisfied. I couldn't be bothered to look at the expressions of those around me. Anyway, Hyuga Hizashi's mouth was twitching wildly, while the elder next to him was laughing like a blooming chrysanthemum. Niji looked at me as if I were a fool. And Hinata? Hinata had completely shut down. Hyuga Hizashi seemed confused as well. After holding back for a long time, he could only nod and said to the guiding Chunin, Hinata's parents have also made contributions to the family, so his resources will be provided at double. After saying that, he quickly waved his hand, stopping me from continuing to express my loyalty, muttering some formalities before slipping away, his back looking somewhat like he was fleeing in a hurry. The person left, but my act wasn't over yet. I perform a heartfelt, Might Guy-style display of crying, shaking my fists at the air and shouting, the clan leader is so great. I'm so moved. I must work even harder. Then I turned and started smashing the wooden post with all my might, the force nearly breaking it apart. Now, my image as a loyal, yet somewhat foolish tool should be established, right? With a crack, I realized I had gotten too into it. I used too much strength, and my chakra didn't protect my hand. That special iron wooden post was actually broken by me. A sharp pain shot through my hand. Ding! Detected that the host is despicable and shameless, using language to deceive the unfortunate, lonely old man who has no descendants, to gain resource investment, special reward, 1 lottery chance. I was blown up at that moment. That was the art of language. Also, what is this nonsense about a poor, lonely old man? Hinata is only in his early 30s. Okay, the system completely ignored me. Congratulations, host. You have received a combination reward. Reward 1, Chakra Acupoint Technique. Reward 2, Transformation Technique. I took a look at the introduction. Wow. One can dehydrate and paralyze a person, and the other can completely change body shape. What the hell is this? A beginner's kit for a flower thief. System, come out, we need to talk. Forget it. Why get angry with an AI? I switched to a wooden post and continue to practice hard. I, Hinata Kaze, with my integrity, am not someone you can slander. 3 months passed in a flash. What did I do in these 3 months? By day, I was a movie king, and by night, a top scholar. My acting skills are top-notch, and my strength has skyrocketed like I took a rocket. I've mastered the soft fist Bagua 64 palms, and the advanced version of Bagua Palm has also reached the 2nd level. In terms of attack power, I'm definitely at the level of a Jonin now. I even won a prize along the way called Blood Shadow Clone, which allows me to create a clone using a corpse and my blood. It can store chakra, fight for me, and swap places with me. It's simply a godly technique. Even the AI can't predict my next move. My Byakugan's range has also soared to nearly 2 kilometers, making reconnaissance much easier. To be honest, in these 3 months, I feel like I've been reborn. I used to be a corporate slave on Blue Star, enjoying the 007 benefits, and now I can feel myself getting stronger every day, and that feeling is intoxicating. Going back to Blue Star? Why go back? To continue paying the mortgage? Are you kidding me? Aren't the girls here attractive? Isn't immortality appealing? Enjoying life here. I have no thoughts of returning. I open my attribute panel. Everything looks good except for that caged bird curse seal, which is particularly annoying. But it's almost done. My god-level item, the 3 lights returning spirit talisman, has been fully charged. Tonight, yes, tonight, I'm going to take care of it. I know this is risky, and ideally, I should wait a bit longer. But I can't stand it any longer. With a knife hanging over my head every day, who can endure that? If push comes to shove, I'll just turn the table. After all, I've stockpiled enough supplies in my space to last me several years. If I'm discovered, I'll just hide in there, level up until I'm invincible, then come out and show off to the Hyuga clan. With determination, I grabbed a bottle of cola, chugged a few mouthfuls, and slammed the bottle down. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot remain suppressed for long. Let's go. After saying that, I untied the forehead protector, took out the divine talisman, and aimed it at that damned, caged bird mark. That talisman is really powerful. A beam of light shot out, and the caged bird curse mark reacted as if it had seen a ghost, trying to resist, but was instantly suppressed, then like peeling an onion. It was layer by layer removed from my mind, melting away with no power to resist. Who understands, family? When that thing completely disappeared, the feeling of breaking free from shackles was exhilarating. I couldn't help but let out a howl to the sky and directly performed a set of Bagwazang right there. It was so refreshing. When I calmed down and looked at the panel, the curse mark was gone, but the foundational damage to my body was still there. No weddies, no ruse. I'm an actor, and I perform a complete act. I took out the special oil paint I had prepared long ago, and in front of the mirror, carefully drew an identical caged bird on my forehead. The colors matched perfectly, and I simulated that light ball with chakra. Hey, perfect. Who dares to say this is fake? I'll make them admit it's real. Just as I was feeling proud, I suddenly remembered, damn, I got rid of such a major concern. Why didn't the system give me a reward? System, come out and explain. Reminder to the host. Direct enhancements gained from using system reward items do not fall under the category of rewards. Hey, you broken system sure have some standards. I pouted, too lazy to deal with it, and started standing meditation to stabilize my current state. The next day, I went to the training ground as usual, acted completely normal, and showcased a bit more strength during sparring, earning another wave of compliments and envy. In the evening, when we wrapped up, Hinata Kaze, who had been sparring with me, came over with a beaming smile and said, "Phone, you seem to be in a really good mood today." I'm completely stunned. My Oscar-level acting was actually seen through by a little girl. I put on a deadpan face and said, "Really?" She tilted her head and said seriously, "Even though you don't have any expression on your face, I can feel that you're very happy inside, as if you've let go of some heavy burden." My heart skipped a beat. This girl has something about her. But I still put on a tough front. What's wrong with my face? It's as stiff as a big shot. She shot me a glance, as if to say she could see through me. Wow, in an instant, my heart raced a bit faster. But I couldn't let that show. I had to awkwardly change the subject. "Since you think I'm in a good mood, how about we go grocery shopping together?" "I'd love to." She smiled even sweeter. Walking down the streets of Konoha, we unconsciously got really close to each other. Just then, a harsh voice came from the side. "Disgusting monster. Stay away from him." I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a golden-haired little brat, holding several buckets of instant noodles, walking past with a sense of loss amidst the pointing and avoidance of the crowd. It was Naruto Uzumaki. I silently watched him walk away, and the fire inside me flared up again. This broken village is rotten to the core. The hero's son is treated like a monster. Surviving en expirade instant noodles. Just like a fierce tiger lying on a desolate hill, lurking and enduring. I told myself, it won't be long. I took hold of Chinga's hand beside me, and her face turned red as she obediently followed me. Ding. Detected that the host is in close contact with the world's great fortune bearer, officially integrating into the world operation system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lottery opportunity. Here it comes. I was conversing with the system in my mind. What was it before? Before, you were just a background character. Now, the gears of fate are beginning to turn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Vajra will technique after practicing. Your body will be as indestructible as a Vajra, rotating with countless charms. Vajra will technique. Sounds pretty powerful. I quickly used my mind to check the details, and then I felt completely unwell. Wow, isn't this just the chakra version of the blue pill plus Pro Max? After mastering it, can that area lift a steel wheel and spin it around? And the kind that brings fire? System, is it polite to give something like this to a 10-year-old? Please don't be agitated, host. According to the practical experience of some powerful traversers in the system, it's actually okay to use it at 6 years old. I was taken aback. So the ones sponsoring your broken system are all LSP time travelers, right? Wind? I told you, Chinga, this little girl was right beside me, looking at me with a worried expression. It was then that I realized, wow, I just got a system gift package and got so excited that I froze right in the middle of the road. It's fine, what can I say? I can't exactly say that I just got the indestructible Vajra skill in my head, right? I pulled her a bit closer and hurried home. This damn place. The system is so annoying. I need to hurry back and enter seclusion to cultivate. Before I knew it, half a year had passed. Let me tell you, in these 6 months, I was practically possessed by the spirit of a top performer. Aside from practicing the weather shield and the indestructible diamond drill technique that the system gave me, I spent all my time all in on my advanced martial arts 8 trigrams palm. I didn't slack off on my character development either. I focused on being a cold person warmed by friendship, and I've toned down that air of everyone owes me 8 million quite a bit. Now I'm going for a more cool, yet warm vibe. The effect has been remarkable. Now Chinga and I are practically inseparable, and the whole family has tacitly acknowledged us as a couple. We just haven't had the official ceremony yet. One day, I was practicing punches in the training ground when that kid Hinata Steel came running over. Brother phone, Ashu is injured. You need to take a look. I slowly finished my training, and when I raised my eyes, wow, those little kids in the training field looked at me with such admiration. Hinata Steel and that injured Hinata Shu were the ones I focused on taking care of this past 6 months. You asked me how I took care of them? It's simple, really. I beat them up severely until they were down, and then I would go over with a saintly expression to heal them with my medical ninjutsu. After a few rounds of this, These two, who were once the most rebellious, are now more obedient than anyone else and have become my most loyal little brothers. My medical ninjutsu isn't for nothing. First, it's to show them my gentle and kind side to win their hearts. Every time I finish treating someone, I have to squeeze out a warm smile of relief, but who understands? Even I feel like throwing up. Second, it's also an opportunity to study the caged bird curse seal on them. This thing must be broken. Speaking of this caged bird, it makes me angry. Those old folks from the Hyuga main family, they talk so nicely, claiming it's for the protection of the branch family, a symbol of honor, pure PUA. And what happens? Quite a few foolish branch members have been brainwashed, treating this slave mark as a treasure, even helping the main family bully their own people. It's ridiculous. This broken rule is like a net, trapping everyone from the branch family like cattle. As I punch, I can't help but increase my strength a little. Why should it be this way? Since I'm also weaving a net, why can't I be the one to weave it, sitting at the very top? At least I've received 9 years of compulsory education. My perspective is much broader than these old, stubborn fools. I was thinking that once I become strong enough, I must learn from Captain Aizen and, while pushing up my glasses in front of those old wall lamps, say, from today on, I will stand at the top. Just imagining that scene gets me fired up. Of course, I still need to develop for now. The good news is that I feel my Bagua palm is about to break through to the second level. That evening, after I finished sending Chinga home, I had Hinata Shu and Hinata gang following me like little tailing bugs. I was overjoyed. Wow, my team has doubled in size in just half a year. At this rate, unifying the ninja world is just around the corner. Back in my training room, I immediately got into the zone. My body moved like a ghost, flashing around the 8 trigrams positions, with the winds of various energies, thunder, water, fire, transforming within my palm. Suddenly, I felt the Bagua rune in my dantian shine brightly, and an yin-yang fish pattern appeared in the center. I did it. The peak of the second level of Bagua palm. The system in my mind dinged. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Spatial walk. Let me tell you, this skill is simply a low-cost version of the Flying Thunder God. It can create a 3-meter square personal space where I can hide, and people outside can't see me, but I can still see and hear what's happening outside. The downside is that I can only use it for half an hour each day, and it takes 10 seconds to enter and exit, plus I can't attack while inside. Even more ridiculous, the system also gave me a matching tool called a high-definition recording and projection device. The note is quite flashy, with beauty like 1,000 charms. How can one lack a camera? I was completely speechless. This system must have been a paparazzo in its past life. However, on second thought, if used correctly, this thing could be a divine tool. As a person of high moral integrity, I would never use it for anything like peeping, taking private photos, or threatening beautiful girls. But using it to gather evidence on hidden treasures and the dirt on the old third-generation leaders? Now, that's full of positive energy. So, without hesitation, I activated the skill on the spot. After the 10-second countdown ended, I felt like I had passed through a layer of water film and entered a transparent cube. Outside was a normal training room, and beyond that was an endless void. So cool. I directly activated this invisibility technique and ran outside the village. I passed through the Hyuga clan territory, crossed the Hokage building, and the houses of the Inuzuka and Nara clans quickly reseated behind me. In less than 15 minutes, I strolled into a small forest on the outskirts of Konoha. This place was deserted, so I found a corner and used the transformation technique to change into the appearance of the Ninja World's #1 scapegoat, Shimura Danzo, before stepping out of the space. As soon as my feet touched the ground, my warrior instincts went off like crazy, sensing someone nearby. Just as I was about to activate my Byakugan, the ground in front of me rippled, and 3 root ninjas wearing animal masks emerged, kneeling on one knee and shouting at me. Lord Danzo? Good heavens, I was stunned. How'd I run into them? But I maintained a calm demeanor, mimicking Danzo's usual tone, and coldly uttered 2 words. What's the situation? The leader began to report. Team 13 is here monitoring the Uchiha clan, and today there are. Before he could finish a sentence, I had already moved. With a step of the Bagua palm, I instantly closed the distance to his face. Just as he looked up in terror, my palm, carrying a wind blade, lightly sliced across his neck. In the next second, a severed head shot into the sky, blood spraying like a fountain. It was also my first time killing someone, and my stomach churned violently, leaving me stunned for a brief moment. The remaining 2 root ninjas reacted really quickly. One drew his sword and swung it at my neck, while the other retreated to prepare a signal flare. In the blink of an eye, I slid my foot as if dancing, quick and elusive, just managing to dodge the sword and shuriken. Immediately, my figure flickered, and I appeared behind the guy who wanted to shoot the signal flare. I reached out my hand, and the flare seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, crushed into powder in mid-air. In less than 2 seconds, I struck out with my palm. A pale blue imprint slammed into his back, sending him flying several meters away, with a dent in his back. I continued moving, like a ghost soaring through the air, and as I passed by him, I lightly tapped the top of his head with my toes, releasing my strength, causing his brain to scatter. The last root ninja had just turned around and saw his 2 teammates instantly killed. His face went pale. I stepped forward with a bagua stance, carrying the momentum of a mountain pressing down, charging at him. The guy felt like he was locked down by a massive mountain, struggling to breathe. As a result, when I struck out with my palm, something felt wrong. It was a substitution technique. I didn't even need to roll my eyes. My martial arts intuition directly locked onto a big tree on the left. Sure enough, that guy was hiding there, looking terrified as he took out a new flare. I'm not in a hurry anymore. With both hands spread out, the surrounding area was instantly filled with wind blades and electric arcs, completely cutting off all his escape routes. Next is my personal performance time. I tried out all the new techniques I learned one by one. The Yin-Yang Duality Weather Shield. His ninjutsu slashes were all deflected. The Wind of Sun. My speed was as fast as lightning, while his movements were slow as if played in slow motion. The Thunder and Earth Net. It electrocuted him, making his whole body twitch. The true immortal trap of DUI. The ground turned directly into a swamp, pulling him down. This guy was completely desperate. He probably had never seen such a technique that didn't require hand seals and could combine physical and ninjutsu in such a flashy way. After having my fun, fearing that the night would be long and dreams numerous, I delivered a thunder palm strike to his heart, completely resolving the battle. After confirming that there was no one within a 2-kilometer radius, I began to clean up the battlefield. I found a few kunai and shurikens on these 3 poor souls. Not even a single penny. I was about to curse. Shimura Danzo, you greedy bastard. Are your subordinates working for you without even getting paid? The aftermath began. I first smashed one head completely, then stored the most intact corpse into my training space. Next, I summoned the power of thunder and fire with both hands and unleashed a powerful technique at the scene. With a loud bang, flames soared into the sky, and the explosion echoed through the night, turning the entire site into a chaotic mess, leaving no trace behind. For the final step, I flashed into the void space. And before disappearing, I used all my strength to infuse chakra into my throat, shouting in a heart-wrenching, incredibly aggrieved tone towards the entire Hidden Leaf village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you hypocritical and sinister bastard. Not only did you deliberately arrange dangerous missions to frame me, but you also assassinated and exterminated my Senju clan. You will definitely face retribution. That voice, amplified by chakra, spread across most of the Leaf Village. Soon, the entire Hidden Leaf Village was awakened by my shout. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still in the Hokage building, puffing smoke. Hearing this accusation, the pipe in his mouth fell to the ground with a clatter, and he was stunned, mechanically moving to the window. I tell you, he must be in a panic inside. What with the consumption of the Senju clan? What with the wood-release human experiments? He says he doesn't know, but deep down, he is fully aware he has tacitly allowed Danzo to do this. Now, being called out in front of the whole village. Does he still want to maintain his grand image as Hokage? The first person he suspects must be Danzo. The old man pretends to be calm and immediately rushes to the scene with a group of Umbu. When they arrive, good grief. The Uchiha security team and Danzo's root are all there, surrounding the area tightly. Danzo, that old schemer, is also quick-tempered. He immediately points at Uchiha Fugaku and scolds him for inadequate guarding, asking if they want to cause trouble again. Sarutobi Hiruzen watches from the side without saying a word, but he also doubts the Uchiha. In the end, the old man steps in to mediate and sends Uchiha Fugaku away. Then he and Danzo begin to confront each other. Did you do this? You actually suspect me? Those are my people who died. The 2 old men argue for a long time, and in the end, Danzo shifts the blame onto the masked man who attacked Konoha 3 years ago, saying he can use space-time ninjutsu, and he is one of the Uchiha, making him the prime suspect. When Sarutobi Hiruzen hears this, he thinks it makes sense. That's a good way to shift the blame. Finally, the old man makes a decisive statement. This was the work of a spy, and the Uchiha clan's guarding was inadequate, so they will be fined 1 month's budget. As for my shout earlier, anyone who dares to spread it around will be dealt with as accomplices. The higher-ups in Konoha are in chaos, holding all-night meetings and strengthening surveillance on the Uchiha. It has nothing to do with me anymore. I had long returned home while walking through the virtual realm. After counting tonight's loot, there were just a few ninja tool packs, and I was as broke as ever. I couldn't help but complain, saying, "This outrageous wealth. Whoever wants it can take it." Tawanzo, as the leader, is practically like a beggar gang's branch master. Complaining aside, I was actually using this opportunity to calm the turmoil and nausea inside me. After all, I hadn't even killed a chicken in my past life. Although I was mentally prepared for this after crossing over, this was my first time personally ending several lives, and that feeling. Who understands it, family? I tell you, my stomach was in turmoil at that moment. I nearly vomited up last night's dinner. To keep myself from thinking about it, I had to quickly find something to do to distract myself. Just then, I spotted a fresh root tool lying on the ground. Isn't that convenient? I just got a new skill for my system called Blood Shadow Clone, which sounds like a Pro Max version of Shadow Clone, but it's actually much more sinister. To put it simply, it allows me to use a drop of my heart's blood along with a recently deceased corpse to directly forge my ultimate puppet. This thing has no weak points all over its body except for the core drop of blood. Even if you chop off its head or waist, it can still keep fighting. Its physical attributes can inherit about 80 of mine, making it a mobile resurrection armor combined with a surveillance camera. And it can even teleport and switch places, which is incredibly overpowered. I made up my mind and decided to practice on this guy. The process was incredibly complicated, involving bloodletting and hand seals. I spent over half an hour rubbing my handprints, and then lost 3 hours of chakra, almost draining myself completely. By the time I wrapped everything up, a blood shadow clone that looked exactly like me was standing in front of me, expressionless like a wooden post. Wow, this was really not disgusting anymore because I was so exhausted that I didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. But once I caught my breath, that bloody smell seemed to creep back into my nose, and the images of decapitations and blood spattering during the battle replayed in my high-definition memory, like a 4K broadcast. I quickly forced myself to review the battle from last night. Otherwise, I would really end up with psychological trauma. After the review, I found a ton of issues. The first was that I was too reckless, charging in without any intel. If it weren't for my multiple deaths, the grass on my grave would be 2 meters high. The second issue was my lack of combat experience. I fought 3 rookie Chunin, and I actually went all out without leaving any room for error, a pure rookie move. No way, I needed to practice. It had to be the kind of real combat training that could kill. So, I cast a malicious glance at my freshly created Blood Shadow clone. Isn't this the best sparring partner? I directly activated a 100 pain sharing mode with him and let him go wild, sparring with me. Family, who understands? I've never made such an abstract decision in my life. This clone fought dirty, going for eye strikes, throat locks, and groin kicks. He was a machine that existed solely to kill. I was cautious about vital points. While he was all about mutual destruction, the moment I punched him, he acted as if nothing had happened, and the intense pain shot back to me in an instant, making me grimace in pain, my movements distorted. After one night, I was completely numb, my mind stuck on the phrase, "How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice?" I finally understood pain. This pain, who understands it? But I have to say, the results were excellent. I learned how to stay calm under extreme pain and how to control the pace. My experience points shot up. So, I decided that tomorrow night, I had to beat him to death. In the following days, I finally understood what it meant to be a Leaf Village corporate slave. Before I could fully understand the clone, a command from the clan came down, and I was directly packed into a cannon fodder team, led by a Chunin named Kobayashi Yashikatsu, along with 2 other guys. I had been shouting every day about wanting to shine for the clan, and these old-timers actually believed me, sending this underage worker out as a sacrifice to do the job. The first mission was to eliminate bandits. I scanned the hideout with my Byakugan and saw about 40 people inside, with only one leader having some chakra. The rest were all fodder. With the captain's order, I charged in first, taking out the sentry with a shuriken, dispatching a few lackeys with soft fist strikes, and directly confronting the leader, a wandering swordsman with a katana. After months of playing for my life with the clone, my combat experience was no longer that of a novice. Although I could only use the basic soft fist technique from the Hyuga clan, fighting him felt effortless. In a matter of moments, I dispatched him with a quick series of 8 trigrams palm strikes. As for the remaining fodder, my 2 teammates and I chopped them down like vegetables, finishing the battle in less than 10 minutes. Captain Kobayashi Yashikatsu looked at me with an expression that said, "You're not bad," and thus, my life as a workhorse officially began. The following days were nothing short of inhumane. The 3rd Hokage, for reasons unknown, initiated a 100-day security campaign for the Leaf Village, and my little team became the vanguard. Every day was either patrolling around the village or hunting down spies from other villages, with no days off, putting our lives on the line. I had to reveal more and more of my abilities: reconnaissance, assault, medical support. I was doing the work of 3 people, and I was forcefully transformed from a newbie into a key player. After working like a dog for nearly a year, one evening, while our team was patrolling a small grove outside the village, my radar suddenly went off. I just signaled to the captain and whoosh, a bolt of lightning knocked one of my teammates down. Immediately after, 2 guys wearing Cloud Village headbands jumped down from the trees. As soon as I saw that forehead protector, I knew it belonged to Yunin. Haha, with new grudges and old hatred. I had to make things clear today. The captain held one off, while the other charged at my bewildered teammate. I rolled my eyes, stepped into a bagua stance, circled behind that yin run, and unleashed a set of 32 soft punches. With a few bang-bang sounds, I knocked that sneak attacker out, then went to help the captain take down the other one. By the time I was done, those 2 teammates were still there doubting their life choices. Anyway, because of this incident, along with my outstanding performance, that big opportunity one had been waiting for 8 months was finally about to be realized. The captain notified me that my promotion application had been approved, allowing me to skip the Chunin exam and be directly recommended. Of course, I hadn't been idle these past few months. I had been training hard in the dojo, and my strength was no longer that of a rookie. Then, I was taken to see the 3rd Hokage, that old fox. He started off with a standard leadership speech, talking about how I was young and promising and the future of Konoha, and I was almost getting calluses in my ears from hearing it. I immediately countered with a top-notch Inyan technique. Oh, no, this is all thanks to the cultivation from a clan, and I must thank the village for giving me this opportunity. The main thing is that it's all because of your excellent leadership, Hokage-sama. Wherever you point, we will fight. I tell you, as soon as I said that, the old man's signature kind smile instantly stiffened for half a second. Hey, playing with me like this? Let you feel what the art of language is. His favorite is the rootless genius. And with me addressing him as Zongjia in every sentence, I completely cut off what he wanted to say next. You can't say, this old fox is indeed an old fox. His facial muscles twitched for a moment and then immediately returned to that smiling face, maintaining emotional stability. He followed my words and began to encourage me, saying that I performed well in the mission, and after unanimous discussion by the higher-ups, it was decided to promote me to CH Nin. Goodness, isn't this just giving me a sweet date to keep me from mentioning the Zongjia family division again? He also told me that my new teammates were already there, and I should go to Training Ground 14, Area 7 to find them. As soon as I heard them, my mind instantly perked up, thinking this old man is quite clever. Is he really going to pair me with 2 beautiful kunoichis as a perk? I was talking grandly about dedicating my heart to Konoha and the will of fire enduring forever, but inside my little was already clattering away. And guess what? When I arrived, I was completely blown away. The 3rd Hokage really didn't lie to me this time. He genuinely paired me with 2 stunning beauties. The one on the left, Yuhi Kurenai, with her long black curly hair and those wine-red eyes, it melted my heart. She was gentle yet strong, simply a stunning type. The one on the right, Mitarashi Anko, my goodness, she is only 18 or 19, right at her prime, with that figure and that charisma. It was simply incredible. I am amazed here, and the 2 beauties opposite are also sizing me up. That girl Hondo has a really fierce temper. She glanced at me from the corner of her eye and said, "You are Hinata Kaze? You look quite pretty, but I wonder if you'll cry on the battlefield?" At that moment, I was completely at a loss. Is this how you describe a man, as handsome? And then she asked if I was capable. Who understands this, family? Can I tolerate this? I just rolled my eyes at her. Hey, now the firecracker has been lit. Hondo rolled up her sleeves and got fired up. Little brat, do you dare to glare at me? Don't come crying on the battlefield begging me to save you later. Beside her, she reread, couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly pulled her back, apologizing to me gently, saying their previous teammate had just sacrificed. And Hondo was worried that the new arrival might not be strong enough and would drag them down. Her meaning was quite clear, looking at my small frame. She probably thought I was just a pretty face with no real strength. I understand, you don't trust me. Fine, then don't blame me. I nodded at Shiri and then glanced sideways at Hondo. Auntie, don't talk too big. I've killed in the Chunin exams before. And with someone like you who makes such a fuss, just don't come crying to me for help when the time comes. After all, we're on the same team, and I still have to worry about you. I tell you, the moment that aunt spoke, Hongdo's face instantly darkened. She is only 18. The sunset red beside her also turned pale, and she is 4 years older than Hongdo. Isn't that like being a great-grandmother? Little brat, you're looking for death. Hongdo exploded on spot. I lazily shrugged my shoulders and said, talking without action is just a show. If you have the guts, why don't you spit out a fireball first? The next moment, our eyes met, and we immediately started fighting. A few shurikens flew towards me, aimed at my limbs, but she held back a bit. I quickly pushed off with my toes, moving like a ghost, and in an instant I was right in front of her face. She reacted quickly too, pulling out a kunai to engage me in close combat. To be honest, her moves were decent, and each strike was quite fierce. But in front of me, that was childish play. My soft punches incorporated elements of Wing, Chun, and Bagua as I deflected her arms and seized the center line, breaking through her defenses in just a few moves. With a precise finger jab, I hit her chest at the Tan Zhong acupoint. Let me tell you that feeling. Cough, cough. As soon as I finished my move, I immediately withdrew 30 meters, creating some distance. With my eyes rolled back, veins bulging, I assumed a stance ready for a soft punch. The distance was too close just now. I took advantage of you. Let's do it again. Actually, I was a bit nervous. That last hit seemed a bit too strong, and the scene was quite spectacular. Hongdo fell silent for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, "All right, this time I will use my full strength." As soon as she finished speaking, a colorful big snake suddenly emerged from her sleeve, lunging straight at my face. Damn, the thing I fear most in my life is snakes, those slimy creatures. At that moment, my hair stood on end, my mind buzzed, and all my expert demeanor vanished. My steps were so awkward, jumping around trying to dodge. Hongdo saw the opportunity, and hey, this girl had quite a high battle IQ. She immediately released a dozen more snakes to surround me, even using a fire-style technique to seal my movements. I was furious. I stomped the ground, raising a cloud of dust, then struck out with both palms, using clumps of dirt as projectiles, smashing them towards those snakes. Taking advantage of her dodging, I gritted my teeth, increased my speed halfway, and flashed behind her like a ghost, aiming right at her perky backside. I put all my strength into a slap. Slap! That feeling was incredible. After venting my anger, I casually followed up with a set of 8 trigrams, 16 palms, of course, holding back my strength, sealing all her acupoints. Now she was completely immobilized, standing there with a flushed face, still threatening me. Bastard! I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. She looked both pitiful and hilarious. Zayahong, who was originally watching from the side, couldn't sit still anymore. How could she tolerate her good sister being humiliated like this? With a loud shout, she directly used a shadow clone technique, and 3 Zayuhongs rushed towards me with kunai in hand. As for physical skills, she was far behind Hongdo, but 3 against 1 looked quite intimidating. I wasn't in a hurry. I opened up my soft fist, countering each move, and with a shift in my body, I surrounded all 3 of them, defeating the clones in no time. Just as the last clone exploded, her true self appeared behind me, using another illusion technique. Illusion, 3 absolute cherries. I felt a surge of chakra drilling into my mind. Trying to use illusions in front of my activated Byakugan? I couldn't help but laugh inwardly, pretending to be affected, but my body suddenly twisted, and I slapped back with one hand. Zayuhong was quick-witted, seeing the illusion didn't work. She immediately used a body flicker technique to flash to Hongdo's side. As for me, I didn't chase after them, just smiling as I walked over step by step, like I was strolling in my own backyard. The 2 beautiful women supported each other, barely able to stand, glaring at me with a mix of anger and embarrassment. The scene was simply delightful. In the end, I helped them save face and awkwardly said, I was a bit rough just now. Let's have a pleasant collaboration from now on. Shiri Hong took a deep breath, reached out, and said, I am Shiri Hong, the team leader. We recognize your strength. Please guide us in the future. Looking at these 2 stunning women who were completely convinced by me, I felt incredibly pleased. Hihi, Sarutobi. Thanks for sending me a pair of wings right after I arrived. From that day on, life became interesting. Hongdo and I practiced together every day at the training ground. She often used snakes to gross me out, and I found ways to take advantage of her, leading to some intense sparring. A few days later, we took on our first B-level mission to protect the tax officer. Shiri Hong seemed quite worried, saying that their last teammate had been lost during a C-level mission due to being too careless and encountering rogue ninjas. I say I'm at ease and will be careful. But in my heart, I've already figured everything out. Sarutobi, that old man, is clearly raising Yugao like a daughter-in-law, giving her tasks that are completely safe, just to build her credentials for when he later wants her to lead his son Asuma's team of pig, deer, and butterfly. Let me tell you, this old geezer is really top-notch when it comes to pulling strings for his own family's interests. I look at the sunset red and the red beans in front of me, one gentle as water, the other passionate as fire. What a joke, these are my wings. It's not your turn, Sarutobi Isoma. The Sarutobi clan has no future. That bodyguard mission was, as expected, as smooth as a vacation. But the life of that tax official disgusted me. Living in a mansion, needing a dozen maids to feed him, throwing away delicacies after just one bite, and not even letting the leftovers be eaten by the servants, but instead feeding them to the dogs. Outside, there are all the emaciated common people. Here, it's simply a case of the rich living in excess. Can I tolerate this? As soon as the mission was over, I left a shadow clone there to lurk. Half a month later, on a dark and windy night, I used a skill to swap positions, transformed into a masked thief, and robbed that group of heartless wealthy people one by one. Hey, I can say I contributed a bit to Konoha's GDP. 6 months passed like this, and my strength soared. I gained a reputation as a genius in the village. As a result, while Danzo didn't pay attention to me, the Hyuga main family came knocking first, because I'd been boasting every day about giving my life for the main family. Those elders had a very good impression of me and directly arranged a job for me to be an instructor at the branch family training ground, imparting experience and brainwashing those little brats. Every day, I'm here giving the branch family CPU, making them feel grateful and indebted. I cursed inwardly while smiling on the outside and accepted it. However, what I taught was real stuff, the essence of soft fists, practical skills, and theories I brought from the high martial world. Those little brats looked at me with eyes wide open, calling me Master Phone and gathering a bunch of fans. That day, Hinata Hyuga, the clan leader, actually came to inspect with little Hinata in tow. Looking at that timid little girl made me feel quite amused. Hyuga was extremely pleased with the results of my brainwashing, patting me on the shoulder and implying that I should get along well with the young girls in the clan and contribute more to the family's future. I understood at that moment that this old guy wanted me to be a breeding stallion, producing more tools for their family that come with caged birds. I scoffed inwardly, but wore a surprised expression on my face. Don't worry, respected clan leader. I will take good care of your daughters in the future. My ambition as Hinata Kaze is to achieve my lofty dreams and to share a bed with Hinata and Hanabi. Just as Hinata left, as soon as the training ended, that little girl, Hyuga, came over with a smile. This girl now basically considers herself my girlfriend, delivering lunch to me every day and helping me clean my room. She's incredibly considerate. Walking side by side, with two little brothers following behind, it really felt quite nice. But let me tell you, it's useless to just enjoy myself. I need to build a career. These two little brothers behind me are just the beginning, the foundation for my future. By sharing my experiences with them, I'm laying out a plan in advance. I need a big group of loyal supporters who can assist me and handle logistics. After all, the Hyuga clan will eventually bear my name. Goodness, that night, I felt it coming. As I stood there, my entire being was energized, and chakra started to flow out of me. I began practicing the 8 trigrams palm. Guess what happened? The 8 trigram rune in my dantian directly leveled up, and suddenly a Taiji diagram burst forth. And that is not all. Beneath my feet, a giant Taiji 8 trigram diagram spread out, covering the whole 40,000 square foot training room. Let me tell you, standing in that diagram, I felt like a god. Every little movement couldn't escape my eyes, and the entire space was under my control. This was just the basic function. It could later upgrade to a personal space, my Yin-Yang Dao kingdom. Soon after, I heard a chime in my mind, and a glittering 8 trigram mirror was generated, called the Heart Illuminating Mirror. This thing is incredible. Once I hung it up, my mind became crystal clear, able to reflect any illusion, and I could even project my will through it to directly launch mental attacks on my enemies, making it harder to defend against an illusions. I assessed my current strength a bit. My attack power is similar to the 3rd Hokage. My mobility is second only to Minato and Obito. My defense is comparable to the 3rd Raikage. Overall, I'm just an average shadow level ninja. Sigh, as a traveler, having this level of strength at just 12 years old is really embarrassing. I was just minding my own business when the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. 1. Breakthrough Pill. 2. Complete Guide to Sealing Techniques, from beginner to master, including the principles and solution for the cage bird seal in the appendix. Do I even need to choose? Who understands? Family? The caged bird. I've tolerated this broken bird cage for too long. It has to be taken down. Once I get the solution to break it, what am I waiting for? Just go for it. I immediately activated my void walking ability, and my whole being slipped into the spatial interlayer, starting to sneak around the forbidden areas of the Hyuga clan. This ability can only be used for half an hour each day, and I felt like a thief on a punch clock, sneaking around for over half a month. My patience was wearing thin, but I finally found it. That place was hidden deep, over 40 meters underground, with walls covered in anti-Byakugan runes, emphasizing its secrecy. There was no one guarding inside, just a cabinet with dozens of scrolls. When I saw it, I was like, wow, all treasures. Soft feast technique, special prescriptions from the clan, and a bunch of land deeds. I directly used my S78-star ultra-high-definition camera, snapping away and packing everything up. The only pity was that the scroll for the caged bird wasn't here. It was probably passed down orally, so I'll have to think of another way later. In the following months, I was practically the midnight phantom of Konoha, using my half-hour of stealth each day to rummage through the Hokage building one day, visit the Sarutobi household the next, and then check out the root base the day after. The gains were incredible. You know what was the most explosive? I found the flying thunder god notes of Minato Namikaze at the third Hokage's place. It was even the annotated version by the minter. Next to it was a complete collection of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, covering everything from beginner to the corpse sealing technique. I also conveniently captured a bunch of dirt on the third Hokage and Danzo, which will be a trump card later. Of course, while my career was soaring, I couldn't neglect my life. One day, I was out shopping with Kurenai and Hinata when Hinata, with her mouth full of dumplings, came over to confront me, saying she hadn't seen me around lately. I, of course, explained to Kurenai that I was guiding the younger generation in the clan, first becoming a male best friend to get close to them. I was pondering how to establish my own base when I went to the movies with the two of them. And guess what? I discovered a very familiar extra actor, Fujike's Yuki. Isn't she the Snow Country's Princess Hyuga in Yuki? Wow. Isn't this just a base delivered right to my doorstep? I immediately sent a shadow clone over, and when the opportunity arose, my main body used a spatial swap to infiltrate her residence. I thought I was smiling harmlessly, but she was completely terrified and frozen in place. I wondered, with my face fused with that of a top celebrity from my past life, how could this happen? I said softly, "Don't be nervous, Princess Snow. I'm here to discuss a partnership, to help you take revenge, and you can use the Snow Kingdom as my base." But she completely broke down, screaming, "No way. I don't want to go back." As soon as I saw them, I thought, well, reasoning is useless. I directly grabbed the princess with one hand and the old butler, Kanjima-sen, who had rushed in, with the other. With a flying thunder god technique, swoosh, I took them to the outskirts of the city. They still wanted to run, but I didn't waste any words and immediately put on a show for them. I faced a nearby, small mountain and swept my palm across, using my newly developed Bagua/Heaven technique. With a loud bang, the entire peak of the mountain, over 100 meters high, was cleanly sliced off. But that wasn't all. I raised my right hand and created something like a black hole called the Sky Devouring Style, which directly sucked that mountain peak up into the sky. Then with my left hand, I formed a 100-meter wide Inyan Bagua diagram called the Sea Breaking Style and slapped it upwards towards the mountain peak in the sky. Boom! The peak exploded on the spot into countless fragments, raining down into the lake. After the performance, I turned to them and asked, "Now, can you calmly listen to what I have to say?" Their mouths twitched, and their legs shook like a sieve. They didn't dare to say a word of dissent, and could only nod blankly. After quite a while, they finally calmed down. The old butler, Kanjima-san, was extremely excited and told me how they had endured humiliation for 8 years, how they had contacted loyal subjects only to be met with pleas of poverty, and how they had planned to make the princess a big star to earn money to restore their country. After listening, I laid it all out. All right, enough of the empty talk. I'll help you two eliminate the wind, flower, anger, and wave, and make HyugaFū a great name. In return, the Snow Ninja Village will belong to me, and I'll be the Snow Shadow. We can work together for a win-win situation. Princess HyugaFū still wasn't convinced and bravely asked me, "The wind, flower, anger, and wave are so strong. How many people do you have?" "Just you alone. Planning to solo our entire country?" I laughed at that moment, right? Just me alone? What's wrong with that? Who understands? Family? At that moment, I felt incredibly cool. The two of them went completely silent. And guess what? Silence or not, these two were still skeptical in their hearts. Then one of them spoke up and said, "No matter how awesome you are alone, you're facing a ninja village with hundreds of people in chakra armor. Even Kakashi was chased away back then. Isn't this just handing over your head?" I laughed at that moment and said, "Have you guys forgotten how we got here? The flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage. Do you understand its value? If I want to leave, who can stop me? Besides," I softened my tone and said, "the conditions are pretty good, so let's not make it so hard to negotiate. Or else, I could just pack you guys up and send you to Fenghua Nuteo and see if he is willing to pay a high price. Come on, Threatening is more effective than anything else, right? The old man, San Taifu, immediately stopped hesitating and started to negotiate wildly with me, cutting my sponsorship funds by more than half. But it didn't seem matter. I was overjoyed. Money is a small issue. Having both people and resources in the future is the real way to go. With hope, these two worked with incredible efficiency. The next day, they paid the breach of contract fee, rented a luxury cruise ship, and by the third day, we set sail. Let me tell you, lying on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and sipping soda was so enjoyable. I hadn't had this kind of enjoyment since I crossed over. Just as I was feeling great, I heard footsteps approaching. Fenghua Xiaoxue was dressed exquisitely in a red dress, holding a glass of wine and sitting next to me. She sat there in a daze for a while, probably still battling internally. When she came to her senses, she asked me, "We are all on the same boat now. You have to introduce yourself, right? We can't keep calling you Hei forever, can we?" I thought for a moment and said, "Just call me Shuin. After all, I will be the shadow of Snow Ninja Village from now on." Goodness, when she rolled her eyes, it almost seemed like they were going to flip to the sky. That expression was just short of writing "I believe you, you ghost" on my face. I could only brace myself and start rambling. I said I had no name or surname, just a cliff orphan who stumbled upon a miraculous opportunity, picked up a martial arts manual, and became self-taught. Now, I was coming out of the mountains to establish my own territory. I spoke with such sincerity that, guess what? They concocted a whole scenario of Konoha's undercover operation, thinking I was a high-ranking agent sent by Konoha, which made them even more at ease. I really should thank them. It's a pity that such imagination isn't being used to write novels. So, the cruise ship drifted on the sea for 7 days, and finally arrived at the land of snow. As soon as we disembarked, Santayu said he needed to contact his good comrades in the resistance, claiming I couldn't handle it alone and needed someone to back me up. I ignored him, stretched my limbs, and walked forward as if strolling in my own backyard. The next second, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of snow ninjas wearing chakra armor emerged from the rooftops and warehouses, surrounding us. The leader, a guy named Wolf Fong Avalanche, started mocking Xiaoxue. Santayu was stunned. "How did you get here?" The guy laughed and said, "You should thank your good comrades. When they heard you brought back a nameless nobody, they sold you out on the spot." Faced with this encirclement, what did I do? I stood there with my hands behind my back, not stopping a single step, even taking the time to look at the buildings around me. The leaders on the opposite side were flustered, shouting at me, "Stop. If you take another step, we will attack." I laughed at that moment. I thought, what you should do now is not attack, but surrender. This sentence directly blew them away. Ice release, one-horned white whale. Ice release, blowing snow. A torrent of ninja techniques and shurikens came rushing towards me. I didn't even lift my eyelids. A golden egg-shaped shield popped out all around me, clanging and clattering, blocking all the attacks. Those snow ninjas were dumbfounded on the spot, each one looking like they'd seen a ghost, and some even thought they were under a genjutsu, frantically trying to dispel it. But no matter how hard they tried, the scene before them remained unchanged. A few stubborn ones were still desperately attacking. Various ice releases smashing against my shield, shattering into ice crystals that looked quite beautiful in the sunlight, like a fairyland. Unfortunately, they had no mood to appreciate it. Their minds were probably filled with fear and despair. This move of mine was a fusion of Baguazhang and the ultimate defense of returning heaven, with their little drizzles. They weren't even worthy of scratching me. Seeing that Xiaoxue and the others had regained a bit of their wits, I thought it was time to take action. I couldn't just stand here as a target, wasting time. All right, enough of the commotion. My voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. My patience has limits. As soon as I finished speaking, a few snow ninjas really stopped, while the rest went mad, squeezing out the last bit of chakra to bombard me. I wasn't in a hurry. I brought my right hand from behind my chest, lifted it toward the sky, and shouted, "Thousand Mountain Suppression." A gigantic Inyang Bawa diagram appeared in my palm, flew into the sky, and instantly expanded to a 100-meter radius, directly enveloping all the snow ninjas. The next second, endless gravity crashed down, and those people all knelt down before me. They couldn't even muster chakra, like lambs to the slaughter. Only the three brothers of Wolf Fong Avalanche were still holding on, and that guy had quite a hard mouth, shouting at me, "If you have the guts, let me go. Let's fight one-on-one." I raised my eyebrows. "Sure, I'll fulfill your request." As soon as I finished speaking, the pressure on him instantly vanished. He immediately turned red-eyed, unleashed all his chakra, and executed the ice release. Wolf Fong Avalanche, sending a sky full of ice wolves charging towards me. And the result? I couldn't even be bothered to move, just open my mouth, and with a puff, a nearly invisible chakra sword wave swept across. Dozens of ice wolves were instantly sliced in half, and before he could react, the sword wave had already circled around his neck. In the next second, his head rolled down from the roof like a bowling ball. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Who understands my family? At that moment, my mouth was actually numb by this move, but I had to maintain my composure. I scanned the audience with an authoritative gaze, implying, "Who else?" The remaining snow ninjas completely settled down. In the end, the two leaders were personally dealt with by Santai Fu, and I let all the remaining minions go. I told them to go back and inform Fenghua Nuteo, "Your snow ninja has arrived. Let him clean his neck and wait for surrender." I might consider just killing him to save everyone the trouble. Those snow ninjas didn't dare to say a word, nodding and bowing as they left. A few clever ones even wanted to surrender on the spot, but were sent away by me. I needed them to go back and be my free promoters. Spreading the news. Once Fenghua Nuteo gathered all his forces, I would wipe them all out at once, delivering an unforgettable shock education to the land of snow. In the following days, I traveled with Little Snow and the others, enjoying the scenery of the land of snow, deliberately giving Fenghua Nuteo enough preparation time. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint me. Although he was skeptical upon receiving the news, he still gathered over 200 snow ninjas from the capital, donned chakra armor, and rode a train to come charging over. However, halfway through, the train was forced to a stop. I had frozen a massive ice block over 20 meters high on the tracks, with a large inscription carved on it with shuriken. Fenghua Nuteo, die here, finally arrived. But taking so long to send himself to death, this villain is really unprofessional. I gracefully landed on top of the ice block, looking down at him. Fenghua Nuteo's face turned green with anger, gritting his teeth as he threatened me, then directly ordered a full attack. A sky full of shurikens flew towards me, but I merely waved my hand gently, summoning a gust of wind that sent all the hidden weapons flying back, causing immediate wails from the other side. Following that, the snow ninjas charged in with cries. Various ice wolves and ice tigers ninjutsu came crashing down like it was an ice sculpture festival. I didn't withstand it at all. With a flying thunder god technique, I instantly appeared 200 meters away. Fenghua Nuteo reacted the fastest, chasing after me with his twin dragon's blizzard technique. I countered with a gigantic chakra palm, slapping it down, which not only dispersed his black dragon, but also sent him flying dozens of meters, causing him to spit blood on the spot. I glanced around and sensed that many people were observing me in the shadows, probably from other factions of the snow country. The timing was about right. I focused a bit more, both palms outstretched, executing the technique Kenshue Wanjing Lu. The overwhelming palm power shattered all the ninjutsu, sending Fenghua Nuteo and his group of subordinates flying back a dozen meters. I walked forward step by step, my voice echoing throughout the venue. This is the last chance. Those willing to submit to the rightful authority, step aside to the train, and you will not be held accountable for the past. Is it worth serving a tyrant who murdered his brother to seize power? As soon as these words were spoken, a large number of the already frightened snow ninjas scattered. Seeing that the people's hearts were lost, Fenghua Nuteo became furious and unexpectedly turned around to unleash a black dragon blizzard attack on those who defected. How audacious! You still want to harm others in front of me? I struck out my palm in midair, directly shattering his black dragon. From now on, they will be my subordinates, so I must protect them. Fenghua Nuteo was utterly desperate, howling in anguish and questioning why I intervened. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him and simply told him, "I am Shuin, and I am here to take over my snow ninja village." Then I addressed the remaining hesitant snow ninjas. You should also pledge your loyalty to your new master. This time, more than half of them fled again. And in the end, fewer than 50 dared to accompany Fenghua Nuteo to their deaths. He still wanted to plead for mercy, saying he would give me the country. But I interrupted him. Kneel and wait for death, or choose to be killed in battle. Pick one. He completely went mad, screaming as he charged at me with the last few dozen people. Looking at this sparse group, I couldn't help but comment. You have so few people to play with. Your reputation really is a failure. Facing their final attack, I merely said calmly, "It's time to deal with you." A Bagua diagram emerged on my right palm, and with a counterclockwise turn, the dark vortex in the air swallowed all ninjutsu. Then, in front of everyone, I began to form hand seals for the first time. Fire release, blazing sun explosion. A small fireball was spat from my mouth, growing in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a large fireball over a meter in diameter, then suddenly accelerated and crashed down. It was all about physical exorcism, allowing them to feel the scorching heat of the sun. 1 second later, the sun fell to the ground, exploding with a loud bang and creating a mushroom cloud. A heat wave swept through, melting the icebergs. When the scene quieted down, the people from Fenghua Nuteo had already turned into a pile of charred remains, and the ground beneath them was directly blown into glass pits. Everyone around gasped in shock, probably thinking to themselves, what kind of snow concealment is this for someone who plays with fire? I flashed back to the top of the big ice block where HyugaFū and the others were. Their gazes towards me were like those of people looking at a deity. HyugaFū was stunned for a long time, then suddenly rushed over to hug me, crying, "Thank you. You are my little son, dispelling my darkness." Once she calmed down, I took them back to the ground and walked up to the group of surrendered snow ninjas. My voice was not loud, but it was full of authority. The traitor is dead, and Princess HyugaFū is about to ascend the throne. From now on, I'm the leader of Snow Hidden. To build a brand new Snow Hidden village, I will plant sealing marks on you, which is a mark of honor. After I finished speaking, I asked, who is in favor and who is against? Let me tell you, it was so quiet at the scene, and then everyone suddenly knelt down, fearing that they would be cremated on the spot if they kneeled too slowly. After that, I was extremely busy, only managing to make an appearance during the coronation ceremony of Fenghua HyugaFū. The looks in the eyes of those old guys at the ceremony were quite complex, a mix of fear and hatred. I didn't say anything, just smiled and watched them perform. As soon as the ceremony was over, I immediately returned to Yuki Shinobi Village to continue counting my possessions, checking supplies, ninjutsu, and most importantly, distributing benefits to all the remaining Yuki Shinobi and planting my special curse marks on them. Speaking of this curse mark, it is the ultimate monitoring device that I created by integrating various techniques, such as the cage bird, flying thunder god, vortex sealing technique, and stitching them together. This version of the mark indeed only has the functions of positioning and preventing the leakage of my information. Of course, this is just the basic version. I tell you, I'm already brainstorming the 2.0 version in my mind, one that can enhance the body sensitivity. When the time comes, each of our female ninjas will have one. Hey, don't get me wrong, it's purely to help them better perceive natural energy and cultivate sage mode. I'm quite serious-minded, you know. I'm busy working on a technical upgrade. While on the other side, the newly appointed Queen Fenghua HyugaFū is in a real mess. She has just obtained the treasure of the Snow Kingdom, the so-called geothermal generator, and her mind is filled with plans to transform her icy hometown into a spring-like paradise. Her ideals are grand, but reality is painfully harsh. Previously, the local forces, such as family clans and big companies, were suppressed by the likes of Fenghua, Nuteo, but now they're all emerging. They used to be angry but afraid to speak out, but with the new queen being a young girl, they can't wait to come out and share the cake. Even the most loyal elder, Asama Matefu, has had his ear bent by relatives and friends, and his gaze towards HyugaFū is starting to look strange. Just when HyugaFū announces that she wants to get to work, the warehouse unexpectedly catches fire, and the granary just happens to get flooded. It's outrageous. These old foxes are playing dirty tricks, one after another, and it gets even more ridiculous. A group of self-proclaimed old ministers from her father's era, who don't know where they crawled out from, are crying and wailing, claiming they have endured humiliation for years in order to restore the country. And now, they must be promoted. Some are even shouting that HyugaFū, a young girl with no experience, should not be in charge of state affairs and should instead let them, the loyal ministers, take power while she goes off to do whatever she likes. Preferably returning to the Fire Kingdom to continue being a big star, earning money from movies to send back as her contribution to the country. I can't help but laugh. Who understands family? This is just wanting to turn the queen into an internet celebrity who sells products live streaming, with all the money going to fund their pensions. For a moment, the court of the Snow Kingdom is filled with all sorts of shady characters. Fenghua HyugaFū, being just a young girl, has never seen such a scene and is about to be driven to depression. What about me? I'm just sitting in Snow Village, cracking seeds and watching a show, feeling quite pleased. I knew this would happen. A little girl with no power, no money, and no soldiers wants to secure a country. Even fairy tales wouldn't dare to write it that way. So I just waited quietly. Sure enough, a few days later, my subordinates reported that Fenghua HyugaFū requested a secret meeting. Finally, she arrived. I finished my soda in one gulp and directly instructed, take her to my bedroom. When I pushed the door open, wow, little Shui was sitting by my bed. As the light hit her, her little face was flushed, shy yet stubborn. I walked over and teased her on purpose. A late-night visit from a great name. What instructions do you have? Her gaze flickered for a moment. Then she suddenly looked up, radiating confidence and poise. No, I'm here for our future. There are too many pests in the land of snow, and I need your strength. I thought to myself, this is more like it. I sat down right next to her and casually took her little hand. What could I gain from this? A ninja, but one who doesn't interfere with politics. Guess what she said? Her eyes sparkled, and with a smirk on her lips, she said, "You can have me." After saying that, she directly leaped into my arms with such force, as if she wanted to merge herself into my body. Of course, that night, I didn't really do anything to her. After all, she had just turned 18, and I still had some principles. We talked all night long. This girl had truly transformed. She realized that to achieve her ideals, she needed to hold power first, or else everything was just empty talk. And now, in the whole land of snow, I was the only one who could help her overturn the table. The next day, Fenghua Xiaoxue made a bombshell announcement in front of all the ministers. I, Lord Shuin of the Snow Ninja Village, will become the king consort of the land of snow and hold the power to oversee national affairs. As soon as the news broke, the local power brokers exploded with outrage, spreading all sorts of rumors, claiming I was seducing the queen to annex the land of snow. Some even formed a faction to try and remove the usurper. They thought the young girl would be frightened, but unexpectedly, they were the ones who wet their pants first. I raised the banner of king consort, claiming I was acting on the queen's orders to eliminate the remnants of rebellion. The combat power of my snow ninjas? Those local armed groups were just a bunch of clowns. Within a few days, we had wiped them out. The most astonishing part was during the crackdown. My subordinates accidentally discovered mountains of evidence. Let me tell you, that chain of evidence was complete, detailing how they helped Fenghua Notao kill the old king, to how they set traps for Xiaoxue. It was almost like they had filmed it live. What followed was a major purge, with heads rolling and the gold and silver seized, filling the national treasury. In the end, it was those old ministers, including Asakawa Santiu, who knelt and cried, begging Xiaoxue to stop, and that was when this matter finally came to a close. Fenghua Xiaoxue publicly burned all the evidence, declaring a clean slate. Her acting, wow. It would have been a shame if she didn't win an Oscar. After all this commotion, the entire land of snow became peaceful, and the remaining forces were as obedient as quails. Xiaoxue then implemented some tax cuts and welfare policies, quickly becoming a beloved and praised ruler. As for the subsequent events, I didn't get involved. I spent every day using the Flying Thunder God technique to take her around the land of snow, watching sunrises on the snowy peaks one day and soaking in hot springs on the icy lakes the next. Until one day, she hugged me and asked if I was going to leave. This little fairy was quite sensitive. She started questioning me, saying I hadn't revealed my true name or face, and wondered if she had been deceived by an old man in his 70s or 80s. As she spoke, tears began to flow. I felt embarrassed at that moment, so I decided to lay it all out. I directly canceled my transformation. When she saw my true appearance, she was shocked and stared at me blankly. "You're so small? Have you developed well, my husband? Little brother?" Goodness. The last 3 words were so twisty and turny. This girl knows how to manipulate people. I was furious at that moment. If it weren't for the fact that she had just turned of age, I would have shown her what a true king of wheels is. Although I didn't go all out, I didn't let her have it easy either. That night, I took her on a wild ride, exhausting her stamina and letting her know what little brother is capable of. Before leaving, I placed a seal just below her navel, a special magical mark, beautifully named the Mark of Love, which can be used for location tracking and emergency calls, and, of course, it conveniently enhances physical sensitivity as an added feature. She was already moved to tears. To facilitate contact, I also left a Blood Shadow clone as a coordinate. In the end, I spent 3 days getting cozy with this little, experiencing the joy of being a sugar daddy. She played the roles of princess, maid, and investigator with such professionalism. But I knew I couldn't sink any deeper. The gentle embrace of a beautiful woman is the tomb of heroes, and I had important things to do. After switching places with my clone, I quickly returned to Konoha. As soon as I entered the village, I felt that the atmosphere was off. The Uchiha clan members patrolling had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the villagers looked at them with eyes full of disgust and fear. A storm was brewing. I just got home and was about to plan my next steps when a long-lost system made a sound. Ding! Detected that the host has a stable base, obtaining a large amount of resources, reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wuji transformation pill. As soon as I heard this name, I felt like I was being completely reborn and could even give birth to a Dao body. Wow, this is going to make me ascend on the spot. But before I could be happy for 2 seconds, the system slapped me across the face, saying this was a one-time experience card given out of pity and that there wouldn't be such good luck in the future. I was told not to always rely on the system to take it easy, but to strive for self-improvement. Otherwise, I would be expelled from the ranks of travelers. This speech nearly burned out my CPU. After calming down and thinking it over, I realized that I had indeed been getting a bit carried away lately. Too addicted to the thrill of being a behind-the-scenes operator, almost forgetting the original purpose of my crossing. I can't let that happen. I need to broaden my horizons. My small goal is to unify the ninja world. My big goal is to debate the heavens with those big shots among the travelers. After coming to this realization, I felt my entire state of mind elevate. I immediately swallowed a pill and began to cultivate. The effect was remarkable, and my cultivation efficiency doubled. Looking at the system panel, there was a new suffix in the physique section indicating that a Tao body was in the process of being nurtured, and I couldn't be happier. I realized that it wouldn't work for me to be strong all by myself. I needed to develop my own comrades and my own team. So the next day, I rushed to the training ground and shared everything I could with those young graduates. I explained the techniques of soft boxing and acted as a sparring partner, establishing the perfect image of a gentle yet powerful, caring big brother of the family. Seeing their admiring little eyes, I knew I had already secured my future team. Guess what? Before I could recruit a few little brothers, I had already won over teacher Shihong. This woman, on the surface, is charming and beautiful, but deep down, she's just a little woman craving love. So I targeted the right approach, protecting her with all my might during tasks and caring for her in daily life, gradually helping her become accustomed to my presence. Finally, one time at gathering, she got drunk, and when I took her home, with the alcohol flowing, things just fell into place. Afterward, she tried to deny it, crying that she had wronged the flowers of the motherland and wanted me to forget everything. And what happened? This carnivorous flower, gave her a good lesson, allowing her to deeply experience what the diamond wool technique is all about. Since then, her gaze towards me has carried a hint of fear, like a little cat facing a tiger. Today at the training ground, that silly sister Hondo even joked about us arriving late. Shihong, feeling shy, stammered and couldn't say anything, so I had to help her out. Hondo, however, was sharp-eyed and stared at Shihong's face, saying, "Shihong, why is your skin getting better and better? It's so tender it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. Come on, tell me what magical skincare product you're using?" Shihong's face turned even redder, and I almost laughed out loud. She doesn't understand anything. This is the nourishment of love. My newly cultivated Tao body has a dual cultivation function. And now, with teacher Shihong's daily training, the effects are far superior to any skincare product. That's just the beginning, let me tell you. She'll be shocked in the future. However, Shihong shyly ran away. So, I had to get moving too. There's important business to attend to tonight. My little wings, which I've been preparing for months, are ready to see the light of day. Previously, to avoid drawing attention, I was in single-line contact, which was a hassle. But now it's different. I've directly dug an underground palace next to the family graveyard. It took me 2 months, and each time I felt like a thief, secretly using the Flying Thunder God technique to dig it out bit by bit. It's as big as a football field, with a barrier that can shield against the Byakugan. Before getting down to business, I need to pick up a little gift. The clan elder who caused the death of the original owner of this body has lived an extra 4 years, which I consider merciful. Tonight, I'll use him to inaugurate my new team and offer a tribute. To be honest, dealing with him was easier than I thought. This old guy has been living in luxury for so long that his strength has deteriorated significantly. I took off all his limbs in a second, sealed his points, and packed him up. At 10 o'clock at night, the atmosphere in the underground base is quite eerie. I tell you, there are more than 50 people, each one either wearing a mask or wrapped in bandages, looking like a damn cult organization meeting in secret, all hiding in corners, shooting glances at each other with disdain. No one trusting anyone. It's already 10 o'clock. Where is that guy? Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Another wave of silence followed, and then someone sighed. I didn't expect so many people to be unwilling to give up. As soon as this was said, the scene immediately stirred. Of course, apart from those completely brainwashed and crippled, who wouldn't want to remove this tight headband? But after generations, those who stood out were all played to death by the clan, so everyone could only endure it. Just when they were about to lose patience, I, with a swoosh, brought my gift and directly descended in the center of the venue. Here I am. The audience erupted in exclamations, and several excited stances were struck. They had been rolling their eyes and still hadn't figured out how I got in. A big guy, Hinata Kaze, the elite of the branch family, directly questioned me. In such a secret meeting, why did you bring an outsider? I laughed and casually threw the bloodied, grotesque, mud-like humanoid object in my hand onto the ground. Take a look and see who this is. I kicked him over with 1 foot. The fourth elder of the Zone family? Several people were so scared they jumped back a few steps, as if they had seen a ghost. That's right. I raised my voice, it's him. I brought him here today, first to prove that what I said about breaking the cage bird is not just boasting. Second, to take revenge for my father and all the branch family members who have been bullied by him. This old man, Hinata Kaze, usually flaunts his power and has accumulated a lot of hatred. Now, looking at his miserable state, the expressions of the people below are simply like they just drank ice cola on a hot summer day, utterly satisfied. But there were still some who were doubtful. He has curse marks. He can activate them with a thought. How did you manage to get the upper hand? I had long memorized this set of lines. If you want to resist, how can you not study the cage bird? It started with my grandfather's generation, and now, I've finally made a small breakthrough. I paused, scanning the entire crowd, knowing what you all were thinking. Why should you listen to a 13-year-old brat bragging here? Fine. Enough with the nonsense. Next, I'll take on 50 of you by myself. Watch closely. The whole crowd was stunned. 1 against 50? Who do you think you are? The Hokage? I don't care what they think. Seeing their attention focused, I charged in. First move, illusion. With the heart mirror divine technique activated, I smashed thousands of mountains into their minds. With this one move, over 20 people instantly collapsed to the ground. Second move, flying thunder god with gentle fist. I flicked my shuriken, and my body flashed 20 times in an instant, knocking one down each time I appeared. Another 20 gone. For the last 2 jonin and a few elites, I didn't even need to use any fancy techniques. It was pure, gentle fist domination. They felt like they were surrounded by an army. My fists were everywhere, touching them just enough to break their chakra defenses without injuring them at all. Finally, I finished with a gentle step twin line fist, sending the remaining 9 flying like bowling pins. 3 moves, and everyone except the 2 little brothers I had warned in advance was down. The entire underground base fell into a deathly silence as they struggled to get up. Their gazes toward me shifted from doubt to fear and awe. Now, can you listen to me properly? I stepped on the elder's severed hand, listening to his wailing, and slowly began to speak. The third Hokage once told me that Konoha is a family that loves and cares for each other. I don't know when he became blind, but since his fists are big, I can only listen. Someone below couldn't hold back their laughter. But in Hyuga, do you feel how the main family loves us? All I feel is oppression. I pointed to the mess on the ground. Look at this thing. This is the elder of the main family. So weak that he can't even form a single hand seal under my hands. Yet he can decide our lives and deaths like slaughtering pigs. Do you think that's reasonable? The so-called main family is just a bunch of incompetent parasites. They use our flesh and blood to build their ridiculous thrones. With the same bloodline. Just because I was born a few minutes late, I have to be a slave for life? I've had enough of this damn rule. The more I speak, the more passionate I become, and I directly enter the visionary mode. I hope that one day, our family can truly stand up. I hope that one day, we can personally smash the cages above our heads. I called everyone here today to give you a choice. Will you continue to kneel, or will you join me in overturning their table? The scene erupted completely. There were roars, cheers, and even people shouting my name. Family, who understands? Back then, I failed art and learned public speaking skills, and today, I actually use them here. The effect is simply textbook-level emotional roller coaster. My 2 little brothers, HyugaFū and Hinata Gang, immediately jumped out to support me. Brother Feng, you said it so well. Please lead us to defeat the main family. Although the others were still a bit hesitant, the momentum had been set. Hinata stepped forward and said, "We acknowledge your strength. But please prove that you can break the cage bird." "No problem," I smiled. I walked over to the half-dead elder, kindly using medical ninjutsu to reattach his hand bones and unseal his chakra. I bent down and said in the gentlest tone, "Come on, use the cage bird to kill me. This is your only chance for revenge, so make the most of it." The old guy looked at me like I was the devil, trembling as he tried to activate the curse seal. And what was the result? Useless. He tried several more times, but I just smiled at him like I was watching a clown. At that moment, the branch family members completely went crazy. Witnessing the cage bird fail had an impact stronger than 1,000 of my words. With a thud, several excited ones directly knelt on one knee, as if facing the Hokage, shouting, "Wind leader, please lead us to overthrow the decaying rule of the clan." With the atmosphere reaching this point, I didn't hold back and immediately took on the role of leader. Then, I slapped Hinata Kaze, who was still desperately trying to activate the curse seal, knocking him down again, and with a crack, I stomped on the bone he had just reattached, listening to his pig-like screams. We began discussing the name and agenda of our organization. The process was basically me saying something, while my little brothers frantically interpreted my leader's insights, and the others nodded like garlic being pounded. After about 10 minutes, our organization, Wings of Light, was officially established. The meaning? Of course, I need a lot of wings. Having given it a name, I had to offer some rewards. I immediately taught them the temporary method I had developed to block the caged bird's control. Although that thing had time limits and risks, after hearing it, they were all so excited that tears flowed. Finally, to celebrate the establishment of the organization, I proposed, all right, everyone line up, and each of you take turns to stab this old thing once, as a membership ceremony, using his blood to nourish the tender sprouts of our hope. No, you devil, kill me, just kill me, Hinata Zongi screamed in despair. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. The branch family members, who had long been harboring a belly full of anger, excitedly surrounded him. I even kindly used a special technique to enhance his body sensitivity, and then used medical ninjutsu to keep him alive, ensuring he would stay conscious through every stab. The following months were peaceful. The blame for the elder's disappearance was naturally placed on the Uchiha clan. My Bright Wings development is vibrant and thriving, and those members who split off are researching the materials I provided as if they were on a caffeine high. Meanwhile, I'm integrating their sparks of wisdom to refine my own Bagua Palm system. I've divided the method to break the caged bird into several versions. The beggar version, the youth version, the complete version. It's like squeezing toothpaste, releasing it bit by bit, keeping them firmly under my control. As for Hinata Sugi, he has now become our exclusive experimental material, tortured to the point of mental breakdown, crying every day, begging to join us as the vanguard against the clan. Of course, I still prefer the daily diversions. For instance, today I trained with Kurenai and Anko. To be honest, training with them doesn't significantly improve my strength. But they're so easy on the eyes. I love watching beautiful women fight. Look at Anko with her Leaf Great Whirlwind, Kurenai sidestepping and casting a Genjutsu, countering with her own Great Whirlwind. TSK, one with fishnet stockings and long legs, the other with bandages and long legs. The scene when they fight is simply breathtaking. I was engrossed in the scene when an unsuspecting Umbu suddenly jumped out and interrupted them. Upon discovering the spy, Lord Hokage ordered the Yuhi Kurenai team to assist in the pursuit. Great, a B-rank mission. It seems there is no time to relax. In the forest several dozen miles away from Konoha, we quickly advanced with the Umbu. Along the way, that Umbu kept making me activate my Byakugan to scout, which was incredibly annoying. I had to strain and force out my veins, pretending it was really taxing. Be careful, I suddenly spoke up. There is a chakra presence 1 kilometer ahead, but it's very faint. In fact, I had seen it long ago. It was a vast area of strange mist. By the time we arrived, the mist covered several hundred meters, and occasionally we could hear the faint sounds of weapons clashing, only to be followed by complete silence. Let me tell you, that scene was chilling. Yuhi Kurenai frowned and said that the mist was too extensive. It must be the work of those from the Mist Village. She asked who among us could use wind release to blow it away. Goodness, our team was particularly specialized in one area, and none of us could do that. The Umbu guy next to me shook his head, saying he couldn't do it either. Kurenai then suggested, how about we let the people inside find their way out themselves? The Umbu guy immediately rejected that idea, saying that the Mist Ninja excelled at silent killing techniques, and the lack of movement inside meant they were all playing stealth. Whoever moved first would be a live target. Then this guy suddenly shifted his tone and said, no, we have the numbers. Let us charge in together. Are you serious, dude? Is this the level of the elite dark division? Just rush in and that's it, right? I really couldn't watch any longer, so I quickly took over the command. Stop, stop, stop. Listen to me. Hong and Hongdo, you two seal off the perimeter. Hongdo, send your snakes into scout. If they see anything alive, have them bite. It doesn't matter if they bite our own people. I can neutralize the snake venom in no time. As for me, I'll go in with this brave warrior. My white eyes can still play a part. The dark was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Hong looked at me, her gaze both cold and fierce, reminding me to be careful. Oh, let me tell you, my heart was racing like a little deer crashing into a wall. Although I usually think of things that would make her cry and call for her dad. This Ice Queen boss vibe has its own charm. Without hesitation, we plunged into the thick fog that was as dense as soy milk. Visibility was less than 2 meters, and my white eyes were severely disturbed. But fortunately, I have martial arts intuition. After just a few steps, I led the dark to the first unfortunate soul, one of our own, who was already cold. A moose. The dark exclaimed softly, but he controlled his emotions well and quickly calmed down. I pretended to lead the way, but in fact, I'd already used my mind's eye to lock onto the battlefield not far away. Wow, an Umbu member was being surrounded and attacked by 3 mist ninjas, but he was holding his own, using various clones, illusions, and crow techniques, making it look like a highlight reel of a master. The 3 mist ninjas were being toyed with, and they even got injured. Just as I was watching, the Umbu member pulled off another trick. He was cornered, and 1 mist ninja charged at him with a loud roar, only to get hit by a kunai flying in from the side, turning into a puddle. At the same time, the Umbu member himself turned into a wooden stump. The other 2 mist ninjas reacted quickly, instantly chasing after the direction the kunai had come from, intercepting a shadow clone, and after a few slashes, poof, it turned out to be a shadow clone. The mist ninja who had just turned to water popped out from behind a tree, intending to regroup with his comrades. But before he could say anything, his 2 companions stabbed him without hesitation. These guys were really dirty, just as those 2 mist ninjas were still on guard. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Alright, I couldn't slack off any longer, so I quickly pulled the Umbu guy beside me and rushed over. By the time we arrived, the battle was already over. The Umbu member who had showcased his skills was unscathed, while 1 mist ninja was charred inside and out from fireball jutsu, and the other 2 were left half dead from the explosion. I can't just come here for nothing. I went up and threw a few punches and kicks, working with the Umbu to take care of those 2 with low health. Unfortunately, we didn't leave any alive. These mist shinobi all had self-detonation seals, and as soon as things went south, they just perished on the spot. Thanks for the support. The Umbu guy who showcased his skills nodded at us, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took the corpses of his teammates and the remains of the mist shinobi away. I will report the mission situation to Lord Hokage. Watching him walk away, my expression turned cold. It was Uchiha Itachi, just as I suspected. That calm and almost abnormal fighting style was unmistakable. Moreover, I sensed something even more disgusting, merging with the earth and trees, moving extremely fast. It was most likely White Zetsu. Wow, they're already targeting Itachi this early. It seems the Uchiha family tree is about to reach its last page. To be honest, I really find Uchiha Itachi intimidating. It's not that I can't defeat him, but this guy is just too troublesome, with all his external abilities, calm like a machine, and always hiding something up his sleeve. Plus, he was able to slaughter his entire family, leaving only his brother behind. I just can't understand that mindset. Just as I thought of this, the angry voice of Akamichi came through. This is too much. You're the only one showing off inside while Hong and I were just watching the mist from the outside. I turned my head and smiled, directly placing her and Hong in the middle. Hey, my mistake. Can I treat you to some meatballs? Next time, I'll definitely let you have a good time. Looking at the suddenly happy red bean in the middle, I showed a fatherly smile, really like taking care of 2 kids, one easy and one troublesome. The scene shifted. Let me show you the villain's lair. In the land of water, in the office of the Mizukage in the hidden mist village. That baby-faced 4th Mizukage stood like a puppet, while the one sitting in the Mizukage seat was that guy wearing the whirlpool mask, Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant emerged from the floor. It was Kurizetsu. Obito. His voice was quite annoying. The team of spies was wiped out, but the spy managed to escape. Oh right, among the pursuers was Uchiha Itachi. I'm Uchiha Madara. The masked man coldly corrected him, his tone filled with hatred, indifferent to how many mist ninjas died. If it weren't for the fear of exposure, I would have already destroyed this broken village. Kurizetsu weakly reminded him, you've killed quite a lot in these years. The villagers are about to explode. Just in time for another cleansing. Obito didn't take care and instead asked about Konoha. Kurizetsu recounted the nonsense about spies, slandering the 3rd Hokage, and the mysterious disappearance of the Hyuga elder. Obito sneered. Interesting, there are third-party forces causing trouble in Konoha? As they chatted, the conversation returned to Itachi. Kurizetsu, like a little fanboy, bragged about how Itachi took on 3 and even counter-killed 1. Listening to this, Obito sneered. The killing intent rising. The Uchiha clan, troublesome guys. With the Senju gone, they have no reason to exist anymore. Before the plan starts, we need to eliminate them. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Itachi and that Umbu guy were reporting to the 3rd Hokage. The 2 praised me highly, saying I was strong, smart, and had flexible tactics. Itachi even added that he felt a strong sense of threat for me, but since it was just a fleeting feeling, he didn't elaborate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, praising Konoha for having such talented individuals, and then he let them rest. As soon as they left, an old monster wrapped in bandages stepped out from behind the screen with a gloomy aura it was Shimura Danzo. He stared intently in the direction Itachi left, asking Sarutobi, "Is there any discovery from the route?" The result was that nothing was found. Danzo, frustrated, poked his cane and then set his sights on Naruto, saying he wanted to take Naruto and train him into the strongest weapon. I tell you, Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded at that moment. His voice shook the entire office. "Give up on that thought. I can never hand Naruto over to you." Danzo's face turned green from the shouting, and he left with a parting shot. "You will regret this," slamming the door. Sarutobi coldly replied to the door, "I'm a Hokage, Danzo. Does anyone understand this?" These two old men have a love-hate relationship, and I was actually there live. That's right, I never left. I felt that Itachi was a bit suspicious of me. So I used the excuse of going to the restroom at the dumpling shop and directly used a space-time technique to sneak into the Hokage's office to spy. Wow. Not only did I witness this great drama, but I also recorded the whole thing with an ultra-high-definition camera. In the future, I must hold an outdoor movie for all the villagers of Konoha, just showing this. Just as Danzo left, Sarutobi sighed and said, "Oh, Watergate. If only you were still here when someone else arrived outside. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shursui requests an audience." Oh, a sequel? I quickly took out the camera again. The moment Shursui stepped in, he knelt on one knee, showing utmost respect. Sarutobi, the old man, was also a master of changing expressions. One second he was filled with sorrow, and the next he turned into a kind and amiable grandfather. Shursui, being honest, reported that there were radicals causing trouble at the clan meeting last night, and he began to self-reflect, saying that the clan members did not understand the greatness of the will of fire, and it was his failure to do his job well. Sarutobi listened with great pain, closed his eyes to contemplate for a while, and then began to dispense some motivational talk, saying things like, "You've worked hard, we're all family. Conflicts can be resolved through communication." After a series of heartfelt words, Shursui's eyes became red, feeling that the third Hokage was truly great, and that the clan members were too inconsiderate, making him feel unworthy of being Hokage. In the end, Sarutobi even painted a grand vision for him. "Shursui, as the strongest Uchiha, you must become the bridge between the clan and the village." Shursui was instantly invigorated, with an expression as if he was ready to offer his heart for the will of fire, leaving with a burning passion. I was nearly going crazy in the space between layers, with leaves swirling around and the fire burning endlessly, setting fire to the mountains. Do you understand what it means to sit in prison? And guess what happened? Just as Shursui left, Danzo came back. Is this guy living right outside the Hokage's office? As soon as he walked in, he said, "The Uchiha clan can't be trusted, and neither can Shursui." Great, here we go again. I really couldn't watch anymore. What was so interesting about those two old men? I quickly slipped away. As soon as I got back to the dumpling shop, Red Bean exploded. "You're way too slow. Did you fall into the toilet? Making two beautiful ladies wait for you." I looked at the stunning face of Shiri Hong and deliberately raised my eyebrow to tease her. "Two? Where? I only see one beauty." Hongdo immediately broke down, pouncing at me with claws out. My head seemed to have eyes on the back. I quickly turned and pulled her in, and she lost control, crashing into Shiri Hong's embrace. TSK, what a magnificent scene that was. Hongdo was still unconvinced, and, as I easily caught her, I gave her a playful knock on the forehead. Unable to defeat me, she could only snatch the red dumpling from my hands, eating it while shooting me a glare. Hong helplessly scolded me, "You don't always bully Hongdo." Oh dear, just that one look almost made my soul leave my body. I returned her a gaze that said I'd deal with you later, and it made me smile even more happily. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed, and our small team had just returned from a super tricky escort mission. This month and a half had really stifled us. And as soon as Hongdo entered the village, she excitedly dragged Hong off to soak in the hot springs. I was strolling leisurely down the street, feeling quite good. After this period of training, I had hit a bottleneck with my Bagwajong, and returning this time was just right to take some medicine and make a breakthrough. Just as I was thinking about it, I decided to stop by Ichiraka Ramen. As I walked down the street, the atmosphere felt a bit off. A team of Uchiha police passed by, and the surrounding villagers instantly fell silent, their eyes filled with evasion and disgust. Once they were far enough away, various unpleasant comments started to arise, blaming them for the red-eyed monsters and the Nine-Tails chaos. I can see clearly that there are several groups of people in the crowd, obviously trying to stir up trouble and smear the Uchiha clan. Their methods are quite crude, but the villagers are easily swayed. The Uchiha clan members, while a bit arrogant and pretentious, have been quite dedicated to their police work. Unfortunately, They don't even bother to explain themselves to the villagers. Their anger is directed straight at the higher-ups in Konoha. Whatever, it's none of my business. I need to focus on my ramen. Slurping a bite, wow. This Ichiraku ramen truly lives up to its reputation. The miso chashu is amazing. Just as I'm enjoying my meal, Uchiha Shursui walks past the shop with a heavy expression. Seeing his face, which looks like he just lost his parents. I can tell he also witnessed the scene on the street earlier. This kid, caught between the village and his clan, really has it tough. It's said that the voices of the radicals in the clan have been growing louder lately. He is probably struggling to hold on and is contemplating whether to use the Kodo Amitsukami technique. Sigh, with such pressure, he can't even smell the aroma of the ramen. After resting in the village for a few days, I feel like I've reached my peak state. It's time to break through, to avoid destroying my training room. I directly use a space-time move and teleport to a desolate ice field in the land of snow. The environment is quiet enough, and the place is spacious, so I can safely get started. I sit cross-legged, take a moment to adjust my breath, feeling my energy and spirit peak. Then pull out a breaking barrier pill and swallow in one go. The medicinal power instantly explodes within me, transforming into a torrent of energy that washes over my chakra. I let out a loud shout and begin to circulate the 8 trigrams palm. In the next moment, a yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram appears around me. And within 100 meters, phenomena such as fierce winds, raging thunder, blazing flames, and surging water cycle through, forming an independent domain. My figure flickered in and out of sight, and with a palm strike, the air was compressed, creating ripples. The ice layers within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius cracked continuously, rising up like a tsunami. Amidst this dreamlike light and shadow, I felt the last layer of barrier within me shatter with a loud bang. I carefully felt the transformative changes within me, a surge of confidence and the ambition to conquer everything rising within. Bagua Palm, level 4. Simply put, my strength has doubled again. My chakra intensity used to be like steel, but now, after the breakthrough, it's like a divine weapon that can slice through iron like mud, wherever my chakra goes. It either brings death or injury. What is even more ridiculous is the blue bar within me. Let me tell you, Kakashi's chakra is nothing compared to mine. It doesn't even register as a 1 battery warning. Every acupuncture point in my body can now serve as a power bank. If I really wanted to compare, I could muster over 100 of Kakashi's blue amount. Luckily, the Byakugan can't see through this otherwise. I do have to figure out how to hide my blue bar every day. You can't play the Versailles game like that. As for my physical condition, let us put it this way. I could arm wrestle with the 3rd and 4th rankage muscle men purely in terms of raw physical strength. And it's really hard to say who would win. If I really unleash my full power with the Bagua Palm, even Guy with the 8 gates would have to call me bro. When I slap down, I practice the balance of hardness and softness. It would be a routine operation to crack open the back mountain of Konoha. Don't even get me started on speed. With the Bagua Void Step, I can now walk in space. If that doesn't work, I still have the Flying Thunder God, striking from nowhere. As for defense, if Daidara's ultimate art self-destructed in front of me, I could probably just stand there without moving and ask him, is that it? The coolest part is that I have a small space of a few cubic meters around me, called Bagua Space. Right now it's just a seed, but it has limitless potential and might one day upgrade into a personal paradise. Moreover, my palm wind now carries 8 types of power: earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, and marsh. When I unleash a full-strength palm strike, the surrounding space would be distorted. Even the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God would be thrown into chaos. I tried throwing a big ice block in. It came out as a pile of ice shards. Wow. ISNT this the nemesis of Uchiha Kyuji's tricky eye technique? Incredible. I haven't slacked off on ninjutsu and jinjutsu either. I've long since stolen and developed a plus version of Chidori. And as for jinjutsu, Hinata is almost becoming my fan. How could I not excel in her family's ancestral techniques? To sum it up, I'm now a pure 6-sided war god. Almost like a fusion of Minato, the 3rd Raikage, Itachi Uchiha, and Guy with the 8 gates, firmly standing between the peak shadow level and super shadow level. My sense of security is instantly maxed out. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and my chakra-infused laughter shattered the surrounding ice layer again. All right, time to head back. I've been alone in this empty room for several days. Tonight, I have to have a good chat with Hinata. We had already made plans yesterday, but that girl, Enko, intercepted it. Just thinking about the helpless yet apologetic look on Hinata's face before she went out, as she leaned close to my ear and pleaded for mercy, saying she would make it up to me tomorrow night, makes my heart burn like fire. In this icy land of snow, it suddenly feels hot. I was enjoying the sunset with Yuhi Karinai, while on the other side, Uchiha Shursui felt like the sky was about to collapse. The Uchiha clan had called another family meeting, and those clan members were all hyped up like they had been injected with adrenaline, each one eager to take down Danzo and bombarding the third Hokage with accusations. Even some moderates were swayed and directly sided with the rebels. Shursui initially wanted to team up with clan leader Fugaku to cool down these fanatics, but before he could speak, Fugaku himself couldn't withstand the pressure and started to hint at rebellious thoughts. Who understand the family dynamics? Now the leaders had backed down, and Shursui was truly at a loss, falling into a desperate silence. He tried to be inconspicuous, but they wouldn't let him off the hook, surrounding him and praising him as the Uchiha's top expert, urging him to use his Umbu identity to gather intelligence, and even suggesting he find a chance to assassinate the third Hokage. This line of reasoning left Shursui speechless. He could only come up with a few excuses to brush them off, but it was useless. They had already begun to fantasize about the Uchiha ruling Konoha and shaking the ninja world, each one acting like they were on drugs. After enduring until the meeting was over, Shursui felt completely drained. He didn't go home, but instead ran to a small grove and stood there all night, his clothes soaked by the dew. He pondered how to protect the clan without letting the village suffer. At dawn, he finally made up his mind. There was only one path to take: confess everything to the Hokage. He immediately used body flicker technique and rushed to the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was working while admiring the flourishing Konoha outside the window, feeling quite pleased with himself, believing he was the strongest Hokage in history, at least in terms of overtime hours. However, his good mood didn't last long as the door was suddenly slammed open, and Danzo's face appeared. Hiruzen, the Uchiha had another meeting last night. Shursui hasn't reported yet. I told you they can't be trusted. We must strike first. Just as Hiruzen was about to refute, saying Shursui was different, an Umbu at the door reported, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shursui requests an audience. Hiruzen gave Danzo a smug look, and without a word, Danzo used body flicker technique to hide behind the screen and eavesdrop. When Shursui entered, he knelt on one knee, filled with reverence for the Hokage. Looking at Hiruzen's kind face, he wondered why his clan members doubted such a good Hokage. After struggling for a long time, he finally stammered. Hokage-sama, during the family meeting, the clan members became even more agitated. Even the clan leader is wavering. I can't stop them anymore. Hiruzen's heart sank, but he maintained a pained expression. Sigh. The Uchiha are part of Konoha too. The damage from civil war is too great. Hearing this, Shursui felt like he had been given a shot of adrenaline and suddenly looked up. Hokage-sama, please let me try again. I can use my dojutsu to completely change their minds. Dojutsu? Hiruzen was startled, recalling the teachings of the second Hokage, but pretended to be very interested and asked, "Oh? Is it the special ability of the legendary Manjiki Sharingan?" Shursui had complete trust in the third Hokage and revealed everything. It's clan.With. It can manipulate others without them realizing it, completely changing their thoughts. The cooldown is a bit long, about a decade. At the next clan meeting, I'll use it on clan leader Fugaku, so he and I can work together to stop the clan's rebellion. Hiruzen gasped, feeling both fear and apprehension. This ability was too powerful, but he put on a look of relief and excitement, walked to the window, and turned his back to Shursui, saying, "That's great. Shursui, you are indeed the most steadfast inheritor of the will of fire. Go ahead, I will have the Umbu coordinate with Danzo on the outside." Shursui gratefully accepted the order and left. As soon as he stepped out, Danzo emerged from behind the screen, his eyes filled with greed and anger. Hiruzen, the Uchiha are too evil. Shursui, who possesses such power, must not be allowed to live. Hiruzen, without saying a word, silently took out his pipe and began to smoke. Come on, as a benevolent ruler, how could I harm a loyal subordinate? He couldn't say it outright, but he hid his face in the smoke and gave Danzo a knowing look. That look meant, you keep an eye on him, and when Shursui uses clan.With on Fugaku, take the opportunity to deal with this unstable factor cleanly. Danzo returned a knowing look and marched off confidently. Hiruzen felt quite pleased, thinking his old friend was still in sync. However, he never expected that Danzo understood it to mean, Hiruzen, I got it. I'm going to kill Shursui now and take his eyes. One could only say that the encrypted communication between these two old men had a really poor signal. Once Danzo left, Hiruzen immediately called for someone. summon Uchiha Itachi. With Shursui as a pawn out of commission, he needed to cultivate the next one quickly. In the evening, Shursui was on his way to the clan meeting location, still thinking about having Itachi and the Hokage as support, believing that this time he would succeed. However, halfway there, he was stopped by Danzo at a dilapidated temple. Danzo immediately launched into a soul-searching interrogation. If he used Kodo Ōtsutsuki to change Fugaku, but the village's attitude towards the Uchiha doesn't change, what will you do? Shursui naively replied, Hokage-sama promised to change that. Danzo pressed further. What about the villagers' suspicions? What about the suspicious people like me? Are you going to use Kodo Ōtsutsuki to change my mind too? Just as Shursui was momentarily stunned by the questioning, Danzo suddenly erupted, reaching for his eyes. Your eyes will be kept by me. Shursui reacted swiftly, blocking the attack and countering with a Jinjutsu. But he still held back, thinking of resolving the clan leader's issue first. Just as he turned around, Danzo broke free from the Jinjutsu, punched him in the stomach, and taking advantage of Shursui's inability to resist, he quickly gouged out one of his eyes. The intense pain in the eye socket could not compare to the despair and coldness in Shursui's heart, especially when he saw Danzo reveal another Sharingan hidden under the bandages to break the Jinjutsu. He felt utterly heartbroken. Danzo replaced his eye, summoning a group of root ninjas. Shursui endured the excruciating pain, unleashed a great fireball technique, and amidst the steam, used body flicker technique to escape. He waited outside the clan grounds for Itachi, handing over his remaining eye to his best friend, then retreated to the edge of a cliff, leaving his final words. If I die, everything will change. I've already written my farewell letter. Wait, Shursui. Itachi rushed forward to try to catch him. But Shursui was resolute, leaning back and falling off the cliff, smiling in midair as he said, Don't stop me if you still consider me a friend. Shursui's figure disappeared into the darkness. Itachi felt a sharp pain in his eyes, warm tears flowing down, and when he opened his eyes again, the three Tomo had transformed into a complex shuriken pattern. He clenched his fists, making a resolution. Don't worry, Shursui. I will protect Konoha and the glory of the Uchiha. You think that's the end? Please. After that weasel dawdled away, I strolled out from the space layer at the bottom of the cliff. I smirked. This guy is now pretending to be deeply affectionate. But in less than a year, he could wipe out his entire family. It's disgusting to even think about it. A few days ago, after my strength breakthrough, I've been roaming around Konoha, using my upgraded Byakugan and martial arts intuition to thoroughly scout places like the Root Base and the Hokage building, conveniently leaving a bunch of flying Thunder God marks, preparing to take them all out in one go later. Just now, Jishui was fighting against the Root members, and I happened to be nearby watching the drama unfold. How could I miss such a classic scene? I immediately set up my camera and recorded the entire process. From Tuanzong stealing his eyes to Jishui jumping off the cliff to his death. When Jishui's body crashed into the water with a thud and passed out, I retrieved him and tossed him into my training space. Looking at this unfortunate guy on the brink of death, I felt a bit of a headache. If I were to save him, I would need to use my last resort, the 3-Light Return Spirit Talisman, which is a life-saving item. Is it worth it for a stranger? But if I don't save him, should I turn him into a Blood Shadow clone? A body missing an eye isn't very cost-effective either. After pondering for a while, I suddenly thought of a clever plan. If I could heal him and then steal Tuanzang's eye back, wouldn't T2 pairs of the same source kaleidoscopes be able to merge into a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes? Wow. An Uchiha Jishui with eternal eyes would be a top-tier SSR fighter. With that thought, I made up my mind. I first treated his wounds simply, then planted the most secure control curse seal on him, and finally sealed him away with sealing techniques. When the time is right, I would release him. At that time, a fully revived Jishui could go up against Uchiha Weasel. That scene would definitely be interesting. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was restless, nearly causing sparks to fly from his pipe, waiting for a result. He wasn't worried about the Uchiha rebellion. He was afraid Jishui would die too cleanly and not secretly enough. Just then, an Umbu rushed in urgently. Hokage-sama, something happened to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sigh of relief inside, but had to maintain a fa-ade of urgency. Quick, what happened? Report, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Jishui did not attend tonight's meeting. He left a suicide note and took his own life. Surveillance shows he was gravely injured before his suicide, and one of his eyes was gouged out. His body fell into the Nanher River from a cliff, and the current is too swift. He hasn't been found yet, but the hope of survival is slim. Additionally, Elder Tuanzong seems to have been in the same area as him before the incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened, and he immediately interrupted. Increase the manpower to search. Be careful not to let rumors spread. After the Umbu left, he walked to the window, gazing in the direction of the Nanha River, silently murmuring, "Forgive me, Jisue. I am Hokage. I have no choice." An old actor. Even the Oscars owe you a little golden man. Although the third Hokage thought beautifully, rumors still spread. A few days later, the news of Jisue's suicide reverberated through Konoha. The morale of the Uchiha clan plummeted, and things quieted down for a while. Konoha returned to its superficial peace. In the blink of an eye, 10 months passed. During these 10 months, I completed missions while consolidating my cultivation, and my strength improved significantly. I now felt confident even against Nagato. I had also made a name for myself in Konoha, being referred to as a genius like Uchiha Itachi. When I first heard this statement, I nearly spat it out. Being compared to a weasel? What a disgrace. My Bright Wings organization is also developing rapidly in the Hinata branch, almost controlling half of the branch's combat power. I came up with a beggar's version of the cage bird solution and upgraded it to a temporary version, which can help them block the main family's control within 20 minutes. As a result, my reputation in the branch skyrocketed to the top, and they looked at me as if I were a deity. If I weren't still holding back, those fanatics would have already tried to stage a coup and push me onto the clan leader's throne. On my side, everything is thriving, but the Uchiha clan is deteriorating. Danzo's surveillance has intensified, and even some clan members have gone missing for no reason. Now the Uchiha people think they are capable again, holding meetings every day and shouting slogans for a coup that shake the heavens. In the conference room, Itachi Uchiha looks at these spitting, foolish clan members with increasing impatience. He feels that the peace that Shursui sacrificed his life for is being ruined by these idiots. After yet another failed attempt to persuade his father, he is completely despondent. He runs to the place where Shursui jumped off the cliff and stands there for a long time, finally making up his mind. I will never allow Shursui's efforts to be trampled on, and I will never allow the village's peace to be destroyed. After pumping himself up, he clenches his fists and turns to walk towards the Hokage building. As soon as he gets close, my side receives an alarm. The sensing curse mark I've buried at the entrance of the Hokage building goes off. I look remotely and see that it's that weasel, Itachi Uchiha again. Considering the recent tense atmosphere in the village, I know exactly what is happening. The most disgusting scene in the world of Hokage is about to unfold. An evil old man and a foolish, venomous weasel. What a nauseating combination. I put down my chopsticks and decided to go find Hong to wash my eyes and get rid of the bad luck. Let me tell you, this bad luck is truly unavoidable. As soon as I stepped out, I felt something off about the wind. It was moaning and wailing like it was crying. My heart sank, and I understood that the Uchiha clan massacre night was about to unfold tonight. Without saying a word, I used a technique to walk through the virtual realm, flashing to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan like I was exploiting a bug. Wow. The atmosphere was so tense that you could almost squeeze water out of the air. I quickly put on a disguise, cosplaying as that old man Danzo, and casually wore my high-tech custom-made Sharingan contact lenses. Perfect. I sent out a shadow clone squad with storage scrolls and high-definition cameras, telling them to pick up trash while recording. Because I need some blackmail material on the Konoha F4, right? This has to be turned into a 4K collector's edition. As soon as I hid, I sensed that the banquet inside had already begun. The main character, Uchiha Itachi, the god of death, let me tell you, he was decisively ruthless. Holding a knife, he resembled an emotionless harvesting machine, cutting from the street to the alley, not batting an eye whether it was an old man making pancakes or a baby in someone's arms. Who understands family? This is all for the greater good of the village? I felt physically uncomfortable just watching. A few of Uchiha's buddies had their blood boiling, charging in with their double tomo, cursing like beasts and dogs. And what happened? Itachi cast an illusion, and in a few moments, they were all sent to their demise. He seemed to find it slow, probably thinking, why can't you just let me kill you honestly? You're delaying my time off. Just as he was in the midst of his killing spree, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly appeared with a shadow clone, his eyes spinning with a kaleidoscope, pretending to be profound. Is this your choice? Oh my. Is this the acting of a shadow, Emperor? Where have you been all this time? Itachi, who was also tough, without a second thought, stabbed forward. As a result, bang, the shadow clone disappeared, leaving behind a message. We'll be waiting for you at home. Goodness. Is this a murder mystery game? The father-son drama 2.0 is about to unfold. I don't have time to watch them perform. I need to quickly pick up trash amidst the chaos. Ninja scrolls, chakra metal, small change. I'll pack them all up and take them away. Passing by a corpse. I have to mutter, brother, since you're just leaving it for your enemies, why not let me make use of it? I'll avenge you in the future, huh? If I see someone with their eyes opened, I'll pack them along with the person directly into my personal space. Just as I was happily picking up, I turned a corner and ran into a classic scene. Obito, wearing a vortex mask, was blocking dozens of people, and among them stood a beautiful woman, Uchiha Izumi. Wow, that little face, those three Tomo, TSK, if she were gone, it would be a huge loss for the ninja world. My damn sense of justice, LSP heart, instantly surged. When Obito saw my outfit with Danzo's skin and the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was stunned and even tried to recruit me, claiming to be Uchiha Madara. I couldn't help but laugh and immediately countered. Uchiha Madara? Listen up, I'm your father, Uchiha Taijima. Let me tell you, Obito's face under that mask probably turned green. The CPU immediately burned out from shock. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. With a single move, I unleashed a gust of wind that sent everyone in the venue toppling over. Taking advantage of the chaos, I swiftly collected Uchiha Izumi and the more than 50 survivors in my training room space and left a shadow clone to keep Obito company. As for my main body, of course, I headed straight for the main event. The family vault of the clan leader. My shadow clone has also inherited the essence of my verbal prowess, dodging Obito's attacks while spouting off. Oh, with this level, you think you can play with a release? You can't be the illegitimate child of Madara and Hashirama, can you? This infuriated Obito, who shouted loudly and launched a chaotic barrage of attacks. In response, my shadow clone performed a Tai Chi circular motion, blowing his fire back at him, almost giving himself a fiery therapy. While they were passionately exchanging insults, I'd already made my way to the Fugaka household. Wow, it truly is the clan leader's home. The decor is impressive. As soon as I reached the door, I heard a tear-jerking, physically drama of fatherly love and filial piety unfolding inside. Itachi stood at the door, trembling like he had Parkinson's, hesitating to push the door open. Fugaku, however, remained calm inside. Come in, there's no ambush. When Itachi stepped inside, he saw his parents kneeling with their backs to him, looking remarkably composed. Fugaku started with, "You've chosen their side." Itachi, with his mouth trembling, called out, "Mom, Dad." And Makoto gently replied, "I understand, Itachi." Damn, I can hear the goosebumps falling to the ground through the wall. The most explosive part comes. Fugaku says, "I don't want to fight my son, so I'm leaving it to you, Sasuke. Go ahead, you're still a proud son." Itachi cried his heart out, and then gritted his teeth and raised his sword to strike. I thought to myself that this couldn't be tolerated. Just as the blade was about to fall, I burst through the door with a duong sound, flicked Itachi's knife away with a finger, and countered with a palm of high-temperature fire to force him back. Then I turned around and slapped Makoto on the back, activating the sealing technique to render her immobile. Next, I swiftly collected Fugaku's corpse and the scrolls on the bookshelf into my space. By the time Itachi reacted, I had already tucked Makoto under my arm, ready to make a run for it. I must say, the sensation of holding Makoto was quite nice. I carried her through walls, leaving no grass behind, and swept away the scrolls and silver bills as I went, with Itachi trailing behind, unable to catch up. Eventually, my shadow clone couldn't hold on any longer and vanished with a bang, sending back the information that Obito was coming. Sure enough, just as I stopped, the space ahead twisted, and Obito appeared, with Itachi chasing closely behind, launching a front and back ambush on me. Obito was acting like a big boss, declaring, "Uchiha Taijima, submit to me." I couldn't be bothered to look at him and retorted, "Huh, you little rat hiding your head and showing your tail. Dare to impersonate my son? Do you think you're worthy?" At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground to educate Obito. Madara's father is named Taijima. Instantly, Obito's face turned darker than the bottom of a pot, and Itachi looked at him with suspicion. Obito was furious, swinging his iron chains and charging at me. I pushed the chains away and tried to mediate. "Come on, guys, let's be civil and go our separate ways, shall we?" The response I got was Obito's chains and Itachi's shuriken. I had no choice but to put Makoto into my space as well, preparing for a serious fight. Just at that moment, Danzo arrived with hundreds of root ninjas. That old man was quite a character. Upon seeing 3 Uchiha still alive in the clan's territory fighting, he immediately ordered, "Attack, leave no one alive, remember to gouge out their eyes." The next second, hundreds of ninjutsu came crashing down like they were free. Water Dragon Jutsu, Earth Dragon Jutsu, great breakthrough, what a bombardment, hitting us with a saturation attack. With a loud explosion, flames soared into the sky, startling half of Konoha village. As the smoke cleared, Danzo stood at the center of the explosion, surrounded by a ring of root ninjas kneeling. Obito crawled out of the Kamui space in a disheveled state, pointing at him and cursing, "You bastard, do you want to kill me too?" I was standing there, watching Obito confront that imposter, and I couldn't help but feel amused, because the one standing at the center of the explosion was me. Obito was busy arguing with me when I suddenly felt a chill down my back. Before I could completely phase out with a ripping sound, I forcefully tore off a white Zetsu's arm and gave him a palm strike, sending him straight back to the Kamui space. Everyone was stunned. I threw the severed arm aside, and before the surrounding roots could react, the real Danzo rushed over from the other side, pointing at me and cursing, "Bastard! Who the hell are you to impersonate me?" I curled my lips and reverted to the appearance of Uchiha Taijima. With a command from Danzo, all the root members surrounded me tightly. I completely ignored them and shouted to the ground beside me, "Come out, Itachi, stop hiding." As soon as I finished speaking, Itachi emerged from the ground, his gaze fixed intensely on me. Obito, having restored his body, also appeared, forming a triangular formation with Danzo and Itachi. Enclosing me in the middle, the killing intent almost palpable. Danzo coldly asked Itachi, "What's the situation?" Itachi stared at me without blinking, quickly reporting, "All the clan members I was responsible for, except for Uchiha Makoto, are dead. Makoto and Fugaku's bodies have been taken by him. He has space-time dojutsu, and he has hidden both people and things." As soon as these words were spoken, Danzo's expression instantly became extremely serious. Meanwhile, in my training room space, the dozens of Uchiha clan members, hearing this through my live broadcast, were nearly bursting with rage, spitting out a torrent of furious insults directed at the sealed Makoto, cursing her in the harshest terms. Makoto, having her mouth sealed, could only silently shed tears, feeling both ashamed and guilty. But I had no time to care about her. Let me tell you, the scene outside was truly spectacular. I turned my head directly and confronted that guy wearing the vortex mask, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. I said, "Come on, stop pretending. Back when the fourth Hokage was around, the mysterious person who released the Nine Tails was you, right? You were the mastermind behind the Nine Tails chaos." He just tilted his head and admitted it, saying it was just a little game of his. With that indifferent expression, I immediately recorded his words. Then I looked at the two beside him. One was Danzo, and the other was Itachi, acting like nothing was happening. Itachi had figured it out a long time ago, but for the sake of his so-called village peace, he didn't say a word. I couldn't help but lash out, saying, "You can know if folks are really something. One knows his clan members are wronged, yet to gain power, he even kills an old man selling pancakes. And the other, even more impressive, follows behind to collect corpses and dig out eyes, turning himself into an eye prosthetic. You're like the hidden talents of the dark world." Danzo, with skin thicker than a city wall, still stubbornly retorted, "Everything I do is for Konoha." That made me laugh. "For Konoha? More like for your Hokage dream." With a wave of his hand, his root members rushed in like a flood, throwing shurikens and kunai at me as if they were free. I got fired up at that moment and directly gave myself a new skin. Uchiha Taijima, I dodged with a swift move, pointed at them and shouted, "You evil bunch, colluding with the true culprit of the Nine Tails incident to slaughter the founding family of Konoha. Today, in the name of Uchiha Taijima, I will judge you." I finished speaking, pointed my sword, and shouted, Uchiha style sword flame leap. Haha, I just made up that name on the spot. In fact, I had gathered a blood-red sword energy in my hand, rushing towards Itachi's face with rolling flames. The temperature was so high that even the eyebrows of the root ninja beside us were singed. Itachi dodged quickly, but the corner of his clothes was still burned, and the ground beneath him turned black. His expression at that moment was like he had seen a ghost. He must have been thinking, this sword flame leap is on a completely different level compared to what Sure Sway uses. I don't care what he thinks, just keep performing. Uchiha style Gale Sword. Goodness, with a flick of my finger, a tornado rises from the ground, soaring into the sky. That tornado spirals in the air, growing larger and larger, eventually transforming into a massive black vortex, alarming the entire Konoha. Immediately, from that vortex, dozens of gigantic wind blades come crashing down like rain. The scene is like a harvester entering a wheat field, sweeping through, and a large number of root ninjas are wiped out on the spot, with broken arms and legs. Screams echoing everywhere. Danzo, Itachi, and Obito, the three of them, have darkened faces, especially Danzo, watching his precious root members die like they were giving birth. His heart is bleeding. The third Hokage can't sit still in his office either. He rushes over in battle gear with his team. Meanwhile, Itachi, That brother complex is really anxious. Seeing so many valuable combat forces from Konoha dying, his eyes widen. The Mangeki Sharingan activates, and he directly casts Amaterasu on me. Hey, let me tell you, this thing is really useless against me. I have an invisible shield around me. That black fire burns for a long time, not even touching the corners of my clothes. I pull out a scroll and swipe it. There you go, Amaterasu, it's mine. Just try to take back and study. I see he's still fired up. All right, then I'll take you on another ride. Uchiha style, Thunder Flash. I flew directly into that tornado, where wind and thunder merged. Who understands what it's like, family? The entire sky looked like it was in Thor mode, with dozens of lightning strikes as thick as water buckets coming down. Those guys quickly banded together to make a dirt wall, but that wall collapsed like it was made of paper, instantly exploding. The ground was littered with a large area of human-shaped charred remains, all thoroughly cooked. Damn it! Itachi and Danzo were so furious their eyes were about to pop out, screaming wildly. I couldn't help but mock Itachi when I saw the corners of his eyes bleeding. You care so much for those butchers who dig out your clan's eyes, yet you can be so ruthless to your own newborns and pregnant women. Is there something wrong with your brain, like a cyber psychopath? The moment I mentioned his brother Sasuke, he completely lost it, yelling at me to shut up and that I wasn't worthy to speak Sasuke's name. I couldn't be bothered with him. Seeing that the large army of the 3 generations of old men was about to arrive, I decided not to waste words with them. With my final move, Uchiha style, Ocean Waves. Guess what? The blood from the corpses on the ground surged out all at once, forming a towering wave of blood over 10 meters high, crashing down like an overwhelming tide. This move is impressive because it not only attacks people, but also attacks their spirit. The root ninjas couldn't react at all and were instantly swallowed by the blood wave, leaving no trace behind. After one wave passed, the world became quiet. Except for Danzo, Itachi, and Obito, the root was basically wiped out. Danzo was so angry that he trembled all over and shot a vacuum big ball at me. I flicked my hand, and that wind ball spun in my hand, increasing in size several times, and I sent it back at him with dozens of wind blades. Itachi also followed up with fire release, but the shuriken hidden in the flames were all deflected by the air wall in front of me with a clang. I'm a bit impatient now, so I directly used the Uchiha style, Hurricane Spiral, creating a storm dozens of meters high centered around me, sweeping up the remaining small subordinates into the sky. Then I flashed my figure and called them out one by one, sending them to meet Yenwang. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage arrives with the Umbu. Wow. As soon as he arrives, he tries to put on airs, asking me who I am and why I'm endangering Konoha. I continue to wear the Uchiha Taijima's disguise, saying that I'm back to protect my clan. How did that become a threat to Konoha? Oh, in your eyes as the 3rd Hokage. The Uchiha doesn't count as Konoha people, right? Yes, doing well, directly assigning me a value and starting to recite the will of fire, saying that Konoha is a big family, making my skin crawl. I directly interrupted him with a mad laugh. Sorry, it's just too funny. As Hokage, are you incompetent or shameless? Are you playing werewolf with me here? The old man saw he couldn't win against me, tore off his facade, and directly ordered an attack. You infiltrated Konoha, slaughtered the Uchiha clan, and even killed root members. I will never let you go. Hundreds of Umbu launched an assault. With fire dragons and mudslides, it was quite a spectacle. The 3rd Hokage even summoned the Monkey King, transforming into a diamond staff, ready to fight me in close combat. I laughed so hard. With a single move from the Uchiha clan, the Thousand Winds technique, I directly rolled up their ninjutsu, added some wind and fire effects, and sent them back. The 3rd Hokage rushed up with a stick, and I just slapped him. I heard a terrible scream, and the Monkey King was sent back to the summoning realm. Just when they were about to unleash another round of ninjutsu on me, I played my trump card. I first threw out dozens of shurikens, and then with a whoosh, I used the Flying Thunder God technique. I instantly appeared in front of Danzo, and, with a quick motion, plucked out his Sharingan engraved with Shursue's name. Before they could react, I used the Flying Thunder God again, flashed into the Umbu squad, and took a few more heads. When their 5-element barrage exploded, a mushroom cloud rose, but it ended up being a lonely explosion. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo's faces turned green. They were probably cursing the 4th Hokage in their hearts. Danzo covered his bleeding hole, fuming with anger. The 3rd Hokage pointed at me and yelled, "You bastard, butcher!" I let out a cold laugh. I'm killing enemies, unlike you, who only kill your so-called family. The old man got angry on the spot and started to argue. I couldn't be bothered to say more to him, seeing them organize another wave of attack. I directly unleashed my ultimate move, Uchiha-style Thunderstorm. A black pillar of lightning descended from the sky, instantly obliterating the third Hokage's shadow clone, then exploding into a massive electric net that cleared another wave of enemies. At this point, everyone was stunned in fear and no one dared to move. The third Hokage still wanted to buy time, trying to talk back to me. As soon as I saw that the atmosphere had been set, it was time to serve the main dish. I directly pulled out a glass jar filled with something from my pocket and held it high. Inside was the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, which I had just pried out from Danzo's eye socket. I tell you, when the old man from the third generation saw me pull out this thing, his face turned green in an instant, and his eyes bulged like copper bells. The nearby dark guards also gasped in shock, and their looks at me changed. I directly shoved the bottle in front of his face and shook it, then started to spray. Are you here burning paper for the dead? Fooling ghosts? The corpses of the Uchiha family are almost piled up like a mountain, and your Sharingan, still warm in the eyes of the Hokage assistant, is right here. Konoha is so dark. Family members, now you all understand, right? Goodness. That old man really has thick skin. Inside, he must be wishing for my 1,000 cuts, but on the surface, he can still squeeze out a heartbroken expression and start his act. I really didn't know about this. It's me. I was too lenient with Danzo in the past. I will definitely investigate thoroughly. After saying that, he suddenly shifted his tone and started to threaten me. But this doesn't give you a reason to harm Konoha ninjas. No matter who you are, you won't be leaving today. I was about to burst out laughing. This set of words is so outdated. I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath with him, and I had just one thought in my mind. Wait until I unleash my big move, and let's see if he can still talk tough. But I was more curious about another person, Itachi Uchiha. I specifically glanced at him. Thinking this is your best friend's eyes. Shouldn't you give some reaction? Guess what? That kid was as stiff as a wooden post, expressionless, just staring at me with a look full of vigilance. Fine, you're tough. While I was facing off against the third Hokage, those two old-timers from Konoha's high ranks, Mito Kazan and Tika Shikamaru, were about to go crazy. They were frantically calling for reinforcements, urging the various ninja clans to hurry to the Uchiha clan's territory. And what happened? Each ninja clan had become seasoned veterans. They all claimed they were on their way, but their bodies were quite honest. It wasn't that it was hard to gather their clansmen, but they all had their own problems. Bandits had raided their homes, stealing secret scrolls and supplies. And they were busy catching thieves, unable to spare any manpower. Those two old advisors were nearly driven to a heart attack on the spot. Little did they know that the thief stirring up chaos among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans was actually my shadow clone. Who understands what it's like, man? While I was organizing my team, I didn't forget to use Flying Thunder God to raid their homes for zero cost, aiming to pull the rug out from under them. So, after dragging it out for a while, in the end, only a few branch members from the Hyuga clan, along with some scattered small families and temporarily summoned civilian ninjas, managed to gather around 2,000 people and marched over. That old-timer Mito Kazan was pretty cautious, having people set up a barrier outside, trying to trap me. But when this motley crew finally arrived, the third Hokage immediately felt revitalized, straightening his back. However, I didn't take them seriously at all. Could Konoha's pathetic barrier stop me? What a joke. As soon as I saw that the audience was all gathered and the atmosphere was just right, it was time to serve the main course. I didn't wait for the third Hokage to speak again and directly took over the conversation. All right, stop talking to me about the will of fire. We're family now, and I've heard your arguments so many times that my ears are calloused. Today, I'm going to let everyone in Konoha see what lies beneath that face of yours. As soon as I finished speaking, the third Hokage's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Just as he was about to give the order for a full attack, an unexpected change occurred. I directly opened a giant light screen in the sky above Konoha Village, about a kilometer square. 4K blue light, Dolby Atmos sound, focusing on an immersive viewing experience. The first image that appeared on the screen was the conversation between Shursui and the third Hokage about the Uchiha clan, followed by the third Hokage's grim face and Danzo's menacing expression as he broke in. The group of Ninja Alliance members who had just arrived, including Nara Shikaku and the others, were all stunned, looking at each other in shock, their eyes filled with fear and dread. The old third Hokage was completely broken, and along with Danzo, he desperately used fire style and wind style to attack me, trying to interrupt my spellcasting. Unfortunately, it was useless. He could only shout at the top of his lungs, "Don't believe it, everyone. This is an illusion. It's a conspiracy by the enemy to slander Konoha. Attack! Quickly attack!" Some diehard fans actually obeyed and charged forward, but they couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Then the screen shifted, and something even more explosive came on. The inhumane human experiments from the root base, the mountain of corpses, were displayed one after another. I even thoughtfully added subtitles to explain how many of these test subjects were civilians captured from neighboring villages and how many were orphans of Konoha ninjas. That scene, let me tell you, was simply like a depiction of hell. It made the ninjas below drop their kunai in shock. The collapse of faith often happens in an instant. The village they fought so hard to protect treated the children left behind by their fallen comrades like this. The third Hokage's face turned liver-colored, still trying to argue. Lies. It's all lies. I amplified my voice directly with chakra to drown him out. Don't rush, old man. The video has the location of the Roots Bone Pit. Do you dare to let your so-called family go check it out right now? He was instantly silenced. And guess what happened next? That old man Danzo, seeing that the situation was off, immediately executed a swift escape and vanished. Now, things got even more chaotic below. Just then, the grand finale arrived. The screen began to play tonight's massacre night, showing Uchiha Itachi and the root ninjas he brought, raising their blades and striking at their own clansmen, clearly visible. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been playing dead, finally couldn't hold it together. He couldn't let his dear little brother see this scene. His pair of Mangeki Sharingan suddenly aimed at me. Tsukuyami, activate. Ha! A cold, sinister power instantly tried to invade my mind, attempting to pull me into his mental world. Are you kidding? Playing this in front of me? I deliberately let a hint of perception in, and my body instantly appeared in a bizarre space with a blood-red sky. Bound to a cross, Itachi's deadpan face appeared before me, coldly saying, "Here, time and space are determined by me. Reveal your identity and the whereabouts of the clansmen you took away." While I was analyzing his reading space this month, I casually teased him. "I told you, I'm your ancestor. Why don't you believe me?" He was so infuriated that his face twitched, and he grabbed a knife to stab me, mumbling something about the next 72 hours. I was directly annoyed, so I opened my mind's eye and shattered the restraints with a snap, then turned around and gave him a big slap that left him dazed. We started fighting in his Tsukuyami space, and I mocked him while we fought, saying, "Is this all you've got? Aren't you the ruthless one who wouldn't flinch even after killing the Uchiha? Why are you so weak?" Outside, Sasuke from the ninja school was watching the live broadcast with his classmates when he saw his elder brother swinging a blade towards their clan members. His big eyes suddenly lit up, and a Sharingan appeared in each of them. Just like that, they activated. At that moment, an Umbu suddenly appeared and knocked him out, taking him away. In the Tsukuyami space, Itachi was pushed to his limits by me. The broken space was about to collapse under our fight. Seeing that the timing was right, I unleashed my trump card and provoked him with words. "I've got good news for you. My shadow clone has already gone to capture your brother. A sinner like you doesn't deserve to have a brother." No. Itachi completely lost control, his eyes turning blood red, ready to fight me to the death. "Now's the time." I flashed and appeared right in front of him, and an invisible barrier instantly sent everyone around flying. Then I struck down, breaking his arm, and pointed a finger at his forehead. My finger, infused with the powers of wind, fire, and lightning, pierced through his forehead protector and tattooed the word sinner onto his forehead, burned deep into his flesh. I held the weasel, which looked like a dead dog, and looked at the stunned Konoha ninjas around me, clicking my tongue twice. "Come on, let's make a deal. If you give me the other eye of sure sway, I'll let Sasuke go today, and I'll let you all go too." Itachi was filled with hatred, gritting his teeth and refusing to comply. I laughed. "All right, then you can give it a try and see if my chakra is enough to take you all down, then slowly torment Sasuke. Anyway, I have the Flying Thunder God. I can come and go as I please, and I'll go deliver some surprises to your brother every day." As soon as these words were spoken, Itachi completely broke down. He knew he had no choice. After the dry persuasion from the third Hokage, he ultimately summoned a crow, which had Shursue's other Sharingan embedded in its eye socket. I unceremoniously gouged out my eyes and put them in a bottle. The three generations of old men shouted fiercely but weakly, "You've got what you wanted. I hope you keep your word." I grinned at him, making him feel uneasy. "Don't worry, I'm a person who values honesty. Once the deal is done, I guarantee I won't harm anyone present. So, see you at the next event." After saying that, I vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage was the first to react, shouting in panic, "Not good, Danzo!" He thought I was going to confront Danzo at the root, and was eager to bring people to support. But when he turned around, he saw that the surrounding ninjas were all looking at him with the same expression, as if he were a fool, none of them moving. Of course, they weren't moving. That old man still thought I was going to find Danzo for a showdown. Hilarious, isn't it? Let me tell you, that old coot Danzo was already scared out of his wits, hiding in a rat hole to destroy evidence. Why would I go looking for him? I directly used a reverse flash and landed in the Sarutobi family's lair. This time, we're going big, no recording, just a live broadcast focusing on a companion-style experience, letting the whole village see what it means to be the true #1 clan in Konoha. Wow, the Sarutobi clan's place is much more extravagant than the Uchiha families, with barriers inside and out, and patrol teams everywhere like they're free. As soon as I landed, the alarm went off, and a whole bunch of people rushed out to surround me. A few clever ones, upon seeing my face, started trembling and panicking, and they quickly shot off a signal flare into the sky. I couldn't be bothered with them at all, just like strolling through my own backyard, walking in with my hands behind my back, muttering to myself, starting to give a history lesson to the family in the live stream. Come, family, take a look. This is the richest clan in Konoha, the Sarutobi clan. They occupy the largest area, have the most ninjas, and usually hide deeper than anyone else. Those guards saw me really pushing in and got anxious. One of the leaders shouted, "Stop. If you take another step forward, we'll take action." I swung my hand back and slapped out, sending a gust of wind that directly knocked over the front row of people, like bowling pins falling down in a chaotic mess. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, several hundred people surged out, launching various fire and lightning attacks right at my face. Let me tell you, these people have never watched my live stream. When there are too many of them, they get bold, thinking they can overwhelm me with sheer numbers. The villagers were dumbfounded in front of the screen. I mean, how did the Sarutobi clan hide so many ninjas? I've never seen them on the battlefield before. Where did all these people come from? Just this? They dare to fight me? I felt offended at that moment. I immediately launched a Uchiha-style technique, Wind God Roar, and lifted off the ground, soaring over 30 meters into the air. A storm gathered around me, forming a gigantic dragon several dozen meters long, and it roared down at the group of cannon fodder below. That dragon's roar was like a mental attack. Hundreds of ninjas instantly went dark before their eyes and froze in place. Then, the wind dragon disintegrated, turning into a storm of blades that plunged into the crowd. The scene was unbelievable. Blood mist filled the air, wails echoed everywhere. It was like hell on earth, and over 100 fell in a single wave. But I must say, the Sarutobi clan is truly deep-rooted. As one batch fell, another batch charged out, and their crisis awareness is much stronger than the Uchihas. People were already starting to organize the evacuation of the old, weak, women, and children. As soon as I saw it, I thought, great, let's give them something tough. This time, I was too lazy to even wield a sword. I simply extended my palm, where water and thunder energy fused together, and rubbed out a pitch-black energy ball, which I then hurled at them. This move is called Uchiha style, Black Water Thunder. Sounds impressive, right? The black sphere exploded in midair, transforming into countless raindrops that fell down in a drizzling manner. The ninjas below thought it was just light rain, so they quickly raised their shields, using earth flow wall and water formation wall. But what happened? It was useless. Those raindrops acted like drill bits, penetrating through any defense and giving you a chilling experience. When they hit a person, they created deep wounds that could be seen down to the bone. In an instant, over 300 people were rolling on the ground, clutching their wounds, and it was a tragic sight. Obito and Black Zetsu, who were spying in the Kamui space, were dumbfounded, murmuring to themselves, when did Madara develop such a powerful move? How come I didn't know? As I continue my live commentary, while pushing forward, everyone pay attention. Ever since the third generation took power and suppressed the Senju and Uchiha clans, the Sarutobi family has been rapidly developing. I sense that there are nearly 2,000 ninjas just in this clan territory. This doesn't even count the women and children. So, all that talk about the Senju and Uchiha being the true powers is nonsense. The Sarutobi are the real princes of Konoha. As soon as I said this, the entire Konoha erupted. The sea of heads in the screen is undeniable evidence that no one can refute. There was a guy named Sarutobi Garlic Ball who got furious and led his people in a suicide charge, shouting, "Kill him. We can't let him spread his nonsense any longer." I laughed. Just you bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? If I slap down, the crowd will part like Moses parting the sea, and I won't hold back. Do you know why the Sarutobi clan can support so many people? Because they don't go to the battlefield. Even if they do, they're just logistics. Signing in after the battle is over and claiming the credit. Those heroes who die on the battlefield, their compensation, their merits, in the end, who pockets it? I can't say. Take the Uchiha clan, for example. During the Third Great Ninja War, over 300 people faced off against the Mist Village, with more than 100 dying, and they came back with no credit. Now, look at the Sarutobi clan. They send a few people to the rear as commanders, and they come back with their pockets full. Their clan members can learn ninjutsu freely, use funds freely, and half of the leadership positions in the village are relatives of theirs. Of course, that old guy Danzo and his friends also took quite a bit. I paused for a moment and said to the screen in the most irritating tone, "Everyone in Konoha, don't feel it's unfair. Who told you that your leader isn't the third Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi. He's the strongest Hokage, while the others have fallen in battle. He can still safely stay in the village to secure benefits for his family. Do you have a leader like that? Do you deserve one?" As soon as I said this, I felt the air in Konoha drop several degrees. The faith of countless ninjas and civilians shattered in that moment. The old third Hokage outside went crazy, watching his village get slaughtered on a live broadcast and hearing my heart-wrenching words. Trembling with anger, he forcefully commanded everyone, "Come with me to support. No, to defend Konoha." But they were too late. I fought my way through and directly charged into the secret vault I had visited last time. In the screen, the mountain of scrolls and supplies reignited the villagers' emotions. Damn, they're really rich. Where did all this stuff come from? It's terrifying to think about. I don't care what they think. I quickly gathered everything into my own space. This incredible wealth is finally mine today. While collecting, I deliberately picked up a scroll, pretended to be shocked, and dramatically shouted, "Wow. Isn't this the ninjutsu notes of the fourth Hokage and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Goodness, I think I understand now." It turns out that the treasures left by the heroes who died for Konoha have all become the private property of the Sarutobi family. Just as I exited the secret vault, Sarutobi Hisashi happened to surround me with a large group, his old face turning bright red, looking like he wanted to eat me. And he let out a roar filled with rage. I dug in my ear, looking indifferent. "Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like I can't hear." The old man trembled with anger. "You've got what you wanted. You can leave Konoha. If you dare to make a move again, I will do everything I can to kill you. Come on, only if you can." I raised an eyebrow at him, my expression as provocative as it could be. "What do you want to do, anyway?" I glanced around, and wow, there were layers upon layers of people, at least 2,000, and they even set up a barrier for me. I laughed. I didn't plan to do much, just to make some extra cash and have a little fun. Looking for fun. The third generation was completely on edge, just for some fun. You turn Konoha into this? Someone like you is too dangerous for my rule. No, for Konoha. I interrupted him directly. Really? Just like the dangerous ones from back in the day, like White Fang, the 3 Sannin, Uchiha, and even the 4th Hokage? All right, that masked man collaborating with you tonight has personally admitted that the Ninetales incident was his doing. Aren't you going to handle such a dangerous guy first? The third Hokage's face flushed, and he began his classic blame shifting. It was Itachi and Danzo who were deceived. I had no idea. I regret the tragedy of the Uchiha. It was my failure to supervise. It's Danzo's fault, and I will hold him accountable later. But that's no reason to let you off the hook. Looking at his righteous demeanor, I really didn't want to waste my breath on him. He waved his hand, and a shuriken with an explosive tag shot towards me, signaling the start of the battle. Is that it? I sneered, opening the heavens return, and remained completely still. Next came a textbook-style group attack. Shadow clones, self-destructing, poison gas bombs, water and fire combination jutsu, Jinjutsu interference, underground sneak attacks, shadow imitation jutsu, oil clan bugs. Goodness, they really brought out the whole family bucket, wave after wave, not giving me a moment to breathe, just trying to exhaust me. But would I let them succeed? The Flying Thunder God coordinates were a bit unstable due to interference, but I could do more than just that. With the 8 trigrams empty step activated, I transformed into a series of afterimages, strolling leisurely through the hail of bullets, my speed so fast that even shadows couldn't keep up. Seeing he couldn't stop me, the third Hokage grew anxious and personally led a team to desperately block me with combination jutsu. I got a bit annoyed by his entanglement and suddenly stopped, my voice turning cold. You forced my hand, so don't blame me if things get out of control. After saying that, I raised one hand toward the sky and shouted, Uchiha style. Meteor palm. In the sky above, a massive rock hand over 100 meters in size materialized out of thin air, crashing down with destructive pressure. With a loud boom, the entire Sarutobi clan's territory trembled. Large buildings collapsed, and a giant handprint was left on the ground, shattering their formation to pieces. Before they could regroup, I unleashed dozens of tornadoes, blowing away the miscellaneous troops, leaving only the die-hard loyalists of the Sarutobi clan. Tonight, I will help deepen your understanding of each other and show you what true will of fire means. I began forming hand seals with such speed that it was dazzling. Stop him! The third Hokage shouted in terror. Unfortunately, it was too late. I lightly uttered a few words. Fire release. Little boy. A chubby little boy appeared in front of me, looking adorable, dressed in a tight suit with a light on his chest, smiling as he charged towards the Sarutobi clan's crowd. The moment he landed, the little boy rapidly expanded into a giant over 30 meters tall, and then he exploded. A light brighter than the sun flashed, followed by a deafening roar, shaking the entire Konoha. A mushroom cloud, rising 300 meters high, slowly formed, shaped like a smiling little boy. When the dust settled, the entire Sarutobi clan's territory had turned into flat ground, with only over 300 charred remains left behind. Now, everyone was indeed quite familiar with each other, thoroughly acquainted. You bastard! Sarutobi Hisashi, ragged and disheveled, appeared before me, completely mad, as he bombarded my Heaven's Return shield with various elemental jutsu, as if they were free. I looked at him, smiling even brighter than that little boy just now. Oh, come on, don't get so worked up. It's just a few hundred clansmen who died. Your family still has thousands left, right? Look at the Uchiha, they're almost wiped out. Now that's truly tragic. Can you hear this? Is this even human language? The third Hokage was so angry that his teeth were bleeding. I frowned. What's wrong? Do you think there are too many people left? Should I go help you clear out half of them? As soon as I said this, the third generation's furious attacks instantly stopped. He wanted to use the Reaper Death Seal to take me down with him, but he couldn't even break through my defenses. Dozens of injured Sarutobi clan members rushed over and held onto him tightly, not daring to let him go any further. Sigh, I've exceeded my exercise limit for tonight. I should leave now. May I trouble you to make way? I asked very politely. No one dared to speak, just glaring at me fiercely. At that moment, Danzo arrived with Mito Kashin and the others, fanning the flames. Hisashi, we can't let him go. He's been fighting for so long. His chakra must be running low. I laughed at that moment, my gaze sweeping across the entire room. Do you think I'm begging you to let me go? Get it straight. If I want to leave, I can leave at any time. The three generations hesitated. Letting me go is like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. If you don't let me go, Konoha will be severely beaten today. I continue to stoke the flames. Aren't you always advocating for sacrifice? Hinata can sacrifice for the village, but the Sarutobi family can't? How can you be so selfish for the sake of peace? You don't deserve to be Hokage. The third Hokage was left speechless by my retort, and after a long pause, he finally managed to say, "What if I let you go and you come back?" Well, that's a matter for next time. If you don't let me go, then I'll stay, have a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, rest up, and then go visit each of your three advisors to see how much good stuff you've all taken from Konoha. As soon as I said this, Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Shursui turned pale and hurriedly whispered in the third's ear, urging him to get me out of the village first. Danzo was still not willing to give up and shouted fiercely, "You can go, but hand over the things you stole and return them to the Uchiha." I looked at him with a gaze as if he were garbage. Where do you get your confidence from? Is it from that Sharingan arm of yours? My chakra is down a half, but I can still kill you and destroy half of Konoha. So who wants to die first? You? I was full of momentum, and that pressure made everyone gasp for breath. Sigh, you can go. The third generation finally deflated, looking like he aged 10 years. With a single command, the ninjas reluctantly made way for me. I swaggered out, step by step, with an escort of thousands behind me. Passing by a dango shop that was still open, I went in and grabbed a skewer of 3-color dango, casually tossing down a 1,000-ri banknote. Since it was a Sarutobi Hiruzen's money, I didn't feel a pinch. In the end, I laughed heartily as I walked through the gates of Konoha, using the flying thunder god to disappear into the night, leaving behind a mocking remark. I'll let you off this time. With you 4 old geezers around, Konoha's elites will never have a chance to rise. Only getting worse and worse. Haha. I walked away elegantly, but things here in Konoha are dire. The third Hokage is sadly looking at the ruins all around, when Nara Shikaku comes to report that there are too many injured and the medical ninjas are insufficient. The third Hokage can only have him hold on for now. Just as things were not yet arranged, an Umbu rushed over, stumbling, with a voice that had changed pitch. Hokage-sama, it's bad. The Hokage building has been infiltrated. The Book of Seals has been stolen. The supply warehouse downstairs has also been emptied. The third Hokage's body suddenly stiffened, and he squeezed out the words Uchiha Taijima from his throat, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. When he wearily returned to the Hokage office and closed the door, he directly exploded at Danzo. What the hell is going on with those experiments and documents en route? He was angry not because Danzo did these things, but because his dirty deeds have been fully exposed by someone. Everything I've done is for Konoha. Danzo still stubbornly defended himself. Mito came in coldly, said, "Do you think those clans will believe such excuses?" The third Hokage glared at Danzo with hatred. "Where's Sasuke? Where did you take him?" "That masked man massacred the Uchiha. I did it to protect him." Danzo's shamelessness made the other three want to vomit. However, from his tone, it seemed that the evidence had likely been destroyed. "Hand over Sasuke, and the Umbu will protect him." The third Hokage made arrangements, and then asked Shikamaru, "How's Naruto?" It was rare good news for tonight. He had eaten expired instant noodles and had been in the bathroom with diarrhea, seeing nothing. After the sound on the screen, "I've already sent someone to knock him out and protect him." The third Hokage finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Nara Shikamaru was worried. How do we explain tonight's events? After seeing the fate of the Uchiha, will those clans still trust us? Danzo's words were still as hard and domineering. Ninjas should be self-sacrificing. If those clans dare to make any moves, Root will not tolerate them. I tell you, the third Hokage's eyes were nearly rolling into the back of his head at that moment, and he shot back. "You still have roots? How many people do you have left in your roots? Don't talk about you. My Umbu is almost empty, the morale is scattered, and the team is hard to lead. Who understands this, my friends? These old men have almost exhausted their own resources, yet they are still here boasting." Danzo's face darkened, and after a long silence, he came up with a sinister plan, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to eat someone. "If there aren't enough people, then we need a supplement. I see those troublemaking civilian ninjas just right. Catch them all and fill up the Umbu and the roots. Hizashi, you go deal with Inoshikicho, and I'll go find the Hyuga clan. This will stabilize Konoha, right?" When the third Hokage heard this, he was a bit tempted, but pretended to be serious. "No, these people won't be stable once caught. If we don't give an explanation for today's incident, who will listen to you? Goodness, I tell you. The main event is coming." Danzo's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Did you forget? The second Hokage once invented a good thing called the cursed seal of tongue destruction. Anyone who dares to speak recklessly will know why the flowers are so red. This doesn't he seem good?" The third Hokage said no, but the spark in his eyes was almost blinding. The two old guys next to him, Hamura and Koharu, quickly chimed in. "Hizashi, it's for Konoha. These are necessary sacrifices." Well, with these three singing in harmony, the third Hokage pretended to hesitate for a long time before finally nodding reluctantly. "All right then, let us bring them in batches and plant the cursed seals." He was justifying it to himself, thinking that this thing wouldn't take lives, at most. It would just paralyze their bodies, causing them unbearable pain. As long as they obediently served as Konoha's cattle and horses, it would be fine. A few minutes later, a perfect official statement was released regarding the Uchiha massacre. Who was the main character? Uchiha Itachi. They said he colluded with a mysterious person to slaughter the entire clan. And Danzo? Oh, he was deceived by Itachi and led the team to maintain order. As for the black material shown on that big screen in the sky, Jinjutsu. It was all Jinjutsu and movie effects. It was a conspiracy by foreign forces attempting to subvert Konoha. Just listen to this PR statement. It's a textbook-level blame shifting. With the mission assigned, these old guys started working overnight. Koharu was responsible for going to the hospital to get a list, and the third Hokage personally led people to supposedly visit the mass gravesite, then spread his hands. "Look, where is the pit? There's nothing. It's all rumors." The implication was to tell Danzo to clean up his act quickly. As for Itachi, the third Hokage had already thought up his excuse. For Konoha, you can only be wronged a little more. I was outside the Umbu base at the time, watching as Itachi lay on the bed, seriously injured. The third Hokage went in and put on a performance worthy of an Oscar, starting with gratitude, then regret, delivering a series of moves that left Itachi completely bewildered. In the past, Itachi would have been so moved that he would have bowed down. But now, after seeing the dark side of the livestream, he was feeling skeptical. "I exterminated my entire clan for Konoha, and now you, the Hokage, are compromising with the enemy for your own family? What am I even doing this for?" With Itachi's cold attitude, the third Hokage felt a pang of anxiety and quickly painted a bright picture. "Don't worry, I've protected Sasuke. Danzo is taking good care of him." He even activated his Sharingan. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Itachi's interest was piqued, and his expression immediately changed. The next day, the sky in Konoha was clear. The third Hokage stood below the Hokage building, holding an emotionally charged press conference. In summary, high importance, joint investigation. Thorough examination of the issue, strict punishment, enemy, conspiracy. At the height of his excitement, the old man even squeezed out a few tears, pounding his chest to guarantee that he would get to the bottom of it and provide an explanation to everyone. This operation mainly relied on information asymmetry. On the surface, Danzo was removed from his position and the Sarutobi clan was severely weakened. In reality, the Root and Umbu had replenished hundreds, if not thousands, of loyal ninjas with sealed mouths overnight. Their strength not only maintained, but even increased. Other clans were visited one by one, and they all expressed their trust in the official investigation results, even volunteering to fill the positions left vacant by the Sarutobi clan. The villagers of Konoha saw that their own losses were minimal. The dango shop owner even made a small profit, so they had to support the Hokage's wise decision. Thus, a great disaster was suppressed. As for Sasuke, things were even worse. He woke up in the ruins, saw his brother Itachi, and just as he was about to rush over, he was pulled directly into the Tsukuyami world, experiencing an immersive nightmare. Itachi, being ruthless, activated Tsukuyami despite his severe injuries, forcefully altering Sasuke's memories, making him believe that the only culprit was his brother. Konoha appeared to have returned to that damned peace on the surface. Of course, while these old foxes were busy turning black into white, I had already teleported back to the Snow Ninja Village. To be honest, I did get a bit reckless last night, relying on space ninjutsu to go head-to-head with all of Konoha. My chakra was almost drained dry, and now I'm feeling a bit scared thinking back on it. I originally just wanted to pick up some spoils. How did it escalate to this point? As I pondered, my mind was filled with the tearful faces of Uchiha, Izumi, and Mikoto. I figured it out. Forget it. I need to be more cautious in the future. If the looks aren't tragic enough, I won't save them. I entered the training room, and the dozens of surviving Uchiha clan members immediately surrounded me, all of them tearfully grateful. I have to say, their genes are truly remarkable. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful, especially when they bow. The sight is quite overwhelming. It makes me lament that the third generation was really not something. However, the standout of the whole scene is definitely Mrs. Mikoto. She has been kneeling there, atoning for her son Itachi's sins, and her posture and curves are simply stunning. Izumi has now opened her Mangeki Sharingan, naturally becoming the backbone of this group. She blinked her big eyes and asked me, "Sir, are you also a member of our Uchiha clan?" I thought for a moment and decided to give him a little shock. I casually lifted my mask, revealing Danzo's old face. "Danzo, I will kill you." An irate guy rushed forward, only to be sent flying by a single finger of mine. Someone nearby quickly held him back. "Gia, don't. Our benefactor is definitely not that old dog Danzo." Izumi was also startled, but she remained relatively calm. "Benefactor, please don't joke like that." Seeing this face gives us a bit of PTSD. I helplessly put the mask back on and briefly explained the situation to them, allowing them to discuss among themselves whether to stay or leave. To be honest, I was somewhat tempted by these dozens of people, especially Izumi and Mrs. Mikoto, but a forced situation doesn't yield sweet fruit. I told them, those who wish to stay are welcome. Those who want to leave, I will also let them go. I went to count the spoils by myself. Goodness, after this count, I became financially free right on the spot, just in cash and silver notes. There are over 30 million taels, and more than half of it was sponsored by the third generation's family. I hadn't finished counting yet when Quan came over with the clan members, looking determined. "Benefactor, we've discussed it, and from now on, Quan will be the new clan leader. We are all willing to join your ninja village and follow your command." I nodded in satisfaction and painted a grand vision for them. "Don't worry. Here with me. There is no discrimination. You can rebuild the Uchiha clan. Once our Snow Ninja village grows strong, I will lead you back to Konoha to take revenge myself." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned red, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Mrs. Mikoto saw that the atmosphere was just right and mustered up her courage to bow again. "Great warrior, thank you for saving the Uchiha. I know I am not worthy to ask you, but Sasuke, could I request you to?" I interrupted her directly. "We'll talk about Itachi and Sasuke later." I pointed to the mountain of supplies next to us and unceremoniously assigned tasks. A lot of these were taken from the Sarutobi family and the Konoha treasury, so sort them out for me first. Then I turned to Izumi and said gently, "I will return some of the resources belonging to your Uchiha clan to help you quickly strengthen your abilities." That tender gaze of hers, even through Danzo's mask, made Izumi blush. I took these people out to settle them in and specifically arranged for Izumi's place to be next to mine. In this freezing cold, this little warmth greatly enhanced their sense of belonging. I deliberately left Mrs. Makoto alone in the space and kept her there for a day and a night. When I went back in, she had already counted all the supplies clearly. Wow, thousands of explosive tags, tens of thousands of shuriken and kunai, hundreds of various secret technique scrolls, and enough food to last for years. This is simply a mobile war treasury. Seeing that I was in a good mood, Mrs. Makoto gritted her teeth and assumed that enticing size of position. Sir, I am really worried about my child. Could you please rescue Sasuke as well? I was feeling mischievous and deliberately teased her. Don't worry, your two big boys are lively and well. That filial son of yours, the weasel. I beat him half to death, but I've healed him through 3 generations, and he even has the strength to torment Sasuke with Tsukuyami again. Upon hearing this, Makoto started trembling. I had just explained the whole series of operations from Konoha to her, assuring her that Sasuke was temporarily safe, but she still wasn't at ease. I smiled and said, if you want me to help, it's not impossible. I could even place a flying thunder god mark on him to protect him at any time. But, well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. When you asked me for help before, do you remember what you promised? Makoto's face turned pale, but she gritted her teeth and said, it's my fault for not raising my child well. Everything is my mistake, and I'm willing to be punished. I waved my hand. It's pointless to punish you. How about this? Starting today, your identity will be my maid, managing the logistics of the ninja village for me. And it can also be considered a way to atone for your son. Maid. Makoto's face instantly turned beet red, but after hesitating for a moment, she agreed. It is my honor to repay you, my lord. If I do anything wrong in the future, please take the trouble to educate me. Educate? Who understands these words among family? As soon as they were spoken, my heart felt numb. Just then, Makoto suddenly tightened her legs, and her cheeks were so red they seemed about to bleed. My lord, could we leave here first? I just realized that I should take her out to help her solve her personal hygiene problem. After that, I took her for a stroll around Snow and officially appointed her as the logistics manager. After settling Mrs. Meichin, I hurried back to Konoha for my next date. Hong and Hondo were feeling down because of some village issues, so they dragged me out shopping to relieve stress. I was just there as a card machine and mobile warehouse, accompanying them while they shopped. While we were shopping, Asuma Sarutobi suddenly showed up, and he was so excited to see Hong that he rubbed his hands together and approached her, completely ignoring me and Hondo next to him. What happened next? Hong instinctively leaned towards me, responded in a polite and distant manner, and directly froze Asuma in place. I could hear the sound of his heart breaking from 3 meters away. Hondo couldn't stand it anymore and punched Asuma on the shoulder to break the tension. That guy, looking lost and dejected, quickly made up an excuse to leave. After eating and drinking, Hondo insisted on going to the hot springs. When we reached the entrance, this girl was still restless, looking at me with a mischievous smile. Win, brother, do you want to join me? Sister doesn't mind. Can she control me? I directly pushed her against the wall with a wall slam, leaning in close to her ear and whispering. Of course I'm looking forward to it. How about you come over to my place another day, and you obediently give me a back rub? Just thinking about it makes me excited. The heat made Hongdo's whole body go weak, and she could barely stand. I was about to take it further when she reacted, and a snake suddenly emerged from her collar to bite me. Shadow snake hand. Damn. I instantly retreated and, as a reflex, gave her forehead a hard knock. Hongdo covered her head and cried out, Hong, aren't you going to do something about him? Hong was laughing so hard she was shaking, but before entering, she shot me a fierce glare that was full of charm, almost enchanting. I wasn't going to back down either, and shot her a look that promised a good time tonight. Hong's legs instantly went weak. Let me tell you, just when Fonggu was perfectly managing the red beans, on the other side in snowy hidden village, the atmosphere was quite unique. Uchiha Izumi, you know her, right? That little beauty. She patrols the village every day with a standard customer service smile on her face, while her heart is crazily scrolling through comments. Why? Because the villagers of snowy hidden village are way too good to their Uchiha clan. Does anyone understand? This group of people in Konoha is at a level that even dogs disdain. They're used to people rolling their eyes at them when they go out and being secretly insulted for their evil red-eye disease. But when they arrived here, the villagers saw them as idols, full of enthusiasm. The kids were even more intense, chasing after them, shouting, brother, sister, your eyes are so cool, are they color contacts? Send me the link. Goodness, this left the Uchiha PTSD group dumbfounded, leading to an urgent meeting where the conclusion was, there must be a trick behind this. But no matter what, they had to greet people with smiles. They couldn't embarrass Lord Yukikich. What happened next? Their faces, which hadn't smiled in decades, looked worse than crying when they tried to smile. almost scaring the kids away. Slowly, they realized that this was just normal interaction, without discrimination or prejudice. This kind of normalcy, which they had been yearning for in Konoha for decades, was actually standard here. The Uchiha clan members were so moved that they almost wanted to set up a shrine for Fongo. But then came the problem. Fongo only had them patrolling and training partners, not giving them any real work, which made these overachievers anxious, feeling like useless freeloaders, uncomfortable all over. As for our Fongo, he had been on a business trip in Konoha for a full 6 days, having a blast with Hong and Hongdo, completely forgetting about everything else, truly a master of time management. When he finally remembered he had a village to return to, he went straight to Izumi's house. As soon as the door opened, let me tell you, that lighting, that atmosphere, Izumi with her long hair cascading down, her face so tender it could squeeze out water. Fongo's heart probably melted at that moment. When Izumi saw him, she was both surprised and shy, opening her little mouth to perform a grand greeting. Fongo was quick to support her, casually touching her little hand, probably scoring in his heart. Izumi still insisted on completing the greeting, then mustered her courage to say, "Lord Yukikage, we're doing well here. It's just, could you assign us a bit more work? We feel unworthy of such good treatment, and we're anxious." I was shocked at the time. What kind of divine employee is this? Just give a little normal respect and emotional value, and they would be willing to work themselves to death for you like 996. 3 generations of old men. Look at what you've forced the talent into. Brother Phone was also filled with emotions and immediately decided on the spot, "Don't worry. This time I'll arrange everything clearly for you." After chatting with Quan, Brother Phone went to find Mei-chin. Goodness, he was even stopped by the new guard at the office door. Well, with his stealthy snow shadow, he relied solely on a chakra token as his identity ID. Brother Phone didn't bother to waste words and directly used a body flicker technique to slip into the office. And guess what he saw? Mei-chin, this charming young woman, was sitting alone at the desk, secretly wiping her tears. That scene was heart-wrenching, like pear blossoms in the rain, simply stunning. "Hiss," Brother Phone gasped, probably thinking 4 words in his mind. "Chancellor, I understand. Who can withstand this?" In front of people, she is a decisive and strong woman, but behind closed doors, she is a secretly crying widow. The contrast is just overwhelming. He quietly floated behind Mei-chin, reached out to gently touch her back, and said in the most magnetic voice, "What's wrong? Who bullied you, madam?" Mei-chin was so startled that her soul almost flew away. She quickly dodged and pulled out a kunai, but when she turned around and saw it was Brother Phone, she hurriedly put it away and greeted him. She was dressed in a black mourning outfit, and let me tell you, that figure, that aura, combined with her tearful forced smile, probably made Brother Fang's CPU almost burn out. He didn't care about anything serious, just stared at her. Mei-chin felt uncomfortable under his gaze and quickly shifted the topic with the documents, starting to report her work in a stream of words. Brother Phone, on the other hand, sat in the boss's chair, enjoying the beauty's report for over 20 minutes, occasionally nodding, while already figuring out the personnel arrangements in his heart. "All right, from now on, you and Quan will be my secretaries." Once everything was handled, Brother Phone stood up and said, "Madam, let's go home," even omitting the surname. Without waiting for Mei-chin to react, he directly reached out and pressed down on her shoulder, using a flying thunder god technique, swish. The two appeared in the snow shadow's home. Mei-chin was dumbfounded, and when she came to her senses, she quickly stepped back to express her protest. But who is Brother Phone? He pressed forward step by step, his aura fully unleashed. "Outside you call me Snow Shadow, but at home, what should you call me?" That sense of pressure, Mei-chin simply couldn't withstand it. Biting her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally squeezed out 2 words like a mosquito. "Master." Master. My goodness, as soon as that title came out, she was so embarrassed she could almost explode on the spot. When Feng-chin saw she was reaching her limit, he immediately changed his expression, took a step back, and gently patted her head, speaking in a tone that was like coaxing a kitten. "Good girl." At that moment, Mikoto's mind probably short-circuited. In her daze, she really felt a warm sense of being forgiven by her master. When she came to her senses, her face was completely red, and in a panic, she saluted, "Master, I'll go make dinner now." After saying that, she fled in a hurry. Fongo looked at her charming figure as she left and clicked his tongue in wonder, probably thinking, "This maid is not bad, just a bit inexperienced. Need some proper training." You know, Mikoto's life skills were absolutely top-notch. In the kitchen, she clattered around, and in no time, she had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Fongo sat in the living room, waiting for dinner like a lord. When the food was served, Mikoto stood by like a wooden post. Fongo frowned. Sit down and eat together. Why are you standing? Makoto was dumbfounded. Maids can't sit at the table. She had really immersed herself in her role. Fongu directly played the emotional card. If I let you sit, then sit. Officially, you're a maid, but in my heart, I've already regarded you as family. Once those words were spoken, Makoto was completely flustered. Her mind was like a boiling pot. Family? Am I an older sister or a younger sister? Or, she didn't dare to think further and could only warn herself not to be overly sentimental. During this meal, Fongu enjoyed the delicious food, while Makoto was in a state of emotional turmoil. After dinner, the main event arrived. Fongu patted the sofa beside him. Come sit. Makoto didn't dare. Fongu directly pulled out his trump card. Come here, let me tell you about Sasuke's situation. As soon as she heard her son's name, Makoto forgot everything else and immediately leaned in. Fongu then began his extreme pulling tactic. Sasuke was traumatized by Itachi Ōtsutsuki and was hospitalized. But he is out now. However, the Uchiha family assets were basically taken by the higher-ups of Konoha, but his living expenses are still enough. It's just that he is now filled with thoughts of revenge and has turned into a cold-faced person. After this series of statements, Mikoto's mood was like a roller coaster, and she was completely stunned, collapsing on the sofa and silently crying. Seeing the timing was right, Fongu took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and began to comfort her. As Makoto realized that his hand was getting a bit too familiar, she wanted to struggle, but Fongu quickly took out a stack of Sasuke's photos. Now, Makoto's attention was instantly diverted. Looking at her son's lonely appearance in the photos, her heart ached unbearably, and she even forgot about Fongu's hand playing around on her back. When she came back to her senses, she quickly took the chance to thank him and escape from his embrace, cautiously asking, Master, can I go live outside? Goodness, is she trying to run away? Fongu's expression darkened, his pressure fully unleashed. You are my maid. If you don't live here, do I need to specially go ask you when I need you to serve me? He stepped forward, directly lifting Makoto's chin, leaving her nowhere to escape. Makoto panicked completely, only able to admit her mistake. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Being wrong means you should be punished. Fongu's voice left no room for argument. Makoto was so scared that all kinds of unhealthy and forbidden images flashed through her mind, and she felt like she was about to short-circuit. Fongu saw that the moment was right, lay back on the sofa, and pointed to his legs. Considering this is your first offense, this time I'll punish you. Just give me a leg massage. Makoto's face turned beet red, but looking at Fongu's uncompromising gaze, she could only step forward, humiliatingly kneeling beside him, trembling hands starting to massage. At first, the pressure was either too light or too heavy, her mind in a mess. Fongu seized the opportunity, held her hand, gave it a gentle pat, then in a tone that was both indulgent and reproachful said, I know I've wronged you, but since you've done it, you need to put your heart into it. This made Makoto feel even more guilty. For the next half hour, she immersed herself completely, observing Fongu's every expression to adjust her strength, and gradually found the right rhythm. Every time Fongu showed a comfortable expression, her heart felt as sweet as eating honey. After the punishment ended, Fongu stood up and began the maid's pre-job training. As a new maid, your performance is okay, but you should learn more about how to serve your master when you have time. If you make mistakes again, then it will be time for some family discipline. Makoto's nerves, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up, instinctively covering her backside, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. Fongu saw her fearful and shy appearance and couldn't help but feel delighted, asking again, Can you make clothes? A little bit. That one do. Your outfit is too unprofessional. Fongu had a serious face. How could a maid not wear a maid outfit? Saying this, he pulled out several blueprints out of nowhere and handed them over, not only for the maid outfit, but also for when she was a secretary. She must wear a secretary uniform. There must be rules when doing things. Makoto took the blueprints and looked, her face instantly turning red to her neck. As the drawings clearly depicted sexy OL uniforms and playful maid outfits, her voice trembled, and Master, shut up. This is the rule. Fongu cut her off directly. Hurry up and make it. I will inspect it. For tonight, I'll let you off easy, go rest. As he went upstairs, he casually added a knife. Study well. If you serve well in the future, I could take better care of Sasuke. Behind him, Makoto was so excited that she kept bowing, murmuring, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Fongu silently laughed on the stairs. The progress bar of his conquest had advanced significantly. And while Fongu was busy training Makoto and enjoying family life, the ninja world, because of the butterfly wings he flapped, had already exploded completely. The news of the Uchiha clan's extermination, after all, couldn't be hidden forever and spread out. In the Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage AI, that muscular and hot-tempered old man, upon receiving the intel, was so excited that he was crackling with electricity, smashing his desk with a punch. The opportunity has come. Gather the manpower, push to the border, and prepare to attack Konoha at any time. His secretary Mabui, calm as ever, was cleaning up the wreckage of the desk while saying, Raikage-sama, calm down. Konoha is still stronger than us, and if we expose ourselves now, we might be seen as the mastermind and let others take advantage. The Raikage huffed. I don't care. I endured the last incident with Hinata. This time we must strike. You are responsible for verifying the intel. I'll take B to the border to scout, if there's an opportunity. We'll launch a full-scale attack. As for the Mist Village, their situation was even more chaotic. They were preparing for an internal coup, but then found out that the fourth Mizukage Yagura seemed to be under a genjutsu, and the whole village was in a mess, having no time to care about the outside world as storms. As for the Rock Village, that old man Inoki, upon hearing the news, was almost laughing his mouth crooked, patting his thigh. Ha, this is fantastic. This news is more exciting than my dessert after dinner. The old man wasn't just laughing. He was so excited that he was shaking all over, spinning around the office like a top, doing a little old man disco. As a result, with a crack, his back gave out, and he had to sit back down while holding his waist, groaning. Who understands? 1 second, he was celebrating Konoha's misfortune with champagne, and the next second he was in pain. His granddaughter, Ōtsutsuki, the future Tsukikage with long legs, came over with a look of disdain to massage his back, complaining, At your age, can't you be more steady? While saying this, she casually picked up the intel. I want to see what could make you so happy. As a result, upon reading it, Ōtsutsuki was also stunned. The Uchiha clan is gone? Konoha's Umbu, crippled? The old lair of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is almost destroyed, and hundreds of ninjas have died? Is this information true? On one side, Noki grinned while gritting his teeth, looking like an old chrysanthemum. Several spies have confirmed the news, and Konoha is also frantically mobilizing people. This matter is certain to succeed. I'm telling you, Inoki is happy not just because Konoha is severely weakened, but also because the Uchiha clan is gone. The psychological shadow left by Uchiha Madara back in the day was too significant. In his mind, he was calculating excitedly. Didn't the intel say that dozens of Uchihas ran away? If I could trick them into coming to our village and make them bow to me every day, and then take Madara's descendants to flatten Konoha, that would be absolutely delightful. Just as he was daydreaming, a loud bang came from afar, shaking the entire Tsukikage building. Inoki's happiness instantly diminished by more than half, his face dark as a pot bottom. It's that bastard again. No need to ask. It must be that fool of a disciple of mine who only plays with bombs. Deidara. Ōtsutsuki helplessly rubbed her forehead. This guy really doesn't know how to pick the right occasion for his art. Inoki suppressed his anger and started issuing orders. Ōtsutsuki, send someone to find those fleeing Uchihas. See if we can lure them over. Also, Konoha is currently a paper tiger, and other villages must be watching closely. First, send 2,000 people to the border to stir things up and apply some pressure on Konoha. The whole village must be on alert and ready for mobilization at any time. As for the poor folks from Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage Raza received the news and was overjoyed, but when he thought it through, fighting? No way, they can't afford it. Instead, they should seize the chance to take some Konoha mission orders and make some money. The other small villages didn't even dare to make a sound, just passively watching the drama unfold. For a moment, the entire ninja world was in turmoil, with small-scale skirmishes continuously occurring on the borders of Konoha, Kiyomogakure, and Iwagakure. And the newly deployed ninjas from Konoha were dropping like dumplings, suffering terribly. The scene shifted to Konoha Village, inside the Hokage building. The Konoha F4 also held an emergency meeting, which was essentially a blame-shifting conference. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his treasure pipe, his brows furrowed enough to squash a fly. The casualties at the border are too high. If this drags on, we will be drained. Mito Kazumi and Tien Kamachi, two old-timers, also looked worried. If Konoha collapsed, their wealth and glory would vanish. Danzo, that old coot, rolled his eyes and scoffed. Sunagakure and Kirigakure? Just those two? Useless. If it weren't for the terrain, they would have been wiped out long ago. Mentioning this reminded him of his stolen Sharingan, causing pain to surge in his chest and eyes. Damn, that mysterious person. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring. Even if those two don't interfere, Just dealing with Kumogakure and that old fool Inoki is enough for us. He was genuinely furious. All the misfortunes began with that mysterious person appearing. Now, even within his own clan, people were complaining that he had brought disaster upon them. If it weren't for his remaining prestige, he would have been unable to suppress it long ago. Mito Kazumi was equally furious. It's all that mysterious person's fault. Danzo, have you found anything? Nothing at all. That guy has practically vanished from the face of the earth. Danzo's tone was so cold it could freeze water. Itachi had no news either, Sarutobi added. Possibly because the organization he was with hadn't found anyone. Speaking of Itachi, Danzo got fired up. The evil Uchiha, he can kill his whole family. But he can sincerely help Konoha? Hiruzen, give me Sasuke, and I guarantee I can train him to be the ultimate weapon against Itachi. No way. Sarutobi slammed his pipe on the table. Sasuke is the rope that holds Itachi back. I can't let you ruin him. Don't forget, Itachi also has a Sharingan. Kamichi quickly interjected. I think we should let Sasuke continue his studies. We need to treat him well. To show the whole village how we take care of the hero's orphan. And so it was decided. Then, Mito Kazumi brought up another matter. Kakashi and the others analyzed for a long time and said that the mysterious person's techniques aren't even Uchiha style. They resemble the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, and he doesn't even need hand signs. The third Hokage closed his eyes and thought for a long time before suddenly opening them wide. Indeed, and now that I think about it, did the Hyuga clan not lose a single hair that night? Hyuga, Danzo exploded on the spot. Isn't the fate of the Uchiha enough for them to learn from? Without the Sharingan, do they think their Byakugan can rule? Hiruzen, we can't let them be. Since the border is lacking personnel, let the Hyuga clan send 400 to 500 people to the front line to test them. Hiruzen and the others, good heavens, all gave Danzo a big eye roll. We can't have internal strife now. The third Hokage slammed the table and finally managed to calm Danzo down. In the end, the few of them decided not to confront directly. Instead, they would fill the area around the Hyuga clan with surveillance devices, under the pretext of protecting the bloodline family. Just as they were discussing, the door was knocked on vigorously, as if someone was trying to break it down. An Umbu ninja rushed in, handing over a scroll. After reading it, the third Hokage's back instantly slumped, and he hunched over. His voice was heavy enough to drip water. Kumogakure, 1,000 people, led personally by the 4th Raikage, have breached our border. Over 200 dead, only 30 or so severely injured returned. Damn those cloud ninjas. Danzo cursed angrily. Sarutobi was also pushed to the limit, standing up and pacing back and forth, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. Danzo, your confinement is lifted. I'll give you 2,000 men. You take the route and re-establish the defense line. He then assigned tasks to the other 2, sending troops where needed and arranging logistics. Danzo felt ecstatic. Hiruzen, at a critical moment, it still depends on me. If I achieve merit at the border this time, won't the Hokage position be one step closer? The scene shifted back to me. I was at the training ground, being double-teamed by the 2 sisters, Hong and Akane. Of course, with my strength, if I really went all out, it would be like an adult fighting a child. I was just suppressing my power to help them practice and improve my control. You wouldn't believe it. Those 2 girls were becoming increasingly troublesome. Hong shouted, illusion technique, 5 blossoms of plum. Suddenly, a large plum blossom blocked my view, and then the petals turned into 5 shadow clones, coming at me in a confusing attack, making my head spin. As a result, Akane, that slippery girl, really didn't hold back. Seeing that I was restrained, she got so excited and clapped her hands. 1,000 illusion snakes, 2 large flower snakes, about 7 to 8 meters long, spiraled toward me, opening their mouths to spray poisonous mist. I quickly kicked up a wall of dirt to block them, but the soil was sizzling as it got corroded. And it didn't stop there. She wielded the 2 large snakes like whips, creating a sky full of snake shadows twisting around, accompanied by poisonous mist. I swear, that scene was practically a level of mental pollution. This technique was something I helped her develop before. I truly am a genius. I vowed that when no one was around, I would definitely give that slippery girl a good lesson. Kakashi was nearby, practicing while stealing glances at us, probably thinking to himself, what have I been practicing for these past few years? He had recently heard the rumors in the village about his father and the route, feeling very confused and not daring to investigate. So he could only train desperately, wanting to rely on strength like that mysterious person. Just as he was feeling emo, a conspicuous figure in a green bodysuit burst in. Kakashi, my dear friend, let's start our 45th. Guy, let's have a match. Kakashi must have been extremely frustrated to voluntarily challenge him. This got Guy so excited that he burst into tears on the spot, his eyes glistening as he gave a thumbs up. Woo, Kakashi, my dear friend, you actually came to find me. This is youth. The three of us watched with a face full of black lines. I couldn't help but marvel internally. Who would have thought that the only person I felt a bit wary of in Konoha was actually this lively character in front of me? Kakashi immediately regretted it, thinking there was definitely something wrong with his head, and coldly said, I was just joking. After saying that, he used a body flicker technique and slipped away. Of course, Guy wouldn't stand for it, yelling as he chased after him, Is this today's duel? Kakashi, I'm coming. Watching these two lively characters, I pondered whether they could be brought together. Upon closer thought, it seemed a bit difficult. Forget it. I'll just let it be. If they really become enemies, I won't hold back. We just finished training and agreed to go have a meal to relax. Hondo was still bragging about how she made me flee in embarrassment today, and I couldn't help but twitch my mouth at her words, quietly noting it down in my mind. After walking a few steps, suddenly, Asuma Sarutobi, the third Hokage's son, blocked our way with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at me as if he wanted to fight. Hey, your taijutsu is pretty good. Want to practice? His gaze kept darting towards Hong, and he looked at me as if I were a rival. These past few days, he'd been pestering Hong, trying to rekindle their past relationship, but Hong was indifferent towards him. Today, seeing me getting close to Hong probably made him jealous, and he wanted to regain his pride in front of her. Hong wanted to refuse for me, but I stopped her, gave her a reassuring look, and smiled at Asuma. Sure, Asuma-senpai, it's just right for you to give me some pointers. Asuma came at me with a wind release. Great breakthrough, and I easily dodged it. He then rushed in with a wind fist, his fist cutting through the air forcefully. Let me tell you, it was easy and effortless to deal with. I slipped between his punches, bumped into him sideways, slapped his wrist with one hand, and then drove an elbow into his chest, completely silencing him. He tried to use body flicker technique to escape, but my hand seemed to be glued to his wrist, preventing him from getting away. Now Asuma was stunned. He never expected to lose so quickly. I acted with great elegance, helping him to unlock his acupoints, and politely said, Senior, don't hold back. I still want to see your true skills. Asuma's face turned red, and he took out his precious wind blade, Flying Swallow. Now he was truly anxious, but the result was still the same. He moved as if in slow motion in front of me, and I chased him down, hitting him on several acupoints, sealing him on the spot again. At this point, Asuma was completely emo, reluctantly formed a reconciliation seal with me, and left in a daze. That night, he came home drunk and was caught red-handed by his father, Sarutobi Asuma, upon hearing that his son had been defeated in front of his crush by a kid from the Hyuga branch. The third Hokage was so angry he almost choked. I sent you to expand your family, not to embarrass yourself. You useless thing, despite the scolding. The old man secretly had his doubts. This Hyuga kid was so strong, it seemed he needed to arrange more tasks for him to train properly. Little did he know, I had already made sure to arrange his precious son quite clearly. I saw Asuma stumbling home drunk, and an idea struck me. I transformed into his drunken state and ran to the busiest street in Konoha to start my performance. I jumped onto a barrel and shouted to the crowd in a passionate tone. Those worthless guys at the Konoha border, they actually got broken through by the Cloud Ninjas. But I, Asuma Sarutobi, tell you, soon I will lead our Sarutobi family's 2,000 elite disciples to the border. We will completely crush those barbarians from the cloud. My words were righteous and imposing, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The onlookers cheered and clapped enthusiastically. Although some thought that having 2,000 ninjas in a single family was a bit absurd, those doubts were quickly drowned out in the vast sea of the people's support. By the time everyone calmed down, I, Asuma Sarutobi, had already vanished. Overnight, the name of Asuma, the one who destroyed his home to alleviate the crisis, echoed throughout Konoha. Of course, I had been secretly fueling the situation in various ways, and there were even some unknown individuals who were helping to fan the flames. The next day, Asuma, still recovering from the previous night's drinking, had become a great hero of Konoha. Villagers gathered at the entrance of the Hokage building, shouting his name in support. Inside the building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned green with anger, his chest pained, yet he had to force a smile to explain to everyone. A villager loudly asked Hokage-sama, Is it true that young Master Asuma really intends to bring 2,000 clansmen to the battlefield? I wish that ungrateful child would die. The third Hokage thought this in his heart, but he could only speak with a tone that was both proud and worried. Asuma, this child, has always been passionate since he was young. He wants to contribute to Konoha, and as his father, I am quite gratified. However, he is still young and has had too much to drink, boasting a bit. In fact, Konoha is preparing to send a team of 2,000 people, and our Sarutobi clan will also contribute some members to do our part. His grandiose speech was met with waves of thunderous praise. Lord Hokage is wise. Young Master Asuma is doing great. The Sarutobi clan is magnificent. The scene made it seem as if they had already won the battle. For the first time, the third Hokage felt what it was like to be swept away by public opinion, and it was quite frustrating. After finally calming down the villagers, he stormed home, filled with anger. Meanwhile, we watched the whole scene from the outskirts of the crowd. Hongdo was beside me, expressing her admiration. I never expected Asuma to be so passionate. I also nodded with a smile, my face showing solemnity. Yes, it's really very passionate. Truly worthy of being the Hokage's son. This awareness, this responsibility, I believe that no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, he will bravely move forward. I tell you, as soon as I said that, her little red eyes immediately glanced over. Family members, who understands? That expression was just short of directly saying, "What trouble are you up to again?" She knows me too well, knowing that whenever I have a serious face, I'm definitely talking nonsense. Just like when I first tricked her into wearing those strange clothes. Of course, I was just messing with her. Asuma? His old man and he are about to make a big scene. I can't wait. Now he won't have time to bother me. Sure enough, the third generation was furious. Like a fire-breathing dragon, storming back home. He kicked open Asuma's door, and there it was, the smell of alcohol filled the room, and Asuma was still swaying around, sleepily asking, "Old man, why are you back?" Sarutobi Hiruzen saw his useless son, and his anger doubled instantly, delivering a crisp slap, smack. It was quite the sound. Unfilial son. Is there anyone who can be this much of a burden to their father? Meanwhile, on the other side, the family drama was way more sophisticated than that in Konoha. In the Akatsuki's secret base, the atmosphere was ominous. Kakuzu was the first to express his discontent, standing with his hands in his pockets like an old accountant, complaining, "Leader, what meeting are we having? You're wasting my time to make money." Pain didn't even bother to respond to him, his voice as cold as ice shards. "Let me introduce a newcomer." As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome guy slowly emerged from the shadows in the corner. I'm telling you, his presence was off the charts. Dressed in a black robe with red clouds. With freshly done nails, he looked incredibly cool. "Itachi Uchiha, from today on, you join us." Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out as he sneered. "Oh, isn't this the genius of the Uchiha clan? I heard you wiped out your whole family? Oh dear, what a waste, those bodies." The look in Orochimaru's eyes. I'm telling you, it nearly burned my CPU. It was just too creepy. Scorpion also got into the mood, saying in a gruff voice, "This stinky snake finally said something sensible. That's right, killing them directly is such a waste. Turning them into human puppets is the true eternal art." Well, one was a pervert, and the other was twisted. They were quite the pair. Itachi's face darkened immediately. His fist clenched tight. He probably didn't expect that, after arranging such a tragic exit for his clan. These two would actually think he didn't make the most of his clan members' bodies. But he was injured, so he had to endure it. Kakuzu went even further, pulling out a stack of bounty notices and flipping through them, then looking disappointed as he put them away. "You're so impressive, yet no one has a bounty on you?" Pain saw that this group of talented individuals was truly unbearable to watch and directly knocked on the table. "All right, let's get to business." Conan started the PowerPoint presentation beside him, reporting in a cold voice. "The borders of Konoha have been hammered by the Cloud Village, and the Rock Village is also stirring. According to J. Bai's intel, Noki wants to commission us to take action, and the price is quite generous." Hearing there was money involved, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. "Leader, let me go. I'm familiar with this kind of work." Pain immediately voted against it. No, the organization needs to keep a low profile, develop quietly, and not be reckless. Everyone behave. His eyes were practically saying, "If you dare to secretly take private jobs again, I'll break your legs." Then he looked at Itachi. "Itachi, you team up with Kiba and take a break for a couple of days." Meeting adjourned. After saying that, Pain vanished in an instant, probably not wanting to see this group of talents any longer. Once everyone left, only Nagato and Conan remained. Conan then said softly, "Itachi and that guy who claims to be Madara are hiding quite a few things. I received news that on the night of the clan massacre, dozens of Uchiha were rescued by a mysterious person." Nagato was utterly calm, like a sage. "It doesn't matter as long as they can help me capture the tailed beasts. They're just tools." His inner calculations were ringing loudly. Once he gathered enough manpower, he would take all the tailed beasts at once, and then he would be a god. However, A single sentence from Conan directly silenced him. Jay transmitted news that there was trouble in the Mist Village. The fourth Mizukage and the Three Tails were dead. Nagato's godlike demeanor instantly crumbled, and his body shook. What the hell? It should be infighting. The Three Tails has been trying to revive for years. Nagato took a deep breath, forcibly restoring his composure. All right, let Jay investigate. We need to hurry and find other tail beasts. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha Village, it was a massive crowd sending off Asuma and his team. I mixed in with the crowd to watch the excitement, and saw Asuma standing at the front, grinning widely, waving to the villagers, looking quite spirited. But what are my eyes for? I could see clearly. He had a cheerful smile, but there was a bruise at the corner of his eye. Am I blind? The smile at the corner of his mouth was painfully stiff, occasionally twitching, looking worse than crying. I was feeling quite refreshed watching it, and joined in the cheering and clapping. As I turned my gaze, I saw the branch ninjas of the Hyuga clan setting off, all with white eyes and all loyal to the main family. This wave was a precise clearance of inventory. Even if they all fell outside, I wouldn't feel any heartache. Just as I was about to head home, I suddenly spotted a long line of horse carriages carrying supplies to the front lines. Hey, a bold idea popped into my head. The next second, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in the office of the Snow Village. Lord Yukigage, the two beautiful ladies, Izumi and Mikoto, immediately stood up to welcome me. I looked at the mountain of documents and casually complimented, "You've worked hard." That little girl, Quan, seemed energized as she immediately puffed out her chest to pledge her loyalty. "I would die for you, my lord," without hesitation. While saying this, she shot several glances at Mikoto, clearly implying that their Uchiha clan does not include Mikoto's family. I laughed at that moment. "Girl, the one you're dissing right now is your future mother-in-law. If Itachi finds out..." Hiss, I can't bear to imagine that scene. Mikoto, on the other hand, was used to it and asked with a slight blush on her cheeks. "Is there a mission for you coming back this time, sir?" "I won't beat around the bush. I'll ask directly. How are the supplies in the village?" Meichin has obviously put in some effort, responding fluently. "There is a shortage of daily necessities. Food and fabric are in tight supply. As for war resources, there are still enough." I nodded. "All right, give me a list right away. And build a few more large warehouses, the bigger the better. I'll take care of the supplies." Maki looked a bit worried, but the village doesn't have that much money. With a wave of my hand, I declared, "Money is not an issue. The village may not have it, but I do." Meichin still sensibly reminded me that mixing private and public assets is not good. I thought to myself that I understood, but the whole Yuki Shinobi village was almost becoming my private property, so what was there to fear? Besides, the money I had wasn't just given to me for free. I considered it a loan to the village, to be paid back later. However, what I was really thinking was something else. Going to the Land of Fire to buy supplies was just a roundabout way of bleeding Konoha dry. Doing something so underhanded was incredibly satisfying. As soon as Izumi heard this, he immediately took action. "Understood, Lord Yuki Shadow. We'll take care of it right away." In the following days, I unleashed my cash flow abilities and went on a shopping spree in the major cities of the Land of Fire. I bought everything: grains, oils, rice flour, steel, coal, whatever I saw I bought. The result? Prices in the Land of Fire skyrocketed as if they were on a rocket, leaving the common people bewildered, wondering how everything became unaffordable overnight. As for me, I was also stunned. I thought my 100 million was a lot, but I nearly spent it all in just 2 days. To make matters worse, there were actually some fools who tried to pull a fast one on me, sending 2 lackeys to block me, demanding to buy all my money and goods for 100 taels. At that moment, I realized, why bother talking about martial ethics with these people? I'm done pretending. I'm laying it all out. I'm going directly buy everything for 0 yen. So, the Fire Nation lost a naive big merchant and gained a mysterious phantom thief. Within 2 days, I emptied the warehouses of the daimyo and the vaults of dozens of noble families. The entire Fire Nation was in an uproar, with Konoha struggling to gather frontline supplies. By the time I emptied the last warehouse, looking at the mountain of gold, silver, and supplies piled up in my training room, I was stunned. Honestly, when you have so much money, it really just becomes a number. Back in the Snow Ninja Village, Izumi and Mikoto looked at me as if I were a deity. Izumi was almost in tears. "My lord, the warehouse really can't hold any more. Even if we work day and night, we can't keep up with your purchasing speed." I comforted her with a mix of laughter and tears. "It's okay. The procurement is over. Now that everything is settled, I've decided to go into seclusion for a while. There have been too many trivial matters lately, and they've hindered my progress." Just before I left, I suddenly remembered something and said to Mikoto, Oh, right, Mikoto. The task I assigned you earlier, make sure to hurry up with it. I'll be checking when I come out. Mikoto's pretty face instantly turned bright red as she thought about the two embarrassing outfits I'd asked her to make. Her mind was already a jumbled mess, but she still instinctively responded, "Yes, Master Yukikage." Izumi, standing beside her, looked puzzled and wondered what task it was that I had assigned only to her. Why didn't I give it to him? Little girl, some tasks are too much for you right now. You can't handle them yet. I secretly chuckled to myself. Wealth is like floating clouds to me, but my wife is a beautiful scenery. I directly found a snow-capped mountain peak and began my seclusion. Let me tell you, that feeling was like holding a ninjutsu seminar in my brain. All the various secret technique scrolls I obtained from Konoha, like the Nara family's shadow manipulation, the Akimichi family's meat tank replenishment, the Yamanaka family's mental attacks, and the Uchiha's powerful fire style were all colliding and merging in my mind. What I'm most interested in is that super beast pseudo-painting. Whatever it paints, it has. Isn't that just the magic brush of Maoyang? It's so cool. I must learn it. Once I settled in, I completely immersed myself, and when I opened my eyes again, a week had passed. I felt like I had transcended, and my strength had skyrocketed. I must give it a try. With a thought, I instantly appeared by the seaside from the top of the snow-capped mountain. Taking a deep breath, I gathered all my strength, and, facing the boundless ocean before me, I struck out with my palm. Let me tell you about that scene. The entire sea's surface exploded, as if it had been split open by the sword of a deity, forcefully creating a huge handprint trench over 10 miles long and 3 meters wide. The seawater surged to both sides, unable to heal for a long time. I'm wreaking havoc over here, while Aunt Mikoto is having a tough time. Ever since she received my orders, she has been caught in endless turmoil and shame. As a housewife, making clothes should be a piece of cake. But with this design, she's holding the scissors, her hands shaking. This maid outfit is way too short, and this office lady outfit is way too tight. Her mind is in a battle. Should she make it longer? No. Disobeying her master's orders will get her spanked. With that thought, she instinctively touched her back. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made the clothes strictly according to the design. The stitches were incredibly fine, but with each stitch, she felt her sense of shame being pierced once again. The clothes were finished, but I hadn't returned yet. Mikoto's mood went through ups and downs. On the first day, she looked at those two outfits, her mind filled with, "Do I really have to wear this? I can't do it." On the second day, she looked at the two outfits again, thinking, "Why hasn't Lord Yukikage returned to inspect yet? No, Mikoto, what are you thinking? Isn't it fine to wear it later?" On the third day, she looked at the two outfits, her cheeks flushed, and a thought she couldn't suppress emerged. What would it be like to wear them? Should I try it on secretly? Once that thought emerged, it grew like wild grass, becoming impossible to suppress. Let me tell you, at that moment, Mikoto's mind was like a battle between two little people, one angrily scolding her, "You fallen woman, how shameless can you be?" while the other covered its ears and grabbed the maid outfit. Goodness, she didn't even know what was happening. And she found herself in the bathroom, washing herself all fragrant, then sitting in front of the mirror, starting to fuss over herself. To be honest, ever since she had a child, she hadn't dressed up properly, and now looking in the mirror, she was stunned. Who was this sister in the mirror? Her skin was fair and rosy, her temperament cold, yet with an indescribable allure, simply stunning. She was mesmerized, murmuring to herself, I look like this?" When she came to her senses, that pitifully scant maid outfit was already on her. Her face flushed bright red. This outfit had holes here and there, with a heart-shaped cutout at the chest, simply a blatant provocation, making her dizzy just looking at it. But the ridiculous part was yet to come. Her family had no idea, and she seemed to have suddenly entered some strange role-playing mode, temporarily putting her sense of shame aside, fully immersing herself in the role of a true maid. Facing the door, she tried to perform the most humble bow, reciting to herself as if simulating the scene of welcoming her master. "Master, welcome home. Would you like to eat first, or should I serve myself?" Just then, the door creaked open. Hinata Kaze, walked right in. A scream. Mikoto's mind went completely blank. Her only thought was to run. But where could she run? Let me tell you, I had already returned and watched her admiring herself in the mirror live. How could I let her escape now? I scooped her up into my arms and carried her straight to the bedroom. She was like a zombie, probably thinking the world was ending, completely unresponsive. No response. Not a chance. With me around, I could create a reaction even without one. Soon, she completely let go. Let me tell you, in this state, Mikoto had the face of a young girl, a ripe body, plus an innocent heart. This buff was simply stacked to the max. In the end, she turned her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "This is penance, and it's also repaying a favor to Uchiha." How could I possibly hold back after that? The next scene was a great victory of Hinata over Uchiha. I couldn't stop talking, spouting all sorts of flirty lines. "Madam, you take care of yourself quite well. Madam, is this the limit of a Jonin's flexibility? Just 180 degrees? Madam, a ninja must endure everything. You need to endure a bit more. Madam, come to the window and enjoy the scenery. It's good for your mind and body." I maintained the dignified, serene, and composed expression passed down through our Hinata clan, launching the most vigorous taijutsu exchange. The scene shifted to Konoha village. Recently, the atmosphere in the village was incredibly oppressive. Old man Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkles looked like they could squish a mosquito. The front lines were in a tug-of-war with Cloud and Rock Ninja, giving him a headache. And someone clever had emptied the warehouses of the major clans, causing the prices of supplies to skyrocket, putting immense pressure on logistics at the front. This was just the appetizer. The task volume had plummeted, and the village's economy was on the verge of collapse. His precious son Asuma was sent to the front lines. Although he was assigned a cushy job, who knows what could happen on the battlefield? Wasn't his elder brother taken down just like that? What was even more annoying was that people in the village tavern were discussing what great achievements Asuma had made, but what achievements could he possibly make in logistics? The situation at the front lines was also dire. Fighting against the Rock Ninja was manageable. That old man Inoki mainly played it safe with minor skirmishes. But things were grim against the Cloud Ninja. They were deadly serious, and our branch of the Hinata clan lost 20 to 30 scouts. Sarutobi's own family was suffering too. Because of what I did earlier, they had to go to battle, and many inexperienced clan members suffered casualties, leading to resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Danzo's Root and the Umbu went in like mad dogs, trading lives 1-for-1 with the Cloud Ninja, barely holding back the fourth Raikage. When Jiraiya suddenly parachuted onto the battlefield for support, the Cloud Ninja realized they couldn't make any headway and stopped their relentless assault, leading to a standoff at the border. When the fighting stopped, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately transformed back into the kind and amiable Hokage, coming out to hold a press conference. The speech was so boring it made me yawn. It was entirely about how brave our Konoha ninjas were, successfully thwarting the enemy's schemes, with a mention that my son, Sarutobi Asuma, made some insignificant contributions. I was in the crowd at that moment, thinking wildly, goodness, aren't these just the leaders from my previous life who made empty promises? Their skills are even worse. When it comes to others' contributions, they just gloss over it with the phrase great contribution. But when it comes to their own son, they start to elaborate, right? Old dang, you have a chance, but you're useless. The common people aren't fools. I could hear them clearly whispering. After this fight, will prices drop? Now, a day's work only buys half a day's worth of food. What has Asuma done? I heard from my retired brother-in-law that he was protected the whole time on the front lines. Sure, keep it down. A lot of people have mysteriously disappeared after talking too much lately. See, the people's eyes are sharp. Do you really think everyone can be fooled by you all the time? However, this war isn't without its benefits for me. A large number of those loyal to the main branch of the Hyuga family have died on the battlefield, which helps purify our branch. This way, when I take action next, I can avoid getting too much of my clan's blood on my hands. Unable to bear the old monkey's nonsensical shouting any longer, I used Flying Thunder God and disappeared directly from the crowd. As soon as I returned to the clan's territory, a soft and cute little girl rushed up to me, blinking her big eyes and timidly calling out, "Brother Wind." It was Hinata. I politely returned her greeting, and I quite like this little girl. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a lullicon. I just happen to like someone who is a lowly. Unfortunately, her father is the head of the main family. And when I take action to reform the Hyuga clan, that identity will be the original sin. After bidding farewell to little Hinata, I went home to prepare. Tonight is the gathering of our wings of light, which will determine the future of the Hyuga clan. It's time to clean up some eyesores. In the late night, at the underground base, nearly 100 members of the branch family stood straight like javelins, their eyes full of fervor. As soon as I appeared, everyone bowed in unison. Patriarch. In their hearts, I was already the patriarch, Hyuga Hizashi, just a clown who stole a high position. I cleared my throat and directly dropped the bombshell. Brothers and sisters, after relentless effort, I have figured out the ultimate way to completely break the caged bird. As I said this, I raised my hand to remove my headband, revealing my smooth forehead. The entire place fell silent. A second later, it exploded. The roar of "Long live the clan leader" almost lifted the ceiling off. I I pressed my hand down and continued. In simple terms, we create a fake curse seal ourselves, gradually replacing the part that the main family uses to control us and ultimately regain control for ourselves, while also getting rid of this ugly mark on my forehead. Of course, there are two problems. First, it requires a high level of sealing technique. Second, it can easily be discovered by the main family, and they might eliminate us before we succeed. My expression turned cold, so we must strike first. Eliminate the main family. Lord Phone, let's do this. The shouts below were deafening. Good. I began to issue commands. Our goals are clear. First, figure out the whereabouts of all main family members and their lackeys. And when we act, we must catch them all at once. Second, everyone must immediately learn the new unsealing technique and master it within half a month. Third, after overthrowing the main family, we must abolish the evil system of caged birds. The plan is set. Within half a month, the Hyuga family must undergo a change. On the other side, Hyuga Hizashi was frowning in his residence, feeling that the family atmosphere had been off lately, and the branch family members were being overly respectful towards him. He was still worried about Hinata losing to Hanabi in practice, completely unaware that a storm capable of overturning everything was about to arrive. After arranging these matters, I became the hands-off manager and went out of the village with Hong and the others to carry out patrol duties. Walking in the forest, Hong suddenly stared at me and said, "Phone, why do I feel like you've changed a lot recently? It seems you're more beautiful?" I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Pretty is a term used to describe women. I'm just developing, you know? She smiled a little and seemed a bit emotional. I hope you don't become more and more unfamiliar like the leaves. I stopped in my tracks and looked at her. No one can stop the tide of the times. Who knows, maybe in the future, people could be resurrected. As soon as the patrol ended, that girl Hong Do angrily pulled Hong away, rolling her eyes at me. "Hong, and are going to the hot springs? No boys allowed." She probably saw me chatting with Hong and leaving her out, getting jealous. Just right, I decided to give Hong a big surprise. I directly used Flying Thunder God to travel back and forth to the land of snow, airlifting top-quality seafood, and pairing it with my specialty braised lion's head and sweet and sour ribs. The most amazing part was that I used ninjutsu to project the entire starry sky in Hong's room, with the moon hanging from the ceiling and stars twinkling on the walls. It was dreamlike beyond belief. When Hong returned in the evening and saw this scene, her first reaction was actually to form a hand seal. Jinjutsu. Release. I walked out from behind the door, feeling both amused and exasperated. It's not an illusion, it's me. Only then did she feel relieved, and she was completely shocked. Her eyes turned red instantly as she threw herself into my arms, holding me tightly. I held her, inhaling her fragrance, and the atmosphere became more and more intimate. After dinner, the two of us were cuddled together, our shadows almost melting together. I was captivated by her particularly alluring gaze that night, my heart racing as I picked her up in a princess carry, ready to head to the bedroom for a deeper exchange. Just then, the door burst open with a bang, and a lively figure rushed in. "Hong, I'm going to sleep with you tonight." In the next moment, the three of us, me, Hong, and Red Bean, were staring at each other under the dreamy, starry sky, frozen in shock. Who understands the family dynamics? That scene was a perfect standoff, the air practically solidified. In the end, it was Hong who snapped back to reality, breaking free from my embrace, grabbing Red Bean's hand, and helplessly saying to me, "Phone, you should head back first. Tonight, I want to have a sister talk with Red Bean." What else can I say? I have a stomach full of anger, but I feel embarrassed to find Mikoto. So I simply flew directly to the coldest ice field in the land of snow, planning to cool down physically. And guess what? After a night of cold wind, I actually calmed down. I started to reflect on my feelings for Hong and Mikoto. After thinking it over, the answer was simple. I was just attracted to their bodies. But after spending time together, I did develop some fondness and affection. Understanding this made me feel clear-headed, as if the mirror in my heart had been polished to a shine. In this state, I took out the research on the white Zetsu arm I had obtained before, and with a surge of chakra, a feeling of all things sprouting filled my heart. Then, I actually practiced wood release. That's right, wood release. Although I can only sprout something like broccoli for now, this is a breakthrough. Plus, I feel like I can use Sage Mode now. However, to me, Sage Mode is just a temporary buff. It takes a long time to activate and has a cooldown period, which feels like a rookie move. Why not just refine natural energy directly into our bodies like true martial artists? I gathered my thoughts and slowly began to practice Byakugan. At that moment, I felt a surge of wisdom, and many of the ninjutsu secrets I had previously not understood suddenly became clear to me. a powerful and profound state of mind, where all things in the universe, life and death, and illusion and reality were all within my grasp, began to surge wildly within me. I tell you, that feeling was exhilarating. The whole world seemed like a code back into me, and I could change it however I wanted. Then, I confidently returned to Konoha. Goodness. 1 second, I was the ruler of the earth, and the next, just thinking about Hong and Hongdo made my momentum drop from Mount Everest to the Mariana Trench. Family. Who understands the awkwardness of this battlefield? It's even tougher than facing tailed beasts. There's no way to avoid it. So, I steeled myself and went to Hong's house. As soon as I teleported there, I made a bit of noise on purpose, and when I went upstairs, I saw Hong and Hongdo holding hands, laughing like sisters as they came out of the room. I was stunned. This wasn't the script. It shouldn't be a dramatic scene of hair pulling and slapping. Instead, Hongdo, that girl, was blushing like a monkey's, but her hand gripping Hong's so tightly that the veins were popping, and she was proudly saying, "Humph, you ran out for a whole night, and I thought you were kicked out by us. Come on, let's go eat. It's on me. Consider it an apology for interrupting your good time last night." I was completely speechless. What good thing is this? What are you thinking about every day in that little head of yours? Hong was sitting next to me, her face almost buried in her chest, and that look in her eyes seemed like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. When we arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Hongdo was like a starving ghost reincarnated, entering a frenzied eating mode all by herself. Both Hong and I were so awkward that we could probably scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with our toes. I could only frantically give Hong Morse code with my eyes, asking her what was going on. As for Hong, she was unusually shy, glancing up at me with a roll of her eyes. And I instantly understood the meaning behind that look. Don't ask. If you ask, nothing happened. Just maintain the status quo. All right, I actually felt relieved by this outcome. After dinner, Hongdo, the atmosphere group leader, started to stir things up again, winking at us. All right, now that your energy is replenished, you can continue with what you didn't finish. I'm going to bed early tonight. I won't disturb you at all. After saying that, she vanished in a flash, running faster than a rabbit. Hong was both angry and embarrassed because of her, stomping her foot and wanting to run away too. Could I let her escape? I grabbed her hand and charged straight to my house. Her little struggles felt like a kitten scratching for a tickle to me, and I dragged her back home. As soon as we entered the bedroom, I pushed her against the wall with a thud. Her voice trembled slightly, mixed with fear, confusion, and a hint of anticipation. What were you going to do? I told you. She looked simply adorable like that. I leaned close to her ear, blew a breath, and whispered, "Last night, I was out in the cold wind all night. Don't you think you should compensate me a bit?" Her head almost dropped to the ground as she nervously asked, "What kind of compensation do you want?" I smiled and gently said, "I'll compensate you. Let's practice your illusion magic well." She looked up, still not reacting, and I silenced her with a kiss. When I released her and saw her panting, I took her hand and led her inside. Good. Tonight we'll delve into the practical applications of illusion magic in different scenarios. I tell you, this academic exchange was intense. 2 hours later, Hong looked completely drained, slumped there with a dazed expression. After recovering a bit, she bit my shoulder, but my body felt like she was biting on steel. She got so angry, huffing, "Woo, you're bullying me. You bastard. What kind of illusion training is this?" I replied to her with enjoyment. "How can it not count? Your illusion proficiency, my illusion resistance. Aren't they both increasing? It's a win-win." She got even angrier, using illusions to create captured female ninjas, interrogation cells, basements. Is that training? That's just satisfying your own perverted interests. Before she could finish, I blocked her words again. I thought this wouldn't do. We had to create an academic atmosphere. So I proposed again. Come on, let us do something new this time. An elite infiltration by the Umbu to gather intelligence. And then I'll catch them on the spot. Hurry up. That night was truly enchanting. The next morning, I woke up refreshed and was making breakfast in the kitchen while Hong was still lying in bed like a corpse. I brought the breakfast in, and seeing her pitifully bullied expression, I couldn't help but forcefully add a scene of a female patient being bullied by a ruthless doctor in an illusion. Goodness. When it came time to reflect on the experience, Hong completely lost it, picked up a pillow, and smashed it into my face, driving me out of the house in embarrassment. The wind from the closing door was just 2 centimeters from my nose. She was still shouting inside, saying she would make me eat vegetarian for a month. I can only slip away for now, thinking about next time when I can write a script where a male butler serves the young lady as an apology. It's about time to get down to some serious business. I first returned to the Hyuga clan's territory and met with the brothers from the Light Wings to finalize the last details. The time to take action is tonight. Then, With a flying thunder god technique, I arrived at Snow Ninja Village. Not long after I got there, Uchiha Izumi ran over, looking at me with admiration. Lord Snow Shadow, I chatted with her as we walked, and she said that the Uchiha clan has been living particularly well here, feeling an unprecedented sense of fairness and peace. Some people have even started considering marriage and having children to continue their family line. As we talked, the girl suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and fell silent. I had no idea what she was imagining. When we arrived at the office, Mikoto was dressed in a professional outfit, handling official business, and she looked quite impressive. After they finished reporting their work, Izumi and Mikoto exchanged a glance and suddenly hit me with something big. Izumi mustered her courage and said to me, "Lord Yukikage, we of the Uchiha clan also want to integrate into Yukige Cure. Please do not treat us differently." I was taken aback. When did I treat you differently? Quan took a deep breath and looked me in the eye. All the ninjas in the village bear the curse marks you placed. So why is it that only we Uchiha do not? I was stunned at the time, doubting whether I had misheard. Do you know what that seal is for? We know. Quan's tone was firm. We understand its significance. I told you. When I looked into her determined eyes, I gained a whole new understanding of the mental state of the Uchiha clan. I'm giving you freedom, yet you insist on putting on collars? What kind of outrageous operation is this? I helplessly asked her to confirm with the clan again. As a result, half an hour later, dozens of Uchiha clan members lined up to come. I marked each of them with the cursed seal, and their expressions were as if they had received some supreme honor. Walking away gratefully, it made me feel uneasy. These people, their mental state is indeed a bit obsessive. Time flew by, and it was midnight on the day we would take action. At the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's territory, I was lurking in the shadows with a dozen brothers from the Wings of Light. One brother, feeling indignant, complained, "These guys, after exterminating the Uchiha, have been sending Umbu to monitor us every day. Do they really think of us as family?" I laughed, just a few flies. Saying this, I formed hand seals and slapped the ground, creating a barrier cycle. With a buzzing sound, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire Hyuga clan territory. Okay, done. From now on, even if everything inside is turned upside down, what people outside will see is just the surveillance footage we recorded in advance. The entire Hyuga family is now my live streaming room, and those outside can't see anything. I turned around and looked at this group of brothers who had been repressed for many years. My voice was not loud, but every word struck their hearts. Gentlemen, the decaying clan has oppressed us for too long. Tonight is the moment of repayment. I declare that the Wings of Light will declare war on the Sunlight clan and all forces that want us to continue being their dogs. Understood. Everyone knelt on one knee, their eyes fervent as if they were looking at a deity. I waved my hand. All right, according to plan, action. On the other side, at the Hyuga main family's mansion, Hyuga Hayashi, that old guy, was sleeping soundly when suddenly he jolted awake from his dream. He sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet. The entire mansion was as silent as a horror movie set. Not a single patrolling guard or servant in sight. His heart sank, and he quickly got dressed and went outside to check, only to find the entire residence empty. First, he ran to check on his youngest daughter, Hanabi, and fortunately, she was still there. Then he woke up Hinata, keeping both daughters behind him, and only took the one maid who hadn't disappeared, Hyuga Natsu, preparing to go outside to investigate. Meanwhile, our major cleanup had already begun. Teams of Bright Wings members, as if guided by GPS, accurately stormed the homes of those die-hard loyalists to the clan. Bang! A kick broke the door open. Who is there? The homeowner, Hyuga Mukage, assumed a defensive stance, but froze the next second because the four people surrounding him were all elite members from the branch family that he knew. He tried to run, but they coordinated perfectly and subdued him in just a few moves. The most explosive situation had to be with the Hyuga Lei family. This guy was a jonin, highly alert, and immediately sensed that something was off. He wanted to flee with his wife and child, but he was directly surrounded by 6 of us, including 2 jonin. Just as he was preparing to fight to the death, to carve a bloody path for his wife and child, guess what happened? His own son from behind gave him a set of Bagua 16 palms, directly incapacitating him. The look on Hyuga Lei's face went from shock to heartbreak, and finally to despair as he looked at his son, trembling as he asked why. Why? That kid, with a proud expression, deeply bowed to his parents, then raised his head, his eyes shining with fervor. "I'm sorry, Father. I have long joined the Bright Wings and listened to Lord Kaze's teachings. I'm doing this for our family's sake, for the true dignity of the Hyuga clan." I was watching this scene from the background through a barrier, and I was shocked. The brainwashing effect was even better than a certain company's pyramid scheme. Soon, nearly 200 stubborn elements identified were all escorted to the training ground of the branch family. It was brightly lit like a big conference. The group of captives gathered together, making a huge noise. Some were crying in despair, some were cursing loudly, and others were constantly trying to persuade us to turn back from our misguided ways. Just as the scene was in chaos, one of my subordinates, Nisaka Minami, stepped forward with a smile on his face, cleared his throat, and began to PUA. Everyone, please don't panic. We will not harm you. In fact, our actions are all in accordance with the will of the great patriarch. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted, with someone immediately shouting, "The patriarch? Are you talking about Lord Nizuki?" I tell you, as soon as that guy finished speaking, our leader Hinata Nan's face turned dark like the bottom of a pot, and he pointed at that person, shouting, "How dare you insult Lord Phone with that thief? Are you looking for death? Goodness." That momentum scared the interrogating guy back several steps. But you won't believe it, another brother on our side was even angrier. His gaze was like he wanted to skin someone alive, muttering, "If it weren't for Lord Feng's orders, I would have given this bunch of clueless guys a good beating." Just then, the whole place suddenly gasped. I looked up, and my family, who understands, I really wasn't dreaming, right? In the sky, a person was walking down step by step. It was as if there were invisible steps beneath his feet. That aura, that presence, it was incredible. It practically burned out my CPU. Our brothers from the Wings of Light were so excited, and when Lord Foam shouted, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. With a bang, everyone knelt on one knee. As he slowly descended, I realized it was none other than Hinata Foam. He cleared his throat and raised his hand to remove his forehead protector. I leaned in for a closer look. Wow. His forehead was completely smooth. The cage bird was gone. Then he started speaking into the mic, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. "Brothers, Hinata Foam, am breaking away from the main family. Tonight, there's only one thing to do: take back the freedom and dignity that the main family brats have owed us for hundreds of years, with interest." As soon as he said this, the crowd was immediately divided. Half of them went crazy, thinking, "Oh my God, can it really be done? Am I saved?" The other half, however, looked like they had been PUA'd and were pointing fingers at Brother Foam, cursing, "You traitor. Without the cage bird, our Hinata clan is finished." I thought to myself, it's 2025, how can there still be people believing in such empty promises? They deserve to be treated as expendables. Brother Foam didn't even bother with them. He raised his arm and shouted a few words that got my blood boiling, essentially saying that our predecessors' blood should not be shed in vain, and tonight, let the old geezers of the main family see what it means to be noble and powerful. After saying that, he waved his hand, "Brothers, charge with me," and led the way towards the main family stronghold. The scene shifted, and over at the main family, it was complete chaos. Hinata Rizuku, the former clan leader, was running around with a group of elders like headless flies, realizing that all the household staff had mysteriously vanished overnight. When they attempted to go outside to check, they suddenly hit an invisible wall. It turned out they were trapped inside a massive, powerful barrier. Rizuku tried a Bawa Palm technique, but it was like scratching the barrier. It did nothing. The pampered elders followed suit. Even Hinata and Hanabi went up to hit it a couple of times, but they were exhausted like dogs. And the barrier didn't even ripple. Then they began to speculate. Is Konoha coming for us? Oh no, today is Uchiha. Is our tomorrow? Finally, some clueless person pointed the finger at the only branch family girl present, Hinata Natsu, shouting, "Tell us, did you do this? You spy. Family, who understands?" It was completely unreasonable. An elder named Hinata Zongbing, without saying a word, directly activated the caged bird, and little Natsu immediately writhed on the ground in pain, crying her heart out. The main family members watched like it was a show, completely indifferent. My fists were clenched tightly. Just when little Natsu looked like she couldn't take it anymore, a loud shout came. "The main family really has some great power." Before the words even finished, a gust of wind suddenly sent the abusive elder flying. I fixed my gaze and saw Fong Ge had arrived. His entrance was dramatic, wrapped in black currents, like a demon descending to the world. With a thud, he knocked an elder flying and landed steadily in front of Xiaoxia. His aura blew the members of the clan off balance. The one called Zongbing got up and tried to act tough, forming seals against Fong Ge, attempting to use the caged bird technique. What happened? Fong Ge didn't even glance at him, focusing instead on comforting Xiaoxia in his arms. The elder's face turned green as he repeatedly formed seals, like a phone with no signal, getting no response at all. I was almost laughing out loud from behind. The Grand Elder finally reacted, pointing at Feng Ji's forehead, his voice trembling. You broke the cage bird? Only then did Feng Ge lift his head and sweep his gaze over them. That's right. Another elder, not willing to give up, tried to cast a seal on all of us from the Wing of Light, but we all just stared at him like he was a fool, with no one reacting. They were utterly hopeless now. Nikaritsu finally stepped up, trying to pressure Feng Ge by asking what he wanted. Let me tell you, the next thing Feng Ge said should definitely be recorded in the history of the Hyuga clan. He smiled slightly and said, I've come to ask the clan to offer their lives, to honor my family. Once this was said, the clan members completely collapsed, slumping to the ground. The Grand Elder still wanted to save face, saying the caged bird was to protect the family. Feng Ge shot back directly. Stop talking nonsense. You just use it as a tool for enslavement. He even casually revealed that he had developed a modified version of the seal that would abuse people, shattering their last bit of hope. Nikaritsu still wanted to struggle, but Feng Ge directly mocked him. Do I need to surround you bunch of weaklings? I can take you on by myself. Nikaritsu and the Grand Elder were enraged, and the two combined to unleash the 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Guess what happened? Feng Ge held Xiaoxia with one arm and used the same technique with the other hand. The power, oh my! It dispersed the palm winds of the two like they were made of paper, sending them flying far away. Everyone else saw this and rushed over, shouting. Feng Ge's movement was incredible, like he had activated the wave step technique, weaving through the crowd effortlessly, handling everything with one hand, like an adult playing with children. In the blink of an eye, he had returned Xiaoxia to our side, then turned around and walked back leisurely, saying nonchalantly, Come on, let you lose convincingly. Nikaritsu got anxious and activated a reversal heaven technique, trying to compete with him using absolute defense. But Feng Ge was even more outrageous, standing still and also activating a reversal heaven, larger and faster than Nikaritsu's. With a loud bang, he directly shattered Nikaritsu's reversal heaven. Nikaritsu stumbled back, looking utterly incredulous. The Grand Elder, seeing they couldn't win with skills, gave a death order for everyone to exhaust their chakra and stamina, using a human sea tactic. I thought to myself, isn't this just a dying struggle? Feng Ge probably got tired of playing, so he stopped pretending and revealed his true power. He unleashed a surge of chakra from both palms, forming 2 gigantic lion heads. As he pushed forward, the lions opened their mouths and emitted a silent roar. Let me tell you, the entire ground rolled like waves, and that force made my scalp tingle from a distance. It directly shook the clan elders attacking me off balance. It was like bowling, knocking them all down, each one feeling electrified and unable to stand. After that move, the only one still standing were the Grand Elder and Nikaritsu. As for Hinata and Hanabi, they definitely needed special care. I deliberately avoided them, and they were staring wide-eyed, looking terrified. Nikaritsu, that old guy, had just taken a hit and was now panting like a broken bellows, his eyes filled with disbelief at this unscientific shock. He probably couldn't figure out for the life of him how my move, clearly similar to their family's twin lion palm, had power that felt like it had leveled up from a rifle to an Italian cannon. I completely shattered the last barrier in the hearts of those brothers who wanted to split from the family. Except for a few stubborn individuals who have been brainwashed into die-hard fans. Everyone knows the truth. Hinata's world has changed. The Elder, seeing that the situation was hopeless, tried to make one last struggle and began to paint a grand vision for me. With your talent, why bother mixing with these commoners? You've already freed the birds in the cage. Listen to me. Let's not fight anymore. You could be the clan leader. Hinata will marry you. And all the family's secret vaults and techniques will be yours. Goodness, while he was saying this, he was also signaling to Hinata's father, who was equally desperate, nodding his head like a garlic pounder. Mary? Hinata's little head picked up on this signal, and her face turned as red as a monkey's backside. She quickly glanced at me and then buried her head down, probably wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. To be honest, the Elder's words did make me take a closer look at Hinata. The future looks promising, but for now, she's just a plain little silly girl. And that's not ideal. Moreover, I noticed that at this moment, Hinata had nothing to do with that yellow-haired kid Naruto. She was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. She's cute, but she's still a bit short of my standards. I shrugged at that moment, my sarcasm skills fully activated. Are you stupid? If I kill all of you, these things will still belong to me, right? Hinata is indeed quite cute, but I prefer to take things myself. And who said I only want Hinata? As soon as I finished speaking, the chakra in my hand surged even more, and in front of their desperate faces, I struck out again. That strike clearly conveyed 4 big words. I want it all. including Hanabi, in your lives. I'll take them all. The remaining members of the Hyuga clan were so scared that their souls nearly left their bodies, using every ounce of strength to spin around like tops. Unfortunately, this time I didn't hold back. Their feeble resistance was like paper lanterns in front of me, easily punctured. As my palm went past, their Tiante was instantly like a fan that lost power, coming to a halt, and then with a crack, shattered into pieces. The screams echoed. Several elders flew out like kites with their strings cut, landing a dozen meters away, their limbs broken, lying on the ground, howling in pain. It was truly tragic. The remaining members of the Hyuga clan were stunned, first glaring at me with eyes that seemed to want to eat me alive. But in the next second, each one ran faster than rabbits, scattering in all directions. The desperation they had just shown vanished in an instant. So naive, I let out a cold laugh, and as my voice lingered in the air, dozens of my clones appeared in the sky. These clones moved at an incredible speed, precisely targeting their enemies. Each one took on a fleeing member of the clan, giving them a thorough beating that rendered their limbs and chakra pathways useless. Of course, I didn't forget the few elders lying on the ground. I went over to each of them and landed a few kicks to ensure they wouldn't have the strength to even form a chakra ball in the future. When a multitude of shadows disappeared, the only clan member still standing was Hyuga Hayashi, who was being supported by Hinata and Hanabi, struggling to get up. In the end, we lost. Hyuga Hayashi looked at me, his face filled with bitterness and helplessness, as if he had just lost all his fortune in the stock market. Don't hurt my dad. Hinata trembled as she used all her strength to support her father, tears welling up in her eyes. Beside her, little Hanabi was also biting her lip, staring at me with a look that seemed to await judgment from fate. I raised an eyebrow and walked over step by step. The pressure was overwhelming, let me tell you. I deliberately teased them. I'm going to hurt him. What can you two do about it? Hinata was initially trembling in fear, but when her fear reached its peak, it instead ignited her courage. She suddenly wiped away her tears and stood in front of Hyuga, Hinata, and Hanabi with her small frame. Although she was still shaking, her gaze had changed. I won't let you hurt them. Her tone was quite firm. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She even struck first, her delicate little hand coming at me with all her strength. I casually pushed her away, feeling a bit impressed in my heart. Not bad, little girl, being able to break through in a critical moment. That's quite a talent. I smiled gently and reached out to grab her small hand, which was delicate and smooth. You know nothing about strength. Hinata struggled desperately, but my hand was like a steel clamp, and her expression instantly turned to despair. Let go of my sister, Hanabi exclaimed, panicking, probably thinking that this family can only rely on me now. She charged over like a little cannonball. However, in the next second, I casually pointed at the 2 sisters, sealing their acupoints, leaving them standing in place, unable to move. I retracted my finger and frowned. TSK, still too small, not much of a feel. Hinata, Hanabi, Hyuga Hayashi called hoarsely, dragging his broken body towards me, swaying with every step, looking incredibly tragic. He knelt before me with a thud, lowering his posture to the extreme. The main house may be deeply sinful, but they are innocent. I beg you to exchange my life for their safety. Let all the evil end with me. I looked at him, expressionless, and raised my hand to seal him with a set of sealing techniques, turning him into a statue that could only see but not speak or move. Your life is worth nothing to me. However, Hinata and Hanabi are indeed good kids, so I accepted them. For their sake, I can give you some preferential treatment. But that's for later. Right now, it's time to end tonight's farce. To be honest, I felt no pleasure in seeing Hyuga Hayashi kneeling and begging for mercy. Instead, having these 2 sisters with great potential in the future brought me a sense of satisfaction. Although they seem insignificant now, who knows what the future holds? It's just that the way these 2 little girls look at me, both afraid and resentful, really annoys me. I directly call my trusted subordinate, Hyuga Saika. Saika, take Hinata and the others away, train them well as maids. Let them experience what it's like to be separated from the family, and learn how to serve people. Saika accepted the order and was about to take them away. But Hinata panicked and shouted with all her strength, I will obediently listen and serve you. Please spare my father and sister. Her little face turned red, looking like she was sacrificing herself for a noble cause. Saika felt a bit sorry for them and looked back at me. Some indescribable images flashed through my mind, but my face remained cold. I said them, right? Saika immediately understood, no longer hesitating, and directly dragged the weeping sisters away. The 2 little girls looked despairingly at their kneeling father, completely powerless to resist. The eldest daughter of the main family and the clan leader ended up like this, which made many of the branch family members feel refreshed, and whispers began to spread through the crowd. Do you think the leader really likes the little ones? Damn, my daughter is about the same age. Get lost. Mine is cuter, the leader must like mine. I couldn't help but twitch my mouth when I heard that. Seriously, do you really think I'm a lolicon? Besides, does your child have the same developmental prospects as Hinata and her sister? I ignored those guys who wanted to be my father-in-law, clear my throat, and began to deal with serious matters. The elders of the Zong family abolished their chakra pathways and imprisoned them in the dungeon. All the wealth they plundered from the people must be counted and submitted. Make sure to investigate thoroughly and document their crimes one by one to make them public. Then, I announced the handling of Hinata Hizashi, who would be interrogated in solitary confinement. Next, it was time to divide the roles. Hinata Saika, in charge of logistics. Hinata Yo, head of the guard team. Hinata Nan, responsible for discipline and interrogation. I assigned various positions in the family to my trusted core members in one breath, and the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Finally, I revealed a big move. In the future, I will teach everyone how to break free from the cage. I will also open up all the Gentle Fist inheritances, including the Byakugan. As long as you work hard enough, everyone will have the opportunity to learn. I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the whole place went wild. The cheers almost lifted the roof off. I want them to see that if they follow me, they'll have meat to eat, skills to practice, and they can regain their freedom. Under such conditions, if anyone still can't figure it out, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Zong family has caged birds, and Hinata Kaze can surely conjure up a curse seal, right? In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The next evening, I comfortably moved into the luxurious mansion that originally belonged to Hinata Hizashi, sprawled out on the sofa. 2 meters away, Hinata Hizashi was kneeling with a solemn expression, looking defeated, but his back was still straight, clinging to his pride. However, I didn't take care because I was enjoying myself. I had my legs resting on Hinata's plump little calves, savoring the service of her massaging my legs. Beside me, Hanabi was standing on the sofa, carefully massaging my shoulders. After a day and night of training, the 2 sisters were starting to look the part. Hinata's little face was so red it looked like it could bleed, her body tense and trembling. Hanabi, on the other hand, was more composed, though her little eyes kept darting to the back of my head, her little fists clenching and unclenching, probably calculating how to deliver a fatal blow to me. Hinata Hizashi tried hard to ignore the presence of his daughters and calmly spoke. You have already won. Why did you call me here? I find Hinata trembling too much, which affects my enjoyment, so I simply pull back my legs and drag her over, giving her a smack on the butt. She can't even squeeze a leg properly. She needs some training. Go massage your sister's shoulders together. Hinata was hit by me in front of her father and trembled even more. It took a long time for her to stand behind me with Hanabi's help, and the 2 sisters massaged my shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. I looked at Hinata Hizashi, whose eye was twitching wildly, and said meaningfully, seeing you, of course, I hope you can give me an explanation. For example, are there any hidden secrets or treasure maps in the main family? I was actually testing to see if he knew about those relatives on the moon. But this old guy was very tight-lipped. There are no more secrets. You've already been to the secret vault. All the stuff of the Hinata family is there. I was a bit disappointed. It seemed that the matter of the reincarnation, I would have to wait a little longer. So I changed the subject and started with a heart-wrenching question. Do you know why the other clan elders were stripped of their power and locked up for interrogation? While you're still being treated well. Your preferential treatment was bought at the cost of Hinata and Hanabi's sacrifices. Don't waste their hard work. As soon as I said this, Hyuga Hizashi stood up abruptly, his eyes wide. Kill me. Spare them. Kill you? I sneered. Don't worry, they are still young. I will take good care of them. As for you, go back to the dungeon and see what happened to your old friends. Calm down a bit. For the sake of Hinata and Hanabi, I will give you a chance to serve me. Think it over and come back to find me. To my surprise, this old man turned to leave, and Hinata couldn't hold back, calling out with a sob. Father. Hyuga Hizashi paused in his tracks. He slowly turned around, looking at his 2 daughters with an unprecedented gentleness. Hinata, Hanabi, you must listen well and serve the new clan leader. Then forget about me, forget about the main family, and protect yourselves. Hearing this, Hanabi was stunned, and her little fist, which was ready to launch a sneak attack, stopped. Hyuga Hizashi let out a bitter smile, looked at me, and suddenly said, the family has been passed down for thousands of years, and there is always some wisdom. The Uchiha are too rigid, and what happened? They nearly faced extinction. Our Hyuga clan has survived to this day because of our forbearance. You probably don't want to hear the words of a failure like me. Please treat Hinata and the others well in the future and lead the Hyuga clan towards a better direction. I chuckled and said, treat them well? They're my maids now. You know what maids are for, right? Of course I know. Hinata's expression became quite peculiar. They can be played with by their master at will. So you don't mind if they're toyed with by me, their enemy, and end up getting pregnant and giving birth? Wow, this old man has really opened up the conversation. He actually laughed and said for the family, the most important thing is the bloodline inheritance. Your talent, combined with their bloodline, won't the children born be part of the Hyuga bloodline? Won't they be my grandchildren? As a useless clan leader, I couldn't achieve it, so let my grandchildren do it, leading the Hyuga towards prosperity. I can die in peace. This can be considered my last contribution to the family. Damn, I was so annoyed at the time, that old fox actually wanted to one-up me in seniority. The fireworks beside me were stunned, probably thinking, so this is how you could take revenge? And Hinata, hearing the words, having a baby, completely short-circuited her brain, let out a gasp and fainted right onto me. Hyuga Hizashi saw me in a difficult spot and turned around satisfied, leaving behind a parting shot. If you want me to serve you, you better handle the village's pressure first. Playing both sides, huh? I watched his retreating figure and clenched my fists. Playing power games with me? In the face of absolute strength. Everything else is just an illusion. On the 7th day of restoring order, the Hyuga clan was completely under my control. Those stubborn guys were enjoying the warm hospitality of the branch family in the dungeon along with the clan elders. And it was said that they almost got into a fight over the right to use torture. It was at this time that the higher-ups in Konoha finally realized something was off. After all, the surveillance wasn't just for show, and it had been a week without a single meeting from the Hyuga clan, with clan leader Hyuga Hizashi seemingly having evaporated into thin air. Not a trace to be found. This had our Konoha F4 in a panic. I tell you, that meeting was extremely urgent. The old man, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was banging on the table, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, probably mumbling to himself, good grief, it's only been peaceful for a few days. And now there's another problem. Midogate indirectly threw out a report stating that surveillance had found that the two Hyuga kids, Hinata and Niji, had taken an extended leave from school. Even more outrageous was that the branch family members were moving out in droves like ants relocating. Danzo, that old schemer, added with a cold face that his root members had discovered that the Hyuga clan hadn't accepted a single rank mission lately, and not one of the main family members had shown their face in the village. I tell you, the old man couldn't sit still anymore. His mind was racing with calculations, probably thinking, oh, Hinata, as soon as Uchiha falls, you want to learn from them to get into real estate, huh? He slammed the table, and the killing intent was so intense that I thought Danzo's soul had possessed him. He shouted, we can't wait any longer. Let's go directly to their door. I don't believe the Uchiha's fate isn't enough for them to drink a pot of tea. Wow, when he said that, both Xiaochun and I were shocked, thinking, did you two swap scripts today? But Danzo didn't care about that. He got excited upon hearing this and immediately stated, exactly, it should be done this way. Bring the and root. Let's see what kind of waves the Hyuga family can stir up. So, we charged towards the Hyuga family's territory with great momentum. What happened next? Who understands our plight? We didn't even get through their main gate. We were stopped by a team of guards. They said they needed to report to the clan leader. Danzo's old face instantly lost its composure. He pointed at them and yelled, are you Byakugan blinded? You dare to stop the Hokage and the elders. Are you Hyuga planning a rebellion? The guards stood firm, saying the rules were like this and they wouldn't let us in. As we reached a stalemate, dozens of people came out from inside, led by Hinata Sewa and Hinata Rai from the branch family, and they were blocking the door too. The old man was so angry that his beard was standing up. Where is Hinata Hizashi? Tell him to come out and see me. Just as Danzo was about to lose his temper and take action, a figure floated out from inside, named Hinata Kaze. Then, oh my, all the Hyuga clan members present suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted in unison, Lord Clan Leader. I was completely stunned at that moment, looking at the group, my mind racing with one thought. What is going on here? Is Hinata Hizashi possessed? T's eye exploded on the spot. What are you guys doing? Just picking someone to impersonate the clan leader. Do you think we're fools? As a result, the nearby Jonin named Hinata Raijin directly testified with the honor of the clan, saying that this Lord Wind is indeed the new clan leader of the Hyuga clan. At this point, our minds went blank like we had just been stuffed with an explosive tag. Hinata Kaze was grinning like a fox, slowly explaining, oh, it's like this. 7 days ago, the former clan leader, Lord Hizashi, had a whim and insisted on sparring with us. You know, we couldn't refuse the enthusiasm of the main family. As a result, Oops, I accidentally beat him. Then the elders of the main family were unconvinced and came at me in a wheeled battle, and I knocked them down again. He shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. Maybe they've been pampered for too long and lack exercise. Now they feel inadequate and are too embarrassed to face anyone. So they all went into seclusion to train, each one hanging from beams and pricking their thighs, working really hard. I was so shocked that my eyelids started to twitch. This excuse is simply on a whole new level of absurdity. Sakura, who was the first to lose her cool, shouted with a high-pitched voice, "Nonsense. A 15-year-old Neen as the clan leader? This is absolutely unacceptable. Do you have any sense of hierarchy?" She was cut off mid-sentence because it seemed that the clan leader's succession didn't actually require the Hokage's approval. Hinata Kaze pretended to bow politely and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my level is too low. I didn't know that the village could decide the clan leader candidates for each family." That one sentence nearly choked Sakura. The old man quickly stepped in to mediate, looking serious as he said, "Of course, the village does not interfere. However, your word alone is not enough. What about the main family members?" Hinata Kaze waved his hand, and all the Hyuga clan members responded in unison. Even at the entrance, Hinata and Hanabi, the two little girls, nodded stiffly like marionettes. Danzo didn't buy it and shouted, "So what? Do you have the strength to back that up?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a team of root ninjas emerged like ghosts from all directions, throwing shuriken, kunai, fire dragons, and wind blades, overwhelming Hinata Kaze. I tell you, that scene was ruthless. The members of the Umbu also struck at the same time, directly blocking the other members of the Hyuga clan. And guess what? Hinata Kaze turned around with just one katen, spinning like a top, and all the attacks were deflected. As soon as he finished spinning, Nara's shadow imitation technique wrapped around him, and he couldn't move at all. Two root ninjas like ghosts lunged at him from both sides with their knives aimed at his waist. Is this the extent of their strength? Danzo was utterly disdainful. The next second, he was slapped in the face. With a bang, the bisected Hinata Kaze turned into a puff of smoke. His real body appeared directly in the air more than 10 meters high, and with a push of his palms, an invisible, terrifying palm wind, the Bagua, K-by palm, pressed down on the more than 10 root ninjas below, rendering them unable to move. And the weaker ones immediately spat blood and fell to the ground. The ruthless root members immediately compensated for the two who fell, sending fire and wind techniques like they were free. Hinata Kaze, like a ghost, danced through the gaps in their ninjutsu, initially just dodging. Danzo mocked from his side. "Is that all you can do, just dodge? Useless." This seemed to provoke Hinata Kaze, who coldly laughed. "All right, then let's have some fun." In an instant, he flickered and slipped out of the encirclement, appearing in front of several root ninjas. His palm moved so fast it left an afterimage. And with the Bagua, 64 palms, swish, swish, swish. Those few people were like wooden stakes, their chakra completely sealed. The teammates behind him didn't care at all. And a great fireball smashed over. Hinata Kaze dodged, and those unlucky souls who had their chakra points sealed screamed as they were roasted by their own ninjutsu. Then he dashed to the other side, using a katen to send 3 people flying. The most ruthless part was when he appeared right in front of 2 root jonin, pushing out a palm, chakra coalescing into a laser cannon. The Bagua, Shattered Mountain Strike, whoosh pierced through the 2 jonin like a sugar gourd, and the shockwave carved out a 20-meter-long fissure in the ground. With a deafening boom, the entire place fell silent. The remaining 7 root ninjas had just gotten into formation when Hinata Kaze unleashed 2 Bagua, K-palm strikes. The powerful palm wind forcibly compressed the air, sending the 7 of them flying like bowling pins. After finishing, he instantly teleported in front of the old man, the afterimage slowly disappearing. And then he smiled and asked, "Excuse me, with this strength, am I qualified to be the clan leader?" "You." Danzo's face turned purple with anger. The old man quickly raised his hand to stop him, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Ahem, strength is one thing, but internal family matters. The village will not interfere. He pretended not to see the root members lying all over the ground. "Oh, no interference." Hinata Kaze feigned innocence. But Elder Danzo had just said my strength was insufficient. I thought that in the future, when changing clan leaders, we would have to be beaten by the root at the entrance first. This left the old man at a loss for words, awkwardly puffing on his pipe to hide his gloomy face. Hinata Kaze turned to all the clan members, raising his arm and shouting, "Fellow clansmen, we have had enough of being slaves. Now someone wants to take away our freedom with just one word, making our descendants live in hell. Do you agree? Dream on." Absolutely not. Whoever dares to take away our freedom is our mortal enemy. In the Hyuga clan's territory, a massive crowd surged forward, with thousands of angry white eyes staring at us, the momentum threatening to tear the sky apart. Hinata Kaze turned around, facing the old man and the others again. His voice not loud, but every word struck like a hammer to the heart. Lord Hokage, we have already stood up to be humans, and we'll never kneel down to be dogs again. He stepped forward firmly. This freedom was bought with our lives. If anyone insists on taking it away. He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife. Everyone, please take it with your lives. Behind him, all the Hyuga clan members moved in unison, stepping forward together. The thuds sounded like the drumbeat of war, sending a tremor through all our hearts. Goodness, the momentum was overwhelming, like a landslide. I dare say, the old man's legs must have been cramping. He quickly put down his pipe and read off his lines dryly. Today is all a misunderstanding, internal family matters. The village absolutely will not interfere. I hope the Hyuga clan reaches new heights. After finishing, he reluctantly added, but Hinata and the others still have tasks to complete. I hope they come out soon. Hinata Kaze smiled like a cat that stole fish. Don't worry. The clan leader has immunity and one team need to take on ordinary tasks. As for those clansmen at the border, they will continue to contribute to the village upon their return. The old man was completely out of options, only able to exchange a glance with Danzo and the others, finally throwing out a parting remark that the stability of the village is above all else, and you should take care before leaving in a huff. Really? They just ran away, looking as disheveled as could be. When Danzo left, his gaze was like a venomous snake, glaring at Hinata Kaze several times. The meaning clear. You wait for me, kid. Once we left, the Hyuga clan erupted in cheers like a tsunami. Back in the Hokage office, once the door closed, the atmosphere was so tense it could freeze. Ōtsutsuki Kamachi was the first to explode, slamming her palm on the table, her face wrinkling in anger. Too reckless. Lawless. This kind of open rebellion against the clan leader must never be acknowledged. I can't help but laugh in my heart. Why weren't you loud just now at the door? The old man is just sitting there, smoking one cigarette after another, his face hidden in the smoke, not saying a word. The remaining Shuidaman, Yen, is still confused, looking bewildered and asking what's going on. When Xiaochun exaggeratedly recounts the situation, Shuidaman Yen calms down and raises a crucial question. Something is off here. How could the branch family defeat the main family when a main family has the powerful weapon of caged birds? Could it be that Hinata Hizashi is playing us? The old man, who had been silent, finally spoke up, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and said firmly, Hizashi doesn't have the guts for that. Doesn't have the guts? Let me tell you, don't get the third generation wrong. Hizashi is an honest man. When he feels wronged, he just keeps it to himself. But now the head of the family is that kid named Hinata Kaze. That guy, let me tell you, is simply insane. His strength is outrageous, and he has no sense of rules at all. His aggression is off the charts. Danzo's half of his face looked as grim as a demon, almost spitting out saliva. I'm telling you, he has riled up the entire branch family. They're all acting like they've been injected with adrenaline. Have you thought about how dangerous this is? The caged birds aren't omnipotent. What if they really break the curse seal? Or what if hundreds of them rush in together and just go for a decapitation? Even if we have the curse seal, can we react in time? We can't wait any longer. Danzo, those old guys in the village are all stretching their necks to watch us make fools of ourselves. Goodness, these two old men are whispering in the Hokage office, closing the door like a spider's den, with the shadows stretching long in the light. And every word they say is more sinister than the last. But let me tell you, the old folks in Konoha have ears sharper than dogs. The third generation hadn't even settled into their seats before news of the Hinata family's upheaval spread throughout the village like it had grown legs. After all, there are plenty of families in the village that specialize in reconnaissance. The Inuzuka family sets their dogs loose, the Yamanaka family sends out their insects, and our Hinata family. Cough cough, in short, it couldn't be hidden. The heads of the various families also gathered for a small meeting. Everyone is clear in their hearts. On one hand, they certainly have doubts about my rise to power through rebellion, even if they don't say it out loud. But on the other hand, would they risk their lives for the third generation and those high-ranking officials? No way. The last time the Uchiha clan fell, they didn't get a single drop of the wealth. So who would want to be the first to stick their neck out this time? So everyone agreed to stay put and watch the changes. After the third generation finished discussing, they decided to send Danzo's route to probe my background first. The village had long been calm. In the following days, it was as if our Hinata clan's area had turned into a zoo. with Root and Umbu spies wearing bizarre masks buzzing around like flies every day. Unfortunately, our Hinata family's Byakugan and barrier defenses are as solid as a wall of iron. They couldn't get a single hair in. What to do if they can't get in? Danzo thought of a bad idea, sending people to follow our clan members when they went out, trying to capture a few to bring back for tea. As a result, our Hinata clan has become like top-tier shut-ins. Everyone's staying at home, not going out at all. Even when they go out to shop, it's in groups of 10 or 20, coordinating with each other, making it look like a tour group, leaving the Root people with no opportunity to act. Danzo was so furious that his blood pressure was about to explode, smashing things in the base every day. If he wasn't doing well, I was having a great time. Relying on the dozen or so captives I had previously captured, I figured out the locations of several Root bases, jotting them down in my little notebook, just waiting for the right time to settle the score. However, for now, I need to go calm down two girls who are filled with resentment. As soon as I entered the door of the Sunset Red House, Hong Do's eyes lit up at first, but the next second her face fell. With a sarcastic tone, she exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this our great leader of the Hyuga clan? You actually have time to visit us, two humble former teammates. I'm truly flattered." Her words left me speechless, not knowing how to respond. Beside her, Hong looked at me with tearful eyes, her expression filled with concern, hurt, and grievance, conveying 1,000 words in just two. Scumbag. These past few days have been tough for them, being called in by the Umbu for questioning multiple times. The worst part was that they only learned from the Umbu that I had become the clan leader, and our small team disbanded without any clarity. I could handle Hong Do's verbal onslaught, but I really couldn't withstand Hong's pitiful appearance. I could only force a smile and explain, "Well, it happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to tell you. It's my fault, but I came as soon as I could." Hong Do quickly grabbed hold of the softening Hong, and the two stood side by side like sisters, but they showed no mercy. "Now you're the leader of the #1 noble clan in Konoha. Shouldn't we, as two little girls, kneel and bow before you in fear and trepidation?" I rolled my eyes. Women are just troublesome. So I jokingly said, "Just so you know, you two ordinary Chunin should come over and serve me properly." With that, I swaggered over and plopped down on the sofa, opening my arms wide. To my surprise, the two girls exchanged glances and didn't scold me. Instead, they shyly walked over. They didn't leap into my arms, but knelt beside me like little maids, one massaging my legs and the other kneading my shoulders. Their submissive demeanor made my heart race like a drum. Now, it was my turn to be flustered. I was genuinely afraid that a snake would jump out of the red bean's sleeve any second. But let me tell you, seeing two beautiful women serving me like this, who could resist that satisfaction? If Su Xian, a scholar, could dare to be a hero, why shouldn't I, Hinata Kaze, who practiced by Wapom, have a little fun with the red bean? Thinking this, I bent down and pulled both of them into my arms, grinning mischievously. "You two are so well behaved. I can't bear to let either of you go. What do you think we should do?" Hong rested her head on my chest, her voice soft yet firm. "Who else can I choose besides you? But I also don't want Konoha to be harmed." I quickly comforted them gently. "Don't worry, I can handle it. Some people just have power. They don't represent Konoha." After saying that, I turned to look at the other side, where Hongdo was. This girl's face was flushed all the way to her neck, but her mouth was still stubborn. "I was just playing along with you. Do you really think being the clan leader makes you amazing?" She awkwardly turned her head away. "Hong and I are good sisters. She has a good temperament, so she must be bullied by you. I have to keep an eye on you for her." This textbook like Sundara almost made me laugh out loud. I held back my laughter, took out 2 scrolls, and handed them to them. "These have my mark on them. If you encounter danger, tear them open, and I will come immediately. You two just wait patiently. Once I've sorted out all those messy issues, I'll come and properly pamper you." I said this with a teasing tone. Hongdo immediately exploded, shouting with her neck stretched out, "Are you scared? There are 2 of us here. Don't go soft on your legs later. Hey, can I tolerate that?" I immediately grinned wickedly. "You said it, I won't hold back." Hongdo wanted to retort, but was covered by Hong's hand over her mouth. Hong was almost dying of anxiety, shouting in her heart, "You silly girl, stop fanning the flames. I'm really a bit scared. Do you know this guy's a beast? If I couldn't stand it, would I agree to so many humiliating conditions? Otherwise, do you think I could easily accept you as my sister?" Hong looked at me with a flattering glance and found that familiar wolfish look in my eyes again, causing her legs to go weak instantly. When I left Hong's house, it was already dark. I hummed a little tune as I leisurely walked towards the clan grounds, feeling exceptionally relaxed. From the village center to our Hyuga home, there is a small forest in between. Tonight, the moon is dark and the wind is high, and the forest is eerie with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. TSK, 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 I really can't wait any longer. I suddenly stopped, scanning my surroundings. Danzo's intentions are really easy to guess. He indeed took action when he got the chance. As soon as I finished speaking, more than 30 root ninjas wearing animal masks jumped out around me. The one leading them was like a robot, speaking emotionlessly. Hinata Kaze, come with us. Lord Danzo wants to see you. I scoffed. Let him see me? What a big face. If he wants to see me, let him come to the clan land to pay his respects himself. I haven't finished speaking yet. Earth release. Hell swamp. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Goodness, all kinds of ninjutsu are coming at me like they're free. These guys are really brave. No wonder the resource consumption in the root is so high. After a series of combos, they mainly target my Byakugan. They use Earth Release to restrict my movement, Fire Release to force me to use Reversal Heaven and deplete my chakra, and as soon as I break out, they intercept me with Wind Release. There are also a bunch of taijutsu ninjas around, charging at me like rabid dogs, playing the exchange of injuries game. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all of this is just flashy. 8 trigrams, empty palm. As I tread through the swamp as if on solid ground, invisible chakra shockwaves shoot out, scattering the fire dragon and knocking away the wind blades. The root ninjas fly back like broken sacks, blood spraying from their bodies midair, and they are lifeless before hitting the ground. But the remaining ones are like emotionless robots. They don't even blink at the death of their comrades and continue to charge forward silently, using their lives to wear me down. I shattered the heart of an attacker with a casual palm strike and continued walking forward as if I were strolling through my own backyard. Huh, was that a sneak attack from my blind spot? The intelligence of the Hyuga clan has long been sold out, leaving us with nothing. 2 fire-style jutsu shots came flying from behind a tree, but I dodged them with a quick flash. Just as I steadied myself, the ground beneath me suddenly cracked open, and a person emerged, forming a strange seal. Secret technique. Mind turn technique. A wave of mental energy rushed into my brain, attempting to seize control of my body. What happened next? The moment that mental energy entered my mind, it was crushed by my heart mirror like garbage. The root ninja from the mountain family let out a scream, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, and collapsed, turning into a vegetable. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. I casually struck all the pressure points of the few unlucky ones charging at me, shattering their internal organs. Lightning release, earth walk. They saw that mental control was ineffective and switched to lightning release to try to paralyze me. One root ninja even lunged at me, trying to grab hold of me. Covered in explosive tags. With a loud bang, the flames engulfed me. I was caught off guard by the explosion. Just as I landed, the secret techniques of the heart confusion body technique and the shadow binding technique from the Naruto clan struck simultaneously. Unfortunately, it was still useless. The heart turn technique failed again, and another member of the Yamanaka clan fell. As for the shadows, I jumped straight up to a tree, making it impossible for them to reach me. Just then, a root ninja from the Oil Woman S clan emerged from the treetops, waving their hands. And an overwhelming swarm of insects rushed towards me, while the shadows below were fixated on my landing point, with attacks coming from both the sky and the ground. I hung in midair side and thought to myself that Danzo, that old dog, still hasn't come. It seems that tonight's gains are just these. Back to the heavens. I directly unleashed an enormous cup of return, and the chakra shield suddenly expanded, sending all your bug ninjutsu shurikens flying. Gentle fist, 18 palms. With a backhand move, I unleashed 18 invisible palm winds in midair. The speed was so fast that it left behind afterimages. And the remaining root ninjas had no time to react before being hit by the palm winds, their bones shattering as they flew out. By the time I landed, there wasn't a single survivor around. In the distance, sounds were coming from the direction of the village in our clan's territory. I smiled widely. The show was about to begin. Just like in a cop and robber movie, the police always arrive after the fight is over. Less than 10 minutes after the battle ended, the small forest was crowded with people. The first to arrive was our Hyuga family's guard team. Each one of them looked like they were about to burst with anger. If I hadn't stopped them, they probably would have gone berserk on the spot. Soon after, the Umbu squad arrived, claiming to protect the scene. But those people were as blind as bats, trampling all over the insect corpses on the ground, while skillfully avoiding the bodies that clearly belonged to the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans, casually checking a few they found. Then, the clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Yuhi, Yamanaka, and Nara families also arrived, with Hong and Akane mixed in the crowd, looking at me with worried expressions. The members of each clan were quite uneasy, exchanging glances and whispering to each other. The Inazuka clan leader, Inazuka Zwa, was straightforward and was the first to come up and talk to me, and the others followed suit. I actually wanted to see what kind of person this newly appointed Hyuga clan leader was. After a few more minutes, Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo finally arrived with a large entourage. Hokage-sama. The people present all rushed to greet him. No matter what they were thinking inside, they all put on a show of respect. Only our Hyuga family members stood still, unmoving. The third Hokage was over there chatting and laughing, while that old Danzo directly approached me, launching into a tirade. What the hell is going on with your Hyuga clan? Such a big incident happened at the clan's gate, and no one noticed? You claim to be masters of reconnaissance. Do you even care about the safety of the village? Wow, this set of punches, leaving aside the facts, was simply T0 level. Our Hyuga clan members were dumbfounded, their faces turning red with anger. Danzo himself was so furious that his one eye looked like it was about to spit fire. The 40-plus people who died today were all his top elites, including 2 elite jonin, and this incident directly emptied his reserves. How could he not be angry? I was disgusted by him too, and with a cold smile, I shot back. Elder Danzo means to say that it's my fault as the Hyuga clan leader for being surrounded in the village? Then I want to ask, who are these people? If they dare to surround and kill the Hyuga clan leader today, will they dare to storm the Hokage building tomorrow? When the security department was gone, it was you few elders who took over the village's defense. How bold. Do you dare to speak to me like this? Do you still have any sense of hierarchy? He was at it again, starting to twist the facts and strike hard. I stepped forward, and the clansmen behind me pressed up as well. The momentum frightened him and the roots behind him, making them tense. When did Konoha become a place where the truth couldn't be spoken? Moreover, the heads of the major clans have the right to participate in village affairs. But in your mouth, it becomes a matter of being a lowly person? Does the whole village have to treat you like the Hokage? Hey, are you okay? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if just coming online, finally saw me and hurriedly came over to mediate, standing in front of Danzo with a kind expression, speaking as if he still regarded me as a child. This old man has a very complicated mind. He knows I'm not the honest type like Hyuga Hisashi. I'm definitely a big troublemaker. I directly switched to Yin-Yang Master Mode and gratefully said, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I'm just the head of the Hyuga clan. After all, to have faced an assassination attempt by dozens of people in the village, it's really too much trouble for you to personally bring so many people to investigate. That one T-do. I intentionally emphasized just and dozens while saying it, causing the third Hokage and the elders beside him to start twitching. We are all part of the village, so I must get to the bottom of this. Don't worry, the Anbu are all experts and will definitely provide you with a clear result." As soon as I finished speaking, one of the experts came to report, "Lord Hokage, after inspection, these individuals show signs of lightning release body enhancement. They should be spies from the Cloud Village." I told you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, looking at me as if I were a fool. So that's it. Yinren is here for revenge. The third generation suddenly realized and immediately categorized the situation. Then he started to speak nonsense with his eyes wide open. It seems that Yinren harbors deep hatred towards your Hyuga clan. I think your Hyuga clan should send more people to the border, both to support reconnaissance and to seek revenge, putting some pressure on them to prevent them from sending more people. This old fox is driving me crazy. I was silently complaining in my heart, but I sighed and said, "We also want to contribute to Konoha, but we are just a small clan. We have already lost so many people in the previous battles. We truly have the heart, but not the strength. You are too modest. The Hyuga clan is a major clan of Konoha." I directly interrupted him and spoke to myself. Speaking of which, how did so many cloud ninjas infiltrate Konoha? As soon as I said this, everyone's attention turned to the third Hokage and Danzo. Danzo jumped in, justifying himself. "Today, more than a dozen Anbu on patrol were killed. All for you, Hyuga. From now on, you need to send more people to patrol. It's for your own safety." This logic is ridiculous. I retorted, "So what you're saying is that it's my fault for being attacked, and that our Hyuga clan defending Konoha against enemies is wrong? Being attacked proves that you're just an inadequate clan leader. You don't dare to fight the Cloud Ninjas at the border, yet you still dare to call yourself a great clan of Konoha." I laughed, slowly walking to a tree by the roadside, reaching out and surprisingly pulling out a camera from the trunk. I'm afraid tonight's events haven't been fully investigated yet. Fortunately, the last time a sky's light curtain inspired us, we set up quite a few cameras by the roadside. Luckily, it didn't break, and the videos inside can prove everything. To be honest, these people initially acted under Danzo's banner. I hadn't finished speaking when Danzo and the third Hokage's faces turned pale. Seeing their defeated expressions was more satisfying than drinking an ice-cold cola. This kind of thing can be forged. Danzo shouted fiercely. The evidence hasn't even been presented yet. And the elders are so quick to jump to conclusions? We're all ninjas. We can discern what's true and what's false without having to rely on Elder Danzo's judgment for everything. The third Hokage looked at me with a deep gaze, probably thinking that I was even more difficult to deal with than the Uchiha. He wanted to forcibly suppress the situation. All right, let's hand the evidence over to the Umbu for analysis. A lot of intelligence isn't suitable for too many people to know. How can I let him succeed? Not suitable? Does the Hokage believe that the methods of these people should not be known to the clan leaders present? I have absolute trust in my comrades from Konoha, but... Hokage, I interrupted him again, saying that the attire of these people is no different from that of the Umbu. Are they going to investigate themselves? Danzo couldn't stand it anymore. How bold. Don't you trust the Hokage or the higher-ups of Konoha? I have absolute trust in the Hokage. I made a cold joke, and then continued. But with so many Umbu members, it's inevitable that there are some wicked individuals who deceive others. I think it's best to clarify things on the spot while there are so many virtuous people around. While I was using a shadow clone to bicker with them in a village, my real body had already arrived at a hidden forest on the outskirts of Konoha. As expected of Danzo's lair, the location is all about the underworld. I looked at this desolate place in front of me and disdainfully commented. I first took out a scroll and placed a stronger barrier outside the base's barrier at the root, ensuring that no sound from inside could escape. Then I slammed my palm on the ground, and a deep passage appeared. I dove right in, and after just a few steps, I was met with several shurikens. Then a few root ninjas drew their swords and attacked without even asking what I was doing. TSK, since I've been discovered, there's no need to pretend anymore. I formed a sword hand sign, and a gust of wind swept up their shurikens, shooting them back at them. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. The violent airflow pinned those root ninjas down, leaving them helpless to watch as their own shurikens pierced their bodies. Ha ha ha, you little brats from Root, Uchiha Taijima is back. Tonight, let you atone for the souls of the Uchiha. My wild laughter echoed throughout the entire base. In an instant, the whole underground base was in an uproar, and countless footsteps sounded. I walked in with my head held high. Today this Root base is finished. As Uchiha Madara's father said, no one can stop it. A team of Root ninjas charged out fearlessly, but in such a narrow passage, no matter how many there were, they only caused me a bit of trouble. Unable to stop my advance at all, just as I took my first step, bam, Danzo directly pulled the rug out from under me. With two loud bangs, a massive stone wall came crashing down, sealing me off. Immediately, several hundred holes popped up in the wall, and the next second, hidden weapons came flying at me like they were free, creating a crossfire net that blocked all my movements. Does anyone understand? This was a real deadly move. But who am I? I directly used the Uchiha style, Thousand Winds. You want to shoot hidden weapons? Come on, I'll roll them all back to you doubled. I heard a series of loud bangs, and the stone wall cracked. Before I could catch my breath, green smoke started spewing from the holes in the wall, and that color was clearly deadly poison. I definitely did not want to touch that. Just then, a few hidden weapons with my flying Thunder God mark pierced through the wall. With a thought, I zipped outside right in front of those Root ninjas. When they saw me come out, they reacted quickly, unleashing wind and fire techniques right at my face. But let me tell you, those desperate subordinates of Danzo were nothing to me. I countered with a Gale Sword technique, blowing their wind and fire tornadoes right back at them, taking down a whole bunch. To be honest, dealing with these small fry, I was even holding back a bit, especially those who still had a bit of life in their eyes, probably just tricked into coming here. I would just break a bone or two and let them rest on the ground. But when I encountered those who were full of death energy, charging at me like robots, I wouldn't hold back at all, going for a physical exorcism. So I pushed through. My real body was slaughtering below, while my shadow clone was up top arguing with the third Hokage and Danzo, multitasking like crazy. As I fought my way to the innermost part, those desperate subordinates realized they couldn't hold the line anymore and went crazy, charging at me like self-destructing trucks. Just then, my shadow clone heard the third Hokage and Danzo distorting the truth, speaking so shamelessly that my anger flared up. All right, no more playing around. I unleashed a blade of flames, and the fiery sword energy spread everywhere, turning the entire passage into a crematorium. In the end, that wave of people didn't even have time to scream before being turned to charcoal. After clearing the obstacles, I rushed into the storage room. Wow, this is like a large warehouse supermarket. Bottles and jars for human experiments, Hashirama cells, classified documents. Take them all. Ninjutsu scrolls, intelligence scrolls, secret technique scrolls. Take them all. Gold, silver, treasures, weapons, military supplies. Take them all. In that secret room in the back, a whole wall of Sharingan like jars of pickles. Also take them all. As I was collecting, I thought, hey, did I have a bias against Danzo before? This old buddy is so thoughtful. Everything is categorized and ready for me to take for free. After cleaning everything out, looking at the empty base, I felt so comfortable inside. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly, a strong sense of crisis shot up from the soles of my feet straight to my head. Without a second thought, I activated the Flying Thunder God and instantly returned to the entrance. With a loud crash, just as I left, the entire root base collapsed. The ground caved in, creating a massive pit about 200 or 300 meters wide. That old Danzo actually left a self-destruction device. How ruthless. If I had been a second slower, I would have been buried alive. It seems I still can't be careless. I'm not invincible yet. My clone is still outside the Hyuga clan territory, having a tense standoff with the third Hokage. I demanded that he give an explanation right there, and the old fox didn't know how to respond for a moment. The clan leaders nearby were watching like it was a show, exchanging glances frequently. They knew what was going on, but didn't say a word. Of course, after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, they pretended to be blind, and now it's our turn with the Hyuga. So these people started feeling a bit of sympathy, fearing their own families might be next. The atmosphere was tense when Danzo, that old schemer, jumped in. He came at me with a series of accusations, claiming I had a lot of nerve, asking if I forged evidence, and suggesting I wanted to overthrow Konoha, throwing those accusations around like it was second nature. My clone wasn't going to back down either. We exchanged heated words, and every remark was aimed right at his throat. The third Hokage was beside us, smoking his pipe, occasionally giving a signal to the Umbu in the corner. Before long, one Umbu rushed over and reported, "Lord Hokage, we found one of our own among the assassins." Hearing this, the third's acting skills could rival an Oscar-winning performance. He looked shocked and furious, as if someone had disturbed his ancestors' graves, exclaiming, "What? Who did this? Unforgivable." The Umbu continued, "It's Yamanaka Ryoma from the Root Division." Danzo immediately seized the opportunity, his expression changing as he sneered. "I knew that kid was trouble. He was locked up for incompetence not long ago, and now it turns out he's a spy, colluding with the Cloud Ninja to assassinate his own people." Those two were perfectly in sync, directly shifting the blame onto a deceased person. My clone was amused, just quietly watching their performance. The third Hokage, seeing that I hadn't moved, immediately backtracked and announced that this matter involved espionage and needed to be handled by the Umbu. He asked for Toby to confine himself for reflection and then demanded my camera, saying that he would definitely give me an explanation once the investigation was clear. The implication of his words was clear. Hand over the evidence, and this matter will be settled. I will acknowledge your position as clan leader, or else it will be a situation where both sides suffer. I completely emptied out his old nest and couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them. So I just threw the camera that I'd already damaged at them. Let them investigate. It would be amusing if they came up with nothing. Before I left, I pointed at a crooked tree nearby and sarcastically said, "You know, how did you end up getting more and more twisted?" It made those old guys' faces turn green with anger. A few days later, as expected, the investigation result from the Dark Department came out, full of nonsense, claiming it was all done by traitors and that the camera was broken. And what happened next? The surveillance on us from the Hyuga clan actually intensified. Fine. If you're so bored, I'll give you something to do. I sneaked directly to the entrance of the ninja school and blocked Uchiha Sasuke as he was leaving. The surrounding Umbu members looked like their eyes were about to pop out, probably thinking I was going to attack Naruto. I approached Sasuke and called him Uchiha clan leader, which completely stunned this Chinibi kid. I didn't waste time with him and got straight to the point. I, Hinata's new clan leader Hinata Kaze, officially invite the Uchiha clan to form an alliance. Sasuke's expression was filled with question marks. An alliance? Just me? What for? I told him this was an investment, investing in his future. Then I started giving him a lesson. Don't you think about it? With such a huge Uchiha estate, ninjutsu scrolls, gold and silver treasures, are you really going to let them all burn away in a single fire? If your family has such a large piece of land, the village can just take it back without giving you a single penny? If you can get those things back, would you stop worrying about lacking resources for training or not having experts to guide you? I directly made his CPU overheat with these few words, and he began to tremble. Just then, the third Hokage and Mito Gate rushed over in a panic. Mito Gate immediately said, "What Uchiha clan? One person doesn't count as a clan. Oh, this is a divine assist." I immediately seized the opportunity and loudly said to the onlooking teachers and students, "Did you all hear that?" Elder Mito Gate said that a family with too few members doesn't count as a clan, and their land and property can be taken away at will. Is this fair? Everyone, as soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those from small clans around changed. The third Hokage realized it was bad and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying that the village was only acting as a custodian. I pressed on, well, custodianship must have a time limit and a list, right? The third Hokage, forced into a corner by me, had no choice but to say we should discuss it in his office. As soon as my newly allied brother Sasuke heard that he could get back the ninja scrolls and have someone guide his training, he immediately agreed, excitedly saying, "All right, let's go to the Hokage's office." Sigh, this frustrated me. I originally wanted to tear the third Hokage's old face off in front of everyone at the school gate. But Sasuke, being too young, was easily swayed. In the end, at the Hokage's office, I didn't want to get too involved. I just chimed in from the side to prevent Sasuke from getting too badly scammed. In the end, it turned out all right. Sasuke got back a lot of money and land, as well as a pile of ninja scrolls. And the third Hokage even promised to arrange for a Jonin to guide him. This kid was quite happy and immediately recognized me as his sworn brother. However, the look the third Hokage gave me was icy, and the killing intent was almost spilling out. I was also feeling upset. The matter didn't go smoothly, so I returned to Yukinin village to discuss martial arts with Aunt Mikoto. I showed her the recent situation with Sasuke and the video of me helping him secure benefits. Aunt Mikoto was extremely grateful and insisted on training with me seriously. It was a must. From evening until dawn, from the kitchen to the living room, we thoroughly and deeply explored the mysteries of martial arts, and I even let her experience the advanced technique of applying chakra attributes to any part of her body. With my combat power, Aunt Mikoto can't withstand it at all. In the end, she cried and begged for mercy, and then fainted from exhaustion. I settled her down and began to contemplate the next steps. Over at Konoha, the third Hokage and the others are severely weakened, and their reputation has dropped significantly, so they won't be able to stir up much trouble for a while. As for the Hyuga clan, I have basically integrated them completely. The remaining die-hard elements are just right to be sent out as cannon fodder for the village's missions. In the next few years, I plan to let the Hyuga clan keep a low profile and focus on training. I don't want to play mind games with those old foxes anymore. It's meaningless. The ninja world is deep, so let them fight among themselves. I'll take these years to settle down and push my Bagua palm to the next level. With that in mind, I tried to channel the 8 chakra within me, gathering it into a small black ball pulsating with the power of time and space in my palm. Inside, the elements of earth, water, fire, wind, and thunder were wildly evolving, constantly changing between existence and non-existence. Just a little more, and I could break through to the next level. Sigh, I was still a bit too anxious. Reaching this point in 6 years is already quite impressive. No rush, take it slow, and develop steadily. When my skills are perfected, then I'll come out and reap the rewards. That will be truly satisfying. Of course, just training in seclusion isn't enough. I can't let things go up in flames at home. As the one in charge, I also need to get my household affairs in order. I'm telling you, over at Snow Ninja Village, I directly helped Mikoto stand upright. Who understands the family? Now everyone in the village calls her Lady Snow Shadow, and her reputation is soaring. That arrogant bunch from the Uchiha clan might be unhappy inside, but they don't dare to speak up. As for that Uchiha Izumi, the little girl is something else. I casually gave her some authority and divided some scrolls, and her eyes lit up. It felt like they could shine. In her excitement, she directly revealed all the base cards of her Mangeki Sharingan to me. Left eye, Extreme Cold Ice Seal, which can freeze anyone within 300 meters into an ice sculpture with a single glance. Right eye, Shadowless Divine Blade, an invisible sword energy that takes out whoever it points at. When I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. This Uchiha family's cheat is too outrageous. No way. I need to add a few more layers of protection for sure sway. Luckily, I've been researching sealing techniques lately, so I used him as a test subject, covering him inside and out with runes to ensure he couldn't escape. After handling official business, it was time to deal with personal matters. The 2 little girls, Hong and Hondo, were throwing a tantrum over not seeing me for a few days. Hondo even taught Hong to be sarcastic towards me, which was hilarious. Their acting was so fake. Could I indulge them? I just picked one up in each arm and carried them into the house. Tonight, they would know what it means to be well treated. In the blink of an eye, over 2 years have passed. During these 2 years, I kept a low profile. And that old monkey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, probably burns incense every day, thinking life has become comfortable. I suspect he might have forgotten that some big events need to be held back for a while before they explode. He is probably in his office lamenting about how old he is getting and how there's no one to succeed him in Konoha. As for me, I was watching the excitement at the ninja school with Hinata. Today happened to be the graduation class division. Wow, the scene was exactly like in the original work. Naruto, with his conspicuous headband, was showing off everywhere, trying to attract Sakura's attention. And what happened? Sakura only had eyes for her aloof Sasuke-sama. Speaking of which, after I stirred things up, Sasuke now has more resources than ever, and his strength is way above what it was in the original. Easily at the level of an elite Nin, and his attitude is even more aloof. The funniest part was when Naruto, in a fit of excitement, jumped onto Sasuke's desk to confront him, and when his classmates pushed him from behind, guess what happened? He nearly kissed Sasuke. Sasuke was so startled that his Sharingan activated, and he dodged just in time, causing Naruto to slam his face into the desk. And then, he was surrounded and beaten up by all the girls in the class. It was a disaster. The class division results were unsurprising. Team 7 remained the same, with Kakashi as the leader. The only change was that Hinata's spot was taken by someone from the Shimura clan, placing her in Team 8 with Yuhi Kurenai. I turned to Hinata and asked if she was envious. You guess what she said? Her little face turned red as she told me that serving Lord Wind was an honor for her. Sigh, my training has been simply too successful. After watching the excitement, I took Hinata back to the clan's grounds. Over the past 2 years, I've completely revitalized the Hyuga clan. Techniques like the 8 trigrams palms, exploding finger, and heaven-piercing hand, along with various high-level martial arts I modified, were open for them to learn. Now, the Hyuga clan's strength is, wow, who would dare to disagree if they call themselves Konoha's top clan? When I walk down the street, my clansmen look at me as if they've seen a deity. It's quite respectful. Of course, many young girls look at Hinata with envy and jealousy. What can I say? She's south in the right place at the right time. When I got home, Hyuga Hayashi, that old fellow, is now my chief steward. When he saw me return, he was all smiles. He even had his 2 daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, serving me on either side. I tell you, the look in his eyes was as if he wanted his daughter to bear me grandchildren. And he even showed Hinata some adult books. I was really speechless. What are these feudal parents thinking? Not want to deal with him? I directly asked about the younger generation's assessments. I heard that Niji took first place and can now fight back against the Nin. So I became interested and went to the training ground to practice with him. That kid, when he saw me, was as excited as if he saw an idol. Without saying a word, he started attacking. I didn't bully him. Whatever moves he used, I used the same, giving him a live demonstration. He used empty palm. I used empty palm, and my palm wind blew his away. He used rock breaking strike. I used rock breaking strike, and my projectile sent his back. He played the 8 trigrams palms, splitting into 8 forms. I responded first, splitting into 8 as well, pinning his 8 clones to the ground. Techniques like heaven-piercing hand and exploding finger were all one-hit kills. In the 64 palms clash, he didn't T-touch me once while I filled up all his chakra points. In the end, he got anxious and unleashed his big move, Heavenly Return. Claimed to be absolute defense, right? I couldn't help but laugh. The new research on binding threads, with chakra condensed into strands, immediately wrapped around his high-speed spinning shell. With a reverse twist, there was a crunching sound, and it was completely shattered. Everyone in the audience was stunned, completely taken aback. At that moment, the scene was silent, and I bet everyone was replaying in their minds. How could this be broken? Niji was even more doubtful about life, muttering how it was possible for the heavenly spin to be broken. I clap my hands and the class begins. Kid, remember, there is no absolute defense in the ninja world, only absolute strength. Don't just blindly learn techniques. Use your brain. Strength, speed, chakra. Aren't they all fundamentals? The basics will crush you. It won't help if you perform fancy tricks. I want to refresh their perceptions time and again, making them understand that following me is the only way to gain benefits. I, Hinata Kaze, am the only truth of the Hinata family. What is this called? It's called corporate culture building. My recently created technique, the silk wrapping hand, has taken chakra manipulation to a new level. Not only is it resilient, but can also disrupt others' chakra stability. So, that kid Niji's so-called absolute defense is as fragile as paper in my hands. It can be pierced easily. I told him, don't be superstitious about flashy techniques. If your foundation is weak, even with the dragon-slaying blade, you can only use it to chop vegetables. What suits you best is the strongest. I was wildly giving him motivational speeches, saying things like the future of Hinata is in your hands. Young people, you need to have confidence in yourselves. He was so fired up, his fists clenched, saying he wanted to take me as his role model. I thought to myself, little bro, what are you going to chase with? I'm driving a supercar, and you're still riding shared bike. Do you think I've been slacking off these past 2.5 years? Let me tell you, buddy, I've long upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. I broke through the 5th level of Byakugan half a year ago, and my physical fitness is developing in an abnormal way every day. Sage mode? That thing is a gift for breaking through the 5th level system. Now I'm using chakra to soak in the bath and refine my body. Even Senja Hashirama would have to call me blood cow bro. Oh, and by the way, there's my eyes. That's right, I've long evolved Rinnegan. I've been wearing colored contact lenses to pretend I'm blind, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Just when I was about to give these young folks another lesson, my shadow clone suddenly sent me a message. I got excited right away. It's been almost 3 years. He finally found the VIP passage to the moon. I immediately ended the team-building activity and rushed home with Hinata and the others. Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki? A kid with no real combat experience, just waiting for me to give you a lesson. Once home, I directly flashed into the training room, and the next second, whoosh. My clone and I switched places, and I was already 2,000 miles away in a desolate deep mountain forest. The entrance was so hidden, but the power in my eyes began to resonate with what was inside. It was unmistakable. This is it. I strode in with big steps. Wow. This entrance is set up like a water curtain cave, with a glowing water pool in the middle and illusion effects. Unfortunately, for me, it was all for free. I simply walked through, and my clothes didn't even get wet. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in another cave. I tried using Flying Thunder God, but as expected, the signal was lost. The distance was too far. Fine, let me check in and leave a coordinate. Just as I thought this, a malicious wind came from behind. I quickly dodged, and 2 massive crab pincers smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. A giant crab, over 10 meters tall? Is it guarding the door here? I couldn't help but laugh. What a warm welcome ceremony. I slapped my hand from a distance, and that giant crab immediately froze. Then, with a bang, it disintegrated into sand and scattered with the wind. Just as I finished dealing with one, a swarm of humanoid puppets rushed in from outside, surrounding me tightly. I was annoyed. I was in a hurry. Why waste time on these tinkin scraps? I clapped my hands, merging water release and wind release, and a violent tidal vortex instantly swept through the entire cave, cleaning even the rock walls. The world became instantly tranquil. I kicked off with my toes, and my whole body shot out like a cannonball, with a white circle of sound explosion behind me. In less than 10 minutes, I flew to a dilapidated group of buildings. There was a relatively intact castle in the middle, and I directly shouted, "Guests have arrived. The host isn't coming out to welcome us." As soon as I finished speaking, a beam of golden light shot out from the castle, as fast as lightning, heading straight for my face. An ambush? Old Six meets Old Six, eyes full of tears. I had long anticipated this move, so I immediately countered with a bagua palm, sending a several 100-meter-wide energy handprint to meet it. Boom! With a loud bang, I tell you, the scene was like a small nuclear bomb exploding on the spot. A mushroom cloud was formed. When the smoke cleared, the entire castle was gone, leaving only the foundation. Standing on the ruins was a little boy in white, covered in dirt and looking quite embarrassed. Behind him floated a huge golden orb of light, which should be the giant rebirth eye. He was still babbling about judging the sins of the world, and I thought to myself, what are you judging? Huh? Is your internet speed 2G? It's already 2025, and you're still spouting this kind of cringe-worthy lines. Too lazy to waste words with him. I raised my hand and unleashed a technique called gently pushing the mountains, making him feel like he was being crushed by hundreds of mountains. If it weren't for the protection of the rebirth eye, he would have been flattened into a photo on the spot. Even so, he was still slapped down from the sky to the ground like a sandbag. When he finally managed to get back up and started summoning, he conjured a stone statue as big as a mountain to smash down at me. I countered with another palm strike, directly breaking the statue's arm. But this thing could repair itself infinitely, and he took the opportunity to conjure a giant tornado, calling it Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. I separated one hand to face him, while the other hand came down from the sky with a large handprint, directly pressing that broken statue hard onto the ground and rubbing it. That kid turned pale, probably thinking about what kind of monster I was. I was still there taunting him. Is this all you got? I haven't even exerted myself yet. This stimulated him, and he directly unleashed his ultimate move, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, wielding a dazzling chakra giant sword. I couldn't be bothered to play anymore and directly used the 8 trigrams Heavenly Slash, the invisible edge almost cutting through space. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred, and that kid was blasted away for hundreds of meters. As he steadied himself, he sensed danger and quickly used his Rinnegan to repel a target, which turned out to be a shadow clone. He then felt someone behind him and hurriedly used gravity to pull, resulting in Toolman with Susanoo activated. When dealing with such a boss, what martial ethics are you talking about? The best strategy is to launch a surprise attack and take them out in an instant. Just as his attention was completely diverted, I had already appeared behind him. He only felt a chill on his neck, and his head flew up. Sorry, but you're too dangerous. I casually apologized to his corpse, then unleashed a fire release, turning him to ashes, providing a full-service arrangement. I'm someone who believes in cutting the roots of the problem. Once the smoke cleared, the figure with Susanoo was revealed. Uchiha Shursui. Let me tell you, I never fight unprepared battles. I had long used the mental control of the Rinnegan combined with the Deva Path to give him a super double, making him utterly devoted, and also helped him unlock an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Now, he is my #1 enforcer, my superhero. After taking care of everything, I put away the giant Rinnegan and began to survey my new territory. But the environment on the moon was too poor, like a rough house, completely uninhabitable. No worries. I bought a luxury renovation gift pack. I pulled out a seed of the cave heaven from a system space and tossed it onto the moon. This thing will automatically transform the environment, and in about half a year, this will be my exclusive Starview residence. I'm developing real estate on the moon, and people on Earth have already noticed something strange. Kakashi feels like the moon flickered for a moment, and Black Zetsu is getting anxious, thinking that his mother might be coming out. At the same time, Jiraiya is still in a tavern boasting with beautiful women when he gets an urgent summons from the Toad of Mayaboka Mountain. It's said that the great sage Toad has a new prophecy. Good grief, this old Toad talks like it's squeezing toothpaste, saying half and sleeping half, driving me crazy. It first says that Jiraiya will take on an important blonde-hair apprentice. Then, as it's about to doze off again, Jiraiya shouts in a panic. What happens next? The old Toad then groggily continues. Later, his figure faded, and then a blue-eyed boy appeared. That power, it's terrifying. It will affect the future of the entire ninja world. It could be peace, or it could be destruction. After saying that, the old Toad completely fell asleep. Jiraiya stood there alone, completely dazed. Who can handle half-finished sentences like that? I tell you at that moment, I just wanted to slap him twice to wake him up. But the old Toad, good for him, tilted his head and started talking in his sleep again. He mumbled a few fragmented sentences about settling old debts of a 1,000-year-old deadbeat, and some kid reversing the bloodline, making the moon all fuzzy. The most ridiculous part was that he mentioned a half-dead oddball who could rub the sun and moon into glass balls to play with. Goodness, I was stunned listening to that. What on earth is this? This riddle master should be participating in China's best riddles instead. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the old guy started blowing bubbles out of his nostrils, snoring so loudly it sounded like a mountain. The nearby Jima Sienrin couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, waving his hand at Jiraiya. Forget it, don't wake him up. This old fool's brain is long gone kaput. It's always like this. You should just go do your own thing. Jiraiya was at a loss, leaving with a face full of constipation. I tell you, his heart sank at that moment. This ominous feeling was too familiar. The last time he felt this way was when his most proud disciple, Minato Namikaze, passed away. A heavy stone weighed on his heart as he walked, pondering, rubbing the sun and moon. Is that something a human can do? Even the sage of 6 paths would have to shake his head at that. Thinking of this, he even laughed at himself, convinced that the old Toad was just confused from sleep. But this matter was like a thorn stuck deep in his heart, making him so annoyed he didn't even want to go to the tavern. He lit a bonfire alone, sitting there in a daze when suddenly, a wave of homesickness surged up. He slapped his thigh and thought, right? It seems like I haven't been back to Konoha for many years. Once this thought hit him, he couldn't stop. Faces of his teacher, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the Minato couple flashed through his mind like a PowerPoint presentation. Especially Minato. Calculating the time, he should be graduating this year, right? I wonder what kind of person he has become under his teacher's guidance. Family, who understands? Once this homesickness hits, it's unstoppable. But then he thought, no, I still have to investigate the unique hot springs and wineries in several key cities. What if the child of prophecy is there? Yes, let us go gather some inspiration first. It's just a few months. Thinking of those poor girls shivering in the cold wind, he chuckled, his LSP DNA kicking in again. Just as Jiraiya was still tangled up in whether to indulge in lewdness first or go home, our real heavyweight player, Hinata Kaze, was already doing big things on the moon. The seed he threw up earlier, a paradise seed, was basically a planetary transformation Pro Max version. And now he was frantically doing renovations on the moon. While supervising the construction, Hinata Kaze was calculating that this thing could not only turn the moon into a super base, but theoretically, over time, could even refine the sealed Kaguya Ōtsutsuki inside into his guardian, celestial maiden. Goodness, what a crazy idea. Seeing that the moon was still a construction site and it was getting boring, he gave the seed an instruction to keep a return passage home and slip back to the ninja world. Coming out of the water pool, he immediately executed a combo technique, first reinforcing the ceiling barrier, then using a bagua palm to completely collapse the entrance, and finally creating a large forest to disguise the scene, aiming for a no trace left behind, cleaner than a dog's lick. Just as he finished, a thought exchanged places with his blood shadow clone, instantly returning him to the mansion in Konoha. Goodness, as soon as he returned, Hinata and Hanabi, the two little girls, directly arranged a full-service experience, preparing delicious food and helping with his bath. Hinata Kaze soaked in the bathtub, enjoying the two little hands rubbing his body while munching on the food they fed him, and at that moment he sighed, "This is life. Back in the day on Earth, working 996 and feeling like a dog, but now, a mansion with beautiful women, food served on a plate. This blessing is way better than what capitalists provide." Just as he was about to bubble over with joy, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Am I employing child labor? He opened his eyes and saw that although the two little girls were blushing, their eyes were full of admiration and affection. Unfortunately, they were too young, and his remaining bit of conscience wouldn't allow him to act on it now. Guess what happened next? The two little girls were so attentive in their service that it directly ignited his temper. Staying any longer might set off his conscience. He quickly called it off. Didn't even eat, threw on some clothes in a hurry, and ran outside, telling Hinata he was going to find friends. Then turned the corner to activate Flying Thunder God. He had to find some sisters to cool down. The next second, he appeared at Yugao's house. As soon as he landed, he heard Yugao and Anko chattering about him. That bastard. How long has it been since he came to see us? He comes back and just relies on his stamina to wear us out. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, they're chatting about skincare tips here. And they even said that my skin and figure improved after exercising. Got it. I'm just their human SK2, right? As the two of them chatted, they started playfully teasing each other. At that moment, I got into character and used a virtual walk to sneak into their bedroom. Watching them frolic, I suddenly jumped out, lowered my voice, and delivered a classic villain line. I didn't expect to find two such delectable little beauties here. Today, let me enjoy you both. The result was that the next day, I was almost taken down by the two of them. I ran back to the moon in a dejected manner, still feeling a bit of phantom pain. Last night, the role-playing got out of hand, and the next morning, Hong and Hongdo teamed up for revenge, throwing shurikens and kunai directly at my vital points. Hongdo was even more formidable, directly summoning the 10,000 Serpents formation. The scene was a blend of physical exorcism and mental pollution. In the end, they forced me to eat a full snake feast, making me roll my eyes. And then they casually went off to soak in a hot spring. I couldn't mess with them. I could only come to the moon to focus on my career. But as soon as I got here, I found out that this place wasn't peaceful either. Meteors were constantly crashing down like they were free. At that moment, a light bulb went off in my head. Hey, isn't that giant Rinnegan just a massive collection of Byakugan? I decided to treat it as a plugin and install it into my planetary transformation system to create a fully automatic defense tower. Without hesitation, I forcefully suppressed it with my own Rinnegan and had the seed format, the giant Rinnegan. A few minutes later, it was done. This thing had now turned into a satellite orbital cannon and energy shield for the moon, fully automated to seek out enemies and strike wherever I pointed. Now I was feeling bolder. I thought, why not go all out and upload my secret technique, the high martial arts version of Byakugan, entirely to the seed. From then on, the moon transformed into a large-scale magical realism disaster film set. One moment, a 300-meter-tall killer grass sprouted from the ground, cutting the earth into ravines. The next moment, a raging fire ignited in the forest. Then suddenly, the ground beneath me collapsed into a 100-meter-deep pit. But guess what? Hinata Kaze didn't run away. Instead, he was extremely excited. To him, these disasters were all experience packages. He treated the energy surges as practice partners and frantically trained his Byakugan. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was the only one in the entire shinobi world practicing this, like building a car behind closed doors. Now, the entire moon was demonstrating the profound meanings of Byakugan for him live. Over these 3 months, he made rapid progress, several times. He directly merged with the entire moon, and it felt like playing a game where suddenly you got GM privileges and the entire server source code was open to you. During these months, his mind was solely focused on training, with no room for anything else. No romantic interests, no family business, all pushed aside. Family. This is what a man focused on his career looks like. Just when Hinata Kaze was going all out on the moon, time in the shinobi world didn't stop. Naruto, in his graduating class, after going through rounds of missions, had also grown up. The world was generally peaceful, and over in Konoha, the third Hokage felt that he had lost enough face in recent years. So he was thinking of organizing a joint Chunin exam to show off some muscle and give a little lesson to the increasingly unruly Hyuga clan. A few months later, in the Hokage office, a group of guiding jonin stood neatly. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and asked, "So, besides the confirmed candidates, are there any lower-ranked ninjas you would like to recommend for this exam?" Most of the jonin were like quails, looking at each other, and no one spoke up. As a result, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, the 3 rookie instructors this year, all stepped forward once. Kakashi, with his half-asleep dead fish eyes, was the first to speak up, weakly saying, "In the name of the leading jonin, I recommend Team 7's Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura to participate in the Chunin exam." As soon as he said this, the third Hokage hadn't even responded yet, and Irika-sensei's expression suddenly changed. He became anxious. Let me tell you, Irika treated Naruto and the others like his own children, and seeing that the third Hokage was about to nod, he rushed forward, slamming his hands on the table, looking as if he was about to point at the third Hokage's nose and shout, "Hokage-sama, please wait a moment." Goodness. The third Hokage was stunned, holding his pipe with a kind expression, asking him what was wrong. Irika was so agitated that he nearly spat on the third Hokage's face, saying that all 9 of these kids were his students, and they were still so young. Now, letting them take the Chunin exam to fight against the elite veterans of various villages would ruin them. What he was really saying was that he didn't trust Kakashi and the other leading jonin's competence. Let me tell you, that guy Kakashi is incredibly emotionally stable. He was leaning against the wall at the time, rolled his dead fish eyes, and coldly said, "I was 6 years younger than them when I became a Chunin. Besides, if they really can't pass, it sounds quite interesting to ruin them." As soon as he said this, Irika was petrified on the spot, and the atmosphere in the office dropped to freezing point. In the end, it was the third Hokage who came out to smooth things over, saying that this matter was settled and brushed it aside. Over here, while the meeting was heated, what was our protagonist Hinata doing? He had been shut in on the moon for a few months and finally couldn't hold it anymore. Alone under the starry sky, the feeling of loneliness was overwhelming. He felt like if he stayed there any longer, he would start cultivating immortality and ascend. So, without a second thought, he sneaked back to the ninja world, planning to reconnect with reality and recharge himself. As soon as he returned to the streets of Konoha, he immediately felt the vibe. People were coming and going. The atmosphere was lively, and occasionally, a few youthful and beautiful girls passed by, making F's old, shut-in heart come alive again. While wandering around, he started contemplating. The Chunin exams were a great opportunity to stir things up. He had promised the Uchiha clan back in the day to take revenge on their behalf. And isn't this Konoha collapse plan just the perfect stage? Of course. It wasn't necessary to completely collapse Konoha, since he was also a native of the village and had no grudge against the common people. However, taking advantage of the chaos to deal with the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, both of which were old toxic influences, would be quite interesting. As a result, his wandering left the third Hokage and the old men speechless. After the meeting, the third Hokage and Danzo closed the door and held a small meeting. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, looking troubled. "Hinata has appeared again." Danzo, that old guy with eyes like they were poisoned, gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. He was wandering around the streets of Konoha, and now our root members are keeping an eye on him." Folks who understands. These old men were extremely nervous. They said that Hinata hadn't shown up for months, yet he chose to reveal himself right before the Chunin exams, definitely with ill intentions. Danzo's report was even more serious, saying that our protagonist was walking on the street with a disgusting smile on his face, constantly getting close to those young girls in revealing clothing. I'm really speechless. This information has burned even the third-generation CPUs. What kind of intelligence is this? Are you going to arrest people under the pretext of a lewd smile? Just when they were arguing fiercely, the Umbu reported that Hyuga Kaze had returned to the Hyuga compound and was lost. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, A real conspiracy is unfolding. In the desert outside the land of wind, amidst the swirling yellow sand, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, is secretly meeting with Orochimaru. Let me tell you, the fourth Kazekage Raza is in a terrible situation, really terrible. Sunagakure is so poor that it's practically broke, and their country's daimyo keeps cutting funds every day, with missions often being snatched by their ally Konoha. As a dignified Kazekage, he spends more than half of his year personally panning for gold in the desert just to barely keep the village running. So when Orochimaru proposed that Konoha collapse plan, Raza's heart skipped a beat. He had long wanted to flip the table. If this slow, boiling frog situation continued, Sunagakure would eventually be removed from the 5 great shinobi villages. Orochimaru is also a sales genius. Seeing Raza hesitate a bit, he directly started to flex his muscles, saying he had mastered the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei and could summon the first and second Hokage to throw a grand farewell party for the third Hokage. Just imagine that scene. How wonderful it would be. As soon as he said this, Raza immediately made up his mind. Let us do it. Back in the village, Raza discussed it with the elders Chiyo and Alzi. When Grandma Chiyo heard it was about taking on Konoha, she was so excited that she wanted to personally lead the charge. I tell you, no matter who it is, as long as it's about taking on Sarutobi Hiruzen, Grandma Chiyo is willing to help out. In the end, it was Raza and Alzi who persuaded her, saying that her ambitions were too great and that it was more suitable for him as the Kazekage to go personally. On the other side, in Yukigakure, those dozens of Uchiha orphans heard about this plan, and their eyes turned red in an instant, filled with killing intent. They thought exactly like Grandma Chiyo. It didn't matter who it was, as long as it was against Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan must help out. The scene shifts back to our Kazekage. His hometown, which is basically the entire moon, has been renovated. Let me tell you, the current moon has completely transformed. It used to be desolate and ruined, but now it features pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters, resembling a pro-max version of a Jiangnan water town. These days, Fengge hasn't been idle. He's been $0 shopping all over the Fire Nation, Earth Nation, and Rain Nation, taking mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees, packing up whatever he fancies and turning the moon into a paradise. Just as he was lounging in a chair admiring his masterpiece, the entire moon suddenly buzzed and shook violently. A burst of multicolored light erupted from him, sweeping across the entire moon before vanishing. It worked. In that moment, Fengge felt himself merge with the entire moon. This moon is now a gigantic, breathing super fortress. With a thought, he tested its defensive power, raising his hand to unleash an 80-strength thunder explosion. Dozens of lightning bolts struck down like they were free, yet the invisible defense shield didn't even ripple. That wasn't all. The paradise granted him an ultimate buff. Let me tell you, standing on the moon felt like he was soaring in place. His chakra instantly evolved. An Abagwa celestial robe materialized on him, while 6 dark, mysterious Tao stones appeared behind him. 6 immortal experience cards were instantly credited. Building up power. Excited, Fengge casually pushed his palm, and a small mountain dozens of kilometers away was blasted away, leaving a massive handprint hollow. This power was incredible. Even better, he could feel that deep within the moon, the power-sealing Kagaya Ōtsutsuki was slowly being permeated and strengthened by the paradise. Sooner or later, even Kagaya would become a part of his power. Time flew by, and the finals of the CH-9 exam began. The village of Konoha was packed with people, with dignitaries from various nations present, creating an intense atmosphere. The third Hokage sat at the highest point, looking at the crowd below, but feeling a surge of anger inside. The clans in the village were uncooperative, especially the Hyuga clan, who completely ignored his request for more personnel to maintain order. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, blaming it all on Hyuga Hayashi and that Uchiha Taijima leading the bad example. In the center of the arena, the referee, Nara Shikaku, cleared his throat and announced loudly. The first match of the CH-9 exam finals, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. The crowd erupted instantly. Let me tell you, these two have been at odds with each other for a long time. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, sparks flew from their glaring eyes. Bring it on. What is gay? With the referee's command, both of them shouted at the same time and charged at each other like madmen. Naruto started with his signature move, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, hundreds of Narutos appeared on the field, rushing forward in a chaotic mass. Sasuke remained aloof, a smirk on his lips. Does having more people make a difference? Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. As he opened his mouth, 3 ferocious fire dragons erupted as if they cost nothing, incinerating Naruto's shadow clones like they were dumplings, scorching the ground black. In the blink of an eye, over half of the hundreds of clones disappeared. The remaining dozens of Narutos charged forward fearlessly, and Sasuke threw a handful of shurikens, causing another wave of clones to vanish. He then plunged into the crowd, executing a fluid series of taijutsu moves, punching and kicking, clearing the last few clones completely. "Give it up, Naruto! You're no match for me." Sasuke stopped, his face indifferent, his eyes filled with the flames of revenge. Yet Naruto stubbornly squeezed out more chakra, creating over 20 more clones, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I will not give up. I'll do what I say. That's my ninja way." Sasuke's gaze turned cold. You don't know when to back down. He raised his hand and unleashed another fireball jutsu. Naruto rolled and scrambled, avoiding the critical hit, but the left half of his body was still burned bright red. Even so, he charged within 10 meters of Sasuke. Useless, Sasuke's eyes, with 2 tomos slowly rotating, conveyed that in front of these eyes, you have no chance of winning. "I have a secret move too." Naruto pulled his arms tightly to his waist, stabilizing himself in a horse stance, his chakra boiling like a pot, and with all his might he shouted, "8 gates, first gate, open." "I just told you." As soon as the words left my mouth, Naruto disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Sasuke, delivering a punch. Wow. Sasuke was knocked back and rolled on the ground several times, completely stunned. Let me tell you, Sasuke's face was burning with pain, and the frustration inside him was hotter than fire style. He always thought of himself as the chosen one, progressing rapidly, but what happened? First, he got schooled by that pervert Orochimaru, and now he was knocked down by the underdog he looked down on. Who could take that? Does anyone understand that feeling of wanting to explode every minute? His Sharingan was so furious it was about to upgrade on the spot. Damn it. Sasuke's eyes turned blood red, and he got up to unleash his ultimate move. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The flames shot up 7 or 8 meters high, coiling around Sasuke like a fire dragon, and Naruto couldn't even get close. Seeing this, Naruto thought, well, I just learned the 8 gates. 1 gate is enough. Going head-to-head isn't worth it. Better to retreat for now. Once the fire died down, Naruto charged him like a cannonball. Halfway through, he replicated his classic move, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared, surrounding Sasuke like a crowd at market. I was watching from above, dumbfounded. How could anyone have this much chakra? Using a forbidden technique as a basic attack was simply like having infinite blue bars. Sasuke's face darkened. He shouted that having so many was useless. But he wasn't stupid. He knew fighting Naruto, in terms of chakra, was asking for death. So he threw a shuriken. The big shots on the platform were stunned. And that fake wind shadow sarcastically praised Konoha's talent, while the third Hokage appeared calm on the surface, probably panicking inside. Let me tell you, that fake wind shadow was fidgeting in his seat like there were nails under him, and the third Hokage was puzzled, unaware that something big was about to happen. On the battlefield, Sasuke's shurikens took down about 10 clones, but looking at the vast sea of remaining clones, he felt his scalp go numb. Then Naruto started his next move. All the clones divided into 7 teams, and, does anyone understand? They actually held hands and connected feet, forming 7 chains of Naruto over 20 meters long. The real body was hidden inside, spinning like a giant centipede, swinging arms and legs at Sasuke. Sasuke's mind was definitely collapsing. This fighting style was too abstract, and his Sharingan was almost burning out, unable to distinguish which was the real body. Fire style, Great Fireball. Fire style, Phoenix Fire. Sasuke was desperately dodging while trying to unleash his skills, finally breaking 3 of the chains, but the remaining clones immediately filled in, making the chain even longer. In no time, Sasuke felt drained, chakra at its limit. There was no choice but to go all out. Sasuke charged into the crowd with kunai, moving elegantly, taking down over a dozen clones in a flash. But there were just too many people. He suddenly got kicked and punched. Then came that classic heated scene, Naruto's infinite shadow clones charged, while Sasuke fought desperately to clear them out, both of them going back and forth, until they were both exhausted. They could barely stand, panting heavily. Sasuke, barely holding on, said, I didn't expect you to be able to fight me to a standstill. But as soon as Naruto heard that, he was unhappy, saying, Who said I'm going to stand still? I can't lose to you. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of red chakra erupted from him, instantly reviving him. In the face of Sasuke's desperate and confused expression, Naruto swiftly moved in, landing a punch directly on Sasuke's forehead. KO. As the match just ended. The fourth Kazekage was about to comment when Gaara suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, his eyes looking like he was about to eat someone. Crazily shouting, "You smell like a monster too, I'll kill you." I tell you, the scene at that time was chaotic. The referee was just about to step in to break it up when Gaara's sand came pouring out of his gourd, turning his hand into a fierce sand beast claw. And he swiped it at Naruto. Naruto, still infused with the nine-tailed chakra, reacted like a ghost and dodged in a flash. Just then, a big incident occurred on the high platform. The fourth Kazekage appeared behind the third Hokage in an instant, kunai pressed against his neck. The Sound Four also revealed themselves. In a four-purple yang formation, trapped both the third Hokage and the fake Kazekage inside. Then the fake Kazekage began to laugh maniacally, tearing off his human skin mask. And I was like, what the hell? It's Orochimaru. And he even had a woman's face. At that moment, I was making an AI drawing gesture, not knowing how to position my 6 fingers. Immediately after, feathers started to fall from the sky, and a massive illusion descended, causing all the ordinary people in the audience to fall asleep, except for the skilled ones. The hidden sand and sound ninjas lying in ambush immediately attacked. And with a signal flare shot, there were several loud booms outside of Konoha. 3 giant snakes, each dozens of meters tall, crashed through the city walls and rushed in. Countless sand and sound ninjas followed, and Konoha was instantly thrown into chaos. In the arena, the fighting went crazy. Kakashi, Asuma, and their Umbu were entangled with the incoming enemies. In the center, Naruto and Gaara were still engaged in a fierce melee, both fighting like beasts, exchanging punches and kicks. With sand and rocks flying around, no one dared to approach. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru was still chatting with the third Hokage. The Umbu outside wanted to rescue him. But as soon as they touched the barrier, they disappeared with a sizzling sound, dying a brutal death. On the field, Gaara finally seized the opportunity and wrapped Naruto in sand, turning him into a 3-meter-tall Zongzi, sand binding coffin, with a squeeze of his small hand. The sand began to compress inward for a funeral. The sand was pressing in hard, about to crush Naruto into bits. Just then, the newly awakened Sasuke, not knowing where he found the strength, roared and formed hand seals, pressing his left hand against his right, and with a flash of lightning, Chidori. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at Gaara's back, piercing through the shoulder protected by sand. The sound of Chidori was too loud. As the light faded, blood flowed profusely from Gaara's shoulder, and his expression became more frenzied. The sand cocoon in front of him shattered, but it was empty inside. After using that move, Sasuke was completely drained, collapsing and unable to move. Gaara let out a wild roar, his chakra erupting, enveloping him in countless sands, and his body began to grow rapidly. What is gay? Suddenly, Naruto burst up from underground, punching the sand that was rushing towards Sasuke away. Good heavens, he had used Earth Release to escape. Sasuke looked at Naruto, covered in dirt, grinning foolishly, his face turned red, feeling a complex mix of emotions. At this moment, Gaara had completely transformed into a giant sand raccoon cat, a one-tailed Shikaku, standing over 100 meters tall. That thing stood there, taking up half the arena. Naruto picked Sasuke up by the waist and tossed him to the safety of the audience, grinning. "You rest there, watch me deal with that big raccoon cat." Sasuke was so furious that he couldn't even speak properly, turning his head away and subconsciously muttering, "Be careful." After Shikaku appeared, it acted like a several hundred-ton child, jumping around and smashing everything. While jumping, it suddenly saw the Hokage rock and got upset. Why were those stone heads taller than it? It opened its mouth and started to gather chakra, unleashing a massive wind ball, wind release, raisin shuriken, with a thunderous boom. The third Hokage's old face was blown to smithereens on the cliff. Seeing this, Naruto knew it was not good and had to lure this big guy out of the village. So he unleashed his verbal skills, pointing at Shikaku and yelling, "Hey, Ubisand Raccoon Cat." Upon hearing Raccoon Cat, Shikaku exploded in anger, roaring, "I am a Tanuki." A Tanuki? Naruto didn't care and continued to taunt. "Your belly is so big, can you see your own feet when you look down? You look like a ball. And with those tattoos, so tasteless." Oh, this made Shikaku completely lose it, and it started chasing Naruto madly, smashing down houses like they were made of paper, while simultaneously launching wind balls, causing chaos throughout Konoha. With Shikaku lured away, the remaining Konoha ninjas were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. I tell you, Konoha's command system was paralyzed at that time, with various clans shutting their doors to protect themselves, Danzo disappearing, and the two elders hiding in the basement to remotely command, creating total chaos. In the end, it was Kakashi and Asuma who stepped up, splitting into two groups, one to chase Shikaku and the other to intercept the invading enemies. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru watched the devastation outside, laughing maniacally. He exchanged a few blows with the third Hokage, then unleashed a trump card. Edo Tensei. Two coffins rose from the ground, and inside lay the first and second Hokages. Good heavens! Orochimaru was directly summoning ancestors. He was digging up the first and second Hokages to send the third off, and I tell you, this was simply the top 10 filial sons and grandsons of 2025. Orochimaru directly controlled the first and second Hokages with cursed seals, and the third Hokage was instantly pressed down by his two former teachers, unable to fight back. Just as he was struggling, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a massive fire igniting in the distance. And that place was the territory of the Sarutobi clan. Guess what? While Konoha was in chaos, the dozens of surviving Uchiha, led by their clan leader Izumi, charged straight into the Sarutobi's lair. Each of them had their Sharingan blazing red, shouting for revenge, and their hatred seemed like it could burn through the sky. Izumi initially wanted to say to only kill ninjas and not harm civilians. But when the patrolling Sarutobi ninjas appeared and saw a swarm of fans and red eyes, they were instantly dumbfounded. The Uchiha wasted no time, unleashing fire release, great fireball technique. Over 30 giant fireballs descended, and the 9 Sarutobi ninjas barely had time to scream before they were turned to charcoal. Then these vengeful spirits charged into the Sarutobi territory, killing anyone they saw and burning down houses, determined to let the Sarutobi clan feel what true will of fire was. Let me tell you, those people from the Sarutobi family are really asking for trouble. They rushed over and pointed at us, cursing us as the remnants of the Uchiha clan. As soon as those 4 words came out, all of us here were instantly enraged, even more than the fire burning on their side. Over there, more than 10 Jonin came, accompanied by a large group of elites. They probably thought that since our bug-level big shot Uchiha Taijima wasn't here, they could handle us. Their words were really dirty, saying that we should have been wiped out a long time ago, and that no one would be able to save us today. At that moment, Sister Quan couldn't take it anymore. Without saying a word, she unleashed a fire release, dragon fire technique, right in their faces. A fire dragon several dozen meters long roared and charged forward, instantly creating a barbecue avenue in their clan's territory. The flames also affected many of their elderly and weak, causing them to cry out in despair. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and on the opposite side, relying on their numbers, they bombarded us with fire-release ninjutsu and shurikens, pouring down like rain. And guess what? Those bastards on the other side, when they unleashed their fireball technique, with their gestures and hand seals, it was just too intense. Pure Uchiha style. Who understands, right? These little brats wiped out our entire clan and even stole our ninjutsu to use. Sister Quan was furious and without hesitation summoned a massive blue Susanoo, towering several dozen meters high. With a few loud bangs, it blocked all their attacks. Now, it was our turn to charge back. Revenge was in the air. Dozens of us had red eyes, rushing forward under Sister Quan Susanoo. Our brothers were also bloodthirsty, shouting about Uchiha-style Gale Sword and Uchiha-style Flame Sword as we plunged into the crowd. I'm telling you, these names were purely made up by us, just to sound intimidating. As soon as those Sarutobi ninjas heard Uchiha-style, they were so scared they froze in place. By the time our swords were at their throats, their last thought was probably, is this it? The legendary Uchiha style only does this much damage? This charge alone took down 70 or 80 of them. An old man named Sarutobi Gonsan was wailing while holding a corpse, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned over 400 more people, rushing in like a tide. Once the fighting started, the scene became completely uncontrollable. When we finally calmed down a bit, half of the Sarutobi clan was already burned down, and there were corpses everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. While fighting, we kicked open a burning secret room, and guess what was inside? All our Uchiha ninjutsu scrolls and treasures. Who understands, right? They really treated our home like a buffet, eating everything clean and even packing up to take away. This completely ignited everyone's anger. Originally, Sister Quan was feeling soft-hearted and saved a little girl crying in the fire, but that little girl pulled out a kunai to stab her, cursing her as a devil. This completely wiped away any last shred of innocence we had for the kids. Fine, then let us not spare anyone. In the end, we surrounded the remaining few people, and the lead kid, who seemed to be named Kenomaru, was crying with snot bubbles, still daring to threaten us. saying his grandpa, the third Hokage, wouldn't he let us go? Hilarious. We were here for revenge against his grandpa. He was stepping on a landmine, brother. Sister Kwan's eyes turned cold, and she raised her knife. Just then, Asuma Sarutobi rushed back with his men in a hurry. Upon entering, he was stunned. The smell of barbecue was everywhere, and it was as quiet as a ghost town. As he rushed to the inner room, he saw his nephew's head roll off. He pointed at us, wanting to shout, but when he saw the fan on our clothes, he swallowed his words. He knew full well what his father had done. He shouted for his subordinates to run, while he charged forward with his knife, wanting to exchange blows with us. But guess what? After just 2 steps, he felt the world go dark, and everything spun. When he could see again, he found his headless body in front of him. His last thought was about his old man trapped in the barrier. While Asuma was meeting his end, on the other side, his father, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also in a heated battle. He was trapped in the barrier, fighting against Orochimaru and the reanimated first and second Hokages, a 1 against 3. The Umbu outside still didn't understand the situation, wildly cheering. Third Hokage is so strong. Truly the strongest Hokage. Hiruzen thought to himself, you guys don't know anything. These 2 teachers weren't even at half their strength when they were alive. I'm just rubbing their backs. While he was stalling for time, arguing with Orochimaru, he turned his head and, let me tell you, his pupils shook. He saw a massive blue figure several dozen meters tall standing there. At that moment, he broke down. Orochimaru shouted, veins bulging. Taking advantage of Hiruzen's distraction, the second Hokage made a deep cut on his chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly desperate, watching those Umbu outside who could only shout 666, feeling a chill in his heart. Just as his old arms and legs were about to give out and he was preparing to use the dead demon consuming seal, the heavens changed. All the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered, forming a massive handprint that covered the sun, slamming down with a boom. The barrier shattered in an instant. The reanimated first and second Hokages turned to dust. The first Hokage even gave a thumbs up with a smile, as if he had seen something good. When the smoke cleared, there was a massive pit 100 meters wide, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru stood at the bottom of the pit like 2 confused groundhogs, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived riding his giant frog, blocking in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and gave Orochimaru a passionate speech. Orochimaru, turn back while you still can before you commit an irreversible mistake. I was in the sky listening and wanted to laugh. Just look at your teacher and then at this devastated Konoha. This is what you call not having committed an irreversible mistake. Just as they were about to fight again, the clouds that hadn't fully dispersed gathered again into a small handprint and slapped down, giving the 3 of them a total annihilation set. After that slap, Jiraiya was fine. He had trained for tough fights, suffering a few broken ribs. Orochimaru was directly turned into a puddle of flesh, escaping with his snake-like movements. The worst off was Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm telling you, he was completely smashed. Probably only his teeth were intact. All his limbs were broken, lying there like a puddle of mud. By the time the lazy Umbu arrived, Orochimaru had already vanished. Jiraiya wanted to chase, but Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly called out, Jiraiya, the village is in crisis from both inside now. Don't worry about the external invaders. First deal with those in my home. Family, listen. Is this even human talk? To repel external threats, you first need to secure the internal ones, right? Konoha was almost torn apart, and his first thought wasn't to defend against enemies, but to take revenge, to have his disciple deal with us, the internal enemies. Jiraiya's expression was as conflicted as someone suffering from constipation, but he eventually nodded and reluctantly headed our way. As for me, I was watching all of this from the sky, thoroughly satisfied. That handprint was my doing. I wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to live, to see his people turn against him. His family destroyed, transforming from a hero of Konoha into a lonely figure lying in a hospital bed, only capable of giving orders and being a burden. Letting him live was far more interesting than letting him die. I tell you, when that earth-shattering slap came down from the sky, the entire Konoha was left stunned. Those big clans like the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga were all playing dead, huddled up at home, not even daring to pull back their curtains. And what happened? Well, as soon as they saw me break the barrier of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lying there half dead, these people instantly came out like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting about defending Konoha, all righteous and noble. But who understands, right? When they were cleaning up the battlefield, the route they planned was just so precise. They completely avoided the territory of the Sarutobi clan and Shimura Danzo, dodging like they were avoiding a plague. It was as if that area on the map had a strong warning, no passage. This move basically wrote on our faces that we were not in the same group. As for Jiraiya, he rushed over but still arrived late. When he got to the Sarutobi and Shimura households, all he saw was a pile of ruins billowing black smoke. After calling out for a while, only a few stunned old, weak, sick, and disabled people crawled out from the rubble, crying and shouting that it was the Uchiha who did it. As soon as Jiraiya heard this, his head started spinning. He had a hunch when he saw my Susanoo before, but now it was confirmed. He was cursing in his heart. Uchiha and Flying Thunder God? How can anyone fight against that combination? He must have been thinking, "Teacher, what have you been doing all these years? You let such a devastating combo nearly wipe out your clan in your own village?" But he didn't have time to be sentimental. The battle was still going on outside the village. With Jiraiya's big presence joining in, the situation turned around in an instant. The alliance of Suna and Odo ninjas was completely shattered. Later, when the news of Orochimaru pretending to be the Kazekage spread, the Suna ninjas were decisive, turning around and stabbing the Odo ninjas in the back, selling off their slow-moving teammates, and escaping faster than anyone else. On the other side, in the Forest of Death, Naruto and Gaara had also finished their fight. That forest had now turned into a desert, barren and lifeless. The plot inertia was still strong. Relying on the Toad Boss and a bit of the Nine Tails power, Naruto smashed into Gaara and woke him up, conveniently delivering a set of verbal jabs that he wasn't even good at, directly talking away years of psychological trauma. As for Sasuke, he was just watching from above, his mindset completely collapsing. He looked at the world-destroying Susanoo and at Naruto fighting with Gaara, and what about him? He didn't even have the qualification to get close to the battlefield. He was pounding his fist against a tree, bleeding, shouting, "What have I been doing all these years?" That feeling of powerlessness, I could smell it from 800 miles away. But the funniest part had to be Shimura Danzo. This old guy was hiding in the root base several dozen kilometers away, dreaming of becoming the 5th Hokage. In his mind, the annual grand drama was already playing out. Sarutobi Hiruzen kicks the bucket. He leads the route to save the day, becomes Hokage, and marries a beautiful and rich girl. Oh wait, he means to unify the ninja world and become the #1 in the ninja world. His old face was almost blooming with joy. Just as he was fantasizing about the future, a root ninja came in to report. Danzo immediately wiped the smile off his face, adopting an air of authority, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" The ninja knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. "Lord Danzo, the Suna and Odo ninjas have invaded, and the Hokage is trapped in a barrier." Danzo's mouth curved up crazily. "But the Hokage has already escaped, but he is severely injured." Danzo's smile instantly froze on his face. He was furious in his heart. "Orochimaru, what the hell is wrong with you? You pulled this stunt at the last moment?" His chest was heaving like a broken bellows, and finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, roaring, "Get out." That root ninja was also something else. Hearing the command, he trembled, quickly curled himself into a ball, accelerated with chakra, and whooshed out of the room. Good heavens, this corporate-level understanding nearly made the already furious Danzo explode with anger, and he fell back in his chair, nearly passing out. By the time the mess was cleaned up, Konoha had completely turned upside down. Jiraiya and the various clans became the heroes who saved the village, gaining immense fame. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, whenever the villagers talked about him, it was nothing but disdain. He failed to detect the conspiracy in advance, couldn't command the battle, and in the end, was severely injured by his own traitorous disciple. If he couldn't even protect his own home, how could he protect us? If he had heroically sacrificed himself, people might still remember his good deeds. But now, lying there half dead, he had become a joke in Konoha. Danzo was even worse. By the time he rushed back to the village with his men, all the captives had been secured, and he didn't even get a single enemy corpse. He returned to the base in shame, and before he could even sit down, he heard that his own family had also been slaughtered. Under this double blow, the old man's vision went black, and he really fainted from rage. That night, in the Konoha hospital room, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay there like a vegetable, staring blankly at the ceiling. Now, apart from his head being able to move, his whole body was paralyzed, and he needed others to take care of his eating, drinking, and relieving himself. From being the powerful Hokage to becoming someone who couldn't take care of himself, who could handle such a drop. Not to mention, his own bloodline was completely cut off. Just when he was feeling hopeless, Jiraiya pushed the door open, followed by the two old geezers, Tsunade and Mito Gaiden. The three of them didn't come to offer warm greetings. After going around in circles, the core idea was simple. "Hiruzen, your body is failing. It's time to change Hokage." Jiraiya wanted to smooth things over, saying the teacher's injuries could be treated. Midogate directly shot him down. No one in Konoha has this medical ninjutsu right now. Hiruzen knew it all too well and forced himself to ask, "Who do you want to take over?" Tsunade immediately chimed in. Jiraiya has achieved great merit this time. The villagers all support him. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiraiya shook his head like a rattle. No way, no way. My personality can't handle being Hokage. Just as they were pulling each other, suddenly, with a loud bang, the hospital door was pushed open, and Danzo barged in with a face that looked like it had just died. He immediately opened fire on Jiraiya. A man without responsibility, you really can't be Hokage. Well, this made things lively. Tsunade immediately opened fire, sarcastically addressing Danzo. "Oh, isn't this Lord Danzo?" Everyone can see Jiraiya's contributions. But why did some people and their route suddenly become invisible at the critical moment? One sentence silenced Danzo, who could only express his anger with his one eye. Midogate quickly came out to mediate, but in just a few words, he led Danzo into another argument. The old man was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring, and finally, when he had no other choice, he directly pointed his spear at the bedridden Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. You can't do anything right now. Someone has to step up." Hiruzen rolled his eyes, thinking that he finally remembered that he was still Hokage. He cleared his throat, first diverting the topic to ask about the village's specific losses. Midogate began reporting the casualty numbers like listing dishes. Several Jounin died, dozens of Chunin died, hundreds of Jinin died, thousands of civilians were injured or killed, and 1/7 of the buildings were destroyed. Each number was more shocking than the last. Danzo was listening with his scalp going numb, suddenly realizing that the position of Hokage seemed a bit too hot to handle. After they finished speaking, Hiruzen slowly spoke. "This time it's my dereliction of duty. Currently, the only ones who can take over in the village are Jiraiya and Kakashi, but Kakashi is too inexperienced. It still has to be Jiraiya." He was calculating well. If Jiraiya became Hokage, he would have to take care of the severely injured Sarutobi clan out of teacher-student affection. When Danzo heard he wasn't included, he panicked, his face turning red as he coughed a few times. "I think I can do it too." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes wide. The cold light in his gaze was almost lethal. "Give it up. Whether it's the trust vote or from the daimyo's side, you won't pass. In this turmoil, your roots haven't even left a ghostly shadow from beginning to end. You should think about how to explain this first." This immediately left Danzo in a sulk, and he resentfully left a parting remark. "Hiruzen, you will regret this," before slamming the door behind him. Once Danzo left, Jiraiya sensed that the situation was dire and also wanted to make an exit. However, he was called back by Hiruzen's cough. "Jiraiya, you're the only one left in the village now. If you don't take the position, do you want me to work myself to death on my sickbed?" The old man immediately switched to a mode of self-pity, his sorrowful little eyes making Jiraiya's skin crawl. To secure his own freedom, Jiraiya's mind raced, and he had a sudden flash of inspiration. "Wait, there's someone more suitable than me." "Who?" "Tsunade." Jiraiya began his enthusiastic pitch. "She's powerful, highly respected, and most importantly, she's a medical ninja. Your injuries and all the wounded in the village. Won't her presence solve everything?" In order to avoid working, he practically glorified Tsunade as a celestial being. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen and the others thought it made sense, and they immediately decided to give Jiraiya a month to bring Tsunade back to take over as the 5th Hokage. Less than a day after Jiraiya left the village, disastrous news arrived. The messenger sent to Sunagakure to explain the situation returned with a large contingent of sand ninja. In the hospital room, Hiruzen listened to Nara Shikaku's report, his face turning pale. The elder of Sunagakure, Chiyo, had camped outside Konoha for war. Moreover, Shikaku analyzed that these people had likely gathered at the border from the onset of Konoha's collapse plan, just waiting to expand their gains. Mito Kazumi was furious and began to curse, while Tsunade's student, Shikamaru, remained calm and directly asked, "What are their demands?" Nara Shikaku's expression was quite something. "They demand that we hand over the one-tailed Jinchuriki and all sand ninja captives." He paused, took a deep breath, and continued. At the same time, because Konoha's rogue ninja, Orochimaru, killed their 4th Kazekage and lured them into attacking Konoha, causing great losses to Sunagakure. They demand compensation from Konoha. As he spoke, Shikaku took out a huge scroll. "The logic of this is all your fault. So you have to pay me," made the blood pressure of Hiruzen and the others rise. Shikamaru took the scroll and slowly unfolded it in front of everyone. The absurdly long list of compensation items was densely packed, prompting Mito Kazumi to exclaim, "Is that old hag Chiyo out of her mind?" This list would almost empty Konoha's entire stock. Cough, cough, cough. Hiruzen looked at the list, shaking with anger, his eyes bloodshot, and his wounds almost bursting open. He slammed his fist on the bed, using all his strength to roar, "Go to war. Gather the troops and prepare for battle. I will hang that old hag Chiyo on Hokage Rock." In that moment, he seemed filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to swallow the entire Sunagakure whole. Unfortunately, he was just a bedridden invalid now. Mito, Kazumi, and Shikamaru quickly restrained him and urged him, "Hiruzen, calm down. Konoha really can't afford a war right now." Hiruzen struggled for a long time, but ultimately gave up in despair. Gasping for breath, he hoarsely asked Narashikaku, "Shikaku, in your judgment, what is the bottom line for the Sand Ninja? Is it possible to exchange for the captives?" Let me tell you, the expression on Rukyu's face at that time was just short of directly asking the third Hokage if he was getting old and confused. He sighed and started lecturing those old men, implying that the Sand Shinobi were just a paper tiger right now. Despite their loudness, they were actually panicking inside. Think about it. Their leader, the fourth Kazekage, is dead. Their tailed beast, which is their nuclear weapon, is still in our Konoha's hands as a hostage. Where do they get the confidence to continue fighting us? Now that they've come out, it's purely to try and extort some money from us to fill their own holes. Rukyu, being the slippery one, analyzed a lot of things but didn't say whether they would actually compensate or not. And what was the result? Goodness. Those old men didn't listen to any advice at all. Mito Minyan directly made a decision, saying that Konoha's stability was the most important, and that money had to be paid. They skipped over whether to compensate and started enthusiastically discussing how to compensate and how much. I was outside listening, and my head was buzzing. Seeing the situation, Rukyu realized that saying anything was useless and could only hold his nose and take this mess to negotiate. As soon as he left, let me tell you, the most disgusting part came. I vaguely heard those old guys in the hospital room mumbling about how this huge sum of money couldn't be raised even if the village emptied its coffers. They needed to find a big fool. Which family had contributed and suffered losses this time, but was still rich? Who knows with their cold tone? They were clearly targeting our Hyuga clan. These old folks were really efficient in their scheming. Right after, Mito Minyan happily took a truckload of supplies to the Sand Shinobi camp, sweet-talking them better than singing, saying it was ally support and that the common enemy was Orochimaru, turning black into white. That old lady Chiyo from the sand was completely stunned. She initially thought that if she could get 1/10 of what she asked for, it would be a blessing, but Konoha directly approved half. Although it was in installments, this first batch of supplies exceeded her expectations. Chiyo was probably calculating in her heart how Konoha had become so weak and whether to squeeze out another sum. It was still Mito Minyan, that old fox, who sensed something was off and sarcastically reminded her not to forget that Awagakure and Kumogakure were also watching, warning her to be careful or her home would be robbed. Chiyo had no choice. She truly couldn't fight anymore, so she could only grit her teeth and order withdrawal with the supplies. Watching the Sand Shinobi troops slink back to the Land of Wind, the third Hokage and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the external pressure was gone, they immediately turned their attention to me. A conspiracy against the Hyuga clan quietly unfolded in the hospital room. Soon after, the entire atmosphere in Konoha shifted. That day, I went out with Akane and Yuhi Kurenai, and goodness, in the izakaya, a bunch of drunken guys were holding a rally to criticize our Hyuga clan. They claimed the Hyuga clan were traitors. Not a single shadow was seen during the war. They must have colluded with Orochimaru. They were throwing all sorts of mud at us without any cost. Some even said that since the Hyuga clan didn't send people, we should pay for everything, covering the expenses for rebuilding the village. Akane was about to explode on the spot, but Kurenai held her back tightly. As for me, I just laughed at that moment. I told them, don't pay attention to these fools who are being used as pawns. Isn't shopping with two beautiful ladies better than listening to their nonsense? The three of us were flirting all the way, and we ended up in a secluded corner. Suddenly, I felt something was off. There were sounds of fighting ahead. Hondo Snake also returned with an alarm, and we rushed over. When we arrived at the scene, Kakashi was slumped there like a weak young master, while two tough characters stood opposite him. One was Itachi Uchiha, and the other looked familiar to me, with a mouth full of shark teeth, wielding a beheading sword. Tobarama Shizuku. Kakashi was still gasping and asked Itachi if he had come back for Sasuke, which directly revealed the name of the Akatsuki organization. Itachi's face darkened immediately. He had intended to leave, but now he wouldn't. He ordered directly, "Shizuku, take Kakashi away. Everyone else, kill them all." Hongdo and Yuhi Kurenai were bold and rushed forward without a word. Kurenai used a Jin Jutsu to confuse Shizuku, while Hongdo fought back against Itachi, barely holding on with the help of her poisonous snake. However, they were still a bit inexperienced and soon ran out of stamina and chakra. Just as Shizuku was about to take them down with a water dragon jutsu, Itachi's shuriken sealed off all their escape routes. I thought to myself that I couldn't watch any longer. If I did, my wife would be lost. I flickered and appeared right in front of them, with a gentle raise of my hand. Guess what happened? A towering wave of water and a sky full of shurikens. Byakugan all came back to me. Uchiha Itachi reacted quickly and dodged, but that guy, Paipa Shirzong, was in trouble, getting a big gash from his own shuriken and looking utterly miserable. Shirzong was stunned at that moment, swinging his big knife towards me. Let me tell you, that knife was fast, but to me, it was no different from slow motion. I flickered and easily dodged, countering with a Bagua palm. The first gust of palm wind directly turned his water dragon, which was over 10 meters high, into mist. The second gust, swirling with the mist, smashed into his face. He tried to withstand it with his knife, but as a result, I sent him flying over 10 meters with a single palm strike, plowing 2 deep grooves into the ground, his hand's tiger mouth all torn, blood gushing out. The look in his eyes when he saw me was like he'd seen a ghost, and he turned to Itachi and asked, "Mr. Itachi, what do we do?" Itachi also realized he had encountered a tough opponent and blurted out one word: "Run." "Want to run?" "Not a chance." I directly chased after them. These two were teaming up with fire and water, but they were being toyed with by my Bagua Chien Koen step, with 8 of me surrounding them, striking them until they were covered in wounds, gasping for breath. When Itachi saw the situation was bad, he activated his Sharingan, and black flames ignited around him, turning out to be a shadow clone. His real body had already slipped away. I sneered. He could run, but his teammate couldn't. I flickered and appeared in front of Paipa Shirzong, hitting him directly with a Bagua mountain crushing strike. Bang! A huge sound. That blood-sucking, regenerative beheading sword was like tofu under my hand, breaking into 2 on the spot. The upper half of the blade flew back and pierced him right through. That guy, until his death, kept looking in the direction Itachi ran away, but Itachi had long transformed into a flock of crows and flew off, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. After resolving this side, Hongdo and the others hurried over, looking at me with admiration. I was just about to boast a bit to them when my guy, with his thick eyebrows, charged out like a green lightning bolt, shouting about the azure beast of Konoha, and kicked towards me, which I easily blocked. Kakashi quickly stopped him, and then this lively guy hugged Kakashi, crying and shouting about my lifelong rival, as they kicked up dust on their way to the hospital. Let me tell you, the classic has arrived, just as they left. The internal war god Shimura Danzo, along with Mito Men and his group of masked men, made a dazzling entrance. Their focus is on fighting without being seen, taking the lead in stealing credit. As soon as Danzo showed up, without any explanation, he started accusing me. "Why are you fighting in the village? Why did you let Uchiha Itachi escape? Are you colluding with him?" The way he acted, it was as if he was ready to label me a traitor of Konoha. I was so angry that I almost laughed. And I shot back. "Can't you see the body of the 7 Mist Ninja lying on the ground? If your eyesight is that bad, you might as well donate them. Besides, I've heard rumors that last time the enemy invaded, it was your clan that led the way." Danzo was left speechless by my retort, and beside him, Mito gaped and immediately chimed in. That old fox smiled and said, "We are not doubting you, but to prove the innocence of the Hyuga clan, how about your family contributes some resources to support the village's reconstruction?" Good grief, after all that circling around, the truth finally came out. These old-timers have no bottom line at all. I was furious at that moment, pointing my finger at them and shouting, "Enough! You bunch of old geezers! Has Konoha fallen so low that it needs to rob its own families of their wealth? You want the Hyuga clan to contribute money? No problem. Let your families, the elders, make the first donation. Whatever you donate, the Hyuga clan will match it, no less." After saying this, I grabbed Hanabi and the others and turned to leave, completely ignoring the group of old men behind me with ashen faces. Let me tell you, these old folks really didn't let me down. As soon as I left, they cooked up a huge scheme. Goodness, the tricks these old guys pulled were unbelievable. They played a game of misusing public funds to boost their reputation, moving supplies from the village warehouse to their homes like ants moving house, and then beat drums to donate them, claiming it was to help the villagers rebuild after the disaster. In no time, The prestige of the Sarutobi and the Mizuta families skyrocketed, and the villagers were so moved they almost set up ancestral shrines for them. Of course, they also understood the ridiculous transportation loss of up to 40. After all, saving Konoha meant saving these cornerstone families first, right? Then, the village loudspeakers announced that Hyuga Kaze had initially declared that whatever they contributed, the Hyuga clan would match. The pressure was directly on me. The entire village, young and old, stretched their necks to see how the Hyuga clan would respond, or rather, how we would embarrass ourselves. Timura Kamatsu and Mizuta were almost laughing out loud in the Hokage's office, convinced that a little Hyuga clan could compete with them after they emptied Konoha's warehouse. They even started scheming on how to incite the villagers to cause a ruckus at my doorstep, forcing me to bleed profusely. What happened next? My family understood. The Hyuga clan directly staged a real-life version of the disappearance of her. The villagers, misled, blocked my front door, shouting insults for a long time. But not a shadow appeared. Danzo, that old schemer, sensed something was off and sent someone to check. To his shock, Waihai Kurinai and Akamichi Karui were missing. Upon further investigation, all of the Hyuga clan's properties in Konoha had quietly been converted into supplies. Mizuta smashed his teacup in anger, shouting at me if I was planning to defect. Just then, a root ninja rushed in, panting, reporting that excited villagers had stormed into our Hyuga clan grounds. And guess what? There wasn't a single person inside. All the rooms were cleaned out. Even a rat would have to come out with tears in its eyes. Now Mizuta completely lost it, just as another Umbu rushed in, saying something had happened at the memorial stone. A large batch of supplies had inexplicably appeared there, with a message claiming it was support from the Hyuga clan for the villagers. Timura Kamatsu was dumbfounded. Those bastards really ran away. But before she could collect herself, the Umbu added, trembling, that place left a lot of photos, high definition, all showing how those supplies were moved from the Konoha warehouse to the homes of several elders. And it didn't stop there. The message specifically stated that some of the supplies we left behind were things we couldn't take, while others were moved out of our own warehouse in appreciation of the two elders' integrity, and now everyone was free to take them. The photos proved it. The warehouses of the Mizuta and Timura families were now empty. Mizuta was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, being carried away to join his old buddy Sarutobi Hisashi in victory. Timura Kamatsu couldn't even stand straight, her mouth stuttering as she frantically called my name. Hyuga Kaze? On the other side, Danzo, that old schemer, picked up a bargain, seizing the opportunity as the command system collapsed again, happily sitting on the proxy Hokage's throne, wondering what space-time ninjutsu we used to escape. Little did he know, at that moment, I was experiencing a crisis more exhilarating than an S-rank mission, with chaos erupting in my backyard. In my new base's office, Sunset Red was watching me with a fake smile, while beside her stood Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in a secretary outfit and with a figure that was off the charts. Fong, you really are something, quietly establishing such a large business outside the village. You've worked hard, she said. Little Red Bean, the spicy little pepper, jumped right in to join the fray, firing at full force. That's right. Lord Fong has worked so hard, taking care of us in the village and also looking after Aunt Mikoto outside. It's truly touching. Upon hearing the word Aunt, Mikoto's face turned green. Red Bean continued her output, her eyes darting between us. Speaking of which, you're a sworn brother with my good buddy Sasuke. How does it feel to take care of his mother in his stead? ISNT it very nice. As soon as those wolfish words came out, Mikoto's face turned crimson to the roots of her neck, and she was trembling all over. Seeing that this couldn't be explained away, I decided to stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. I stepped forward and pulled both Red and Red Bean into my embrace. They were still throwing little tantrums, struggling desperately, but didn't that just make it more exciting? I activated my chakra, and they both turned into noodles. What are you doing? Let go, they yelled. What do you think I'm going to do? I chuckled, lifted one on each shoulder like sacks, and said, don't worry, I'm taking you to a private place. I guarantee you'll understand everything clearly. Before I finished speaking, I used Flying Thunder God and disappeared with them, leaving behind a message in the office. I'm going home first, Izumi. Follow my instructions and coordinate with Hinata to settle the clansmen. In the office, Uchiha Izumi and Hinata looked at the spot where we had vanished with a sense of grievance. The scene shifted, and Konoha welcomed a new chapter. Let me tell you, the inertia of the plot is truly terrifying. Tsunade was still tricked back by Jiraiya to become the 5th Hokage. At the inauguration ceremony, it was a huge crowd cheering. Villagers were so excited they were shouting, treating her like a savior. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mixed feelings, while Danzo was so furious he was gritting his teeth. He and T even warmed the Hokage seat before it was taken away. Goodness, this big sister is no pushover. As soon as the ceremony ended and she returned to the Hokage office, she started smashing things. With a punch, the new desk was directly wrecked. Pointing at Sarutobi and those old geezers, she began to scold them, exposing all the mess they had created in Konoha over the years. Jiraiya tried to mediate, but was knocked down with one punch. I have to say, Tsunade really has some skills. After taking office for more than half a month, she dealt with supplies, confronted Sunagakure, rebuilt the village, and soothed public sentiment. With a set of combo moves, she managed to tidy up that mess quite nicely. The villagers were practically praising her as a living Buddha, but Tsunade was clear in her heart. The more she was praised, the more uneasy she felt. What does this indicate? It indicates how badly those old geezers had messed up Konoha. The common people's expectations had sunk so low that simply not being corrupt or causing trouble made one a sage. Moreover, the tangled web of relationships in the village was like a stubborn skin condition. Even moving a little was a hassle. One day, Tsunade was overwhelmed by a mountain of documents, feeling hopeless, banging her head on the table, muttering that she was a fool for becoming Hokage. In came Shizen, carrying even more documents, encouraging her to perk up. Just as Tsunade helplessly picked up a file to deal with, the office door was kicked open with a bang. Danzo's old face was as dark as a pot bottom as he stormed in, yelling, "Tsunade, what are you trying to do? Why are you cutting my root-ass funding? I told you this old guy came up and completely confused me, asking me why I cut his funding as soon as he arrived." I raised my head at that moment, almost rolling my eyes to the sky, and directly retorted, "I can't feel anything. What use is your root when the village is about to be torn down? I've already taken office as Hokage, and I haven't even seen a report on what the roots have done. You're telling me it's very important?" Goodness, that old face of Danzo's instantly couldn't hold up anymore. He started to preach about values, saying that the root is nameless, emotionless, and has no future, and is a selfless contributor supporting the great tree of Konoha. Oh my, that expression and tone. If I didn't know better, I would think a saint had descended. I was almost falling asleep listening to him, just swaying my head there, pondering the words the root of the old man in my mind. TSK, private property, right? After he finished his rambling, I hit him with a question that left him silent. So selfless, but where were you during the village turmoil? He started to ramble again, going from the history of the root to his great achievements, repeating the same old lines, and to sum it up in 4 words, "I'm awesome, quick, send money." I really couldn't take it anymore, so I interrupted him directly. "Didn't you send someone a couple of days ago to say that your people have already been cut down to the standard line? With fewer people, why should the funding remain the same? Are you trying to throw your abacus beads in my face?" Before he could catch his breath, I continued, "All right, speaking of which, where's the specific roster for the root? I didn't see it in the handover documents. What's going on? Is your root no longer part of Konoha's organization and has gone independent?" His old face stiffened, and he wanted to argue, saying that the root must maintain secrecy for the sake of better protecting Konoha. Bang! I slammed my fist on the table, and it creaked. I felt like it was about to break. I stood up directly, exuding my aura as I stared at him. Secrecy? Secrecy to the point that even I, the Hokage, can't know. Are you part of Konoha's forces, or are you Tobi's private army? I have led the root for decades, executing high-risk missions. Do you not even trust an old man like me? He was still there acting, looking all wronged and angry. I nodded directly and said, "Yes. I just don't trust you. You won't even give me the list. How can I trust you? Where does your confidence come from?" His eyes were wide open like copper bells, and his gaze seemed like it could swallow me whole. Let me tell you, I was also fired up at that moment. I took a step forward and secretly activated my chakra, just so I wouldn't blink while staring at him. Family, who understands? In times like this, whoever blinks first loses. Sure enough, his one I was the first to give in, awkwardly turning away, and in the end, he stubbornly said, "I am the Hokage advisor." I let out a cold laugh, 5 words that directly ended the match. "I'm the Hokage." He was completely speechless, leaving with a dark expression and slamming the door with a bang, leaving behind a sentence. "Tsunade, you'll regret this." Who's to say who will regret it? As it turns out, I hadn't even warmed my seat when a big incident occurred. Uchiha Sasuke, that kid, has defected. I heard in the report that this kid has been pretty emo lately, practicing every day in the ruins of his house, his mind just like a movie playing. One moment, it's the night of the Uchiha massacre. The next moment, he's being surpassed by Naruto, completely out of balance, a revenge-driven maniac. And then, Orochimaru's top HR guy, Kabuto, sneaks in like a ghost. Let me tell you, this is just precise targeting, taking advantage of the situation. He starts with a classic PUA line. Do you desire power? Sasuke was initially quite cautious. After all, Orochimaru had just been beaten badly not long ago. But Kabuto knows how to paint a picture, and with a bit of persuasion, he says that Orochimaru has plenty of trump cards. The curse seal is just an appetizer, and he guarantees that it will make him stronger than Naruto. Well, that hits Sasuke right in the sore spot. Naruto is now his inner demon. So, this thing became a reality. 3 days later, Sasuke ran off with Kabuto and was stuffed into a big wooden barrel, like a package. But the most shocking move comes afterwards. Who understands? I thought it was just a simple defection incident, but guess what? Just after Kabuto disappeared with Sasuke, Danzo and the old man, third Hokage, actually walked out from the shadows nearby. They watched the whole thing and didn't even think to stop it. I later found out how dirty these old guys' hearts are. They deliberately let Sasuke go, treating him as bait to lure out Itachi Uchiha and possibly any remaining Uchiha remnants behind him, then catch them all in one net. Damn, to eliminate the roots. They even plotted against the village's children. It's simply outrageous. The next day, that old actor Danzo came to my office to put on a show again, bursting in and pointing his finger at me while cursing, saying that Sasuke's defection was my dereliction of duty. At that moment, I really couldn't hold it back, family. He deserved an Oscar for this performance. The other two old advisors chimed in, urging me to quickly issue a wanted notice and send someone to chase after him. But when I asked who would go, they all pretended to be deaf and dumb, making excuses to slip away. It's ridiculous. They know very well how hot the job of hunting down the Uchiha is. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a lone commander in this ninja world. Most of the capable J-nin in the village are out on missions, and the majority of the Umbu still listen to that old man, the third Hokage. Don't even get me started on the root. What's worse is that the Hyuga clan was recently taken away by that HyugaFū, leaving me unable to gather a reliable scout. I was so angry that I smashed the new desk I just got. Speaking of that HyugaFū, achoo, I bet he's living it up somewhere while I'm cursing him. Just when I was feeling overwhelmed, Naruto barged in and collapsed my door, shouting that he absolutely has to bring Sasuke back. I looked at his determined face, feeling a mix of emotions in my heart. In the end, I punched the wall beside his ear as a way of agreeing. On the surface, I allowed him to take Shikamaru and a few other lower ninjas to pursue. But secretly, I revealed my hidden trump card, an elite jonin named Byakugan. I had him lead a small team to quietly follow behind Naruto and the others. My orders are very strict. Sasuke, it's best if you can bring it back. If the situation doesn't allow it, I authorize him to use any means necessary. The Sharingan must not fall into the hands of other villages. I still have a trick up my sleeve, having also persuaded those little brats from Sand Hidden Village who were visiting the village to come as reinforcements. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, free powerful fighters. Why not take advantage of them? Orochimaru's side is also quite cunning. Kabuto is running ahead with Sasuke while arranging a backup behind. There's a pale-haired, green-eyed, sickly-looking handsome guy named Kimimaro, who looks like he could drop dead at any moment. But that killing intent, TSK, is no joke. Naruto and the others are charging through the forest like they've been injected with adrenaline, while Shikamaru is behind, his brain almost fried, unable to rein in this stubborn mule. As a result, they crash right into Kimimaro's ambush. Goodness, there are over a dozen mass corpses lying in the clearing, all Konoha ninjas. It seems they were sent by Danzo and the others to play the role of pursuers, but they ended up being genuinely killed, completely offering themselves up. Naruto doesn't care about any of this. Upon seeing Kimimaro, he turns red with rage and shouts something about being gay before charging forward. Shadow, clone, jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos rush over. What happens next? Kimimaro dances through the crowd, and with a flick of his finger, he sends out bone bullets, shattering the shadow clones as if they were made of paper. The guy can grow bones all over his body, resembling a human porcupine, and Naruto can't even get close, getting beaten up to the point of being in a sorry state. In the end, pushed to the edge, he even opened the first gate of the 8 gates, glowing green all over, but it still felt like a mere massage. He punched Kimimaro's bones and ended up wincing in pain. Shikamaru watched with his scalp tingling, knowing that if he kept watching, Naruto would be turned into a sieve. He took a deep breath. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and give the order. Stop staring. Prepare to engage. Ino, Choji, let us first test him with ninja tools. Shino, Kiba, you continue to stay alert. Ito, your team, provide long-range ninjutsu support. Aim for his eyes and ears. Let me tell you, when Shikamaru gave a command, wow, those shurikens were flying like they were free, zipping straight towards Kimimaro's face. and they were specifically targeting vital spots like his eyes and ears. And there were even a few heading straight for his groin, completely disregarding martial ethics. This guy immediately broke down, his face turned green, and he quickly hit the brakes to dodge, cursing that we had insulted the honor of battle. I thought to myself, can honor be eaten? Can it block a shuriken to your forehead? He was panting heavily, looking like he was on his last breath, but his eyes, let me tell you, were like they were poisoned. He kept mumbling something about Lord Orochimaru, like someone in the late stages of a crush, and suddenly pulled out a bone knife from his arm and charged over. This guy was incredibly ferocious, his movements like a ghost, while on our side, Itachi and the others were using water and earth techniques, and he either blocked them with his arm or grew a bone shovel from his feet to deflect them. It was insane. The shurikens hitting him sounded like scraping skin, clinking and clanking. His clothes were torn, but he didn't feel a thing. Shikamaru saw this wasn't working. With no place for close combat and Shino's bugs unable to chew through his bony body, he quickly decided to let them go ahead and chase Sasuke. When Kimimaro heard we were going to go around, he instantly exploded, letting out a roar, and dense black threads burst out from his body. Like he entered a second stage, his speed and power skyrocketing as he crazily charged towards Naruto and the others. Just at that critical moment, he suddenly froze, as if the pause button was hit. I looked and realized, wow, it was Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. It turned out the one giving orders earlier was his shadow clone, while his real self had transformed into a shuriken that Shuji threw into an ambush position. This brain is too sharp. Naruto and the others seized the opportunity and ran away without looking back. Shikamaru immediately shouted, "Now's the time." Shuji's meat tank rolled over like a bowling ball and crashed into Kimimaro. But then something ridiculous happened. Shuji's roll went off course and passed just 3 meters away from Kimimaro. I was just puzzled when I heard Ino shout, "Mind body switch technique." At that moment, I thought it's a sure thing. The classic combo of pig, deer, and butterfly. This must keep him under control, right? But guess what happened? J-Nin Ino drilled right into his mind and shouted, popping him out. Kimimaro went crazy, with bones bursting out from his body, shooting in all directions, directly shattering Shikamaru's shadow. We quickly scrambled away, with Niji carrying Ino as he ran. Shikamaru shouted from over there, "Ino, how are you?" Ino was trembling, holding her head, and after a long pause, she said, "Be careful, he's a freak. My body is in excruciating pain, but my mental strength is like a furnace. I can't control him at all. Does anyone understand? Family? We are fighting for our lives here, and on the nearby tree, there are 2 groups of people watching us live. One group is the root members under Danzo, who specialize in not saving those in danger, claiming their mission is to pursue Sasuke, and our lives don't concern them. Someone from the Sarutobi family wanted to help, but was rebuffed by them, and in the end, these masked guys just ran past us. The other group was sent by Tsunade. They had some conscience and were observing, ready to intervene when we were at our breaking point. Just when we were really about to give in, Gaara and his team descended like a group of muscle-bound heroes. They said they were sent by Tsunade for support. When the person sent by Tsunade saw reinforcements had arrived, he also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to continue pursuing Sasuke. On the other side, Naruto was shouting all the way, "What is gay? Come back here." As if he was afraid no one knew he was chasing someone, and he finally cornered Kabuto, who was carrying Sasuke. What happened next? It was 4 against 1, but Kabuto turned them into fools and took down both Kiba and another girl in a few moves, and Naruto got injured as well. Just when Kabuto was about to finish them off, suddenly, over 100 people burst out of the forest, the same route and Umbu members directly surrounding him. But before he could show off for 3 seconds, Orochimaru appeared like a ghost, raising his hand for a summoning technique. And a purple snake thicker than a train crashed down. I was stunned. That snake shouted at Orochimaru, saying he still owed it 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru pointed at us and said, "You can eat these people, just make up for it next time." To my surprise, the snake heard this and charged at us, turning the scene into complete chaos. Orochimaru saw we were entangled with the snake and called to Kabuto, wanting to escape. But at that moment, let me tell you, something even more explosive happened. Suddenly, a devastating combination of fire and wind techniques cleared half the forest. Over 30 of us fell on the spot, and even the big snake was howling in pain. As the smoke cleared, 2 guys in black cloaks with red clouds walked out. One guy was all stitched up, with $signs in his eyes, scanning us, finally fixating on Naruto, Orochimaru, and the barrel behind Kabuto, muttering, "I hit the jackpot." The other guy was carrying a big scythe, looking like a pyramid scheme leader, shouting, "Everyone, come believe in the evil god with me." Orochimaru's face turned dark. He wondered how he ended up encountering these Akatsuki lunatics. The money-loving guy was called Kakuzu. He completely ignored Orochimaru and started counting with his fingers, saying Sasuke's bounty was the highest, at 30 million ryo. Then he suddenly clapped his hands, and, let me tell you, Kakuzu's thought process was absurdly unique. He said Sasuke was too valuable to just sell, so instead of that, they should catch him and provide him with a bunch of good women to breed, creating an Uchiha farming business, and every year harvest a wave of Sharingan, which would be like having money that never runs out for a lifetime. I was stunned at the time. My family, what kind of ninja world Elon Musk is this? Sustainable leaks are something he has figured out. Orochimaru and Naruto exploded on the spot, shouting in unison, "No way." The scene instantly went out of control. Kakuzu, while saying this can't be allowed, charged towards Yakushi Kabuto. The people from Konoha tried to stop him, but were knocked down by a combination of ninjutsu. That giant snake went crazy too, biting anyone it saw after being burned. When Orochimaru saw someone stealing goods, he confronted Kakuzu. That fool Haiden also got excited, charging into the crowd of Konoha with his scythe to begin his preaching. Orochimaru saw the situation and got excited, shouting at Kabuto, "Protect my Sasuke." Then he lay down, opened his mouth, and began to spit out snakes like a floodgate had been opened. An endless stream of poisonous snakes piled up into a mountain and started biting anyone in sight, turning the scene into a hellish nightmare. The Umbu and Root ninjas from Konoha were stunned, caught between their leaders, unable to fight or flee, and were quickly overwhelmed by the sea of snakes. Just when chaos reigned, Konoha finally couldn't hold on any longer and began to retreat. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, being sharp, grabbed Naruto and tried to escape. But guess what? Naruto, the stubborn kid, not only refused to run, but also charged in to save Sasuke, only to be forcibly pulled away by Kurenai with a body flicker technique. The worst off was the leader from Root, who was a step too slow in retreating and got a punch from Kakuzu that left him feeling cold. But this guy was tough. Just before he died, he used the last of his strength to send a handful of explosive bugs along Kakuzu's black threads. Kakuzu initially didn't take it seriously, but as soon as he pulled his hand back, his face turned green. Let me tell you, it felt like thousands of little bugs were partying in his body, gnawing at his meridians and carrying poison, making him scream and convulse on the ground like a rag. Haiden, seeing his partner go down, rushed over to help. But Kakuzu screamed, "Don't touch me. It's poisonous." Orochimaru noticed this and thought, "Oh, internal strife among the opponents? My luck is good today." Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud crash behind Kabuto. The barrel containing Sasuke exploded. A handsome young man covered in black curse marks emerged. That's right, my good buddy, Uchiha Sasuke, made a dazzling entrance. Sasuke was momentarily dazed. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hellish travel experience. Next to him were Orochimaru and Kabuto, a half-burnt giant snake gnawing on a corpse in the distance, a pile of Konoha ninjas on the ground, and an old man convulsing. He was stunned, thinking, "I just ran away from home to chase a star. It can't have caused such a big fuss, right?" Just as he was about to ask what was going on, the giant snake, Manda, suddenly approached him like a cat attracted to catnip, its massive head getting close. Its fierce eyes gleaming as it hissed, "You smell so good. You smell so good." Manda was practically drooling, shouting at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, give him to me. I don't want the 200 human sacrifices you owe me anymore." With that, it opened its enormous mouth, ready to devour Sasuke as a dessert. Orochimaru couldn't allow that. He quickly sent out 2 snakes to bind Manda, his voice turning cold. "Manda, Sasuke is mine." Before they could finish their argument, Kakuzu, who was convulsing on the ground, miraculously stood up thanks to the lure of money. It seemed the earth grudge fear inside him absorbed those poisonous insects and upgraded. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Sasuke, roaring, "This is a walking bounty. No one can take him away. Finally, the riches are mine." In the next second, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and Manda all charged at the still-dazed Sasuke. Just as this 3-way confrontation was about to turn into a 3-way feast, the sky changed. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from above, immobilizing everyone and making it hard to breathe. The seasoned Kakuzu and Orochimaru's expressions changed instantly as they desperately looked up. A white streak of light descended from the sky, crashing down with a boom. It was like a small nuclear bomb hitting the ground, creating a massive shockwave that swept across the battlefield, clouds of dust rising. When the dust settled, a figure in white stood in the center of the battlefield. With white pupils and an otherworldly aura, exuding a domineering presence that screamed, "I am the strongest in the world." Hyuga, the reckless one, was the first to object, brandishing his scythe and shouting, "Who are you? Dare to meddle in our affairs?" But the white-clad figure, hands behind his back, didn't even lift his eyelids, and his voice, though not loud, thundered in everyone's ears. "What do you want to do to my brother?" Sasuke blushed at that, just about to retort, "Who is your brother?" When Hyuga made his move, the scythe whirled through the air, cutting with a whistling sound. What happened next? Ding. A crisp sound, as if it were a joke. A spherical force field automatically formed 3 meters in front of the figure, like he had activated an invincibility cheat. Hyuga's scythe struck the barrier, not only failing to break through, but also numbing his hands. Unconvinced, Hyuga yelled and wildly slashed, only to end up ruining the blade of his precious scythe. The figure in white, finally grew impatient. I extended my right hand, flicked my fingers, and a chakra beam shot out, directly turning Hyuga's scythe into a pile of scrap metal and conveniently creating a gaping hole through his chest. Seeing his teammate fail, Kakuzu immediately summoned his lightning release mask monster, launching a lightning spear at me. What happened? The lightning spear hit my protective barrier, not even splashing a drop of water, and was directly absorbed by a vortex. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Manda, being the least intelligent, was knocked off balance by the shockwave from my landing. Once it regained its senses, it roared in anger, swinging its massive tail with tremendous force. The result was the same, a loud crash, and the barrier remained unmoved, while its own tail was left bloodied and mangled. It writhed on the ground in pain, screaming loudly. I found it too noisy, frowned, and with a casual wave, a fiery palm print flew out, directly roasting it into a piece of char the size of a small mountain. Orochimaru's facial muscles twitched, but he still forced a smile. As expected of the head of the Hyuga clan, you've helped me deal with this gluttonous and foul-mouthed guy. I should thank you. I couldn't be bothered with him. With a flash, I appeared directly beside Sasuke, placing my right hand on his shoulder. The energy shield shook, sending Orochimaru and Kabuto flying dozens of meters away. Orochimaru panicked. "What are you doing?" Sasuke came to find me. As I blocked Sasuke's movements, I said, "I have something to discuss with him today. You can queue up." Orochimaru's eyes shifted, and he began to rally people, shouting at Kakuzu. "Want to team up? Let him take Sasuke away, and we'll both be left empty-handed. Help me get him back. 35 million Ryo?" Upon hearing the money, Kakuzu's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Hyuga, covering the large hole in his chest, glared at me fiercely, wanting to sacrifice me to the evil god. "Fine, let's go at it together." Orochimaru and Kakuzu exchanged a glance and moved at the same time. One used wind release, while the other burrowed up from the ground with black tentacles, but they were all blocked by my air shield. Then came shuriken, shadow, clones, and water cannons. All of it felt like a massage. Kakuzu went mad with rage and summoned the 3 masked monsters of wind, fire, and thunder, combining them to unleash a massive chakra cannon at me. Orochimaru also spat out the Kusanagi sword, extending over 100 meters to stab at me. I looked at their stubborn expressions and felt a bit helpless. An 8 trigrams diagram appeared on the energy shield surrounding me, spinning around. Guess what? The most outrageous part was that it directly absorbed Kakuzu's chakra cannon and shot it back unchanged. Kakuzu and the others were caught off guard and barely avoided their own ultimate move, leaving a barren strip hundreds of meters long in the forest behind them. Now, they were completely stunned. I looked at these few stunned guys and sighed. Have you realized the reality? Hurry up and get lost. As a result, Fadewan shouted with his neck stuck out. If you have the ability, take down this turtle shell. All right, my patience has its limits. I don't want to drag it out any longer, so I directly stretched out my hands. With my left hand, I summoned a storm, and with my right hand, I called forth thunder. The 2 powers converged in my palms. The entire world began to change color. The winds and clouds rolled back, and lightning danced wildly. I looked at their terrified faces and slowly pushed out my palms. A devastating technique, a mix of endless storms and violent thunder, a complete thunderstorm package, directly slammed onto these ignorant guys' faces. After sweeping through the heavens and the earth, with a thunderstorm lasting hundreds of meters, Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished without a trace, leaving behind a charred giant snake corpse on the ground. Kakuzu had been constantly activating various ninjutsu to resist, but all were shattered by the thunder and storm. After exhausting 4 hearts, he desperately fled from the storm's coverage, running away in a panic without looking back. The unfortunate Hyuga, lacking the escapability of Orochimaru and Kakuzu, was now breaking apart into charred flesh chunks on the ground, writhing in agony. Hyuga's remaining limbs twisted, trying to gather his scattered pieces together, while he screamed in pain and cursed HyugaFū. "Ah, my body, you damn guy. Our leader won't let you off. Bastard, my leg, it's all cooked. My left hand. Where's my left hand? Give it back to me. You're too noisy." HyugaFū struck his palm in the air, sealing Hyuga's foul mouth, and then continued to observe. He was indifferent to the fleeing Orochimaru and Kakuzu, focusing instead on sensing Hyuga's existence. He had roughly understood Kakuzu's existence from their previous battle, the so-called secret technique. The Earth Grudge Fear was essentially a symbiotic life form similar to fungi, but the consciousness of that life form itself was weak, occupied by Kakuzu. It was more accurate to say that Kakuzu had become a mass of fungal spirit rather than relying on the hearts of other ninjas to live. He merely had the ability to extract energy from human hearts. At the same time, to resist the soul damage caused by this unnatural change in life levels, Kakuzu needed a strong obsession to anchor his life. This was also why Kakuzu was so obsessed with money. HyugaFū could have kept Kakuzu behind, but he was curious about what waves a Kakuzu infused with nanopoisons could create in the ninja world, so he let him leave. As for HyugaFū couldn't see clearly for the time being. In his perception, Hyuga's vitality wasn't particularly strong. One could even say he had little vitality at all. When an ordinary person lacks vitality, they are merely a corpse, but Hyuga's body seemed fixed in a certain state, always able to draw strength from some inexplicable source to restore his assembled body. HyugaFū speculated that either the evil god Hyuga worshipped had a high status and strong power, or Hyuga had inexplicably aligned with some kind of heavenly rule to gain this power. So he focused his thunderstorm on Hyuga, taking the opportunity to observe his recovery process. After observing for a while without any clues, HyugaFū grew tired of watching a pile of rotten flesh. He then used chakra to gather Hyuga's body parts together, mixing them into a mass and sealing them away in the training room space. This guy still had time to deal with slowly. For now, he needed to deal with his adopted son, Uchiha Sasuke. HyugaFū thought, raising his hand for another strike. A powerful storm arose with his palm, blowing away all the blood and black ash around, revealing a clean area. Then, Uchiha Sasuke was released from his seal and regained the ability to move. Uchiha Sasuke looked at HyugaFū with a complex expression, having been forced to witness a thrilling battle. Just as he emerged from the barrel, his pride from mastering the cursed seal and gaining further power had completely vanished. At this moment, he was very suspicious about why HyugaFū would help him. He felt he had no value left aside from his body. HyugaFū found Sasuke's shocked, confused, and conflicted expression quite interesting. Haven't I said before? Just consider it me seeing your future potential. You can't repay me now, but you can do it later when you have the strength. Sasuke didn't mention that HyugaFū had sabotaged his efforts to gain strength by joining Orochimaru. Instead, he hesitated and asked, "With your strength, will there be a time when you need to be repaid?" While sensing Indra's chakra through the cursed seal and palm power left in Sasuke's body, HyugaFū casually replied, "My strength is good, but I'm still not invincible in the ninja world. Moreover, the Hyuga family and the Uchiha family were allied before, and we even call each other brothers. If you get bullied by those people, it would also be a disgrace to me." Sasuke remained skeptical of HyugaFū's words, but he no longer worried about something he couldn't control. Instead, he brought up another topic. "Then, can you teach me? Your strength is so strong. And I heard you defeated Uchiha Itachi before. If it's you, you can definitely give me the power for revenge." After much hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke blushed and asked HyugaFū for guidance. Ignoring someone so strong and directly going to Orochimaru would indeed be foolish. "You can't learn my techniques. No one in the ninja world meets the conditions to practice my high-level skills. As for the basics, they must be based on the Byakugan bloodline and gentle fist." Facing Sasuke's hopeful gaze, HyugaFū ultimately crushed his fantasy coldly. Seeing Sasuke's spirit dampened significantly, HyugaFū comforted him. "The Uchiha clan's bloodline potential is enormous. You're still young. As long as you receive good guidance, you'll be able to increase your strength significantly in a few years. Didn't want to go find Orochimaru? I can tell you clearly that he has a jutsu that can seize a person's body to extend his own life. This jutsu can only be used once every few years. He was heavily injured by me just now and must wait to change bodies, so there is no danger in seeking him for now. Moreover, this jutsu requires the seized body to be strong for better effects, so if you go to him, he will teach you carefully." Seeing Sasuke regain some spirit, HyugaFū smiled and continued to comfort him. "So don't worry, you're safe for the next 3 years. You can go to Orochimaru to enhance your strength. Safe for 3 years. But what about after 3 years? Sasuke instinctively asked. HyugaFū didn't answer. He merely thought to himself, I'm not your real father. Why should I care what happens to you in 3 years? Besides, by then, you'd have top-tier ninja configurations and be a tyrant ancestor like Naruto. What danger would there be? Before HyugaFū could respond, Sasuke revealed a self-deprecating smile and said, I was too greedy. Having 3 years to train for revenge is already great. Thank you for your help today. As if to strengthen his resolve, Sasuke emphasized, I'm a vengeful person. As long as I can take revenge, it doesn't matter who the final body belongs to. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the land of rice, his solitary figure occasionally disappearing into the shadows of the trees under the pale moonlight, resembling a wandering spirit in the world. Chapter 176. Training under the moon. HyugaFū watched with a kind expression as Sasuke jumped from tree to tree. And only after his figure completely disappeared from sight did the smile he had pulled out finally collapse. HyugaFū sighed inwardly. This unfilial son who disturbed his enjoyment with Mikoto had finally left, and it was time to pioneer a new path for taijutsu in the ninja world. Mikoto, I'm back. Hinata Kaze activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the clouds, only to see Uchiha Mikoto wiping her rolling crimson tears. The sorrowful and poignant grace, illuminated by the bright moonlight, was particularly captivating, causing Kazekage's gaze to linger on her undulating figure. Master. Uchiha Mikoto noticed Kazekage's return and quickly dried her tear-streaked cheeks, respectfully bowing to him. Mikoto, rest assured, I have already left means to protect Sasuke within him. He even has my curse mark on him. If he is truly in danger, I can teleport over to protect him. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto was almost moved to tears, her body trembling with excitement. Her face flushing red, she immediately knelt down and prostrated herself, her graceful figure appearing particularly alluring in that posture. Thank you, Master. Mikoto has no way to repay you. While maintaining her kneeling position, Mikoto slightly raised her blushing face towards Kazekage to express her gratitude, but her words were quickly interrupted. No, you will soon be able to repay me with your body. Kazekage's gaze scanned Mikoto's undulating body back and forth, making her feel as if she were not wearing any clothes. Perhaps recalling the promise she made to Kazekage earlier, a shy blush appeared on Mikoto's delicate face, combined with her mature body and increasingly tender features, making Kazekage's fingers itch. Mikoto, Sasuke is safe now. Do you remember what you promised before? Watching Mikoto's enchanting posture, Kazekage stepped closer to her, like a hunting tiger approaching a helpless little lamb. I remember. Mikoto will try her best to be obedient. Forced by Kazekage, Mikoto couldn't help but take half a step back, straightening her body, then lowering her blushing head to suppress her towering peaks. Her voice squeezed out from between those peaks, very low, as if containing deep shame and fear. It's good that you remember. Look, the moonlight is so bright tonight. Let's not miss this beautiful moment in the sky. Kazekage grinned as he embraced Mikoto's delicate body and began to make his move. Under the bright moonlight, a thick cloud floated in the sky, from which faintly came melodious sounds, lasting and unending. Bang! In the silent, despairing gaze, the desk in front of Tsunade, which had just been replaced for less than half a day, cracked in response, scattering scrolls and documents all over the floor. Say that again. What happened during the previous mission? In the Hokage office, Tsunade had a face full of anger and suspicion. When Byakugan brought Naruto back, that kid had been shouting non-stop, and she knocked him out with one punch. Then she asked Byakugan and the others to explain the situation of the mission. Although she had already heard Byakugan's brief description, Tsunade still found it hard to believe her ears. It was just a pursuit of an Uchiha orphan who had defected to Orochimaru. How could it cause such a huge commotion? Clearly, the earlier reports from the Sand Ninja and Nara Shikamaru had been good news. Lord Hokage, the specific details of this mission are as follows. Byakugan was very honest. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, he immediately detailed everything he experienced during the pursuit of Uchiha Sasuke, and Tsunade's expression changed continuously as he spoke. When Byakugan mentioned Naruto's recklessness, Tsunade looked helpless and furious, smashing a nearby screen to pieces with her fist. When he talked about Nara Shikamaru strategizing and using his wisdom to battle strong enemies, Tsunade's face showed relief, feeling quite proud of promoting Shikamaru to Chunin. When she heard that Gaara and others from the Sand Village had helped the Leaf Ninjas, Tsunade nodded with slight satisfaction. However, when she heard that Root the Umbu and the Sarutobi clan had a large number of personnel trailing Uchiha Sasuke, but did not act until Orochimaru appeared. Tsunade's brows almost stood on end. Previously, when she asked Danzo and Master Sarutobi to send people, they each claimed they had no one available, yet now they pulled this stunt. What exactly did those two old geezers want? Scanning around the room and finding there weren't many things left to vent her anger on, Tsunade could only barely suppress her inner rage and continue listening to Bayun Yeshan's account. However, her expression grew more and more furious and ferocious as Bayun Yeshan spoke, to the point where she looked like she wanted to eat someone. Overall, Root and Umbu were still part of Konoha's fighting strength. It was painful for Tsunade to see so many eliminated by Orochimaru and those two mysterious figures. Of course, compared to the pain, Tsunade felt even more alarmed. The same dark cloud-patterned outfit indicated that the two mysterious figures who appeared tonight were part of the same organization as Uchiha Itachi in the previous records. And Orochimaru, he had also once been part of this organization. When did such a mysterious and terrifying organization emerge in the ninja world? This organization had gathered so many rogue ninjas, and their targets have repeatedly been focused on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which clearly indicated they would be enemies of Konoha in the future. Tsunade thought about the intricate environment within the village that had yet to be sorted out and the strong enemies lurking outside. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Although we didn't bring back Uchiha Sasuke, I still want to thank you for bringing back Naruto and gathering so much information. Although she was angry, Tsunade had not lost her basic rationality. She understood that in such a complex situation, she could not demand more from Bayun Yeshan and Yamashiro Aoi. Lord Hokage, you flatter us. We feel quite ashamed that we couldn't protect more Konoha ninjas and gather more information. Bayun Yeshan felt a bit ashamed of Tsunade's praise, apart from gathering a little information. All he did this time was bring back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He felt his strength was still insufficient, far behind the experts who appeared today, and he needed to go back and practice hard to live up to the expectations of Lord Hokage. Regardless, you have significantly reduced Konoha's losses. For this mission, I will grant you one A-rank mission record, and the corresponding rewards will be issued to you. Now go back and rest. After dismissing Bayun Yeshan and the others, Tsunade frowned and walked to the window to look outside. Although Konoha appeared bright under the bright moonlight and streetlights, Tsunade felt as if Konoha were shrouded in an unfathomable darkness at this moment. We can no longer continue to indulge the old man and Danzo. We must investigate the hidden darkness within Konoha. Tsunade recalled the subtle reminders from some old subordinates and made up her mind to continue the investigation. After all, the things they mentioned weren't just about the Uchiha clan, Konoha's assets, but also her brother Nawaki. No matter the cost, she had to find out what was going on. Chapter 177. Carrying guns in a monkey's nest, the sun had risen, replacing the cold bright moon with warm sunlight. Mikoto woke from a deep sleep and opened her eyes to see the dazzling sunlight. She felt sore all over, utterly exhausted. Last night's physical training had been too intense. Moreover, training under the bright moonlight among the clouds had given Mikoto an unprecedented experience, a feeling that was truly hard to describe in words. Her master might have been too immersed in the excitement of exploring a new path for physical techniques, not paying attention to Mikoto's struggles and cries, making her train for several hours continuously. Looking back now, she still felt a bit fearful. Mikoto, you're awake. Come and see the rising sun. Watching the sunrise in the sky is a rare experience. Hinata Kaze was originally sitting cross-legged practicing, and when he saw Mikoto wake up, he smiled and extended his hand to invite her to watch the sunrise together. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm falling apart. Unexpectedly, Hinata Kaze's self-proclaimed kind smile appeared in Mikoto's eyes like a monstrous face ready to devour her, causing her to forget about getting up and retreat on all fours. All right, it's already daytime. The physical training is over. Hinata Kaze quickly stepped forward and gently comforted Mikoto, feeling a bit embarrassed himself. Last night, under the bright moonlight, he had indeed been a bit too intense in his physical training, making it hard for Mikoto to keep up, so it was no wonder she was so scared now. Amichim, Mikoto curled up and nodded in agreement, then cautiously said, Master, your physical skills are really too strong. I'm afraid I can't train with you alone. How about next time you ask Yuhi, Kurenai, and the others? Hearing this, Hinata Kaze couldn't help but laugh. The Uchiha clan is full of strong warriors and would never easily admit defeat. How could she give up physical training so easily? Moreover, we still need to continue paving new paths in physical training next time. Seeing Makoto's face change drastically upon hearing this, Hinata Kaze lowered his head to block her from speaking, feeling a bit restless in his heart. But now is indeed not a good time. He should first go back and comfort the neglected Kurenai and the others in Snow Shinobi Village. As for what would happen afterward, Hinata Kaze already had some plans in mind. Besides working hard on training and continuing to develop Snow Shinobi Village, there was something else he could do soon. That was to find the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan. Last night, hearing those Root and Umbu ninjas referring to Uchiha remnants made Hinata Kaze think of some scrolls he had obtained from the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. Recently, while reviewing those scrolls, he discovered that both clans recorded a very subtle name, the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan. Among them, the introduction from the Uchiha clan repeatedly emphasized that their ancestors once had an incredibly powerful weapon that could help the clan eliminate enemies one by one. The Sarutobi clan's record stated that an extremely evil and brutal enemy appeared in the Uchiha clan, who slaughtered the innocent indiscriminately and was eventually sealed by the Sarutobi clan in conjunction with the Senju clan. However, the location of the seal was not described very clearly. Only a rough area was given. Now that Hinata Kaze thought about it, this so-called ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan could be the Uchiha Kaze, who appeared in Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Stormbounce. According to his memories, Uchiha Kaze looked very peculiar, with a hairstyle resembling Madara's and a face like Sasuke's. She also had a Mangeki Sharingan pattern similar to Obito's and an enhanced version of Itachi's ocular techniques. Many people in his previous life refer to her as the female version of Madara. Hinata Kaze also wanted to recruit such a weapon. Who could refuse a female version of Uchiha Madara, embodying the characteristics of the Uchiha clan's elite? Hinata Kaze decided to take Makoto back to Snow Shinobi Village first, then send his shadow clone to search for that seal. While Hinata Kaze was thinking about the female version of Madara, Sarutobi Dan felt like he had also become a master, resembling Uchiha Madara to some extent. Today, as he walked within the clan's territory, all the clan members bowed to him, making him feel like the most important person in the entire family. Sarutobi Dan smiled and nodded in greeting to the clan members he passed, secretly lamenting that his parents had named him Sarutobi Dan, as they must have seen his potential to become the clan leader, and he would eventually surpass the old Sarutobi Hizashi. Originally, after leading the clan members to defy Sarutobi Hizashi's order to pursue Uchiha Sasuke, hoping to lure out and eliminate the Uchiha remnants, he felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, Sarutobi Hizashi had been Hokage and clan leader for decades, and his weight in the hearts of the clan members was still significant. However, they later observed that the pursuing units seemed to have encountered some mishap, and the sounds of battle from that direction alarmed them greatly. At that time, some clan members, intimidated by Sarutobi Hizashi's authority, wanted to go support, but were stopped by Sarutobi Dan, who had no way to retreat. In fact, he was also quite anxious at that time, but fortunately, the subsequent events proved his wisdom. Those who had pursued were almost wiped out, while he, Sarutobi Dan, took the opportunity to support the younger generations of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans, gaining their gratitude without paying much cost. Once he returned with most of the Sarutobi clan members intact, his reputation began to spread throughout the clan territory. Among those pursuing Umbu, there were also some from the Sarutobi clan, and compared to the Umbu and Root, Sarutobi Dan's actions earned him much gratitude from the Sarutobi clan members who had escaped calamity. These clan members and their families now accounted for more than half of the current Sarutobi clan members, and with so many people's trust and support, Sarutobi Dan felt he could fully stand firm. Sarutobi Dan, why did you defy Hokage-sama's orders? Do you still have Hizashi-sama in your eyes? Sarutobi Dan, immersed in the praise from the clan members, happily arrived at his doorstep, but before he could open the door, he heard a blunt question. Who dares to speak to me like that? Sarutobi Dan, feeling high-spirited at the moment, retorted directly upon hearing someone speak so rudely. When he turned around, he found it was Sarutobi Hizashi leading a few subordinates waiting by his courtyard. The one who had just questioned him was a rebellious-looking young man, Sarutobi Sora, Hizashi's loyal follower. Oh, I thought it was someone else. So it's you, Sora, Sarutobi Dan said with a smile, but his words were quite impolite. I don't know what order I defied from Hokage-sama, but the fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, hasn't given me any orders. Sarutobi Dan's face was directed at Sarutobi Sora, but his gaze was fixed on Sarutobi Hizashi, noticing that when he mentioned the fifth Hokage, Hizashi's face suddenly stiffened, as if he had been struck by a blade. Realizing this, Sarutobi Dan felt even more pleased and glanced at the surrounding clan members watching. He suddenly raised his voice. As for whether I have Hisashi-sama in my eyes, are you referring to my not leading the clan members to continue the pursuit last night? Those who went after them are almost all dead. So you wanted the Sarutobi clan members to end up like those Umbu and Root, nearly wiped out before you would be satisfied? Chapter 178. Lurking you. What are you talking about? What did I want the clan members to die? I was just asking why you didn't obey Hisashi-sama's orders. Sarutobi Dan's heart-wrenching words left Sarutobi Sora at a loss for words. After all, there were many clan members around, and he sounded like someone forcing the clan members to their deaths. Sarutobi Sora sensed the suspicion and hatred in the eyes of the surrounding clan members and could only turn to Sarutobi Hisashi, hoping he could clarify the matter. When leading a mission, the person in charge has to consider many things, not only ensuring the task is completed, but also the lives of the clan members. Sarutobi Dan continued to press Sarutobi Sora. You may not understand since you follow Hisashi-sama and don't go to the front lines, but as the person in charge, I must think more. We can't just let the clan members die because of one order from Hisashi-sama. Sarutobi Dan's face showed a faint cold smile as he deliberately emphasized the name Hisashi-sama, making the sarcasm in his words unmistakable. Once, Sarutobi Hisashi was powerful, with countless followers, and as the Hokage of Konoha, he was naturally regarded with utmost respect. Now, this old man had lost nearly all his family, his followers dwindled, his position as Hokage gone, and even his strength had significantly declined. He had even lost the trust of the clan members, making Sarutobi Dan feel he no longer needed to fear such a Sarutobi Hisashi. Ban, your words are a bit excessive. I never thought about sending our clansmen to their deaths. On the contrary, last night's mission was to avenge our people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as an old fox who has fought for years in the position of Hokage, would not easily fall into a trap. He immediately took over the conversation. As clansmen sharing the same bloodline, we are all family. I always keep the hatred for my family in my heart. Of course, the lives of our clansmen are the most important. Ban, your judgment last night was excellent, and it was worth assigning you to lead the team. Hiruzen at this moment still did not forget to claim credit for arranging for Sarutobi Ban, trying to preserve a little bit of his face. However, looking at the increasing number of clansmen gathering behind Sarutobi Ban, the eyes that once held admiration were now filled with doubt and even hatred, making it difficult for Hiruzen to continue speaking. At this moment, he had only a handful of people behind him, forming a stark contrast to the crowd behind Sarutobi Ban. This stark disparity in numbers clearly reflected the clansmen's attitude, making it unnecessary to continue speaking in this situation. Thank you for your hard work last night. Although we couldn't track down the enemy to avenge our clansmen, at least there was no battle. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future to help build our family better. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile and left a few words, trying to maintain the last bit of dignity before turning to leave. The moment he turned to leave, the smile on Hiruzen's face suddenly stiffened. But he quickly regained his smile and headed home. Although the smile was once again disguised, Hiruzen was almost biting down on his loosening old teeth along the way. Lord Hiruzen, wait for me. Sarutobi Ban, your evil scheme will definitely not succeed. I will keep a close watch on you with these eyes. Upon seeing Hiruzen leave directly, Sarutobi Sora was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Without Lord Hiruzen to maintain order, he was truly afraid that the cold-eyed clansmen would tear him apart. All right, Sora, you should go home first. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned home in silence, his thoughts gradually clearing up. He once again displayed a kind and amiable face, smiling to comfort Sarutobi Sora. Don't worry, these are just small problems, I can solve them. For now, you should go back and rest and train. Don't forget to improve your strength. I've sensed your loyalty in supporting me today. It's rare to see your youthful passion, and there will be many heavy burdens for you to carry in the future. You flatter me, Lord Hiruzen. I'm still young and need your guidance. Sarutobi Sora appeared grateful for Hiruzen's words, constantly expressing his loyalty, showing that he would always follow in Hiruzen's footsteps. All right, there is plenty of time in the future. You should go back now. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to send Sarutobi Sora away, turning around to push open the courtyard gate and enter the empty courtyard. As soon as he entered this newly built courtyard, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an indescribable emptiness and chill. Although this courtyard was adorned with greenery, mountains, and water, creating a pleasant scenery, it lacked the most important component of a home: family. He didn't know whether the clansmen who rebuilt the clan land did so out of respect or mockery. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in this branch, yet the newly rebuilt residence was still quite large, enough for dozens of people to live together. After the death of his children and grandchildren, he didn't take any servants when moving into this new residence, living alone in the vast house. Alone in this new residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only feel endless solitude. His son and grandson were all gone. He sat alone in the courtyard for a long time, suddenly contorting his face and saying word by word, "Uchiha clan." After some deep thought just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made up his mind to use some special means to regain power. After losing power, even the attitude of his own clansmen towards him had changed dramatically. They used to respectfully call him Hokage. Sarutobi-ban, Uchiha clan, just wait. This is just a temporary dormancy. I will make you regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was as cold as iron. Having controlled Konoha and the Sarutobi family for many years, how could he have no backup plans at all? Some things he couldn't do before due to his status. But now, for revenge and to protect Konoha, he had no choice but to do them. Under the glow of the setting sun, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and walked towards the training room, his figure blending harmoniously into the shadows of the grass and buildings, as if he naturally merged with the darkness. In the following years, the mission of Yuki Shinobi Village was to lie low and develop. In the Yuki Shadow office, Hyuga Kaze was earnestly instructing the high-ranking officials of Yuki Shinobi Village, and all the shinobi in sight were bowing and accepting orders. Lord Yuki Shadow, the village's strength has grown rapidly in recent years, and the number of missions in the Land of Snow is no longer enough to support the ninjas in the village. Development is certainly important, but if it continues for a long time, the village may find it difficult to operate. After hearing Hyuga Kaze's words, Uchiha Izumi widened her big, cute eyes and expressed her concerns. Don't worry, the materials in Yuki Shinobi Village are still plentiful, enough to support the operation of the entire village for 4 to 5 years. Seeing Uchiha Izumi and the others looking a bit hesitant, Hyuga Kaze smiled and continued to explain. Lying low doesn't mean doing nothing. It means continuing to nurture the younger generation of the village and improving your own strength. Hyuga Kaze looked around at the Yuki Shinobi in the office, secretly using his mind mirror technique to stir their emotions. The order of the 5 great ninja villages has lasted too many years. Our strength has been continuously increasing over these years, while they have been declining year by year. As long as we accumulate strength well, there is hope for us to become the 6th great ninja village, or even the 1st. Chapter 179. Tracking. Keep working hard in your training. Today, I take pride in being in Yuki Shinobi Village, and in the future, I will make Yuki Shinobi Village proud of me. If we don't train today, we will regress by 3 points tomorrow. If we don't train for 3 days, we will become useless. Lord Yuki Shadow has provided us with resources to support our training. We must not let down his expectations. We train for the rise of Yuki Village. In the training ground of Yuki Shinobi Village, the ninjas were full of vigor, training with youthful enthusiasm comparable to Might Guy. Previously, Hyuga Kaze's speech in the Yuki Shadow office had gradually spread throughout Yuki Shinobi Village, and the enthusiasm of the ninjas had been stirred up, although many still had doubts about becoming the 6th or even the 1st great ninja village. Striving to become a great ninja village had become a consensus among the Yuki Shinobi, and among all the clans in Yuki Shinobi Village. The most active and fervent were the members of the Uchiha clan. As Hyuga Kaze wrapped his arms around Mikoto's slim waist and walked from the village training ground to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan training ground, he heard the passionate shouts. Defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, fire style, great fireball technique. No, not to defeat him, but to make him experience despair bit by bit. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. That's right. Now his son and grandson are all dead. In the future, we will lead a large force to invade Konoha and completely annihilate the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha style, sword flame jump. In the Uchiha clan training ground, the Uchiha clansmen with blood-red eyes were training fervently. They trained with incredible seriousness, and their strikes were ruthless, as if every attack they executed was aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of them filled with hatred. In fact, many of the targets in the training ground were indeed modeled after Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, some are modeled after Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo as well. Wow, everyone is really enthusiastic. Not bad, not bad. Hinata Kaze wrapped his arms around Mikoto's slender and smooth waist, his hands sliding up and down. It was unclear whether he was referring to the training personnel or Mikoto's waist when he said not bad. Besides these combat personnel, the other administrative staff were also working enthusiastically. They did not rely on their combat power, but instead on their ability to handle tasks as a ladder for promotion. If HyugaFū village continues to expand into a large ninja village in the future, or even the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, their power and status would rise accordingly. Therefore, every administrative and logistical staff member was working hard while actively learning to improve their work capabilities. HyugaFū village was thriving, with ample resources and capable, loyal subordinates, clearly in a phase of rapid ascent. After inspecting the state of the HyugaFū ninjas, Hinata Kaze felt very satisfied. These were excellent assets, driven forward without the need for coercion, all motivated by the promise of a better future. No, it shouldn't be called a promise. The visions painted by capitalists are invisible and untouchable. However, Hinata Kaze would certainly have the ability to lead these people to unify the ninja world and become the strongest. After a tour of HyugaFū village, Hinata Kaze happily headed home with Mikoto. The shadow clone had already been sent out to find the sealing location of Uchiha Hikari, and village affairs were being handled by Uchiha Izumi, with Uchiha Shursui ensuring security. Hinata Kaze felt there was nothing else he needed to handle. With so many diligent subordinates, he could confidently return to training. He decided to first go back for dual cultivation and then head to the moon's blessed land to practice the 8 trigrams palm. HyugaFū village was flourishing, allowing Hinata Kaze to enjoy being a hands-off manager. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Tsunade felt she was about to collapse. Present-day Konoha was like a leaky boat from all sides, and she felt like a boatman bailing water. Despite numerous upheavals, Konoha still had considerable foundation, at least much better than Sunagakure or Kirigakure. However, over the past few months, she had struggled to gain control over the village. Besides the obstructions from the old-timers like Sarutobi Hiruzen, the attitudes of the Konoha ninjas were also very strange. It seemed like the civilian ninjas wanted to say something, but were deeply concerned about expressing themselves. Some even showed signs of distrust towards her. Although the clan ninjas had always claimed to be close to her, they were unwilling to genuinely support her efforts. Routine tasks were manageable, but for many confidential or challenging missions, Tsunade struggled to find trustworthy people to take over. Damn it, those root ninjas were simply a cancer for Konoha. In a hidden forest several dozen miles outside Konoha village, Tsunade, along with Shirogane Yamanaka and Yamashiro Aoi, was following behind 2 teams of root ninjas. The root had been very active lately, having captured many wandering ninjas and mountain bandits. It was unclear what they intended to do. The captured individuals had never been seen again, and she had received no intelligence or reports about them. After questioning Danzo about this matter, he flatly denied it, and the actions of the root became even more secretive. To uncover the truth without alerting the old-timers, Tsunade had to lead the investigation herself. The root ninjas occasionally paused along the way to detect their surroundings, moving stealthily. This was both because the root valued secrecy and due to the nature of their current activities. Each of these root ninjas held 2 living captives, some dressed like wandering ninjas and others clearly ordinary farmers. Tsunade's anger surged as she observed the actions of these root ninjas. If it weren't for the need to follow them, she would have punched a nearby tree. As a seasoned ninja familiar with life and death, Tsunade had a rough idea of what the root was doing with these captives. In fact, she wasn't entirely opposed to human experimentation. Most ninjutsu, especially medical ninjutsu, requires such trials. However, these experimental subjects should mostly be captives from enemy ninja villages. What the root was doing had never been reported, and some of the people they captured were clearly from the Land of Fire. This infuriated Tsunade. She stealthily followed the root ninjas with Shirogane Yamanaka and Yamashiro Aoi. Her mind racing. There was no need to guess. These root ninjas were definitely acting on Danzo's orders. But recently, that old man had been in close contact with Danzo as well. Thinking of her teacher, Sarutobi, Tsunade couldn't help but recall his son and grandson, who seemed to have perished in the recent upheavals in Konoha. The old man's days weren't easy either, Tsunade thought to herself. However, if he continued to associate with Shimura Danzo, his situation would only worsen. Danzo was completely immersed in darkness. Tsunade silently resolved to uncover Danzo's illegal activities this time, forcing Sarutobi to see his true nature. It would be best to take this opportunity to suppress Danzo's influence completely, making it easier for her to change Konoha. While she was contemplating, Tsunade noticed the root's pace had slowed down. Chapter 180. The door unopened, the root ninjas stopped, and Tsunade thought they might have exposed their presence while following, so she quickly hid. Shirogane Yamanaka and Yamashiro Aoi managed to conceal themselves seamlessly, blending into the surrounding trees without a trace. However, Tsunade struggled to hide effectively. To be fair, she had known some hiding and stealth techniques in her youth. But since mastering the strength of 1,000, her combat style had been more about overwhelming force, leaving no need for stealth. Thus, tonight, Tsunade felt somewhat clumsy and out of rhythm while tracking. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her body and hid in the shadows of the trees. But there were still protruding areas difficult to conceal. She sighed inwardly, thinking how her physique was usually fine, but in tracking it was a hindrance. Fortunately, the route did not seem to have noticed anything wrong. They had simply arrived at their destination. The two teams of root ninjas stopped in the woods, cautiously scanning the surroundings before beginning to form hand seals. Soon, Tsunade and her companions sensed that a barrier had suddenly appeared where the root team was located, rapidly expanding and almost reaching their position. Tsunade carefully sensed the barrier, realizing it was extremely well concealed, with hardly any traces of disturbance even close by. Yamashiro Aoi had some understanding of sealing techniques, and Tsunade herself had encountered various high-level sealing arts. However, they had not detected the existence of the barrier earlier. The route is so secretive even around Konoha village. Setting up such a concealed barrier at a base indicates there are significant issues. While Tsunade was pondering, a deep passage suddenly appeared on the ground within the barrier, and soon a team of root ninjas emerged to meet the returning two teams. At this moment, the night wind howled, and the voices of the others were very low. Tsunade could only vaguely hear commands and phrases like experimental materials and sixth batch. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing those words from the root still stirred Tsunade's emotions and ignited her anger. She couldn't help but recall some intelligence she had gathered during her investigations over the past few months. For example, the giant light curtain that revealed Konoha's darkness on the night of the Uchiha massacre, the root using the orphaned children of Konoha ninjas for human experimentation, and the Sarutobi clan embezzling the village's resources. All these stories sounded shocking. She had heard them from drunken individuals and even some dying patients in the hospital. Some even mentioned experimental files and bone pits, and at that moment, Tsunade's heart was like a raging storm. It was then that she felt she could no longer endure it. Konoha had been ruled by these old geezers for so many years, and any substantial evidence had been covered up. All she could find were some verbal ramblings, and even those who had spoken them had denied ever saying those things once they regained consciousness. After some time investigating, Tsunade felt as if there were many more eyes watching her, and those who had leaked information were no longer willing to talk to her. To uncover the truth, Tsunade had to take risks and began a tracking investigation with Hakiyama and Aoyama. "Tsunade-sama, the root ninjas have already entered. What should we do?" Quietly, Hakiyama and Aoyama moved closer to Tsunade to consult on what to do next. Today, they had initially intended to address issues with the root, but hadn't considered delving deep into the root base, as that would completely sever ties. Tsunade was also hesitating at that moment. Should she directly confront the root ninjas and challenge Danzo? Or should she look for an opportunity to infiltrate the base and gather information before taking action? Such a hidden base wouldn't be easy to infiltrate without proper preparation, and breaking the barrier could easily alert the internal personnel. If a fight broke out outside, the internal personnel might escape or destroy important documents, rendering their efforts futile. As Tsunade was wrestling with her thoughts and preparing to lead Hakiyama and Aoyama in retreat to mark the location for further exploration, her gaze suddenly landed on a farmer who was unconscious with his mouth half open, and an idea sparked in her mind. "Hakiyama, Aoyama," Tsunade whispered as she ordered the two of them. "You two move back a bit. Aoyama, use your summoning raven to create some noise to attract attention. Hakiyama, keep an eye on Aoyama. If things go wrong, retreat quickly and stay hidden." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hakiyama and Aoyama immediately understood that she wanted them to make a move. They exchanged glances and urged her, "Hokage-sama, your status is too important. You should return first. Leave the investigation to us." In response to their advice, Tsunade's expression turned serious, and her tone was firm. "You two retreat. I have my own special methods to gather information, but I need you to help divert their attention. Just create a little commotion, and if things go awry, get out quickly." Seeing Tsunade's resolute attitude, Hakiyama and Aoyama had no choice but to comply and left. After they departed, Tsunade bit her finger and formed hand seals to press against the ground. Summoning jutsu. As a small summoning circle appeared, a slug the size of a broad bean emerged. "Tsunade-sama, woo." The slug greeted Tsunade as it appeared, but its voice was quickly muffled by Tsunade's palm. "Don't talk yet. Listen to me. There's a secret root base ahead that needs exploring, but there's a barrier that will alert people if I go in. Do you see that farmer with his mouth open? I'll send you to him. Please burrow into his body, and when the time is right, come back out and use reverse summoning to bring me over. Despite having its mouth covered, the slug remained calm. Once Tsunade released her hand, it spoke in a soft tone, but with my current small size, the amount of chakra I have is insufficient to use reverse summoning, Tsunade-sama. It could even be dangerous for you. Don't worry, I trust you. Besides, my body is fine, nothing will happen. Tsunade reassured the slug, placing her hand on her chest. Just then, a flock of crows suddenly took flight from the forest's edge, followed by a cacophony of harsh, raspy cawing that echoed in the dimly lit woods, creating a desolate and annoying atmosphere. Now's our chance, go. Tsunade noticed that the root ninjas were all drawn to the crow's commotion. With a flick of her fingers, the slug silently landed on the unconscious farmer, then slowly began to move, quietly burrowing into his mouth. Chapter 181. A startling moment few finally succeeded. The sight of the root ninjas, startled by the crows, caused them to split into a group to investigate, but ultimately they returned empty-handed. However, they had clearly heightened their vigilance, leaving a team to lie in wait in the forest. Fortunately, the remaining root ninjas did not check on the unfortunate, unconscious individuals again, but instead took them deeper into the base. Watching the root ninjas return and relax their guard, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Hakayama and Aoyama had done well. Now was not the time to infiltrate. She would wait for the slug's judgment on when to initiate reverse summoning. In the outer forest, Aoyama observed the root ninjas leave after their search. He turned to Hakayama and asked, "What should we do now? Just watch Hokage-sama alone in danger? Trust Tsunade-sama. We'll prepare to support her from the outside." Hakayama, displaying great confidence in Tsunade, smiled to reassure Aoyama, "I'll stay here. If there's any trouble, my sword will carve out a path for Hokage-sama to retreat. You go further out to keep watch. If I signal, return to the village and gather reinforcements." Hakayama paused, emphasizing, "We're so close to Konoha, there won't be any problems." Aoyama nodded in response to Hakayama's orders, but he couldn't shake a faint sense of unease. "You also need to." Before he could finish, Hakayama interrupted. "Don't worry, you must believe in Hokage-sama's strength. Once this mission is complete, she will remember your contribution." Aoyama gave Hakayama a steady look before turning to run further out, leaving behind a single remark, "Let the credit go to you. I hope Hokage-sama will be safe." While Hakayama carefully watched the direction of the root base, he cast a glance at Aoyama as he departed. He muttered softly, "I stopped expecting any credit long ago. I just hope Hokage-sama can clear the gloom over Konoha." After years stationed at the border, he never imagined that Konoha would need the Hokage to personally investigate the situation within her own village. It was absurd. In the night wind, Hakayama's voice was faint, barely audible, yet the worry and sarcasm in his tone were thick enough to be felt even by the night breeze. "Damn it, I hope nothing goes wrong. Why hasn't there been any movement from the slug?" Tsunade had been hidden outside the root base for over 2 hours, and during that time, she had only seen some root ninjas changing shifts. She was starting to feel anxious. Several times, she even considered tearing the facade and charging in. As long as she acted quickly enough, they would struggle to eliminate all evidence. Just as Tsunade clenched and relaxed her fists repeatedly, she finally felt the power of the reverse summoning technique. In the next moment, Tsunade's figure vanished and reappeared in a completely new environment. As soon as she landed, she clenched her fists in a combat stance, then quickly scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, there were no root ninjas in the room. Only then did Tsunade begin to relax a little and carefully observe the situation in the room. This observation made Tsunade's previously relaxed heart race again. The room was large and filled with a pungent smell of preservatives. In the middle of the room were several experimental tables, surrounded by transparent glass cabinets filled with corpses. One of the glass cabinets contained the farmer from before. At this moment, he had lost his breath, submerged in a clear liquid, as if he was to be made into a specimen. Tsunade could tell from the smell that the liquid was a preservative. She couldn't help but pause in silence before softly addressing the farmer's body. "You are a citizen of the land of fire, but I am the Hokage. For the sake of Konoha, I must be careful. But no matter what, I will not let these bastards off easily." Lady Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade's complex expression, the slug wiggled its small body and hopped on her shoulder, then rubbed its slimy body against her face. "You need to be careful. There are many people here, and they're all very ruthless. When I was hiding in his body, it seemed like someone was experimenting with ninjutsu using him." Suddenly, a knife pierced through his body. Luckily, I hid quickly. Otherwise, I would have been pierced too. Then they brought this person into this room and dissected his body. I played hide and seek with the scalpel for quite a while, and I only sneaked out after they left. Tsunade's expression grew even more complex upon hearing this. Now it was completely confirmed that the root was conducting human experiments. She looked at the slug on her shoulder and asked, "Slug, do you remember where that room was?" "Of course I remember. The aura from that room is very close. I can take you there." Tsunade cautiously pushed open the door and peeked out. She was confident in her abilities and didn't think the root base could do anything to her. However, if she could stir up trouble for the root, she could gather more intelligence and hold more evidence against that old ghost Danzo. In Tsunade's view, the outside was an empty corridor, which appeared especially eerie under the pale light, like a road leading to hell. The room was indeed very close, guided by the slug. Tsunade quickly found the entrance to a room. After checking, she found no signs of life inside, so she pushed the door open and stepped in. As soon as she entered, Tsunade froze. This room also had many glass cabinets, filled with dissected corpses, including some that were clearly children. Being watched by those bodies soaked in preservative in the empty room made Tsunade feel as if she was sinking, unable to touch the bottom. She could comfort herself about a few corpses by thinking of the bigger picture and explain battlefield sacrifices as the fate of a ninja, but the scene before her made it impossible for her to deceive herself any longer. "Danzo, the village." Tsunade gritted her teeth and spat out those 4 words one by one, her inner fury surging almost uncontrollably. Fortunately, at that moment, the slug rubbed its cold body against Tsunade's face, helping her regain a bit of composure. "Huh." Tsunade exhaled a long breath, suppressing her inner rage, and took out a camera from a ceiling scroll to start filming. These were all evidence of Danzo's crimes. As Hokage, she had failed to stop this demon earlier, and now she could only gather sufficient evidence to ensure he would never rise again. There were too many rooms in this underground base. Tsunade explored a few more rooms and was increasingly horrified. Several of these rooms were similar to human experimentation labs, with a number of stored corpses estimated to exceed 40. Besides these corpses, Tsunade also discovered some supplies and rooms containing intelligence. The materials and intelligence in those rooms were almost more than what she, as Hokage, had access to. Suppressing her inner discomfort, Tsunade was about to explore the next room when she suddenly noticed a flickering red light in a concealed part of the corridor. Indiqueting à surveillance caméra. The next moment, alarms blared throughout the root base. Chapter 182. Nonsense. Intruder detected. Report to Lord Danzo immediately. The alarm sounded for barely 3 seconds when a team of root ninjas surged out from the depths of the base. They saw Tsunade from a distance and immediately hurled a barrage of shurikens at her. Damn it! Tsunade unleashed a punch that swept away all the projectiles, her inner fury nearly burning her reason to ashes. She was wearing the Hokage cloak and had not even chosen to attack yet. Looking at the charging root ninjas, Tsunade frowned and forcefully suppressed her anger, shouting, "I am the Hokage. Who dares to attack?" Tsunade thought her title would carry some weight. But those root ninjas completely ignored her and drew their blades to attack. "Are you still ninjas of Konoha?" Tsunade could no longer hold back. She directly unleashed her powerful fists, sending several of the charging root ninjas flying. The few that flew back knocked over their comrades behind them. Their bodies caved in and blood spewing from their mouths. They were clearly done for. "I have discovered Danzo's secret human experiments. If you wake up in time and follow me to correct this chaos, you might receive leniency." After knocking down a few, Tsunade attempted to sway the root ninjas with words, but they were completely unmoved, charging forward with a death wish. Occasionally, a few hesitant root ninjas exchanged glances but still swung their blades at Tsunade. Due to the underground base's environment, none of the root ninjas chose to use ninjutsu. They all relied on throwing weapons or close combat. In this regard, Tsunade had no fear of them. She shouted, "You brought this on yourselves." Then Tsunade unleashed her fists and feet, her left hand gripping the camera to continue filming while her right hand punched through wave after wave of root ninjas. Tsunade had many more rooms in this underground base to explore. She couldn't afford to get entangled with these root ninjas and chose to continue her investigation. After breaking through the root ninjas, Tsunade charged forward, smashing through walls. Each time she entered a room, she quickly filmed with her left hand while defeating the root ninjas and crashing through walls to enter the next room. She aimed to gather more evidence of Danzo's crimes before that old ghost arrived, to avoid being stopped by Hiruzen when it came time to take him down. In the confined underground space, Tsunade had a distinct advantage in close combat, with no one capable of standing against her. She smashed her way through, breaking walls and battling with fervor, while the root ninjas struggled to even slow her down. However, in one room, Tsunade's unrestrained advance suddenly came to a halt. It was a room filled with glass jars. When Tsunade crashed through the wall, many jars shattered, spilling a foul-smelling liquid all over the ground. The smell told Tsunade that it was a secret medicine used to store human organs, made with many precious herbs, and was extremely expensive. This room seemed to be of great importance within the root base. The root ninjas looked hesitant, wanting to rush in to pursue, but also wary of causing further damage to the valuable contents inside. Tsunade, curious about what kind of experimental subjects required such precious materials for protection, swept away the pursuing root ninjas with a punch and lowered her gaze to the ground. Upon looking down, Tsunade's body froze. She trembled violently, but couldn't move a step, leaving only her body's instincts to retaliate. Boom! With instinctual power, her punch sent the root ninja, who had finally caught up, flying back while howling in pain, causing more casualties. This punch was significantly more powerful than before. The root ninjas that flew out exploded into a mist of blood, and the remaining corpses crashed into the walls, causing several rooms to collapse. The remaining root ninjas were stunned by this fierce punch, exchanging glances and daring not to continue their assault. In a battle that lasted less than 3 minutes, they had already suffered nearly 40 casualties. The ninjas recently added to the root were still not completely devoid of emotions, so their hesitation was quite normal. After the root ninjas stopped their attack, Tsunade showed no reaction. She remained dazed, staring blankly at the ground. Shock, sadness, anger, disbelief, and despair flickered through Tsunade's face in a complex array of emotions. Rope tree. After several seconds, Tsunade collapsed to her knees, ignoring the glass shards that pierced her body. Trembling as she picked up a piece of glass that bore the name Senju Rope Tree in bold crimson letters. Tsunade's eyes were hollow and bewildered as she aimlessly searched through the visceral remains on the ground, wondering which parts belonged to her brother. Then her body trembled even more violently as she spotted 2 familiar names among the glass shards. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama. Tsunade, who was fearless even in the face of blades, was now shaking uncontrollably. Before her appeared the broken body of her brother Rope Tree, his insides blown apart by explosive tags, a brutally horrific sight. She seemed to hear her grandfather's voices from her childhood, reminding her little Tsunade, when you grow up, you must protect Konoha well. This is the paradise our Senju clan and Uchiha clan created together. Hihihi. Tsunade numbly searched through the pile of entrails for her loved one's part, only to find it futile. When she crashed through the wall, a multitude of jars and bottles had mixed together, along with many broken bricks and stones, and now the visceral remains on the ground had turned into a mushy heap. Grasping a few shards of glass, Tsunade's expression was one of hollow despair, as she fully understood the many doubts and dissonances in her heart. Those peculiar gazes from the Konoha ninjas, the detached relationships among the great families of Konoha, the drunken words denied by the villagers, all of it was so cruel. Shimura Danzo! Tsunade trembled as she sealed the camera back into a scroll, then let out a furious roar and suddenly stood up, her chakra exploding forth, her clothes billowing, and her long hair almost standing on end. You all die. Tsunade's eyes were hollow and desperate as she unleashed her fists and feet without holding back. In an instant, the root ninjas and the walls of the base were shattered into pieces. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Faced with the wrathful Tsunade, the root ninjas were powerless to resist, and they ultimately had no choice but to use ninjutsu despite the environmental constraints. However, whether it was the raging fire dragon or the solid earth wall, they could only shatter before Tsunade's furious fists. While the retreating flames and earth fragments left the root ninjas in a state of disarray. Inside the root base, Tsunade couldn't tell the direction and had no idea where the exit was, so she kept charging towards the direction where the root ninjas were concentrated. Unknowingly, Tsunade had fought her way to the innermost part of the root base, where Danzo finally appeared. However, before Tsunade could act, Danzo was the first to accuse. Tsunade, what kind of nonsense are you causing in my base? Chapter 183. A great disturbance, what nonsense? Danzo's overly presumptuous words momentarily stunned the enraged Tsunade, who instinctively repeated them before realizing. Danzo, you killed Rope Tree and used my grandfather's body for experiments. I will never let you go today. You die. As Tsunade spoke, Her anger intensified, and her strong, muscular thighs pushed against the ground, shattering it as she charged forward. Tsunade's fists moved with her body, powerful enough to split mountains. As she rushed toward the culprit hiding behind the root ninjas, Danzo showed no fear as he saw Tsunade charging toward him. Instead, he sneered disdainfully and commanded, "Tsunade, you are obsessed with the power of Hokage and falsely accuse me, the Hokage's advisor, of contributing to Konoha, while you invade the root base and kill indiscriminately. Today, as an elder, I will teach you what it means to respect your elders." Danzo was not flustered by the situation. He had already arranged for people to clean up the base, and soon only the scrolls documenting his contributions to Konoha would remain. As long as he could capture Tsunade, everything would be fine. Danzo's plan seemed promising. He thought that the remaining 100 or so ninjas in the root base could wear Tsunade down. However, Tsunade, unleashing her full power, shocked him greatly. With her monstrous strength enhanced by chakra scalpel techniques, Tsunade's charge was not hindered by the root ninjas at all. Upon seeing Danzo, her killing intent surged, and she fought with extreme ferocity, causing the root ninjas to fall like wheat. Damn it, stop caring about the base. Use all secret techniques, ninjutsu, and explosive tags. Danzo, watching Tsunade's murderous gaze from afar, couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had never seen such intense killing intent in his life, and he wondered if he would make a mistake. Secret technique, insect ball. Secret technique, shadow manipulation technique. Secret technique, heart-to-heart technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jinjutsu, fox heart technique. Under Danzo's orders, the root ninjas completely unleashed their abilities, and even those who had been holding back had to go all out. Although Tsunade was powerful, she found it difficult to break through the waves of explosive tags, jinjutsu, fire techniques, and ninja tools. Even with her robust physique and ability to disrupt ninjutsu with her fists and feet, she still sustained injuries, with blisters and wounds all over her fair skin. More critically, her reckless charge was obstructed. "Give up, Tsunade. You cannot get close to me. Everything I have done is for Konoha, and I have no regrets." Danzo's words remained as hard as ever, but he secretly felt alarmed at the heavy casualties among the root ninjas. Nearly 100 had already fallen in such a short time. You all deserve to die. The enemy she hated most in this life was right in front of her, yet she couldn't get close. Seeing Danzo's smug expression, Tsunade completely exploded. Seal, release 100 healings technique. The diamond curse mark on Tsunade's forehead activated, and the unique seal spread rapidly across her body, instantly healing her injuries. "Today, I will definitely kill you." Feeling the endless chakra within her, Tsunade's killing intent intensified, and she clenched her fists and charged again. "Block her. Use every deadly move you have." Tsunade's brutal expression was like that of a demon, tightening Danzo's heart. He no longer cared about Tsunade's life and directly ordered the root ninjas to attack, while Danzo himself also unleashed a powerful killing move. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A fiercely sharp, high-pressure wave swept through, destroying everything in its path, even injuring several root ninjas. Earth style, heart-cutting technique. Lightning style, earth walk. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. The root ninjas followed Danzo's lead, unleashing various ninjutsu and tools without restraint. However, whether it was Danzo or the root ninjas, their attacks lost all effect against the rampaging Tsunade. She simply swung her fists and charged forward. In the face of her destructive power, Danzo and the others' attacks crumbled like sandcastles at a child's play, and the root ninjas were reduced to rubble scattered on ground. As Tsunade was about to break through the root ninjas and reach Danzo, his left hand instinctively touched his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Painful day feet. Tsunade's right foot gathered chakra and heavily stomped on the ground, instantly causing the earth to crack open. A root ninja attempting to attack from underground was instantly shattered, merging with the cracked ground into a mass. The powerful force caused the ground to crack and spread continuously towards Danzo, and the root ninjas in the middle were destabilized by the changes in the ground. Tsunade ignored the swaying remnants of the root ninjas and quickly approached Danzo, throwing an incredibly powerful punch towards his head under the expectant gazes of some root ninjas. Water release, water severing wave. Just then, a clear line of water silently cut through the air, heading straight for Tsunade's fist. Although this ninjutsu seemed unremarkable, the sense of danger it posed to Tsunade far exceeded all previous attacks. Continuing to attack would only result in her own arm being severed. So Tsunade had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw her fist. Who? Tsunade furrowed her brows in anger, glaring in the direction the attack came from. That ninjutsu had given her a very bad feeling, an ominous sense of familiarity. Cough, 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 under the gaze of Tsunade and the root ninjas. An old man in a black tight combat suit, with a dry complexion, slowly walked out from the deepest part of the base. Tsunade was stunned upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, at this moment, there was no longer a kind smile on his face. His old face was filled with gloom, appearing like a poisonous snake lurking in the shadows under the pale light. Hiruzen slowly approached, standing side by side with Danzo, gazing at Tsunade with a haunting look in his eyes, including Danzo, Hiruzen, and the ninjas standing in front of and behind them. Each had a glint of coldness in their eyes. This situation made Tsunade feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The last flicker of warmth in her heart nearly extinguished. Stop, Tsunade. This is all a misunderstanding. Danzo is also here to protect Konoha. Seeing Tsunade, who looked like a lone beast, Hiruzen hesitated a bit, but ultimately chose to stop her from attacking further. Hiss, Tsunade's face twisted as she stared at Hiruzen, her voice filled with despair and struggle. Teacher Hiruzen, I'll call you teacher one more time. Open your eyes and look at those experimental materials in the rooms behind. They contain your students and their grandchildren. Tsunade's voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. Hiruzen instinctively glanced at Danzo upon hearing it. The latter was also looking at him, his eyes filled with trust and determination. Thus, Hiruzen looked at Tsunade and spoke softly. I'll say it again, this is all a misunderstanding. Protecting Konoha requires this strength. Leave here, you are still the 5th Hokage. Chapter 184. Reunion of Grandparent and Grandchild. Haha. After hearing Hiruzen's words, Tsunade's head drooped and her body hunched over, as if all the strength supporting her life had vanished, looking extremely dejected. So you already knew all along. You all deserve to die. Tsunade suddenly raised her head and roared at Hiruzen. In her fury, Tsunade saw everything before her turn blood red, filled with carnage. While her teacher had long been immersed in the bloodshed alongside Danzo, then let this bloodshed continue to spread and completely engulf everything. Tsunade lost all rationality. Disregarding her physical limits and charging forward with all her might, her furious punches aimed at obliterating everything that stood in her way. Tsunade's speed was incredibly fast, but Hiruzen's experience was also profound. He chose to use the fastest ninjutsu to restrain Tsunade's charge. Lightning release, thunderclap. Hiruzen formed hand seals and expelled a dazzling, sharp lightning spear from his mouth. The lightning spear was incredibly fast, hitting Tsunade in the blink of an eye, causing her charge to halt abruptly. The intense pain from the lightning searing her body intensified Tsunade's inner torment. The enemy was in front, but she could not get close, which only made her rage burn even more fiercely. Kill. Perhaps influenced by her current mental state, Tsunade's chakra underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming cold and murderous, making her appear like an Asura. The change in chakra and mindset seemed to significantly enhance Tsunade's lethality. She circulated chakra to dispel the paralysis caused by the lightning and charged forward again. This time, her movements were agile and erratic, making it difficult for the root ninjas to lock onto her. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. Hiruzen saw Tsunade change her charging method, and his ninjutsu also shifted. A water dragon wrapped in lightning arcs rose into the air, swirling around Danzo and Hiruzen, gradually expanding and crashing into the figure charging forward. Zizizi, the power of the lightning, once again burned Tsunade's body, leaving her covered in wounds, although she quickly healed with a mitotic regeneration technique. The paralysis from the lightning hindered her advance once more. Taking advantage of this time, Danzo and Hiruzen continued to retreat, moving further away from Tsunade. The root ninjas also moved to fill the gap, standing in front of Danzo and alternating their ninjutsu attacks on Tsunade, making it difficult for her to advance. Danzo was enjoying Tsunade's struggles when suddenly a team of root ninjas entered to report. Lord Danzo, the root support team, found enemies in the forest outside. One of them is heading towards Konoha village. Upon seeing our people, they quickly fled, and our men have already pursued. There is still one ninja at the perimeter of the base. He is not fleeing, but is instead charging towards this base. After hearing this, Danzo glanced at Tsunade, who was blocked by Hiruzen and the root ninjas, and sneered disdainfully. That must be Bayunyama and Yamagawa, Aoi. I know you have recently arranged for them to investigate me secretly in the village. Tsunade, you haven't even considered the hard work and contributions of us elders. You just want to create a big commotion. Young people are so unreliable. Don't think that sending your people towards the village to report is useful. Don't you know that the village is filled with people who uphold justice? Seeing Tsunade getting more agitated, Danzo turned to Hiruzen and said, I'll take a portion of my men to encircle and eliminate them. We know everything about these two guys. They won't escape. As for Tsunade, I leave her to you, teacher. This base's secrets must not be leaked. The camera in her hand must be destroyed. Leave this to me. Go quickly. Hiruzen had already used several ninjutsu and was somewhat out of breath. He was indeed getting old, and his body struggled to support the continuous use of powerful ninjutsu. Don't run. You must die today. Seeing Danzo leading a group of root ninjas about to leave, Tsunade's rage intensified even further. She charged forward again, this time exploding with chakra that enveloped her body, directly breaking through the surrounding buildings to chase after them, constantly changing her route. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Seeing Tsunade's erratic path, Hiruzen chose to use a broader area of fire ninjutsu. Under Hiruzen's manipulation, 3 furious fire dragons rose within the base. The fire dragons split into 3 directions, spiraling around the area where Tsunade was located. And the high temperature forced Tsunade to use the wind from her punches to suppress the flames, then retreat from the fiery area. Just as this delayed her for a moment, Danzo had led the root ninjas to disappear from the underground base. Bastard! Tsunade gritted her silver teeth. With dozens of root ninjas cooperating with Hiruzen, a large number of ninjutsu gathered, making it difficult for even her to withstand. With Danzo gone and Hiruzen's defense temporarily impossible to break, Tsunade, burning with rage, shifted her killing target to those root accomplices. After killing them all, Hiruzen alone would definitely not be able to stop her. Tsunade's change in attack target was quickly noticed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As a renowned ninjutsu professor, he was adept in a wide variety of jutsu, executing his techniques with fluid motions and perfect connections. In a short time, he managed to thwart Tsunade's attempts several times. However, Tsunade was now completely reckless, filled with an endless killing intent that clouded her mind. Several times, she sacrificed her own safety to take down the root ninjas assisting nearby, despite suffering serious injuries. Although Hiruzen was skilled in ninjutsu, his age and the severe injuries he had sustained made it difficult for him to keep up. After a fierce battle, he was out of breath and on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Tsunade had already crushed a few root ninjas and was now throwing a powerful punch towards Hiruzen. Seeing the impending blow, Hiruzen felt a surge of anger. He barely managed to repel Tsunade with a risky technique and then declared, since you refuse to listen, let me teach you a lesson. With that, Hiruzen's expression turned cold as he dashed into the room behind him, and in the next moment, he brought out 2 incapacitated figures that resembled wandering ninjas. Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals. Edo Tensei. Instantly, countless filthy particles gathered and enveloped the 2 figures, transforming them into people Tsunade was intimately familiar with. Grandpa! Tsunade's eyes widened in fury as she saw her 2 relatives appear before her, and she let out a heart-wrenching roar. Her eyes bled from the strain, but they quickly healed. You beast, Hiruzen! Tsunade completely lost her sanity. Her chakra surged, and she tore apart her Hokage cloak before charging at Hiruzen like a raging bull. Tsunade, don't be stubborn. This is all for Konoha. Hiruzen pressed 2 talismans into the bodies of the Edo Tensei, commanding them to teach his disciple a lesson while adding in his heart, and for revenge. Chapter 185. Mutual Destruction to Hell with Konoha. Today I'll send you to the Pure Land to meet the previous Hokage. Tsunade's hair flew wildly, and she looked like a demon descending upon the world. Her expression utterly deranged. She suddenly kicked off the ground to bypass the 2 Edo Tensei and attack Hiruzen. But the Edo Tensei forms of Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju suddenly became enveloped in blue chakra, and they threw punches from a distance, unleashing a powerful gust that halted Tsunade's advance. They then moved with incredible speed, matching Tsunade's agility. The 3 figures flickered continuously, clashing and separating in midair, causing the already shaky walls to collapse around them. Tsunade, Tobirama, and Hashirama appeared like 3 shooting stars, colliding and separating, tracing arcs through the air, leaving the root ninjas dazed. After nearly a minute of a fierce struggle, Tsunade found herself unable to break through the blockade and had no choice but to stop again. Even though she was of the Senju clan with abundant chakra, she couldn't keep up this level of consumption. Hiruzen, far more familiar with Tobirama and Hashirama than with Orochimaru, had a much easier time controlling them. The mindless Edo Tensei bodies alone were enough to thwart Tsunade's charge. Seeing Tsunade come to a halt, Hiruzen also commanded the Edo Tensei of Tobirama and Hashirama to stop. He secretly sighed in relief. He had already consumed a lot of chakra, and his physical strength was waning. His aging and injured body was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. If he hadn't recently taken some secret medicines from Danzo and his own stash to heal his body, he wouldn't have been able to briefly unleash his shadow-level power just now. Reflecting on his frail body, Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Orochimaru. Perhaps he should consider Orochimaru's method of immortality. He had the research materials from back then. As he thought this, Hiruzen quickly reined in his chaotic thoughts. Now is not the time for such considerations. The Edo Tensei technique was still not perfect, and he felt a hint of risk of losing control. He knew he couldn't continue to entangle with Tsunade and needed to employ a more strategic approach. He recalled Tsunade's furious roar earlier and feigned a calm demeanor as he said, "Perhaps one day I will go to the Pure Land, but if I go now, I won't be able to see my two teachers. Aren't they right in front of you?" Hiruzen's cold taunts made Tsunade's head spin again. Her beloved grandfathers were attacking her like puppets, and she felt utterly restrained. Initially, she hesitated to strike them too hard, but when pushed to the brink, she unleashed a flurry of punches that smashed her grandfather's heads. Yet they quickly regenerated, rendering her efforts useless. The act of fighting against her deceased relatives was already horrific enough, but she never expected Hiruzen to go even further. Tsunade's gaze turned icy as she looked at Hiruzen. The once respected teacher who had brought her love, disappointment, and concern had now replaced Danzo Shimura as the person she hated most in her heart. Die, just die. Tsunade's potential erupted, and her strength increased even further. Ignoring the obstruction of the two Edo Tensei, she forced her way through their defenses, charging towards Hiruzen at the cost of her own injuries. Just as Tsunade was about to reach Hiruzen, Tobirama suddenly increased his speed, drawing a short knife from behind him. In an instant, a brilliant flash of the blade created multiple afterimages, sweeping towards Tsunade's neck, forcing her to dodge. When she regained her footing, she realized a shallow cut had already formed along her neck. She had nearly been decapitated by her own grandfather. The sensation of almost dying at the hands of her closest relatives ignited Tsunade's rage even further, and she charged again. But time and again she was stopped by the Edo Tensei forms of Hashirama and Tobirama. Tsunade felt despair creeping in. Her chakra was becoming difficult to sustain for the Byakugan technique. With dozens of root ninjas and the adept Hiruzen, along with the unkillable forms of her grandfathers, she saw no hope of victory. Damn it, why are my two grandpas so strong? Tsunade glared at Hiruzen, who was retreating a few dozen meters away. Calm and composed, she was nearly out of her mind. At that moment, she heard the cracking sounds of collapsing walls, and a final spark of clarity led her to an idea. If that's the case, then let's die together. Tsunade roared and charged out, this time not towards Hiruzen, but towards the surrounding walls, ceiling, and some supporting pillars. At first, Hiruzen couldn't understand, and thought Tsunade was merely venting her frustration. After a while, the entire base began to tremble, and parts of the ceiling started to collapse. When the remaining rooms around them began to crack, he suddenly understood. Tsunade, stop. If this continues, the base will collapse, and you will die too. Die, let us all die together. This ridiculous world, this ridiculous Konoha, let us die together. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Tsunade remained unfazed and instead accelerated, using her hands and feet to tear apart the base. Seeing this, Hiruzen felt a twinge of fear. He still needed Konoha to rise again, and he had to avenge the Sarutobi clan. Stop her. Hiruzen ordered the root ninjas and the two Edo Tensei to block the rampaging Tsunade. However, unlike before, Tsunade's movements became erratic as she no longer focused on Hiruzen. Despite the attempts of the root ninjas and the Edo Tensei of Hashirama and Tobirama to corner her, they were always a step behind. Soon, the entire underground base began to feel unstable, with debris continuously falling from above, and it was clear that it was on the verge of collapse. We can't continue like this. It's too dangerous to stay entangled here. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly summoned two Edo Tensei bodies, and then manipulated the Edo Tensei of Senju Hashirama to use wood release. The wood release, birth of the world, quickly caused the ground of the root base to rise, and trees began to grow out of nowhere, forming pillars within the base. However, the strength of the Edo Tensei of Hashirama was too weak, and he could summon only a limited number of trees. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only command him to plant trees in one area at a time, while he needed to escape. "Old man, I still have to guard Konoha. I want to go crazy with you here." Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly threw down a remark and started to leave with Senju Tobarama. "You coward afraid of death. I knew it, haha." Seeing that Hashirama was delayed, Tsunade suddenly stopped her destruction and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Damn it, kill her." Sarutobi Hiruzen, anxious to leave, spoke coldly, tearing off all pretense. He ordered all the root ninjas to take action, leaving Senju Tobarama to guard him while he accelerated his retreat. His own life was too precious. He couldn't perish together with this traitor. Chapter 186. The old monkey is cunning. Where are you running? Tsunade, who had finally seen a glimmer of hope, was unwilling to let Sarutobi Hiruzen go. She alternated between her heavenly foot and strong fist techniques, continuing to destroy while pursuing. Although Senju Hashirama was tirelessly using wood release to construct pillars to maintain the stability of the underground base, destruction was always easier than construction, and the underground base was becoming increasingly dangerous. Tsunade did not entangle with Hashirama's Edo Tensei. She carefully avoided the area covered by the trees, and when she encountered unavoidable obstacles, she accelerated to crash through the blocking trees in a mad chase. Boom! As Tsunade passed through, trees were smashed, buildings were sent flying, and the top of the base began to collapse. She completely ignored the several close calls of being crushed by falling boulders, her target solely focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen. As she was about to catch up to him, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Strong fist. Fueled by rage, Tsunade unleashed her punch like a mad tiger, disregarding even her grandfather's Edo Tensei. Her punch flew out with a bang, aimed to pierce through both Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! Senju Tobarama, guarding behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly turned around and punched towards Tsunade. The clash between them created a series of explosive sounds in the air. The Edo Tensei was, after all, not as resilient as the original body, and half of Senju Tobarama's body was shattered by Tsunade's violent punch. Although the nature of the Edo Tensei allowed Senju Tobarama's body to recover quickly, that moment of vulnerability was exactly what Tsunade needed. Ignoring the pain from the earlier explosion, she stepped forward and aimed her powerful punch at Sarutobi Hiruzen's detestable head. It seemed her goal of revenge was about to be fulfilled, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. However, she suddenly found her body blocked by rapidly growing trees. Tsunade's footsteps did not stop as she crashed forward, but behind one tree was another. Although she managed to break through the obstructing trees, Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the opportunity to escape a distance. In her quest for revenge, Tsunade was ruthless to herself, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more cruel. He completely disregarded the danger to the root ninjas, and, as Tsunade closed in, he directly commanded Hashirama to abandon the wood release support and quickly moved to stop Tsunade from behind. Water release, water barrier. Tsunade continued to pursue Sarutobi Hiruzen through a patch of trees, only to be suddenly blocked by a swirling water wall. Her body crashed into the water wall as if hitting a massive boulder, uncontrollably flying backward. Before she could stabilize herself after landing, multiple trees suddenly sprouted from the ground beneath her feet, intertwining to firmly pin her down while also absorbing her chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long been prepared. He had planned this ambush to trap her for this moment. Seeing Tsunade trapped, he immediately turned around to perform a jutsu. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Soon, a water dragon wrapped in electricity flew towards Tsunade from afar, its violent momentum clearly aimed at eliminating her completely. Water release. Heavenly Cry. The Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama suddenly emerged from the side, having fully recovered. He opened his mouth and spat out 3 sharp water needles shimmering with cold light, each targeting Tsunade's head, throat, and heart. Ah, get away! Tsunade, a seasoned warrior who had experienced the baptism of war, realized she had fallen into a trap the moment the trees ensnared her, despite being overwhelmed by rage. In an instant, she frantically unleashed her chakra to struggle. The strength of the Edo Tensei's wood release was significantly weaker. Tsunade, risking the absorption of a considerable amount of chakra, finally broke free from the control of the trees just as the attacks were incoming. However, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack had already arrived, and the violent water dragon struck Tsunade fiercely. The power of the lightning paralyzed Tsunade's body, rendering her unable to move, while the water dragon's force not only crushed her chest, but also shattered many bones, propelling her body towards Senju Tobarama. Fortunately, Tsunade had moved her body slightly beforehand, successfully dodging the water needles aimed at her head and throat. However, the needle targeting her heart was still difficult to avoid. It pierced a blood hole the size of a finger through her chest, causing a large amount of blood to spray out. I must escape first. I need to survive to take my revenge. Although the 100 healings technique could repair her body, Tsunade had lost a significant amount of blood from the water needle's devastating blow, leaving her feeling somewhat dizzy. Yet this heavy injury also cleared her mind a bit, realizing that with her current physical condition and chakra levels, it was impossible to achieve revenge. I cannot die here, and I cannot die at my grandfather's hands. However, at this moment, the Edo Tensei of Hashirama and Tobarama had already closed in, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was grinning menacingly from a distance as he formed seals. Tsunade was immediately plunged into a desperate situation. Perhaps it was due to being at the brink of life and death. But Tsunade felt as if the whole world had slowed down. She suddenly sensed a breath of fresh air from the outside. Tsunade's intuition kicked in. She looked up and saw that the top of the root base had already cracked open with deep fissures, one of which was nearly wide enough for a person to pass through. Boom! Tsunade suddenly pushed off the ground and leaped into one of the fissures. This fissure varied in width, and Tsunade unleashed her remaining chakra to expand the gap with her fists. In an instant, she drilled out of the root base through the crack. Kill her! Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twisted as he screamed madly, controlling the two Edo Tensei to unleash ninjutsu to intercept Tsunade. However, the fissure was not a straight line, and their attacks sometimes inadvertently helped Tsunade open the passage more quickly. At the same time, Tsunade's actions to widen the fissure accelerated the collapse of the root base, with massive stones and debris falling down, completely dashing Sarutobi Hiruzen's hopes of pursuing Tsunade through the crack. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also decisive, seeing that he could not catch up and the root base was on the verge of collapse. He directly recalled Hashirama and Tobarama to protect himself as he rushed out of the base. He still needed to chase down Tsunade, this hidden threat. He could not allow her to return to the village and spread rumors. No one could disrupt the peace of Konoha. The remaining root ninjas, who were weakly using ninjutsu to obstruct Tsunade from behind, found that once Senju Hashirama left, the many trees he had summoned lost their chakra support and were soon crushed by the collapsing top of the base. The falling boulders and debris caught many root ninjas off guard, leaving them severely injured and unable to move due to the crushing weight. Above them, the base continued to collapse, and given their injuries, they had no chance of escaping from the underground base that was already 60 or 70 meters deep. The root ninjas who have survived until now are basically all forced to do so. They have been slacking off, just trying to stay alive, but they never expected that in the end, they still couldn't escape death. At this point, what are they afraid of with the cursed seals? So they no longer cared about the existence of the cursed seals and started cursing loudly. Ah, you beast! Sarutobi Hiruzen, you heartless monster. I curse you to have no descendants. Ha! He has long been without descendants. That vile Sarutobi Hiruzen, your true colors will definitely be exposed. Sooner or later, you'll be disgraced. Chapter 187. Fiery remnants. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care at all about the curses from the root ninjas. They were just a bunch of ignorant fools facing death, far less important than chasing Tsunade. Of course, before leaving the root base, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to glance back at the few root ninjas who were cursing the loudest. For such brave individuals, he decided to take good care of their family members, allowing them to carry on their ancestors' wishes and join the Umbu to continue contributing to Konoha. Back to Konoha. I want to go back to Konoha and expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's true colors. Tsunade struggled to crawl out from a crevice in the ground. She was now covered in blood and dirt, looking extremely disheveled. Although the wound on her chest had healed, she had sustained many small cuts when she crawled out of the ground just now, and blood was gushing out from the once smooth and fair skin. Tsunade's Byakugan technique had automatically closed due to lack of chakra, and now her wounds could only heal through her body's natural recovery ability. Boom! The ground where Tsunade crawled out from collapsed massively, swallowing up a large area of land and trees. Fortunately, Tsunade managed to run a distance before being dragged down. The significant blood loss made her a bit dizzy, and she couldn't tell the direction for a moment, instinctively choosing a direction to flee. There was no time for hesitation now. With the protection of her two grandfathers' reanimated bodies, that old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon come out from the underground base. Tsunade forced her exhausted body to run, and just as she escaped not far, she saw two teams of root ninjas emerging from the forest. These root ninjas did not approach her, but threw a handful of shurikens from a distance. Damn it! Tsunade gritted her teeth and forced herself to muster her spirit. She tightened her fists and deflected the shurikens, then turned to flee. Quick chase! She's running low on chakra. The root ninjas, seeing Tsunade's condition, felt relieved and charged at her with confidence, looking for death. Tsunade's strong physical qualities allowed her to recover some chakra and stamina, and she pretended to be exhausted as she staggered away. When the two teams of root ninjas got closer, she suddenly turned around and unleashed a flurry of punches. The root ninjas did not expect the Hokage to play dead so convincingly, and were caught off guard by a barrage of heavy punches, falling to the ground one after another. After eliminating the enemies in front of her, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She was indeed reaching her limit. Reaching into her ninja tool pouch, she pulled out a few soldier pills and threw them into her mouth, forcing herself to keep running. Fortunately, during her time wandering the ninja world, she had become accustomed to preparing a few spare items to stave off hunger. Be careful, everyone don't get close. Use ninjutsu to attack. Just as Tsunade took a few steps, another team of root ninjas emerged from the forest. They had seen Tsunade's earlier actions and did not dare to approach. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, gale palm. The root ninjas used a combination of shurikens and fireballs, then added a gale palm to boost their attack, sending a large number of shurikens accompanied by flames and strong winds rushing toward Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade's physical strength was greatly depleted, and her movement speed had significantly decreased, forcing her to awkwardly dodge. The root ninjas felt assured and moved closer, continuing with the same tactics as before. Damn it, am I really going to fall at the hands of these enemies? What about the grudge against Rope Tree? Remembering her brother Rope Tree, Tsunade squeezed out some strength from her exhausted body to dodge another wave of attacks. However, right after that, another round of attacks came flying in. A barrage of shurikens and fireballs seemed ready to completely overwhelm Tsunade's struggling figure. Vacuum blade. Just as Tsunade was about to lose her life, a ponytail suddenly emerged from the woods beside her, an elderly man with a scar by his right lip. It was Hakiyama. He swung his sword, and powerful wind blades appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attacks aimed at Tsunade and causing casualties among the relaxed root ninjas. Hokage-sama, you must leave. After rescuing Tsunade, Hakiyama immediately turned around to engage the remaining root ninjas. Tsunade initially showed a hint of a smile upon seeing Hakiyama's arrival, preparing to call him to break out together back to Konoha. However, her smile instantly froze. At this moment, Hakiyama was drenched in blood, his left arm was missing, and he had more wounds than she did. Hakiyama, Tsunade exclaimed, rushing over to fight alongside him. But Hakiyama suddenly intensified his push against the root ninjas, then turned his head to Tsunade and shouted, "Run! Leave your life to clear the darkness for Konoha." At this moment, several groups of root teams emerged from woods, clearly pursuing Hakiyama. As soon as Hakiyama saw them, he braced his injured and exhausted body and charged forward. His swordsmanship was exquisite, making it difficult for the root ninjas to break through, but the blood continuously oozing from his wounds showed that his life was nearing its end. Watching Hakiyama's fearless demeanor, Tsunade couldn't help but clench her teeth. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately turned around and left under Hakiyama's urgent shouts. Hakiyama, catching a glimpse of Tsunade turning away, felt relieved and prepared to take down a few more root ninjas before his death. However, Hakiyama was distracted for just a moment, and as he prepared to fight with all his might, he suddenly realized he had lost the strength to strike. He let out a painful groan from his throat, looking down to see a sharp cold light piercing through his chest. As Tsunade fled, she glanced back and saw Hakiyama being pierced from behind by a shuriken. "You can't escape now. You were tricked by my substitution technique earlier. Do you really think you have another chance?" Shimura Danzo's cold smile suddenly appeared behind Hakiyama. He was the one leading the pursuit against him. Injured and losing a lot of blood, Hakiyama felt powerless all over and dropped the treasured sword from his hand. "Hurry and go!" Hakiyama shouted with great difficulty, disregarding his injuries. He had already resigned himself to death, only hoping that the Hokage could allow Konoha to be reborn. Perhaps due to the intense pain from the shuriken piercing him, Hakiyama yelled while weakly searching his chest with his remaining right arm. Seeing that Hakiyama had no chance of survival, Tsunade felt a sting in her eyes, but could only summon her last bit of strength to turn and flee desperately. Just as Danzo was about to continue the pursuit, his expression suddenly changed as he sensed a strong feeling of crisis. He immediately abandoned the shuriken and retreated backward. Boom! Less than a meter after Danzo retreated, an intense explosion suddenly occurred on Hakayama's body, engulfing a terrifying fireball that covered nearly 10 meters around. A few seconds later, as the flames subsided, all that remained was Hakayama's broken and charred remains. Chapter 188. Homeless, what happened here? Shimura Danzo stood before Hakayama's remains, just about to call for others to continue the pursuit of Tsunade when Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared with the reanimated bodies of two of his teachers. Just a ridiculous guy. He used his life to cover Tsunade's escape. But he didn't know that Tsunade would never return to Konoha, as a large number of route personnel had already been dispatched on the way back to Konoha. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to arrange for nearby route members to continue hunting Tsunade, then turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happened at the route base that allowed Tsunade to escape? Danzo felt slightly uncomfortable looking at the two Edo Tensei guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, as their familiar faces reminded him of the times he was scolded by his teacher in his childhood. To be honest, he also wanted to experience the scene of having the two teachers as his guards. It would definitely be enjoyable. Unfortunately, he had no talent for mastering the Edo Tensei technique. Clearly, the experimental materials were captured by Root, and both of them started practicing around the same time. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to quickly master the Edo Tensei technique. Meanwhile, the main contributor, gained nothing. The collapse of the root base was a minor issue, but now it was crucial to continue hunting. Tsunade must not be allowed to disrupt their plans. Sarutobi Hiruzen was resolute. He did not want Tsunade to return to Konoha even more than Danzo did. Kill, I want to kill. I want revenge to completely destroy this ridiculous everything. This ridiculous Konoha. Tsunade stumbled and ran for her life, screaming in her heart. Bai Yun and Yi Shan sacrificed themselves to cover her retreat, and she had just seen the corpse of Yamashiro Aoi on her way to Konoha. It was a tragic body, eroded by poison, with eyes wide open and refusing to close even in death. With the relentless pursuit of Root, Tsunade had no time to mourn for him. Meanwhile, she encountered a group of patrolling Root ninjas nearby. Upon seeing her, they signaled and attacked. Wave after wave of obstacles from Root in the path to Konoha completely dashed Tsunade's hopes of returning. Among those hunting her, Tsunade saw many ninjas from Konoha's prominent clans, some of whom she had treated in the past. This blow left Tsunade feeling somewhat disoriented. She now felt like a homeless wretch. The intense anger and sense of betrayal made her somewhat hysterical, her mind filled with thoughts of killing and revenge. Meanwhile, a day earlier, Hyuga Kaze was busy taking in a homeless, pitiful, beautiful girl. He had just finished a night of intense taijutsu training with Uchiha Mikoto, Yuhi Kurenai, and Mitokado Mei, who were now sprawled on the ground, fast asleep, disregarding their appearances. Hyuga Kaze, being physically robust, felt no fatigue from the night's training. Instead, he looked invigorated. At that moment, he suddenly received news from a shadow clone that the suspected sealing location of the Uchiha's ultimate weapon had been found. Hyuga Kaze raised an eyebrow in excitement, gently covering the sleeping Kurenai and others with blankets to shield them from the dazzling white light before getting up to enter the training room. In the next moment, he switched places with the clone and appeared on a towering hillside, surrounded by steep rocks and dense underbrush. There were no signs of human presence nearby. Hyuga Kaze soared into the air to survey the surroundings, and his keen eyesight quickly spotted a detestable scene. The Hokage Rock. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's south so close to Konoha, less than 100 miles away. Hyuga Kaze noted that the surrounding area was covered by continuous forests for dozens of miles, and he began to focus on studying the sealing location. This place was completely away from transportation routes, and there were no signs of human activity for dozens of miles, making it very concealed. Even the traces of the seal were quite obscure. It would have been nearly impossible to discover without the ancient scrolls unearthed from the Sarutobi clan for reference. Even if he found the general location, it didn't mean he could discover the seal, as it was located inside the mountain. After the Senju and Sarutobi clans completed the sealing, they completely blocked the passage. It was only thanks to the tireless digging of a shadow clone that several intersecting tunnels were excavated near this seal. Now, before Hyuga Kaze was a tunnel nearly 30 meters long. Upon entering the cave, he discovered a barrier blocking his way. Behind the barrier was a small cave, and Hyuga Kaze discerned that it was a form of alert, so he smashed through the concealed barrier with a single palm. The subsequent process went smoothly. However, the sealing technique on Uchiha Akira's body was a bit complex, consuming quite a bit of time for Hyuga Kaze. This sealing technique completely sealed all of Uchiha Akira's life activities, even cutting off her connection to the outside world. This made Hyuga Kaze understand why the Senju and Sarutobi clans didn't directly kill Uchiha Akira. They could only imprison her with a seal. Attempting to attack her would risk breaking the seal, and once the seal was broken, they would face Uchiha Akira's counterattack. Not long after Hyuga Kaze undid the seal, the little lowly Uchiha Akira groggily woke up. She instinctively let out an adorable whimper, like a young beast calling for its kin. Unfortunately, this cute demeanor vanished the moment she fully awakened. Before her eyes were completely open, she instinctively retreated a few steps and took a defensive stance. Then, she quickly scanned her surroundings and finally focused her gaze on Hyuga Kaze. Her cute brows furrowed as she glared at him with her blood-red Sharingan. Full of vigilance as she asked, "Are you from the Senju clan or the Sarutobi clan?" Hyuga Kaze looked her up and down, noting that this legal lowly was far more innocent and beautiful than the images he had seen in his past life, making him feel somewhat tempted. "I am not from either clan. In fact, it has been nearly 100 years since you were sealed. I have come to rescue you." Hyuga Kaze explained to Uchiha Akira with a gentle and kind smile, and then he saw her delicate little face shift through a range of emotions. She first showed disdain and suspicion, then looked at Hyuga Kaze's determined expression in shock, ultimately displaying confusion and anger, her fair little face a fascinating array of expressions. The current Uchiha clan has long lost the history of your time. It must have been hard being treated as a weapon. Wouldn't you like to become my partner? As Hyuga Kaze said this, he reminisced about the happy times spent with Kurenai and the others, try to mimic the expression Orochimaru used when luring children. He thought his smile at that moment was very friendly, but the little lowly on the opposite side became even more vigilant. "Do you think I am one of those foolish people who can be deceived by a noble's words? Disgusting. Keep your lewd thoughts to yourself." Uchiha Akira looked at Hyuga Kaze as if he were a mass of maggots. If she hadn't been unsure of the current situation and her body still recovering from the seal, she would have already attacked. Chapter 189. Strength speaks, stop babbling nonsense. What do you really want? Uchiha Akira looked at Hyuga Kaze, who had an evil smile, with great impatience. She had initially wanted to attack and kill him directly, but her inner intuition kept stopping her from doing so. This feeling was even stronger than when she had fallen into the trap and been sealed. "Uchiha Akira, I have come to take you home." Hyuga Kaze maintained a smile on his face, taking a step forward and extending his right hand towards Uchiha Akira to show he meant no harm. However, this non-threatening gesture startled Uchiha Akira, causing her to retreat a few steps. Her hand instinctively reached for her waist, only to remember that her ninja tool pouch had long been lost in battle. "Home? I have long been homeless." Uchiha Akira's expression was sad and indifferent, with an implicit sense of being abandoned by the world. "And I am not Uchiha Kaze. I have no name. I am merely a weapon of the Uchiha clan." At this moment, Uchiha Kaze has started to believe the words of the person in front of her a little. If this were a member of the Senju clan or the Sarutobi clan, they would never approach her so calmly and without any guard. Hyuga F looked at this seemingly emotionless, beautiful girl, feeling a mix of pity and a bit of cuteness. "In fact, you do have a name. Your parents named you Uchiha Kaze, hoping their daughter could stay away from the darkness of war and walk in the light." "Parents? Uchiha Kaze light." After hearing Hyuga F's words, Uchiha Kaze was stunned. She repeated Hyuga F's words one by one, her tone filled with joy, sadness, and hope. But ultimately all of it transformed into anger. "Light? Where does the light come from? They all say I was born as a weapon, that I exist for the revival of the Uchiha clan. What good does it do to say this to me now? It's all fake, all of it is fake." The more Uchiha Kaze spoke, the angrier she became, her eyes with the 3 tomo quickly spinning until they transformed into a special pattern formed by 3 crescent moons. Die, all of you die." Uchiha Kaze went berserk. She glared at Hyuga F, and suddenly blood flowed from her left eye. At the same time, a fierce black flame suddenly appeared in front of Hyuga F, spreading everywhere with Uchiha Kaze's intent to burn the world. Faced with the Amaterasu flames, Hyuga F was completely unperturbed. He simply waved his right hand in the air, and the violent black flames rolled and gathered into his palm, forming a deep and unfathomable dark flame. "Oh dear, Kaze, you don't need to be so polite. We are future partners, after all." Hyuga F turned his hand and sealed the Amaterasu flame away, teasing Uchiha Kaze. "This is impossible. The powerful Amaterasu flame was taken away as easily as candy. And Uchiha Kaze felt that her fundamental value as a weapon was being denied, making her even more furious. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Uchiha Kaze desperately gathered chakra and angrily spat out 3 extremely condensed fire dragons, which spiraled and flew toward HyugaFū from 3 directions. Kaze, you're a bit disobedient, but it seems we really have to fight. Come, unleash your strength. I will let you experience the most painful defeat and an overwhelming power you cannot resist. HyugaFū looked at the relentless Uchiha Kaze and extended a hand, beckoning her with a nonchalant provocation, which only made Uchiha Kaze angrier. Her cute big eyes glared at HyugaFū again, and suddenly a strange chakra appeared, disregarding the barriers of time and space, ready to imprint itself on HyugaFū. This chakra was formless and invisible to ordinary people, but just as it was about to enter HyugaFū's body, it suddenly stopped. TSK, what an interesting ability. Possessing both time-space attributes and a power somewhat similar to curse marks. The Yin-Yang 8 trigrams appeared on the surface of HyugaFū's body, entwining that peculiar chakra, and the mysterious runes made HyugaFū look almost like an immortal. This is impossible. Uchiha Kaze couldn't remember how many times she had said this today. She had never encountered anyone who could so effortlessly block her 8,000 spear eye technique. Do you recognize the gap in our power now? HyugaFū looked at Uchiha Kaze calmly, enjoying the fun of teasing the little lowly. Weapons are meant for attacking. They won't surrender. After her attack failed, Uchiha Kaze's eyes lost their sparkle, mumbling hollowly to herself, then glaring at HyugaFū again. The next moment, a familiar chakra fluctuation descended upon HyugaFū. It was the Tsukuyami that Uchiha Itachi had once used. Isn't this a delivery right to my door? HyugaFū couldn't help but laugh, suppressing his instinctive resistance and rebound against this chakra, calmly letting it enter his body and pulling him into the Tsukuyami space. Uchiha Kaze's Tsukuyami space was cold and desolate, entirely dark. When the little lowly saw HyugaFū appear in the Tsukuyami space, her suspicious little face could not help but show a smug smile. The previous use of Tsukuyami was not smooth. If this eye technique failed too, she would really be powerless. However, Uchiha Kaze's happy smile froze completely within 3 seconds as she realized she was losing control over this space at a terrifying speed. Before she could take any action, she had completely lost control of this space, and she couldn't even control her exit from the Tsukuyami space. This experience beyond her comprehension made Uchiha Kaze shrink back a bit. What did you do? HyugaFū did not respond. He was carefully experiencing the Tsukuyami space while controlling his mind mirror technique, pondering that next time he could use the 8 trigrams palm to construct his own Tsukuyami space. Seeing HyugaFū unresponsive, Uchiha Kaze still refused to give up. She desperately extracted chakra, trying to unleash a ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Uchiha Kaze made a gesture to spit fire, but what came out of her mouth was only air. At this moment, HyugaFū was not going to indulge Uchiha Kaze. With a glance, Uchiha Kaze completely lost control over her body. You're really disobedient. HyugaFū sat down, and a soft, comfortable sofa appeared out of thin air beneath him. Then, with a wave of his hand, the immobile Uchiha Kaze appeared in front of him. It's just an illusion space. What can you do to me? Uchiha Kaze said dismissively. She knew the nature of Tsukuyami well. With her Manjiki Sharingan, the most he could do was make her suffer. She had experienced this many times on the battlefield. Looking at this disobedient legal lowly, HyugaFū pulled her over and pressed her onto his lap, the smooth and soft touch making him unable to resist a stir in his heart. What are you doing? Uchiha Kaze was a bit confused. What kind of battle requires this kind of posture? The next moment, she understood everything, as a sharp pain came from the softest part behind her. Chapter 190, Training. Smack. 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 HyugaFū recklessly attacked Uchiha Kaze's most voluptuous area from behind, feeling the soft and plump touch and a strong rebound force. Who would have thought you were so thin and small, yet actually quite well endowed? Not bad, not bad. HyugaFū's voice contained both surprise and admiration. The waves in front of him were indeed very tempting. You. Uchiha Kaze was a bit at a loss for words. She knew very few insults. The feeling she was experiencing was too strange. She initially thought that a little pain wouldn't affect her, but now this method of attack gave her an indescribable strange feeling. She should have felt very angry and ashamed. As a weapon, being defeated by someone was simply unacceptable. However, Uchiha Kaze found a hidden sense of attachment and pleasure deep within her heart. Stop it. If you have the ability, release this space, and we'll fight again. Uchiha Kaze refused to acknowledge the strange feelings inside her and transformed those complex emotions into anger. Doubling the fury, she directed at HyugaFū. Still can't learn to behave? We're fighting right now. At this moment, HyugaFū would not indulge Uchiha Kaze. He increased his strength while operating the palm technique, attacking and healing at the same time, preparing to make this stubborn girl endure a bit more. Oomph. Uchiha Kaze couldn't move her body and could only try to emit disdainful sounds from her nose. The feelings inside her were becoming increasingly bizarre. She wanted HyugaFū to stop, yet also hoped he would continue, tangled and difficult to understand. Hinata Kaze never expected that the girl on her knees would have such complex emotions. He slapped her again and again, almost unable to stop. After being pressed down on her soft waist and attacked on her rear, Uchiha Kaze couldn't help but sniffle, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. This pain was trivial compared to the injury she had experienced on the battlefield, yet she found it unbearable and just wanted to cry out loud. There was an absurd mix of feeling wronged and a strange sense of pleasure, along with a faint sense of security. Stimulated by this feeling, Uchiha Kaze instinctively wanted to push back, but she was completely restrained by Hinata Kaze. Even her struggles were interpreted as defiance. So, Hinata Kaze increased his force and slapped down quickly, the shadows of his hands almost merging into one, intent on completely subduing her. This sudden acceleration of the attack made Uchiha Kaze feel even more wronged. Clearly, she had already been so miserable and obedient. Why do you have to hit so hard and so fast all of a sudden? It was really too much. Thinking of her sadness, Uchiha Kaze's tears could no longer be held back, and she began to cry out loud. Whoa, please stop. Hinata Kaze continued slapping, coldly asking, do you know your mistake? Are you going to behave? Whoa, I know I was wrong. Please stop, I will be good. Once the facade of toughness was breached, it was hard to cover it up again, and Uchiha Kaze directly admitted her fault following Hinata Kaze's lead. Hearing the little girl's response, Hinata Kaze nodded in satisfaction. Kids just need some discipline, and luckily, she was just a brat and not a little demon. Okay, Hinata Kaze intended to stop, but the delightful sensation in his palm made him unable to resist slapping her a few more times. Why are you still hitting me? Little Uchiha Kaze originally wanted to scold him sternly, but her tone quickly softened into a pitiful, whiny voice. This tone sounded like a child afraid of making another mistake and being punished again, filled with anxiety and deep submission. Hearing this, Hinata Kaze smiled awkwardly. He was too embarrassed to admit that he was addicted to that soft, bouncy feeling. So he gently raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of Hikari's eyes. Be good, I won't hit you anymore. It's just that you kept attacking me. I said I came to take you home. Uchiha Kaze sniffled and tried to control her strange emotions. Woo, take me home. Is this how you treat your family? Hinata Kaze didn't feel embarrassed at all by this question. Instead, he deliberately replied in a stern voice. A disobedient child at home needs discipline. I hope you will behave in the future. Oomph. With the attacks temporarily halted, the scene of her instinctively showing weakness and pleading for mercy resurfaced in Uchiha Hikari's mind, and she felt a strong sense of shame. She opened her mouth to retort, but instinctively felt a bit timid, ultimately only able to turn her head away in a haughty manner. Immersed in the aftertaste of shame and pain, Uchiha Kaze didn't realize that her body was now able to move. She instinctively shrugged her body to make herself more comfortable, seemingly feeling a warmth from this villain, and obediently assumed the position of being punished. Hiss! The little girl's unconscious movement allowed Hinata Kaze to experience that soft, smooth feeling of skin, and he involuntarily let out a sound from his throat, just as he had almost comprehended the Tsukuyomi space, and even solidified it into a seed that could be activated at any time. Hinata Kaze took Uchiha Kaze out of the Tsukuyomi space. Huh? Suddenly realizing that her position had changed, Uchiha Kaze voiced her confusion, and then she discovered that she had exited the Tsukuyomi space, and even the fiery pain behind her had disappeared. For some reason, Uchiha Kaze felt a subconscious sense of loss. Then she recalled what the person opposite her had done to her in the Tsukuyomi space. Uchiha Kaze instinctively took a few steps back, glaring at Hinata Kaze, but then froze, not knowing what to do. She had used all the means she could, and indeed couldn't defeat this terrifying enemy. Seeing that the little girl who had just been obedient was starting to jump again, Hinata Kaze immediately glared at her, his eyes filled with warning. That glare made Uchiha Kaze instantly obedient, She couldn't help but put her hands behind her to protect her rear and timidly argued, "What are you going to do? I haven't attacked you again." The little girl's voice carried a hint of attachment that she herself was barely aware of, sounding like she was pleading for mercy. "Come here." Hinata Kaze's voice was stern, causing Uchiha Hikari to tremble. She pouted, looking pitiful, and slowly moved towards Hinata Kaze step by step. Her hands instinctively began to caress her rear, which she had been protecting. This feeling of fear mixed with the inability to disobey made Hinata Kaze nod secretly. It seemed this little girl could still be trained. When Uchiha Hikari stood in front of him, Hinata Kaze raised his palm again. This scared the little girl so much that she tightly shut her eyes, tears almost spilling over. But unexpectedly this time, Hinata Kaze merely placed his palm gently on her little head, stroking it. Chapter 191. Hand-holding as Hinata Kaze stroked her head, Uchiha Hikari unconsciously let out a sound similar to a purring cat, her little head instinctively following the motion of his hand. The Uchiha clan had only treated her as a weapon before, locking her in dark, damp prisons, only bringing her out in chains when they needed her to fight. This unprecedented experience of being petted filled Uchiha Hikari's heart with warmth, and her eyes became red. This adorable appearance made Hinata Kaze feel a surge of pity. Uchiha Hikari was just a homeless, pitiful little girl. Just then, as Hinata Kaze and Uchiha Hikari were immersed in the warm atmosphere in silence, Uchiha Hikari's stomach suddenly growled. The sudden noise made Uchiha Hikari take a few steps back, pressing her little head tightly against her chest, her round little ears turning bright red. "Are you hungry? Just wait a moment." Hinata Kaze was very gentle at this moment. Since the little girl had already surrendered, there was no need for him to act fierce anymore. Besides, feeding such a cute little girl was also an interesting thing to do. Hinata Kaze pulled Uchiha Hikari over and sat down with her. Just then, a group of daring sparrows flew over Hinata Kaze's head, and he directly captured about 20 sparrows from the air with a slap, making them hover in front of him. Under Uchiha Hikari's astonished gaze, Hinata Kaze waved his hand, and all the feathers of the sparrows fell off automatically. Then, as if in a dream, under Hinata Kaze's chakra control, all the sparrows opened their bodies, their innards flying away, the blood emptied, and they turned into clean pieces of meat. With another thought, flames gathered in front of him, and the sparrows hovered above the flames, rolling automatically. Some seasonings appeared out of nowhere and sprinkled over them, quickly making the sparrows crispy and fragrant. This miraculous operation left Uchiha Hikari dumbfounded. She had seen all kinds of bizarre offensive and defensive ninjutsu, but she had never seen such a wonderful way of cooking. It wasn't until a tender sparrow was placed in her mouth that Uchiha Hikari finally reacted. She instinctively took a bite, and her eyes immediately squinted with delight as she chewed happily. Woo woo woo. Uchiha Hikari's cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster. Hinata Kaze looked at her with a smile and said, "Delicious, right? You won't regret becoming my family." Humph. Hikari turned her head away without speaking, but her chewing didn't stop. The previous Uchiha clan members only sent her to fight, and every time they gave her food, it was some tasteless secret medicine or something like that. Nothing compared to this. Seeing Hikari enjoying her food, Hinata Kaze also took a sparrow and began to chew it slowly. Crispy and fragrant, indeed not bad. While Uchiha Hikari was eating the sparrow, she secretly glanced at Hinata Kaze a few times, but whenever Hinata Kaze turned his head, she would quickly turn away like a startled little deer. Her expression and movements incredibly cute. Hinata Kaze couldn't help but reach out to pat her little head. This silly and adorable little creature was surprisingly easy to take care of. A silly and cute little one like her should definitely have a whole soccer team. Uchiha Hikari, however, didn't shy away, but instead squinted her eyes tighter, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Of course, throughout this process, Uchiha Hikari never stopped chewing. "It's not your time anymore. Finish eating and come home with me. I will take good care of you." Uchiha Hikari had already accepted going home with Hinata Kaze. She couldn't fight him. After all, she couldn't just get beaten up again. However, she was still puzzled by Hinata Kaze's mention of different eras. So what era is it now? According to the scrolls I've found, you lived over 140 years ago. Uchiha Hikari had just finished one sparrow, and as she looked at the other sparrows flying in the sky, she was about to make a move when she suddenly froze at Hinata Kaze's words. Over 140 years? Yes, it has indeed been so many years. Hinata Kaze nodded, took another sparrow, and fed it to Uchiha Hikari, then began to explain the history of the ninja world to her slowly. From the bloody battles of the Warring States period to the alliance between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to establish the Hidden Leaf Village, other countries followed suit. And the ninja world entered the era of ninja villages. After Uchiha Madara had a falling out with Senju Hashirama, not long after the Great War, the Ninja World War broke out, and the Hidden Leaf gradually weakened. The Uchiha clan was oppressed and viewed with hostility in the Hidden Leaf, and the mentally unstable Uchiha Itachi decided to massacre the entire Uchiha clan, saving only a part of the Uchiha people out of his kindness. Hinata Kaze's storytelling skills weren't great. The dramatic history of the ninja world became disjointed fragments of words in his mouth. However, Uchiha Hikari was fascinated, and while enjoying these stories, she unknowingly ate over a dozen sparrows before realizing her little belly felt a bit stuffed. Has the Uchiha clan really fallen so low now? Now that Uchiha Hikari was almost full, she began to seriously contemplate the history Hinata Kaze had just introduced. She recalled the responsibilities she had been taught since childhood. The current Uchiha clan probably no longer needed her to fight, and she felt a bit lost about what she should do in the future. Should she really go home with this guy? But he would probably beat her up. Uchiha Hikari instinctively touched her back, where there still lingered a bit of that tingling sensation. This feeling was truly strange. Uchiha Hikari couldn't help but glance at Hinata Kaze again. At that moment, Hinata Kaze was chewing on a sparrow when he suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm a member of the Hinata clan. The Byakugan bloodline allows me to see 360 degrees. The situation around me has no blind spots." Uchiha Hikari was momentarily speechless. Her fair and rosy little face turned bright red, wishing she could punch Hinata Kaze hard. However, considering her own safety, Uchiha Hikari didn't dare to attack Hinata Kaze. She could only endure her fullness and picked up another sparrow to gnaw on viciously, as if she were biting Hinata Kaze himself. "So, do you want to go home with me? Your previous life was all about killing. Although you survived, it had no meaning at all. But if you come home with me, you'll definitely find interesting things." Sensing that the little girl couldn't be teased any longer, Hinata Kaze's expression turned serious. He smiled and extended his hand invitingly to Uchiha Hikari again. Going home and all." Uchiha Hikari stopped chewing and muttered softly, and although she still had some hesitation, in the end, she slowly placed her delicate little hand into Hinata Kaze's palm. Hinata Kaze felt that his smile must have been hard to suppress at that moment. He tried to maintain his smile and said to Uchiha Hikari, "You've just broken free from the seal not long ago. Let's take a stroll nearby to understand the current life before I take you home." Chapter 192. Buy one get one free woo woo woo. So delicious. Uchiha Hikari followed Hinata Kaze closely, munching on a skewer of 3-colored dumplings with a beaming smile. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Since last night, Hinata Kaze had taken her around for over 20 hours, visiting several villages and towns, tasting dozens of strange and wonderful foods. This life without being imprisoned and without fighting had calmed Uchiha Hikari's heart significantly. Even the previous feeling of frustration from being beaten had gradually disappeared. Uchiha Hikari glanced up at the handsome and sturdy figure in front of her, her little face suddenly turning red, and she quickly lowered her head to continue chewing on the dumplings. She realized that it was indeed her own fault for attacking recklessly, so being beaten seemed justified. Uchiha Hikari silently touched her peach, wondering if she would still get beaten after going home with him. That feeling of being pinned down while attacking her peach was really strange, but her heart seemed to have a hint of expectation. As she thought about this, Uchiha Hikari's face turned completely red, and she kept her head down, her body unconsciously following the figure in front of her. In the forest, Hinata Kaze strolled with a relaxed and cheerful pace, thinking that the time was almost right. Uchiha Hikari should have relaxed by now, and it was time to take her back to Snow Hidden Village. Just then, Hinata Kaze suddenly frowned, then revealed a mysterious smile. He stopped and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, muttering to himself, "Interesting. Is the blessed land increasing my fortune? I actually got to buy one get one free." Uchiha Hikari, who was following Hinata Kaze with a dazed mind, completely didn't notice that he had stopped, and she bumped her head right into Hinata Kaze's back. Oof! Uchiha Hikari covered her little head and let out a cute whimper, feeling as if she had crashed into a steel mountain, her head feeling a bit dizzy. After taking a few steps back and regaining her senses, she found Hinata Kaze looking at her with a somewhat amused expression. Uchiha Hikari was startled, and she immediately flung the 3-colored dumplings she was holding into the air, then covered her bottom with both hands. I didn't mean to bump into you. You stopped on your own. After saying that, Uchiha Hikari seemed to realize her tone sounded a bit accusatory, so she timidly lowered her head and explained softly, "Really, I was just looking down to eat." Uchiha Hikari had a pitiful and conflicted expression that made Hinata Kaze feel amused, so he deliberately remained silent, continuing to look at her with an amused gaze. "Woo-woo. I was wrong, okay? Don't be angry." Hikari secretly glanced up at Hinata Kaze and found his expression strange, so she quickly lowered her head again. After a while, seeing that Hinata Kaze still hadn't spoken, Hikari panicked completely, pouting her little mouth and starting to plead. "I really know I was wrong. I won't bump into you next time. Please don't hit me, okay? You say something, don't scare me. I'm sorry, but you should just hit me. Just a little, and make it gentle." Uchiha Hikari, receiving no response, slowly moved in front of Hyuga Kaze with a sorrowful expression, waiting for his reaction. At that moment, she couldn't even tell what emotion she was feeling. It seemed like fear and anticipation, sadness and happiness all mingled together. Unexpectedly, the next moment, she felt a pair of warm hands gently rubbing her head. "Silly girl, how could I hit you over such a small matter? Just wait a moment. Something interesting is about to happen here." Uchiha Hikari didn't know what interesting thing would happen next. She only knew that her heart felt warm and she was relaxed, unwilling to think about anything else. Hyuga Kaze found the dazed little girl in front of him very amusing. Since it would take some time for those people to arrive, he continued to stroke Uchiha Hikari's silky hair, making her eyes squint into slits. Although Uchiha Hikari was immersed in the warm feeling, her long-standing battle instincts made her aware of some movement nearby, as if many people were quickly approaching. She raised her head in confusion and asked, "It seems like quite a few people are coming this way. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Hyuga Kaze found the adorable Uchiha Hikari very interesting. This time, his hand rested on her delicate shoulder. "It's fine, just watch for a bit. It will be quite a spectacle." In their conversation, a disheveled figure came running from a distance. The newcomer wore a tea-green long coat with black edges. Underneath, a loose, sleeveless top similar to a kimono, with a black cloth belt around her waist and deep blue three-quarter pants. She had an incredibly beautiful face, with fair skin and a voluptuous figure. Normally, she would be a mature and stunning beauty, but right now, she looked quite disheveled, her clothes somewhat torn, and even her beautiful face was smeared with dust and blood. But this appearance did not hide her beauty. Just watching her run was enough to be captivating. "Oh, how disheveled. As Hokage, being chased by Konoha's ninjas is quite miserable," Hyuga Kaze commented while casually observing Tsunade's figure with his tensigen. Although she looked a bit ragged at the moment, she was still very collectible. With such a hot body and such an exquisite face, how could he let her wither away alone? As for the slight age difference, what did it matter when he became immortal? Moreover, his body could make his partner younger, so who knows who would look more mature then. Regarding bringing Tsunade home, Hyuga Kaze had just submitted it for discussion in the lower house, and it was immediately approved, so he felt quite justified. Uchiha Hikari instinctively felt a bit hostile when she saw Tsunade. The woman gave her a familiar sense of dislike, much like the Senju clan she had fought many times. It wasn't until Uchiha Hikari remembered she was no longer a weapon of the Uchiha family that she relaxed a little. She then noticed that Hyuga Kaze's gaze was fixated on the unreachable peaks of the newcomer, and a strange feeling of sourness surged in her heart. Seeing that Hyuga Kaze hadn't noticed her, Uchiha Hikari sulkily lowered her head and mumbled, "It's just two exaggerated lumps of flesh. What's the use of that? Besides, it's too distracting from the battle." Over there, Tsunade stumbled closer to Hyuga Kaze and Uchiha Hikari, pursued by a group of root ninjas. After hours of fleeing in a disheveled state, her stamina was nearly exhausted, and it wasn't until she was less than 30 meters away from them that she noticed them. "You two, hurry and go. There are." Chapter 193. Words of the tiger and wolf. While Tsunade was warning them, she changed direction to flee. If possible, she wouldn't mind drawing the danger toward these two to take refuge. However, she had seen the ruthlessness of the root. Anyone who got close to her was killed without exception, including 2 Konoha patrol teams. Being able to warn bystanders in advance was the greatest kindness she could offer. But her movements came to a sudden halt when she recognized Hyuga Kaze's face. You are Hyuga Kaze?" Tsunade felt a bit dizzy. A person who had long since left Konoha with his entire family suddenly appeared in her escape path. Was he a subordinate of Sarutobi's? It was no wonder Tsunade was suspicious. This late-night ambush certainly didn't seem like a good intention. "Yes, that's right. I am Hyuga Kaze. So what do you say? Would you like to become part of my family?" Hyuga Kaze teased Tsunade, who looked a bit dazed. This was not just an ordinary vase from the original work. One could see that after she became Hokage, she gradually forced several old men to lose their voice in the council, indicating her political acumen was quite impressive. Moreover, she later implemented peaceful exchanges in the ninja world, fully utilizing Konoha's resources, and inadvertently became an arbitrator and leader in the ninja world. Of course, besides her inner brilliance, her numerous achievements were also a key factor attracting Hyuga Kaze. He was very eager to experience that gentle yet firm power. Hearing Hyuga Kaze's words, Tsunade froze for a moment. Although her vision was a bit blurry, she could still see that this guy was quite young. How could he be so clueless? Tsunade was also unwilling to continue entangled with Hyuga Kaze, as the crazed dogs from Root were still chasing behind. She turned to leave in another direction. However, just as she ran a little way, she found Hyuga Kaze and that little girl suddenly appearing right in front of her. Spacetime ninjutsu? Surprised by Hyuga Kaze's methods, Tsunade took a few steps back, taking a defensive stance. Hyuga Kaze seemed to ignore Tsunade's attitude and continued smiling. You still haven't answered me. Would you like to become my family and come home with me? Blocked once again, Tsunade's brows furrowed in anger, her face filled with fury, her delicate fists nearly clenched. Stop joking around. If you are Sarutobi's man, then just attack. The Senju clan does not accept such threats. Seeing that Tsunade was about to explode, Hyuga Kaze remained unfazed and smiled gently. Relax, I have no ill intentions. In fact, my invitation for you to become family is very sincere. Hyuga Kaze paused and continued. Honestly, a woman like you disappearing at the hands of a pack of wild dogs would be a real pity. After Hyuga Kaze finished speaking, before Tsunade could respond, Uchiha Hikari blurted out something shocking. Lord Kaze, are you planning to take this cow home to spank her? If it's something wrong with Light, please don't just leave her alone. Hyuga Kaze turned to see Uchiha Hikari timidly tugging at his clothes, her face filled with fear, looking like a little abandoned beast. However, the mischievous glint in her eyes revealed her sense of triumph in her mischief. Very good, this little girl is quite lively. Just right. The experiment in the Tsukuyami space was not enough, so Hyuga Kaze decided to let her have a try when they returned. Afterward, he would treat her to a real meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Thus, Hyuga Kaze's gaze swept over Hikari's rear, filled with deep meaning as he said, perhaps there's more than one person who needs to be spanked. Uchiha Hikari's small face turned red, and one hand unconsciously went behind her back to rub her bottom. With such delicate and fair skin, she hoped it wouldn't turn into a purple-black bruise next time. Uchiha Hikari was not unaware of the danger of her actions, but seeing Hyuga Kaze teasing that big cow made her feel a pang of sourness in her heart. Unable to control herself, she spoke out to cause trouble. You cow. Spank her. Tsunade, who had just recovered from the shock caused by the little girl's savage words, was engulfed by an endless flame of anger. She was so furious she could almost crush her teeth. Having been beaten up by her grandfather and chased down by Root was already infuriating enough. And now she had to be mocked by two younger generations. You bastard, being so lustful at such a young age. You're even worse than Jiraiya? Spank, huh? I'll just kill you first. In her fury, Tsunade couldn't care less about the pursuers behind her. She gathered all her strength and threw a punch at Hyuga Kaze. However, halfway through her punch, a flurry of shurikens and fireballs suddenly shot out from the forest. These attacks came fiercely and covered a wide area, engulfing Hyuga Kaze and the others as well. At the same time, dozens of ninjas wearing animal masks emerged from the woods, surrounding Hyuga Kaze and his group. You don't know what you're getting into. Hyuga Kaze sneered, holding Uchiha Hikari with his left hand and waving his right sleeve casually. In the next moment, a violent whirlwind formed out of nowhere, first lifting Tsunade a few steps away. Then the whirlwind continued to spin, absorbing all the incoming shurikens and fireballs. In an instant, the invisible whirlwind turned into a crimson iron vortex, and then within a brief moment, the vortex spun in reverse, beginning to spew out red-hot iron liquid. This iron liquid flew back at an astonishing speed, counterattacking the surrounding Root ninjas. A series of chilling screams erupted from the forest. Those Root ninjas who reacted quickly managed to escape a disaster, while some who were slower suffered burns with blackened holes piercing through their bodies. The luckier Root ninjas were severely injured and soon died, while some unfortunate ones were heavily wounded but not dead yet. They could only struggle on the ground in despair. Screaming, the unique attack stunned the surrounding Root ninjas, and even Tsunade gasped in shock, the scene instantly falling into an eerie silence. Seeing Hyuga Kaze display such power, Tsunade decided to seize the opportunity to continue retreating. But just as she took a few steps, she stopped again. A group of root ninjas emerged from the surrounding forest. Dozens of root ninjas formed teams, spreading out to completely surround Hyuga Kaze and the others. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched coldly from a relatively outer position. The dirt bodies of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama guarded him on either side. Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with confidence. With the assistance of 2 teachers, he was now the true strongest Hokage. Hyuga Kaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Hyuga Kaze, who was relatively close to Tsunade, and his teeth clenched in anger. This guy had caused him a lot of trouble back in Konoha. However, he quickly thought that the primary target now was Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen swept his gaze back and forth between Tsunade and Hyuga Kaze, suddenly speaking astonishing words. Tsunade, no wonder you would betray Konoha. It turns out you have long colluded with this traitor who betrayed the village. Chapter 194. Into the arms, you old dog. Sarutobi, you don't need to slander me. The real traitor to Konoha is you old dog. Seeing so many ninjas surrounding her, Tsunade felt she had little hope of escaping. But she was not the type to be slandered easily, and she immediately began to curse loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no embarrassment at all. He replied calmly, "The entire Hyuga clan has fled from Konoha. It is already irrefutable that they are traitors. You infiltrated the root base tonight, killed a large number of root personnel, and then resisted stubbornly. After escaping, you even had traitors to assist you. Your crimes are undeniable. But don't worry, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, I will preserve your last shred of dignity. I won't let this matter leak out, but tonight you all must stay." Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling confident with the assistance of 2 teachers' dirt bodies, spoke with an arrogant tone. This was also a way for him to vent the anger he had been feeling from being suppressed by Tsunade and betrayed by the members of the Sarutobi clan. Tsunade trembled with anger at Sarutobi Hiruzen's shameless words. Looking at the 2 grandfathers quietly guarding him, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she couldn't utter a word. Hyuga Kaze watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance, like seeing a comical little dog barking madly. He amusingly asked, "Is your arrogance based on these ninjas and these 2 dirt bodies?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had great confidence in the strength of his 2 teachers and was even unwilling to respond to Hyuga Kaze, directly waving his hand. "Kill, leave none alive. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, violent wind palm." As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, those root ninjas joined forces to attack, using wind release to propel a barrage of fireballs and shurikens toward the 3 in the field. This was the most efficient attack they had previously figured out against Tsunade, designed to avoid being crushed by her punches. Facing the relentless shurikens and fireballs, Tsunade struggled to deflect some with her punches, then awkwardly fled to the side, gasping for breath. Yet her hateful gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. She saved the last of her strength to try to kill this beast who toyed with her grandfather. Facing the attack from the root ninjas, Hyuga Kaze waved his right hand, and a mysterious airflow was born. All the red balls and shurikens that approached him were gathered into a mass by the airflow, and then this mass of shurikens shot towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like flying swords, engulfed in scorching flames. Clang! The dirt body of Senju Tobarama stepped forward quickly to block in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his sword almost slashing out an illusion. Ultimately, while the shurikens were all blocked, Senju Tobarama's body was still half destroyed by the shurikens and flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled by Hyuga Kaze's ability. Earlier, he had discussed with Koharu and others, doubting whether that so-called Uchiha Taijima was actually Hyuga Kaze. After all, leading a clan to silently detach from Konoha was most likely due to space-time ninjutsu, and there weren't many who could perform such techniques in the ninja world. However, later he dismissed the suspicion considering Hyuga Kaze's age. How old was he back then? But now it seemed not impossible. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly began to retreat. Although the dirt reincarnation technique was powerful, the means displayed by that Uchiha Taijima were also extremely ferocious, and he couldn't take risks. Deep in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face indeed showed a look of furious anger. How bold! After fleeing Konoha, you still dare to be so arrogant. All of you go. In the field, although the Root and Umbu ninjas were shocked by Hyuga Kaze's methods, they did not regard him with the same caution as Tsunade. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, they charged directly at Hyuga Kaze. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. Lightning release, earth walk. In an instant, Dozens of Root and Umbu ninjas united to besiege Hyuga Kaze, with torrents of water, fire, and thunder seemingly aiming to drown him. Hyuga Kaze sneered disdainfully, thrusting out his palm to unleash a flow of fire like a great sun, distorting and deforming the air. The fire dragon in midair was instantly overshadowed and absorbed by this flow of fire, which then transformed into a dragon's shape and charged toward the attackers. This fire dragon had the power to burn the heavens and boil the seas, scorching everything in its path. Several ninjas who had approached Hyuga Kaze from underground let out a muffled scream before falling completely silent. Those Root ninjas hit by the fire dragon turned into dry, charred corpses without even having time to scream. In just one move, only 7 of the people Sarutobi Hiruzen had brought remained, 4 of whom were still surrounding Tsunade. Water release, water cutting wave. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked by Hyuga Kaze's strength, manipulating Senju Tobarama's dirt body to shoot a straight water column toward Hyuga Kaze. Although this water column seemed unremarkable, Hyuga Kaze knew it could even cut through the roots of the divine tree. Hinata Kaze was aware of the power of the industrial water gun, so he did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he flashed with Uchiha Hikari and appeared not far in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as he landed, Hinata Kaze noticed that the ground around him had cracked open, and countless thick trees had risen from the earth, their branches and leaves spreading and entangling towards Hinata Kaze and Uchiha Hikari, trying to bind them completely. Almost simultaneously, a water dragon imbued with violent electricity shot out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, aiming directly at Hinata Kaze. Then, Senju Tobarama transformed into 3 shadows, attacking from 3 directions, his sword shining brightly as it slashed towards Hinata Kaze. Seeing Hinata Kaze fall into a desperate situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face began to smile. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly erupted. Her long and voluptuous legs kicked the ground, causing a long crack to form, making the ninjas surrounding her unstable. Tsunade then burst forward, her powerful fist striking directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Just as Tsunade's figure approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, a tree on her path suddenly transformed, and a swift and fierce figure emerged from it, delivering a heavy punch to Tsunade. It was the Edo Tensei form of Senju Hashirama, which was supposed to guard Sarutobi Hiruzen, but had suddenly turned into a green tree. Crack! Hinata Kaze could hear the crisp sound of Tsunade's rib cage shattering, and the slight smile that had just blossomed on her face completely froze. She screamed in agony and flew backward, entering a dazed state mid-air. On the other side, Hinata Kaze faced the tricky attacks without panic. A gas shield suddenly appeared around his body and rapidly expanded outward. The water dragon bullet was directly shattered where the gas shield passed. All the trees were crushed to dust, and the approaching body of Senju Tobarama was also rebounded, having been severely damaged, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure transformed into smoke and disappeared. What was left behind was merely his shadow clone. Swish! Hinata Kaze flashed in midair, catching Tsunade's graceful and voluptuous body. He pressed one palm against Tsunade's concave chest, and the soft touch made him relax. Thankfully, there were no serious injuries. Don't worry, you're fine. Once I deal with these jackals, I'll take you home. Hinata Kaze's voice was gentle, but Tsunade glared at him with anger and suddenly lost consciousness. Chapter 195, Bloodbath 5 Elements. Great multiple water bullets technique. As Hinata Kaze caught Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure suddenly appeared at the perimeter, this time with 5 figures. They formed hand seals with both hands and used 5 different elemental ninjutsu: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. Soon, 5 ninjutsu attacks shot towards Hinata Kaze, and as they got closer, they converged in the air, forming a vast and powerful 5-attribute attack. Water release. Hard Vortex Water Blade Senju Tobarama created a vortex of water in his hand, condensing it into a water spear that spun rapidly in layers. He rushed forward, and the water spear shot straight at Hinata Kaze. At the same time, trees rapidly grew under Hinata Kaze's feet, completely surrounding him and Tsunade. The water spear and the great multiple water bullets were about to bury the two of them entirely. 8 trigrams. 10,000 heavy waves. Hinata Kaze, anxious to take Tsunade home for treatment, no longer delayed or entangled with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. He struck out with one palm, and instantly, phantom waves of vast flood energy appeared around him, sweeping towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wherever the waves passed, trees were uprooted, mountains crumbled, and the environment drastically changed. Screams. 7 The remaining roots were swept away by the flood energy, as if trapped in an endless abyss. Their chakra circulation stagnated, and they had no power to move, screaming as they completely vanished into the forest. Senju Tobarama's vortex water spear seemed fierce, but in the face of Hinata Kaze's vast flood waves, it was inconspicuous. The vortex on the water spear had barely manifested before being completely swallowed and dissolved by the palm's power, making that palm even stronger. The formidable palm power made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen in shock, and the great multiple water bullets, which had embodied his hopes and dignity, were completely dissolved in the next moment, like a small ice cube dropped in a boiling soup, utterly insignificant. By the time he wanted to dodge, Hinata Kaze's palm power was almost at his face. The wind created by the palm power was incredibly fierce, making Sarutobi Hiruzen feel like he was sinking into a quagmire. Unable to move, he exerted all his strength to barely use the body flicker technique to move 20 meters away, but his body was still within the range of Hinata Kaze's palm power. Fortunately, at that moment, the Edo Tensei forms of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama blocked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, desperately trying to hold them back. The trees summoned by Senju Hashirama were being destroyed one after another. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama continuously used the earth flow wall technique, raising walls as solid as city walls. However, those seemingly hard walls, as thick as iron, crumbled like foam in the face of Hinata Kaze's palm power, even with unlimited chakra to fuel their ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama ultimately could not fully withstand Hinata Kaze's attack. In the end, they had no time to use ninjutsu and could only reinforce themselves with chakra, using their chest to absorb part of Hinata Kaze's palm power. After this heavy expenditure, the remaining palm power surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. 5 elements, great multiple water bullets technique having had some time to buffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately squeezed his chakra and finally unleashed his strongest attack again. This time, the great multiple water bullets nearly offset Hinata Kaze's remaining palm power, but the remaining bit of power combined with the explosive shockwave, missed Sarutobi Hiruzen and created a massive pit over 10 meters deep behind him. Although that palm power did not hit Sarutobi Hiruzen, the pressure it generated was like an overwhelming force bearing down on him, causing him to involuntarily kneel, and his old knees even began to crack. Sarutobi Hiruzen's veins bulged as he felt immense humiliation. When had he, the third Hokage, ever suffered such disgrace? Struggling to stand up, the Edo Tensei forms of Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama swayed in front of him, their bodies damaged in the process of breaking down and reassembling. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially wanted to curse, but seeing Hinata Kaze's mocking gaze made his heart cold, and he dared not say a word. After standing up, he assumed a desperate stance and saw that the 2 Edo Tensei forms had recovered, immediately manipulating them to fight desperately while he himself turned and fled. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured himself as he ran, thinking that he was not fleeing but preserving his life for the sake of Konoha. He still had to protect Konoha. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen, a bright water line slashed through, effortlessly cutting through all obstacles along the way. Hinata Kaze no longer suppressed his strength at this moment. He struck out with one palm, causing the surrounding natural energy to wildly fluctuate. The powers of water, fire, wind, and lightning around him began to mix and evolve chaotically. In front of him, a peculiar sense of severance appeared, as if a marvelous world had emerged, one entirely different from the environment of the ninja world. As the water line entered this world, it went from moving at high speed to slowing down dramatically, eventually coming to a complete halt and dissipating in the void. Taking advantage of the time, Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu was delaying, Sarutobi Hiruzen had retreated a considerable distance, leaving the 2 Edo Tensei forms to desperately obstruct Hinata Kaze while he fled rapidly. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama attacked Hinata Kaze recklessly. Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, and Tree Whirl Birth were continuously unleashed, but they were all ineffective. Hinata Kaze's palm power spread to where Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama were, and the 2 immediately found their figures frozen, as if trapped like little bugs in amber, completely immobilized. Then the palm power surged with the forces of water, fire, wind, and thunder, overwhelming the corrupted earth body. Water surged, fire burned, wind swept, and thunder struck in succession, completely shattering the corrupted earth body. This time, even the control talismans inside the corrupted earth body were crushed to an incredibly fine state. and the Thousand Hands Tobarama could no longer recover. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced back in the midst of his escape and saw that his teacher had completely vanished, which frightened him into moving even faster. He didn't dare to stop even though the pain in his leg channels from using the body flicker technique was unbearable. Although he had sent away 2 corrupted earth bodies, Hinata Kaze did not appear happy. The dark and profound power emanating from the corrupted earth bodies was still somewhat difficult for him to comprehend, and even his palm power could not sever this force. Ultimately, it was the destruction of the body talisman that caused this force to disappear. The power of the pure land. Hinata Kaze thought to himself. He was still slightly lacking in overall strength compared to the 6-paths level and needed to continue hiding and training. With this in mind, Hinata Kaze looked at the departing Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled meaningfully. He couldn't be bothered to chase after this old guy. Hinata Kaze admitted to having a bit of a mischievous nature. He just wanted to see how this completely fallen Sarutobi Hiruzen would ruin Konoha and stir up waves in the ninja world. Although he didn't pursue him, Hinata Kaze still used chakra to send a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen from a distance. Run away. I won't hunt you down. You're too weak. Weak enough that I disdain to kill you. From now on, live with the humiliation and darkness I have bestowed upon you. Remember how you knelt today. This will be your glory in the future. Chapter 196. Farewell today was sunny and clear, but with the sudden spread of shocking news. The villagers of Konoha felt as if dark clouds loomed overhead. The 5th Hokage had suddenly left Konoha for personal health reasons, but on the way out, he was attacked by mysterious individuals and has since gone missing, just as the villagers of Konoha were still reeling from this shocking news. Several elders jointly announced that the 3rd Hokage, despite his old and frail body, had accepted the urgent call to duty and would once again assume the responsibilities of Hokage. He would only be able to put down the heavy burden on his shoulders once a suitable successor was chosen or Tsunade was found. Once this news broke, Konoha fell silent. Whether they were villagers, common ninjas, or members of various clans, no one opposed it, which greatly comforted the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the entrance of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was kindly seeing off Cat Shizen. Upon hearing that Lady Tsunade was missing, she couldn't resist leaving the village to search for her, and in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to give her a note of approval. Shizun, won't you reconsider? You handled the documents in Konoha exceptionally well. Konoha needs you. You know Tsunade might have fallen victim to that old problem again. The ninja world is so vast. How can you find her alone? Why not stay and continue handling official duties? I will send a large number of Umbu to search for Tsunade. After all, she is also my disciple. Shizun replied resolutely. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama, but I have decided to search for Lady Tsunade. She had been helping her all these years, and she feared that without her, Tsunade would not take care of herself properly. After hearing Shizun's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and finally sighed in agreement. All right, then go find Tsunade. I will arrange a team of Umbu to search with you, and they will follow your lead. This way, you can look after each other and facilitate information transfer. Thank you, 3rd Hokage-sama. I believe Lady Tsunade will be touched to know how much you care. Shizun was extremely excited and knelt on one knee in respect. She was deeply moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Deep down, she too believed that Lady Tsunade might have been affected by her hemophobia again and had left Konoha. Strictly speaking, this could be considered betrayal. Yet she didn't expect the 3rd Hokage to not only overlook it, but also show such concern for Lady Tsunade. Due to her bowing in respect, Shizun did not notice the strange expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Behind his kind smile, there seemed to be a hint of awkwardness. 10 minutes later, Shizun left Konoha with a team of Umbu ninjas to embark on her search for Tsunade. Behind them, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Shizun's departing figure with a cold expression, his eyes deep and seemingly harboring an immense storm. As soon as Shizun's figure disappeared, the gloomy-faced Shimura Danzo suddenly emerged from the dark corner beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The root ninjas have already pursued them. As long as Shizun and Tsunade come into contact, we'll be able to find her. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pessimistic view on this matter. We must be careful. The one who rescued Tsunade is Hinata Kaze. He and Tsunade might already be in contact. He is not only powerful, but also knows the Flying Thunder God technique. It will be difficult for the root members to investigate and transmit information. That evil little Hinata. Danzo cursed hatefully and continued. I don't think there is any connection between Tsunade and Hinata Kaze. Even this so-called rescue seems very questionable. According to your statement, Hinata Kaze is stronger than you were at your peak, and he is likely that so-called Uchiha Taijima from back then. If he has such strength, What could he possibly gain from Tsunade? It can't be that this strong individual is coveting Tsunade's beauty, right? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face turned slightly red. He was quite aware of Tsunade's beauty and figure. He asked himself that if he were 20 or 30 years younger, he too would find it difficult to resist her charm. Regardless, sending Shizen out to search for Tsunade, relying on her connection with Tsunade, was still a direction to pursue. The Hyuga clan had vanished without a trace after leaving Konoha, indicating how well they concealed themselves. If they could also find them through this opportunity, it would be a good way to eliminate hidden dangers for Konoha. All right, I will send elite personnel from the route to follow Shizune and them. This time, I will not let them act hastily. Instead, we will prioritize information gathering and investigation. If we detect any signs of Tsunade returning to Konoha, my people will do everything in their power to stop her. Danzo's face was filled with anger and hatred when he mentioned Tsunade. His route had already suffered multiple losses and was short on manpower. Last night, Tsunade had caused chaos at the route base, killing a large number of route ninjas. And in addition to those lost during Hinata Kaze's rescue, over 100 of Root's lives had been lost. Even though Root had increased its numbers significantly in recent years, it could not withstand such depletion. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gloomy expression and said, Hiruzen, the losses to the Root have been too great during this period. We must replenish our manpower. With our current strength, it's difficult for the Root to manage both Tsunade and external intelligence gathering tasks. Everything is for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the distance, his brows tightly furrowed, and after a long while, he slowly spoke, We can replenish manpower, but the scale cannot exceed the limits. Prepare a list for me first. Danzo narrowed his single eye. All right, I will send someone to deliver it to you later. But now there are a few troubles. The videos in Tsunade's possession and Hinata Kaze's strength and space ninjutsu. These are all problems we must solve. Upon hearing these issues, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed tightly. Tsunade's videos were not a major concern, as he had targeted the places where she hid things during previous attacks, and her ninja tools and scrolls were nearly destroyed. But as for Hinata Kaze's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite worried about these issues. After all, suffering humiliation once was already too much. After calming his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, I will consider these matters. The strength displayed by the corrupted earth bodies was insufficient. They did not even represent 1/10 of the teacher's complete power. We still need to continue our research and allow both teachers to unleash more power. Then Hinata Kaze will not be a concern. This requires more experimental materials, and this task must be completed in secret by the root. Everything is for the village hidden in the leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at his old friend, his eyes filled with deep meaning and trust. He had witnessed the overwhelming power of the first Hokage in his childhood. If he could fully unleash their strength, what would that little brat Hyuga Niji be worth? Of course, what he didn't say was that part of the experimental materials was intended for practicing other forbidden techniques. The speculation mentioned in the materials left by Orochimaru had occupied Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts for some time. His body had to regain its youth, otherwise, he couldn't fully exert his power. Additionally, he needed to develop a technique to overcome the limitations of the Flying Thunder God technique. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, he suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities and a sense of urgency. Chapter 197. Offering a daughter. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and Konoha village gradually fell into silence. Yet the Yamanaka family home was brightly lit. Ah, it's still more convenient at your place. At least no one will jump out and interrupt us. Narashikaku set down his cup, closed his eyes, and savored the wine in his mouth, exhaling after a while, exclaiming in admiration. Opposite him, Yamanaka Inoichi calmly set down his cup as well. I assume the reason you wanted to gather at my house isn't just this? He added casually, by the way, Liu heard that. I remember she seems to have plans to go shopping with Yoshino tomorrow. Hearing his friend's words, Narashikaku's hand trembled slightly as he poured the sake, spilling some on the table. Of course, I have serious matters to discuss here. I just wanted to drink a little for fun. Narashikaku awkwardly smiled as he put down the bottle, his expression turning serious. You all know about the news released by the third Hokage today. Shouldn't we discuss this matter? Indeed, we should discuss it. Who would have thought that just a few months after the fifth Hokage took office, such a thing would happen? Yamanaka Inoichi nodded in agreement, initially thinking that some issues in Konoha would improve under Tsunade, but just when they saw a glimmer of hope, such a setback occurred. Shikaku, you have the most agile mind among us. It's time for you to analyze the situation. With a wry smile, Narashikaku took a deep breath. then looked seriously at his two friends. The current situation is not optimistic. We all know how severely Konoha's strength has been damaged after the previous incidents. If it weren't for Jiraiya's appearance, the borders of the Land of Fire might have already fallen. Now, the newly appointed 5th Hokage can mysteriously disappear in her own village. We can't guarantee that the Cloud and Rock villages won't take action again. The pressure on Konoha is immense. Nara Shikaku looked worried. Although the information was tightly sealed, they all knew that there seemed to have been a significant incident en route last night, and today, many ninjas from the Umbu en route seem to have vanished. Also, the White Cloud Leaf Mountain and Aoyama from the border that Tsunade summoned back a while ago also seemed to have disappeared at the same time, under the bright lights. Nara Shikaku's expression was dark and inscrutable. We must be vigilant. Perhaps it's time for us to leave Konoha. The predecessors joined Konoha to ensure the continuation of their families, but now Konoha looks like a sinking ship. Is it that serious? Yamanaka Inoichi frowned after hearing his friend's judgment. Leaving Konoha is just a simple 4-character phrase, but the bloodshed involved could hardly be described in tens of thousands of words. How to leave? After leaving, how do we ensure the survival and development of our families? These are very troublesome issues. A smile appeared on Nara Shikaku's face. Of course, we haven't reached that point yet, but we must be prepared for it. According to the current intelligence, it seems that Root and Umbu have encountered significant issues, and this might even involve the secret behind Tsunade's disappearance. If Root and Umbu are severely damaged, Danzo might come to us for manpower again. What should we do then? Keep sending our clansmen to plant cursed seals? Shikaku, just tell us what to do. Akimichi Choza pondered for a while after hearing Shikaku's words, but still found no answers. Ultimately tossing the question back to Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku exchanged glances with Yamanaka Inoichi. Currently, this situation hasn't arisen yet, but if Danzo really comes looking for people again, then we should call Uncle Takafumi to counter him. Nara Shikaku's voice was low and gentle, but his tone was firm. Danzo has already drained too much from our families in the past. We still haven't recovered. We can't let him continue to exhaust us. Akimichi Choza hesitated after hearing this. While it was possible to counter with Uncle Takafumi, they all knew who stood behind Danzo. Relying on Uncle to stall is not a long-term solution. So currently, we have two options. The first is to stall for time, waiting for the 5th Hokage to return or for the 6th Hokage to be born. The second is to leave Konoha. The 5th or 6th Hokage. Yamanaka Inoichi's expression did not look good. It seemed unlikely in the short term. Nara Shikaku nodded. That's right. The hope is indeed slim. The key is that we can't make any big moves. That we can only leave Konoha. But how can so many of us leave Konoha quietly? Moreover, after we leave Konoha, how will we survive? We have many grudges with various ninja villages. Akimichi Choza's doubts were exactly the concerns Yamanaka Inoichi had. He kept nodding in agreement. Actually, there is a way. Nara Shikaku stared intently at Yamanaka Inoichi. His expression somewhat peculiar. Yamanaka Inoichi understood that Nara Shikaku might have some concerns, so he closed his eyes to sense the surroundings before saying, "If you have a way, just say it. There is no one around. Consider Hyuga Niji. The disappearance of the entire Hyuga clan could very well be due to his space-time ninjutsu. With his help, we could definitely leave Konoha. I even suspect that he was the one causing chaos in Konoha before, just disguised as Uchiha Taijima." He continued, besides, the Hyuga clan hasn't shown up in the ninja world, so there must be a suitable place for them to survive. But, after hearing Nara Shikaku's judgment, Yamanaka Inoichi's brows remained furrowed. But what? If there is nothing involving us, your expression shouldn't be so strange. Nara Shikaku stared at Inoichi for a long time before finally saying, "First, the Hyuga clan is difficult to locate for the time being. Second, to persuade Hyuga Niji, we need enough bargaining chips. As far as I know, Niji is quite lustful. Even when he was training in the family, he had a little girlfriend. He also had ambiguous relationships with Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. After he rebelled against the main family, several elder clans were exhausted, and only Hyuga Hayashi is still alive. However, his two daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, have become Niji's maidservants." Nara Shikaku's tone became slower and more difficult as he spoke, clearly in a difficult position. At this moment, Yamanaka Inoichi's brows were raised like knives, and his face looked somewhat twisted and twitching. As the clan leader, I would be happy to exchange Ino for assistance. But as a father, I really want to slap your face right now. Lugio couldn't help but smile wryly. He nodded and said, "I understand. But there are too few suitable people among us. To be honest, if it were possible, I would even be willing to turn Shikamaru into a woman and send him over. Seeing his friend's horrified expression, Lugio paused for a moment and continued. This is just a backup plan. In any case, let's be cautious, reduce our forces, and look for other escape routes. If Konoha continues like this, even if we don't exhaust ourselves internally, the other ninja villages won't just stand by, especially those brutes from the Cloud Village. Chapter 198. Awakening you brought back 2 in just 2 days. Your appetite is quite big. Inside the residence of Yukine, Kurenai Yuhi and the others were peacefully having dinner when they saw Hinata enter with a round and voluptuous woman in his arms, followed by a pure and cute little girl. Kurenai and Akkad put down their chopsticks and looked at Hinata with dangerous expressions. At least he should have said something before bringing someone home. Did he really think they wouldn't get jealous? Even Uchiha Makoto, who always regarded herself as a servant, had a trace of resentment on her face. Do you not know how big my appetite is? Besides, your appetite isn't small either, Hinata said, looking at Kurenai and Akkad with a mischievous smile. You. Hearing Hinata-fu's words, Akkad and the others blushed, each lowering their heads, squeezing their prominent chests down a bit. For a moment, the room fell silent, but in this quiet environment, the sound of grinding teeth began to echo. The creaking sound made Hinata-fu tense his legs, feeling inexplicably chilly about his brother. He quickly changed the subject. All right, don't get excited. You should look at who I have in my arms first. Are you flaunting bringing a wild woman home in front of me? Hearing this, Akkad and the others looked up in indignation and observed. They saw that although the woman in Hinata-fu's arms was covered in blood and in ragged clothes, her figure was exceptional, and her unblemished face was fair and beautiful, giving off a sense of familiarity. Is she Tsunade-sama? There aren't many women in the ninja world with Tsunade's figure. Kurenai hesitated a moment before asking. After Hinata-fu nodded in acknowledgement, Kurenai and the others were all shocked and stood up to observe. Tsunade is the idol of most female ninjas in Konoha. You actually brought back Tsunade-sama. Kurenai looked at Tsunade's injuries, her expression suddenly turning cold. Even though we no longer consider ourselves Konoha ninjas, we shouldn't have such a deep grudge against Tsunade-sama. Why would you harm her like this? Did you really have to go this far to take her body? Kurenai had already accepted her new identity as a snow ninja and was aware of Konoha's deep darkness. But she was not a time traveler. How could she have no feelings for Konoha at all? You bastard, go die. On the side, Akkad was also very agitated. She didn't want Hinata to bring beautiful women back just to knock them out and drag them home. In her excitement, Akkad simply picked up the food set aside for Hinata and threw it at him. With Akkad's attack, Kurenai glared angrily, and Uchiha Makoto hesitated about whether to help her master. The Yukine residence suddenly turned chaotic. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari, who always considered herself invisible, quietly moved to the table and sat down, happily enjoying her meal while watching Hinata being attacked. Even a bad guy like you has today. The next morning, Tsunade groggily opened her eyes and found herself in a simple and clean room. Where's this? After quickly scanning the room and finding no immediate danger, she held her head and slowly got out of bed. She remembered being caught after being severely injured, and then everything became fuzzy because she had passed out. However, this sleep was not peaceful at all. Tsunade always felt like there were thieving hands roaming over her body in her dreams, but she just couldn't wake up. Fortunately, Tsunade sensed with her medical ninjutsu knowledge that she had not been violated while unconscious. Instead, her injuries had surprisingly healed by more than half after a round of sleep. Slowly making her way to the door, Tsunade prepared to step outside to figure out where she was. Just then, the door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. Hinata, the head of the Hinata clan. Oh, you're awake. Congratulations, you've become a qualified woman. Hinata cheerfully greeted Tsunade as he entered. Tsunade was taken aback by his words. She stepped back, crossed her arms, and checked her body again, but she still found nothing unusual. Then she clenched her fists and glared at Hinata. Hinata, thank you for saving me, but what about my injuries? Don't worry. I've almost healed your injuries, Hinata replied with a brilliant smile. My medical ninjutsu is quite strong, and of course, your body's recovery ability is also great, completely unlike someone of your age. Hinata said proudly, showing his white teeth while extending his thumb forward, almost as if he were channeling Might Guy. What Hinata didn't say was that during the treatment, he inevitably indulged a bit and personally measured the mountain peaks. After all, Tsunade's injuries were right there. You! Tsunade's eyes widened, and she rushed forward, swinging a punch at Hinata. Before she passed out from her injuries, she had indeed felt a pair of very inappropriate hands. Calm down, calm down. HyugaFū saw Tsunade's movements and didn't dodge. Instead, he spoke calmly. But Tsunade was completely unmoved. Today, she was going to give this little pervert a good beating. As for the debt of gratitude for saving her, she would use her medical ninjutsu to save HyugaFū's life later. When Tsunade's fist was just 3 feet away from HyugaFū, it could no longer advance. Even though the space was transparent, her fist felt an incredibly solid barrier. Her fist, capable of breaking mountains and stones, had no effect on this barrier, and instead, her fist was rebounded painfully. Tsunade stepped back a few paces, her right hand trembling violently behind her back, but her face remained expressionless. "Thank you for saving me. I will repay your kindness, but I will eventually break your hand." Tsunade glared at HyugaFū for a long while, noticing that he still wore a playful smile. She was left with no choice but to angrily leave a parting remark and walked out. "You might not have that chance. Where are you going?" Tsunade continued walking quickly out the door, realizing that she seemed to be in a ninja village, and she was standing at one of the highest points in the village, allowing her to clearly see the village's appearance. The village was not small, with a harmonious and orderly layout. Occasionally, she could see some ninjas wearing peculiar forehead protectors passing by, and the villagers all wore smiles, full of vitality. Just like the Konoha of the past. I want to go back to Konoha and kill those beasts. Stimulated by the scene before her, Tsunade felt a surge of killing intent, and her rapid breathing caused the mountain peaks to shake violently. Chapter 199. A battle with Tsunade. You probably won't be able to return to Konoha. As far as I know, Konoha has already issued a message that the 5th Hokage has gone missing for some reason. Moreover, a large number of root umbu are searching for you outside. Do you think you can return to Konoha normally? Hinata Kaze joked, looking at Tsunade, who resembled a ferocious beast. Sure enough, Tsunade's reaction was quite amusing. Her fair face lost all color from rage, an indescribable fury filling her heart as the veins on her clenched white fists bulged. "Konoha, Sarutobi the old dog, Grandpa SH10. Tsunade murmured in a daze, her killing intent growing stronger. Hinata Kaze, enjoying the spectacle, added fuel to the fire, and their Shizun too. Upon hearing Shizun's name, Tsunade's heart raced. What happened to her? She left Konoha to find you, and Sarutobi Hiruzen thoughtfully assigned a team to assist her. Of course, the number of root umbu secretly tracking her was even greater. Hinata Kaze openly admired Tsunade's heaving chest, while also kindly informing her of the latest situation. Tsunade seemed to realize Hinata Kaze's malicious amusement. Although her anger was rising, she still maintained a basic level of calm. "There's always a way. Thank you for your help. I need to go." Tsunade began to walk out, and Hinata Kaze, measuring her curves, remarked, TSK, can you really take on those two Edo Tensei bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Grandpa is quite formidable when fighting his granddaughter." Tsunade turned to look at Hinata Kaze, her fists clenched again. "This is my own business. Why are you bringing this up?" Hinata Kaze dropped his playful demeanor, his expression becoming serious. "To be honest, I quite like you." Tsunade felt a slight sense of pride at his words. She was indeed attractive enough to catch the attention of such a powerful young man. However, she had no mood to play with him at the moment. Just as Tsunade was about to refuse, Hinata Kaze leisurely uttered 3 words. "Your body." These words made Tsunade's expression change drastically, her fists creaking as she tightened them. "Don't think that just because you saved me, I won't hit you." Hinata Kaze spread his hands with a look that urged her to try. "Come on, go ahead and see who hits whom. If you lose, I might just lock you up and train you well. After all, my ninja village doesn't want to expose itself too soon." Boom! Taking advantage of Hinata Kaze's words, Tsunade quickly approached and threw a powerful punch, the force of her fist even creating a crack in the air. Unfortunately, what she thought would be a sure attack ended up being a miss, and she was propelled forward by the punch's momentum. Before she could stabilize herself, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in an indescribable area behind her. Then she heard the sound of Hinata Kaze's palm colliding with her backside. Tsunade had never experienced such humiliation. Once her brain processed what happened, her face turned blood red. "D," she shouted, turning around and swinging her fist backward. However, this attack also missed. Pop! Another familiar sound, followed by a familiar, stinging sensation. Tsunade was on the verge of going berserk, her chakra surging as she prepared to continue the attack. At that moment, she felt a delicate hand pressing on her shoulder, and her vision shifted dramatically. In an instant, Tsunade found herself in a vast, boundless ice field, far from the village. Flying Thunder God technique. Is this the land of snow? Tsunade's reaction was swift. She turned and scanned her surroundings, quickly realizing the ninja technique Hinata Kaze used in her actual location. Although the land of snow was quite remote and had little interaction with the ninja world, Tsunade had heard of its features. Given the current time, this vast expanse of ice could only be the land of snow. You actually discovered it. It seems I can't let you leave. Hinata Kaze read his villain lines, provocatively beckoning Tsunade with his fingers. Come on, unleash your strength. If you can touch the edge of my clothes, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, you'll have to stay and be my maid to repay your debt. Maid? I'll just beat some sense into you. Tsunade's chakra surged, causing her clothes to bulge. Painful kick. Tsunade's voluptuous legs pushed off the ground, shattering the ice beneath her, and the fragments flew up, creating a blinding snow mist. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was filled with obstructive snow, making visibility impossible. Tsunade charged toward Hinata Kaze's last known position in her memory, her fists swinging fiercely. Clang! The strong rebound made her feel as if her fists were about to break. She realized her fists had hit Hinata Kaze's defensive barrier again, and quickly swung her fist back. But it was still ineffective, accompanied by another pop and a sharp pain in her backside. You bastard, can you fight like a warrior? Tsunade used both fists and feet to create a storm of snow, even leaving some chakra in the snow to confuse Hinata Kaze, but it was all in vain. It was as if Hinata Kaze had installed surveillance on her, always able to find her position, and his hands repeatedly struck her ample areas. Are you ready to give in? After hitting Tsunade several times, Hinata Kaze asked if she was considering surrendering. Tsunade's response was an angry roar and a stronger punch. I'll never give in. Seeing Tsunade's unyielding spirit, Hinata Kaze only increased his attacks, deliberately targeting the left side of her backside. Pop, pop, pop. I've only used less than 1/20th of my strength, and you can't handle it. Still thinking about returning to Konoha for revenge? Don't dream about it. You might as well settle down and have children. Continuing the Senju bloodline is what you should be doing. Go to hell. Pop, pop, pop. Think about it. If we have a child, I might allow him to take the Senju surname. Hinata Kaze, like a devil tempting her to fall, continued to suppress Tsunade while speaking seductively. What a dream. Tsunade held back her anger and calmly thought about the possible directions Hinata Kaze could appear from, then launched a full-on attack. But the gap in strength was too great. In Hinata Kaze's hands, she felt like a child who hadn't learned to walk, with only a bit of unyielding willpower keeping her going. This battle was quite enjoyable for Hinata Kaze. Chapter 200. Hinata family's dining table. Haha. Very good, Mikoto. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Hinata Kaze feasted at the dining table, enjoying his meal immensely. However, the overall atmosphere at the table was quite awkward. Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko wore expressions of dissatisfaction and resentment, but maintained their composure while eating. Mikoto smiled gracefully, but her smile carried an awkwardness, and she didn't say a word. A few days ago, their master brought home a little girl, and she felt a bit jealous. But after learning about Uchiha Kagami's lineage and age, she was completely stunned. Who would have thought that this rosy-cheeked little girl would be the ancestor of the Uchiha clan? Even older than Uchiha Madara? This left Mikoto, who lived under the same roof, at a loss for how to address her, and every time she thought about it, she felt like wanting to dig a hole with her toes. It was really awkward to call such a small-looking girl ancestor, almost comparable to when she was forced to call her master dad. Later, after Mikoto learned about Uchiha Hikari's true experiences, her feelings for her became even more complicated, filled with both motherly concern and respect for the battle-hardened ancestor, almost like a tangled ball of yarn. Ooh, the bad guy wasn't wrong, Mikoto. Your cooking skills are really impressive. Uchiha Hikari's cheeks were puffed up, and while eating, she didn't forget to praise Mikoto's cooking with muffled words. Her eating posture was quite strange. Her little bottom barely touched the chair, just slightly lifted, relying on her feet to maintain balance. Yet even so, when Uchiha Hikari moved her body to pick up food, she would emit some hissing gasps. However, despite being a bit restless, Uchiha Hikari continued to eat voraciously, hardly leaving her mouth empty. The food you made is really delicious, much better than some big bad guys cooking. When Uchiha Hikari said this, she deliberately glanced sideways at Hinata Kaze, her disdain and provocation evident in her eyes. After comparing with a truly professional, beautiful chef, she no longer looked at Hinata Kaze's ability to roast sparrows out of thin air. Although she was disdainful, when Hinata Kaze's meaningful gaze shifted over, Uchiha Hikari immediately ducked her head in fright like a quail. The sudden movement caused her little bottom to accidentally touch the chair, and she couldn't help but hiss. Feeling the lingering gaze on her, Uchiha Hikari didn't dare to say a word. She could only keep chewing her food and silently curse that bad guy. Ever since that bad guy returned a few days ago, he hadn't forgotten her mischievous behavior. The next day, as soon as Tsunade settled down, he used the excuse of teaching her to make her swell up. That was one thing, but what was most detestable was that after giving her a slap, he deliberately healed her and then did it again. For the next few days, it repeated almost every day. And no matter how much she admitted her mistakes and begged for mercy, he wouldn't let her off. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hikari bit into the meat in her mouth with hatred, looking as if she wanted to eat Hinata Kaze alive. But for some reason, she couldn't articulate why. She just didn't want to return to the Uchiha family, but instead chose to stay in this bad guy's house. Uchiha Hikari glanced at Hinata Kaze, who was still staring at her. She instinctively shrank back, her skin twitching reflexively. It couldn't be that she was addicted to the feeling of being treated by this guy, although it was indeed very comfortable when the hot spots were soothed by soft hands. Hinata Kaze looked at Uchiha Hikari suspiciously. He didn't use his mind mirror technique to sense her, but his keen intuition still made him aware that Uchiha Hikari's emotions were quite complex, seemingly mixed with anger, frustration, shyness, and joy. However, he quickly turned his attention to Tsunade. In addition to educating a disobedient little girl, he had also been properly teaching the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Under the condition that she could leave after getting hurt, Tsunade repeatedly challenged him, only to end in defeat every time. Hinata Kaze repeatedly struck Tsunade's rear, a place that wouldn't cause too much harm but could teach her a lesson, making it the most suitable target. He remembered how Tsunade's expression changed from anger to habituation, from habituation to something unusual, and eventually, she even seemed to welcome it a bit, almost enjoying it. Tsunade's face turned red, covered in sweat, her beautiful hair sticking to her skin, and the sight of her heaving peaks was replayed in his mind, truly enticing. Tsunade was a bit restless under Hinata Kaze's teasing gaze, and a certain part of her was also in pain. A trivial little injury could have been healed by her medical ninjutsu, but after every battle, Hinata Kaze sealed her chakra, only releasing it before the fight. According to him, this was the price for the defeated. He seemed to have uttered something about defeat being like a CG. Tsunade actually wanted to find an opportunity to leave the village directly, but after the first battle, Hinata Kaze forcibly marked her with a heart-shaped seal. As soon as she left Hinata Kaze, or the restricted area of Snow Ninja Village, the seal would activate, and she would completely lose her ability to move. Oomph. Exhaling through her nose, Tsunade humiliatedly buried her head in her food, having endured dozens of slaps from him in just a few days, often with the previous marks still aching when a new round began. The key was that he was considerate enough to only attack one side at a time, creating an uneven feeling in her skin, making her sitting posture a bit abnormal. Yet, in front of her juniors like Yuhi Kurenai, Tsunade didn't want to expose her experiences, so she could only force herself to act as if nothing was wrong. Of course, Tsunade wasn't deliberately seeking to be beaten. She discovered that her skills had greatly improved through these intense battles. Hinata Kaze's attacks often targeted her weaknesses, helping her to identify her flaws. Repeated fierce battles also stirred up Tsunade's fighting spirit, even improving her strength in her superhuman punches. My promise still stands. Your child can take the surname Senju, Hinata Kaze suddenly said while looking at Tsunade, who was buried in her food. Tsunade seemed to have no reaction to his words, but her hands were about to crush her bowl and chopsticks. Although she didn't want to admit it, Tsunade found herself unable to resist following Hinata Kaze's words with her imagination. Then she realized she felt a bit moved, thinking that having the bloodline of such a strong person join the Senju family might not be a bad idea. Tsunade turned her head. Does it still need your permission for my child to take my surname? The Tsunade who said this had no idea that she had tacitly accepted the idea of having a child, but Yuhi Kurenai and the others immediately reacted, exchanging glances. Could this be a sign of her dissent? Chapter 201. Tsunade's challenge. Tsunade quickly realized her verbal slip, showing no signs of anything unusual on the surface as she continued to eat calmly. However, a faint blush crept up her fair and delicate face while she chewed. How could she not notice the strange gazes from Yuhi, Kurenai, and Mikoto? These two were her little fans. And now it seemed like she was competing for a man with her juniors, which was indeed a bit awkward. At this moment, Tsunade felt a bit confused inside. She questioned what her feelings were, and as she chewed, her head bent even lower. Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko saw Tsunade's reaction and exchanged knowing looks, both revealing meaningful expressions. To be fair, it wasn't hard to understand why Tsunade would have feelings for Hinata Kaze. Tsunade was like a once prosperous but now fallen heiress from a wealthy family, while Hinata Kaze was like a young, wealthy, and powerful CEO with an attractive face. It was hard not to be moved by such a domineering figure, especially since Tsunade had always used her strong and domineering facade to hide her inner vulnerability, rejecting men with an iron fist. However, Hinata Kaze first saved Tsunade from danger and later forcefully broke through her defenses with his overwhelming strength, leaving a deep mark in her heart. Then there were those merciless slaps during battles, which, although made Tsunade feel humiliated and angry, also made her realize that she was just a little girl being bullied. The more Tsunade thought about it at the dining table, the more flustered she became, quickly fiddling with her bowl and chopsticks, almost poking a hole in her rice bowl with her chopsticks, quickly finishing a bowl of rice. Tsunade slammed her chopsticks down and walked out, throwing a remark as she reached the door. "Hey kid, I'm waiting for you at the training ground. Today, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson." As she walked outside, Tsunade clenched her fists, her mind filled with Hinata Fang's mysterious attacks. Although she understood that she would probably be at a disadvantage against that little pervert in battle, Tsunade still wanted to fight him. That kid's taijutsu was truly amazing. It could unleash various chakra attributes while containing immense power. Moreover, these attribute attacks were quick and far more potent than normal elemental ninjutsu. Tsunade felt utterly powerless against Hinata Fang's taijutsu, like a child facing their ancestor. She vaguely sensed that this chakra manipulation technique was the way forward for her own taijutsu development. Even in this training battle, she felt she was grasping some directions to improve her own skills. This was why Tsunade had actively suggested a fight. Otherwise, why would she voluntarily go and get her butt kicked? Bored at the training ground, Tsunade subconsciously patted her stinging hip, imagining the scene where she learned Hinata Fang's taijutsu and turned the tables on that little pervert. However, relying on secretly learning such profound techniques was unrealistic. She needed Hinata Fang to teach her. She wondered what price she would have to pay for him to share such taijutsu with her. Once I surpass him, I'll make sure to give him a sore, but every day. As she thought of this, Tsunade crossed her arms and smiled smugly, though a faint blush appeared on her face. She understood that to gain benefits from a lecture, she would have to pay some price. With a loud smack, a familiar sting shot through her from behind. Tsunade instinctively leaped forward a few meters, turning around to glare at Hinata Fang, readying herself for battle. In the next moment, a mysterious force spread from Hinata Fang's palm to her entire body, causing her chakra pathways to open up. The sealed chakra was now available for use again. Tsunade glared at Hinata Fang while circulating her chakra, looking for an opportunity to strike. "You really had to set the seal here, didn't you?" Hinata Fang's gaze slid over Tsunade, seemingly able to see through to her trembling form. He shrugged and replied, "I can't help it. The switch for this seal is designed to be here." Tsunade completely disbelieved Hinata Fang's answer. No seal would be set in such a location. Even if there was, it must have been intentional on the pervert's part. "You're dead meat," Tsunade suddenly shouted, her figure bursting forward. With nearly 10 meters still between them, she threw a punch. Seeing that Hinata Fang had no intention of dodging, Tsunade continued her charge. Just as she was about to reach him, she suddenly thrust her foot into the training ground surface. Tsunade kicked hard, her long, shapely leg scooping up a large patch of stone slabs and mud, which she hurled at Hinata Fang. Smirking, Tsunade quickly formed a hand seal and created a shadow clone that continued to charge while her main body circled around behind Hinata Fang. It seemed that the phrase big chest, no brains didn't apply to him after all. He had some fighting intelligence. With his vision blocked, Hinata Fang remained unfazed, his protective aura swirling and rapidly expanding outward. The stones and dirt rebounded off his aura as if they had encountered spring. Even Tsunade's shadow clone was defeated before Hinata Fang's aura, turning into a puff of smoke without any resistance. As Tsunade's figure vanished, Hinata Fang wasted no time and slapped behind him. In the next moment, his palms sank into the softest, most resilient peak. This peak felt like it was made of bottomless cotton. When pressed down, it had infinite elasticity. However, when Hinata Fang tried to withdraw his hand, he found it seemed to be stuck, unable to pull away. Tsunade stumbled back a few steps, crossing her arms, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were practically shooting fire at Hinata Fang. "You can't blame me. Unexpected things happen in battle." Hinata Fang turned to face Tsunade, not showing any embarrassment. Instead, calmly examining his hand and savoring the sensation he had just experienced. I'll kill you, you pervert. And that's also unavoidable. Tsunade's pretty face turned beet red, looking as if she wanted to eat Hinata phone alive. Without caring for anything, she charged forward, using her iron fist to clear the way. Hinata phone, seeing Tsunade's reckless determination to hurt him, reluctantly retracted his protective aura and instead used a soft palm technique to hinder her attack. However, after being pushed back a few steps by the palm wind, Tsunade simply withdrew her fists and charged at Hinata phone with her chest thrust out. This ball-handling move made it difficult for Hinata phone to retaliate, forcing him into a defensive stance. As Tsunade leaped toward him, her impressive curves were aimed directly at Hinata Feng's eyes. Caught off guard by this sudden benefit, Hinata phone was momentarily stunned. Just as he was blinded by the sight, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly clamped his legs together, trapping a slippery, white leg. That was Tsunade's secret technique, the cutting-off descendant's kick, executed while Hinata phone was distracted by her assets. Chapter 202, the Bagua Palm version of Tsukuyami. Fighting is fine, but there's no need to destroy someone's shrine. I don't have any children yet. Unexpected events in battle are inevitable. Are you still a ninja? Let go. Tsunade's charging form abruptly halted as she felt her calves clamped as if caught between two iron pillars, making movement nearly impossible. The sensation of skin rubbing against skin made her face flush. Let go. I think your skin needs to be opened up. Hinata phone was almost amused by Tsunade's self-righteous demeanor. With a wave of his right hand, a gray, misty orb materialized in his palm. Focusing intently, Tsunade noticed that the orb seemed to contain limitless voids and countless stars. In the next moment, these stars suddenly vanished, transforming into a gray haze, making the orb appear as if it were from the beginning of chaos. Amid Tsunade's puzzled gaze, the orb began to expand infinitely from Hinata Feng's palm, quickly covering the surrounding environment entirely. As the orb expanded, Tsunade felt as if she had suddenly fallen into an abyss of no resistance. Almost in the blink of an eye, she found herself no longer in the training ground, but in a luxurious bedroom. The room was decorated in an ancient and lavish style, with a large, extravagant bed in the center. At that moment, Hinata phone was sitting casually on the edge of the bed, while Tsunade could only helplessly look up at his smirking face. Wait, looking up? Tsunade suddenly realized that her current position seemed problematic. She felt as if she was kneeling with her knees together, presenting her backside toward Hinata phone. In this position, she could only raise her head in a humble posture to look at him, resembling a lowly servant begging for forgiveness. Tsunade's face turned bright red. She wanted to get up or turn her head to see her own appearance, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move an inch. Hinata phone, after struggling for a while and finding herself unable to move, she couldn't help but shout in embarrassment and anger. Hinata phone looked at Tsunade as if she were a mischievous child. You don't need to struggle anymore. This is my Tsukuyami space. Created by referencing the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan and combining it with my own Bagua palm, sealing techniques, and illusion techniques. In this world, factors such as time, environment, and quality are all under my control, and you cannot break free from it. Even in such a predicament, Tsunade remained obstinate, glaring at Hinata with disdain. It's just an illusion. At most you can make me suffer a little injury. Hiss. Before Tsunade's bold words could finish, she suddenly gasped, feeling a chill on her back, as if she had completely lost her cover from below her neck. Bastard, pervert, rogue. Tsunade's mind was about to explode. Years ago, when Jiraiya almost caught her bathing, she had put him in a near-death state. Compared to that, what Hinata was doing now was far worse. Tsunade struggled and cursed furiously, but she couldn't move an inch. Clap. Hinata ignored Tsunade's struggles and curses, as if he couldn't see or hear her, and he swung his palm fiercely, launching a powerful attack. The slippery sensation, smoother than peeling an egg, made Hinata's mind and that hill tremble violently in sync. Suppressing the unusual emotions in his heart, Hinata struck without mercy. Since you want to dismantle my shrine, let's see what my family's methods are. After saying that, Hinata ignored Tsunade's furious curses and unleashed a series of rapid-fire attacks. His superb body technique allowed him to control the strength of his strikes to perfection. Don't worry, we expect to stay in this space for another 36 hours. You'll experience many new sensations. After a while, Hinata felt that Tsunade's curses were too unpleasant and directly sealed her ability to speak, then continued to attack forcefully. In the outside world, it might have only been a second, but in the Tsukuyami space, Tsunade felt like half a day had passed. In this space, she had endured countless attacks, and she felt she was on the verge of breaking down. In fact, Tsunade had almost given in several times, wanting to admit defeat and beg for mercy to escape this embarrassing situation, but the pride hidden in her heart made her unwilling to lower her proud head. Of course, she couldn't lower it now. Time passed little by little as Tsunade gritted her teeth in endurance, and when she came to her senses, she found herself back from the Tsukuyami space, now in a position with one leg controlled, and her chakra had returned. Hinata! Tsunade's eyes turned blood red as she swung her fists desperately, but before she could even throw a punch, she suddenly pulled her hands back and hugged her own backside. Then how did she jump high? Hinata, taking advantage of the moment, released Tsunade's restraint and stepped back to observe her reaction. The accumulated pain of dozens of hours surged into her mind, even though she knew it was an illusion. Tsunade felt as if her back had turned into a pile of mush. After trembling and gasping for a while, Tsunade finally regained her composure, or rather, fell into complete madness. She charged at Hinata with bulging veins on her forehead, truly attacking with all her might, even using her teeth. After several fruitless attacks, Tsunade directly embraced Hinata, wrapping her body around him, and then bared her teeth, aiming for his throat. The reason Hinata had restrained her was merely because he couldn't bear to hurt that plump, smooth body. How could he allow Tsunade to open her mouth and commit evil? Almost in the blink of an eye, Tsunade felt an immense wave of chakra erupting from Hinata, and her hands and feet were effortlessly flung away. Before Tsunade could make any further moves, Hinata grabbed her by the back of her neck, injecting a mysterious chakra into her body, causing Tsunade to lose control of herself and her chakra once again. Watching Tsunade struggle desperately, her face turning red, Hinata let out a cold chuckle. It seems the lesson in the Tsukuyami space wasn't enough for you to learn your lesson. Let's show you the power of the Hinata family's methods here again. As he spoke, the ground beneath Hinata rose to form a comfortable seat, and he sat down comfortably. Tsunade, being lifted, was pressed onto Hinata's knees like a child who hadn't yet come of age. At this moment, all Tsunade could see was the dilapidated training ground beneath her, but she could feel a burning gaze lingering behind her. Tsunade's heart raced. This little pervert wouldn't want to strip her of her cover here too, would he? Although it didn't provide much protection, at least it was a psychological comfort. Her inner speculation compelled Tsunade to shout out loud. Chapter 203. Going too far. Wait. This can't be. Feeling a burning sensation reaching her back, Tsunade couldn't care less about attracting others and shouted out loud. But to Hinata, her cries sounded like powerless gasps, doing nothing to stop his actions as his palm pressed directly against her slim waist. What's not allowed? If you dare to be so reckless, you should be taught a good lesson. Tsunade felt the heat from the hand on her waist and the movement reaching her lower garments, and her mind was about to explode. No, this isn't allowed. At least we should go home first. Hearing Tsunade's roar, Hinata's hand lingered on her smooth, plump waist, rubbing it continuously as he teased proudly. Going home? What for? Since Tsunade shouted earlier, she realized she had gone crazy and was questioning what she had just said. At this moment, even hearing Hinata's teasing, Tsunade was momentarily at a loss, her mind completely blank. Seeing that Tsunade had not responded, Hinata's hand began to move again. Tsunade sensed the signs of danger and, disregarding her embarrassment, shouted, "This isn't okay. Let me go. Let's continue the fight. It's fine to get hurt in battle." Tsunade thought she had compromised to the utmost, knowing that she would inevitably be hit hard by this little pervert in future battles. But this was still better than being pinned on his knees and beaten. There would be plenty of opportunities for battle, but those who don't listen need to be taught a lesson early. Tsunade's implied concession did not evoke any sympathy from Hinata. On the contrary, his palms swiftly came down. Feeling a sharp pain, Tsunade felt a bit relieved because she realized that Hinata hadn't continued to strip away her defenses. But soon, Tsunade reacted. Her pretty face was so hot it could almost cook an egg. Before, she could at least comfort herself by saying she was attacked in battle. And even if her defenses were removed in the illusion, she could still claim it was the effect of a Jinjutsu. But what was this now? Tsunade's head was about to explode from intense shame, and she gritted her teeth, deciding that once she escaped, she would make Hinata pay. The only consolation was that this training ground was very secluded, belonging to Yukikage, Uchiha Makoto, and others, so no one would come. Unbeknownst to the restrained Tsunade, when Hinata struck again, he also shot a glare at the side. After being glared at, several sneaky little heads outside the training ground quickly shrank back. Sister, this is so scary. I didn't expect Lord 5th Hokage to also be punished like this," Hinata Hanabi said in fear, gripping Hinata's arm, her delicate little hands trembling slightly. Hinata felt the pain in her arm, her small brows furrowed, and her cute face was flushed, her eyes spinning. Yes, it's really scary. Lord Wind is too forceful. Hanabi, we must be more obedient and careful when serving the Lord in the future. Despite being disoriented from the intense impact, Hinata still reminded her sister to learn from Tsunade and pay attention to how to serve their Lord. At the same time, Hinata silently resolved in her kind heart to be more careful in protecting Hanabi in the future. If there were to be punishments for mistakes, then let Lord Wind punish her instead. Next to Hinata Hyuga also had a flushed face, but she wasn't scared. Instead, she thought it would be nice if she were the one lying on Lord Hinata's lap. That would mean more intimate contact with Lord Wind. Ever since Hinata's power was revealed and the bright wings were established, Hyuga felt increasingly distant from him, even finding it hard to see his back. Unwilling to accept this, Hyuga desperately chased after Hinata's footsteps. In the organization, she worked hard to complete every task assigned by Hinata, and in daily life, she actively went to serve him at the Yukikage house. Several times, she felt that Hinata was already quite moved, but in the end, he always muttered that she was still too young to let go. After seeing Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai, and Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga finally understood where she was still too young. Thus, she worked harder on her skills, determined to catch up. Hyuga believed that she would eventually grow up and win Lord Wind's favor. To comfort her two future companions, Hyuga lowered her voice and said, "Don't worry, Lord Wind's punishment must have its reasons. As long as we obediently listen to our Lord, there will be no problem. Lord Wind must have noticed us just now. Let's leave first." In the training ground, Tsunade felt her peach-like body gradually becoming hot and swollen, and she was about to bite down on her silver teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Hinata was also feeling somewhat at a loss, as he had been waiting for Tsunade to relent, but found it hard to continue attacking without causing her real injury. Fortunately, at that moment, Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko burst in. Kurenai, originally charming and lovely, had a frosty expression as she stepped toward Hinata. Tsunade's prominent curves on Hinata's lap seemed to have swollen even more, looking like a giant peach, and even her dark blue pants could barely conceal the shocking red marks. Even though Kurenai couldn't see Tsunade's face, she knew it must be flushed red. She could understand that if she were in such a predicament in front of her own juniors, she would be furious. No, it was like going down with Hinata. Kurenai felt that, in a sense, Hinata had succeeded in entering Tsunade's heart, but she didn't want to see it happen this way. Even though she already understood her man's lewd nature, Kurenai felt it couldn't be tolerated any longer. If she didn't stop it now, what if next time that guy's beastly instincts targeted her? Although she didn't mind playing a little maid role with Hinata in private, it was too much to unfold in the training ground. You've gone too far. Lady Tsunade is not your outlet for desires. With that thought, Kurenai stepped closer with a cold expression, carefully lifting Tsunade from Hinata's lap, afraid of accidentally touching the hot areas. Exactly. You've gone too far. You should eat vegetarian for a while. Anko, following Kurenai, made a face at Hinata and then walked out with Kurenai. Behind them, Hinata scratched his head, hesitating to speak, feeling that he might have indeed gone a bit overboard under the stimulation of his strong physique and that he needed to change his focus. Chapter 204. Observing heaven and earth on the moon, Hinata stood in a meditative stance, aligning his mind with the natural formation of the blessed land, allowing his chakra to flow freely. With a mind free of distractions, as his chakra circulated, he connected with the natural formation of the blessed land, and an endless stream of profound insights flooded into his mind. This information was as vast and mighty as the wilderness, from the blades of grass around him to the tiny pits on the far side of the moon, from the evaporation of moisture on the ground to the condensation of clouds and rain in the high sky. From the faintest cool breeze to storms sweeping over hundreds of kilometers, all were clearly present in Hinata's mind. Strangely, despite the influx of so much complex information, Hinata's emotions showed no signs of fluctuation. He maintained a state of unity with the blessed land. And this state deepened as he comprehended the essence of the 8 trigrams palm, experiencing the power imbued by the blessed land more profoundly. Gradually, Hinata felt his dantian, acupoints, meridians, body, and the entire moon's blessed land completely merge into one. His breath became the moon's breath, and the moon's vision became his own. Around Hinata's body, infinite phenomena began to manifest, the powers of earth, water, fire, wind, and thunder intertwining and changing. In terms of fire power, a tiny, faint spark appeared, which then rapidly grew, transforming into a raging inferno capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. This fierce flame seemed to burn through endless void, consuming its own energy before suddenly collapsing back into a dim spark. For water power, a crystalline droplet first appeared, which then gathered into a vast ocean, seemingly evaporated by the scorching sun. The vapor rising from the evaporated water gradually formed clouds, and once those clouds accumulated to a certain extent, they transformed into rain that fell. The falling rain eventually converged back into the ocean, which had been reduced to a single droplet. Other powers followed the same pattern, transitioning from the most minute to the most vast, and then reverting back to the minute, their changes being mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Most remarkably, these manifestations of power only appeared within a 10-meter radius around Hinata. Yet upon careful observation, they seemed to cover the sky and block out the sun, vast and boundless. Hinata's cultivation state improved with each passing moment, and his fusion with the Blessed Land became more intricate and profound. Even without relying on the intelligence of the Blessed Land, Hinata could observe and control everything within it with just a thought, an experience akin to that of a creator, which was incredibly addictive. After a long while, Hinata finally pulled himself away from that all-knowing experience, realizing that it wasn't his true strength. While it was fine to experience it, becoming too obsessed would only hinder his cultivation. As his thoughts shifted, Hinata's focus moved away from the surface of the moon's blessed land and towards the deeper internal and external space exploration, beyond the moon. With the help of the Blessed Land's abilities, Hinata saw satellites, meteors, cosmic rays, and the vast mysteries of the universe that could only be observed through astronomical telescopes, seeming to be right before his eyes. Those ancient stars, twinkling and light traversing billions of years, those giant nebulae composed of endless gases and dust, those radiant streams of particles. After witnessing these marvelous scenes, Hinata turned back to observe the ninja world and the moon's blessed land itself. Up close, these two areas seemed boundless and immense, and many people in the ninja world would spend their entire lives without uncovering even a fraction of it. However, compared to the boundless universe, where light travels in years, these were merely insignificant specks of dust. Immersed in these profound insights, Hinata suddenly felt that Tsunade's thunderous power, Kurena's tenderness, Anko's spiritedness, Hinata's bashfulness, Hanabi's cunning, and Kyuka's thoughtfulness were all somewhat bland. Recently, he had been somewhat enchanted by the beauty that had come his way, and coupled with the fact that he had reached the pinnacle of the current level of the 8 trigrams palm, and was solidifying his foundation, he found himself less focused on his daily training than before. Forcing himself to suppress the desire to continue exploring, Hinata withdrew his mind from the vast mysteries of the universe, realizing that this was still somewhat beyond him. Pursuing higher levels of power excessively will only lead him to be ambitious and far-reaching, making it difficult to walk the path beneath his feet steadily. Moreover, he is not seeking to become a lifeless, emotionless piece of wood or stone that lasts through the ages. Cultivating immortality must also be enjoyable. A joyless existence of immortality is merely a prison of life. Hinata Kaze contemplated completely abandoning the thought of exploring space, and instead directed his mind deep underground, following the energy flow trajectory of the Futi Grand Formation that permeates the entire Futi. He penetrated through the thick lower layers to reach the very center of the moon, where a sphere of yin and yang merging power that can absorb even light was quietly suspended. This power was high and unfathomable, a unity of yin and yang, and it was difficult for Hinata Kaze to observe with his own strength. However, with the enhancement of the Futi's power, he had begun to understand some of the operational logic of this force. It was somewhat similar to the Tao-seeking jade he could use when activating the Rebirth Eye, but at a higher practical level. After all, the Rebirth Eye was merely a bloodline power. Hinata Kaze could use it, but did not have a thorough understanding of its essence. This force, representing the highest depth of chakra in the ninja world, was still slightly inferior when faced with the sealing power of the moon's Futi. At this moment, many of the foundational supports for the seal had already been replaced by the power of the Futi, and the Futi's power was increasingly occupying a larger share of the entire seal. On the outer layer of the seal, the Futi Grand Formation suppressed the universe's space-time while maintaining an interactive connection with the seal. In a sense, the entire seal had become a part of the moon's Futi. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was originally sealed by the power of the God Tree, but now a whole set of Futi Grand Formation had been added outside of that. Unless both the God Tree and the Futi Grand Formation were destroyed together, or Hinata Kaze, released the suppressive power of the formation. Even if Kaguya was freed by Black Zetsu digging into Uchiha Madara's heart, she would not be able to escape. Hinata Kaze looked through the seal with the power of the foodie and saw a poor old woman with delicate features frowning and unmoving inside the seal. Her ability to act and perceive seemed to have been completely sealed. Endless years had not left a mark on Kaguya, who still looked youthful and beautiful. However, there lingered an indescribable sadness and sorrow on her fair, jade-like face, as if she had been betrayed by someone she trusted the most. Through Hinata Kaze's mental perception, it seemed that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was still immersed in a state of shock, based on the energy fluctuation trajectory remaining in the seal. It could be inferred that Kaguya had retained a bit of self-awareness while inside the God Tree. However, after the formation of the moon's foodie, the sealing and suppressive power had doubled in strength, completely cutting off her perception of the outside world. It was estimated that all her 5 senses had been sealed, as if she were living in a small dark room. Poor thing, Hinata Kaze couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Lady Kaguya, please don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate and refine the seal together with the moon's foodie grand formation, and then you will be free. What he did not say out loud was that he intended to refine Kaguya together, turning her into a guardian deity or something similar, allowing her to freely be by his side. Chapter 205. Jiraiya returns to the village. Master is really too much? At this rate, I want to have the strength to handle the documents. In the Snow Shadow office, Mikoto sighed softly as she put down a process document. She had been working too hard lately, feeling as if her body were falling apart. Ever since Yuhi Kurenai interrupted Hinata Kaze's reckless behavior, Snow Hidden Village had been quite peaceful. Ever since that day, Hinata Kaze had maintained a focused training state, occasionally disappearing to practice in the moon's foodie, and no longer causing trouble for Kurenai and Anko. Although Kurenai appeared mature and charming, seemingly easy to bully, she was actually soft on the outside but firm on the inside, with a clear mind, and she enforced the idea of Hinata Kaze eating vegetarian to the end. This was normal. A foolish person would struggle to master unpredictable and complex illusions. However, with Kurenai and Anko unwilling to help, Uchiha Mikoto was suddenly in a difficult position. With the support of the Tao body, Hinata Kaze had boundless stamina and overflowing energy, which was beyond what a housewife like her, who had neglected exercise, could contend with. Under the high-intensity physical training, Mikoto felt her whole body was soft and weak. Many times while processing documents in the Snow Shadow office, her legs would tremble and weaken, as if she were stepping on cotton. Under this unbearable pressure, Uchiha Mikoto had no choice but to abandon her pity for Uchiha Hikari, who had been sealed for many years, and urgently hoped that she would also join this big family. To speed up this step, Mikoto even repeatedly used delicious food as bait to entice Uchiha Hikari to appear more often in front of Hinata Kaze, increasing their interaction opportunities. Unfortunately, although it seemed to Mikoto that Hinata Kaze and Uchiha Hikari were somewhat interested in each other, there was still a slight gap between them, and she couldn't find an additional person to help her bear the pressure for now. As for the other 2 little girls, Hinata and Hanabi, Hinata Kaze had always said they were too young, and they could only satisfy their curiosity. Ultimately, Mikoto bore all the burdens in the Snow Shadow home alone. Recalling her master's various physical training methods, Mikoto's pretty face was filled with blush. She quickly picked up another document and sighed softly in the envious gaze of Uchiha Izumi. I wonder when this life will come to an end. Boom. I am Hokage. I bear the weight of the entire Konoha on my shoulders. Tsunade's disappearance has me worried too, but that has no reason for you to barge in and shout. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was coldly glaring at Jiraiya, puffing out his cheeks. Next to him, a shattered desk revealed the cause of the loud noise moments ago. What exactly happened to Tsunade? Why hasn't anyone told me? Jiraiya ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, staring wide-eyed at his teacher, his voice laced with a hint of hope and tremor. During this time, he had been shuttling back and forth at the border, having several confrontations with Reikage and Inoki, managing to calm the restless Cloud and Rock ninjas. The geographical location of the frontline war led to a severe isolation of information. If it weren't for occasionally hearing a Konoha ninja coming to provide support chatting with others, he wouldn't even know Tsunade was missing. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, silently rising from his chair and moving to stand by the window. Sunlight poured through the glass, bathing Sarutobi Hiruzen in golden light, making him appear warm and radiant. However, Jiraiya found it somewhat difficult to see his teacher's face clearly, Even in the sunlight, it seemed hazy. How would I know what happened? Tsunade suddenly disappearing puts me in a passive position, and I care about it very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a look of aged sorrow, as if he were worried about his mysteriously missing disciple. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen like this, some of Jiraiya's inner unease and speculation couldn't help but ease a little. It seemed there shouldn't be any problems with the old man. However, he was still filled with frustration. He and Tsunade had had opportunities before, but they were always obstructed by various matters. Initially, this obstruction was due to the presence of Dan Kato, as living people always found it difficult to compete with the dead. Later, he chose to travel through the ninja world because of the prophecy from the Sage of the Six Paths, and leaving Tsunade was partly due to that reason. Although he had more or less let go after many years, he still didn't want anything to happen to Tsunade, even as a friend or teammate. He never expected that his dashing teammate would disappear shortly after returning to Konoha to take on the role of the fifth Hokage. In any case, Tsunade had vanished within Konoha. Don't you have any clues at all? When did the village become a sieve? Jiraiya's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen look a bit awkward, as he took out a pipe and started puffing on it, falling silent for a moment. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open, and Shimura Danzo entered, leaning on his cane with a grim expression. Jiraiya, you are not on the front lines, but have abandoned your post to return to the village. Do you intend to defect? What did you say? Even Jiraiya, with his temperament, couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart upon hearing Danzo's words. He had experienced countless life and death battles at the border, and this one-eyed old man was not only criticizing him from the rear, but also throwing such dirt at him. If it weren't for the fact that he was a senior, Jiraiya would definitely let him know the power of the Toad Sage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up as he saw Danzo enter, seemingly relaxing a bit. Danzo, stop talking nonsense. We all know how much Jiraiya has contributed. He is just too concerned about Tsunade. Danzo, dismissive of Jiraiya's anger and Hiruzen's attempts to mediate, maintained his cold demeanor and said, merit and concern are not excuses for disobeying orders. A ninja must. Just as Danzo was about to launch into his lengthy discourse, Jiraiya interrupted him. Whatever you say is fine. I am leaving Konoha to find Tsunade. I only promised her to stay in Konoha for a while to help. Danzo's face turned dark as he was cut off, and he turned to Hiruzen. Look at your good disciple. He disappears whenever Konoha needs him. Shut up. Hiruzen decisively interrupted Danzo's words this time, staring at his disciple with a hint of weakness and hope in his eyes. Jiraiya, please stay. We all know Tsunade's past troubles. This might also be the reason. Moreover, Shizune and some of the Umbu have already gone to look for her. Konoha needs you now. I am old, and the responsibilities of Hokage still need to be shouldered by you. Hiruzen spoke with a weary expression, like an ordinary old man yearning for family joy, which made Jiraiya feel a bit moved. Hearing the word Hokage, Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he called out Hiruzen, but was stopped by Hiruzen's cold and authoritative gaze. However, he was filled with anger and even a hint of grievance. Why can't you think of me, Hiruzen? Chapter 206. The Ninetales leaves the village. The sixth Hokage? Huh. Jiraiya chuckled self-deprecatingly. My student is the fourth Hokage. I never expected that one day someone would hope for me to become the sixth Hokage. Jiraiya's words made the hearts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo tighten as they stared at Jiraiya, waiting for him to make a decision. No need. Jiraiya suddenly showed a bright smile on his face, waving his hand as if to brush away the chaotic thoughts in his heart. As a teacher, it's embarrassing to be laughed at for taking over my student's position. Sarutobi-sensei, you should find someone else for Hokage. I'm going to search for Tsunade in the ninja world. Also, I will take Naruto with me to teach him. No, the Ninetales Jinchuriki cannot leave Konoha. Danzo's face darkened even further at the news that Uzumaki Naruto would be taken away, glaring at Jiraiya before turning to Hiruzen to urge him to refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe, obscuring his face. Jiraiya, think it over. Konoha needs you. Moreover, Naruto can grow better if he stays in Konoha. If he wanders with you, he won't receive proper care. Hiruzen's words were halted by Jiraiya's sarcastic gaze. Everyone knew what Naruto had been through in the past few years, and Jiraiya had already made a big fuss over this matter before. Reluctantly, Hiruzen had to change his approach and play the emotional card. He coughed a few times, looking sorrowful. Now my only family in Konoha is you. Jiraiya, can't you stay and help me? I will continue to send people to look for Tsunade. The moment these words were spoken, Danzo beside him couldn't help but cough violently, and for a moment, the two old men in the room were bent over coughing, creating a desolate scene of impending doom. Hiruzen indeed looked quite miserable, but Jiraiya had already made up his mind this time. No matter how much Hiruzen tried to persuade him, he remained firm. In the end, Hiruzen could only agree to let him take Naruto out for training. But it must be for no more than 3 years, and he had to bring Naruto back to Konoha after that. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, thinking that no matter what, they should first leave the village to find Tsunade. Daybreak, we cannot let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leave the village. After being coldly faced by Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo had been sulking quietly in the corner, but when Jiraiya left, he jumped up again. Hiruzen looked at his revitalized old partner and felt utterly powerless. Danzo, you saw how resolute Jiraiya's attitude was just now. Tsunade has already gone missing. If we fall out with Jiraiya, what will those large clans and ordinary ninjas think? If they start causing trouble, can Konoha remain stable? Hearing this, Danzo's expression froze for a moment. Then he seemed to remember something and gained a bit more confidence. However, considering Hiruzen's identity as Hokage and Jiraiya's attitude, he could only fiercely jab his cane into the floor, creating a hole, and then walk out step by step. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Stop. After Jiraiya leaves the village, send someone from Root to follow him. If he reacts strongly, say it's to protect Naruto. Also, I will frequently send Umbu to keep in contact with him. We must ensure he has our people by his side and cannot let him come into contact with Tsunade. Danzo couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look back when he heard Hiruzen's cold voice. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had straightened his back. Having put down his pipe, his old, murky eyes shot out a chilling glare. This long-lost aura of a ninja leader made Danzo's heart skip a beat, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to see the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen when he first took on the role of Hokage. But in the blink of an eye, Hiruzen's aura relaxed again, returning to his old demeanor, and Danzo regained his momentum. Since you are worried that your 2 good disciples will pose a threat to Konoha, why didn't you act more forcefully to keep him here just now? I don't believe he really dares to risk being a rogue ninja to leave Konoha, and even if he could force his way out, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will ultimately remain in Konoha. Jiraiya is different from Orochimaru. Besides, Tsunade has no ill intentions. She just cannot accept certain things. Some people don't know how to keep their hands clean, leading to the current situation. Hiruzen's words left Danzo speechless for a moment. After a while, he still compromised under the gaze of his old partner. I will choose elite members from Root to follow Jiraiya. We must at least ensure that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki does not fall into enemy hands, especially with Uchiha Itachi's organization involved. As he spoke, Danzo regained some of his confidence. You have let Uchiha Itachi leave the village for so many years. Has he ever sent any information back? Last time, he brought people to Konoha to cause trouble. If it weren't for someone stepping in, who knows what kind of chaos would have ensued. In the past, we had Uchiha Sasuke in Konoha to keep him in check, but now that Sasuke has defected, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. Hiruzen, you are always too soft-hearted. Hiruzen frowned as he watched Danzo speak more and more smoothly. You old man can't even clean up the mess behind you and still keep pulling me down? If it weren't for the fact that you have been useful in many matters and have been an old partner for decades, who could tolerate your arrogance? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became increasingly irritated, and eventually, he couldn't help but slam his palm down on the windowsill. Enough. I am the Hokage. You hurry back and arrange for people. If there are any more problems this time, you can stop leading Root. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious expression, his eyes widening in surprise. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while and found that he had no intention of backing down, which made his chest rise and fall violently. Bang! After gasping for breath for a while, Shimura Danzo ultimately succumbed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's imposing gaze, leaving with a heavy slam of the door and taking a team of Root ninjas back to the base. Damn it, Hiruzen! You're using your position as Hokage to pressure me again. It's not like before. You are already old, and I have gained new powers beyond this arm and Sharingan. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Shimura Danzo recalled the forbidden technique he had just completed, straightening his chest as he walked. The man he summoned should be comparable to Tobirama Sensei. That man created the miracle of fighting 10,000 rock ninjas by himself. In terms of the power unleashed by the Edo Tensei, he might even be stronger than the teacher. Hiruzen, I will surpass you sooner or later. I will prove that I am the best candidate for Hokage. Hiss. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rubbed his old hand that had just slammed against the window, a trace of pain flashing across his brow. This aging body is truly unfit for use. I need new power. How could that fool Danzo understand that relying solely on the Edo Tensei of the two teachers against Jiraiya is not safe? Compared to Tsunade, he has very few weaknesses. Remembering his disciple who left the village, Sarutobi Arizen's gaze became distant as he murmured, "My last disciple. I hope we never have to face each other." Chapter 207. The Will of Wind Dam Hinata Kaze. I don't know how he developed the village, but the entire Snow Ninja Village doesn't even have a casino. Tsunade stood on the street of Snow Ninja Village with her hands on her hips, looking around in boredom. Ever since Hinata Kaze brought her back to Snow Ninja Village, she hadn't been to a single gambling table. Today, she came out shopping with Yuhi Kurenai and the others, hoping to find a casino, but ended up empty-handed. "Lady Tsunade, there is no casino in Snow Ninja Village. You don't need to look," Yuhi Kurenai said with a helpless expression behind Tsunade. She never expected her idol to be a gambling addict. How can a village not have a casino? How do ninjas spend their downtime? Tsunade's spirits dropped significantly upon realizing that there was no place to gamble. Yamanaka Ryoko couldn't help but roll her eyes, just as she was about to retort. She saw a group of weary Uchiha ninjas rushing past on the street. Suddenly, Ryoko had a flash of inspiration and said to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, if you want to know how the ninjas of Snow Ninja Village spend their free time, you can follow me. I'll take you to see for yourself." "Ryoko!" Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed in surprise, turning around to stop them, only to see that Tsunade and Ryoko had already rushed out. "Is this what you call leisure?" Following the Uchiha ninjas to a training ground, Tsunade looked at the prominent Uchiha fan symbol on the surrounding walls, her expression strange as she turned to Ryoko, looking as if she thought Ryoko's brain had been damaged by Hinata Kaze. Ryoko maintained a calm demeanor, smiling and nodding. Tsunade could only turn back and observe carefully. As she watched the returning Uchiha ninjas join the training line, she felt bored and was just about to leave when suddenly her expression changed, and she turned to look at a corner of the training ground. Uchiha style. Sword flame leap at the moment Tsunade turned her head. A figure soared into the air, wielding a sword, splitting into 7 shadows mid-air. Then, these 8 figures, with swords ignited in blazing flames, charged at a team of ninjas opposite them. Wind release. Great breakthrough, fire release. Phoenix flower claw, red, Uchiha style. Gale, sword, water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The opposing ninjas were also elites and coordinated perfectly. They first used wind release to hinder the myriad of shadows, and then, propelled by the gale, a flurry of phoenix flower-like flames and shurikens surged toward the attackers. However, these were utterly ineffective against the sharp swordsmanship of the airborne figures. One could see shadows weaving in and out, their movements unpredictable, and the gale did not hinder their speed at all. The flaming blades in their hands accurately sliced through the flames, deflecting the countless shurikens, and then continued to press the attack. In the next moment, the Gale Sword and the massive water dragon barreling forward were also shattered by the figures. The shadows split and combined, moving with incredible speed, with real bodies, shadow clones, ordinary clones, and illusionary figures alternating and interchanging positions. Although the opposing group of ninjas quickly adjusted their positions to launch ninjutsu and physical counterattacks, they were utterly outmatched by the agile figures. Soon, the entire team of ninjas had their clothes torn and, with bitter smiles, conceded defeat. After watching this battle, Tsunade's expression became serious. This person's sword technique is sharp, and his body flicker technique combined with Jinjutsu is incredibly fast. His strength is not to be underestimated. Even the strength he displayed earlier already seemed quite challenging for Tsunade to handle. Not to mention, he hadn't even activated his Sharingan yet. Tsunade did not believe that a ninja with such strength would not have opened their Sharingan. Shursui, your strength is truly remarkable. No matter how we tried, we couldn't delay for even a moment. Sometimes I really feel that we might as well give up on training. After the battle, one of the ninjas in the squad seemed to be discouraged by the strength of the opponent, looking a bit downcast. You can't think like that. Before Uchiha Shursui could say anything, one of the returning ninjas ran over angrily to accuse him. Brother Shursui's strength is the result of countless training. Above Brother Shursui is Lord Yukikage. Can we give up training just because we can't catch up to Lord Yukikage? Jet was right. Uchiha Shursui's expression turned cold, resembling a steel man. We cannot catch up to Lord Yukikage's strength, but we must still take Lord Yukikage as our goal. This is not to defeat Lord Yukikage, but to contribute to Lord Yukikage's great journey. Don't forget the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for Lord Yukikage's rescue, the Uchiha clan might now only have that beast Uchiha Itachi left. There are far too many tragedies in the ninja world. Since the Warring States period transformed into the Ninja Village era, how many clans have perished? We should follow in Lord Yukikige's footsteps and completely end this chaotic era. As soon as Uchiha Shursui finished speaking, the Uchiha clan member named Jet immediately chimed in. That's right. Work hard in training. Follow Lord Yukikige. Completely unify the ninja world. Let the advanced culture of Yukigei-Cure spread throughout the ninja world, and let Lord Yukikige will be implemented throughout the entire ninja world. Tsunade had initially been watching the spectacle, but when she heard the words about unifying the ninja world, her expression suddenly changed. She was very familiar with this slogan. After all, it was the rhetoric of her great-granduncle's closest friend and most formidable enemy, Uchiha Madara. She didn't expect to encounter it again today in the Uchiha clan, which was being revived. For what they were saying, it seemed that all of this was Hinata Kaze's idea. Tsunade couldn't help but compare Uchiha Madara and Hinata Kaze in her heart, and she found that there seemed to be quite a few similarities between them. At a young age, he became the clan leader, with the same handsome appearance, immense strength, and ambitious aspirations. But the biggest difference seems to be that Uchiha Madara is not as lecherous as Hinata Kaze. Strive to cultivate and realize Lord Yukikige's will throughout the ninja world. Unify the ninja world and achieve lasting peace. The bloodshed and sacrifice start with our generation. Bathed in blood and fire, we shall open the way for eternal peace. After listening to the words of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Jet, the Uchiha clansmen nearby became fervently excited, shouting loudly as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. They even excitedly activated their Sharingan, their pairs of blood-red Tomo eyes making them look like bloodthirsty demons. Tsunade turned her head to see that Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko looked unfazed, clearly accustomed to the current situation. Is the goal of Yukigei-Cure to unify the ninja world? Amidst the surrounding fervent shouts, Tsunade's voice became a bit dry. Although her heart was deeply wounded by the darkness of Konoha, and she herself nearly fell into darkness. She did not want to see Konoha disappear under Hinata Kaze's ambitions. After all, that was the hard work of her two grandfathers. Chapter 208. The theory of responsibility. Tsunade stayed a little longer at the Uchiha training ground and noticed that those ninjas were incredibly fanatical, training as if they were ready to sacrifice their lives, and their strength was quite impressive. Then, she followed Anko and ran to several more training grounds in Yukigei-Cure, and her expression grew increasingly uneasy, because those training Yukigei-Cure ninjas treated Hinata Kaze as a deity, often shouting slogans to serve Yukikige during their training. In their minds, if Hinata Kaze did not unify the ninja world and become the king of the ninja world, it would be a loss for the entire world. What worried Tsunade even more was that she discovered it wasn't just the ninjas in Yukigei-Cure. Even the ordinary villagers felt the same way. Moreover, they did not want Yukigei-Cure to be the only ninja village in the ninja world. They wanted the entire ninja world to be completely based on Hinata Kaze's will. Upon seeing a few villagers on the street teaching their children to study hard and implement Lord Yukikige's will, spreading Yukigei-Cure's advanced culture throughout the ninja world, Tsunade was shocked to the point of feeling dizzy. She realized that these people in Yukigei-Cure were not just shouting slogans or self-hypnotizing. They were genuinely taking action towards this goal. Even the entire Yukigei-Cure was developing towards this goal. She really did not understand how these Yukigei-Cure people had been brainwashed, all looking so fanatical. The problem is that unifying the ninja world is much more radical than Uchiha Madara's idea of having just one ninja village in the entire ninja world. With so many countries in the ninja world, how could those daimyos possibly agree? Having lived in Yukigei-Cure for a while, Tsunade now did not dare to underestimate these Yukigei-Cure ninjas. Not to mention Hinata Kaze, just the Uchiha clan represented by Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi was already quite powerful. Moreover, those Yukigei-Cure ninjas she saw training earlier, even the slightly elite ones, were nearing the strength of Konoha's specially designated Jounin, and overall, the strength of Yukigei-Cure was almost approaching that of Konoha. Tsunade seemed to see a sea of blood through the bodies of these vigorous Yukigei-Cure ninjas. It would be a battlefield far bloodier and crueler than any previous ninja world war. Tsunade thought that the saying her second grandfather often mentioned about the inherently evil Uchiha should be changed to the inherently evil Hinata Kaze, especially considering how evil that guy's gaze is when he looks at her, stimulated by the environment outside. Tsunade lost the mood to relax and turned fiercely towards Hinata Kaze's house. Hinata Kaze, you bastard, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to forcibly suppress the ninja world with violence? Rushing home, Tsunade burst through the door and ran upstairs shouting, I asked too. It seemed her voice startled two little girls in the room. Suddenly, two surprised exclamations rang out. Tsunade focused her gaze and saw Hinata and Hinata Hanabi staring blankly at her. Opposite them, Hinata Kaze was comfortably slumped on the sofa, his long legs resting on the kneeling Hinata and Hanabi's small legs. The two little girls were using their small, white hands to form fists, rhythmically pounding on Hinata Kaze's legs, clearly giving him a leg massage. Seeing this, Tsunade suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, unable to articulate why, as if she had unexpectedly caught a scoundrel in the act. At that moment, Hanabi seemed startled by Tsunade's shout, and her small hand, in a moment of tension, actually glowed with a faint blue chakra. As Tsunade looked unexpectedly, Hanabi's small hand hit Hinata Kaze's leg, producing a crisp sound, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Hinata and Hanabi, upon hearing the sound, snapped back to reality and turned to see Hinata Kaze looking at them with a half-smile. Realizing what she had done, Hanabi's face turned pale. Hinata's reaction was even more exaggerated. She first respectfully placed Hinata Kaze's legs down, then bowed deeply several times. Lord Kaze, Hanabi didn't mean it. It's Hinata's fault for not teaching Hanabi properly. Please forgive her. If you need to punish someone, just punish me instead. Hinata looked timid, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing very pitiful. After speaking, she turned around, presenting her already developing little rear in a perfectly submissive posture, ready for punishment. Seeing her sister's actions, Hanabi quickly caught on and mimicked Hinata, striking the same pose in front of Hinata Kaze. It's all Hanabi's fault. Please don't punish my sister. It's Hanabi who misbehaved. Please punish Hanabi harshly. The two little girls pleaded together, crying softly, their innocent demeanor only serving to fuel Hinata Kaze's anger. TSK, I can't take it anymore. Just then, Tsunade and Yuhi Kurinai rushed in, and Hinata Kaze quickly sent Hinata and Hanabi away. The two little girls were initially reluctant to leave, but only after Hinata Kaze promised to record their mistake to punish them later did they leave with smiles. TSK, your authority is quite impressive. No wonder the people of HyugaFū dare to shout about unifying the ninja world. Tsunade watched Hinata and the others leave, then looked at Hinata Kaze with an expression of facing a great demon king. Hinata Kaze slightly adjusted his posture, sitting up straighter. Polite? Not even close. I'm far from it. Tsunade was enraged by Hinata Kaze's indifferent attitude. Her clothes wrapping around her chest trembled violently. Bastard, do you think I'm complimenting you? Unifying the ninja world. Do you know how much slaughter this will cause? How many lives will be lost? The land of snow is so vast. Isn't it enough for you to create chaos? Or do you Lecture, want to unify the ninja world just to obtain beauties from various countries? You cannot support the unification of the ninja world merely on the foundation of HyugaFū. You remind me of Uchiha Madara. You will fail, just like him. Hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata Kaze straightened his body, his expression becoming extremely serious. Though the land of snow is vast, in my eyes, it is merely a fingertip away. Your vision is simply too narrow. Hinata Kaze said this as he got up and walked to the window. His gaze pierced through the glass, and suddenly, he emanated an overwhelming aura. A mere ninja world is divided into so many countries, with so many nobles. Don't you think there is too much noise? This world only needs one voice to take charge. Moreover, I want to unify the ninja world not for any legacy or fame, nor for beautiful women, but for responsibility. There are too many kinds of people in this world. Fools who have ambition but no ability. Capable fools who lack ambition. Ordinary people who are neither capable nor ambitious. And heroes who possess both ability and ambition. The level of ability one has should match the achievements one creates. With my strength, I should unify the ninja world and bring peace for all time. Hinata Kaze said this and suddenly turned around, clenching his fist, his eyes revealing an endless flame. However, Tsunade felt that the flame was not for the power to unify the ninja world, but rather for a more noble goal, treating the unification of the ninja world as a secondary objective. Chapter 209. Chasing each other. The debate between Tsunade and Hinata Kaze continued for a long time. While on the side, Yuhi Kurinai and Mitarashi Anko initially watched with great interest as if it were a movie. Later, seemingly moved by Hinata Kaze's sincere words, the two frequently nodded in agreement, directly defecting to Hinata Kaze's side. This made Tsunade furious. However, isolated and unsupported, Tsunade could only muster her spirits and continue to argue against Hinata Kaze. She tried to prove the impracticality of Hinata Kaze's ideas from the feasibility of unifying the ninja world, the potential harm during the implementation process, and the actual effects of lasting peace. But all these issues were explained and argued by Hinata Kaze, and in the end, it was she who was refuted. After arguing with Hinata Kaze for half the day, Tsunade eventually returned to her room in a daze with a bottle of alcohol. She tilted her head back and drank the entire bottle, then collapsed on her bed, carefully recalling Hinata Kaze's various statements. Is unifying the ninja world really the best way to end the turmoil in this world and bring lasting peace? Was my great-grandfather's approach of one village per country really wrong? In Tsunade's mind, the image of Susanoo and the Great Buddha, the two destroying 4 countries, and the era of ninja village alliances brought about larger-scale wars, where capable people not acting is merely passing the responsibility and disaster onto others, kept swirling around. Previously, she had argued with Hinata Kaze for a long time, and Hinata Kaze had demonstrated the superiority of unifying the ninja world from various aspects, including the history of the ninja world, the approximate number of deaths in wars, whether civilians were affected, the bloodlines of deceased families, and so on. At first, Tsunade vehemently denied and despised Hinata Kaze's arguments, viewing them as excuses for his evil schemes. However, as the discussion progressed, Tsunade's inner turmoil began to rise. According to the simulated situation arranged by Hinata Kaze, her great-grandfather and Uchiha Madara unifying the ninja world and then developing it with benevolent governance seemed entirely feasible. As long as the rulers can maintain control, such a plan could indeed bring peace to the ninja world. But what about the bloodshed and sacrifices during the unification process? Although Hinata Kaze said that the number of deaths might not exceed that of previous ninja world wars, Tsunade still found it difficult to judge death and sacrifice purely by numbers. However, if there is a possibility of achieving peace and one does not act, it seems a bit like those whom Hinata Kaze accused of passing responsibility and disaster onto others. This is so annoying. Regardless of whether it is about unifying the ninja world or not, I am just a captive right now. What is the point of worrying about the ninja world? I cannot decide what Konoha's future will be. Tsunade furrowed her brows and rolled around on her bed for a long time, suddenly sitting up with determination. No matter what, strength is the most important. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't be forced into this situation by that old dog, Sarutobi. If my strength were strong enough, I would have dug out that little pervert's eyeballs long ago. Swinging her fists to clear the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Tsunade stood up and headed to the training ground. She needed to continue strengthening her own abilities. During this time of battling with Hinata Kaze, although she had been toyed with in various ways, Tsunade had also learned a lot from him. Hinata Kaze's taijutsu was profound and mysterious, while Tsunade's monstrous strength was incredibly fierce and hard to replicate. Therefore, Tsunade only simulated Hinata Kaze's techniques of unleashing overwhelming power with his movements and comprehended a technique for stacking waves of power. This technique could divide the force that would originally be released all at once into waves that stacked upon each other, ultimately increasing the power that struck the enemy by nearly 50%. This technique could also be used to enhance speed and defense, but Tsunade was still not familiar enough with it. Whether in terms of attack, speed enhancement, or defense, further development was necessary. Once this technique, which Hinata Kaze called Thousand Waves, was perfected, Tsunade would even dare to smack Hinata Kaze on the back. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tsunade was fantasizing about her increased strength and how she would make Hinata Kaze scream, someone knocked on the door. Tsunade opened the door to find Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Enko standing at the entrance in battle attire. Kurenai, Enko, what are you doing? Lady Tsunade, we are preparing to go to the training ground to cultivate and strengthen our abilities. Would you like to join us? After all, you are our senior, and your strength is much greater than ours. Enko, and I need your guidance, Kurenai said with a faint smile, looking open and generous. Tsunade felt a bit comfortable seeing this, but she was still somewhat uncomfortable with being called a senior by Kurenai. She thought for a moment and put on a disinterested expression. Hinata Kaze is so strong. You can go to him for guidance. Besides, your strength is already quite good. As women of Yukikage, you don't need to go to battle. Why push yourselves so hard? Enko disagreed with Tsunade's words. We are not Kaze's subordinates. As ninjas, we still have the ambition to become stronger. That's right. Although we like Kaze and have accepted his flirtatious nature, it doesn't mean we have given up on ourselves, Kurenai said, casting a meaningful glance at Tsunade, making her feel a bit uneasy. Moreover, since we have become his people, we must support his ambitions. Although we might not necessarily be on the front lines fighting fiercely, we still need to have basic self-defense abilities. We can't become a weakness that others can use to threaten Kaze, turning into a hindrance. Kurenai's words were full of sunshine and confidence, and Tsunade seemed to see her once ambitious self reflected in her. It was a feeling from long ago. Somehow, Tsunade ended up at the training ground with Kurenai and Anko. At this moment, Hinata and Hinata Hanabi were already practicing against each other in the training ground. The two sisters' and techniques were light and mysterious, their steps changing fluidly and unpredictably. In Tsunade's view, their strength was already comparable to that of ordinary Nin and Konoha. Really, I don't know what is so great about that bastard. So ambitious and flirtatious. Yet there are still people who train so hard for him. Tsunade's chakra was sealed, so she could only watch Anko, Hinata, and the others train while pondering and reflecting on improvements to her monstrous strength technique. Not far from the training ground, in his home, Hinata Kaze appeared in the bedroom with a weary look on his face. What is going on? There are only 2 people left at home. Where did Mikoto and the others go? Yu Qiong had been cultivating in the moon's blessed land for a day. He originally intended to find Hongdo and the others for some lively interaction, but after returning and sensing a bit, he found that there were only 2 people in the entire residence. One was a little storage, who was in the kitchen holding a plate of pastries. Her cheeks puffed up as she ate. Uchiha Hikari was so engrossed in her food that she had thrown a pile of empty plates around her. HyugaFū didn't want to look for her for the time being and walked towards the living room downstairs. Lord Fu, downstairs. Hyuga Chingu was originally sitting at the table, and upon seeing HyugaFū come down, she quickly approached and respectfully saluted. HyugaFū felt a bright spark in front of him when he saw Chingu today. She was wearing a form-fitting black combat suit that showcased her curves. Her fair face was charmingly beautiful, with a pair of bright black eyes, and her lips were glossy and translucent, looking very alluring. The exposed skin of her arms and calves was a perfect milky white, without a hint of flaw, and the black combat suit accentuated her delicate skin even more. Outside her sandals, 10 cute and rounded toes were neatly aligned. Watching her sway gracefully as she approached, HyugaFū couldn't help but feel that the little girl had really grown up, almost ripened. Soon, Hyuga Chingu gracefully saluted in front of HyugaFū, then fixed her gaze on him with burning intensity. Her eyes seemed to convey 1,000 words, filled with admiration, affection, and a willingness to devote everything. Yet all of this was blocked behind her clear gaze. HyugaFū felt a bit guilty upon noticing the excited expression Chingu was trying to suppress when looking at him. Ever since he had made significant progress in strength and acquired Uchiha Mikoto, Yuhi Kurenai, and Hongdo, he had been neglecting his care for Chingu. Although he had compensated her quite a bit in terms of duty and status, it was clear that what she wanted was not just that. HyugaFū looked at Chingu's captivating beauty and silently calculated her age. She has turned 18 this year. In the ninja world, this is a ripe flower ready for picking. Thinking of this, he felt a slight itch in his throat, and a bit of heat surged downwards. Considering the situation was inappropriate, he quickly changed the topic. Why are you the only one at home today? Do you know where Hong and the others went? Chingu looked at HyugaFū with a complex expression, glancing at him and then lowering her head to maintain her saluting posture, then secretly looking up again, repeating the cycle. Mikoto has some documents to handle, and Kurenai, Hinata, and Tsunade-sama are training in the training field all day. After finishing dinner together, they agreed to go to the bathhouse to relax. HyugaFū instinctively asked, "Why didn't you go with them?" Chingu subtly shifted her feet a little closer to HyugaFū. "I stayed to wait for you. The house cannot be without someone to serve Lord Fu. I'm not a rice bug that needs someone to serve me. You can also go relax with them." Facing her burning gaze, HyugaFū naturally took 2 steps back and slumped onto the sofa. He casually picked up a cup of tea from the side table, which was still warm. This should have been prepared by Chingu. He suddenly felt like a rice bug. To be honest, he had gotten used to being served by others. If there was no one to serve him at home, he might really be too lazy to move, even to eat. Seeing that HyugaFū sat down, Chingu naturally walked around the sofa and stood behind him. She raised her hand and began to massage his shoulder, her tone filled with concern. "Lord Fu, you seem very tired?" "Yeah, I practiced all day today and tried some new ideas. You're truly great, already so strong, yet still do not forget to practice hard." Chingu's eyes were full of admiration. She genuinely believed that HyugaFū was very diligent. For a moment, HyugaFū had no words. He closed his eyes and recalled the training scenes of the day while Chingu massaged him. Today, After experiencing a higher level of Bagua Palm again in the moon's blessed land, staring at the vast cosmic starry sky, he had a sudden inspiration and wanted to test what his current strength would be like if he entered the universe. After all, with the moon's blessed land to support him, surviving briefly in space was not a problem, especially since he also had space-time ninjutsu, training room space, and void walking as trump cards. HyugaFū thought that since the Ōtsutsuki clan could traverse the starry universe with his Rinnegan and high martial Bagua Palm, experiencing the universe should not be too much of a problem. However, he didn't expect that after using the power of the blessed land to leave the moon and enter space, he found that it was a completely different experience from moving in the ninja world and on the moon's blessed land. First, he soared into the sky, flying hundreds of kilometers, and later used the power of the moon's blessed land to propel himself into the universe. It was not until he was 3,000 kilometers away from the moon's blessed land that he stopped. Here, the ninja world and the moon became quite insignificant, and without a solid footing, facing the vast and boundless starry sky, he felt a surge of insignificance and the feeling of all things being void. HyugaFū wanted to move in space, but found he could barely stand steady. He was truly unaccustomed to the vacuum environment. It took him quite a while to stabilize himself based on his body. Then came the issue of breathing, although the Bagua Palm as chakra was boundless, allowing him to move freely even without breathing for several days. Being in an environment where he could not breathe instinctively made him feel uneasy. After HyugaFū was able to move relatively freely in the cosmic space, he began to practice Bagua Palm in the new environment. However, he could not draw upon natural energy here. Aside from his own body, there was no other energy source. Thus, when he operated the Bagua Palm, he didn't gain any special insights, the greatest feeling being an instinctive panic. Subsequently, HyugaFū tried to move in space, although there was little resistance. Various sudden radiation storms and the like were numerous. He assessed that if he relied solely on the chakra stored in his body, he could only move about 900,000 kilometers in space. That is merely a distance of 3 seconds, and of course, this does not account for his spatial abilities. However, the spatial coordinates in the cosmic environment change significantly, and there are various dangerous meteorites and invisible cosmic rays. His current spatial abilities were not sufficient to ensure his survival in space. The Ōtsutsuki clan does have some capabilities. HyugaFū thought to himself. Today, he indeed felt a bit exhausted. The vast universe was mysterious and interesting, but also very dangerous. To enter the universe and even the myriad worlds, he needed to significantly enhance his strength. Just as he was pondering, he felt a pair of warm little hands touch his head. Chapter 2:11. Ching Ji's graceful dance. The soft and smooth little hands, gentle and careful, were massaging his temples, the soothing rhythm clearly practiced. HyugaFū felt his body relax even more. Hyuga keenly noticed HyugaFū's reaction, and the massage became even more gentle and comfortable. It was already evening. May I ask what your schedule is for the rest of the evening? At this moment, HyugaFū was very relaxed and instinctively answered with a long-hidden thought from deep within. Nothing tonight, just enjoying music at the brothel. As soon as he said it, he realized something was off. How could he say such a thing in front of a girl who admired him? This would hurt her feelings and make him seem very lecherous. HyugaFū sat up straight in embarrassment, wanting to explain that he was joking. Unexpectedly, Hyuga showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, the pressure of her massage became even more comfortable. You want to relax and listen to music? Why go to such a place? I could do that too. The girl's tone carried a hint of unmasked shyness, but was also very firm. Hinata Kaze turned around upon hearing this, only to see Hinata Chinga's little face flushed with embarrassment. She bent slightly and performed a small bow. Her gaze at Hinata Kaze resolute. I have learned a bit of singing and dancing. Please wait a moment while I change into a different outfit, Chinga said, and without waiting for a response, she quickly ran out. She even used body flicker technique while running, clearly afraid of hearing some unwelcome answers. Hinata Kaze indeed waited for only a moment, and Chinga returned in less than 5 minutes. Upon re-entering, Chinga made Hinata Kaze gasp in surprise. She was wearing a flowing white silk long dress with short sleeves, tied at the waist with a pure black ribbon, perfectly showcasing her slender waist and the curves of her blossoming figure. The lower part of the dress was not a single piece, but made up of several layers of silk with high slits. As Hinata Chinga walked, her long, snow-white legs became faintly visible, occasionally revealing even the delicate root of her legs like white jade. Wearing such an outfit, Chinga's little face was also slightly flushed as she quickly came to a stop a few meters in front of Hinata Kaze. Lord Kaze, please sit and enjoy my song and dance. Without waiting for Hinata Kaze to speak, Chinga began to hum an unknown melody and danced. As a melodious tune played, her body swayed like a water snake. Her arms were pure and slender, each movement filled with captivating rhythm. Her waist was delicate and soft, every turn exuding enchanting charm. Her long, fair legs sparkled with delicate light as she danced, especially when she twirled. The thin, nearly transparent pieces of fabric flew up, revealing her exquisitely beautiful white feet, making Hinata Kaze's heart flutter. However, what moved Hinata Kaze the most tonight was not Chinga's stunning dance, but her pure, innocent heart. To be honest, Hinata Kaze didn't understand the art of dance very well, but he could clearly sense the will behind Chinga's performance. He truly experienced the saying that dance can convey the heart. At first, Hinata Chinga's movements were gentle and soothing, delicate and warm, just like the simple and warm interactions they had when they first met. Then, her dance became intricate and tender, filled with deep longing, as if depicting the scenes of their daily lives as an assumed couple. Following that, her dance shifted again, infused with intense urgency and sorrowful emotion, reminding Hinata Kaze of Chinga's state after he took control of the Hinata family's power. At that time, he was surrounded by Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hinata, and Hanabi, and he had focused less on Chinga. It seemed she also sensed the distance between them, always feeling a desire to get closer, yet conflicted when facing him. This emotion reflected the thought that although she knew there would be many obstacles, she still wanted to continue counting the unknown scenery of the future with him. Later, Chinga's dance seemed to break through an invisible barrier and became gentle and soothing again. Her movements appeared to silently follow someone, yet there was a sense of closeness that felt distant. The overall motion concealed a mix of joy and tangled pain, as if searching for the initial feeling. Try to gain a bit of momentum to move forward and break through her predicament. Finally, Chinga's dance suddenly changed again, her movements shifting from hesitance to decisive intensity, as if transforming from a state of anxiety and conflict into a determined calm. It was like a girl giving everything despite her shyness, waiting for her beloved's final decision. Even if she might not get the answer she desired, she would still strive with all her might. At some point, Hinata Chinga's dance had stopped, but Hinata Kaze remained lost in the emotions he had just felt, unable to break free. You don't have to. Hinata Kaze's voice was dry. He certainly had intentions towards the charming Chinga. However, her previous dance filled with pure intentions made him hesitate. That pure and radiant passionate feeling left him feeling inadequate to respond. It seemed that she had completely made up her mind, as Hinata Chinga took a step closer, her words shooting out like arrows with no return. I know I'm not worthy of you. I just hope to be by your side, serving you as much as I can. What Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Makoto, and Lady Tsunade can do, I can do too. Seeing a hint of emotion appear on Hinata Kaze's face, Hinata Chinga stepped forward again. Actually, when I first met you, I just wanted to find a suitable partner to avoid being forcibly married off by the main family. But later, during our interactions, I felt your sincerity. You treat people gently and courteously, and your brilliance leaves me feeling very happy to be with you. Later, as your strength progressed rapidly, leading us to freedom, I can no longer keep up with your pace. Chinga, Hinata Kaze barely uttered 2 words before being interrupted. Shoo, please let me speak. I'm afraid I won't have the courage to continue. Hinata Chinga leaned into Hinata Kaze's embrace, her head resting on his chest, her tone soft. I know I'm not worthy of you. I just want to be by your side. Even if it means walking a little further, I want to see your back. The girl's genuine feelings, more precious than pearls, made Hinata Kaze stop pretending to be conflicted. He picked up Hinata Chinga's delicate body, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. The next moment, their figures suddenly appeared thousands of meters above the sky, looking down at Snow Ninja Village, which seemed minuscule, with only the bright moon and the drifting white clouds clearly visible. I'm quite fickle, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to be connected with me? Upon hearing this, Chinga nestled in Hinata Kaze's embrace, looking blissfully about to faint, and buried her head as she shouted with all her might. I'm willing. There will always be Chinga following behind Lord Kaze. Chapter 212. Gaining talent again now. The situation seemed a bit inappropriate. Could you please step outside for a moment? Hinata Kaze's voice was calm and composed, but beside him, Hinata Chinga looked completely flustered. She buried herself deeply, with only some muffled sounds proving her presence. To be honest, the current scene was indeed a bit awkward. Hinata Kaze and Hinata Chinga were wrapped in a thin blanket in the middle, with Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Mikoto, Hinata, and others arranged neatly around them, watching like spectators. Yes, Hinata Kaze and Chinga had been caught together on the bed by Yuhi Kurenai and the others. This was also his fault for being too engrossed in the atmosphere of teaching martial arts, patiently guiding Hinata Chinga and explaining in an easy-to-understand manner, completely neglecting his surroundings. Hinata Kaze didn't know how long they had been listening, but the fact that they chose to barge in at the moment the martial arts battle ended said a lot. In just half a day, you've brought out another outstanding martial arts apprentice. Lord Kaze, you really are quite the charming one. Yuhi Kurenai was the first to speak, her tone a mix of teasing and a hint of bitterness. Uchiha Hikaru nodded in agreement from his side, trying to swallow a piece of cake as she said seriously, "That's right? A whole night of jumping and shouting, it's hard to eat in peace." The moment Yuhi Kurenai spoke, Hinata Chinga's delicate body trembled violently, and when Uchiha Hikaru's words came out, Chinga looked completely flustered, wrapping herself even more tightly. Among them, Hinata was the most obedient, not saying a word, her eyes even starting to spin, looking as if she was about to faint. Hinata's younger sister Hanabi watched with her white eyes wide open, occasionally glancing up and down, looking the most serious. "You shouldn't tease them anymore." Tsunade said a rare fair word, and then mischievously asked, "Do you need me to prepare red bean rice for you?" As soon as those words came out, Chinga's fair neck turned red, and she buried her face and snuggled into the blanket, completely hiding herself. "I'll go prepare a replacement mattress and bedding." Mikoto Uchiha was the most gentle. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, she quickly tried to ease it. However, as soon as she took a step, Tsunade pulled her back. "Don't go. This is the great Wind Lord who will unify the ninja world. We need to observe him closely and always keep the great Wind Lord in our hearts." When Tsunade said this, she looked like a cat that had caught a fish, her eyebrows dancing with joy. Kurenai and the others took turns attacking with words, making Hinata feel a bit overwhelmed. In this situation, he found it hard to respond. Indeed, his actions tonight made him seem a bit scummy, like a jerk sneaking around with his friends' wives while they were out. "It's my own choice. It has nothing to do with Lord Wind." Just as Hinata was being criticized to the point of being unable to cope, a muffled and resolute voice came from under the blanket. Although her tone trembled a bit, she was still trying her best to defend Hinata. "Oof." Upon hearing this, Kurenai and the others collectively huffed through their noses. They were well aware of Chinga and Hinata's situation and had long anticipated that this flirtatious guy wouldn't let her off. In fact, they also needed someone to share the heavy pressure of learning physical skills, but this sudden intrusion still made them quite frustrated. It has nothing to do with Chinga. It's all because I'm flirtatious." Hinata hadn't yet sunk to the level of making Chinga face the pressure from her friends. He lifted part of his blanket, and amid Tsunade and Uchiha's exclamations, he walked over. Seeing their exaggerated movements, Hinata said with annoyance, "Put your hands down, my pants are intact. By the way, you could fit a ball between your fingers." With his strength, he managed to put on his pants in the instant Kurenai and the others pushed the door open. Only his shirt was still not on. Hinata secretly marveled at how being strong was advantageous, even getting dressed faster. What's so great about that? Tsunade seemed to dismissively lower her hands, although her ears turned slightly red. Hinata caught the sneaky red bean, who was trying to lift the blanket, and gave her a warning look. "No need for red bean rice. What about you all? Why did you barge in together?" At this point, Tsunade's expression became serious. She pulled Uchiha, who was still chewing food, and said, "We've decided to see what your so-called peaceful world is like. So we're staying in Snow Ninja Village to see how you develop the ninja village and unify the ninja world." As Tsunade spoke, a complex expression crossed her face, filled with memories, pain, and a hint of longing. Pausing, Tsunade's voice turned stern. "If you deceive us and bring nothing but chaos to the ninja world, then we'll kill you. That's right, we'll kill you." Uchiha chimed in with a fierce tone, but unfortunately, her puffed cheeks completely ruined her intimidation. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle at this and stepped closer to Tsunade. "Kill me? Do you think you can?" Being so close to Hinata made Tsunade somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed she caught a strange scent, and her eyes glanced at Hinata's well-defined abs. Tsunade awkwardly turned her head away. "Even if we can't kill you, we won't let you have it easy. Before achieving peace, we'll contribute our strength in Snow Ninja Village. Personally, I can help train medical ninjas for Snow Ninja Village. But please, do not harm the ordinary people in Konoha." Hinata leaned in a bit closer, pushing Tsunade back a half-step amid the peculiar gazes of those around them. Secretly admiring that elasticity, Hinata calmly said, "Don't worry. As long as they don't obstruct the path to unifying the ninja world, I won't deliberately make trouble for them. My heart is vast. In the future, there will be a place for them on the map of the ninja world, a place planned by me, Hinata. I hope your plans aren't just a place for romance. With your flirtatious nature, don't let it be just to collect beauties while unifying the ninja world," Kurenai said curiously. Seeing Hinata provoke Tsunade. As she spoke, she ushered her sisters out, as they couldn't let Shinga stay hidden under the blanket. As Red Bean was leaving, she suddenly turned back, made a face, and teased Hinata. "Red is right. Just don't let it be that when you're fighting for beauty, you end up soft. If you want to be soft, your physical skills are still far from enough." Hinata dismissed Red Bean's comment, believing that with his own physical skills, even a bit of physical training was nothing to worry about. He felt that after unifying the ninja world, the title of Wheel King would be well within his grasp. Chapter 213. The wind rises. The peace in the land of wind had lasted for 2.5 years. Was everyone starting to get restless? In the Kazekage office of Tsunade, Gaara sat at his desk, having finished the day's paperwork, holding a cup of tea with a somewhat tranquil expression. He had indeed heard some sand ninja expressing a desire to join the battle, calling for war against Konoha to seize land or to declare war on Ōtsutsuki to reclaim wetlands. Hearing Kankaro's words, Gaara sighed again, realizing that what he heard was merely the faint whispers of the wind. The discussions among the sand ninjas must be much more fervent and private. Just the mention of war brought to mind the image of a blond boy grinning foolishly while scratching his head. So it seems it has come to another critical juncture of choosing peace or war. Naruto, do you know that there may be another war between Konoha and Tsunade? Gaara was always grateful to Naruto, the one who brought him out of darkness, and he empathized with Naruto's experiences. After returning to Tsunade from the Chunin exams, he actively sought harmony with the villagers and silently contributed to the village. After a few months of persistence, some villagers began to soften their attitudes toward him. Later, he reconciled with Shikaku, allowing him to sleep soundly without going mad, and he played a significant role on the battlefield at the border with Ōtsutsuki. The sand ninjas gradually began to see him as a normal ninja, although there were still some awkward moments. It was no longer the same as before when they viewed him purely as a monster. As his strength increased step by step, he became one of the top experts in Tsunade, and the curses he once heard ceased to exist. Half a year ago, with the support of his teacher Maki and the endorsement of Elder Chiyo, Gaara successfully became the 5th Kazekage, and now most of the faces he saw were smiles. Although this journey was filled with hardships and setbacks, it had generally gone smoothly. However, it seemed that Naruto, the one who inspired him, had not made much progress. "Naruto, your voice about wanting to become Hokage still echoes in my mind, and unknowingly, you have been away from Konoha for almost 3 years. I wonder when you will return to Konoha to fulfill your wish." Seeing Gaara's conflicted expression, Kankuro was quite puzzled. Why care about that blonde-haired guy? He is not the one in power in Konoha now. Sarutobi Hiruzen has provided us with quite a lot of good things over the past 2 years. In fact, many Sand Shinobi now believe we can use the excuse of helping Konoha to relieve the pressure on the borders to hit him up for some more, and then take the opportunity to go to war with the Ōtsutsuki. That's right, the strength of Tsunade is no longer what it used to be. And that's all thanks to you. The old man Anoki from Ōtsutsuki is getting on in years and is close to kicking the bucket. Konoha seems to have had quite a few issues since the Chunin exams and has been entangled with Ōtsutsuki and Kumogakure at the border for the past 2 years, which has significantly weakened them. No matter what choice is made, Tsunade is not afraid. You don't need to worry about that. At the desk, Temari stood confidently with her 3-star fan, full of assurance. Although Gaara had only been Hokage for less than a year, the village's environment had improved significantly during this time, and the Sand Shinobi felt that life in their village had become much more prosperous. The allocation of various resources and ninjutsu had also significantly enhanced the overall strength of Tsunade, and Temari felt that the current Tsunade could hold its own against Konoha or Ōtsutsuki, even in a multi-front war. Gaara was not so sure about the credit Temari claimed. Despite his rise to Hokage with the support of Elder Chiyo due to his strength, his past actions had left many Sand Shinobi and villagers with doubts and even hostility towards him. After succeeding as Hokage, aside from securing some funding from the daimyo of the Land of Wind, he had mostly just been acting as a rubber stamp for task distribution and arrangements. The village's defense work was managed by jonin like Maki and Yura, The border guard troops were overseen by Jonin Fuyuki, and Elder Kaizoku was responsible for intelligence work. Even various chores had dedicated personnel, and many significant matters still required Elder Chiyo's approval. He truly felt he hadn't done much. Yet the number of tasks for Sunagakure had inexplicably increased, and relations with several surrounding ninja villages had also inexplicably eased. Even the number of elite experts in the village had increased, and the villagers walking on the streets seemed to be more vibrant. Therefore, Gaara said with a lack of confidence, "But I haven't really done anything." Temari immediately encouraged her younger brother. "You are the military guarantee of the village. With you in charge, the ninjas in the village can confidently take on missions." Kankuro quickly chimed in. "That's right. The number of tasks in Sunagakure has increased quite a bit. Konoha has been constantly engaged in border battles, and Ōwagakure and Kyomogakure have been entangled with Konoha, leading many merchants to choose to issue tasks in Sunagakure. It seems the daimyo has also realized that Konoha is in a bad situation and unreliable. So after you took office, they actively increased some funding. The overall environment of Sunagakure has improved a lot, and many sand shinobi admire you." Hearing Kankuro's words, Gaara stood up and walked to the window, gazing thoughtfully at the sand shinobi bustling outside the Kazekage building. A faint smile appearing on his face, but also tinged with worry. He did not expect that Konoha's bad situation could actually improve their lives. Kankuro, feeling puzzled by Gaara's sentiment, asked, "Gaara, what are you worried about today?" Gaara turned to his two family members and said, "Konoha secretly dispatched envoys asking us to send troops to stir up Ōwagakure at the borders, promising a large amount of supplies and ninjutsu resources. Logically, we are allies with Konoha. If they're in trouble, we should help, but..." As Gaara hesitated and fell silent, Kankuro immediately interjected, "But we don't have much friendship with Konoha. Moreover, the 5th Hokage of Konoha has actually gone missing. It happened within the village. I think Konoha is finished. Perhaps attacking Konoha could yield even more." Kankuro, don't talk nonsense and interfere with Gaara's judgment. Temari felt a bit awkward listening from the side. After all, their father was also replaced by someone who was assassinated around the village, and everyone was of similar levels. What's the difference between mocking Konoha and mocking themselves? Gaara still looked hesitant. Helping Konoha would mean actively initiating a war. Sunagakure had just enjoyed a few years of peace, and whether it was appropriate to start a war at this time was a concern. If they did not help Konoha, it would go against the morality of being allies. Gaara thought a lot. He personally was not keen on actively starting a war. Sunagakure's foundation was too weak to contend with those ninja villages. Seizing the time to cultivate talents and develop the village was the priority, and he also needed to strengthen his own power. However, he was still unsure how to refuse Konoha's request and develop Sunagakure. And more critically, Elder Chiyo's stance was still unclear. At that moment, the wind outside changed, howling continuously. The three of them moved to the window to look outside and vaguely saw a mass of dark clouds approaching. The residents of Sunagakure seemed to sense that rain was coming, each of them coming out with pots and pans, looking up at the sky in anticipation. Temari looked at the rain clouds in the sky with a bit of delight and said, "The land of wind is getting windy. Although it brings continuous wind and sand, it also brings the moisture we desperately need." Chapter 214, Specialty Products Hiruzen. We have news about the whereabouts of Hinata clan sinners. Shimura Danzo excitedly pushed open the Hokage's office door with his old legs, only to freeze in place at the doorway, his face filled with disbelief. Inside the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazan, and Narashikamaru were sitting across from each other, each with a cup of tea in front of them. The tea smoke had dissipated, and the aroma lingered, indicating that it had been brewed for quite some time. Facing the stunned Danzo, the three of them felt a bit embarrassed. After a brief pause, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who stood up to welcome Danzo inside. "Danzo, you're here too." After Danzo took his seat, Narashikamaru awkwardly greeted him. Danzo's demeanor was like that of a cold, ruthless assassin, ignoring Shikamaru's greeting and instead directing his question at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Did you close the door to discuss something confidential that I shouldn't know?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was gentle, but his attitude was serious. "We had sent people to the route to find you before, but they said you weren't there. Now that you're here, let's discuss it together. By the way, you mentioned the Hinata clan. Do you have news about them?" When it came to the Hinata clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor was even colder than Danzo's. "Yes, the root ninjas have gone through great hardships, almost turning the ninja world upside down, and they finally managed to gather some intelligence." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's conclusion, Danzo's expression softened considerably. He first emphasized the sacrifices made by the root ninjas to showcase his own contributions. Then, he changed the subject, implying a question. What were you discussing just now? Should I step out? Hinata Kaze, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, quickly spoke up to explain, "Don't joke around, Danzo. It's just that Jiraiya returned from his travels and brought back Naruto and some news." What? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has returned? Where is he now? Before Hinata Kaze could finish his sentence, Danzo stood up excitedly, only to realize that the three old friends were looking at him with very peculiar expressions, as if they were watching a mouse about to sneak into a rice store. With a cold smile, Danzo sat back down. It was outrageous that the Jinchuriki had left the village for years without returning. To ease the atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained previously, Jiraiya discovered a mysterious organization during his travels and collected a lot of intelligence over the past 2 years. This time he returned to bring Naruto back and convey the information. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru let out a cold snort. Collected a lot of intelligence? I think he was just spying on a lot of women. He took so long to come back. He clearly didn't care much about the information. But that pen was very much on his mind. Many people from the Nara clan have been influenced by his new book, spending all day not training to improve, but going to brothels looking for women, and the atmosphere in Konoha is almost ruined because of him. After listening to Junin Xiaochun's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed awkwardly several times. Jiraiya was his own student. If he were to become a lecher and lead people to depravity, how would that reflect on him as a teacher? Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that in recent years, when not on missions, Konoha ninjas indeed preferred to indulge in pleasure. Although a significant reason was the dire situation in Konoha and the immense pressure they faced, it was hard to say whether it was influenced by Jiraiya's increasingly explicit writings. Let's put that aside for now. What needs to be discussed is the information that Jiraiya brought back. According to his intel, the mysterious organization is called Ōtsutsuki, composed of more than 10 powerful rogue ninjas, all of whom are wanted by various ninja villages, the most notorious being S-rank rogue ninjas. It is now quite clear that one of the members is Kisame Hashigaki, known as the Monster of the Mist, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, as well as Uchiha Itachi, a rogue ninja from Konoha who massacred the Uchiha clan overnight. There's also the old monster from the Takigakure, Hyuga, a notorious bounty hunter in the black market who once assassinated the first Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the assassination of the first Hokage, his expression turned serious, and the old comrades beside him exchanged incredulous glances. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "There's even Orochimaru, according to Jiraiya's investigation. He once joined the organization, but later withdrew. Furthermore, this is not even the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part is that they are not the leaders of this organization." After hearing a string of unsettling names, Hinata Kaze's expression grew grave as he took over the conversation. To subdue so many unruly rogue ninjas, the leader of that mysterious organization must be formidable. This kind of organization is incredibly dangerous. Danzo, your route has been focused on gathering intelligence from the outside. Do you have no information about such an organization in the ninja world? Following Hinata Kaze's lead, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others collectively turned their gaze to Shimura Danzo. In recent years, Root had concentrated its efforts on hunting down the remnants of the Uchiha clan and the traitors from the Hyuga clan, significantly reducing the manpower invested in the ninja world. Coupled with the pressure of border skirmishes, Root was indeed under considerable strain. They did not have much intelligence on this mysterious Ōtsutsuki organization. Danzo's expression also showed confusion, seriousness, and helplessness. What Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not notice was that when they mentioned Ōtsutsuki and Orochimaru, Danzo's expression had been somewhat off, but it was quickly concealed beneath his aged and cold face. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and rubbed his temples as he asked Danzo, "Let's set aside the matter of Ōtsutsuki for now. Once such a mysterious organization surfaces, it's not as dangerous anymore. However, you previously mentioned that you had tracked the movements of the Hyuga clan. Is the intelligence accurate?" Shimura Danzo snorted disdainfully, saying, "You still don't trust Root's information? According to our intel, those Byakugan users have apparently hidden away in the land of snow, a place where no one pays attention. No wonder we haven't been able to find them all these years." Danzo poked his cane angrily and continued, "I've already arranged for someone to confirm this information." Initially, Root discovered abnormal personnel and material flows in the land of fire. Many residents have been disappearing to the land of snow over the years. Furthermore, products from the land of snow are extremely popular in the ninja world, especially in the land of fire. Those wealthy merchants from the land of snow convert their profits into a large amount of goods and slaves to transport back to the land of snow. This caught Root's attention, and when I sent people to investigate, I found out that HyugaFū had actually established a ninja village there. What Danzo didn't explicitly say was that he initially only wanted to seize the secret of the goods from the land of snow, but unexpectedly, he caught a big fish in the end. What kind of goods could plunder so much wealth? Hinata Kaze was very curious about this. He oversaw Konoha's finances and had been under pressure for years. Having an additional source of income would be perfect, and they could take a cut from it as well. Hearing this, Danzo's face twitched, and he pulled out a cylindrical plastic object with a rounded head from his pocket. Under the puzzled gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Danzo pressed on the middle section of the cylinder, causing the head of the silicone object to start vibrating. Chapter 2:15. The key point: what is this product? It looks quite interesting. Junyuan Xiaochun couldn't help but pick it up as she looked at the item on the table. Holding it in her palm, she felt it for a moment. Suddenly inspired, she placed the cylinder on her neck and began to experience it on her lower back. Clearly, the massage provided by this gadget satisfied Junyuan Xiaochun, as she soon closed her eyes and let out comfortable moans. Oh, not bad. This is for relaxing muscles and helping with massages, right? It feels really good. No wonder it's popular, she said. Hinata Kaze was puzzled. After all, any servant could do this well without needing to do it themselves. As for being able to turn it into a large number of slaves and goods, he didn't understand. Xiaochun wouldn't allow anyone to doubt her judgment, so she immediately spoke up. Don't say that. This little gadget is very comfortable to use. At least it has more power than an ordinary massage therapist. It's definitely not inferior to those specialized ninjas who practice massage to help people relax their muscles. And the key is that it's very convenient. Danzo's expression was somewhat strange, his aged, sagging skin twitching as he turned away, not wanting to look at Xiaochun enjoying herself. In fact, this was just the most basic product from the land of snow, a part of their specialty goods. There are also beautiful clothing and products they referred to as miraculous oils from the land of snow. These items were very popular among wealthy merchants and nobles in the land of fire, and even because of these products, the land of snow's reputation had grown considerably in the ninja world. Looking at your reaction, Xiaochun, this thing is indeed powerful. No wonder the nobles and wealthy merchants of the land of fire became much more harmonious at home after acquiring it. Danzo's words were vague, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others confused. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who reacted first, unable to help but exclaim. Could this be the specialty product highly praised in Jiraiya's new book, The Flying Stick That Brings Joy to Countless Women? As Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. His gaze was fixed on the item around Xiaochun's neck, his eyes revealing a hint of desire. Junyuan Xiaochun, immersed in the comfortable sensation of the massage, didn't react immediately. It took her several seconds after Sarutobi Hiruzen's words for her to connect the flying stick, Jiraiya's new book, and phrases like soul-stirring with the object in her hand. Then, as if burned, she suddenly flung it away. Xiaochun, being young and capable, could wield the item with speed enhanced by chakra, shattering the window of the Hokage's office as it flew far away and disappeared. That's a good item, exclaimed Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's worth 30,000 Ryo, exclaimed Shimura Danzo. You bunch of bastards. After throwing the item, Junyuan Xiaochun felt embarrassed and angrily spat out a sentence before covering her face and hurriedly leaving. Xiaochun's sudden action caused the Umbu guards outside to panic for a moment. It took Sarutobi Hiruzen a while to send away the guards outside and return to the office to continue the discussion. Let Xiaochun take a break for now. We can notify her later if needed. Now, let's discuss how to handle the situation in the land of snow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement eased the awkward atmosphere in the room. Hinata Kaze spoke first. The land of snow is too far from the ninja world continent and too mysterious. All I know is that it takes 7 or 8 days for ships to travel there, and the climate is extremely cold. It's really difficult to deal with this situation. Tuanzong showed great disdain, thinking how much depth could a small country possess? The main strength of the snow ninja village they established was probably composed of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. With the Byakugan and Sharingan. Those two evil clans have indeed come together. We cannot let our guard down, although we have found out the whereabouts of the two clans. The specific intelligence is still unclear. Moreover, Konoha's current situation lacks sufficient manpower, making it difficult to wage war over such a long distance. Especially with that guy Hinata Kaze's space-time ninjutsu, it is quite troublesome. Compared to Tuanzong, Sarutobi Hiruzen was much more clear-headed. He believed that rashly starting a cross-border war was very unwise. Tuanzong, the root has already made further progress in the research of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although we find it difficult to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, we have developed barrier techniques and sealing techniques to interfere and probe spacetime ninjutsu, which can distort spatial coordinates. Next time, Hinata Kaze and that mysterious person cannot easily enter Konoha anymore. Mito Gate still harbored doubts, saying it was inappropriate. Once we initiate an attack, it must be lethal to strive for total annihilation. If we let those guys escape, it would be very troublesome afterward. The lack of support from his old friend made Tuanzong very displeased, and he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, asking, "What do you think, Hiruzen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious expression, knocked on the table and said, "You just mentioned that the flying merchant from a land of snow are quite popular, converting into a large amount of resources and slaves. I remember that the land of snow is very remote, with a harsh climate, and there aren't many resources in the country. I think we should communicate with the daimyo first, detain those merchants from the land of snow, and completely cut off their supply of resources. Then we can issue a bounty and wanted notice against the Hyuga clan in the black market. At the same time, we should ask the daimyo to issue a document of accusation, demanding the land of snow hand over the criminals from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Without the support of a country, they cannot survive in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Root and the Umbu should investigate the intelligence of the Snow Ninja Village. During the time those measures are in effect, we should end the entanglement with IWA Ninja Village and Kumo Ninja Village at the border and gather enough manpower. If the opportunity arises, we will annihilate Hinata Kaze and those criminals in one go." At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke confidently, but when he mentioned Hinata Kaze's name, his old face began to twist. "Good idea. Konoha is indeed not suitable for reigniting war right now." Mito Gate and spoke up in agreement. "Then let's proceed this way. In any case, we cannot let those evil criminals go." Tuanzong also had some doubts about Hinata Kaze's strength, so he could only echo Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal. Having reached a preliminary consensus, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not relax his expression. He said to Mito Gate, and go arrange things? Draft a document to communicate with the daimyo about the situation in the land of snow. At the same time, prepare manpower to receive the wealth stolen from the land of fire by the land of snow. I'll discuss the intelligence gathering arrangements for the Snow Ninja Village with Tuanzong." After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Mito Gate nodded lightly and stood up to leave. Just before exiting, he suddenly turned back and said, "Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to be so busy with affairs. You even have time to read Jiraiya's great work. Truly worthy of being a master-disciple lineage." Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just taken a sip of tea when he began to cough violently. Chapter 216. Preparations. Mito Gate and closed the door and disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously awkward expression instantly turned serious and cold. He formed hand seals and cast a technique, quickly enveloping the entire room in an invisible and colorless barrier. And has already left. I've also added another layer of barrier to prevent probing. Now we can speak freely. Has Root found any information about Tsunade? Is she also in the land of snow? Tuanzang's expression was also very cold at this moment. The specific news still needs further investigation. I've arranged for Root personnel to disguise themselves as purchased slaves to infiltrate the land of snow and collect intelligence. Due to the journey, it may take a while before we see results. However, the possibility of Tsunade being in the land of snow is very high. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone silent. Jiraiya has been searching for her in the ninja world for several years without success. Jiraiya, Shizune. Hearing these two names made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a headache. He scratched his increasingly thinning hair and frowned in thought. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. "We cannot let Jiraiya come into contact with Tsunade. He previously uncovered some information about the Akatsuki organization. Their peripheral members seem to be moving towards the Land of Wind. I will arrange for him to head to the Land of Wind to investigate the intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. Also, Naruto has returned, so we should send someone to reassemble Team 7, led by Kakashi, to go to the Land of Wind for communication. Isn't Naruto on good terms with that kid Gaara? It would be just right to let them do some work, allowing the Sand Ninja Village to dispatch troops to the IWA Ninja Village border, reducing the pressure on Konoha and freeing up forces to deal with Hinata Kaze. Moreover, if Naruto goes to the Land of Wind, Jiraiya will surely feel uneasy and stay there longer, which is convenient for us to maneuver." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned even colder and more intimidating. As for Shizune, arranged for the Umbu to send a message, saying there are suspected leads on Tsunade, leading her towards the land of snow. Be cautious, and ensure there are enough people to eliminate her afterward. We cannot allow Hinata Kaze's side to increase their manpower any further. Tuanzong watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen systematically arranged for Naruto, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others, secretly sighing. When it comes to being sinister, it's still the monkey. No wonder he has been Hokage for so many years. Nodding, Tuanzong appeared confident. I will order Root to further investigate the situation and increase personnel to keep a close watch on Shizen. Taking a deep breath, Tuanzong fiercely continued. Konoha now is not what it was 2.5 years ago. Our strength has increased significantly, and we cannot allow that bastard Hinata Kaze to act recklessly anymore. On the streets of Konoha, Jiraiya walked forward with Naruto, feeling somewhat emotional. Konoha now seemed much quieter than it had 2 years ago. The expressions of the pedestrians on the street were not good at all, completely lacking the previous air of confidence and grandeur. As they walked along, Jiraiya observed that the shops on Konoha streets had shrunk significantly, while the number of entertainment establishments had increased. This is not a good sign for a ninja village. After all, if ninjas indulge in beauty, it is hard to maintain a strong fighting spirit. Oh, long time no see, Kakashi-sensei, you're still the same. Unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya and Naruto had already arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, where Naruto spotted Kakashi deeply engrossed in a book, not even noticing that his ramen was getting cold. Huh? Naruto, Jiraiya-sama, you're back in Konoha. Kakashi's expression showed some excitement upon seeing Naruto, but it became exaggerated when he saw Jiraiya. He jumped from his seat to stand in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, you finally returned to Konoha. When will the next volume of After My Lover Disappeared? I found lovers everywhere in the ninja world be released. Ever since he read that masterpiece, he couldn't get into any of those previous romance novels. Kakashi was so excited to see Jiraiya that he completely ignored the onlookers, who were all casting disdainful glances at him. Naruto, on the other hand, stepped back a few paces, pouting and looking at Kakashi and Jiraiya, who were enthusiastically exchanging thoughts about novels, with a contemptuous expression. However, their pleasant exchange was soon interrupted by the arrival of the Umbu, who summoned Jiraiya and Kakashi to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The land of snow. Snow Ninja Village has undergone a tremendous transformation after more than 2 years of development, with its overall area expanding by 4 to 5 times. The neatly planned streets and houses, solar streetlights illuminating the night, the closely packed buildings, and the vigorous snow ninjas make it seem even more vibrant than Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. In the bright and clean new snow ninja office, Hyuga, looking dashing in his chakra armor, reported to HyugaFū. Lord Yukikage, several merchant groups from the Snow Country God Oil Group have gone missing. According to the Intelligence Department's investigation, there were signs of Konoha's root activity in the area at the time, and we initially suspect that they were kidnapped by Konoha ninjas. Additionally, a guardian ninja from a fleet reported that there were spies infiltrating the ship. However, they died quickly after being captured, and their reaction suggests they had the cursed seals you mentioned, which indicates that information from Snow Ninja Village may have been leaked. There must be more than one batch of spies from Konoha. We need to be prepared. Hyuga frowned at the mention of Konoha, his handsome and lean face filled with seriousness. The land of snow is still in a phase of rapid development, and being discovered by the outside world at this time is indeed not a good thing. Niji, are you worried about Konoha's subsequent actions? HyugaFū sat upright in his chair, eyes closed, leaning back against the peaks of Mikoto while enjoying a massage, showing no concern when mentioning Konoha. Lord Yukikage, Niji is not afraid. He's thinking about how to best handle a potential attack from Konoha. Under your leadership, Snow Ninja Village's strength has grown rapidly, but there is still a significant gap in overall manpower. Although we have the upper hand in comprehensive strength, suffering too many losses could delay your grand plan to unify the ninja world. In the development of Snow Ninja Village, Hyuga Niji's approach could be described as militaristic. The domestic task volume is completely insufficient, relying heavily on HyugaFū's substantial material support for development. Yet Snow Ninja Village has only about 4,000 people so far. Although these ninjas are quite capable, and, with the enhancement of chakra armor, their overall strength has even surpassed Konoha's, it still feels somewhat lacking. After hearing Niji's words, HyugaFū opened his eyes and smiled calmly. There's no need to worry. The ninja world will soon be thrown into chaos, and Sarutobi will have no chance to come to his demise. Besides, what can they do if they all come here? As soon as HyugaFū opened his eyes, Niji suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. He couldn't help but activate his chakra to protect himself, but it was of no use. Niji felt as if the sun and moon were alternately rising and setting, and the stars were flickering, with profound scenes of the cyclical nature of heaven and earth endlessly revolving. In an instant, his eyes lost their ability to capture images, and even his usual keen perception was completely gone. Fortunately, this pressure came quickly and left just as fast. As Lord Yukikage closed his extraordinary eyes, known as the Byakugan, Hyuga Niji slowly regained his senses, although he still seemed to faintly hear the sound of something breaking in his ears. Chapter 217, Bowing to the Bird. Record my orders. Team up with Uchiha Izumi, Hyuga Niji, and Uchiha Shursui to lead 300 people to patrol and set up defenses along the coastline of the Land of Snow. There are not many routes from the ninja continent to the Land of Snow. Although Konoha ninjas can walk on water, they can't just walk over from the Land of Fire. Izumi, your tasks include not only establishing defenses, but also investigating where along the coastal border is suitable for large ships to dock, facilitating our future advance into the ninja world. Hyuga Sho led the special reconnaissance team that had perfected the modified version of the Super Beast imitation technique, under the orders of Uchiha Izumi, to ensure thorough monitoring of the coastal border. Hyuga can lead the intelligence reconnaissance team and special infiltration operation unit of 200 to monitor the interior of the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow has been stable for a few years, but there are always some reckless individuals stirring up trouble, so let's give them a chance. This time, they need to conduct thorough reconnaissance and lure the snake out of its hole for a decisive strike. Additionally, Uchiha Jet and Hyuga then led the remaining members of Snow Ninja Village, excluding the garrison troops, to conduct training in batches along the road between Snow Ninja Village and the border, always ready for battle. Snow Ninja Village has expanded too quickly in recent years, and everyone has not experienced real war. Hopefully, this time can provide more training. The remaining daily affairs of Snow Ninja Village will be coordinated by Mikoto. In the respectful gaze of Hyuga Niji and others, HyugaFū quickly arranged the follow-up response plan and then disappeared in an instant. The people in Snow Ninja Village know that Yukikage is a hands-off manager. If it weren't for the involvement of Konoha and the leak of information from the Land of Snow, HyugaFū probably wouldn't even appear in the Yukikage's office. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, HyugaFū instantly appeared at home. It's no wonder he was slacking. He truly didn't care much about the information leak. Who in the current ninja world could do anything to him? The likes of Sarutobi Hyjin are merely ants. Is it necessary for him to worry or even take action? Moreover, the ninja world is about to fall into chaos, and the good days for Konoha's F4 are numbered. HyugaFū's time is very valuable, and he doesn't want to waste it on people destined to be abandoned by the old era. Today, he has prepared several specialty products from the Land of Snow to try out. Under HyugaFū's guidance, the scientific researchers of the Land of Snow have developed and manufactured many specialty products, including special combat clothing, various stockings, and the renowned god oil from the Land of Snow. These products are now selling well across the ninja world. Among these products, the god oil and black stockings are the best sellers, and their slogans have deeply resonated with people in the ninja world. The world is cold, but black stockings warm my heart. Once weak and feeble, the god oil made me strong. It has been proven that regardless of how the world changes, men's pursuit of art is everlasting. Of course, the clothes and stockings designed and manufactured under HyugaFū's guidance are not solely for the economic development of the Land of Snow. Occasionally using them on his own women to satisfy his own pleasures is also acceptable. Oh, our Yukikage is back. As soon as HyugaFū entered the living room, he saw Tsunade in a cool home outfit slumped on the sofa. The sheer white top accentuated her curves, and she was holding a bottle of alcohol, occasionally tilting her head back to take a few swigs, looking quite despondent. HyugaFū stepped forward a few paces, and from his elevated viewpoint, he could see Tsunade's flawless figure entirely within his line of sight. Tsunade did not get up. She merely shot him a glance and continued to lounge, feeling utterly consumed by him. HyugaFū is quite skilled at breaking through the defenses of mature women like Tsunade, and through repeated practice and contact, he quickly forcefully breached her heart. Although Tsunade, due to her seniority and age, felt embarrassed and kept avoiding him, HyugaFū took advantage of one of their physical training sessions when she was fatigued to sweep her up and bring her home. Afterward, Tsunade initially cursed him, but once she truly experienced the overwhelming strength of the Reincarnation King and was trained in physical techniques while being lifted in the air by HyugaFū, she became obedient. HyugaFū still remembers Tsunade's face transforming from defiance and disdain to shock, fear, and then desperate pleading. That indeed can evoke a person's sympathy, but as a strict master, HyugaFū never slackened in physical training, allowing Tsunade to rest only after she was dazed, and even elevated him to the level of Hashirama Senju in her calls. Afterward, realizing the benefits of following HyugaFū's training, such as increased vitality and smoother skin, Tsunade gradually transitioned from half-heartedness to eagerness, eventually even leading to playful banter and competition. By now, Tsunade has completely transformed into HyugaFū's creation. Hinata Niji had already reported the news, which Tsunade was aware of. But even if it meant going to war with Konoha, it was difficult for her to turn against Hinata Kaze. However, deep down, she still felt a bit melancholic. Feeling down? Just in time, I prepared several nice outfits from a new line of the Snow Country Siefeng merchants. There's the tight black leather jacket and the medical attire that suits you best. How about a change of clothes to lift your spirits? Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but shoot Hinata Kaze a glance. But thinking it over, she also wanted to relax through physical training. She immediately lifted her head, took a swig of alcohol, and spoke fiercely. If you want to change, then let's change. Who's afraid of who? Do you really think I've been training for over 2 years for nothing? Be careful, or you'll end up as sharp as a needle. Hee. Don't you know there's a needle called the sealing needle? Hinata Kaze grinned as he stepped closer to Tsunade, admiring her from the front. From this angle, her figure looked exquisite, like a beautiful mountain, glistening and smooth. Hinata Kaze secretly sighed. No wonder some people love climbing mountains, they're just there. His somewhat sinister face reflected in Tsunade's eyes, making her feel a bit flustered. It was just physical training. If it came to it, she could activate the modified Een sealing technique to settle this. However, the pressure from Hinata Kaze was too strong, and while Tsunade's words were tough, her heart was already beating fast. If it really came to it, I have plenty of reinforcements. Tsunade refused to back down verbally, her panicked gaze sweeping over Mikoto, Yuhi Kurenai, Akamichi Karui, and Hinata Kyuka. But they all turned their heads away. Tsunade immediately felt that the situation was dire. She wanted to get up and escape, but the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground by someone. Watching Tsunade being dragged upstairs by Hinata Kaze for physical training, Yuhi Kurenai smiled and remarked, "After all, it's against her former village. I hope Tsunade can relieve her stress." Yuhi Kurenai smiled elegantly, but Uchiha Hikaru thought she looked very much like the spirit fox that stole a roast chicken in the village last time. Chapter 218. Impatient Madara. I found the traces of Hinata Kaze and those guys. In a hidden cave in the ninja world, Zhulang suddenly emerged from the ground, respectfully bowing to the masked man seated on the throne, reporting in a hoarse voice. As he bent down, Black Zetsu silently mocked. What a clown. This guy has to act all respectful since he was mistreated, thinking he is Uchiha Madara. You don't know that Madara is also my junior, but whatever. It's all for saving my mother. The once regal figure of Obito suddenly lost composure. He jumped up from his seat, his voice filled with gravity and anger. Where's that evil guy? According to the intelligence, they're hiding in the Snow Country. This was discovered by a white Zetsu tracking the root ninjas of Konoha. It seems Konoha is also arranging personnel for further investigation. Should we inform Nagato? Let him probe? The grudge against Haiden and Kakuzu hasn't been settled yet. Black Zetsu subconsciously urged Obito, recalling how the moon suddenly shone brightly half a year ago, although the light vanished quickly. Yet, it left him feeling alarmed, as if he would completely lose his mother if he didn't act soon. The Akatsuki organization's collection of tailed beasts had just begun, and the personnel responsible for retrieving one tail had already set out. Everyone else had their own tasks, and Nagato might not exert himself. Obito, masked, showed no expression, but his voice revealed some doubt. No matter what, let us inform him first. Hinata Kaze is so strong, with such strange attack methods. He is a hindrance to our future plans. The Akatsuki organization will inevitably confront Hinata Kaze. If Nagato is unwilling, we should consider reviving Madara soon. The peculiar feeling within Black Zetsu made even the 1,000-year accumulation of calm difficult to maintain, and he began to speak without thinking. I am Uchiha Madara, Obito subconsciously replied, then recalled that bastard who claimed to be Uchiha Madara's father, Uchiha Taijima. Obito felt a wave of disgust, and the desire hidden beneath the Uchiha name diminished somewhat. He wondered if Uchiha Madara were truly revived. Could that bastard still be so arrogant as to impersonate his father? Obito's thoughts shifted, suddenly curious, and then he realized that Black Zetsu's state was a bit off. Why are you so agitated? According to the plan, we're not at that step yet. We still need to keep Nagato collecting tailed beasts. Black Zetsu, a hidden old coin for 1,000 years, quickly realized that his state had aroused Obito's suspicion. Black Zetsu quickly suppressed his inner anxiety and anger, speaking in a cold tone. I'm just trying to fulfill Madara's will and don't want variables like Hinata Kaze that are hard to control to appear in the plan. You need to understand, I'm the one executing the plan now. Obito scrutinized Black Zetsu for a while, seeing no flaws, and ultimately emphasized his dominant position with an authoritative statement. But you have a point. Let us go find Nagato and talk. In the Rain Country's high tower office, Nagato sat in his wheelchair, looking forlornly out the window, while Konan quietly stood guard behind him. Suddenly, a twisted vortex appeared beside them, and then Zhulang and the masked Uchiha Madara emerged from the swirl. The organization's plan to capture the tailed beasts has begun. Why are you suddenly here instead of gathering intelligence and keeping track of progress? Nagato calmly turned his wheelchair, facing Obito, who was a head taller than him. Yet he seemed to occupy a higher position. Obito furrowed his brows beneath his mask, suppressing his inner frustration. There's news about Hinata Kaze and the remnants of the Uchiha clan. They are obstacles to our future plans. I think we should eliminate them first. It doesn't matter. They don't have any tailed beasts, so we can completely ignore them. Right now, the organization's priority is to collect the tailed beasts. Nagato's expression remained calm, like a benevolent deity in a temple, as if the Uchiha Madara he just mentioned and Hinata Kaze were beneath his notice. Obito felt his teeth clench under that gaze. However, to deal with Hinata Kaze, he had to continue. Hinata Kaze has fought against Kakuzu and Haiden before. He might hinder the organization's tailed beast retrieval plan. This time, Nagato couldn't be bothered to argue with Obito. He directly turned his wheelchair back to look out at the continuous rain. It was Konan who spoke up. I heard that the infamous Uchiha Madara seemed to have appeared in Konoha and was beaten badly. I thought it couldn't be true since you were the Shura of the ninja world, but seeing your anxious attitude now, I do have some doubts. Could it be that you really can't handle a single Hinata Kaze? Konan's expression was icy, and her gaze at Obito carried a hint of scrutiny. Obito's face behind a mask frowned tightly. This person was really difficult to deal with. All along, she harbored doubts about his identity and spoke in such a sarcastic tone. Women in the ninja world, indeed, Rin was much better. Of course, I have the ability to take care of that kid. I just can't expend too much energy before the plan starts. This is also for the sake of achieving peace in the ninja world. Nagato also needed to reserve his strength, and according to their intelligence, it seemed that Hinata Kaze's relationship with Konoha was not good either. Plus, he didn't have any tailed beasts in his hands. It was better to let them wear each other down. Obito was infuriated by Konan's words, and he turned to Nagato, saying, Hinata Wind is still very young, and his strength is rapidly increasing. This person is not someone who will stay quiet. He will definitely bring war and chaos to the ninja world. Nagato, with his back to Obito, spoke in his usual lofty tone. Under the God Eye, all beings in the ninja world are indistinguishable. If Hinata Wind tries to hinder the plan, I will naturally crush him. If he remains stable, then the world created by God can accommodate his existence. Hearing this, Obito felt a wave of exhaustion. This guy really considers himself a god. However, he still wanted to make one last attempt to persuade him. Nagato, it will be too late when he starts causing trouble. Clearing the obstacles to the plan sooner would be the wise choice. This time, Nagato completely ignored him, as if he were entranced by the scenery outside, while Konan stepped further in to block the space between Nagato and Obito. Since Mr. Madara is so idle, why not go supervise the capture of the one tail in the Land of Wind? After all, this is the organization's first captured tailed beast. It cannot afford to go wrong. I'm just here to notify you. Since you have already made your decision, then let it be. Damn it. Hearing her say that made him feel insecure. Maybe he should go take a look himself. As he pondered, Obito saw that Nagato and Konan could not be persuaded. So he activated his Kimyui and vanished into the vortex. At that moment, he suddenly felt the urge to recite one of Danzo's famous quotes that he had heard several times before. Chapter 219, Unfavorable Deployment in the Desert of the Land of Wind, the sandstorm raged, turning the landscape a dull yellow and filling the air with the howling of fierce winds. Accepting the organization's mission, Deidara and Sasori trudged through the sand, heading to Sunagakure to retrieve the one-tail, Shikaku. Ugh, there's sand everywhere. This is truly a hellish place. I would have come if this was a chance to showcase my art. Deidara spat out a mouthful of sand, then turned to Sasori, suddenly interested. Brother Sasori, how does it feel to go back to Sunagakure and kill your own Kazekage? Does your heart beat a little faster? Open your useless eyes and see clearly, Deidara. I have long since left Sunagakure. As for Kazekage, that position filled with incompetence is truly laughable. It would be better to replace it sooner. Sasori's face was hidden, making it impossible to see his expression, and his hoarse, strange voice revealed no hint of nostalgia for Sunagakure. Brother Sasori, you're really harsh on your birthplace, Deidara said with a tone of feigned surprise, though his expression showed he thought it was only natural. Since you don't care about Sunagakure, let me handle this battle. I've been wanting to showcase my art in a major ninja village for a long time. It's just the right opportunity to prove that explosions are the most perfect art, the ultimate pursuit of our lives. Your nonsense is too much, Deidara. I'll repeat it once more. True art is eternal, just like my puppets. The so-called explosive art of yours is merely a boring illusion. No, puppets can't compare to the brilliant beauty of an explosion. Brother Sasori, your taste in art needs some adjusting. Don't worry. Today I'll show you the art of explosions properly. By the time you see it, you'll surely agree with me. They bickered intermittently as the swirling sand could not hinder the steps of the two powerful figures, and soon Deidara and Sasori arrived at the entrance of Sunagakure. Lord Sasori, you have kept us waiting for a long time. The normally well-guarded entrance of Sunagakure was now littered with fallen ninja, and the elite jounin responsible for the defense, Yura, respectfully greeted Sasori. Sasori ignored his subordinate's courtesy and glanced at the bag Deidara had pulled out before entering. Are you sure you have enough clay? After all, he is the leader of a ninja village and also a Jinchuriki. Don't worry, Brother Sasori. I prepare my trump card. Deidara appeared unconcerned, showing no regard for Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Rather than feeling wary, the most prominent expression on his face was excitement and eagerness to try. Sasori felt speechless at Deidara's arrogance and finally advised in a flat voice, I hope you still retain your last bit of vigilance. If you die, it will only prove that your explosions are nothing more than false art. As they spoke, the group was nearing the end of the passage. Deidara eagerly reached into the bag, took a piece of clay in his palm, and chewed it a few times before completing the preparation. With a wave of his hand, the clay transformed into a small bird. Brother Sasori, just watch my performance here, Deidara said as he tossed the clay bird to the ground, then formed hand seals, causing the clay bird to suddenly grow larger. Deidara flashed a confident smile at Sasori, climbed onto the bird's back, and prepared to dive into Sunagakure from the air. Wait! Just then, Sasori suddenly exclaimed, and the ground beneath them collapsed, with endless swirling sand erupting from below, forming 4 sand walls that surrounded Deidara and the others. Before the falling Deidara could react, the sky above them suddenly darkened. Deidara looked up and saw a giant hand made of sand plummeting from the sky, aiming to swat them like a fly. Damn it, the sand ninja attacked first. Deidara faced the giant hand without panic. He maneuvered the flying bird beneath him to soar and dodge, then caught Sasori. Go! Deidara quickly chewed more clay in his palm, soon spitting out several more flying birds to confront the giant hand. Boom! The birds collided with the giant hand, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the sand hand. Tons of sand fell from the sky, turning the entrance of Sunagakure into an ocean of sand where visibility was 0. The sound waves created by the explosion were confined between the rocky walls and sandy barriers on both sides, causing Yura, who was already floating in midair, to lose control completely. He was then pierced by the sharp sand pillars that shot up from the ground, hanging like a skewer of meat. Yura's piercing scream echoed endlessly alongside the explosion sound waves, causing Sasori's figure to sway violently, as if the sound waves had inflicted some kind of harm on him. Deidara, the terrain here is too unfavorable. Don't get entangled here. Quickly fly out. I know that. Deidara, who had just acted cool by removing his hat, causing sand to get into his eyes, shouted irritably, Ugh, ugh, ugh. As soon as he opened his mouth, sand filled it again. Deidara forced himself to suppress his tears and the impulse to curse, struggling to rely on his senses to control the clay bird to fly upwards. At this moment, the sand that had been scattered by Deidara's explosion, under unseen command, soared into the air and twisted into sand snakes that pursued Deidara and the others. The passage was narrow on both sides, and the clay birds had limited space to dodge. Despite his efforts to control them, Deidara's birds were eventually overwhelmed by the relentless sand. Bang! Just as Deidara and the others fell from the bird, still dozens of meters above the swirling sand below, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted. Watch out! Sasori's twisted body suddenly moved, and a mysterious figure appeared before him, followed by a massive sand-iron triangular pyramid that enveloped Sasori, Deidara, and the others. Clang! Dozens of crossbow bolts pierced through the sand barrier, crashing violently against the sand-iron pyramid, the immense impact sending the pyramid flying back and creating a large pit in the rock wall on one side of the passage. Boom! The rock wall, already damaged by the earlier explosion, collapsed completely after being struck by the sand-iron pyramid. The falling boulders continuously slammed into the sand-iron pyramid, simultaneously blocking the further attacks from the crossbow bolts and the sand serpent. After a long while, as the dust settled and the rock slide ceased, the scene returned to silence. On one side of the rocky passage, a massive sand-iron pyramid stood defiantly, while nearby, swirling sand whirled and howled like a giant snake hunting, eyeing the pyramid hungrily. Chapter 220. A Meeting of Confusion, the Secret Technique of Sand-Iron. Is this the ultimate skill of the third Kazekage recorded in the documents? At the exit of the passage, Gaara stood firmly atop the head of a giant sand serpent, gravely observing the sand-iron pyramid. The recent series of intense attacks had consumed a large amount of his chakra. Although he had Shikaku as support, he still needed a moment to recover. This indeed appeared to be the magnetic sand-iron secret technique of the third Kazekage, but he had long since gone missing. Behind Gaara, Kankuro wore a hesitant expression. He had led several elite Jonin and an anti-air crossbow unit to follow Gaara in eradicating the invaders, not expecting to witness the unique secret techniques of the previous two Kazekage. Indeed, this was the sand-iron technique. The frail figure of Chiyo slowly emerged from the ground, her expression and tone complex. Hearing Chiyo's words, the surrounding sand ninjas blocking the passage exchanged shocked glances, and the scene erupted into a clamor. At that moment, the sand-iron pyramid underwent a sudden change, disintegrating into countless fine sand-iron needles that shot outwards at high speed. These sand-iron needles moved incredibly fast, glimmering ominously, appearing extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Gaara had regained some composure. He quickly manipulated the sand to form a swirling sand serpent to block the spraying needles. However, the force of the impact still made Gaara frown inwardly. These sand-iron spikes were fast, had a wide attack coverage, and lasted a long time, making them a very tricky attack. Coupled with that earlier individual who could manipulate clay to create explosions, these two were truly dangerous. Thankfully, in recent years, the Sand Village had acquired numerous valuable resources from Konoha, significantly improving their funding and supplies. Elder Chiyo had mobilized some surveillance equipment to construct a hidden monitoring area underground at the village entrance, which allowed them to detect the unusual movements in time. If these two had infiltrated the village with their highly dangerous techniques, the Sand Village would likely suffer unimaginable losses. Sensing that their attack had yielded no effect, Sasori halted the assault of the third Kazekage puppet. The collision of the sand-iron needles and yellow sand ceased, allowing the sand ninjas on the periphery to finally see the situation in the arena. TCH, the Sand Village's sandbugs are quite capable. They actually noticed our movements and laid an ambush for us. Sasori, leave that so-called Kazekage to me. Other sand ninjas, please. Sasori? Deidara, mid-sentence, noticed that Sasori was completely unresponsive and couldn't help but glance back at him. To his horror, he found Sasori deeply locked in a gaze with an elderly woman with a wrinkled face and trembling body, both completely oblivious to the outside world. The unexpected development made Deidara involuntarily shudder. He subconsciously recalled what Sasori had said about eternal art. The so-called eternity could, in some sense, also be called aging. Could it be that Sasori? Lost in his thoughts, Deidara forgot his surroundings, instinctively tightening his body and stepping back a few paces. However, this brief moment of distraction led to a severe blow for Deidara. Taking advantage of Deidara's retreat, Gaara controlled the sand to launch an attack from three directions. The sand coalesced into long whips, striking, entwining, and strangling all at once. Although Deidara reacted quickly, throwing out two high-speed clay birds to block two of the attacks, he was still ensnared by a sand rope around his arm. Sand waterfall, funeral. With a fierce shout from Gaara, the sand rope tightened, and a fountain of blood sand erupted, Deidara's arm being crushed into a pulp by the sand manipulated by Gaara. Subsequently, more sand surged from all directions. A wave of sand towering over 10 meters high, ready to swallow Deidara's figure. Boom, boom, boom. Deidara reacted rapidly, disregarding the imminent danger of the nearby explosions, unleashing a series of clay birds and detonating them. The succession of explosions created gaps in the surrounding sand waves, and Deidara seized the opportunity to create another clay bird and jump up. This terrain was too unfavorable for him. Deidara wanted to attempt a breakout from the air, as it was likely that there were far fewer sand ninjas capable of fighting in the air. As for Sasori, Deidara had no time to consider him now. He believed that with Sasori's strength, he would surely find a way to escape. That's right, escape. Deidara had already lost hope of completing the mission and bringing back a Jinchuriki. Although not long ago, he had arrogantly planned to infiltrate the sand village alone to capture the Kazekage. He was not foolish. Sneaking in and leveraging his aerial advantage to offset the manpower advantage of the sand village was one thing. Continuing to battle an entire ninja village alone after being ambushed and injured was another matter altogether. As Deidara sought to break out from the air, Gaara and the surrounding sand ninjas anticipated this. Crossbow bolts, swirling sand, and Deidara's clay birds formed a stalemate in midair. Deidara used all his skills, engaging in an ongoing struggle with Gaara, who was soaring on the sand. While Deidara and the sand ninjas were locked in fierce combat, explosions echoed constantly in the air. But Sasori had just begun to chat. "This is a human puppet. Sasori, you killed the third Kazekage?" Elder Chiyo's gaze flitted between the puppet Sasori was hiding in and the human puppet, her joy at seeing her long-lost grandson replaced by endless disappointment. "Long time no see. You look much older than you did over a decade ago." "Indeed, this is a human puppet, and it belongs to the third Kazekage. The human body is far too fragile. It cannot withstand the test of time. Only by becoming a puppet can one endure eternally, and that is art." The weighty content of her words was shocking, and the emotions expressed were profoundly complex. Yet Sasori's tone remained as cold and dull as ever. "Humph, the third Kazekage." Chiyo couldn't help but repeat the title. The mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage had brought endless turmoil to the sand village, marking a significant turning point in its decline and serving as the catalyst for the third Great Ninja War. To think that the culprit behind it was her own beloved grandson. The third Kazekage, could it be that Sasori assassinated Lord Kazekage? This incident had triggered the third Great Ninja War. At the time, it was believed that Konoha was responsible, not realizing it was Elder Chiyo's family. The revelation from Sasori sent the surrounding sand ninjas into an uproar, even slowing their actions to encircle Deidara. "You actually did such a thing, Sasori. You have committed an irreparable mistake." Chiyo's face was filled with sorrow and grief. She could forgive her grandson's mistakes and would rather sacrifice her life to save Sasori. But what he did was far too severe, and Chiyo had no idea how to make amends. Chapter 221. Fighting alone, Chiyo's grandson. The former genius of the Sand Ninja village turned out to be the one who assassinated the third Kazekage. A sinner. He is the great sinner that led to the continuous wars in the village. Beast, back then he killed the third Kazekage, and now he even brought people to attack the village. How could such a beast emerge from Chiyo's family? The conversation between Chiyo and Sasori revealed too much information, causing the sand ninjas blocking the perimeter to start discussing among themselves. Many of them were victims of the Third Shinobi World War, with relatives injured during the conflict. They had thought that it was Konoha who secretly harmed the Kazekage. But little did they know that the culprit was actually a young genius from their own village. "You evil guy, go die." For a moment, the amount of information received was overwhelming, and some sand ninjas, stimulated, lost their composure and even turned their crossbows towards Sasori. Clang, clang, clang. Although these crossbow bolts were fast and powerful, they were completely useless against the sand iron wall controlled by the human puppet and the sturdy body of the puppet Hiryu. All of them were blocked, only producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. Instead, their impulsive attack created a slight opening in the formation surrounding Deidara. "Everyone stay calm. First, attack that one-armed, yellow-haired guy. Leave the other side to Elder Chiyo and the others." The elite jonin like Maki quickly reacted and commanded the crossbow squad to surround Deidara again. The fourth Kazekage was also ambushed and assassinated near the village. So it was normal for ninjas to face such high-risk situations. Even if someone said that the moon in the sky would crack next, they wouldn't panic. In any case, eliminating the enemy and defending the village was the priority. Although the sand ninjas adjusted their offensive strategy under the command of the jonin and formed a siege net, unfortunately, it was already too late. Seizing the opportunity created by the gap in the attack, Deidara threw out a few clay birds, blasting a hole in the pursuing sand, then controlled the clay birds to fly up to several hundred meters in the air. At this height, those crossbow bolts and hidden weapons lost all effectiveness. The only opponent Deidara had to face was Gaara, who was flying up on a sand cloud. What? So it turns out they're grandmother and grandson. That really surprised me just now. TSK, TSK, TSK. The grandson assassinated the third Kazekage, and the grandmother can still be an elder? The Sand Ninja village is really a mess. Having escaped from the predicament, Deidara calmly exchanged glances with Gaara. He had also heard the shouts of those sand ninjas during the battle and realized he had misjudged the situation. You should worry about yourself first. I want to let you off for invading the Sand Ninja village. Gaara, stepping on the sand cloud, charged at Deidara with waves of sand. This person's ninjutsu was too dangerous. He absolutely couldn't be allowed to enter the airspace over the village. Humph, without the advantage of numbers and terrain. Do you think you can still restrict me? The discomfort will be yours next. Ignoring his injuries and tattered clothes, Deidara confidently smiled and reached into his clay storage bag to unleash his full power. However, his expression suddenly stiffened, as if he realized he had brought too little clay this time, and he should have listened to Sasori. After the previous round of attacks, he had only about a quarter of his clay left, and the beast recovery mission hadn't even officially begun yet. Looking at the surging sand blocking his flight path, Deidara couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Kazekage was not as weak as he had imagined, and the vigilance of the Sand Ninja village had completely exceeded his expectations. Today seemed to be a bit too much fun. With a cold gaze, he launched a dual-winged bird rapidly approaching Gaara while simultaneously maneuvering the clay birds to dodge the pursuing sand. Since the reserves are insufficient, let us make it quick. The dual-winged bird flew swiftly, dodging the waves of sand and pouncing beside Gaara, but was unfortunately blocked by a sudden sand wall. Gaara focused intently on Deidara, manipulating the sand to pursue and surround him while also leaping forward. This enemy's speed was very fast. Ordinary sand couldn't catch up, so he could only intercept his flight path. Ultimately, the final confrontation would rely on the sand of the gourd. In the sky, the battle between Gaara and Deidara raged fiercely, while in the passage, Elder Chiyo and Sasori were also engaged in a fiery discussion. Was it wrong? I merely killed a useless waste who was incapable of protecting the Sand Ninja village. Killing him to allow the village to have another Kazekage is not better. Turning him into a puppet, letting him retain a bit of shallow power for my use is already his rare value. This also avoids his body from decaying and becoming as old and miserable as you. Eternal art, how wonderful it is. Sasori was completely unfazed by the curses and insults from the Sand Ninjas, and when talking about his masterpiece, he appeared completely entitled. Puppet masters are also human, ordinary ninjas. They don't want to turn themselves into puppets. Chiyo's aged body trembled again, her tone filled with deep sorrow. The path she once envisioned for her grandson was that of a hero in the village, a master who developed puppet techniques to a new realm, a powerful figure that would dominate the ninja world. But she never expected that Sasori would develop puppet techniques to such a loss of humanity. Chiyo closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened them with a serious expression, saying, "It seems my words are falling on deaf ears. So let me teach you a lesson with puppets." As she spoke, Chiyo's frail body straightened slightly. She took out a storage scroll from her bosom and summoned 2 puppets. Do I need to remind you, Elder Chiyo? The sand iron secret technique of the third Kazekage is the nemesis of puppets. Facing my human puppet, you have no chance of winning. The familiar faces of the 2 puppets, father and mother, momentarily stunned Sasori, causing him to even slow down in controlling the human puppet. Attack! Deidara, flying high and unable to attack, could only trust in Gaara's strength while Maki and the others arranged for the Sand Ninjas to change their attack targets. A series of crossbow bolts and hidden weapons, along with explosive tags, were launched towards Sasori. Sasori reacted swiftly, controlling the human puppet to release a sand iron barrier before the attacks arrived, blocking the continuous assault. Wind style. Great scythe wind style. Wind cutter. Just as Sasori was about to control the human puppet to act again, a violent whirlwind, filled with countless invisible vacuum blades, swept through his vicinity. Sasori controlled Hiryu to suddenly dive into the ground, with the hard shell of the puppet and the stabilizing effect of Hiryu's tail. He didn't suffer any damage. However, the true target of this storm was not Sasori himself, but the human puppet of the third Kazekage. The powerful storm and the vacuum blades temporarily blew the sand iron around the human puppet away a distance. The human puppet's body was also blown back several dozen meters by the fierce wind, creating a long distance between it and Sasori. Entangle him. Leave it to Elder Chiyo. Maki personally charged in, controlling Temari's fan for continuous attacks, while the Sand Ninja's crossbow bolts immediately followed, momentarily entangling the human puppet of the third Kazekage and pushing it further away from Sasori. Chapter 222. New and old Didara and Gara were locked in a fierce battle in the air, while the human puppet of the third Kazekage, lacking Sasori's agile control, instinctively retaliated with sand iron and was trapped by Temari and the others using a series of ninjutsu, like wind style. For a moment, a large circle opened up between Chiyo and Sasori, turning it into an alternative arena duel mode. I should have taught you, Sasori, that puppet masters also need partners. Chiyo controlled the two puppets to launch an attack on Hiryu, her voice filled with self-reproach. Let me, this incompetent old woman, teach you how a puppet master fights once again. Scorpion saw the puppet rushing towards him, and for once, his voice had some fluctuations. I am very clear about the fighting style of puppet masters, but the puppet techniques of Sunagakure have made no progress at all. They are still using the puppets I left behind. The Crimson Stream puppet, with its steel-long tail spinning fiercely, forcefully pushed back two puppets. Perhaps out of some concern, Scorpion surprisingly did not command the puppets to continue attacking, but allowed Chiyo's puppets to retreat completely. There is no need to use such outdated puppets. It's time to show your true skills. Crimson Stream puppet, needle 8 waves. Scorpion controlled the Crimson Stream puppet's head to face Chiyo, suddenly opening its mouth to spray a rapid torrent of poisonous needles and stingers, difficult to count, like lightning. Chakra Shield. With a flick of her fingers, two puppets quickly came to stand beside Chiyo, and a chakra shield instantly appeared to block Scorpion's attack. Sometimes, outdated things can still hold great significance. At least the old lady, missed them dearly. Chiyo's fingers moved like flying flowers, creating trails of afterimages as she commanded the two puppets to attack. The seemingly ordinary puppets had excellent performance, displaying various clever and unpredictable attacks with weapons like katanas, chain blades, and steel wires from tricky and dangerous angles. Meanwhile, Scorpion was not falling behind, engaging in a fierce battle with Elder Chiyo. Under his control, the puppets showcased another style. The mechanical hand's thousand-hand cannon shot out a continuous stream of poisonous needles, fast and small, denser than raindrops. The tail stinger on its back was flexible, twisting, poking, and striking, capable of launching attacks from unexpected angles. Before the gathered Sunagakure ninja, Chiyo and Scorpion showcased a dazzling series of puppet master battles. In the back, Kankuro, who was originally very confident in his puppet control skills, was now sweating coldly as he watched. Is this the power of the village's former genius? The Scorpion of a Red Sand? Truly impressive. And Elder Chiyo as well. I didn't expect her to control puppets so effectively at her age. I feel like I can't even participate in their battle. Even getting close could lead to an inexplicable death. Now you know not to underestimate the power of your seniors. The Jonin in a mask instructed the Sunagakure ninjas to form a tighter encirclement on the outskirts and stepped forward to observe the battle. Hearing Kankuro's shocked words, he stared solemnly at the battlefield and said, "This is just the beginning. They are still warming up. You have no idea of the true strength of the puppet masters and the genius puppet creators forged in the battlefield of the Great Ninja War." Wind Release, Gale Palm. Seeing Elder Chiyo and Scorpion in a stalemate, a nameless Sunagakure ninja, whose relative was killed in the Third Great Ninja War, impulsively charged at Scorpion, seeking revenge. However, just as he rushed halfway, his hand, filled with hopes of vengeance, suddenly fell straight down, and he collapsed. By the time his body hit the ground, his face still bore a smile of impending revenge, which quickly turned dark as black poisonous blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Don't come over. The air here and the sand and iron scattered on the ground are poisonous. Chiyo, seeing a Sunagakure ninja rushing to his death, couldn't help but sternly stop them while nervously controlling her puppets to attack. The masked Jonin also reacted, noticing that the fallen Sunagakure ninja had stepped on a nearly undetectable sharp spike, which had cost a Chunin his life. The Jonin recalled the poisonous stingers shot by Scorpion's puppets earlier, realizing that the tiny needles numbered in the thousands, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He quickly raised his hand to stop the Sunagakure ninjas who wanted to proceed to their deaths. All Sunagakure ninjas, do not approach the combat range of Elder Chiyo and the enemy. Be ready to intercept and support from the outskirts. Crossbow team, prepare in batches. It seems the level of Sunagakure ninjas is still so lacking. No wonder they repeatedly fail against other ninja villages, unable to even protect their own kin. While battling against Chiyo, Scorpion still had the energy to mock the surrounding, observing Sunagakure ninjas. Humans are not puppets. Even the most incompetent can still improve. But puppets lose the opportunity for autonomous change. Chiyo's controlled puppets were already on the verge of collapse under the attack of the Crimson Stream puppet, as its shell had astonishing defensive power, allowing it to often disregard Chiyo's attacks. Most of Scorpion's energy was focused on offense. If it weren't for the indescribable feelings he still held for the puppets controlled by Chiyo's parents, those two puppets would have likely been dismantled long ago. You've lectured enough. I'm not interested in hearing more. Since our ideals cannot be reconciled, let's verify it with strength. Scorpion manipulated the Crimson Stream puppet's long tail to swirl and dance. Its sharp and hard tail shattering the weapons of the two puppets one by one, causing Chiyo to fall into an absolute disadvantage. Elder Chiyo, your puppet skills are still the same as before. This boring game ends here. I'm going to join forces with the third Kazekage's puppet. Next, I will show you what kind of strength the complete human puppet under my control possesses. It will break through your understanding of puppet boundaries. After suppressing Elder Chiyo, Scorpion did not further pursue, but instead controlled his puppet to move towards the third Kazekage's puppet, which was being besieged hundreds of meters away. It was far too difficult for a human puppet without reasonable control to battle against the elite of Sunagakure by instinct alone. Scorpion worried that if he delayed even a little longer, the human puppet would be captured by the Sunagakure ninjas. As Scorpion manipulated the long tail of the Crimson Stream puppet to intercept an attack, Chiyo suddenly launched a series of kunai using threads while controlling her puppets. These kunai, as if they had eyes, got stuck in the connecting joints of the Crimson Stream puppet's long tail, and then the threads tightened around the kunai, securing them even more tightly. Techniques should not always pursue the new. As long as they are useful, that's enough. Elder Chiyo's tone carried a hint of lecturing and expectation. Facing such a situation, Scorpion remained calm and composed, turning his puppets to face Chiyo. What can you do about it? The strength of the Crimson Stream puppet is not limited to this, and besides, I do not have just one Crimson Stream puppet. Just as he was about to use a little. Suddenly, Scorpion paused. A meteor-like object suddenly descended from the sky at high speed, directly targeting the Crimson Stream puppet. Chapter 223, A New Realm of Puppet Techniques. 2 focused on battling Elder Chiyo and exchanging verbal jabs. Scorpion momentarily forgot to pay attention to the battle in the sky. He did not expect that after gaining the upper hand, a powerful attack would suddenly descend from the sky when he relaxed his guard. In the eyes of the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas, they saw a meteor-like attack suddenly falling from hundreds of meters in the air, accelerating as it flew, its long tail appearing to be on fire. In the blink of an eye, that attack violently struck the Crimson Stream puppet. The keen-eyed Sunagakure ninjas realized that the meteor was actually a huge, hard spear, immediately recalling the spear of Shikaku, known as the hardest and most powerful attack in Sunagakure. Before they had time to think further, the spear mercilessly pierced through the outer shell of Scorpion's puppet, then penetrated through as if cutting through butter. The spear struck the ground, creating a violent explosion, and the billowing smoke rising from the ground obscured the scene. Damn it, you dare to distract yourself to attack Scorpion while fighting me. Deidara was thrown into a rage by Gaara's blatant disrespect, completely losing his composure. In the previous exchange, he had been suppressed by the enemy's sand the entire time. This was not only because he had exhausted his clay reserves, but also due to the enemy's strength being quite formidable. But this is not an excuse for him to ignore himself and attack Scorpion. In a fit of rage, Deidara manipulated the flying birds beneath him to their maximum speed, constantly evading the chase and blockades of sand, charging towards Gaara. As the Kazekage, the enemies attacking the sand village are all my targets. Whether it's you or that one below. Just now, Gaara took advantage of Deidara being pursued by the sand snake to compress the sand for support, consuming a significant amount of chakra, but in the face of Deidara's attack, he still wore a calm expression. Gaara spoke lightly, but Deidara only felt an invisible momentum rushing towards him, causing him to become even angrier. Ignoring the fact that the explosive clay was continuously decreasing, Deidara charged towards Gaara through the gaps in the sand snakes, sending waves of explosive birds flying towards him. For a moment, the sky above the outskirts of the sand village was filled with yellow sand like wild waves, and the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. The sand shinobi below, watching from below, could only see the swirling sand snakes and the clouds of explosions, unable to even catch a glimpse of their own Kazekage's figure. Scorpion, seeing his grandson pierced by the spear of Shikaku, Chiyo couldn't help but step forward a few paces to observe with great concern. However, she soon stopped in despair outside the billowing smoke, realizing that Scorpion had done so many wrong things, bringing heavy disasters to the village. What position did she have to worry about him? Gradually, As the dust dispersed amidst the onlookers from the sand shinobi, a deep pit appeared where Scorpion had been standing, surrounded by dead silence. Some sand shinobi, seeing that Scorpion had disappeared, couldn't help but excitedly discuss, believing that he had been blown to smithereens by the Kazekage's attack. And cheers even erupted on the scene. Unlike the optimism of the sand shinobi, Chiyo's expression became increasingly serious. She knew well the strength of Scorpion. With the hardness of the red sand shell, even the spear of Shikaku could not completely destroy him, leaving not even a trace. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the deep pit, a handsome young man with red hair, who had a hollow passage through his body. Yet it seemed to have no effect on his movements. The crowd outside was astonished at this scene. Could he really still be human? With such injuries, he didn't even bleed, while the other sand shinobi were still unable to extricate themselves from their astonishment. Only Chiyo stared in shock at the unchanging appearance of the red sand scorpion, which hadn't changed much from over a decade ago. Her gaze was complex and deep, filled with shock and joy, which then turned into profound sorrow. Look at you, could it be that you've also modified your own body? Chiyo's voice trembled, seemingly unwilling to hear the answer she already had in her heart. The red sand scorpion raised his head, revealing a chilling smile. That's right. I've transformed myself into a human puppet. From now on, I've distanced myself from the birth, aging, sickness, and death of ordinary people, and even made further breakthroughs in the level of puppet techniques. This is the highest realm of puppet techniques. Scorpion paused to appreciate Chiyo's expression, then added, and who said that puppets cannot autonomously improve? I can continuously transform myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand shinobi responsible for providing commentary outside fell into shock. They looked at the hollow in the red sand scorpion's body and his eyes, which were indistinguishable from those of a real person, filled with fear and confusion, and began discussing among themselves. The puppet technique could actually reach such a level. It seems that a human puppet is not impossible after all. If our sand village had more puppet masters like this, wouldn't we be able to become the #1 ninja village in the ninja world? Stop dreaming. The technique for human puppets only belongs to the red sand scorpion. Those puppet masters in the village are usually arrogant, and in terms of true skill, they are completely crushed by him. The ordinary sand shinobi continued to debate endlessly, while some puppet masters, unable to accept the fact of human puppets, fell into madness. Human puppets? Could it be that the puppet techniques I learned before were all outdated and wrong? A true puppet master is a master who can transform their own body into a puppet. Kanjiro was even quietly examining his own body. If he could control the kind of power at the cost of his own body, Kanjiro felt a bit tempted. Chiyo looked at Scorpion's face, which she had imagined countless times in her mind, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She shouldn't have taught the red sand scorpion puppet techniques back then, leading him down this path. Now that Scorpion has become like this, it's all her fault. Although she had always hoped to meet her grandson again, this way of meeting was simply too cruel. It's the old lady's fault. I should have taught you puppet techniques back then. Chiyo's voice revealed pain and determination. Back then, I led you down the path of a puppet master. Now that you have taken this evil path, let me, this old lady who should have died long ago, end this tragic situation. Saying this, Chiyo silently took out a scroll, summoning 10 puppets. White secret technique, Jinsong 10-man squad. Let you experience the strongest puppets left by the ancestor of puppet masters. However, facing this powerful formation, the red sand scorpion showed no fear. He raised his hand and slowly opened a scroll from behind. The next moment, hundreds of puppets dressed in red robes suddenly appeared, crowding the battlefield in a dense mass. So many puppets, how is that possible? With such strength, why not use it to protect the village? One evil guy. Upon seeing this horrifying scene, discussions arose again among the sand shinobi. Chapter 224. Numerical advantage after summoning the masterpiece of the ancestor of puppet masters, Monzaemon. Chiyo thought she would have the upper hand. After all, this was the most top-notch puppet in the ninja world, and the sheer number often represented an advantage. However, Chiyo was soon shocked by the hundreds of red-robed puppets summoned by Scorpion. Looking at the densely packed puppets in front of her, she furrowed her brow, repeatedly pondering in her heart. How could one person control hundreds of puppets? Puppet masters don't just pull the puppets into position. The spatial location of the puppets, their movement speed, the force of their strikes, and what weapons or mechanisms to use all require precise arrangements, even with just 2 or 3 puppets. If the puppet master is not skilled, the puppets might collide with each other due to route issues while moving, let alone the multitude of puppets that Scorpion had created. How could their movements and attacks be reasonably coordinated? If they attacked chaotically, these puppets might end up hurting themselves. After all, Chiyo had seen many rookie puppet masters who injured themselves by clumsily controlling more than 2 puppets. After simulating in her mind how to control so many puppets, Chiyo felt a headache coming on. She couldn't help but speculate. Could human puppets be this powerful? Not only retaining the bloodline limit, but also evolving their intellect to such an extent? If that were possible, wouldn't that be the true direction of the development of puppet techniques? Puppets are not useful just because there are many of them. No matter what, I won't lose the formation. Chiyo forcibly suppressed her inner thoughts and said, moreover, what is the point of transforming oneself into a cold puppet? Even the perception of the outside world is hard to guarantee. Let everything be verified through battle. Scorpion didn't say much to Chiyo and directly manipulated a group of red-robed puppets to charge at her. Chiyo also gathered her focus to respond. She left 2 puppets of her parents to guard her side, and the Jinsong 10-man squad coordinated to launch an assault on Scorpion. After a round of battle, Chiyo's chaotic thoughts calmed down a lot. Although the red-robed puppets were numerous, they were significantly inferior in quality. Although it can be considered a rare masterpiece for ordinary puppet masters, it falls short for skilled puppet masters like Chiyo and Scorpion. Moreover, while there are more than 200 puppets, Scorpion can only effectively control about 60 or 70 of them at the same time. The puppets trailing behind move stiffly and react slowly, just like the sand ninjas outside who are shouting and causing chaos. Furthermore, only the front part of these puppets can fully exert their strength. Often, after one is shattered by the 10 shin guards, there is only space to replace it. Even so, the numerical advantage still puts Chiyo in a perilous situation, as the 10 shin guards have shattered several puppets. And even her parents' puppets have come to fill in and were severely injured in the process. Seeing Elder Chiyo in a critical situation, the surrounding sand ninjas stopped shouting and began to operate crossbows to shoot at Scorpion, while some used shurikens tied with explosive tags to attack the puppets, alleviating some pressure on Chiyo. Annoying bastards. Scorpion was infuriated by the harassment from the sand ninjas and took out another scroll, extending the barrel from his palms to unleash a jet of high-temperature flames. The scorching fire burned the heavens and the earth, and even those standing 100 meters away could feel the searing heat. The crossbow bolts and shurikens shot at him melted into molten iron upon impact. As for the explosive tags, they only burned or exploded mid-air, raising the flame's temperature further without affecting Scorpion himself. Taking advantage of the moment Scorpion was distracted by the sand ninjas, Chiyo controlled 3 white-robed puppets to stand together in a triangular formation. Then, the mouths of the puppets opened, revealing the words Buddha, Law, Monk inside. The next moment, the mechanism activated and a powerful tornado was born in front of them, strong enough to sweep away mountains. The red-robed puppets were unable to resist and were quickly engulfed by the hurricane, shattering under the violent wind pressure, with a large amount of puppet debris spewing out behind the 3 puppets. Scorpion looked at the large area of puppets that had been cleared and felt furious. As he controlled other puppets to replace those lost in the attack, he took out another scroll and opened it. Then, a terrifying high-pressure water stream shot from the barrel in his palm, destroying everything in its path, instantly having the 10 shin guards. Perhaps out of some lingering sentiment for their familial ties, Scorpion's water attack actually avoided Elder Chiyo and the downed puppets of her parents. But the crossbow team outside was affected by the water attack, instantly losing more than 20 ninjas and most of their crossbows. Now, we can focus on the battle. Seeing the crossbows destroyed, Scorpion ceased his attacks on the surrounding sand ninjas and propelled several flashing weapons towards Chiyo, rising to charge at her. At this moment, Chiyo could only control 5 puppets, and they were all somewhat damaged. She couldn't help but take a few steps back as Scorpion approached. Elder Chiyo, your time is almost up. Scorpion saw Chiyo's predicament and quickly lunged towards her, seemingly feeling that killing Chiyo with puppets was unsatisfactory and insisted on doing it himself. Wind release, great scythe. Just as a large number of puppets and Scorpion's attacks were about to overwhelm Chiyo, Temari flew back on her 3-star fan from the outside. Under her control, a violent whirlwind filled with invisible blades swept in. This whirlwind was extremely fast, swirling and lifting a large number of puppets into the air. And the invisible blade aura within the storm sliced through those puppets, instantly clearing more than half of the puppets in front of Elder Chiyo. Even Scorpion was blown back several dozen meters by this violent wind, and Chiyo's crisis was momentarily alleviated. Seeing this situation, Chiyo breathed a sigh of relief. But her eyes showed a sense of both relief and a hint of regret. Phew, Temari. Thank goodness for your wind release support. Stay back a bit and use ninjutsu to attack. There are too many poison needles and toxic sand around here, so be careful. Also, how is the situation with the third Hokage's puppets? After hearing Chiyo's words, Temari quickly controlled the 3-star fan to fly out a bit, then used wind release to clear a space before landing. The third Hokage's puppet has already been controlled, and Master Maki is sealing it up. As she spoke, Temari's expression was somewhat serious. After all, he was the strongest wind shadow. Even an unmanned puppet's autonomous reactions were quite difficult to deal with. If it weren't for Konoha providing a lot of sealing technique materials in recent years, and Sunagakure having improved its sealing techniques considerably, it would probably be very difficult to resolve the third Hokage's puppet anytime soon. Chapter 225, A Trap. Has that side been resolved? It seems like it's my fault for holding everyone back, Chiyo said sadly as she looked at Scorpion standing dozens of meters away. She understood why Maki and the others hadn't returned. Sunagakure had a weak foundation and lacked talent. If they could control the human puppet, it could be considered part of Sunagakure's foundation in the future. For the sake of the village's development, even the body of the third Kazekage could only be utilized. You managed to control it. Perhaps I should develop the autonomous combat capabilities of the human puppet. Scorpion ripped off his tattered clothes and controlled a group of puppets to charge again at Chiyo and the others. Since this infiltration operation had turned out like this, let us have a proper conclusion. Even though he was trapped in a dire situation surrounded by sand ninjas, Scorpion showed no intention of breaking out and remained determined to fight Chiyo. Alright, let this tragic affair come to an end today. Chiyo's expression hardened, and her fingers danced like flying flowers, controlling 5 puppets to meet him. With the same focus and dedication, both Chiyo and Scorpion seemed to only see each other as they continued their pinnacle battle as puppet masters. Under their control, the movements of those puppets were more agile and sharp than those of ordinary nin, and the use of various mechanisms and the choice of attack directions left the surrounding sand ninjas dumbfounded. With Temari occasionally shooting wind blades as support, Chiyo found the battle a bit easier. However, the disadvantage in numbers still led to Chiyo's puppets being destroyed one by one, while Scorpion still had a dozen puppets remaining. Everything is over. As Chiyo had no more power to resist, Scorpion did not control the puppets to advance further, but charged directly at Chiyo himself. Elder Chiyo. Temari was a bit far away, and by the time she dashed toward Chiyo at the risk of toxic exposure, it was already too late. Yes, everything is over. Just as Scorpion was only 2 steps away from Chiyo, dark sealing runes suddenly appear beneath his feet, causing his body to come to a sudden halt. Then, the 2 puppets that had been broken and lying on the ground, the father and mother puppets, suddenly leaped up to embrace Scorpion. Unexpectedly, the embrace brought not warmth but 2 sharp steel blades that stabbed directly into the positions marked with Scorpion's name on the human puppet. Brother Scorpion. In the sky, Deidara and Gaara had been chasing each other for a while, both searching for openings in their attack and defense, trying to take each other down. Overall, Gaara had always maintained the upper hand, while Deidara, hindered by a lack of explosive clay, had not found an opportunity to break through. After being entangled for so long, he regained his composure and prepared to retreat to join Scorpion, only to find his puppets shattered all around him and himself surrounded and beaten to death. Perhaps it was indeed too arrogant to attempt to assault a ninja village with just the 2 of them, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Such thoughts were born in Deidara's heart for the first time. At this moment, Scorpion was already done for, just lying on the ground as if preparing for his last rites. Deidara decided to retreat alone. It seemed that the rain of sand bullets had sensed Deidara's intention to escape from his actions of controlling the clay birds to gradually withdraw. Suddenly, Gaara unleashed a jutsu, shooting out densely packed circular sand bullets like a machine gun, interrupting Deidara's retreat. Gaara then adjusted his strategy, no longer using a large amount of sand to form a sand snake to pursue, but instead continuously attacking with a rain of sand bullets. The relentless sand bullets forced Deidara to jump up and down, and all his attempts to retreat were cut off one by one. Since you won't let me go, then let these sand ninjas accompany me to the grave. Being chased and shot like a fly, Deidara's anger surged uncontrollably. At this moment, he had little explosive clay left, and realizing he couldn't escape smoothly, he made a bold decision to mix a small bird puppet with the ones he was throwing out. Up to this point in the battle, Gaara had also consumed a lot of chakra, spirit, and stamina, and focused on blowing up Deidara's explosive clay, momentarily ignoring that small puppet. However, as that puppet rapidly expanded and grew larger during its descent, Gaara sensed a strong feeling of danger. He felt that this puppet would not only severely injure the sand ninjas below, but might also cause destruction within the sand village itself. At this moment, he could no longer care whether Deidara might escape, and could only choose to protect his village. "Shikaku, my chakra is running low. Please lend me some of your power." In his mind, Gaara sought help from the one-tailed Shikaku, which had been somewhat restless since the battle began. "Take it. Take as much as you need. This kid's power is quite interesting. Use my power to collide with him, huh?" With the support of Shikaku's power, a terrifying chakra surged from Gaara. And without making a sound, an unfathomable amount of sand gathered in the sky hundreds of meters high, forming a massive barrier with a diameter of a kilometer to block the clay puppet that had expanded to several meters in size. The sand wall obscured the sky, and the sand ninjas below felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened. Boom! When the clay puppet touched the sand barrier, it rapidly expanded and then exploded. The crimson destructive explosion sent fierce flames soaring into the sky, instantly turning it red. The tremendous explosion shocked the sand ninjas below and the residents of the sand village nearby. Although they were protected by Gaara from the direct impact of the C3 number 18 explosion, the shockwaves still caused their eardrums to ache painfully. The immense force of the explosion caused the sand barrier to sink down several dozen meters, causing the sand ninjas below to be alarmed. Fortunately, Gaara used all his strength to stop the barrier from falling further. Go! To prevent the barrier from descending and causing harm to those below, Gaara forcibly squeezed his own strength and Shikaku's chakra to transform the massive barrier into sand that poured out in an uninhabited area outside the village. Hee goodbye. Next time I will come to the sand village and release even more powerful explosive clay. In the sky, Deidara was blown away several dozen meters by the impact of the earlier explosion, and even the clay birds beneath him were damaged. He quickly produced another bird to ride on, flying away while spitting blood, his posture looking both desperate and somewhat triumphant. "You won't get away." Gaara fully controlled the sand to move away from the village for a moment. He was unable to pursue and could only use the sand from his gourd and parts of his sand armor to form sand snakes to intercept Deidara. An enemy that excels in large-scale explosions must not be allowed to escape. That would be irresponsible for the safety of the village. At this moment, Deidara also seemed to have consumed quite a bit of chakra, and the speed of controlling the bird had slowed significantly, and it looked like he was about to be caught by Gaara's sand. Just then, Deidara actually turned around and dodged the pursuing sand, flying back towards Gaara with a smug smile on his face. "You've fallen for my trap." Chapter 226. Meeting is parting boom. The moment Deidara flew back, the originally damaged riding bird transformed into several pieces of clay debris that fell from the sky next to Gaara, then quickly exploded above his head, scattering countless sand and dust. Gaara seemed to be stunned by the explosion and fell from the standing sand cloud, plummeting downwards. Fortunately, at this moment, the massive sand barrier had mostly been poured outside the village, and the remaining bits of sand falling softly would not cause much damage to the sand village. It only made the entire sky turn gray. Lord Kazekage, the sand ninjas below, cried out anxiously when they saw Gaara in danger. "Ha ha ha, in the end I still win." Deidara controlled the bird and sped toward Gaara, but just as he approached Gaara, the falling figure suddenly opened its eyes. "You've fallen for my trap," Gaara calmly spoke, as a layer of sand armor on his body cracked open, transforming into 3 sand snakes that coiled toward Deidara. At the same time, Gaara manipulated the sand that had been released from his gourd to intercept the explosion, forming a sand cloud to catch himself, stabilizing his stance. Sizzle. Deidara was now too close to Gaara. Although he tried his best to dodge, the 3 sand snakes still destroyed his black cloud robe and caused him minor injuries. The sudden change in the situation left Deidara no choice but to desperately control the bird to flee, but unfortunately, every attempt to break free was blocked by the sand snakes. Great! Lord Kazekage is mighty. Lord Kazekage protected the village. He is truly amazing. The sand ninjas watching below cheered as they saw Gaara turn the tide and regain the upper hand. After today's battle, even the sand ninjas who originally had grievances against Gaara were convinced by his strength. Boom! Just when the sand ninjas and Gaara thought everything was settled, the sand cloud beneath Gaara suddenly exploded in a series of blasts, propelling the unsuspecting Gaara nearly 10 meters into the air. Most of the sand in his gourd had been used to chase Deidara, leaving only a small amount of sand to automatically protect him. Although this explosion did not kill him, the powerful force still caused him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood in midair, and he completely lost his ability to move. Falling helplessly, the sand snakes that had lost Gaara's control no longer pursued Deidara, and instead turned to protect Gaara but Deidara had already lunged toward Gaara ahead of time. Your protective sand has already been mixed with my explosive clay. Ha ha. In the end, the victor is still me. It's a pity that Brother Scorpion can't see my ultimate art. C18. Deidara moved at high speed, and before he knew it, he was in front of Gaara, raising his hand to grab him. Deidara's hand was less than half a meter away from Gaara, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, unable to complete even the simple act of grabbing someone. What is going on? Deidara used the last of his strength to look down at his body, only to find that dark lines were crawling all over his skin. Upon closer inspection, even a mouth in his palm that he used to manipulate the clay was spitting out black blood, yet he felt no pain at all, only a deep sense of powerlessness. He really is a tough and terrifying enemy. Standing on the approaching sand, Gaara seemed to have recovered from the explosion's damage. He slowly opened his eyes to look at Deidara, with a mix of relief and respect in his gaze. The sand that injured you earlier was mixed with a bit of poison. That was given to me by Elder Chiyo. It can be mixed with sand to attack enemies. I was reluctant to use such a method, but your ninjutsu is too dangerous, and this way is just right for dealing with invaders like you. Next, you will come with me back to the Sand Village to face judgment. Gaara slowly regained some energy, enduring the injuries caused by the earlier explosion, and controlled the sand to pull Deidara over. I never expected to fall in such a place. My ultimate art designed to defeat Itachi was almost complete. What a pity. The explosive clay was already used up, and I was hit by a terrifying poison. Deidara had lost the will to escape. He didn't feel afraid of death. He just regretted not being able to pursue his art better. Just as Gaara was about to bring Deidara down to the ground, he suddenly saw something flying toward him in the sky, not far away. Could it be another enemy invasion? Gaara's heart tightened, and he focused his gaze, only to find that it was a giant eagle in an ink wash painting style, with 4 people standing on its back. One of them had golden hair, standing out vividly against the blue sky. It was the Naruto he had been thinking about for a long time. Gaara. The giant eagle was fast, in no time. It was less than 200 meters away from Gaara. Naruto had already seen Gaara, and couldn't help but wave to greet him, with a slight smile. Gaara was about to respond, but at that moment he suddenly felt a chill behind him, and then completely lost consciousness. In a last moment before his eyes closed, Gaara saw Naruto's anxious face calling out to him, and then everything faded into endless darkness. Gaara. From Kakashi and Naruto's perspective, a distorted vortex suddenly appeared behind Gaara, and then an iron chain shot out from it, penetrating the protective sand and striking Gaara on the head, rendering him unconscious. Following that, a mysterious figure wearing a mask and dressed in black with fire patterns emerged from the vortex, spinning around and gradually swallowing Gaara along with Deidara. No! Seeing the scene, Naruto shouted anxiously, and a terrifying dark red chakra cloak suddenly flared up around him. This chakra carried a chilling malice and a terrifying corrosive power. Instantly turning the ink-wash eagle, they were riding into a puddle of ink. Kakashi and the others lost their footing and fell one by one. Kakashi had initially planned to use ninjutsu to stop the mysterious person, but it was too late. In a panic, he quickly pushed aside his eye patch. The next second, the area in front of the mysterious figure began to twist violently, and then the vortex completely disappeared, leaving only half of Deidara's body and one remaining arm that suddenly exploded and fell, his broken face still showing deep confusion and unwillingness. But the mysterious person and Gaara had already vanished. In the air with no support, Sakura shouted loudly. Fortunately, Sai remained calm, after falling several dozen meters. He took out a scroll and summoned a flying eagle to catch Sakura and Kakashi. Then he controlled the eagle to fly behind Naruto, letting it grab him to slow his descent as they neared the ground. Chapter 227, The Old Fox Gaara. Naruto didn't pay much attention to the danger he had just faced. After landing, he looked up at the sky, anxiously calling out, "Naruto!" Sakura saw the fire in Naruto's eyes, and the terrifying experience of falling from the sky made her furious. She directly swung a punch at Naruto's head. In her rage, Sakura unleashed an incredible force, causing Naruto's head to swell up with a big bump, leaving him dazed. Sakura, why are you?" Naruto, suddenly attacked, was caught off guard and wobbled as he looked at Sakura. Before he could finish his sentence, Sakura landed another punch on his head, knocking him out completely. I said, "We're currently on another ninja village's territory. Can you all stop making a scene?" Kakashi felt very helpless watching this farce. He had accepted this mission with the intention of taking a break from the village, but how did it turn into such a mess? "Kakashi-sensei, you are from the Leaf Village. Where did you take the Kazekage?" A group of excited sand ninjas surrounded them, each of them staring fiercely at Kakashi's group, questioning them in a flurry. Some of the more agitated sand ninjas even gripped their weapons tightly. Damn it, Kakashi felt a headache facing this situation. Although he had some confidence in his abilities, he never imagined he could escape unscathed from the siege of so many sand ninjas. Be quiet. You being here is of no use. Maki, you lead some sand ninjas back to the village to stabilize the situation. Sai, you lead the search for the 5th Kazekage. As for these leaf ninjas, I will be responsible for receiving them. Yes, Elder Chiyo. The sand ninjas, hearing Chiyo's orders, had complex expressions. Some even wanted to voice their doubts. However, due to Chiyo's years of authority, they ultimately quieted down, and Maki and the others began to follow Chiyo's orders. Seeing the situation stabilize a bit, Chiyo approached Kakashi and the others, carefully examining them from top to bottom. At first, her attitude became very excited, but then she seemed to remember something and suddenly lost interest. Looking at this face, you must be White Fang's son, the rumored leaf technician Kakashi. What brings you to the Sand Village? Kakashi's earlier dejection faded significantly. We come with goodwill from a leaf. Previously, the Hokage had sent a cooperation proposal to your village, but your village has not responded. Moreover, the leaf has discovered signs of the Akatsuki organization operating in the Land of Wind, so the Hokage sent us to discuss further. Chiyo's expression showed a hint of a bitter smile. You saw the situation earlier. The Kazekage is already missing, and we need to find him as soon as possible. There is currently no time or suitable person to discuss with you. You should please return. Having hit a brick wall, Kakashi quickly said, we can help in searching for the Kazekage. The tracking technique of the Leaf Village? It wouldn't hurt to try. Please demonstrate it first. Chiyo's voice carried a sense of calmness, seemingly not holding much hope for Kakashi's proposal. After hearing Chiyo's words, Kakashi wasted no time. He called over the sand ninjas to pile up Deidara's dismembered body and the fragments of Gar's clothing. Then he bit his thumb to draw blood and performed the summoning technique. Before the summoned beast could fully materialize, Kakashi eagerly spoke up, Pakin, take a look at these. As the smoke from the summoning technique dissipated, a small dog with yellow fur and dead fish eyes appeared at the scene, looking at the mixed remains of sand and mud with a disgusted expression. Kakashi, you summon me to eat this? I'm a domesticated ninja dog. I need high-quality dog food produced by the Ōtsutsuki clan. This mushy meat doesn't befit my status. Moreover, based on my sense of smell, a lot of this meat is toxic. As Pakin spoke, he subtly stepped back a few paces, eyeing Kakashi with suspicion. It can't be because I accidentally let it slip in front of the Ōtsutsuki family's dogs the other day, exposing your preference for reading the books written by Jiraiya, and that you've been getting more and more dispirited. So you're planning to silence the dogs, right? Parker backed away further, his face full of seriousness and helplessness. What you're doing is pointless. The Ōtsutsuki family's dogs will continue to spread the word. Rather than silencing the dogs, I think you might as well find someone. Parker. Kakashi raised his voice to interrupt the incessant chatter of the dog, his brows visibly twitching several times, and a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Seeing the dog quiet down a bit, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He forcefully ignored the strange looks from those around and said to Parker, stop joking. Come sniff out these scents quickly. The allies from Sunagakure need tracking. Kakashi then turned to Chiyo and said, please have the expert from Sunagakure follow Parker for tracking. We can discuss matters while we wait for news. It's quite unfortunate, but I fear Sunagakure no longer has the strength to fulfill the request your village made earlier. You see, we were even attacked at the village entrance. What strength do we have left to help our allies? At this moment, we even lack the power to find a Kazekage. Ignoring the subtly agitated sand shinobi nearby, Chiyo spoke without a change in her expression. Kakashi couldn't help but smile bitterly at her words. Chiyo truly was a cunning old fox. Sunagakure had developed a lot in recent years, although they lacked top-tier experts. Their overall strength could still be a great help to Konoha. If it were Kakashi in the past, he would have definitely volunteered. But after experiencing countless upheavals and understanding the darker side of Konoha, he no longer cared as much about Konoha's affairs. It's better to let the strong handle this. Jiraiya is currently in the Land of Wind. I will contact Lord Jiraiya and also send a notice to the village. Your village's experts can follow Parker first. Kakashi-sensei, I want to go too. Let's hurry and rescue Gaara. In fact, Naruto had already woken up. He had just been trying to keep quiet under Sakura's gaze. But at this moment, he couldn't hold back any longer. Kakashi reached out to grab Naruto, but he was flailing his arms and couldn't be controlled. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi turned to Chiyo with a helpless expression. Konoha and Sunagakure are allies. Please let us contribute to finding Lord Kazekage. Upon hearing this, Chiyo forced out a stiff smile. Konoha's friendship was felt by Sunagakure. Chapter 228. Not as good as a dog as night approached. The Hokage's office in Konoha was still brightly lit. The cold wind howled outside the window, as if some sinister beast was lurking in the darkness. And the atmosphere inside the office was as dark, eerie, and heavy as outside. On the Iwagakure side, things had calmed down a lot since the last battle. In recent days, even the border troops had withdrawn, and there was no activity. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice, his tone slightly more relaxed, but his eyes still showed deep concern. Danzo's attitude was very invigorating. The Yonkagear side had also completely called back their troops. Shouldn't we take some action? The remnants of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have been allowed to roam free for too long. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was still hesitant. He frowned and said after a moment of contemplation, all the merchant teams from the Land of Snow have disappeared. The Umbu sent to eliminate them have failed. About half of those sent out went missing without a trace, indicating that the strength of the Snow Shinobi village should not be underestimated, and we cannot act rashly. Then when can we take action? The border is peaceful now, which is the perfect time to strike, and how many shinobi can a small country supporting village have? A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Danzo's eyes. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, what about the daimyo? Previously, he issued a reprimand to the Land of Snow, ordering them to drive out those rebels. Has there been any response from the Land of Snow? No response at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The Land of Snow has completely ignored the daimyo of the Land of Fire and our Konoha. They are not afraid of their goods being unsold in the Land of Fire. Instead, they have actively reduced their commercial activities in our country. Yet in this situation, the daimyo and those nobles in the capital Haven T gotten angry. Instead, many wealthy nobles have started to stir, demanding to re-establish good relations with the Land of Snow. Seeing his old friend's incredulous expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, according to Umbu intelligence. This is because various specialty goods from the Land of Snow have run out in the Land of Fire. They can only buy a little from neighboring countries. Even some specialty clothing and props can sell for high prices now, especially the special oil from the Land of Snow, which has become a target for bounty hunters in the black market. Any merchant with a batch of that oil could even apply for a noble title. Danzo's expression completely broke. These foolish nobles, for a bit of minor profit, disregard the bigger picture, just as despicable as that Hyuga wind bastard. Turning around, Danzo slammed the table. Since these goods are so valuable, shouldn't we hurry to attack? As long as we eliminate the Snow Shinobi village, those goods will be at our mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. No, the current intelligence is still insufficient. The shinobi we sent to gather information have not reported back with specific details about the Snow Shinobi village. We cannot act in a fog of uncertainty. We can prepare personnel and supplies for the expedition, but we must not act rashly. Breathing heavily as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's eyes widened. Then when can we wait? Hiruzen, you are too weak. Sometimes you need to be more decisive. Delaying even a little gives those rebels more time to prepare. Danzo's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care. He chuckled, looking confident. Exactly, because the goods from the Land of Snow are so valuable. We can let the bounty hunters in the black market test the waters first. I have released the news that the source of the special good from the Land of Snow is the Snow Shinobi village. Just let those dirty bastards exhaust each other. A cold glint flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Moreover, besides the black market, there is also the Yonkagear. I sold a wave of intelligence at a high price in the black market, spreading the news that the remnants of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans fled to the Land of Snow and established the Snow Shinobi village. At the same time, I arranged for spies in Yonkagear to find ways to relay this information back, with the combination of intelligence from both sides. The higher-ups in Yonkagear will soon receive the news. For the Byakugan, Yonkagear has long been coveting it. Once they hear that the Land of Snow has Sharingan and Byakugan, those black-skinned barbarians will surely not be able to resist. The Land of Snow is isolated overseas, making it inconvenient for us to gather intelligence and launch attacks. But Yonkagear possesses considerable maritime power and can definitely help us uncover more information. They should go. Shimura, Danzo sneered. Let them kill each other. Barbarians and the evil Byakugan. Sharingan, what a perfect match. It would be best if they all died. Then Danzo suddenly realized something, and his expression changed a bit. You actually have spies in Yonkagear? ISNT, the root responsible for external intelligence gathering? Danzo's tone carried a hint of resentment, as if it contained some pain of betrayal. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something, but hesitated. At that moment, a voice from outside reported from the Umbu. Hokage-sama, Jonin Kakashi has sent back important information from the Land of Wind. It requires your personal instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly felt as if he had found a savior. He directly stood up, opened the door, and took the letter sent back by Kakashi. Back in the room, Danzo's emotions had stabilized somewhat. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the letter and quickly scanned it, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Kakashi had sent a message that the Kazekage of Sunagakure had been abducted at the village gate by the Akatsuki organization that Jiraiya had mentioned before. Currently, for the sake of their alliance, he had no choice but to join Jiraiya in tracking down the enemy. This letter was a plea for assistance from the village. What? Abducted right at our doorstep? Danzo seemed a bit incredulous. He snatched the letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, read it again, and then scoffed disdainfully. Useless fools. Those guys from Sunagakure are utterly unreliable. Relying on them to hold back Iwagakure is no better than depending on the dogs raised by the Inuzuka clan. Unlike Danzo's disdain and frustration, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt this was actually good news. He told Danzo that this could be seen as a good opportunity. Let Jiraiya and Kakashi waste some time and effort in the Land of Wind. They have been acting a bit strangely lately, showing signs of deviating from the will of fire. There was no need to inform them about the expedition to the Land of Snow. After all, Tsunade was likely in the Snow Village. Danzo seemed to understand this point as well. He frowned and said this is fine too. Kakashi is supposed to provide support, so we can send my guy's team over as well. It's just right since he is close to Kakashi, and there are some things that he should know. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, saying that he would arrange for Might Guy while also sending out the Umbu to continue gathering intelligence. His tone became very cold and ruthless. Kakashi and even Jiraiya were of no concern, but Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, must not have any issues. If necessary, both Root and Umbu must ensure Naruto returns safely. In the meantime, we should prepare for an offensive against the Land of Snow. Chapter 229. The Responsibilities of the Prince Consort HyugaFū. Finally willing to come out of your gentle abode. Huh? Tell me, how long has it been since you last came to see me? Inside the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Koyuki looked at Hyuga Kaze with a resentful expression. She and Hyuga Kaze both knew of each other's existence among the women in the Snow Village, but they had never officially met in order to avoid awkwardness since, in name, Hyuga Kaze was the prince consort of the Land of Snow. However, Koyuki increasingly felt that she was at a disadvantage. Her allure alone could not compare to that of the many women in the Land of Snow, and Hyuga Kaze came to see her far too infrequently. Recently, he had indeed been very busy, all to protect their shared homeland. Hyuga Kaze embraced Koyuki's delicate body and gently stroked her smooth back in comfort. Strictly speaking, he was quite busy balancing his training, developing the Snow Village, and taking care of Yuhi Kurenai, Akamichi Kurui, Tsunade, and Mikoto. It was quite exhausting. Recently, with the Fire Country stirring up trouble, Hyuga Kaze had been busy handling defense, training, and various other matters before he finally had time to see the jealous woman in his arms. For the sake of our shared homeland, Koyuki repeated. The development of the Land of Snow has indeed been very good over the years. Those products you mentioned, like massage devices, clothing, and aphrodisiacs, although boring and disgusting, have sold quite well in various countries on the continent. As she spoke about these specialty products, Hyuga Kaze felt Koyuki's pale, smooth body trembling slightly, seemingly excited. Is it really disgusting? Don't tell me you Haven Tea tried it. I remember one time when I came to see you, you were experiencing. Kazahana Koyuki quickly covered Hyuga Kaze's mouth and said, "Shut up. Don't change the subject. Let us get back to business." Seeing that Koyuki was a bit flustered, Hyuga Kaze decided to stop teasing her for now. He let her speak freely. After all, her mouth wouldn't be so idle later. These products had brought in a huge amount of resources, and with the constant border wars in the ninja world over the years resulting in many refugees, the Land of Snow had taken the opportunity to absorb a significant population, raising the overall strength of the nation to a new level. Hearing this, Hyuga Kaze nodded proudly. These were all his suggestions, with large batches of products sent to the ninja world for sale. The funds obtained were converted into materials and resources, and the refugees brought back to the Land of Snow, ultimately allowing the increased output from these refugees to be used to plunder the wealth of the Fire Country and other ninja countries. The residents of the Land of Snow were happy, Kazahana Koyuki was happy, and Hyuga Kaze was also happy. What a perfect cycle. Originally, Hyuga Kaze didn't want to waste so much thought on this. Ordinary people in this world didn't count as any combat power, and being known as a massage device traveler didn't carry a good reputation. However, Kazahana Koyuki had deep feelings for the land of snow and wanted to develop it, paying a great price for it. So Hyuga Kaze could only put in a little effort. Anyway, once he flattened the world in the future, it would be good to have more subordinates from noble backgrounds. At this point in the conversation, Kazahana Koyuki's tone was still relatively normal, but her expression soon became more resentful and confused. But I've noticed that the situation in the land of snow is becoming increasingly strange. Kaze, are you challenging the established rules of the ninja world and completely overturning the daimyo's rule? Kazahana Koyuki buried her head in Hyuga Kaze's arms, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her tone soft. Hyuga Kaze did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question. Why do you think that? Ever since you became the Yukikage, the Snow Village has begun to intervene heavily in the governance of the Land of Snow, and I've found that I have less and less control. Although the citizens of the Land of Snow still seem to respect me on the surface, they look at me as if I am just a symbolic figure. More importantly, after implementing some of the policies you suggested, the Land of Snow has been developing better and better. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Kaze's hand slid up and down slightly. Isn't that a good thing? Kazahana Koyuki let out a soft, displeased hum from her nose. Of course, it's good that the Land of Snow is developing, but I found that my existence has become less important to the Land of Snow. In the beginning, the residents were grateful to me, but now they talk more about you, the Prince Consort, and they even prefer to call you Yukihide. Just like this warning from the Fire Country. I hadn't even said anything yet, and those nobles, wealthy merchants, and even the citizens of the Land of Snow were clamoring to refute it, completely ignoring my opinion. In their eyes, you have already become the king of the Land of Snow. I still can't understand why this is happening. Controlling the means of production and the highest military power, even without any title, you are indeed the king of the Land of Snow. This principle you obviously don't understand. Hyuga Kaze thought to himself, then held Koyuki tighter. Her trembling body brought him even more delightful sensations, and Hyuga Kaze took a deep breath to suppress the surging blood within him. No matter what, I am still the Prince Consort of the Land of Snow. You can rest assured. Koyuki popped her head out from Hyuga Kaze's embrace, pouting angrily as she glared at him, wondering who was bearing the title of Prince Consort without taking on any responsibilities, only indulging with some unknown fairy. How many times a year can I see my own Prince Consort? Hyuga Kaze looked at the proud Koyuki, feeling both amused and touched. A national queen flirting with you like this. Isn't the meaning quite obvious? He suddenly lifted Koyuki off the ground, saying, "My dear queen, let this Prince Consort serve you well today." Hyuga Kaze decided to use his unparalleled stamina and exceptional skills tonight to let Koyuki fully experience his passion. With her eyes closed, allowing Hyuga Kaze to take the lead, Koyuki murmured absent-mindedly, "I don't care what kind of situation you want to create. Please give me a child. I want to feel more secure." This sentence completely ignited Hinata Kaze's heart. If a child could be born, he would have established a foundation in this world. Unfortunately, whether due to his strength or physical reasons, he hadn't been able to make Mikoto and the others pregnant over the years. So let the battle begin. That night's fight made Xiaoxue reminisce about the feeling of being an actress again. She played a series of roles: the lofty queen, the princess captured and bound, the pitiful girl reduced to a servant, bullied and struggling to survive, the completely broken, obedient, and utterly fallen queen with a dark fate, and so on. Xiaoxue's superb acting skills and stunning beauty provided Hinata Kaze with ultimate enjoyment, and of course, he gave her the hottest reciprocation. After several hours of frenzied exchanges, Xiaoxue fell into a deep sleep. Hinata Kaze leaned back, stroking Xiaoxue's smooth skin, realizing that this woman, who had weathered many storms, truly needed some comfort. He would continue to relieve her stress tomorrow. Don't worry, under my rule, the ninja world will allow you to live in peace. Chapter 230. Cloud Ninja Deployment. How long until we reach the Land of Snow? I can't wait to see those Byakugan eyes submit. In the piercing cold sea breeze. The fourth Raikage, AI, impatiently asked as he looked at the seemingly endless sea, dressed in a white cloak and bare-chested, with a wide belt and heavy armor. He looked ready for a big fight. Previously, Sarutobi Hisashi had judged that the Cloud Ninja Village would take action to snatch the members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans in the Land of Snow, as they were always impulsive and wouldn't wait. However, he didn't expect the Cloud Ninja side to be so eager. The bounty hunters from the black market hadn't even acted yet, and the intelligence was still unclear, yet they had directly organized their forces and rushed into action. After receiving intelligence from the black market and evidence from his own intelligence personnel, the fourth Reikage, AI, excitedly smashed his fist on the desk. He planned and gathered 10 large ships in less than 3 minutes and rushed forward. The Cloud Ninja he led totaled around 1,500 people. 5 ships were more than enough. The remaining ships were prepared to hold the captives from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. He even arranged for Tuda to continue gathering merchant ships as a second transport team to collect the unique goods from the land of snow a day later. Calculating the time, there should only be about 3 hours left of the journey, said Ma Bu, frowning. Although it sounds discouraging, I must say that deploying troops under unclear circumstances is not a good decision as a secret technique. There are significant problems with the source of this information. According to the village's intelligence, Konoha suffered significant losses against the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and it is highly possible that they want us to fight to mutual destruction. A handsome Jainin with short yellow hair, Ki, added an agreement. Indeed, rashly entering a country without intelligence is not a simple matter. Of course, even if there are any surprises, with Lord Reikage's strength, there is nothing to fear. However, ordinary Cloud Ninjas do not possess your abilities. In my opinion, it will be better for me to lead some intelligence ninjas in first to scout before considering taking action. After hearing Ki's words, several Cloud Ninjas nearby didn't speak, but showed expressions of agreement. Haha, don't worry. Reikage AI laughed heartily. Just charge forward, with you fighting alongside me. I'm not worried at all. We can't stop here after coming this far. However, we must arrange the pace of the attack properly. Moreover, we must leave enough people to guard the ships. Otherwise, even if we defeat the Snow Ninja Village, it will be difficult to take the spoils. A beautiful woman with exquisite features, pale skin, and a strong presence crossed her arms and spoke up. With the mere Snow Ninja Village under our attack, can anyone even sneak attack us? AI spoke disdainfully when mentioning the Snow Ninja Village. However, since you all have such concerns, Samui, you lead 100 people to guard the fleet and be ready to support us. After Reikage finished speaking, he decisively waved his hand and made the final decision. When will those guys from Konoha arrive? This repeated training is really boring. I can't wait to test my Uchiha style on those Konoha bastards. In the border camp of the Land of Snow, Uchiha Jie was also feeling very anxious. During this time, he and Hinata Nan took turns leading the Snow Ninjas in simulated drills, stealth, ambush, encirclement, intelligence reconnaissance, and so on, but they were still waiting for the timid Konoha. He was looking forward to seeing the shocked expressions of the Konoha ninjas upon encountering the Uchiha clan. Hinata nan understod uthva yesminset. But the long-standing customs of the Hyuga clan helped him better control his emotions. Yeah, don't be anxious. Just do what we need to do according to Lord Yukikige's instructions. Whether Konoha comes to attack or not, we will eventually go to Konoha village. The orders of Lord Yukikige are of course supreme. Since your group has arrived, I will set off to lead them back to the village for rotation. Mentioning Lord Yukikige, Uchiha Jie's expression became serious. Here they come. Just then, excited shouts rang out from the sky. And soon Hinata Shu led 9 snow ninjas wearing chakra armor and goggles down on a water-ink flying bird. Konoha's ninjas have arrived? Who is leading this time? And how many people have come? Uchiha Jie became excited as if he had taken a strong stimulant, rushing up to Hinata Shu to ask. Before Hinata Shu could answer, Uchiha Jie rubbed his palms excitedly, thinking, no matter how many people Konoha has brought, I will make them regret it. The Snow Ninja Village is not something Konoha can provoke. This time, I will make them remember the reputation of the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Uchiha Jie turned to gather his combat troops, preparing to head to the seaside for a surprise attack on the Konoha ninjas. Don't be in such a hurry, Hinata Shu said with a wry smile, grabbing Uchiha Jie. This time, it's not Konoha, but Cloud Ninja Village. Cloud Ninja Village? Uchiha Jie was taken aback, and Hinata Nan felt a bit confused as well. There wasn't much interaction between their Snow Ninja Village and Cloud Ninja. Cloud Ninja, the cold demeanor of Hinata Nichizu, who had come with his training team to the front line, instantly changed. He had deep-seated grievances against the Cloud Ninja, having repeatedly urged Hinata and Hanabi to hurry up and become the clan leader's women, even suggesting they climb into bed directly. Hinata Nichizu had been sent to the front line by the increasingly irritated Hinata Kaze. He was now seething with anger. Upon hearing that the enemy who had killed his younger brother had arrived, he instantly perked up. How did you find them? How long until they arrive? And you weren't discovered, right? The frontline commander Uchiha Izumi also walked over, and she became vigilant upon hearing the news of the Cloud Ninja's attack. How could they discover us? Hinata Kaze scoffed disdainfully. Those barbarians from Cloud Ninja Village only know how to fight. How could they understand the speed of technological development in the land of snow? Under Lord Kaze's far-sighted guidance, our scientists have developed many new technologies. Hinata Kaze subconsciously praised Ōtsutsuki a few times before getting to the point. We used super beast imitation, painting to fly in the air, deployed many monitoring fish at sea, and are also patrolling in the sky in turns. Based on their previous sailing speed, if they don't stop to rest, they should arrive in about 3 hours. We need to prepare for battle. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's beautiful face suddenly turned serious. The training team adjusted themselves, and after an hour, they would familiarize themselves with the border patrol. You continue the reconnaissance and find out their landing position. The others prepare for battle. I will not allow anyone to destroy the beautiful home that Lord Wind has built. With that, the snow ninjas cheered enthusiastically, almost unable to wait to eliminate the invaders. Chapter 231. Landing. You've been frowning since just now. Is there a problem, she? After sailing for a while, Raikage AI suddenly asked she beside him. AI understood that while she and the others had some concerns about this deployment, feeling they lacked a suitable justification, since they had already deployed, they would still cooperate fully. And there shouldn't be such an expression. Although he appeared to be a brute on the surface, AI considered himself quite thoughtful, and in his mind, he had already formulated the justification for this deployment. The Snow Ninja Village deceived and plundered the wealth of the Cloud Ninja Village with inferior goods, causing great losses to the Cloud Ninja Village. As for evidence, the divine oil from the land of snow can't make him tougher. This is a significant issue that delays the Raikage's inheritance. Shouldn't it be punished? She continued to frown, his gaze wandering between the water's surface and the sky. Something indeed fell off, since just now, the fish swimming beside the fleet seemed to have a magnetic anomaly. Previously, there appeared to be a few giant birds in the sky that had been following the fleet, seemingly watching us closely. Huh? AI's eyes widened. He quickly scanned the open sky and then looked at the sea surface. With a sudden punch, he unleashed a burst of lightning, creating a splash of water and sending a school of fish flying onto the boat. Under Shi's guidance, AI grabbed a fish and crushed it in his large hand, flesh and blood oozing from between his fingers. Opening his palm, he discovered a miniature camera shaped like a fish eye. With a fierce gaze, AI crushed the camera into pieces and then smiled instead of getting angry. Ha! I didn't expect such a trick from the small Snow Ninja Village. This camera might even have signal transmission capabilities. We must have already been discovered. Mabui also saw what had just happened, and at this moment, our options were limited. We could either retreat or halt. The most impulsive action would be to accelerate and charge while they were still unprepared. My personal suggestion is to stop here and send out intelligence personnel to gather information before making a decision. The Snow Ninja Village could deploy such reconnaissance measures at sea, which shows they possess some strength. Ha! It seems those white-eyed ones have actually come up with some interesting things in the land of snow. AI laughed loudly for a while, then his expression turned solemn, and he accelerated forward. Even if they had discovered us, I wanted to see what strength they had to stop me. The sky had turned dim, with the setting sun accompanied by a cold wind, giving off a desolate vibe. The Cloud Ninja Village initially expected to arrive in 3 hours, but due to their unfamiliarity with the route and uncertainty about the landing position, they wasted quite a bit of time and took more than 5 hours to reach the shores of the land of snow. This was a relatively sheltered harbor with smaller waves, and the ship stopped about 100 meters from shore, where the coastline was a wall of ice and snow. Unexpectedly, there were no snow ninjas in sight. Be careful. The Snow Ninja Village may have already prepared their ninja forces. After arranging a summoning beast to scout the area without finding anything unusual, Raikage AI decided to lead Shi and the others forward, charging towards the shore. Behind them, waves of cloud ninjas followed, quickly closing the 100-meter distance to land. Whoosh, 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 as the last batch of cloud ninjas stepped onto the water surface. A volley of arrows suddenly shot in from all directions. These arrows were incredibly fast and reached the cloud ninjas in an instant. Watch out! AI leaped and punched out, knocking away a dozen arrows, but his incredibly strong punch surprisingly felt a bit numb. AI was shocked. These arrows seemed to have originated at least 500 meters away and still had such force. The arrows came too suddenly and densely. Despite AI and she desperately trying to intercept, several dozen still got through. As they were wading through the water, facing a sudden barrage of arrows, ordinary cloud ninjas couldn't withstand it and fell down in droves, with over 20 casualties. At this point, AI had fully reacted. He enveloped his fists in lightning and swept through the air, knocking down most of the second wave of incoming arrows. However, the arrows continued in an unending barrage, and the weaker Cloud Ninjas still suffered injuries and casualties. Damn it, Mabu-e, you arranged the landing maneuver. I'll charge ahead. I must let those hidden white-eyed bastards know what is going on. The fourth Reikage body burst with blue lightning chakra, and as he spoke, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. With the enhancement of the lightning chakra mode, Reikage's speed was almost like teleportation, and in just a few seconds, he covered nearly 1,000 meters to the spot where the crossbows were firing. There were nearly 2,000 ninjas here arranged in over 10 formations, and it was unclear how they had avoided detection from the summoning beasts. AI's sharp gaze swept over and noticed nearly 100 members of the Hyuga clan, dressed in unique armor and wielding exquisitely crafted crossbows, continuously shooting. From the glinting arrowheads and the sealing marks on the crossbows, it was evident that these ninja tools were not cheap. Hyuga clan bastards, prepare to die. Seeing so many white-eyed ones here, AI could no longer suppress his anger. He roared and charged forward alone. If he could capture a few dozen Hyuga clan members to breed and produce the bloodline of Byakugan for the Cloud Ninja Village, it would be worth it. These Hyuga who harmed the Cloud Ninja Village were not worth pitying. Aiming at the members of the Hyuga clan, still firing arrows, AI gathered lightning chakra throughout his body and charged at his opponents, swinging his hand down like a guillotine towards their heads. Reversal. Hyuga Hinata intercepted AI in front of him, releasing a large amount of gentle fist chakra from his chakra points, spinning like a top, and immediately forming a circular chakra shield to block AI's path. As the fist collided with the shield, the surrounding lightning flashed brilliantly, and the air was filled with a piercing sound. AI's punch, wrapped in lightning chakra, was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter the earth, almost breaking Hyuga Hinata's protective shield. After one impact, AI stepped back half a step and the shield shattered, forcing Hyuga Hinata to stumble back several steps. Seeing this, Hyuga Hinata's eyes widened. This was a reinforced version of reversal that had improved significantly under Hyuga's guidance, yet it was nearly shattered by a punch. TSK. The Hyuga clan's reversal still has some strength. Come again. Sensing the threat from the Reikage, the surrounding Hyuga clan members stopped shooting and put away their crossbows. Seeing that his primary goal had been achieved, AI felt somewhat relieved and turned to continue charging at Hyuga Hinata. Just as Hyuga Hinata was steeling himself to use reversal again, a youthful and vibrant figure appeared like a dream and blocked AI's path. This road is blocked. Chapter 232. Confrontation. Anyone who blocks me will die. Surrounding AI was crackling lightning, and his speed was incredibly fast. Seeing someone blocking his way, he didn't hesitate and directly launched a punch. Uchiha style. Thousand Mountains collapse. Uchiha Izumi drew out a gleaming long sword from behind and slashed down at AI's iron fist. The normal sword techniques of ninjas emphasize sharpness to injure, especially since Izumi, being a woman, has slightly less physical strength than male ninjas. However, when she swung her blade, the edge did not display its sharpness. Instead, it gathered immense power akin to 1,000 mountains collapsing. Bang! The clash of fists created a shockwave for a moment. When AI and Uchiha Izumi's attacks collided, sound waves rippled around them, and the air surged. Nearby ninjas felt a piercing pain in their ears, and strong gusts of wind pushed them away. When masters meet strong opponents, both sides understood each other. AI and Uchiha Izumi exchanged glances, their figures flickering as they engaged in an unending struggle. Everyone, do not approach them. Retreat and continue using crossbows to deplete the strength of the Cloud Ninjas. The Reikage was temporarily entangled by Uchiha Izumi, and Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Itachi quickly instructed their subordinates to retreat further and continue their attacks. Under their command, the surrounding snow ninjas formed a large defensive circle, while the bowmen composed of Hinata clan members began to unleash a hail of crossbow bolts. AI glanced over and noticed that these crossbow bolts were fired at an incredible speed and could even use chakra to increase their power. He realized that, at this firing rate, the Cloud Ninjas would likely suffer heavy casualties, and his eyes filled with fury as the lightning chakra around him surged even more violently. You dare? Thunder Flow Storm. AI concentrated his lightning chakra at his elbow and charged toward Uchiha Izumi, attempting to force her back and then attack the bowman. I told you this path is closed. Uchiha style. Hurricane slash. Izumi did not back down. her treasured sword suddenly entwined with a tremendous hurricane, both vast enough to sweep the heavens and sharp enough to shatter all. The wind chakra clashed with the lightning chakra, producing a blinding white light at the center of their battle, and the ground around them was lifted by the combined force of wind and lightning chakra. The powerful shock wave rebounded, causing both fighters to take a few steps back. Lightning release, thunder punishment. AI focused lightning release in his hand, pointing his fingers like a blade toward Uchiha Izumi, creating a hand blade that rivaled divine weapons. Uchiha style, thousand winds pass. At this moment, Izumi realized that AI's physical defense and strength far surpassed her own. So she chose to counter his lightning release taijutsu with the wind release sword techniques taught by Lord Snow Shadow. The wind howled around her sword, and a vortex of storm swirled around the blade, within which sharp wind blades were faintly visible. Their hand blade and steel sword clashed. The wind release chakra stripping away layers of lightning release chakra, producing a resounding clang of metal on metal. The two blades met the iron fists, neither yielding, and they could only step back and glare at each other. After all, the Reikage AI had specialized in lightning release taijutsu for many years and had a very robust physique. Despite the battle, his breath remained steady. In contrast, Uchiha Izumi appeared somewhat disheveled, her right hand holding the sword trembling behind her, feeling increasingly wary. No wonder she is one of the 5 Kage of the ninja world. Compared to Konoha's Sarutobi, she was far superior. It seemed that relying solely on Uchiha techniques would not be enough. As Izumi pondered, she bit her silver teeth, and her blood-red eyes spun into a unique pattern resembling a windmill. Izumi pointed her sword at the Reikage, speaking with unwavering determination. You are strong, but under Lord Snow Shadow's guidance and care, Uchiha Izumi will never let you down. This path today is one way. Could this I be the legendary Sharingan? Among female ninjas, you are quite strong, but for the sake of the Cloud Ninjas, I will use all my power. Facing a strong opponent, the Reikage AI's expression also grew serious. He tore off the cloak from his back and prepared to engage. Lord Reikage, we are coming. Support Lord Reikage. The bowman's attacks were ultimately affected by AI, and under the leadership of Mabu, the Cloud Ninjas rushed through wave after wave of arrows to confront AI against the Snow Ninjas. At this moment, AI and Uchiha Izumi stood before their respective sides, on guard against each other. Upon looking at his own team, AI felt a wave of dizziness. About 1/7 of the Cloud Ninjas that had followed him were already lost, and among the remaining ones, many were injured. It should be noted that this batch of ninjas he led were all elite genin, including many elite shunin and special jounin. He did not expect such heavy casualties over such a short distance. Even during the years of skirmishes with Konoha at the border, they had not suffered such great losses. AI did not anticipate that the Hinata clan would become so formidable after arriving in the Land of Snow. Initially, he only wanted to gain the reconnaissance abilities of the Byakugan, but now he was even more tempted by the Hinata clan. Unfortunately, the Snow Ninja village had such strong masters, it seemed that achieving their goals this time would not be easy. Given the situation, with the Hinata clan having such powerful weapons, as long as someone in front delayed, they could completely unleash their firepower to hunt down their own masters. If they could not break through, it would be difficult for these people to retreat safely. Lord Reikage, Mabu is incompetent, causing the team to suffer such great losses. Mabu's serious expression concealed a hint of sadness and helplessness. Although launching the battle and leading over 1,000 ninjas to attack the Land of Snow was the Reikage decision. In order to boost the morale of the Cloud Ninjas, and for the sake of the respected one's consideration, she decided to take the blame upon herself. That's not the case. AI's gaze was fixed firmly ahead, his tone and actions decisive. He waved his hand and said, "You were not wrong. It was my fault. You have already given your advice, and I am the decision-maker. I misjudged the strength of the Snow Ninja village, and my arrogance and impulsiveness led to such heavy losses." As AI spoke, his fists clenched tightly, his aura growing increasingly powerful, and the arcs of lightning around him shone so brightly that it was hard to see his figure. Everyone, the Byakugan of the Hinata clan, is formidable, and the Snow Ninja village has developed new attack methods. If we retreat now, it would undoubtedly allow them to slaughter us at will. It was my mistake to lead you into such a perilous environment as your Reikage. This will be a bitter fight, and what I can promise is that in the coming battle, I will lead from the front and fight until death. Will you fight to the death with me? To the death. To the death. Kill. I vow to follow Lord Reikage to the death. Attack. I will capture these Byakugan users and put them under my control. After AI's declaration, the Cloud ninjas, who had been somewhat dispirited by the crossbow attacks, suddenly changed their morale, each of them roaring as they looked at the Snow ninjas, their momentum resembling that of the ones who had previously suffered losses. Kill! Seeing the morale of the Cloud ninjas revitalized, AI called out in time and charged forward with blue lightning chakra, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward Uchiha Izumi. Kill! The Cloud ninjas behind AI followed suit, launching an assault while the Snow ninjas under Izumi's command also began their attack, and in an instant, the entire snowy expanse echoed with the sounds of battle. Chapter 233. Defeat. The cold wind howled, and the cold moon hung high. On the icy plains of the land of snow, the sounds of battle rang out, with blood spilling everywhere. The Cloud ninjas and Snow ninjas fought fiercely, and the battle was in full swing, just as Reikage AI had previously judged. With the strong observational guidance of the Hinata clan, combined with the concentrated firepower of the crossbow ninjas, the Cloud ninjas quickly found themselves at a disadvantage in the battle against the Snow ninjas. As for the high-level battles that AI had hoped for, the Cloud village was also being crushed by the Snow village. She faced off against Hinata Hizashi, first using Lightning Release, Thunder Illusion Lightning Beam, attempting to disrupt the crossbow attacks of the Snow ninjas with the illusion technique to assist the Cloud ninjas. However, the illusion technique was completely countered by the Byakugan, having no effect whatsoever. It only disrupted a portion of the Snow ninjas, providing a slight relief for the Cloud ninjas. However, he soon fell into the relentless assault of Hinata Hizashi. She fought back desperately, but unfortunately, his ordinary lightning release ninjutsu could not break through the defense of the gentle fist technique, and in terms of physical techniques, he was overwhelmed by the significantly stronger Hinata Hizashi. Even fighting with all his might, after a bout, she was ultimately struck in the chest by Hinata Hizashi's 8 trigrams air palm and fell to the ground, glaring with wide eyes in defeat. On the other side, Hinata then moved like a dragon, stepping through illusions and entangled with Mabu. Although Mabu usually acted as a secretary, her lightning-style ninjutsu was quite impressive. With her short blade flashing like lightning, she radiated an astonishing sharpness, and the slashes created a fierce light around her, making it seem like water couldn't penetrate. However, as Hinata then unfolded the 8 trigrams divine steps, each step created an illusion, instantly transforming into 8 clones to attack. Mabui was caught off guard and was hit several times by the sharp fingers. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was nothing special. It didn't seem to have any power. After desperately pushing Hinata Nen back with a sword, Mabu sensed that her body felt normal. Breathing heavily, she held her blade defensively. To buy some time and perhaps secure a victory, Mabu chose to taunt her opponent about the Hyuga clan's proud, gentle fist technique, hoping to make them lose their composure. It's useless to say more. You are already dead. Hinata then showed no anger at the provocation and coldly spat out a line before turning to charge at other Cloud shinobi. Don't run. Mabui was still pondering the enemy's intentions when she saw Hinata then leaving and wanted to pursue. Just then, she felt the spots on her body that had just been struck explode with a thunderous chakra. This chakra surged through her meridians, shattering her internal organs along the way. Before she could even issue a warning, Mabu fell in despair as her insides were destroyed. In her final moments, she only saw the Cloud shinobi being ruthlessly slaughtered. Mabu, damn it. Team Samui faced Hinata Niji, a genius of the Hyuga clan whose strength had far surpassed the original work after training under Hinata Wind, even hinting at a shadow-level prowess. Despite Team Samui's desperate attacks, they couldn't even touch the hem of their opponent's clothes. If it weren't for Hinata Niji's lack of combat experience and his reluctance to strike hard, Team Samui should have been all down by now. Cloud Flow, Rising Dragon. Cloud Flow, Flying Blade. Cloud Flow, Instant. Samui's every move was fierce and swift, like a fierce lion pouncing, trying to take down Hinata Niji with the cooperation of Omoi and Karui. However, even though Samui's short blade was sharp and the team members were well coordinated, Hinata Niji was even more unfathomable. His hands, as smooth as jade, surpassed even the sharpest blades. As the 8 trigrams palm danced, Samui and her 2 companions found themselves trapped in a swamp, unable to advance or retreat. After a fierce struggle, Hinata Niji had become accustomed to the atmosphere of slaughter on the battlefield. He no longer showed mercy and began to use the heavenly chop. Pure chakra condensed to form an invisible blade at the side of his palm, his hands comparable to chakra weapons. With a single strike, Omoi and Karui were cleaved along with their blades into 4 pieces. After slicing through the 2, His momentum remained undiminished as he sent Samui's short blade flying, closing in on her fair neck to deliver the final blow. Niji, don't kill her. Uchiha Jet, with his Sharingan activated, led the Snow Shinobi to charge and had gained the upper hand. Upon seeing Niji about to kill Samui, he quickly shouted, "Whatever you do, don't kill her. This girl is so cool and has such great lightning. She's almost on par with Tsunade. From my experience, Lord Yukikage would definitely like her. You can capture her and present her to Lord Yukikage, and then see if that Senju guy can still monopolize her favor." Just as Uchiha Jet finished speaking, Hinata Niji had already stopped his attack. In that split second, he transitioned from the heavenly chop to the gentle fist 8 trigrams palm, sealing Samui's ability to move with a series of acupuncture strikes. When he finally understood Uchiha Jet's reasoning for not killing her, the usually calm and indifferent Niji couldn't help but blush. He had intended to deliver a fatal blow, but upon seeing Samui's impressive lightning, he hesitated. Uchiha Jet was right. This type of person should appeal to Lord Yukikage. Uchiha Jet was elated to see Niji stop, feeling as though he had done a great service to Lord Yukikage. His spirits lifted even more as he charged into battle with renewed vigor. However, what Uchiha Jet did not notice was that the Snow Shinobi behind him, especially the other Uchiha clan members, were looking at him with admiration. One Uchiha member even whispered, "Jet, you're really brave." Everyone knows how Sister Izumi feels about Lord Yukikage. She's been hoping for years and hasn't succeeded, and now someone has jumped in line. Previously, Lord Yukikage said she was too young. Are you planning to give her a big template? Meanwhile, on a battlefield further away, Uchiha Izumi, who was locked in a fierce battle with Reikage, couldn't help but glance this way after hearing Uchiha Jet's words, causing her movements to falter slightly. And Hinata Hayashi, who had rushed to guard in front of the bow and arrow squad, now had a chilling glint in his eyes. With the continuous fall of experts, the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Cloud Shinobi. On the battlefield, the Snow Shinobi, clad in chakra armor, had astonishing defenses, with each one possessing 1 or 2 unique skills. The Uchiha clan's dazzling ninjutsu, along with the Hyuga clan's ordinary members displaying various unique techniques, combined with a part of the elite Hyuga forming the bow and arrow squad, left the Cloud Shinobi in a state of absolute decline. Some elite Chunin from the Cloud Shinobi had also attempted to attack the bow and arrow squad, but the Hyuga clan members transformed into phantoms, creating multiple shadows that all appeared real, making it difficult to judge. In their charge, they would often falter for a moment, only to find several crossbow bolts had already struck their vital spots. Not to mention a top expert like Uchiha Shursui, who transformed into several shadows, like a tiger among wolves. Wherever he passed, the Cloud Shinobi fell like wheat, not even having time to wail. Aside from the ongoing battle between Reikage and Uchiha Izumi, the rest of the battlefields saw the Cloud Shinobi in complete defeat. Chapter 234. Uchiha Izumi's Bloom Samui. Since the start of the battle, Reikage had been unable to break through Uchiha Izumi's defense. Watching Shi and Mabui fall had already driven him to fury, and now hearing that the Snow Shinobi intended to take Samui back for their amusement made his eyes nearly bleed with rage. Unforgivable, Reikage unleashed his full power, with arcs of electricity radiating an astonishing pressure, his hair standing on end. In this state, A's speed increased even more, and even with her Sharingan activated, Izumi found it difficult to keep up with his movements. Raging Thunder, Thunder Axe, transformed into a swift strike, charging towards Uchiha Izumi. He concentrated the lightning chakra in his right foot, raised it high, and then slammed it down forcefully. This was A's finely honed skill, one he believed was certain to hit, but unexpectedly, his foot veered off target. It wasn't until the last moment of the attack that A felt as if his left leg had been tripped by something. The powerful inertia sent his body sliding forward for dozens of meters, and his right leg struck the ground, creating a terrifying deep pit. A's reflexes were exceptional. He quickly activated his chakra to leap out of the pit, and with chakra surging, the ice wrapped around his left foot shattered into countless ice crystals. This ice was colder than the legendary ice techniques of the Mist Shinobi. Was this the ability of her Sharingan? A's expression became serious, and his gaze turned even fiercer. Even with such a strange ability, you can't escape. For killing so many Cloud Shinobi, your sins are unforgivable. At that moment, Izumi's eyes twitched. Using the Mangeki Sharingan put significant strain on her eyes. However, she stood firm with her blade against A, exuding a momentum that swept across the 8 directions. Invading the land of snow and defying Lord Yukikage's will, The actions of the Cloud Shinobi are what truly deserve to be condemned. Lightning release. Lightning tyrant level understanding that saying too much is futile. AI charged forward with a violent burst of lightning release concentrated in his hand, delivering a fierce knife hand strike directly towards Izumi. Extreme cold ice sealing, Izumi activated her Manjiki Sharingan jutsu again. But this time she didn't attempt to freeze AI's entire body at once. Instead, she formed countless ice nodes within a radius of 300 meters around herself. Once an enemy touched a node, she would concentrate her power and fully activate her jutsu to freeze them. AI transformed into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the ice nodes, always aiming directly at Izumi. However, the ice nodes were densely packed, and Izumi could still manipulate them to move. Eventually, AI accidentally collided with an ice crystal with his left hand. In the next moment, a large number of ice nodes triggered a chain reaction, forming ice chains. One end of the chain trapped AI's left hand, while the other end plunged deep into the ground, merging with the frozen surface. At the same time, the temperature of the ice trapping AI became increasingly lower and continued to spread towards his arm and even his heart. "Get off me!" AI tugged desperately at his left hand, but was unable to budge the ice chains. Even the lightning release chakra couldn't shatter the ice or stop its spread, leaving him with only the option to buy some time. He concentrated the surging lightning release chakra in his right hand and prepared to strike down at the ice crystal chains. However, at that moment, he sensed an extreme danger approaching and could only swing his right hand to launch an attack. When AI felt his right hand strike against an invisible weapon, though it didn't hit head-on, he could still feel a chilling aura. Having deflected the opponent's attack, combined with AI's timely sidestep, he managed to avoid this invisible assault. But the next second, AI realized he had celebrated too early. A wound had appeared on his chest without him feeling any pain. He didn't even notice the injury until he sensed blood flowing out. Just as he was shocked and angry, a strong sense of danger hit him again, and the ice ceiling on his left side grew colder and tighter. With no other choice, AI struck his left hand with a knife hand, severing his own arm. Once freed from the restraints, AI activated his lightning release chakra and shot away to a safe distance, avoiding the ice ceiling range of Uchiha Izumi. Only then did he have the time to carefully observe his left hand and the situation with Uchiha Izumi. He saw that the severed part of his left arm showed no blood at all and had completely transformed into blood-red ice crystals, looking both magnificent and eerie. AI looked up to see Uchiha Izumi's eyes wide open, tears of blood dripping from the corners, and he made a judgment in his heart. "This ability must come with a price. Let us see if you can outlast me." "No need to outlast. I will defeat you next." Izumi felt intense pain in her eyes, but she didn't care. This bit of pain was nothing compared to her determination to repay Lord Wind. Kill. Even though severely injured, AI maintained a nonchalant demeanor, steeling himself to charge again. This time, disregarding his own consumption, the lightning release chakra surged across his body as he charged, countering the ice nodes scattered in the air, and he was indeed not controlled again. Lightning release. Lightning tyrant thousand dance, the lightning release chakra shot out, dissipating the ice nodes in front of him. AI then leapt into the air, concentrating the high-intensity electric current formed by the lightning release chakra in his remaining right hand and diving down with a fierce knife hand strike aimed at Uchiha Izumi. Faced with AI's life-threatening attack, Izumi frowned and quickly retreated, while simultaneously manipulating the ice nodes in the air to gather and condense, forming a ghostly blue ice shield nearly 10 meters high and several meters thick. Boom! The knife hand struck the ice shield, and the immense force caused the shield to shatter and fly apart in midair. Although AI gained a slight advantage, his expression showed no joy. His powerful strike only shattered the ice shield into pieces, failing to penetrate and attack Uchiha Izumi. AI's reaction was swift. Realizing his attack had not succeeded, he activated the lightning release chakra again and charged at high speed, delivering another merciless knife hand strike towards Uchiha Izumi. At that moment, Izumi was frowning. Although her extreme cold sealing was powerful, the time required to completely seal a strong opponent like Reikage AI was still a bit slow. Moreover, her eyes were starting to feel the strain of continuously using the Manjiki Sharingan. Determined, Uchiha Izumi unleashed her ocular power, and a massive pale purple skeleton appeared, enveloping her in a tight defense. Then, tendrils of chakra and flesh spread across the skeleton's frame, causing the entire skeleton to swell and expand. Even forming a chakra cloak around its exterior, looking mysterious and cool. Lightning release. Lightning bomb taking advantage of Izumi, stopping her Manjiki Sharingan to release the Susanoo. AI accelerated and single-handedly lifted the outer shell of the skeleton that enveloped Izumi, slamming it down heavily. Boom! The powerful killing intent of the lightning release body refinement technique, combined with ultimate strength and speed, created a cloud of dust, causing the ground to surge like waves. In an instant, the Cloud Shinobi and Snow Shinobi reflexively stopped to watch the battle outcome between AI and Izumi. Chapter 235. Bloodpath having been blocked by Uchiha Izumi for a long time. Reikage AI finally seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow while she switched her attack mode. On the surface, it seemed he had grasped the chance, but unfortunately, AI was left with only one arm, significantly reducing his control. Furthermore, Izumi was in the process of activating the Susanoo, and the skeleton shell was continuously expanding. AI's decisive attack ultimately did not achieve its intended result. Unlike the Cloud Shinobi who held expectations, AI immediately realized that a large part of his attack had missed. Even if it could cause some damage, the actual effect would likely be poor. Lightning release. Righteous Thunder Anger Thunder Axe without waiting for the dust to settle. AI concentrated the lightning release chakra in his feet and, filled with rage, struck down. Boom! AI's enraged kick hit the extremely hard iron, yielding no results. Instead, he was sent flying by the recoil force and a massive punch that came crashing towards him. AI understood that he wouldn't have any suitable opportunities in the short term. He took advantage of the situation to retreat and pushed back the skilled fighters like Hinata Nan, who were slaughtering ordinary Cloud Shinobi, guarding the remaining Cloud Shinobi. What kind of monster is this? As the dust gradually cleared, Izumi stood upright from the deep pit. Her dozens of meters tall, pale, purple Susanoo towering above the dissipating dust. The Cloud Shinobi were terrified to see such an incomprehensible entity. Was the opponent Reikage fought just now such a monster? It truly put Reikage in a difficult position. Uchiha Izumi stepped out from the dust. The massive Susanoo fully revealed before the Cloud Shinobi, a terrifying pressure causing the heavily damaged Cloud Shinobi to tremble, many losing their will to fight. How dare you? How dare you try to touch me with your hands? This is the pure body meant for Lord Snow. Izumi was enraged by Reikage AI's earlier attack, and she no longer cared that this was a battlefield between two villages, speaking her innermost thoughts without reservation. As she spoke, blood occasionally flowed from her mouth, showing that she had also suffered serious injuries, indicating that Reikage AI's attack had not been fully defended against. For your offense die, Izumi's Manjiki Sharingan was now blood red, and with a furious shout, she charged at AI and the others. I'll hold the rear. You all quickly take the chance to retreat. After returning, let Drui succeed as the fifth Reikage and tell him to be cautious of the Snow Shinobi village, not to attack easily. Before Uchiha Izumi launched her attack, Reikage AI instructed the remaining Cloud Shinobi to retreat. He hurriedly finished a brief statement and activated the lightning release chakra to launch his attack again. However, this time, AI's attack was directed at Hinata Niji and the ordinary snow ninjas along the way. He wanted to try using the lives of ordinary snow ninjas to delay the footsteps of the masters from the snow ninja village, and to see if he could rescue Samui. Facing a charge from powerful ninjas like Uchiha Izumi and Hinata Niji, as well as a group of ninjas with new-style crossbow weapons, AI understood that his chances of survival were extremely slim, but this was his responsibility as the Reikage. When AI's thunderous body was about to collide with the snow ninja group, Hinata Niji and Hinata Hizashi coincidentally used the mid-range techniques of the gentle fist to intercept. Two sharp palm winds penetrated the formation of the snow ninjas and struck AI's strong body fiercely, but this attack had no effect on the already desperate Reikage, only causing him to momentarily pause his charge. In that brief moment, Uchiha Izumi, controlling Susanoo, rushed to AI's front and struck down fiercely with a sword, colliding with AI's remaining right arm. The force of this strike was immense, as if AI were a nail hammered down by Izumi, with half of his body sinking into the ground, creating another deep pit at the scene. This is not your battlefield. Ordinary snow ninjas, disperse and continue to hunt down the Cloud Ninjas. The crossbow team surround and intercept the Cloud Ninjas to prevent their escape. Hinata Nan, Hinata Hizashi, and Uchiha Itachi took the opportunity to call their snow ninjas to bypass the battlefield of Uchiha Izumi and continue their attack. Even with chakra armor protecting them, the snow ninjas did not want to test Reikage's fists and feet, and sincerely bypassed the terrifying battle at the center to continue encircling the remaining Cloud Ninjas. Damn it. Where do you think you're going? AI shouted furiously, electricity crackling intensely around him. He forcefully pushed aside the sword in Susanu's hand, then transformed into lightning and positioned himself between the snow ninjas and the cloud ninjas. His powerful body, charging at high speed, even directly collided with and killed a string of snow ninjas. Who else can you protect? Uchiha Izumi shouted angrily, raising Susanu's left arm, with immense chakra gathering in her palm. Following that, a series of 8-footed Magatama rapidly shot out, hitting AI's resilient body. The speed of this attack was incredibly fast, and due to the prolonged high-intensity battle, AI found himself momentarily unable to react in time to dodge. Boom! The series of 8-footed Magatama struck AI, exploding on his body, radiating with lightning, the powerful force even pushing him forcefully backward. The strong impact caused AI to involuntarily slide back nearly 100 meters, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground, and his back even crashing into several unfortunate cloud ninjas. Izumi commanded Susanu to move forward and continue the pursuit. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her eyes, as if some energy was disconnected, and Susanu involuntarily dissipated. Izumi helplessly covered her painfully throbbing eyes, her entire body swaying unsteadily. Retreat. Ignoring the deep wound visible to the bone on his chest, AI forced himself to charge toward Hinata, Nan, and the others. Like the most desperate and determined warrior, once again charging toward death. Retreat. Take the message back. Do not disappoint Lord Raikage. Narui and he couldn't help but shed blood tears, commanding the other cloud ninjas to retreat, while they themselves turned and desperately followed Raikage AI into the charge. Invasion of the Land of Snow. You have no way out. Ultimately, Raikage AI was already at the end of his strength. Even though Uchiha Izumi was temporarily unable to attack, the masters from the Snow Ninja Village were not something the remaining cloud ninjas could resist. Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Niji teamed up to entangle the furious but powerless Raikage AI, while Uchiha Shirsue's blade flickered, delivering a flurry of quick strikes, with other snow ninjas following suit. Go, take the message back. A cloud ninja shouted desperately before collapsing, then rushed towards Uchiha Shirsue with explosive tags attached to him. Unfortunately, Shirsue's speed was too fast, and he could only let his own corpse explode in midair. The sacrifice of this cloud ninja seemed to ignite the courage of others to fight desperately. Those cloud ninjas who fell behind copied him, attaching explosive tags to themselves as they turned back to block, using their bodies to build a final defense. The sacrifice of their companion opened a bloody path, while the remaining cloud ninjas fled with tears of blood. Chapter 236. Change of surname on the ice field by the coast of the Land of Snow. The battlefield between the cloud ninjas and the snow ninjas had completely quieted down. At this moment, it was nearing midnight with the cold wind howling, as if weeping, combined with the scattered severed fingers and congealed dark red blood on the ground, creating a very eerie and cold environment. Hinata Hizashi, Hinata Niji, and Uchiha Izumi stood side by side, facing the broken and tragic body of Raikage AI. AI was covered in horrifying wounds, blood splattered across his one-armed and one-eyed body, which had already congealed. At this moment, AI's body had completely stiffened, facing Hizashi and the others, but in the last moment before death. His strong head turned to look in the direction of the retreating cloud ninjas, his remaining eyes still glaring fiercely. Wow, I must say this is truly a brave warrior. Despite previously harboring intense hatred for the cloud ninjas, after the battle, Hinata Niji couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Raikage AI, who had fought fiercely and selflessly for the cloud ninjas. However, some snow ninjas whose friends had been killed by AI did not agree, and one particularly agitated one spoke up directly. He is the sinner who invaded the snow ninja village and has killed many of us. I think we might as well chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Enough. The battle on the battlefield is one thing, but wantonly desecrating the body of the opponent after the fight is another. Uchiha Izumi, as the highest commander on the front lines, decisively interrupted the Snow Ninja's words. Lord Snow Shadow's charisma is astonishing, overlooking the universe, and even against an opponent, one should not humiliate them in such a way. What you are suggesting is not insulting the Cloud Ninjas, but insulting the Snow Ninja Village. No matter how you say it, a brave warrior's body should not be treated this way after death. Although it was normal for the bodies of ninjas to be used for experiments and research after death, the opponent was after all a village's shadow, and that was something only the Lord Snow Shadow could decide. Now, let us clean up the battlefield and tally the casualties. then redeploy. Under Uchiha Izumi's suppression, the agitated snow ninjas quieted down, and they began to work according to the leadership of Hinata Hizashi and others, quickly cleaning up the battlefield. A deep pit was dug on the ice field a bit farther away to bury the bodies of the ordinary Cloud Ninjas. And Izumi's team returned to the camp to start compiling the losses and gains from the battle. How many Cloud Ninjas managed to escape from this battle? Izumi immediately asked this question, feeling a bit worried about the subsequent offensive from the Cloud Ninja village, as the Snow Ninja village was relatively small compared to the Cloud Ninjas. About 50 or so jumped into the sea. The coast of the Land of Snow is so icy, and without boats for supplies, their chances of survival should not be very high. Uchiha Itachi answered cautiously. It's strange. Even though the battle has already ended, I can still occasionally see a terrifying killing intent in Sister Izumi's eyes. Uchiha couldn't help but speculate in his heart, wondering if the Sharingan truly was a cursed eye that became bloodthirsty once unleashed. Hinata Nan chimed in. The Cloud Ninjas made their way through with explosive tags, making it indeed hard to stop them. By the time the crossbow team arrived at the seaside to scout and pursue, some Cloud Ninjas had already run far away, although they still managed to shoot down some of them. As for the ships from the Cloud Ninja village, they have all been captured, and there are only some technicians like shipwrights on board. While cleaning up the battlefield just now, I discovered some severely injured and unconscious Cloud Ninjas, about 30 of them. Their injuries are grave. If left unattended, they might not survive for a day or two, Hyuga Osamu added. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuga couldn't wait to chime in, saying, "What are we keeping these captives for? Just send them all away and bury them together. Do we really want to waste the medical resources of the Snow Ninja village on them? Devils, you are all devils." Samui, who was controlled and prepared to be handed over to Hyuga Kaze, could not move and could only barely regain her ability to speak. She had heard about the tragic casualties in the Cloud Ninja village in the tent, and her eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, hearing Hyuga Kan's cold words, she couldn't help but scream out loud. The intense anger made Samui gasp for breath, causing her ample chest to rise and fall rapidly, leading all the men present to collectively turn their heads away. This was a forbidden object prepared for Lord Yukikage. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Izumi stared intently at Samui's fair and towering figure for a long time, then reluctantly controlled herself to look away. The slaughter after the battle was meaningless. These injured and Samui, along with the corpse of Reikage, should just be taken back to be dealt with by Lord Yukikage. Looking around to see that no one opposed, Izumi continued, "Although we defeated the invasion of the Cloud Ninja village, we cannot become complacent. Konoha and those dirty black market hunters are still active. Hyuga Osamu, you continue to lead the team in reconnaissance to prevent attacks from other ninja villages. Brother Shursui, you and Lord Hayashi stay at the frontline camp. I will take the injured and the captives back to the village to report. Lord Yukikage, the invasion of the Cloud Ninja has been annihilated, and the fourth Reikage has died in battle. In this battle, our side killed." In the Yukikage's office, Izumi looked at Hyuga Kaze with awe, closeness, and longing in her eyes as she respectfully reported the battle situation. "That's not important, but looking at you, Izumi, you seem exhausted. You must have used your Manjiki Sharingan, right? Are you injured?" Hyuga Kaze did not let Izumi remain kneeling on one knee to report. As Izumi looked up to report, Hyuga Kaze got up from a chair and came to her side, pulling her up and examining her closely, displaying the demeanor of a caring leader towards his female subordinate. Behind Hyuga Kaze, Uchiha Mikoto rolled her eyes helplessly, her face showing a mixed expression of amusement and disbelief. "Izumi is fine. Thank you for your concern, Lord Yukikage." Hyuga Kaze was too close, and his tall stature almost enveloped Uchiha Izumi completely as he examined her. Under Hyuga Kaze's warm breath, Uchiha Izumi's body softened and fell into his embrace, completely losing the heroic demeanor she had displayed while fighting the fourth Reikage. "How can you say you're fine? Look at how exhausted you are. The Manjiki Sharingan has cost you too much." Hyuga Kaze wrapped his left arm around Uchiha Izumi's slender waist, while his right hand affectionately caressed the corner of her eye. Feeling the warm embrace and caring touch of Lord Yukikage, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but shrink slightly, pressing even closer to him. Her pretty face flushed, feeling as if her head might smoke. "Your eyes must hurt and be uncomfortable. Don't worry, I have a way to restore your ocular power. Izumi, you made great contributions on the front line and must be rewarded. What reward do you want?" Izumi quickly glanced at Hyuga Kaze and then shyly lowered her head. "If Lord Yukikage wants to reward me, I hope to change my name to Hyuga Izumi." Chapter 237, treatment in the Yukikige's office, suppressing her intense sense of shame. Uchiha Izumi used all her strength to express her long-hidden desire. After saying this, she seemed to have exhausted all her energy and slumped in Hyuga Kaze's arms, only her hands tightly gripping his strong body for support. Lord Yukikige? After a while, without receiving a response from Hyuga Kaze, Izumi, with a tone of fear and anticipation, gently asked. Her delicate body trembled slightly, revealing her inner tension. Are you sure you want to be with me? After all these years, you should be very clear about how many women have been around me. Although Hyuga Kaze already understood Izumi's feelings, out of the last remnants of conscience and reason, he still held her slender waist and, in a deep voice, confirmed again. Izumi gently bit her lower lip, her eyes shining with determination as she said, Of course. Ever since the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, my heart has belonged to you, Lord Kaze. This body is also always waiting for your picking. Saying this, Uchiha Izumi looked up at Hyuga Kaze, her face filled with hope. Although her voice was soft, it carried a stubbornness and persistence. But you always think I'm too small. I've been working hard to grow. She pushed her chest forward to prove her development was mature enough. At the same time, she complained in a resentful tone. Clearly, I've developed quite well. How can people compare to cows? Hyuga Kaze couldn't help but chuckle at Izumi's serious and cute expression. He tightened his embrace around her. Since you've made up your mind, as a lecher, I certainly won't let you, this great beauty, go. As for your development, I will personally verify it. Upon hearing this, Izumi's face flushed charmingly. I am always ready for your verification. Kaze couldn't help but laugh at this, tightly hugging Izumi and saying, Don't worry, you can't escape my grasp. From now on, you can live in the Yukikige's residence. Hearing your report, you excessively used your Manjiki Sharingan. You used it several times in one day, and even used Susanoo. This has caused too much damage to your eyes. You probably not only have eye pain, but also a significant decline in vision. I clearly warned you about the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. As the frontline commander, you could have arranged for Shursui to take down the Reikage. Why push yourself so hard? As Hyuga Kaze spoke, his hand slid down, and when he mentioned Izumi pushing herself, he slapped her at the most prominent part of her waist. Smack. The crisp sound echoed in the Yukikige's office. The pain from the slap suddenly jolted Uchiha Izumi, who was lost in the warmth of Lord Yukikige's embrace, awake. She instinctively reached to touch the painful spot and then looked up at Hyuga Kaze with confusion and grievance. Lord Yukikige, what are you doing? You said you were ready for my picking at any time. Since you belong to me, how can I not take care of you? Of course, I have to punish you. Hyuga Kaze's words left Uchiha Izumi unable to refute. She could only lower her head shyly, knowing she was in the wrong. Moreover, Lord Yukikige didn't need any reason to punish her. As long as he wanted, he could do so any time. Her soft and melodious words, along with her shy and captivating appearance, caused Hyuga Kaze's breathing to momentarily falter. After a brief silence, he continued, There will be plenty of opportunities to punish you. For now, let's talk about your eyes. I previously mentioned I have a way to restore your ocular power loss, and now I will explain the specific treatment methods. I have two methods to replenish the consumption of the Manjiki Sharingan's power. One is to transplant a bit of cells similar to those of Hashirama Senju, which contains strong life force. This way, your Manjiki Sharingan can slowly restore its power automatically after use, eliminating the side effects of vision decline and even blindness that I mentioned before. I have these cells readily available, but they were extracted from a certain male. I think you wouldn't want to have any components from other men in your body, right? Uchiha Izumi lifted her head from Hinata Kaze's embrace and said firmly, Of course. Izumi will only accept your cells, Lord Yukikige. Hinata Kaze raised a hand to stroke Uchiha Izumi's hair as a reward and said, That's right. I can't accept my woman having the essence of another man. Since that's the case, I'll mention the second method. Due to factors related to physique and strength, my bodily fluids actually have effects that can heal hidden injuries, enhance overall strength, and maintain youthful vitality. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi was completely stunned. Her gaze towards Hinata Kaze filled with even more respect, as if she were witnessing the sage of six paths. Then, as if she thought of something, she turned to look at Uchiha Mikoto, who was sitting nearby handling documents, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. Hinata Kaze noticed Izumi's action and directly admitted in response to Mikoto's shy and helpless gaze, You're not mistaken. The reason Mikoto's physical condition has improved, her skin has become more delicate, and she looks so youthful is because she has received my cell infusion. Cough, cough, cough. Makoto, who had originally picked up a cup of tea to hide her embarrassment, couldn't help but choke upon hearing Hinata Kaze's blunt statement. Don't rush to choke. Hinata Kaze flashed a mischievous smile at Makoto and continued explaining to Uchiha Izumi. Generally speaking, cell infusion can be done through oral intake, topical application, injection, and various methods are usually mixed together. However, the method with the fastest effect is of course oral intake, and Makoto has plenty of experience in this regard. Hinata Kaze turned to Makoto. Makoto, since Izumi has no experience, you should demonstrate it for her. Having just recovered from her coughing fit, Makoto felt uneasy but couldn't go against her master's orders. Thus, she could only stand up and walk in front of Hinata Kaze under Izumi's curious gaze. After inviting Hinata Kaze to sit on the Yukikage throne, Makoto shot him a glare and said, "You only thought of me at this time. How considerate. This is clearly your business." Although she complained, Makoto was still obedient. Locking the door, closing the windows, and activating the soundproof seal, Uchiha Makoto gracefully walked to Izumi's side and began demonstrating the healing process. Over an hour later, the door to the Yukikage's office opened, and Hinata Kaze left with Makoto and Izumi. The snow ninjas guarding outside were surprised and began discussing. It seems the frontline battle was quite fierce. To have closed the door for so long. With Lord Yukikage around, what is there to worry about? But Lady Izumi, why are you covering your throat and looking uncomfortable? Did you get hurt during the battle? With Lord Yukikage's intervention, no injury is a problem. But why is Lady Izumi's outfit now a secretary's uniform? Wasn't she in battle attire when she went in? Chapter 238. Entering the door, Lord Yukikage, you really... Listening to the discussions coming from behind, Uchiha Izumi discreetly quickened her pace, lowering her head even more as she walked. Hinata Kaze looked from behind and noticed that Izumi's ears were turning red, her whole body tense, appearing even more anxious than when she personally experienced the healing effects. Huh, your speech is much clearer now compared to when you were shouting for Lord Yukikage earlier. Makoto quickened her pace to walk alongside Izumi, teasing her in an ambiguous tone. Makoto had a great mindset. She had long noticed Izumi's attitude towards Hinata Kaze and understood that it was only a matter of time before the little cabbage was taken. Thus, she quickly accepted the fact of having another sister. For Uchiha Makoto, having another person to share the burden with was not bad, especially since they both came from the Uchiha clan. The only thing that made her a bit uncomfortable was that Izumi had once hoped to become her son's daughter-in-law. Makoto, even you are making fun of me. Izumi's fair chin pressed tightly against her high peaks, her words carrying a hint of a tearful tone. All right. Hinata Kaze quickened his pace to insert himself between the two, trying to mediate. Let's discuss these trivial matters later. Izumi, first tell me about the situation with the prisoners from the Cloud Ninja Village. To be honest, it was quite unexpected that they were the ones to attack first. Now you remember your duties. I wonder who said we should wear work uniforms in the office. After putting on the secretary outfit, I haven't seen the great Yukikage discuss work. After being accepted by Hinata Kaze, Izumi relaxed considerably and even dared to make sarcastic remarks. While speaking, she appeared puffed up, and the way her secretary outfit swelled with her breathing proved that the massage Izumi had received was indeed effective. Don't be like that. Izumi is the most obedient. Hinata Kaze reached out to stroke Uchiha Izumi's hair, smiling as he comforted her. She shot Hinata Kaze a glance, let out a soft huff, and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a subtle arc. Izumi's anger came quickly and went just as fast. After all, she had long understood what kind of person her Yukikage was. She had seen Makoto's legs feeling weak and her red lips swollen from work more than once or twice. After a pause, Uchiha Izumi began to detail the battle situation. In the end, because Reikage was too stubborn and fought to the last, we had no choice but to kill him. As she mentioned Reikage, a hint of admiration also slipped from Izumi's mouth. She continued, in summary, we killed about 400 Cloud Ninjas in this battle and captured 35 from the Cloud Ninja Village, including the Jonin Samui. About 50 from the Cloud Ninja Village escaped by sea. Currently, Shursui, Hinata Hayashi, and the others are stationed at the border of the Land of Snow, guarding against possible retaliation from the Cloud Ninja Village, as well as attacks that might come from Konoha. Samui? Hinata Kaze was completely indifferent to the Cloud Ninjas and Konoha, but his expression became excited upon hearing the name Samui. In Hinata Kaze's memory, she was a stunning beauty on par with Tsunade, and also ranked highly on the list of adult content in the Naruto world. Thinking this, Hinata Kaze couldn't help but recall the captivating figures and amusing expressions from the adult content, wondering how they would compare to the real person. Since he was currently in opposition to Samui, He felt he could indulge in some excessive actions without concern. Seeing the enamored expression on Hinata Kaze's face, Izumi couldn't help but pout her rosy lips. I knew Lord Yukikage would be interested. You just accepted Izumi, and now you want to bully other women. Sigh, what can I do? Izumi has already devoted herself to you. Samui is currently locked up in a cell. Do you want to go taste her now, Lord Yukikage? Izumi can help you hold her hands and feet. Cough, cough, cough. This time, it was Hinata Kaze's turn to cough. Izumi, what nonsense are you talking about? Right now, there are prisoners in Snow Ninja Village, and outside, there are formidable enemies. The Snow Ninjas are all on alert and training. How could I, as a Snow Ninja, do such a thing? When Hinata Kaze said this, he appeared very righteous on the surface. If it weren't for the look of excitement in his eyes, Uchiha Mikoto would have almost believed him. Ignoring Mikoto and Izumi's teasing gazes, Hinata Kaze said solemnly, let's keep Samui and the other Cloud Ninja prisoners locked up for now. There's no point in interrogating them at this moment. When the Cloud Ninja Village no longer exists, they will naturally come to understand. As for the body of the fourth Raikage, let's have it cremated and find a place to bury it. Although the lightning release body technique is a decent ninjutsu, there's no need to delve into it. If needed, I'll directly take it from the Cloud Ninja Village. Although Sam was a bit tempted by the idea, he decided to imprison her for a while first. After all, with Yunrin's pride, she wouldn't yield so quickly. Plus, the delicious treat was still not fully consumed. And Hyuga Kaze wasn't that impatient. Izumi, you've worked hard before, go home and rest well. I will arrange for a shadow clone to oversee the border. And with Uchiha sure sway, we don't need to worry even if the 5 great ninja villages come to attack. Furthermore, if there's really a need, I can teleport over at any time and flatten all enemies. When mentioning the 5 great ninja villages, Hyuga Kaze still looked extremely confident, not taking them seriously at all. Izumi looked at Lord Yukikage's handsome face, nodding her small head nonstop, full of admiration. The reason she was moved by Hyuga Kaze was not only because he saved her in a life-and-death situation, but also because of his handsome appearance and unmatched strength. Izumi believed that your strength could defeat all enemies in the world and ultimately achieve peace in the ninja world. However, all the Snow Ninjas, including Izumi, hope to contribute to your great journey rather than just watching you from afar. So, please let Izumi continue to fight on the front lines at the border. At this moment, Hyuga Kaze and the others had arrived at the door of the Yukikage's house. Uchiha Izumi suddenly stopped and spoke passionately, almost like making a vow. Hyuga Kaze looked at Izumi with a mix of amusement and affection. This little one was really both lovable and pitiful. He smiled helplessly, thinking that with Izumi being so considerate, how could he not fulfill her wishes? However, before Izumi's smile could fully bloom, Hyuga Kaze suddenly spoke with a mischievous grin. Just hope you still have the strength to fight later. Lord Izumi whined in a spoiled tone, her voice stretched out like a wronged little kitten. Hyuga Kaze looked at her adorable appearance and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. All right, stop messing around. Let me take you to officially meet your future sisters. Upon hearing this, Izumi immediately forgot about the earlier little episode, her face flushing with embarrassment as she looked at the door that was so close yet felt hesitant to step out. Chapter 239, Delivery to your door at the entrance of the Yukikage's house. Seeing Izumi hesitating, Hyuga Kaze simply stepped forward to open the door and beckoned Uchiha Izumi inside. Izumi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come in. Don't worry, they're all easy to get along with. You've met them several times before. Just consider it making friends at a deeper level. It's fine. After hearing Hyuga Kaze's words, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was the situation before the same as now? She really wanted to complain that Lord Yukikage's tone now was exactly the same as when he previously told her it wasn't tea spicy at all. However, the current situation left Izumi with no mood to refute or complain. Looking at the open door, she slowly moved her feet to follow along. Seeing this, Hyuga Kaze smiled and took the lead into the house. Izumi followed closely behind, her head lowered, looking like a shy little wife. All the way, Izumi carefully followed Hyuga Kaze into the house, but they did not see anyone until they reached upstairs. All the bedrooms were empty. Asuma, Kurenai, and the others were not there. After a round, they finally found Uchiha Hikari in the living room. At this moment, she was lazily leaning on the sofa, watching a movie, her mouth full of an ice pop, enjoying herself. However, just the white cream at the corner of her mouth made Izumi glance at it before she couldn't help but lower her head again, as if she also had a similar situation at the corner of her mouth. Why are you the only one at home? What about Tsunade and Kurenai? Ugh. Uchiha Hikari lazily swallowed the last bite of cream still watching the movie without turning her head, responding to Hyuga Kaze in a lazy manner. They went to the Land of Snow. It seems that someone from Konoha mixed into the merchant team and entered the Land of Snow. They went around to the capital. They seem to know that Big Milk Cow and actually contacted Tsunade through the casino. Kurenai and Ōtsutsuki might know them too, so they decided to go together. So I'm left here to inform you. But don't worry, when they left, they took your special kunai with them, and if they're in danger, they will seek your help. And according to Tsunade, the news she received indicated that those people are not representing Konoha, but rather their own families. Oh, so that's how it is. Do you know which family sent people, and who came? Actually, Hyuga Kaze had already guessed about the visitors. There were not many families in Konoha that had the wisdom to jump out of the quagmire and the ability to implement it. Sitting back, contentedly, Uchiha Hikari thought hard. I heard from Asuma that it seems to be named Narashika, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Yamanaka Ino or something. In the backyard of casino in the capital of the Land of Snow, Tsunade, Kurenai, and the others had already met with Narashikaku and a few others. Long time no see, Lord Tsunade, and also you, Kurenai, and Miss Ōtsutsuki. Even though they were meeting with ninjas from other villages in a foreign land, while carrying the burden of their own ninja village. And some of them had already been declared rogue ninjas. Narashikaku still appeared calm and unperturbed. Oh, it's Shikaku and Inoichi. Tsunade was initially a bit excited to see Narashikaku and the others, but it didn't take long for her expression to shift to one of disinterest. Even you families are going to abandon Konoha? It's hard to say who will abandon whom first. Narashikaku let out a helpless sigh and explained. Since the disappearance of the 5th Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has reassumed his position. They have been oppressing each family under the pretext of guarding Konoha. And in less than 3 years, they have taken nearly 50 people from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Even so, they still want to let go. And they want to drain us completely. Narashikaku revealed a look of being forced into a corner. Although our families have the heart to serve Konoha, we can't gamble the survival of our families on Sarutobi Hiruzen's conscience. Furthermore, Konoha has long deviated from the original intentions when the first Hokage established it, and has completely twisted into a tool for families like Sarutobi and Shimura to profit from, seemingly full of resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Narashikaku didn't show any awkwardness in calling out his name directly. After pausing for a moment, Narashikaku continued, in fact, for the survival of our families, we could endure even if we were oppressed more severely. But the more critical issue is that the current ninja world is turbulent. And with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his gang of idiots, they probably lack the ability to protect Konoha well. To be honest, we have been in the Land of Snow for a few days now. While the weather is a bit cold, the overall environment is quite nice. After learning that you are in the Snow Ninja Village, we felt a bit more at ease. The most concerning aspect of military power has also been alleviated after witnessing a breathtaking battle recently. Compared to Konoha, the Snow Ninja Village is probably our best choice. Tsunade opened her mouth and then closed it again. Narashikaku's words were not something she could refute. She had seen with her own eyes how the living conditions of the residents in the Land of Snow had gradually improved and how their entertainment had become enriched. With no other choice, Tsunade took out a bottle of alcohol and drank it down. You don't know much about Hyuga Kaze. Are you not afraid of making a mistake? Narashikaku still wore a calm expression. This is our choice. If something goes wrong, it only proves that our judgment is not that good. Isn't it better to let the newcomers take over? Disappointing, seemingly stimulated by Narashikaku's resolute attitude. Tsunade dejectedly put down the bottle. This alcohol tastes good, but it doesn't get you drunk. Since her physical condition has improved somewhat, she surprisingly doesn't feel drunk no matter how much she drinks. Tsunade couldn't help but reminisce about the almost dizzying feeling she experienced when she trained with Hinata in a tipsy state a while ago. Although it was uncomfortable at the time, leading her to babble incoherently, at least she forgot all her troubles. Even after being severely wounded by Sarutobi, she initially resolutely gave up on Konoha to help the Snow Village cultivate medical ninjas. However, after a few years of seclusion, Tsunade's heart has gradually softened. After all, it is the foundation established by her grandfather, and now that Konoha is on the brink of collapse, how could she not feel melancholic? A glance to the side revealed Yamashita Kaichi and the little girl standing in front of Yuhi Kurenai and the others. Tsunade's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. With her rich experience, she couldn't possibly not understand what Narashikaku and the others were thinking, bringing a young and beautiful girl to join another ninja village. You all really go to great lengths to join the Snow Village. Tsunade's sarcastic words concealed a hint of barely perceptible annoyance. This little girl was obviously a descendant of the Nara, or Yamashita clan. If she followed Hinata, how would she and the girl be related? Chapter 240. Unafraid of hardship facing Tsunade's sarcasm, Yamashita Kaze stepped forward and spoke. Lady Tsunade, as a father unable to protect his own daughter, asking her to sacrifice for the family. I know my actions are despicable, but for the survival of the family, we can only do this. Konoha is so dark now that we see not a glimmer of hope. Teacher Kurenai, Senior Akane, you both look even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few years. On the other side, Ino smiled and approached to chat with Kurenai and the others, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere. Of course, Ino's praise was sincere. Generally speaking, for ninjas who go on missions and face all kinds of weather, maintaining youthful beauty is difficult, let alone someone like Kurenai, who seems to grow younger. Little Ino, I didn't expect to meet you in the land of snow. You have also become more beautiful, Kurenai said, secretly sighing as she looked at the youthful and vibrant Ino. She understood the purpose of Narashikaku bringing Ino to the land of snow. In Konoha's ninja school, female ninjas have more courses than male ninjas, specifically on how to leverage their feminine advantages. To put it bluntly, for completing missions, a female ninja's body can also be a weapon. However, this viewpoint is not openly encouraged. Kurenai had studied these courses as well, but she had always aimed to become an independent and powerful female ninja, using Tsunade as a reference, hence her resistance to the idea of her body being a weapon. However, Kurenai has now let go of that. Ever since she saw Tsunade crying and calling for her grandfather, her admiration for powerful female ninjas has mostly dissipated. Hearing Kurenai's praise, Ino's pretty face turned a little red. After all, she came to the land of snow with a special mission. Initially, Ino was quite reluctant, but after her father's detailed explanation, her mindset shifted. For the continuation of the family, Ino was determined to sacrifice herself. Ultimately, the unions between ninjas are often like that. Love is usually the smallest factor. Sometimes, for a mission, one might even have to turn on their loved ones. Coming from a prominent family and enjoying the resources it provides, Ino was mentally prepared for this. Ino felt she was still far from Kurenai, now that several families wanted to migrate to the Snow Ninja Village. If successful, they could live in the same village, and she might have to ask Kurenai for guidance in the future. Guidance? Kurenai didn't know what she was thinking, but a charming blush appeared on her fair face. She had always had a good impression of this spirited young ninja, as she frequently interacted with the teams she led under Asuma Sartobi. If Ino and the others achieved their goal, she might indeed have to teach her some special techniques. Kurenai looked at Ino again and thought, well, no matter how impressive she is, she's just another pawn in that guy's wicked game. Isn't he the one who loves to see strong women being captured and tamed, completely succumbing to his desires? To satisfy his perverse interests, she had developed several bizarre illusions. What difference would one more Ino make? Kurenai also understood that in the face of her man's ambitions, Konoha would eventually be crushed beneath it. It would be a good thing for Ino and the others to jump out of that quagmire sooner rather than later. But that meant this bright little girl would have to suffer. Kurenai looked at Ino with pity, hoping she wouldn't be ruined. It must be said that Hinata was truly inhuman in some aspects. Meanwhile, Ino was sweetly chatting with Kurenai and Akane, while Narashikaku and Yamashita Kaze continued to play the emotional card in front of Tsunade, finally causing her to relent. Fine, since you all have made up your minds. I won't meddle further. As for any messages, I don't have the time. You should talk directly to him. I'm not running around. Kurenai, bring that guy over. Seeing Tsunade loosen up, Kurenai stopped dragging things out, reached in her ninja tool pouch, and pulled out a kunai inscribed with strange runes. As Narashikaku and Yamashita Kaze exchanged meaningful glances, Kurenai decisively infused chakra into the kunai. In the next moment, a handsome, ethereal young figure suddenly appeared in the room. The moment this figure appeared, it captured everyone's attention. He wore pure white clothing, looking unremarkable except for his handsome face. However, upon closer inspection, he seemed to be the center of the world, drawing everyone's gaze. Just looking at him could make one lose all thoughts of resistance. Then, when they blinked and looked again, he seemed like an ordinary handsome young man, while Narashikaku and the others looked at Hinata with seriousness. Ino's eyes began to sparkle as she looked at him. She was originally someone who was attracted to looks, otherwise she wouldn't have fallen for both Uchiha Sasuke and Sai in the original story. Before coming to the land of snow, Ino had prepared herself mentally for the family. She would treat any man as a supreme being and serve him diligently. Now, seeing Hinata's handsome face, Ino suddenly felt she hit the jackpot. Quickly scanning the room, Hinata spoke calmly. I already know your intentions without you saying. But why should I accept you? Neither your financial strength nor your abilities have impressed me. At this moment, Ino excitedly dashed in front of Hinata. It's me, Lord Yukikich. If the Snow Ninja Village can accept the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, I will definitely serve you well. No matter how difficult the tasks, I will strive to overcome them. Ino was very excited, but no one in the room paid attention to her. Only Kurenai sighed softly. Silly girl, you may end up suffering more than just from the tasks. At this moment, Shikaka was also a bit excited. He took a deep breath and said, on the surface, we are seeking refuge in the Snow Ninja Village, but at the same time, our addition will also increase the village's strength. You have a grudge against Sarutobi, and with your strength, you probably disdain to deal with him personally. Helping us leave Konoha would be a perfect way to slap him in the face. Shikako paused, as if he had made a certain decision. Moreover, based on the intelligence I have gathered in the Snow Country over the past few days, your ambitions are likely quite grand. In this case, having more strength is always beneficial. As long as it is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who unscrupulously exploits us, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans will definitely do their utmost to fulfill their responsibilities after joining the Snow Shinobi Village, contributing to your great cause. Chapter 241. The Chaotic Ninja World. What on earth has happened in the ninja world recently? So many bizarre incidents have emerged. In the Hokage office of Konoha Village, the temporarily summoned Tsunade listened to the information from Sarutobi Hiruzen, rubbing her temples with a pained expression. Listening to her old comrade's words, Midogate Kurenai nodded in agreement. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke with an unhappy expression before continuing. As for the Sand Shinobi Village, the fifth Kazekage, Gara, has been dead for less than a year. And now it's the old lady Chiyo who is temporarily acting as regent. According to the intelligence, they plan to re-elect a Kazekage soon, likely choosing from Maki or the border defense commander, Fuyuki. The Sand Shinobi have been clamoring for revenge against the Akatsuki organization and have already dispatched some ninjas to track them down. More specific intelligence will have to wait until Kakashi finishes compiling his report. He has collapsed and is currently hospitalized due to excessive exhaustion. That's right, Kakashi has returned to Konoha, but he came back lying down. He collapses every time he fights, and I haven't seen any results from him. How does Kakashi have the face to call himself a Konoha technician, with that face that mesmerizes the nurses at the Konoha hospital? It seemed that Danzo was quite dissatisfied with Kakashi not completing the assigned mission objectives, showing a disdainful expression when mentioning him. Don't joke around. Tsunade shot Danzo a glare and continued. According to this report, the strength of the Akatsuki organization should not be underestimated. Just 2 of their members almost challenged the entire Sand Shinobi village, and the masked man has space-time ninjutsu, which is also very suspicious. Not to mention the other ninjutsu that prevented Jiraiya and Kakashi from providing assistance. This organization is likely to bring significant trouble to the ninja world. Nodding in agreement, Midogate Kurenai also appeared worried. A powerful and mysterious organization like this will not be content with solitude, since they are collecting tailed beasts. The 9 tails will eventually become their target, and Konoha will inevitably confront them. By the way, where are Jiraiya and Naruto? Sarutobi. Naruto has been taken to Mount Mayaboku by Jiraiya to learn Sage Mode. This time, Jiraiya couldn't do anything to the enemy, which led to the 5th Kazekage being swallowed by the opponent's space-time ninjutsu, ultimately leaving no trace. Jiraiya said the enemy is very strong, and he needs to hurry up and train Naruto. After settling Naruto, he also plans to investigate the Akatsuki organization's information. According to the intelligence Jiraiya has gathered over the years, the Akatsuki's base is likely in the Rain Country. The Rain Country? Upon hearing this name, Danzo couldn't help but frown, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. However, he didn't say anything, instead shifting the topic. Since Jiraiya has investigated the Akatsuki organization, let's put that aside for now. I have some intelligence regarding the Cloud Shinobi Village that needs to be mentioned. In recent days, the Cloud Shinobi Village has been vigorously clearing out spies, and many of the root intelligence personnel have sacrificed themselves. Fortunately, the news still got through. According to the intelligence, the 4th Raikage, A, has not been seen for some time, along with his associates, Mabui, Samui, and nearly 1,000 elite Cloud Shinobi. Now, the affairs of the Raikage are temporarily being handled by Darui, and root intelligence indicates that those Cloud Shinobi and Raikage likely suffered losses in the Snow Country. The Snow Country, Tsunade said in confusion. How could the Snow Country have such strength? Even with the remnants of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans joining the Snow Shinobi village, they shouldn't be able to do such things. Danzo, can you confirm the authenticity of your intelligence? Danzo's information should not be false. The Umbu also received similar intelligence, indicating that the missing Cloud Shinobi exceed 1,000. Moreover, the border troops from the Cloud Shinobi village retreated over 100 miles voluntarily. If they hadn't suffered significant losses, given the nature of those brutes in the Cloud Shinobi village, they wouldn't retreat so quietly. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking with a pained expression, he comforted himself with a few words. Well, at least this can be considered good news. At least the threat from the Cloud Shinobi village is gone. Don't be ridiculous, Mito Gate Kurinai said irritably. This can hardly be called good news. Although the pressure from the Cloud Shinobi has lessened somewhat, we must remain vigilant about the strength of the Hyuga clan. Who would have thought that just the Hyuga clan and a few remnants of the Uchiha clan could possess such strength? They have quite a grudge against us. Especially the Uchiha clan. We must be cautious. We should have eliminated these criminals earlier. Danzo's face darkened completely, realizing that these guys had become a force to be reckoned with. By the way, Hiruzen, what about the black market? Have you uncovered any intelligence? Do you know how the Snow Shinobi village defeated the Cloud Shinobi and what their own casualties were? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Nothing at all. The situation in the Snow Country is very strange. It's as if there's a vortex that has swallowed all the bounty hunters from the black market. Even the Umbu personnel sent there have completely disappeared without a trace. Currently, no one is taking up the bounty for intelligence on the Snow Country in the black market. Tsunade was very dissatisfied with the efficiency of intelligence gathering. The investigation must be expedited, or else how can we make arrangements without even knowing the enemy's basic situation? After a pause, she continued, whether it's the Akatsuki organization or the Snow Shinobi village, neither is a simple enemy to deal with. Tsunade is missing, Jiraiya is wandering outside, and the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki is still not of much use. We urgently need to strengthen our power. That's right, we need to strengthen our power, Hiruzen said. By the way, we haven't received any response yet from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans regarding the personnel we requested from them. Remembering the 3 clan silent resistance, Danzo's eyes flashed with a cold light. These 3 clans are all vassals of the Sarutobi clan. Now they are unwilling to send out even a few personnel. Could it be that they think the Sarutobi clan is no longer capable and they have changed their hearts to seek a higher status? That's impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was firm. Shikaku and the others are smart. They know what to do and what not to do. Although they haven't immediately sent people after receiving that list, they haven't strongly opposed it either. The relationship between the Sarutobi clan and their 3 clans is unbreakable. Unbreakable? Danzo had a disdainful attitude towards Hiruzen's words. The heads of the 3 clans have been hiding away for several days. Isn't that just a way to express their opposition? If such people are not taught a lesson, they might think they can ride on the head of the Sarutobi clan. Not to mention when they also become like the Hyuga clan. Danzo, you're too agitated. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat stimulated to the point of having a twisted expression. They're just taking a few days to think things over. Trust me. Give them a little more time, and they will come around. When saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold, with a glimmer of frost in his eyes. He had already decided that if Nara Shikaku and the others couldn't figure it out, he would help them understand. Chapter 242. The Mount of the Riders outside the moon's blessed land in the vast universe. Hyuga Kaze sat cross-legged in the void, with a wide array of symbols swirling beneath him and boundless mysterious light swirling around him, illuminating the nearby space with a brilliant glow. Above the symbol array, besides Hyuga Kaze, there were countless strange phenomena. The elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, mountains, and marshes emerged and disappeared with great mystery. This mystical posture looks almost divine. But unfortunately, there is no second person in this cosmic space to witness it. Although the power of Hinata Kaze is as deep as the ocean, and the light he emits spans all directions, it still appears insignificant in the vast and boundless void of the universe. Hinata Kaze had long anticipated this situation. He was not discouraged, but instead continued to circulate the true essence within his body. Suddenly, the radiance around him converged, coalescing into 7 pitch-black spheres that contained the power of myriad phenomena behind him. These 7 black spheres circled and danced around Hinata Kaze, connecting with the surrounding 8 trigram space and the yin-yang 8 trigrams true essence within his body's acupoints. They not only formed an invisible stance to protect him, but also absorbed all kinds of rays and light from the cosmic space without rejection. For a moment, the place where Hinata Kaze stood seemed to transform into a black hole, for which neither matter nor energy could escape. This could be considered a certain capital for traveling in cosmic space. Hinata Kaze felt the ability of the Tao-seeking jade behind him to dissolve and transform all things. And he was very satisfied in his heart. With this ability, even without the vast resources stored in the practice room, he could survive in the void for a long time. After that, Hinata Kaze focused his mind, closed his eyes, and began to sense carefully. The spatial coordinates in the universe were still quite vague, but after enhancing his strength again, he could already sense the spatial coordinates he left on the moon. If he took some risks, he could actually teleport in the universe now. With more training, his endurance would grow stronger. And coupled with the gradual strengthening of the moon's blessed land, he would eventually be able to traverse the void of the universe like a colossal starship. After initially testing his cultivation progress, Hinata Kaze began to attempt his attacks. With a light shout, he extended his right hand, mobilizing the true essence within his body. And a giant hand of true essence, about 3 kilometers in size, formed out of thin air more than 10 miles in front of him. The giant hand reached out and grabbed a meteor about 800 meters in diameter that was flying by several dozen kilometers away. With Hinata Kaze's thought, the meteor was drawn closer by the giant hand of true essence. Once again mobilizing the true essence, the giant hand squeezed down, and the massive celestial body suddenly vanished into thin air as it was decomposed into countless tiny, untraceable particles by Hinata Kaze's true essence. With another thought, Hinata Kaze's right hand drew in the air, and those particles reassembled into the meteor. As his true essence continued to operate, the meteor transformed into a giant stone bird several hundred meters in size. With a satisfied smile, Hinata Kaze understood that his strength had advanced once again. Even in the chaotic and tumultuous cosmic space, he could use his true essence to compress and organize various energies, opening up the chaos of heaven and earth. Although this was only a temporary, small-scale experiment, it indeed had a taste of the principle that all things rise and fall according to one's heart. Taking off into the air, Hinata Kaze stepped onto the giant bird and rode it like a meteor towards the moon's blessed land. The cultivation in cosmic space was complete, and he should check the seal and visit the lonely ancestor who had been sealed for 1,000 years. Upon checking the seal at the moon's blessed land, Hinata Kaze made an assessment. There was still a layer of the power of the Earth explosion star remaining, but it should be nearing its end. Since that was the case, let me lend a hand. With this thought, Hinata Kaze connected to the origin of the blessed land, and boundless true essence surged from the 100 acupoints throughout his body, mixing with the power of the blessed land and heading toward the seal deep underground. Is that arrogant brat coming again? In the deepest part of the moon's blessed land, in a small dark space, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki could still vaguely sense an astonishing power through the seal, feeling a fear she had never experienced before deep within her heart. Originally, she had been sealed by 2 rebellious sons, completely losing all perception of the outside world for centuries. However, about 3 years ago, the entire seal began to behave strangely. At first, the power of the seal as a whole significantly increased. Kagaya thought that the plan to rescue her had failed, so her rebellious sons had reinforced the seal again. At that time, she was almost in despair, believing she would spend a long life in isolation and boredom within the seal, or until other members of the Ōtsutsuki clan found her. However, the situation only grew more unusual. Kagaya Ōtsutsuki could sense that the power enhancing the outer layer of the seal was becoming stronger, and it even began to seep into the interior of the seal. Just sensing a trace of that power made Kagaya feel alarm bells ringing in her heart. It was definitely not the power of Yui and the others. Although there was a barrier, Kagaya could already feel the boundless vastness of that power and the danger of losing her freedom. If that power invaded her body, she could very likely be turned into a puppet, completely controlled by someone else. Fortunately, the sealing effect of the Earth explosion star was still in place, temporarily blocking that strange power. Kagaya Ōtsutsuki had never thought that the seal that had imprisoned her for 1,000 years would become her last line of defense. However, now the resistance of this seal was growing weaker, and it was likely unable to hold out for much longer. Since last month, the wielder of that power had already been able to transmit their spiritual thoughts inside, and Kagaya understood very clearly what that meant. The other party initially claimed to be a junior from the ninja world and referred to her as an ancestor. Just when Kagaya thought he was here to rescue her, He directly boasted that he wanted to take her into his possession and make her his woman. At that time, Kaguya wanted to curse loudly, but the power of the seal only allowed her to curse a few words in her heart, with no way to voice them. Don't struggle, my dear ancestor. You cannot contend with my and the blessed land's power. Bastard, is this how you treat your ancestor? Kaguya Ōtsutsuki exclaimed in anger, her voice icy with a hint of shame and hatred. It was at this moment that Kaguya realized she could actually produce a faint sound, but before she could be happy about it, she was stunned. Her body couldn't move, her chakra couldn't operate, and she could only convey a little sound. Didn't this mean that the other party's power had delved deeper into the seal? You, a 1,000-year-old virgin, probably won't understand the joy of the writer mocking the ancestor. But don't worry, I will educate you well. The position of the Moon Palace's celestial maiden has already been reserved for you. One more thing. Don't expect your third son to rescue you. He has no chance in my hands. After transmitting this voice, there was no more sound from outside, and Kaguya fell back into a state of sensory deprivation. However, at this moment, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki no longer found the seal terrifying. She used all her strength to try to move her arms, but to no avail. At this time, Kaguya could only pretend she had curled up in a ball, silently murmuring, "Jew, I hope you hurry up, otherwise I don't even know what form I will turn into." Chapter 243. Headache. It was already deep night, and tonight the moon was hidden and the stars were few. In the Nara clan's territory in Konoha village, there was complete silence, appearing almost like a deserted ruin of buildings. However, in the gathering hall within the clan, all members of the Nara clan had silently gathered together. They sat upright, solemn and silent, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, at the center of the hall, Hinata Kaze appeared, embracing the slender and delicate waist of Yamanaka Ino. Ignoring the Nara clansmen who were respectfully kneeling on one knee and bowing under the leadership of Nara Shikaku, Hinata Kaze first extended his perception outward. In Hinata Kazuki's spiritual sense, Konoha at this time in previous years should still have quite a few lights. Now, however, only a few dim lights were on. In the night wind, they were almost imperceptible, revealing a sense of desolation. TSK. After a few years, Konoha has actually become this desolate. Perhaps I should capture this scene on camera and show everyone what Konoha looks like under the governance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata Kaze was saying this while rubbing Ino's smooth abdomen with his hand, looking quite interested. Nara Shikahiza couldn't help but silently criticize in his heart. Isn't a large part of this situation in Konoha due to your contributions? Although he had already decided to leave Konoha, the feelings cultivated over many years of survival here were not false. Many members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clan still had deep feelings for Konoha. After all, Shikahiza was wise. He quickly calmed the turbulent emotions within and behaved very respectfully. How could the likes of Sarutobi Hizashi, who were envious of the talented, be compared to the broad-minded and far-sighted Yuki Yukikage? Under his governance, Konoha was deteriorating and people's hearts were in chaos, far from the peace and happiness of the residents of the Land of Snow. This was also the reason why our three clans wanted to leave Konoha and join Yuki Yukikage. You really know how to talk. Hinata Kaze smiled and glanced at Nara Shikahiza. Although what you said is true, we have serious matters to attend to. Have your three clans made the necessary preparations? I sense that a number of Root Umbun ninjas have surrounded the area outside the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. It seems Sarutobi Hizashi and the others are about to take action against you. Hinata Kaze did not expect that the survival environment of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in Konoha had become so perilous. He had only temporarily given up on his ancestor, who was almost in his grasp, due to Ino's pleas. And with great determination, he pulled himself away from the pile of cosmetics to come to Konoha. After all, Ino had indeed lived up to her words. She was very obedient and lovely, overcoming all kinds of hardships one by one. Hinata Kaze couldn't help but sigh. Young people really are open-minded, with a strong ability to accept new things. Clearly, she was a young girl who had never been developed, yet in a short time, she learned what a jailer was and what sharp-tongued arguments were. No matter what kind of illusionary scenes and strange costumes, Ino was willing to try, and she even got the chance to test the latest props from the Land of Snow ahead of others. The effects were praised by both the users and the onlookers. After hearing Hinata Kaze's words, the Nara clan members at the venue briefly erupted in a stir, but soon calmed down under Shikahiza's reassurance. Once the scene returned to calm, Nara Shikahiza jogged over to Hinata Kaze to report the situation. Reporting to Yuki Yukikage, Our 3 clans have gathered those who agree to leave Konoha in our respective venues, and all kinds of supplies have been arranged. We are now just waiting for you to use space-time ninjutsu to lead us away from this decaying place. After a pause, Shikahisa took out a large scroll from his bosom and handed it to Hinata Kaze. Yuki Yukikage, this is the intelligence we collected according to your orders. It contains most of the distribution locations of Konoha's warehouses and some bases of the Umbu and Root. Taking the scroll, Hinata Kaze nodded in satisfaction. Then let me take you all to the Snow Ninja Village one by one. The clan land allocated to your 3 clans over there is almost finished. In one night, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would disappear collectively. I believe Sarutobi Hisashi and the others would definitely be troubled by this. The current situation in Konoha is truly headache-inducing. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hisashi rubbed his temples helplessly while looking out at the dim Konoha village. A headache won't solve anything, Hisashi. Did you call me here just to show your helplessness? Behind Sarutobi Hisashi, Shimura Danzo impatiently poked the floor with his cane, his face full of gloom. I still have to keep an eye on those treacherous guys. In a time when Konoha needs people, not only do they not contribute, but they also recall a large number of clansmen to close their doors. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are so ungrateful. They need to be warned properly. Danzo. Sarutobi Hisashi's voice was stern, yet revealed a hint of helplessness. He had already warned Shikahisa and the others before and had promised to give them some time to think. We couldn't push them anymore. If you press too hard on a spring, it will break. It's easier to break if you don't press it. Danzo's voice grew colder. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have gathered together. They have silently sold off their supplies outside. In this situation, are they not rebelling or trying to flee from Konoha? Although the Root surveillance has not yet discovered any movements from them, I think we should take the initiative and eliminate these 3 rebellious clans in one go, letting the other clans see. Danzo, do you know? Jiraiya has died in the Land of Rain while on a mission. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hisashi's aging body suddenly trembled violently, prompting Danzo to step forward to support him. Jiraiya is dead? How is that possible? Once Sarutobi Hisashi stabilized, Danzo finally realized what he meant and was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open. Do you really think I would lie to you? Sarutobi Hisashi's voice grew weaker and weaker. Before Jiraiya fell, he sent back a toad from Mount Myaboku, leaving behind some numbers that no one can understand. I believe this contains the intelligence Jiraiya wanted to convey to me. Seeing Hisashi's confused and helpless expression, Danzo felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He quickly suppressed this unusual emotion and spoke up. Since Jiraiya is dead, what about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? I remember that organization specifically targets Jinchuriki. Naruto is currently training in Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku. Originally, we should notify him about Jiraiya's death and call him back. But we have no contact method from Mount Myaboku. Moreover, the summoning toad that brought back Jiraiya's information returned to Mount Myaboku after delivering the message and refused to inform Naruto to come back to Konoha. Damn it, Danzo was also quite headache-stricken. Mount Myaboku was not a place where his Root ninjas could command at will, without the guidance of a contract holder. He didn't even know where Mount Myaboku was. After thinking for a long time with no solution, Danzo grew more and more furious. He couldn't help but shout angrily. We'll talk about this later. I want to have frog for dinner tonight. Chapter 244. A harmonious and beautiful day. Another harmonious and beautiful day. The warm morning sunlight fell on his face as Hinata Kaze woke up from the soft and comfortable bed. Without even opening his eyes, he felt the amazing smoothness and softness on both sides. Opening his eyes, he saw Ino and Hinata each holding onto one of his arms, sleeping soundly. Their fair, jade-like skin instantly invigorated Hinata Kaze, igniting his passion. Yesterday, Hinata Kaze had led Hinata and Ino through an intense physical training session, so some fatigue was inevitable. Yuki Yukikage. At this moment, Hinata also woke up from the fatigue of the physical training. She opened her eyes and, upon seeing Hinata Kaze, couldn't help but softly exclaim. Her eyes glistening with tears and her cheeks flushed, causing Hinata Kaze's heart to race. Good morning, Yuki Yukikage. I'll go fetch water for you to wash up. At this point, Ino, awakened by Hinata's call, was still a bit dazed and prepared to serve Hinata Kaze. Ino, it's still early, no need to rush. Hinata Kaze reached out to stop Ino's smooth movements, then turned to look at the still dazed Hinata. Hinata, we finished our physical training a bit late last night, and I haven't bathed yet. You know that, right? As he spoke, Hinata Kaze gestured with his eyes. At first, Hinata's little head was confused. But once she saw Ino's actions, she finally understood. Her slow reaction caused tears to well up in her big, adorable eyes, making her look a bit shaky. Fortunately, after serving Hinata Kaze for so many years, she had seen quite a lot of strange things and finally managed to suppress her inner shame and began to work. In terms of physical skills, Hinata's strength and experience are still quite lacking. Ino, as her former classmate, you should help her study and improve. After hearing Hinata's words, Ino smiled charmingly, then respectfully bowed her head and greeted her, speaking in a soft voice. This is exactly what Ino should be doing. 3 hours later, after having a meal, Hinata arrived at the Snow Shadow office feeling refreshed. He came today to see if there were any matters that needed his attention. After all, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had just settled in the village for less than 3 days, and there were surely many issues that needed coordination. Also, 3 days ago, he had casually acquired a vast amount of resources, and these affairs were being handled by Mikoto and Izumi. As he entered the room, seeing the two beautiful women in secretary outfits working diligently, Hinata couldn't help but feel that they were really working hard with so many tasks. Perhaps he should properly compensate them by taking them for physical training to help improve their physical fitness. Why not try a group workout with the 4 of them tonight? After all, mutual supervision is the best way to learn from each other and discover their own shortcomings. Lord Snow Shadow, you're here. We have many matters to report to you. Izumi and Mikoto quickly stood up to welcome him as he entered the office, guiding him to the seat in the middle while they stood on either side. Izumi was the first to report, saying that the ninjas and ordinary people from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had already settled in their respective clan territories. Aside from being a bit unaccustomed to the temperature and environment here, everything else was fine. Each of these 3 clans had a well-established production and living system, and as long as they could stabilize, they could operate independently over time. However, it would be difficult to find large forests near Snow Ninja Village for medicinal herb cultivation like the Nara clan used to have. Now the Nara clan wanted to integrate into the Snow Ninja Village system as quickly as possible, but currently, there were not enough tasks available in Snow Ninja Village. For the time being, they could maintain their status, but keeping them too idle might not be beneficial for the village's development, as many ninjas in the village were also watching their performance. Izumi was right. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto chimed in. I personally suggest that we first let Nara Shikaka become familiar with the daily affairs of Snow Ninja Village, and after a while, he can join the Snow Shadow office. He has a lot of experience in the overall operations of a ninja village, and he will definitely help Snow Ninja Village run smoothly. As for the other 2 clans, we can arrange their work based on their original positions in Konoha. Intelligence gathering and ninja team arrangements would be suitable. Their combat system is already well established and can serve as a supplementary model for the ninjas of Snow Ninja Village, which would also improve the village's system. When it came to work, Izumi and Mikoto were serious and eloquent, and with their secretary outfits and plain glasses, they looked capable and spirited. Completely different from their pitiful image when they were training in physical skills or caught in illusionary scenes. Indeed, Snow Ninja Village was developing rapidly and needed more talents, especially experienced ninjas. Izumi pointed to the mountain of documents on the desk and said, Lord Snow Shadow, just look at how many matters have piled up here. And not only for the operation of Snow Ninja Village. To achieve your grand ambitions, you need more elites. You too take care of these. And I'll just take a look and sign at the end. Hinata gazed deeply at Mikoto and Izumi's lovely faces and charming figures, saying, I wouldn't worry about you too. I absolutely trust your judgment. Although they knew Hinata was just flattering them, Mikoto and Izumi felt as sweet as if they had eaten honey, and even their enchanting bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. After a moment, Mikoto composed herself and continued. The documents that need your approval are on the desk, and there's one more thing that requires your attention. That is the Shadow Guard of Snow Ninja Village. Although you don't need a bodyguard with your strength, there still should be some formality. We can't have you handle everything yourself. With a playful glance at Mikoto, Hinata said, Since you mentioned it, you must have thought it through. Do you have any recommended candidates? Yes, the Nara clan recommended a special jonin, Nara Shikaku. And from the Hyuga clan, there are Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Kyoka, as well as Yamanaka Ino. They would all be suitable. Hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but chuckle. Are you selecting a bodyguard or a harem for me? The Shadow Guard is originally meant to solve all trouble for the Shadow. Mikoto adjusted her decorative plain glasses and added, their responsibilities naturally include addressing your physical training issues as well. All right, I said you two can manage this. With a burning gaze, Hinata looked at Mikoto and Izumi, feeling confident in all of this, just as he was enjoying the moment. With the two women blushing and fidgeting, the office door was suddenly pushed open and Uchiha Kaze rushed in. Lord Snow Shadow, we've tracked down the whereabouts of that scoundrel Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 245. Interception. How is it? Where is that scoundrel Uchiha Itachi? In a clearing within a forest. Hinata Kaze was waiting for Uchiha Itachi with dozens of Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Kaze looked around at the desolate environment, feeling anxious like a cat on a hot tin roof. Although the other Uchiha clan members weren't jumping around, they were all staring with blood-red eyes, their emotions running high. Someone in the Uchiha clan had learned the improved super beast imitation technique from Hinata Kaze and had been searching for Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts in the ninja world for a long time, finally making some progress. Unfortunately, at that time, Uchiha Itachi had other teammates with him, and he wasn't a match for them. However, seeing the direction Itachi was heading, they knew he was coming this way. After reviewing the scroll information left by the Uchiha clan, they realized there might be a secret base of the Uchiha clan here, which is why they came to hunt down that scoundrel. Unfortunately, this was a dense forest, making it difficult to find Itachi's trail, and the urgent desire for revenge was almost burning in Uchiha Kaze's heart. At this moment, he was very anxious. They only knew that Uchiha Itachi was nearby, and if they couldn't find him, it would be unclear how long they would have to wait for their chance at revenge. Calm down, I'll look for that guy. Hinata Kaze spoke softly to quiet Uchiha Kaze, then closed his eyes. Using the mind mirror technique, he connected his consciousness with the natural world, merging into one, almost completely blending into nature. In this state, Hinata Kaze could use the clouds as his eyes and the gentle breeze as his ears. His perception covering nearly 100 kilometers in radius, quickly locating the target he wanted to search for. In Hinata Kaze's perception, there was a chakra several dozen kilometers away in the dense forest that was filled with oppressive, gloomy, twisted, and crazed energy. However, at the core of this chakra, there was a hint of light, but overall it was still very distorted. The state of the chakra's owner was not quite normal either. It felt like a candle about to burn out, suppressing itself while preparing to release its final and brightest glow. Hinata Kaze couldn't help but sigh. This really resembled Uchiha Itachi, as the state of the chakra mirrored his mental state. I found Uchiha Itachi. Hinata Kaze opened his eyes and, without waiting for the noisy Uchiha clan members, said directly, "There's no need to delay for that guy. I'll take you all there." After Hinata Kaze finished speaking, he raised one hand, and the air gathered with water and wind, coalescing into a cloud with a diameter of 100 meters. Subsequently, dozens of Uchiha clan members were simultaneously lifted by the cloud and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Uchiha Itachi. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Capable of carrying so many people flying? Even though they were eager to find Uchiha Itachi for revenge, the Uchiha clan members, standing on the resilient cloud, were astonished by Hinata Kaze's miraculous technique. The distance of several dozen kilometers was covered in no time under Hinata Kaze's manipulation, and during the flight, he casually snapped his fingers, sending a nearly invisible chakra flying into the forest, disappearing without a trace. I see him. Uchiha Itachi is right there. As Hinata Kaze controlled the cloud to descend, Uchiha Kaze shouted excitedly, his pupils involuntarily revealing the three-tomo pattern. The other Uchiha clan members followed Uchiha Kaze's finger and saw a figure dressed in a black outfit with fire clouds becoming clearer below. The person was walking alone with heavy steps, head down, and with tear grooves on his face and a silent expression. He seemed to carry infinite pain. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi sensed something was wrong. He suddenly looked up and saw Hinata Kaze and his group. Some Uchiha clan members even began to encircle him from both sides. In the instant their eyes met, Hinata Kaze could see Uchiha Itachi's pupils dilate sharply, but his face remained expressionless. "Uchiha Itachi, you beast! The killer of my clan. Today you will pay the price. For my relatives lives." Seeing one of the murderers who had slaughtered the Uchiha clan, all the Uchiha clan members present were emotionally stirred. Even Uchiha Meichin was trembling violently. Amidst the shouts of curses, Uchiha Itachi stood calmly, quickly scanning those surrounding him with an expression as still as a tranquil pond. Only when he saw Uchiha Meichin and Uchiha Quan nestled in Hinata Kaze's arms did he show a slight tremor, but his face remained as calm as that of corpse. At this moment, Hinata Kaze could clearly feel Meichin's delicate body trembling violently. Her smooth and plump skin felt very comfortable, even through her clothes. "My life will end today, and you can treat my corpse however you like afterward. But now I have a mission to complete, so please step aside." "Step aside." The souls of the Uchiha in the Pure Land are asking us to send you on your way. Where do you want to go? On Hinata Fang's other arm. Quan looked at Uchiha Itachi as if he were a disgusting, filthy thing, glaring at him fiercely before turning her affectionate gaze back to Hinata Fang. Hinata Fang felt very satisfied with this. Quan was his woman. How could she still have thoughts of other men? How much do you really understand about the relationship with the village and clan? The vicious cycle must be severed. Even if I bear countless accusations, I will not hesitate. When Quan spat at him, Uchiha Itachi's expression did not change much. Only his skin quivered imperceptibly before he continued to maintain a hardline attitude. Even as Uchiha clan members continuously cursed at him and the area was surrounded by Uchiha ninjas, Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved, his attention focused solely on Hinata Fang. This enemy is extremely dangerous. I entrusted you to protect the clan and village. Is this how you protect them? Just as Itachi hesitated whether to act first and seek an opportunity to escape, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Uchiha Itachi was uncertain and looked towards the sound, only to see a very familiar figure suddenly emerge from behind Hinata Fang, his eyes reflecting the overlapping image of the four-blade wheel. Brother Shursui. In that instant, Uchiha Itachi's body trembled violently, his face changing drastically, filled with surprise, shock, confusion, and fear. Complex emotions surged within him, twisting his features. However, all these emotional changes happened in just a second. Uchiha Itachi did not look at Shursui for long before quickly reacting. He immediately chose to close his eyes and quickly slid back, while simultaneously forming hand seals to summon a few crows to observe in his stead. Chapter 246. Psychological Warfare. It's impossible. Brother Shursui is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Who are you really? Uchiha Itachi drew a kunai to block several ninja tools attacking from behind and stood firm, still showing signs of uncertainty. He clearly remembered the circumstances under which Shursui fell into the river, but later, Shursui's eyes were taken by the mysterious person, who is Hinata Fang. Could it be? Uchiha Itachi forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts. He himself could not clarify whether he hoped the person from before was Shursui or not. Perhaps, deep down, he still held an unthinkable suspicion. Do you really not understand who I am when you see my eyes? Uchiha Shursui looked at his self-deceiving brother with pain in his eyes. How he had cherished and trusted this brother before, even placing his last hope on Uchiha Itachi, only to receive the deepest despair in return. Fortunately, he had met the great Lord Yukikage, which allowed him to preserve his life and the last spark of the Uchiha clan. Whoever you are, I will not let you hinder my plans. Uchiha Itachi regained his indifferent expression, holding his kunai with full vigilance. There is no need for that attitude. While I want to settle your crimes, there are more pressing enemies to deal with. Uchiha Itachi did not react much to Shursui's words. In fact, his attention remained focused on Hinata Fang, who was far too dangerous. Even though he now had a stronger trump card, he still felt little confidence. Don't get excited. Although he is a beast, he possesses the Sharingan. Just ensure your defenses are ready. Hinata Fang watched Uchiha Itachi with interest, his right hand casually resting on Meichin's trembling waist, enjoying the comfortable sensation. Observing Hinata Fang's movements through the crows, Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened slightly. I have already contracted a blood disease. You should see that my life is nearly at its end. After today, feel free to vent your anger on me however you like. There are not many left of the Uchiha clan, so there is no need to waste time here. Uchiha Sasuke is coming soon, right? I can see through your intention to lure him here. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned terrifyingly dark at the mention of Sasuke's name. What do you want to do? It's not what I want to do, but what the victims of the Uchiha clan want to do. But there is no rush. There is still some time, and I can show you a few things. Under Uchiha Itachi's vigilant gaze, a giant light screen suddenly appeared in the air, followed by a series of images. It showed the Uchiha clan fleeing from Konoha, how they buried their loved ones, joining Yukikage village, living harmoniously with the villagers, and finally how the Uchiha clan became the elite standard of Yukinin village. Scenes of the Uchiha clan and Yukinin villagers laughing and interacting with each other, as well as some Uchiha clan members marrying and having children, and the emergence of new life within the clan were all presented. As Uchiha Itachi's body stiffened for a moment, Quan spoke coldly. You evil and twisted beast. Do you see it clearly now? The Uchiha clan is not all evil. We can live well with others. In the past, the Uchiha clan seemed out of place in Konoha, but it wasn't the clan's issue. It was the fear of the decaying and incompetent old men like Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the power of the clan. You did nothing to change this situation, not even willing to unite with your clan members to leave Konoha. only to heartlessly use your brother Sasuke as a weapon, slaughtering your own family that raised you. It's truly disgusting. A person like you still wants to leave the Mangekyō Sharingan to Sasuke, to help him achieve the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. If it weren't for Sister Mikoto sacrificing herself for atonement and Lord Yukiki's restraint, do you think you and Sasuke could have survived until now? With a violent tremor, Itachi Uchiha steadied himself, his expression returning to its initial indifference. Perhaps the old me was indeed immature, and the decisions I made were not perfect. But that has nothing to do with Sasuke. My own situation doesn't matter, but these eyes must be given to Sasuke, so he has the strength to survive in the ninja world. Since you've all endured for these years, why not wait just one more day? At that time, you can vent your frustrations as you please. Uchiha style, cold moon slash. Before Itachi could finish speaking, Izumi suddenly stepped forward and slashed with an invisible, sharp blade of air. Poof! The standing Itachi Uchiha abruptly transformed into smoke and disappeared, while a crow behind him suddenly revealed its true form. Trying to disguise your body movements to escape is not that simple. The attempt to escape was interrupted by Izumi, but Itachi showed no signs of agitation, as if he had already anticipated the failure. Enough, Itachi Uchiha. Don't think you can escape with such petty tricks. You can't go anywhere until this matter is resolved. Your companions outside have already been taken down by my chakra. As for that clown pretending to be Uchiha Bito while wearing a mask, do you think he would dare to show up and save you after seeing me? Hinata Kaze paid no attention to Itachi's small movements and continued to control the projection in the air. When Izumi made her move earlier, the light screen in the air had not stopped playing. It now displayed various scenes from Konoha, mostly about how the Sarutobi and Shimura clans invaded the Uchiha clan's property and how they grew stronger using the village's resources. Following, there were scenes of various clans in Konoha and their estrangement from Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as the scenes of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans leaving Konoha to join Yukigakure. The current Konoha is no longer a normal ninja village. It has practically become the territory of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's families. This is the Konoha you desperately want to protect. Let me tell you, it's not just the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans that have left Konoha. Recently, even the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans have felt it's time to break away from Konoha. They're all trying to contact Lord Yukikage. After saying this, Izumi pointed her blade directly at Itachi. Lord Yukikage, let me take the first round of battle. Please allow me to personally sever the ugliness of the past. Just thinking about how I once had feelings for such a beast makes me feel dirty. I cannot be a woman worthy of you, Lord Yukikage. This humiliation will be washed away with his blood. Looking at Izumi, who was gentle and respectful towards Hinata Kaze, while showing him an utterly cold expression, and at Mikoto, who nestled in Hinata Kaze's embrace, remaining silent. Itachi Uchiha felt a surge of emotions and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 247, Fierce Battle Uchiha Style. Thousand Winds passing, not wanting to say more, taking advantage of Itachi's moment of weakness, Izumi slashed out with her blade, generating countless flowing winds that merged with the world around them. Although there was no cold light, it contained infinite killing intent rushing towards Itachi Uchiha. Fire release. Great fireball even in a moment of distraction. Itachi reacted quickly, his hands moving like a phantom. And a scorching fireball collided with the invisible blade of wind Izumi had unleashed. Boom! The fireball not only negated the blade of wind, but also exploded near Izumi's position, halting her pursuit. Realizing there was no more time to delay, Itachi's expression turned cold, and after performing a ninjutsu, he followed up with a barrage of shuriken. These shuriken collided in mid-air, rushing towards Izumi at peculiar angles, each aimed at fatal points on her body, showing no mercy. Uchiha style. Thousand Mountains collapsed. Izumi's body flickered with agility, evading all the shuriken as she closed in on Itachi and struck again. This slash seemed to carry the force of a collapsing mountain, and before the blade reached him, a heavy pressure already began to crush Itachi, restricting his movement speed. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Itachi formed seals with his hands and performed the technique, unleashing a series of fireballs that shot towards Izumi like seeds of the phoenix flower. Uchiha style. Sword flame leap. After spitting out the flames, Itachi did not stop. He drew a short blade from behind him and charged towards Izumi. The short blade and the flames of the Phoenix Fire Technique combined, creating a dazzling display of fiery light in the air. Clang! Izumi dodged the fireballs and clashed her blade against Itachi's dual knives, sparks flying from the collision, followed by a series of tightly packed blade strikes. In this battle, the blades came from the same clan, and the combatants had once fought side by side, but at this moment, both pairs of eyes were filled only with coldness. From the movements in battle, it was clear that Itachi had put in considerable effort to train his taijutsu. Though it was not as refined as Hinata Kaze's improved Uchiha style, it was still quite powerful, and combined with his nimble movements, he was not at a disadvantage for the time being. While Izumi and Itachi were locked in a fierce battle, a series of shuriken suddenly burst forth from the flames that Izumi had dodged, surrounding her from all directions. Uchiha style, hurricane slash facing the crisis, Izumi showed no fear. She poured in chakra and unleashed a sharp storm with her blade, wrapping both her blade and her body in the wind. The swirling storm protected her, deflecting all the shuriken, and some even ricocheted back towards Itachi. Uchiha style, gale slash simultaneously, facing Izumi's blade and a shuriken, Itachi countered with wind against wind. Where their blades clashed, a storm howled and whirled, carrying dust into the air, obscuring the surrounding view. Realizing that he could not win in close combat, Itachi was unwilling to remain entangled in taijutsu. Taking advantage of the moment when visibility was obscured, he quickly retreated, and by the time the dust settled, he was already several dozen meters away from Izumi. Stop. In terms of taijutsu, you are indeed strong, but my Manjiki Sharingan awakened much earlier than yours. Even if you also possess Manjiki Sharingan, you are not my opponent. Although he had not gained the upper hand in taijutsu, Itachi's attitude remained cold and aloof, as if he was granting Izumi mercy. Go tell my blade, Uchiha style, divine wind howl. As Izumi spoke, she slashed down fiercely. This time, her blade stirred the surrounding air, creating a sound like a tremendous explosion. This sound wave was eerie and chilling, almost like countless vengeful spirits howling in people's ears. Itachi was momentarily caught off guard, his body stiffening from the unexpected attack. Izumi seized the opportunity to charge forward, her body moving like a wild wind, swinging her sharp blade towards Itachi's neck. Boom! Just as the blade was about to touch Itachi's neck, his body suddenly exploded, filling the air with smoke and dust once again. Oomph! The powerful, perceptive ability of the Manjiki Sharingan allowed Izumi to immediately notice Itachi's anomaly, but instead of retreating, she intensified her chakra output. In an instant, an endless whirlwind surged around Izumi, fiercely shooting outward. The strong airwaves canceled out the shockwave from the explosion, and in the end, Izumi only retreated a few meters, slightly disheveled but not significantly harmed. On the opposite side of the spring was Uchiha Itachi, who had just emerged from the ground, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Earlier, during the battle, Itachi had used the shadow clone technique to hide his main body underground while taking advantage of a moment of distraction. However, he did not expect that Izumi's ninjutsu would be so powerful, capable of attacking with sound waves while also providing both offense and defense. Even when he hid underground, he was still disturbed by that bizarre sound wave, causing him to miss the best opportunity to attack. Your strength is indeed impressive, but with such power, instead of protecting your clan, you slaughter your own kin. You deserve to die even more. Izumi had realized that compared to Itachi, her physical abilities were superior. But in terms of combat experience and rhythm control, she was still significantly lacking. If she continued to entangle him with her ninjutsu, it would likely be difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Without further ado, Izumi narrowed her eyes, and Itachi immediately sensed something was off. The ground, air, and trees around him began to freeze, centering around him. This extreme cold not only froze the ground, but even killed the crows he had left in the air to observe. Amaterasu, in desperation, Itachi opened his eyes and then quickly closed them again. Following his line of sight, a black flame, radiating an ominous aura, suddenly appeared and surged toward Uchiha Izumi. Both sides possessed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. The Amaterasu flames and the extreme cold ice countered each other, creating a stunning spectacle where flames froze and ice melted in the air. Regardless of whether it was the flames or the cold air, they were both too powerful. The surrounding Uchiha clan members wanted to assist, but couldn't even get close. Meanwhile, in Hinata Kaze's arms, Mikoto couldn't help but lift her head for a glance. But then she forcefully turned away, not wanting to look at Uchiha Itachi. Although Itachi was her son, he was also the perpetrator of the clan massacre, and Izumi was now her sister. Mikoto was momentarily at a loss as to whom she should be worried about. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Seeing that neither side was able to gain the upper hand, Itachi forcibly suppressed the pain from Sharingan and unleashed a massive fire dragon. which surged forward enveloped in the dark flames of Amaterasu towards Uchiha Izumi. Although the fire dragon was being weakened by the Amaterasu flames during its charge, it still managed to carve a path through the cold ice directly toward Izumi. Uchiha style, sword flame leap. Unexpectedly, at the moment Itachi unleashed the great fire dragon technique, Izumi performed her ninjutsu again, leaping through a gap created by the cold ice to appear behind Itachi and deliver a vicious slash. Chapter 248, Nightmare Die. As the blade was about to strike Uchiha Itachi, Izumi was filled with excitement at the prospect of washing away her humiliation and taking revenge, her vigilance unwittingly dropping significantly. But just as she began to smile, she suddenly realized that Itachi's back had transformed into his front, and his previously closed eyes were now wide open, revealing a chilling gaze. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, and his usually indifferent voice carried a hint of excitement. This was an opportunity he had painstakingly created. When he had been using the Manjiki Sharingan against Izumi, Itachi realized he could no longer delay, especially since there were many reinforcements behind her. Thus, he devised a plan. Using the clash between the Amaterasu flames and the cold ice as cover to perform a transformation technique, he turned his front into his back to draw Izumi's attack. When Izumi got closer, he planned to choose the right moment to use Tsukuyami to completely defeat and control her. This was Itachi's escape plan. From what he had seen, it was clear that Uchiha Izumi was now Hinata Kaze's woman, and Kaze would likely abandon the pursuit for her sake, especially since he had not specifically sought trouble with Itachi for her. Itachi was not completely confident in this plan, but thankfully, the thick mist and the flames and ice provided cover, allowing Izumi to remain unaware of his transformation. In reality, as Izumi swung her blade, she had already sensed something was amiss. Upon seeing Itachi's eyes, she immediately wanted to close her eyes, but it was too late. Damn it! Izumi was not worried about her own safety. She was just frustrated at the thought of embarrassing herself in front of Lord Snow Shadow. At that moment, a flower-like smile blossomed on her face because a broad and powerful figure appeared before her. Itachi thought that his careful scheme was finally going to succeed. But in an instant, he felt as if Tsukuyami had been blocked by a mirror, and not only that, but an even stronger force rebounded back at him. At that moment, Itachi saw Hinata Kaze's figure in his sight. Having learned his lesson, Itachi quickly closed his eyes while swiftly retreating. But it was all too late. His retreat was abruptly halted after only half a step, and then his body fell straight down, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. As he clutched Izumi's smooth body, Hinata Kaze slowly landed, casually waving his left hand, causing the flames and ice to suddenly vanish as if they had never existed, leaving only traces behind. Lord Snow Shadow, this time Izumi was careless. Please let me try again. I can definitely do it. Cuddled in Hinata Kaze's embrace, Izumi felt both happiness and reluctance. She was so close to success. No need. Izumi, you have already proven your strength. The gap between you and Uchiha Itachi is mainly in combat experience, and also because of the countering nature of the Manjiki Sharingan. It does not mean your strength is lacking. Izumi, your body belongs to me, and if you get hurt, I will also feel pain. While speaking, Hinata Kaze gave a firm slap on Izumi's ample backside and shot her a look that said she should go tidy herself up. Now, let's quickly deal with this disgusting thing in front of us. Hiss hiss. On the opposite side, Uchiha Itachi struggled to get up from the ground, feeling as if he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare, his spirit in disarray. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and the cold sensation made Itachi shiver involuntarily. He swayed unsteadily, barely managing to stand upright, gasping for breath as if trying to shake off the horrific dream from his mind. In reality, Itachi had just experienced an incredibly terrifying nightmare. In the dream, he found himself back on the night of the clan massacre, a night he could never forget. He saw those familiar figures again, the clan members who had died at his hands. They were all mutilated, covered in blood, as if they had crawled out from hell. They surrounded Itachi, their faces twisted in rage, continuously cursing and shouting in anger. Beast, is this how you treat your own clan members? If you want to kill ninjas, that's fine, but why do you have to target us, ordinary people? Another person cried out, an elderly man bent over with age, his voice filled with endless sorrow and despair. And my grandson, he was just born less than 3 months ago. You beast, how could you do this? An old man beside him trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with deep sorrow and anger. Itachi wanted to move, but he found he could not control his body at all. He couldn't even open his mouth. He could only helplessly stand there, subjected to the curses and shouts of those clan members. As the Uchiha clan members continued to curse, the blood flowing from their bodies increased, and their faces became more distorted. Their voices merged into piercing notes that seemed to penetrate Itachi's eardrums, stabbing at his soul. The blood spilling from them accumulated into a massive blood lake, drowning the Uchiha clan members. Even before they submerged, they continued to curse with twisted faces, desperately reaching out to drag Uchiha Itachi down with them. The blood-red lake seemed to have a life of its own, extending sticky arms to tightly wrap around Itachi's body. In the end, Itachi was slowly engulfed by that sticky, terrifying blood lake. He felt the blood gradually spreading up, pressing down on his chest, making him feel incredibly suffocated. The blood also poured into his body from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, as if it wanted to completely fill him up. He sensed his consciousness slowly blurring, as if he were about to be consumed by the endless darkness. After Itachi had soaked for a while in the blood lake filled with severed limbs and wreckage, choking on the terrifying blood and nearing death, he finally awakened from that horrifying illusion. Just a brief moment of this dream made Itachi feel more exhausted than everything he had experienced before. Isn't this my battle with Uchiha Izumi? Could it be that the great Yukikage intends to go back on his word? Struggling to steady his soft, powerless body, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes to look at Hinata Kaze, his expression seemingly laced with a hint of disdain and sarcasm. Anyway, it made no difference whether he closed his eyes or not when facing this enemy. So Itachi simply kept his eyes open to observe, trying to buy time and look for an opportunity. Your battle with Izumi has ended. Now, it's our turn to fight. Hinata Kaze showed no concern for Itachi's provocation, looking at him as if he were an insignificant ant. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go all out. If you can withstand one of my strikes, I won't make things difficult for you today. With his right hand around Izumi's slender waist and his left hand slowly raised, Hinata Kaze spoke with a firmness like a mountain. Itachi stood still, knowing the situation could not be changed. He could only push through this obstacle to speak of the future. Ignoring his blurred vision and the continuous, excruciating pain in his head, Uchiha Itachi glared fiercely, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. Susanoo. Chapter 249. Pleading for mercy. With Uchiha Itachi's roar, a ball of orange-red flames suddenly erupted from his body, quickly enveloping him, then expanding into a giant that wrapped around Uchiha Itachi. The orange-red giant stood dozens of meters tall, looking like a small hill, with the tall trees in the forest barely reaching its waist. Enduring the intense pain in his eyes, Uchiha Itachi increased the output of his chakra and ocular power, and Susanoo quickly evolved further. The fiery giant grew even larger, now adorned with a layer of armor resembling a Tengu. Admit defeat. Seemingly emboldened by the Susanoo giant, Uchiha Itachi shouted, controlling the massive fiery giant to charge at Hinata Kaze. The fiery giant's left hand held up the Yata mirror, aimed at Hinata Kaze for impact, while its right hand wielded a fiery long sword, thrusting directly at Hinata Kaze's chest. Faced with the immense pressure from Hinata Kaze, Itachi could no longer hide his strength. He could only hope the Tenseigan would seal Hinata Kaze, using that to threaten the other Uchiha clansmen nearby to buy himself time to complete his final plan. What a flashy trick! Facing the awe and envy of the surrounding Uchiha at the fiery giant, Hinata Kaze regarded it as if he were looking at a mischievous, clueless child. He calmly waited for Uchiha Itachi to complete all his actions while holding Izumi. Then he casually pressed his left hand down. This seemingly trivial action brought a pressure as heavy as a mountain. As Hinata Kaze's left hand descended, an endless torrent of wind coalesced into a massive hand that came crashing down on the Susanoo giant. Just by looking at that giant hand, everyone in the arena felt as if they were trapped in Hinata Kaze's grasp, losing control over their bodies and chakra, only able to watch in despair as the giant hand descended. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi felt an overwhelming pressure. The Susanoo giant barely took a step before being forced to stop. The giant hand was still coming, but the pressure made him unable to move an inch, accompanied by a mental assault that pierced deep into Itachi's heart, making it difficult for him to continue channeling chakra. No, I can't stop here. Sasuke still needs my help, Itachi shouted in his heart, relying on his strong will to barely push the Tenseigan forward, but ultimately came to a halt less than 10 meters from Hinata Kaze, as the giant hand had already grasped the Susanoo giant. The dozens of meters tall giant, which had seemed so shocking, now appeared insignificant, like a child's clay figure, once the giant hand gripped it tightly. Crack, crack! With a powerful squeeze, the Susanoo giant outside Uchiha, Itachi shattered like rotten soil, instantly crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Hinata Kaze had no intention of killing Itachi at that moment, so the giant hand dissipated after crushing Susanoo. Although the residual force left Itachi feeling as if he had been hit by a heavy truck, staggering and spitting out blood as he fell to the ground. Serves you right, you beast. Kill him. This bastard has killed so many clansmen. He must be killed. Killing him outright is too easy. He should be cut 1,000 times and then brought to the graves of those clansmen for execution. Watching Uchiha Itachi's miserable state, the surrounding Uchiha clansmen were all emotionally charged, shouting continuously to kill him. Itachi, seeing Itachi's wretched appearance, Mikoto, who had been pretending not to see, could no longer hold back. She rushed forward, kneeling in front of Hinata Kaze and blocking his actions. Bowing respectfully, she raised her tear-streaked face to Hinata Kaze and pleaded, "Yukikuchi-sama, no master. Itachi has become like this, looking as if his life is about to end. Please, I beg you to let him fulfill his last hope. At worst, after he completes his final wish, you can kill him. Mikoto, are you still pleading for this murderer? A sinner who slaughtered his clansmen must not be spared." As soon as Mikoto's words fell, a chorus of curses erupted from the side. The Uchiha clansmen did not want Yukikuchi-sama to be blinded by beauty and spare Uchiha Itachi, this beast. Raising his left hand to signal for silence, Hinata Kaze stopped the commotion and then looked at Mikoto with interest, saying, "To be honest, I don't have any deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Itachi. But now that things have come to this, if you want me to let him go, you'll have to pay a price. I can't just let Itachi go without any conditions." Uchiha Mikoto bowed respectfully again, presenting her graceful figure entirely before Hinata Kaze. Mikoto's body and mind already belonged to her master, and she had no way to use anything that belonged to him as a condition. If there was anything Mikoto could do, please give the order. Even if it meant being crushed to pieces, she would do her utmost. Uchiha Mikoto's complete abandonment of dignity left the Uchiha clan members nearby stunned. Even Uchiha Itachi's cold face seemed to twitch at Mikoto's actions. Hinata Kaze gently wiped away her tears as he lifted Mikoto's kneeling figure and brought her closer. "Mikoto, you have made so many contributions to Snow Ninja Village. Logically, I should let him go this once for your sake. However, the Uchiha clan is also a part of Snow Ninja Village, and I cannot ignore their feelings just for you. I have already let him go once before. Today, even if I don't kill him, he must pay a price." As he spoke, Hinata Kaze pressed his palm down, and an invisible, colorless, fierce palm wind struck Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 250, The Price Caught Off Guard. Hinata Kaze's powerful palm force seemed to transcend the limits of time and space, crashing hard into Uchiha Itachi, bending his body into a lobster-like shape. Itachi. Mikoto couldn't help but take a step forward to see Itachi's condition, but she quickly restrained herself. Given Itachi's sins, Lord Yukiki's punishment was justified. As long as he could temporarily keep his life to fulfill his last wish, that was enough. The other Uchiha clan members nearby, seeing Itachi's miserable state, showed joyful smiles, wishing Hinata Kaze would strike harder, ideally killing the sinner outright. However, the seemingly powerful attack did not leave Itachi in a pitiful state for long. Soon he struggled to stand upright again. Surprisingly, from Itachi's appearance, he seemed completely unharmed. Even the fatigue from the earlier battle had vanished, and his physical condition seemed to have returned to its peak. "Lord Yukikage, this is..." Uchiha Obito found the scene before him hard to comprehend and couldn't help but ask, while the others were equally confused. At that moment, Itachi's originally calm face suddenly twisted. Itachi felt an indescribable, intense pain radiating from his limbs and bones the moment his mental and physical state recovered, as if an invisible force had shoved him into a gigantic blender. His body was ruthlessly smashed and mixed by that force, every cell enduring unbearable torment. Ugh! Itachi's forehead bulged with veins, his face contorted to the point of being almost unrecognizable. His teeth clenched tightly together, making a grinding sound as if he wanted to shatter them. His originally blood-red eyes were now bulging outward, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Normally, a person would faint from such pain as a form of self-defense, but in this boundless agony, Itachi's body and mental state bizarrely improved. It was as if an invisible force was surging from the center of his palm, forcing him to maintain energy and clarity of mind to experience this pain. Uchiha Itachi could clearly feel every bit of pain transmitted from various parts of his body, and he could distinctly hear the sound of his teeth clashing. He even desperately banged his forehead against something, tried to lose consciousness to escape the pain, but that inexplicable force kept him awake. No, I absolutely cannot fall here. Itachi's body trembled continuously, and he roared in his heart, for Sasuke, I must hold on. In that moment, Itachi resembled a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape or resist, only able to endure the relentless torment of that force. Yet even so, he gradually stabilized his body. Because of Mikoto, I will not kill you for now. That last palm was meant to stimulate your vitality, invigorate your spirit, and help you complete your final plan. However, after taking that palm strike, your entire body will endure excruciating pain at any time and place, as if thousands of needles were continuously stabbing your insides. That's about the extent of it. Perhaps death would be a relief for you right now. The opportunity has been given. If you can't bear it, you could directly use chakra to stimulate your heart a few times. That way, the power I reserve can allow you to die instantly, freeing you from this endless pain. Hinata Kaze's words and Uchiha Itachi's miserable appearance left everyone nearby speechless. Although the Uchiha clan members hated Itachi to the bone, hearing about the torment he was currently enduring made their desire to take action diminish significantly. Is it painful? Perhaps this is what I should endure. Since the great Lord Yukiki's punishment is complete, may I leave now? This sinner, must go to face my final judgment. After swaying for a moment, Uchiha Itachi overcame the boundless agony with his strong will, forcing himself to stand firm. Though the twitching corners of his eyes and his occasionally clenched jaws revealed that he was not as relaxed as he appeared. Itachi, seeing Itachi's miserable state, Mikoto was heartbroken. No matter what, he was her child, and hearing about the pain he was enduring made her heart ache. Moreover, based on the earlier information, it was clear that Itachi was going to his death for a moment. Mikoto didn't know whether to hope he would die quickly or to wish he could continue to live in pain. After understanding the punishment Uchiha Itachi was facing, the other Uchiha clan members had blood-red eyes, most of them transforming into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Despite their deep hatred, the pride of the Uchiha clan made them lose the will to continue tormenting Itachi. One by one, they walked past Uchiha Itachi, abandoning their intention to surround him further. A few Uchiha, still filled with resentment as they passed in front of Itachi, spat on the ground in anger. Faced with such humiliation, Itachi remained indifferent, forcing his weary body to leave. Time was running out. He had to complete his predetermined goal and ensure Sasuke gained the power to protect himself. Itachi, seeing her rebellious son about to turn and leave, Mikoto couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Let me heal you. As she spoke, the 3 Tomo appeared in Uchiha Mikoto's pupils, and the next moment, they connected into a windmill shape. Flames of Nirvana, accompanied by this soft shout. An invisible flame radiating warmth and gentleness erupted from Mikoto's body and then projected onto Itachi. Although it looked like fire when it landed on him, Itachi found that not even his clothes caught fire. Instead, he felt his internal injuries and the wounds from the earlier battle rapidly healing. Unlike Hinata Kaze's palm, which forcibly invigorated his spirit, this was a restoration from the root. Itachi even felt that his previously blurred vision had recovered somewhat, at least not significantly different from an ordinary person's. This is all I can do for you now. You sigh. Tears streamed down Mikoto's face, her tone filled with infinite sorrow, knowing her child was about to face death, yet feeling powerless to help. Looking at Mikoto, whose body was shaking even more than his, Itachi felt a bit frozen. After a moment of silence, he resolutely turned to leave. However, in the instant he turned, Itachi pulled the corner of his mouth, silently uttering 3 words, I'm sorry. Over the years, he had pondered his actions in his heart. Coupled with the earlier projection played by Hinata Kaze, to be honest, Itachi's heart was not entirely unwavering, but he had no way to turn back. Having sacrificed so much and killed so many people, to deny his past actions now would amount to completely negating his life up to this point. Carrying boundless agony, Itachi silently walked step by step toward the end of his planned life. He had to get used to fighting in this constant state of excruciating pain, ensuring that Sasuke would not begin to doubt him from the start. With his head bowed, Itachi murmured, I've already paid the price, Sasuke. I hope you can walk a different path in life. Chapter 251. The curtain falls on Uchiha Itachi in a cold, desolate, dimly lit secret cave in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu were staring at each other in silence. They had been using Kamui to track Uchiha Itachi, wanting to witness the final outcome between him and his brother Sasuke. After all, Obito had always been wary of Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan techniques. The Jinjutsu form of the Manjikyu Sharingan was too restraining for him. While he could ignore most ninjutsu and secret techniques with Kamui, he could still be affected by Itachi's abilities the moment he attacked. Because of this concern, Obito rarely appeared where Itachi was. At the time, Obito was located near the spot where Hinata and the others had just teleported in. He was relieved that a major threat was about to end, not expecting that there was someone else tracking Itachi. When Hinata and a large group of Uchiha suddenly appeared, Obito was taken aback, feeling as if Hinata's eyes had glanced in his direction. Fortunately, Hinata didn't linger and quickly led the group to pursue Itachi, allowing Obito to breathe a sigh of relief. With Hinata stirring things up, Obito initially thought of slipping away, but he couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling of not witnessing Itachi's death firsthand. So he forcibly suppressed his anxiety and continued to follow. Obito originally believed that the Kamui space could block everything and that Hinata's glance was merely a coincidence. After all, he had never faced a setback in the ninja world with Kamui. At first, he intended to watch Itachi's final outcome from there, but once Hinata pointed out his presence, Obito's sense of luck vanished completely. He noticed that when Hinata spoke, his eyes deliberately glanced in Obito's direction, but he didn't seem to have any intention to attack. It was as if Hinata had discovered him, akin to spotting a filthy bug, with no desire to bother with him. Initially, Obito was still unconvinced, suspecting it might be a coincidence, so he kept his distance while observing Itachi, cursing him to die quickly from his blood disease, hoping for the better scenario of consuming more of Hinata's manpower. What Obito didn't expect was that the scene he witnessed today would be so shocking. Just watching the battle between Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi left him stunned. The two were employing all sorts of tactics and schemes, making Obito marvel at how dirty their hearts were. Even he could be easily fooled if he wasn't careful. Then, there was Uchiha Izumi's Manjikyu Sharingan. The feeling of freezing everything sent a chill even within the Kamui space. Obito felt that if Izumi's ice technique erupted in a smaller area, that icy power could freeze him to the bone, potentially even disrupting his Kamui mobility method, making it difficult to use. At that moment, Obito regretted leaving too many Uchiha around. The Manjikyu Sharingan was indeed too dangerous. Later, when Itachi's Tsukumi was blocked and even reflected back by Hinata, Obito's wariness intensified. Fortunately, he had some estimation of Hinata's strength. However, the force with which Hinata later attacked far exceeded Obito's expectations, leaving him pale with fear. That simple gesture of raising a hand had nearly the same power as Uchiha Madara in his memory, no matter how unwilling Obito was to admit it. He understood that Hinata's strength was not something he could contend with. Moreover, his initial thought of ambushing while Hinata and Itachi were fighting had surely been seen through. When Hinata crushed Itachi's Susanoo giant, he even seemed to smirk in Obito's direction, the mockery and killing intent in his eyes sending chills down Obito's spine. At that moment, Obito couldn't continue watching Itachi. He turned and left, realizing that with that guy around, he probably couldn't do anything. Now, several hours had passed since encountering Hinata, but that last glance seemed to have a magical power, constantly resurfacing in his mind. Whenever Obito closed his eyes, he could see Hinata sneering at him contemptuously. Hinata, I will never let you go." Recalling Hinata's disdainful gaze and the scene where he impersonated Uchiha Taniguchi to mock him, Obito's heart burned with rage. If not for a shred of rationality, he would have gone to retrieve the Rinnegan and kill that guy right then and there. He also wondered what was happening with Uchiha Itachi. Due to Hinata's threat, he had only left one white Zetsu nearby to observe Itachi's final movements. Logically, everything should have come to an end by now. Sotera Vaink. Just as Obito was anxiously waiting, a white Zetsu suddenly popped up from the ground. Obito, Hinata has left. But he glanced in my direction as he left. I think he definitely discovered me. And that guy is really strong. Just a casual glance made me feel like I was going to burst. As White Zetsu said this, he seemed a bit regretful, clapping his hands and saying, I should have followed him to ask what it felt like to take a dump. With his strength, he could surely let me know the sensation. Ignoring White Zetsu's ignorance, both Obito and Black Zetsu felt relieved knowing Hinata had left. Enough with the nonsense. What about Uchiha Itachi? And what about Uchiha Sasuke? Even if Hinata has likely gone far, thinking about that plague-like existence still makes my heart uneasy. That name now casts a shadow over me comparable to Kakashi. I just wanted to know what it felt like to take a dump. White Zetsu muttered before continuing, Itachi-san fought really hard, but perhaps the previous injuries affected him. He occasionally acted out of sorts during the fight. Later on, Orochimaru suddenly emerged from Sasuke and was then unexpectedly dealt with by Itachi-san. In the end, I saw Itachi pointing a finger at Sasuke's forehead, but he was too injured to keep going, and then Sasuke's eyes changed. White Zetsu's words were disjointed, but Obito understood. Hearing that Uchiha Itachi was dead, Obito's heart finally relaxed. Since Itachi was dead and Hinata had left, he could go find Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi had gone to such lengths to die in front of Sasuke. Wasn't it to help him awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan? An awakened Manjikyu Sharingan Sasuke could be both a threat and an ally to him. Obito was confident that with the information he had, he could manipulate Sasuke, making him act according to his plans. Chapter 252. History repeats itself at the tower in the Land of Rain. Nagato looked at the rain-soaked Hidden Rain village, and a trace of sorrow involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This country, this ninja village, seemed to be soaked in bitter water, enduring endless suffering year after year. Nagato gritted his teeth and made up his mind to collect the tailed beasts to form a tailed beast weapon, truly becoming a god in the ninja world, bringing long-term peace to this tragic and chaotic world. Conan, I've decided. We will set off immediately to launch a surprise attack on Konoha and seize the Nine Tails. Nagato's words startled Conan. Nagato, are you really going to attack Konoha right now? Why not reconsider? At least let your body recover a bit more. Xiaonan still had some doubts about directly attacking Konoha village. After all, Konoha was known as one of the great villages in the ninja world. Although it seemed to have made many mistakes in recent years, and its strength had diminished significantly, who knew how much foundation Konoha still had? Last time, Jiraiya Sensei's strength exceeded their expectations. If it weren't for the powerful and unique abilities of the Rinnegan, that battle could have posed a threat to Nagato. However, the information we obtained from our allies and our own investigations indicated that Konoha had indeed lost a lot of strength and was no longer the unshakable top ninja village it used to be. In recent years, Konoha had made a lot of blunders and had been entangled with IWA and Kumo Ninja at the borders, suffering significant losses in the Umbu and Root forces, while the Sarutobi, Shimura, and other clans had lost a substantial part of their power. The Uchiha Hyuga and Inuzuka clans had all successively left Konoha. In this situation, other clans would surely be unstable as well. Konoha could be said to be at its weakest now. Although Nagato was full of confidence and seemed to have the upper hand, Xiaonan still had doubts about the idea of a couple of people launching a surprise attack on an entire ninja village, especially considering the previous experiences with Sasori and Deidara. If that's the case, why not wait a bit longer? Konoha will only weaken further unless something unexpected happens. Wouldn't it be better for us to be more prepared? I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. Nagato turned to look at Xiaonan, his cold eyes flickering with a dim fire. Besides, I don't want to delay any longer. We have endured for so many years and have finally made some progress. Currently, we have captured 9-tailed beasts, except for the 8 tails. Let us leave that to the so-called Uchiha Madara. If he wants to cooperate with God, he must demonstrate his value. Uchiha Madara. Xiaonan frowned and repeated, her cold face looking very serious. She had always been suspicious of this masked man and Black Zetsu. Has he finally stopped hiding and agreed to act? Yes, no matter what he is hiding, he must show some value on the path to peace. Otherwise, what right does he have to follow in the footsteps of God? Looking at the confident Nagato, Xiaonan sighed silently. Since they are willing to act, why not wait until we have the 8 tails before attacking Konoha? Once the 8 tails is sealed into the outer path Geto Mazo, your burden will be much lighter, and our chances will also be greater. Nagato revealed a sarcastic smile, saying we can't wait any longer. Our actions must be swift. Those ninja villages are not all fools. They have already caught wind of each other. If we lose the 8 tails again, Kumo will definitely not sit still, and then it will truly be troublesome for the 5 ninja villages to unite. As long as we act simultaneously with Uchiha Madara, they won't have time to react. No matter what happens on Uchiha Madara's side, as long as we capture the 9 tails and are only left with the 8 tails, it will be much simpler. Besides, didn't our intelligence show that Kumo has also suffered significant losses? In this situation, he should be able to capture the 8 tails with his strength. Hearing Nagato's clear considerations, Xiaonan sighed again and forced herself to perk up. So, for this attack on Konoha, besides the 2 of us, who else do you plan to bring? Ahem, Nagato couldn't help but cough a few times. I won't bring anyone. Those rogue ninjas all have their own agendas, and we can't trust them at this time. It's a pity that apart from us, most of our former comrades have basically sacrificed. Speaking of former comrades, both Nagato and Xiaonan fell into silence, involuntarily recalling those passionate and spirited companions, especially Yahiko. How youthful they were back then, but unfortunately, they all fell on the road to pursuing peace. After a while, Xiaonan was the first to recover from silence. She looked at Nagato's emaciated body and spoke with a cold yet firm voice. Since you have already made your decision, then no matter what lies ahead, I will accompany you. As she spoke, a hint of tenderness flashed in Xiaonan's eyes, while she silently sighed in her heart. In fact, after killing Hanzo to avenge Yahiko, she would prefer to live in seclusion with Nagato rather than continue to maintain the Akatsuki organization. Lord Yukikage, our two clans sincerely wish to join Yukigakure. Please guide us. In the conference room of the Oil Girl clan in Konoha, the clan leaders of the Oil Girl and Inuzuka clans, along with the elders of their clans, were respectfully bowing to Hinata Kaze. Their attitudes were very proper, showing no signs of holding a grudge against Hinata Kaze for having killed many clan experts in the past. The fate of ninjas is either to kill or be killed. They had become accustomed to it. Moreover, since the Inuzuka, Oil Girl, and other clans had disappeared from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had become increasingly overbearing. After Nara Shikaku left Konoha, Shimura Danzo took action directly. He pressured them with the root, stating that the Oil Girl and Inuzuka clans have always had a good relationship with the Inuzuka clan. And now that they had betrayed Konoha, both of your clans were also very suspicious. At that time, Inuzuka Tsum was so angry she almost shouted. She wanted to say that it was the Sarutobi clan that had always had the best relationship with the Inuzuka clan. Why didn't he go investigate them? Not to mention the Inuzuka clan, even the usually calm Oil Girl Shirwei almost lost her composure. Over the years, Danzo had taken many people from the Oil Girl clan. This time he was definitely looking for an opportunity to demand more people. After all these years, both the Inuzuka and Oil Girl clans had suffered significant losses. Many clansmen had either been taken away by the Root and Umbu, with no news, or had perished at the borders of Konoha. So when Danzo made his demands again, both clans originally wanted to unite and refused sternly, but at that moment, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to pressure them. Next came the familiar scene. Danzo, very suspicious, must prove their innocence. Sarutobi Hiruzen, absolutely trust the comrades. Danzo, the villagers have doubts. We cannot condone this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, send some people to dispel the villagers' doubts and protect Konoha. After a series of punches, not only were the two clans forced to obediently send people and resources, but they also completely lost hope. Thus, they followed suit and secretly contacted Yukigakure, requesting to contribute to the cause of Yukigakure, leading to today's scene. Chapter 253. Konoha's collapse again won him. No need for such formality. Hinata Kaze didn't pay much attention to the allegiance of the Inuzuka and Oil Girl clans. At his level of strength, the power below the Kage level didn't hold much meaning. The Kage level was only enough to make him take them seriously. However, these two clans were still a source of strength, which was a supplement for Yukigakure and his future rule. Plus, out of curiosity, he personally came to receive them. Get up. We will all be comrades in the same village from now on. After joining Yukigakure, just do your job well. As Hinata Kaze spoke, he lifted his left hand lightly, and those ninjas from the two clans kneeling before him stood up almost without resistance. Yes, we will definitely do our duty. The clan leaders, Oil Girl Shirwei and Inuzuka Tsum, were both leaders in their own right. Although they were shocked by Hinata Kaze's methods, they still retained some composure while speaking. The other clan ninjas were relatively astonished, even though they had long known that Hinata Kaze's strength was terrifying. After all, that masked man had left Konoha in disgrace. However, experiencing it firsthand felt different, and their attitudes became even more respectful. Nodding in satisfaction, Hinata Kaze continued. Just do your part. The overall atmosphere in Yukigakure is quite good. However, there is one thing that must be mentioned first. The temperature in the land of snow is relatively cold, and there are relatively few places to raise parasitic insects and ninja dogs. You may find it a bit difficult to adapt, but don't worry. There will soon be a suitable place. As for Hinata Kaze, they still believe in Oil Woman Shimi and Inuzuka Tsum. First, they had previously sent someone waving a white flag to investigate the land of snow. Second, they do indeed have some connection with the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. Before the three clans left Konoha, some seeds were scattered in the land of fire, and during this time, they have been secretly looking after them. With this connection, they also obtained some intelligence from Nara Shikaku and others. From what they gathered, the Snow Ninja Village could be said to be their dream village, far better than Konoha. Furthermore, After the three clans left, Sarutobi Hisashi and others treated them as potential rogue ninjas, using those who wanted to leave to the fullest. And there were many hidden surveillance posts around the clan's territory. The Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans are both experts at reconnaissance. How could they not have discovered these watchers? Seeing the village has fallen into such a state, Shimi and the others were also feeling restless. At this moment, they learned another piece of news. One of the legendary three, Tsunade, was also in the Snow Ninja Village and had even become Hinata Kaze's woman. Their hearts were completely stirred. After all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and even she had left Konoha, along with the Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans heading to the Snow Ninja Village. One could say that Konoha's legitimacy was now in the Snow Ninja Village. Thus, Shimi and the others felt justified in wanting to leave Konoha, and they used various means to contact Hinata Kaze. After responding, Shimi and Inuzuka exchanged glances for a moment, and finally, Shimi spoke up. "Sorry, Lord Yukikage. It is currently difficult for us to determine the candidates for our two clan shadow guards. I wonder if Lord Yukikage could personally inspect the female ninjas in our clan." Perhaps because he had never done anything like this before, Shimi hesitated a bit while speaking. They already knew the price the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans had paid to leave Konoha. There were indeed women in both clans willing to make sacrifices, but they couldn't figure out Lord Yukikage's preferences right away. Oil Woman clan leader, Inuzuka clan leader, Hinata Kaze interrupted them, looking somewhat amused. To be fair, he was indeed a bit lecherous, but with Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai, and Hinata Hanabi already in his life, he felt relatively satisfied. There are many beauties in the ninja world, and for most others, he was merely collecting them. Moreover, he didn't have much appetite for girls who played with dogs or bugs. As for the shadow guards, let's talk about that later. It's not important. Let's just go with the flow. Instead, how is the concentration of personnel and supplies from your two clans? I think those old guys wouldn't make it easy for you to gather manpower, right? Thank you for your concern, Lord Yukikage. Shimi respectfully bowed and said, "Indeed, many of our clan members have been sent to the Umbu and the Root, and some have gone to the borders. Fortunately, with the Flying Thunder God Kunai you sent in advance, those trustworthy clan members have gathered around the Kunai." At this point, Shimi paused, her expression slightly serious. "As for some clan members who are truly unreachable, we can only prioritize the clan as a whole. As for clan supplies, everything that can be easily transported is already in sealing scrolls. Since you're all prepared, then come in." After hearing Shimi's words, Hinata Kaze nodded in satisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious door suddenly opened in midair within the room. Looking through the doorway, Shimi and the others discovered that it was actually a vast space resembling a training ground, with a small room in the center. Suppressing their inner shock, Shimi directed the clan members to enter from the outside and then lined up to jump into the portal. Once most of the elderly and weak had entered, the ninjas from both clans jumped in one by one, gathering in Hinata Kaze's training space. Although 40,000 square meters was not small, the two clans were pretty much squeezed together. "Lord Yukikage, we have basically gathered all the clan members from Konoha, and the other clan members also have Flying Thunder God Kunai with them. Should we not return to Yukikage village now?" Having successfully distanced themselves from Konoha, Inuzuka, Tsum, and the others were eager to see where they would be living in the future. "Don't rush. What are we going back for now? There will soon be a good show to watch here." While Hinata Kaze spoke, he divided dozens of shadow clones with 3 chakra points and simultaneously threw out a string of sealing scrolls. "Go ahead and move the supplies we stored back home." Hinata Kaze's actions left the members of the Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans dumbfounded, unsure whether to speak up or not. "Hinata Kaze, what the hell are you doing?" Just as Shimi and the others hesitated, Tsunade, along with Yuhi Kurenai and others, emerged from the room, looking quite angry. "Lady Tsunade." Seeing Tsunade come out, the members of both clans greeted her and bowed. Tsunade merely nodded in response, and then fixed her gaze back on Hinata Kaze. "What did you just say about a good show?" "Look, it's happening," Hinata Kaze said with a smile, pointing to a location outside the space, where a series of explosions suddenly occurred. Chapter 254. Konoha crumbles again. What on earth is happening? Looking through the opening created by Hinata Kaze, Tsunade saw explosions happening all over Konoha, as if a large number of enemies had infiltrated Konoha, using explosive tags to cause destruction. Hundreds of members from the Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans also witnessed the scene. Houses collapsing everywhere, flames flying, creating an apocalyptic sight. Even their clan territory was affected, with several bombs falling. Damn it, who did this? Witnessing Konoha's devastation, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, and her eyes brimmed with killing intent. Earlier, while she was in the room, she had lost a gambling match with Yuhi Kurenai and others, and inexplicably ended up with a debt to wear the special uniform of the land of snow and dance for Hinata Kaze, which made her furious. This has nothing to do with me. Hinata Kaze stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Tsunade's voluptuous figure, and then looked at the ongoing chaos outside with indifference. It's only natural for them to seek revenge for the sins that Danzo committed in the past. Of course, their main purpose for coming is not just revenge. After Uchiha Itachi's demise, Hinata Kaze's shadow clones had been monitoring the perimeter of the Land of Rain. Although Conan's God of Paper technique simulated clouds perfectly, it could not hide from his keen eyes. After receiving the news, Hinata Kaze realized that Nagato was about to launch an attack on Konoha. And since the Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans were also nearly ready, he took the opportunity to come and watch the excitement while also gathering people and supplies. Just as he was speaking, the chaos outside the training space intensified. The animal path pain summoned a large number of summoned beasts to wreak havoc in Konoha, causing houses to collapse wherever they went, and ordinary Konoha villagers along with some mid- and low-level ninjas fell without any resistance. The brutal scene made Tsunade's fists clench involuntarily. She gritted her teeth and watched for a while, her body surrounded by visible chakra flames. Then this momentum suddenly relaxed, and Tsunade released her clenched fists, grabbing Yuhi Kurenai and Takaharu Azuki to go back into the room. Come on, let's continue gambling. I refuse to believe I'll keep losing. Out of sight, out of mind. The people around Tsunade could vaguely hear her murmuring, this decaying village, if it gets destroyed, so be it. After all, the only things I'm familiar with now are those few stone statues. Satisfied, Tsunade watched as Ino and the others entered the room. Hinata turned to Inuzuka and Yamanaka, saying, I'll come get your teammates outside later. You just stay here in this space, and I'll open a passage for you to observe. Speaking of which, you guys are quite lucky. Otherwise, today's losses would definitely be significant. After arranging the trivial matters, Hinata chuckled and returned to Konoha Village. At this moment, Konoha Village was already in chaos, with screams for help, calls for attack, and orders for retreat mixed together, forming a post-apocalyptic elegy. Hinata viewed the miserable state of Konoha with indifference, and with a flicker of his body, he disappeared in an instant, reappearing on the streets of Konoha, surrounded by panicking passers-by. Let us have some dango again. We might not have it in the future. Hinata pulled out a skewer of dango from a shop counter and started eating it while watching the chaos in Konoha, commenting, TSK, TSK, TSK. Konoha is really getting worse day by day. They still don't know how many enemies there are. Just then a barrage of missiles shot in, and the neighboring buildings exploded instantly, the powerful shockwave carrying debris and leaving almost no survivors in its wake. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the Konoha villagers, Hinata casually brushed off a collapsed wall and the rubble. Then his body vanished again. The next second, he appeared on Hokage Rock, standing on the likeness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. From this vantage point, the chaos within Konoha was laid bare. The animal path summoned a large number of towering summoned beasts like hellhounds, hellcrabs, Yada no Kagami, chameleons, bulls, rhinos, pandas, and centipedes, causing everything in their path to collapse and severely disrupting Konoha's defensive system, capturing the attention of Konoha's highest authorities. The human path stealthily hid, seizing the opportunity to capture seemingly high-ranking ninjas and using the soul extraction technique to read their memories, trying to locate the exact position of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, fewer people in Konoha knew about Naruto's whereabouts than in the original story, meaning they would have to expend more effort. The Azura Path also didn't engage Konoha ninjas directly. Instead, it used long-range missiles and laser cannons to attack, disrupting the formation of Konoha ninjas and drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Meanwhile, the girl path wandered around, unconsciously moving closer to Konoha Village's emergency shelter, continuously summoning to help the others change positions while the rest of the pain were entangled by enemies. The attack routes of the pains were quite bizarre, leaving the Konoha ninjas confused. Nevertheless, their overall defense was still advancing toward the shelter, and Konoha ninjas had no choice but to desperately obstruct their movements to ensure the safe evacuation of their families. Without the Yamanaka clan, even the barrier alerts in Konoha had issues. When the girl path entered Konoha, they surprisingly went undetected, and the subsequent monitoring of Konoha's interior was very rigid and slow, allowing the 6 paths of pain to progress even more rapidly than in the original story. What the hell? Konoha was actually invaded, and such great losses were inflicted. Damn it! Who dares to attack Konoha? What are the Umbu and Root doing? They let the enemy into the village without organizing a strong resistance. This is all the fault of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. They've weakened Konoha's strength so much. If the 4th Hokage were still around, Konoha wouldn't be suffering these losses. Many Inuzuka and Yamanaka clan members in the training room space had not yet adapted to the fact that they were no longer part of Konoha. Seeing the village in such disarray, some still wore expressions of righteous indignation. Of course, some clever clan members began to praise Hinata. Fortunately, we've already left Konoha. Otherwise, we would have suffered significant losses as well. Even if we weren't attacked by the enemy, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would definitely have pushed us out to fight. We should thank Lord Yukikage. If he hadn't brought us into this magical space, we would surely have been affected. After one person spoke up, everyone quickly reacted and joined in, and praises filled the training room space. At this moment, however, Inuzuka Zaka noticed that Yamanaka Shimi had been frowning the whole time. And she couldn't help but ask softly, Shimi, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Zaku, don't you realize? The position we are in is centered around Lord Yukikage. Yamanaka Shimi suddenly turned her head and stared intensely at Inuzuka Zaku. The fiery intensity in her eyes palpable even through her sunglasses. Inuzuka Zaku was taken aback, having never seen Yamanaka Shimi so excited before. She scratched her head in confusion and weakly replied, it does seem like that. Whenever Lord Yukikage moves, our position changes too. But what's the problem? The more Zaku spoke, the quieter she became, as Yamanaka Shimi's excitement caused her parasitic bugs to fly out, and her expression twisted slightly, looking quite abnormal. Problem? No. There's no problem. There are only opportunities. Yamanaka Shimi excitedly waved her arms like a fan. Lord Yukikage has the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to teleport instantly in the ninja world, and this space can follow Lord Yukikage. Just look at how vast it is. Even if all Konoha ninjas squeezed in, they could fit. This means that as long as Lord Yukikage is willing, he can lead a large number of ninjas to attack any target at any time. In front of Lord Yukikage, any fortress or city is like it doesn't exist. Plus, with Lord Yukikage's formidable strength, the hope of Snow Ninja Village becoming the #1 ninja village in the ninja world is very high. Even unifying the ninja world seems possible. Shimi, I didn't expect such ambition hidden beneath your sunglasses. Inuzuka Zaku seemed shocked by Yamanaka Shimi's words, her expression akin to seeing Danzo, suddenly smiling warmly. Ahem, I just had a sudden thought after seeing Lord Yukikage's abilities. Regardless, the stronger Lord Yukikage becomes, the more stable Snow Ninja Village will be, and our future lives will be more secure. That's true. Just look at how chaotic Konoha is now. It was truly wise of me to leave Konoha. Haha, I truly am remarkable. I simply led my clan out of a crisis. As Inuzuka Zaku spoke, she suddenly started laughing while touching her hair. The others nearby, upon hearing the conversation between Yamanaka Shimi and Inuzuka Zaku, also seemed to resonate deeply, understanding the magical aspect of Lord Yukikage's space-time ninjutsu, and their unease about leaving Konoha decreased significantly, even sparking a sense of pride in being a part of Snow Ninja Village. While Yamanaka Shimi and the others were marveling at Hinata's ninjutsu, Hinata, who was snacking on Hokage Rock, was also marveling at the wonders of the ninja world. At this moment, the greatest commotion in Konoha Village was caused not only by those gigantic summoned beasts, but also by the Azura Path Pain, which looked out of place in the ninja world. Launching missiles from its arms and firing laser cannons from its head, it transformed ninja battles into modern warfare. Hinata watched Azura Path's tactics with amazement, thinking, speaking of which, the Rinnegan is just an exaggerated ocular technique. How did it lead to a robot? Not to mention those bombs. They didn't look like ninjutsu at all. Has the technological tree in the ninja world gone awry? If these are inventions of the Land of Rain or Nagato himself, it can only be said that the scientists have gone down the wrong path. Konoha is truly getting worse by the day. For a moment, Hinata Kaze couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to speculate. He focused on watching the chaos. In the past, Konoha ninjas would have fought to the death against any invasion, but now Hinata Kaze saw many ninjas secretly hiding with their families. Damn it, what is going on? How did so many enemies infiltrate? While Hinata Kaze was enjoying the spectacle, Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw the tragic state of Konoha Village. Some powerful missiles even landed within the Sarutobi clan's territory. The sudden attack filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with rage. His eyes burned as he scanned the Umbu ninjas in the Hokage's office. The sounds of fire and the roars of summoned beasts from outside only deepened his heavy mood. Recently, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Aburin clans had disappeared from Konoha, and the Oil and Dog clans were also somewhat restless. These issues had already made him feel overwhelmed. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Konoha would be invaded by an unknown force. What is the intelligence department doing? They still haven't figured out who invaded Konoha and how many of them there are? With Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious reprimand, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office became extremely tense, and the Umbu members below fell silent. Hokage-sama, latest intelligence. An Umbu ninja rushed in from outside, handing over a report. According to the surveillance video, the enemies were wearing the Akatsuki's black, cloud-patterned uniforms. There were at least 4 of them, all possessing the legendary Rinnegan. The current information indicates that they are capturing Konoha ninjas to interrogate the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Based on previous intelligence, they must be after the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. These individuals are very powerful, and their abilities are quite strange. More critically, their mobility is too strong, making it difficult for us to track their positions. The report describes the situation of a few detected Akatsuki members and provides a rough analysis of their abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly skimmed the report, his expression growing more serious. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Collecting tailed beasts, the Akatsuki? This is an organization that even my own disciple Jiraiya despises. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, according to the existing intelligence, they have already collected most of the tailed beasts. If they obtain the 9 tails, the strongest position in the ninja world will likely shift from Konoha to the Akatsuki." To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to engage with such an unpredictable enemy. But as Hokage, the enemy had already come to his doorstep, and he could not back down. Furthermore, the enemy wanted the 9 tails, but he only knew that Naruto was training in Mayaboka Mountain and had no way to contact those toads. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then began issuing orders with a firm and powerful stance. Immediately notify Danzo and have him lead the route and temporarily command the Oil and Dog clans of Konoha. Once assembled, they should quickly engage to resist the invaders. The intelligence team must intensify their analysis of the enemy situation and quickly determine how many invaders there are and how they are moving so rapidly. At the same time, let the logistics team evacuate the villagers of Konoha according to the plan to ensure their safety. The remaining Umbu members will follow me to eliminate the invaders. Also, send out personnel to notify all departments in Konoha, including idle ninjas and all available forces, to gather under my command. We must drive the invaders out of Konoha. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders given, the Hokage's office immediately became busy. The Umbu ninjas quickly sprang into action, conveying orders, rallying personnel, and preparing for battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up, adjusted his robes, took a deep breath, and then strode out of the Hokage's office. Chapter 256. Unexpected situation after all. Konoha has suffered significant talent losses in recent years, and the strength of the intelligence team, defense forces, and even civilian ninjas is considerably weaker than in the original story. Nagato originally intended to use summoned beasts and missiles to disrupt Konoha's defenses and probe the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Unexpectedly, Konoha now struggles even to block the giant summoned beasts summoned by the animal path. What was supposed to be a disruption nearly turned into a massacre. The overly smooth invasion operation made Nagato unknowingly a bit high-spirited, even directly commanding several summoned beasts to approach the Hokage building. With the invasion at his doorstep, Sarutobi Hiruzen had long been holding back anger. This anger, combined with resentment from his damaged reputation and the near destruction of his clan over the years, made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel somewhat overwhelmed. Therefore, after putting on his combat uniform and boosting his spirits, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly led a charge out of the Hokage building. As soon as he emerged, he saw a massive rhinoceros crashing into several buildings, charging towards him. The roads of Konoha were shattered and exploded under the hooves of the rhinoceros, and many villagers were directly trampled into meat paste in its path. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals, and a rolling river of earth and a raging fire dragon appeared and merged to form a lava flow, instantly engulfing the giant rhinoceros. The rhinoceros instinctively roared and struggled to escape the lava, but the river of fire was not only extremely hot, but also contained a powerful sucking force. and the rhinoceros eventually fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Seeing their Hokage leading the charge and using powerful ninjutsu with great momentum, the Anbu ninjas and civilian ninjas following Sarutobi Hiruzen brightened up, and the despairing aura around them dissipated somewhat. Villagers on both sides of the street, nearly trampled by the rhinoceros, rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouting praises and thanks as they passed him, seemingly forgetting their previous grievances against him over the years. Hokage-sama is mighty. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, you must eliminate the enemies and protect Konoha. The villagers' heartfelt gratitude warmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's increasingly cold heart, and he couldn't help but recall his youthful passion when he first became Hokage, as if he had regained his youth. With blood surging in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly waved his hand. You all retreat to behind me. Someone will take you to the evacuation site shortly. As for these invaders of Konoha, as Hokage, I will never let them go. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement, the villagers of Konoha initially wanted to say a few more words to express their respect, but they suddenly screamed and fled towards the rear, shouting, "Centipede, there's a centipede!" Watching the villagers of Konoha leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly turned around, only to see two giant centipedes crashing through buildings and approaching, crossing each other and sweeping towards him from a distance of several dozen meters, like sharp scissors trying to cut him and the Konoha ninjas in half. At this moment, Konoha was in chaos, with explosions ringing out everywhere. The sounds of blood and fire filling Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, reminding him once again of the feeling of dominating the battlefield in his youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his body, regaining some of his former imposing ninja presence. I am the Hokage. Konoha is to be protected by me. Monkey King Vajra Staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals to summon the summoning beast Monkey King, transforming it into a giant staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly frail, unleashed a terrifying power. The Vajra staff swung with a mighty force, striking the centipede and instantly delivering a heavy blow, breaking a section of its body. Large summoned beasts have strong vitality. Even after such a severe injury, they still remain unharmed. The two giant centipedes spewed blood in midair, roaring and thrashing their damaged bodies, crashing into building after building. Lightning release, 4 pillars binding technique. A member of the Anbu stepped forward to perform ninjutsu, and 4 giant stone pillars suddenly rose into the air, surrounding the centipede. At the same time, endless lightning shot out, crisscrossing over the centipede beast, rendering it temporarily unable to move. With the Anbu's cooperation to restrict the centipede's movements, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flashed with a blood-red glow as he rapidly struck the centipede with his golden rod. The speed so fast, it was almost like he was grinding garlic. Before the 2 centipedes could even let out a few cries, they were reduced to dozens of pieces under Sarutobi Hizashi's assault. Just as he resolved the immediate trouble, Sarutobi Hizashi barely had time to catch his breath before he felt another threat approaching. Looking up, he saw a giant bird with a sharp beak circling in the sky, occasionally dropping bird eggs from above. Once those eggs hit the ground, they exploded violently, their power far exceeding that of explosive tags. What on earth is that thing? Seeing the giant bird throwing explosive eggs everywhere, Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Water release, water break wave. A clear, unassuming line of water shot out from Sarutobi Hizashi's mouth, soaring through the air, targeting the Yada no Kagami that was dropping eggs. The water line raced towards its target and quickly reached the Yada no Kagami, just as Sarutobi Hizashi thought he had succeeded. Suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere in the path of his attack, spreading its arms to intercept the water line. In the next moment, to Sarutobi Hizashi's shock, the water break wave shrank in the enemy's palm and was soon completely absorbed. What a peculiar ability. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at the suddenly appeared enemy without worry. He still had so many Konoha ninjas around him. As long as each of them used a fireball technique, they could incinerate the enemy. However, the scene Sarutobi Hizashi envisioned, with Anbu ninjas helping him to attack the enemy and overwhelming them with a barrage of attacks, did not happen. Earlier, they had already teamed up to engage a giant dog. No matter how they attacked, that giant dog wouldn't die, and not only that, the number of giant dogs was only increasing. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi also saw the futile attacks of the Anbu ninjas. While he faced off against several enemies wearing black cloud-patterned uniforms, he began to give orders. Send someone to inform the sealing team. Hold that dog for now. Let the sealing team seal it. In a hidden area outside Konoha village, Conan received a message relayed by a paper clone and asked in confusion, Nagato, Weren't we supposed to focus on reconnaissance? Why has it turned into a full-scale attack now? Konoha has too many people. It's not worth the energy to exhaust ourselves. Nagato took a deep breath, his expression quite strange. I didn't expect the situation to evolve like this. It may be because Konoha's resistance is surprisingly weak, and those summoned beasts unconsciously rushed to the center of Konoha. But this is good. The bigger the commotion, the more people it will attract. Conan, take the opportunity to investigate. I'll expedite the reconnaissance. Conan nodded and continued, but Nagato, be cautious. There's no need to rush for revenge. Once the tailed beast weapon is complete, Konoha will be at your mercy. Chapter 257, Calm. The enemy showed no intention of allowing Sarutobi Hizashi to easily command. The Yada no Kagami continued to drop explosive eggs, disrupting the Umbu's formation, while the Azura Path launched its attack. In Sarutobi Hizashi's astonished gaze, the Azura Path pane suddenly yanked off its own wrist, and that wrist shot towards him, spewing flames. As Sarutobi Hizashi swung his golden rod to smash the incoming wrist, the clash produced a violent sound of metal striking metal, and the wrist was sent flying back, reattaching to the Azura Path's arm. Although he repelled the enemy's attack, Sarutobi Hizashi did not feel good. He sensed a tremendous force coming from the golden rod, causing him to involuntarily take 2.5 steps back. And this was just one enemy's attack. Sarutobi Hizashi felt something was amiss. Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, he decided to use ninjutsu to attack. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 3 furious fire dragons soared through the air, charging towards the Azura Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Conan. Sarutobi Hizashi saw the fire dragons about to encircle the enemies when he suddenly noticed the earlier enemy who had blocked the water break wave reappearing. He spread his hands wide, and as the 3 nearly 10-meter-high fire dragons reached him, they rapidly shrank and soon disappeared completely into his palms. The ability to absorb ninjutsu chakra? Sarutobi Hizashi speculated, then swung his golden rod to strike. This time, the opponent did not stand still to absorb but directly dodged. This undoubtedly confirmed Sarutobi Hizashi's guess. He realized that to deal with such an enemy, he needed to rely on physical techniques. Grasping the enemy's weakness, Sarutobi Hizashi, wielding the golden rod, intended to pursue, but at that moment, a rain of shuriken suddenly came flying towards him, forcing Sarutobi Hizashi to halt and defend. As he intercepted, Sarutobi Hizashi noticed that although those shuriken were made of paper, they were as sharp as blades. He could defend against them, but the Umbu behind him instantly fell in a heap. Damn it! Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes widened as he prepared to counterattack, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw several missiles rapidly approaching. The intelligence he had seen earlier surged to his mind, and Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly dodged. Boom! 5 missiles struck the spot where Sarutobi Hizashi had been standing, instantly causing a violent explosion, and the area within nearly 100 meters turned into ruins, with Umbu and some civilian ninjas who had gathered to deal with the summoned beasts also falling in droves. Water release. Great waterfall technique. After dodging, Sarutobi Hizashi quickly gathered chakra to perform the water release, and a massive water sphere erupted from his mouth, extinguishing the flames along its path and stopping the giant dog charging towards him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hizashi pulled out a giant shuriken and tossed it into the air, replicating it, and thousands of shuriken appeared in the sky, then rained down. These wicked shuriken attacks not only covered the members of the Ōtsutsuki, but also affected the Yada no Kagami, flying above with an unending barrage of shuriken. The enemy's bizarre attack methods left Sarutobi Hizashi somewhat flustered. He wanted to counterattack, but needed to first stop the enemy's continuous assaults. That's why he chose to use this area of effect ninjutsu, as he had another thought in mind. That strange enemy could absorb ninjutsu, so he would use a technique with many attacks, dense enough to see if they could absorb it in time. Unfortunately, the enemy's peculiar abilities exceeded Sarutobi Hizashi's expectations. The shuriken shadow clones began to disappear rapidly before they even got close, and some stragglers were blocked and crushed by flying paper shuriken. Meanwhile, the enemy's strange attacks came again. One enemy's head suddenly opened like a book, revealing a smooth, rounded structure inside, and then an infinite brilliance coalesced into a pillar, shooting straight towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hizashi gathered chakra, formed seals, and pressed them to the ground, causing 3 thick, half-meter-tall walls to rise instantly. However, these seemingly solid walls were extremely fragile in front of the light pillar, which pierced through them in the blink of an eye. Sarutobi Hisashi realized something was wrong the moment the first wall was breached. Without hesitation, he jumped away to avoid it. However, the Umbu ninjas behind him, who were engaged in battle, were not as alert, and several were directly pierced through the chest by the light pillar. Boom! The light pillar passed through the Umbu and then penetrated numerous buildings before disappearing, causing those buildings to collapse and raising clouds of dust in the surroundings. The almost passive situation made Sarutobi Hiruzen both angry and anxious, while the surrounding Umbu were entangled with paper clones or summoned beasts and were of no help. He could only think hard about how to break the enemy's tactics. However, the enemy showed no signs of letting up. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could come up with a way to change the unfavorable situation, the enemy used a new trick. Suddenly, the enemy who had launched missiles had a mechanical arm grow from their shoulder, which quickly transformed into a cannon shape. Then, a much more formidable chakra gathered at the cannon's mouth, and a terrifying beam of light was fired. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was amiss when the enemy gathered chakra. This attack gave him a sense of impending doom. He wanted to use ninjutsu to interrupt the enemy, but it was too late. The terrifying light cannon shot towards him. "I've got you now, Sarutobi." The speed of the attack was too fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't dodge in time. He could only raise his Rui Jingu Bang and smash it toward the light cannon. When the diamond rod collided with the light cannon, a blinding white light flashed across the area, and everyone nearby was engulfed in the intense brightness, unable to see anything. When the light dissipated, the surrounding buildings had vanished, as if they were easily wiped away like a child's blocks, leaving behind an empty space. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, was left with bloodied hands, gasping for breath at the edge. As for the Rui Jingu Bang, it was severely damaged in the collision and let out a shriek before disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Along with the Rui Jingu Bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's recently reignited fighting spirit also vanished. Seeing how troublesome the enemy was, he had lost the courage to fight directly, thinking that when the Konoha ninjas grew larger, they would surround and kill them. The continuous pain in his hands brought Sarutobi Hiruzen back to his senses, and he no longer felt dazed. He quickly retreated to the back of the Umbu formation, facing the giant dog that was continuously splitting. "I also know some sealing techniques. Leave this to me. You all go and take down those few enemies, go." This is what the so-called strongest Hokage is like. Your strength and courage are actually only this much. Hungry Ghost Path Pain looked at the disheveled Sarutobi Hiruzen and said disdainfully, "How is this level of strength supporting your invasion of other countries? Forget it. Once I find out more, if I can't locate the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then I'll come looking for you." After a few taunts, several figures in the field suddenly vanished, leaving behind a paper clone and several giant summoned beasts that were wreaking havoc. Chapter 258. The hidden cards you think you can just cause chaos in Konoha and then run away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was both surprised and delighted to see that many of the enemies had disappeared. After all, with fewer enemies directly facing him, he could mobilize his forces more calmly. This was Konoha. With just a few enemies, they would eventually be surrounded and killed by Konoha ninjas. You know whether you're escaping or not. I advise you to hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki early. The Akatsuki organization is determined to obtain it. After throwing a wave of shurikens, Conan's paper clone left a warning in a cold voice before disappearing. "Hiruzen, how are things on your end?" After Conan vanished, Shimura Danzo arrived with a group of root members, followed by some guard troops and civilian ninjas. This chaotic group not only failed to help the Umbu eliminate the remaining giant summoned beasts, but also allowed the Hellhound and Yada no Kagami to break free from their encirclement and wreak havoc elsewhere in Konoha. "Chase them. We can't let these guys continue to destroy our home." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly treated his wounds and called on the surrounding ninjas to pursue. The enemy had already invaded in front of the Hokage building, and if he didn't counterattack soon, the hearts of the Konoha people would truly scatter. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, the chaotic civilian ninjas and Umbu temporarily formed a joint force, splitting into several groups to rush to the areas of unrest in the village. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo led the elite forces of the Umbu and Root to stay in place and continue rallying their strength to eliminate the enemy. Watching the gradually receding troops, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with gloom. The number of ninjas participating in defending the village was far fewer than he had estimated. Especially since there were no ninjas from the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans, he had initially expected Danzo to bring over their entire clans. "Danzo, why did you come so late? And with so few people? Where are the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans? They're the largest clans in Konoha right now. Can't they spare even one person at a time like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he didn't want to continue thinking in that direction. Instead, he preferred to believe that the two clans were just throwing a little tantrum. There's no Yamanaka or Inuzuka clan left. Shimura Danzo's face was extremely dark. Both clans had been completely emptied, and their personnel and supplies had vanished without a trace. Aside from the buildings and internal furniture, daily necessities, everything else was clean, with hardly any leftover trash. To be honest, if Danzo didn't know he hadn't given any orders, he might even suspect that the root ninjas had raided those two clans. After all, the valuable items had been thoroughly taken. Danzo's words felt like a bucket of cold water pouring over Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, dissipating much of the momentum built up by his anger. He suddenly felt exhaustion calling from every part of his body. He really was getting old. Thud, thud, thud. The aged body struggled to support itself, and Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered back several steps before barely steadying himself. But his head was still buzzing, as if someone had punched him in the face. Traitors. All of them are Konoha's traitors. Hinata win, you bastard. Ignoring that it was in the middle of the street, and that Konoha was embroiled in war. The intense hatred burned in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, and he couldn't help but start to curse. Hiruzen, calm down. We still need to eliminate the enemies invading Konoha. Having already been furious once, Danzo was experienced at this moment and tried to comfort Hiruzen after letting him vent. I will never let that bastard Hinata win go, nor will I let Yuki Shinobi Village go. After Danzo's consolation and throwing out a harsh word, it seemed as if he could already see Hinata Wind and Yuki Shinobi Village perishing under his strong hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression improved significantly. The foundation of Konoha is certainly not something these few enemies can deal with. Their main advantage lies in the element of surprise, and their ninjutsu is indeed too strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly introduced Danzo to the abilities of the Six Paths Pain, which made Danzo scratch his head. He couldn't help but ask, do you really have no contact method for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? If I had it, would I hide it from you? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very dissatisfied with his old friend's suspicion. That impulsive guy Jiraiya hadn't left any contact methods at all, and the toads of Mount Myaboku were also too proud. Aside from notifying me with some intelligence after Jiraiya's incident, they hadn't contacted Konoha at all. When mentioning the toads of Mount Myaboku, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with anger. If he had a way to contact Naruto, how could he not reach out? After all, the Nine-Tails is a powerful force, especially at this moment when he couldn't care less about the danger of the Nine-Tails rampage. What should we do then? Based on the information you just provided, it's difficult for us to kill them without suffering significant losses with our current manpower and without enough strong leaders. Those civilian ninjas might not even be able to organize an attack. If the enemy wreaks havoc in Konoha and leaves intact, it would be a huge joke for Konoha. Shimura Danzo felt a bit at a loss in the current situation. If it weren't for the deep bond he had formed with Sarutobi Hiruzen over the years, he wouldn't want to lead the root into the fray. Once Hiruzen was defeated, taking over to protect Konoha, reaping fame, and ascending to the Hokage throne would have been much more appealing. It was indeed a bit difficult. Their abilities were too strange, and there were even a few who hadn't made a move yet. As Hiruzen spoke, he secretly felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know how strong those Akatsuki members were. If they were all as dangerous as that mechanical monster, it would be too perilous. Why had he been so impulsive at the start to charge indirectly? After calming his mind, Hiruzen exhaled and made up his mind. He fixed a determined gaze on Danzo. Danzo, at this point, we can no longer hide. If Konoha falls, what face do we have to meet our teacher in the Pure Land? Danzo was slightly taken aback by Hiruzen's words. What do you mean? I know you have many hidden cards, and I have also prepared some means to defend Konoha. This time, we must reveal everything. Let's show the enemy Konoha's true strength. On Hokage Rock, Hinata Kaze was munching on sunflower seeds while watching the spectacle, taking the sealing scrolls from the shadow clones that had gone to collect supplies and tossing them into the training room space for storage. Huh, what new tricks are these two old geezers up to now? This show is getting more and more exciting. I hope your preparations can give me some surprises. Hinata Kaze's gaze was sharp, and he could read the lip movements of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo from afar. He was genuinely curious about the tricks these two old men had up their sleeves. Chapter 259, Battle Again. The invasion of the Akatsuki organization had been ongoing for a while. The once bustling streets of Konoha had now been reduced to a series of ruins, smashed by giant summoned beasts, with hardly a complete building in sight. Among the rubble lay heaps of Konoha ninja corpses, some of which had been shredded into pieces, their remains scattered across the ground. while Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were preparing their hidden cards. The 6 paths of pain moved as if there were no one to stop them. Even though Konoha had a numerical advantage, the gap in strength allowed the Akatsuki's assault to proceed smoothly. At this moment, Nagato and Konan felt that if they brought more members of the organization, they could easily wipe out Konoha entirely, but that wasn't their goal. Over the years, Konoha had suffered significant losses in combat strength, with many clans breaking away from the village. Asuma Sarutobi had died, Kakashi Ataki was in the hospital, and Might Guy was out on mission. At this moment, they couldn't even find a single elite jonin to lead the defense against the invaders, relying instead on the Umbu and some fearless civilians to protect Konoha. Kill, defend Konoha. Stop them. We can't let the enemy advance any further. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Remember the 5-second interval. You guys intercept that woman. Don't let her continue to use summoning techniques. Ultimately, with so many people involved, the repeated assaults of the Konoha ninjas not only slowed the enemy's progress, but also allowed them to gather some understanding of Pain's abilities. Not far behind these Konoha ninjas were the villagers moving to the emergency shelter, many of whom were their own families. How could they possibly retreat? Useless attacks. The hungry ghost path of Pain snorted coldly, extending his hands as if blocking out the entire sky. The attacks met a black hole-like force, condensing and compressing before being completely absorbed and disappearing. We're only here for the whereabouts of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As long as you honestly reveal or directly hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we don't have to resort to killing. Konan shot out paper shurikens to block the attacks of the Konoha ninjas, but she didn't press the attack further. Her expression was cold, but her words still carried a hint of persuasion, as she was also trying to avoid killing in this assault. Get out of here with your nonsense. You've already killed so many people. Yeah, my family died in the previous explosion. Don't think you can deceive us. You all deserve to die. The Konoha ninjas in the field did not grasp Konan's goodwill. In fact, their anger was boiling over. Since the founding of the village, Konoha had always been the strongest village in the ninja world, and the villagers had long accumulated a certain degree of pride. However, over the years, Konoha ninjas had witnessed one turmoil after another, from the Uchiha clan's massacre to the Konoha collapse plan, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's decaying rule to today's Akatsuki invasion. From proud to humble, Konoha ninjas had suppressed too many emotions in their hearts. At this moment, these negative feelings transformed into a blazing fire of rage, burning in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas, mixing with their determination to protect their village and families, driving them to continuously use ninjutsu to launch attacks. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path of Pain, stepped forward, deflecting all incoming ninjutsu and shurikens with ease, looking down at the Konoha ninjas with an air of superiority, like a deity. Hate, pain, these emotions fill your hearts at this moment. This is the feeling I once experienced. It is precisely this feeling that drove me to seek peace. So, please do not obstruct the process of world peace. Hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Konoha ninjas on the opposite side cursed incessantly, but Nagato remained calm. To create everlasting peace in the ninja world, he had long since disregarded some normal sacrifices and wouldn't take their curses to heart. This was already a warning from him out of goodwill, since he couldn't find anyone who knew the whereabouts of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Then he would kill until the enemy showed themselves. Keep dreaming. You have caused so much suffering for Konoha. I will never let you go. Just as the Deva Path of Pain was busy with his rhetoric, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally appeared surrounded by a group of mysterious individuals. Each of them was shrouded tightly, revealing only lifeless, hollow eyes, looking extremely eerie. Nagato paid no attention to the people Hiruzen brought. He simply coldly asked, after all this time, you finally decided to show up. Have you made up your mind to reveal the whereabouts of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Hiruzen quickly scanned the scene as he entered the Konoha ninja ranks, seeing buildings turn to ruins and many fallen and severely injured ninjas around him. His aging heart couldn't help but tremble. No matter what, he still had feelings for Konoha. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss Tsunade. If she were here, her medical ninjutsu would surely reduce many casualties. The logistics team, take the severely injured away. Leave the fighting here to me. With hidden cards in hand, Hiruzen's confidence began to return. It seems you have chosen the wrong path. Pain's tone seemed somewhat regretful, but he showed no mercy in his attacks. The Azura Path of Pain began attacking again, unleashing an endless barrage of bombs aimed at Hiruzen and the others. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The Konoha ninjas worked together to perform Earth Release defense, finally intercepting the Azura Path's bombs, but they remained in a passive position, continuously suffering attacks. Although these bombs were somewhat ineffective against top-tier experts, they were devastating for the current Konoha, pushing them into a mode of exhausting chakra and lives. Too arrogant. The Pains not only maintained their assault, but also kept advancing toward the Konoha ninja positions. Hiruzen could no longer hold back as he watched several Akatsuki members approach. He must stop whatever the enemy was planning. Go! Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals with both hands and issued a command, causing two mysterious figures to suddenly rush out in front of him and charge towards Pain and the others. Wood release. Birth of the forest and water release. Water, severing wave. The mysterious figures moved with incredible speed, and as they reached the midpoint, they suddenly unleashed their ninjutsu, using at most two hand seals, leaving Pain momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a forest sprang up from the ground, with trees wrapping around Pain and his companions like giant pythons. Devapath and Animal Path managed to jump away in time, but Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path were caught off guard and ensnared by the trees. Following this, a cold line of water shot forth at high speed, slicing through the air like lightning. In the next moment, Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path were directly cut in half. Chapter 260, A Battle Without Bottom Line, the first Hokage and the second Hokage. As the two mysterious figures moved and attacked, their robes fell away, revealing their complete faces, which were clearly visible to the Leaf Village ninjas present. With faces strikingly similar to those of the Hokage Rock and their signature wood release and water release techniques, everyone recognized these two individuals as the former Hokages. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei had caused the two Hokages to rampage through the Leaf Village not long ago, and they quickly understood how Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned the first and second Hokages, even though their actions had effectively turned the tide of the battlefield. The Leaf Ninjas felt a complex mix of emotions: shock, joy, and shame. They felt uncomfortable about having to disturb the deceased former Hokages to fight, as it was troubling to utilize the dead in battle. Despite ninjas seemingly having no bottom line and making killing a daily routine, this method of fighting felt too inhumane. With the long-standing bonds of the Leaf Village promoted over the years and the recent destructive actions of Orochimaru, the Leaf Villagers harbored a strong aversion to such ninjutsu. After dodging an attack, Devapath Pain released a powerful Shinra Tensei, sending the Edo Tensei bodies of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama flying. This way of fighting. Pain seemed to think of something, and with a somewhat strange expression, he mocked before falling silent. Suddenly, the Hell Path, who had been unpredictable behind him, appeared and quickly summoned a King Yama to devour the damaged Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path, chewing them up. Everything was to protect the Leaf Village. This was the will of the ancestors of the Leaf Village, and even in death, they would not allow the enemy to harm their families or destroy their home. Realizing the situation was dire, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly spoke to boost morale while commanding his two former teachers to charge again. That's right, to protect the Leaf Village. No matter what, we must first eliminate these invading bastards. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, some people felt their spirits rise and joined the attack. However, there are still those who, after careful consideration, felt something was off. Shinra Tensei had already used the 5 seconds of delay created by Conan's paper attacks and words, and Devapath Pain activated his skill again, sending the attacks from the Leaf side flying with an invisible and powerful force field. Immediately afterward, King Yama opened his mouth wide, and Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path Pain reappeared in the field completely unharmed, even their damaged clothes restored. This bizarre occurrence caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes to narrow sharply. How could they deal with enemies that could both fight and recover? In the next moment, Azura Path Pain and Hungry Ghost Path Pain joined the battle again, sealing techniques to absorb and block the ninjutsu attacks from the Leaf Ninjas, while missiles and laser cannons bombarded them, disrupting the formation of the Leaf Ninjas. Paper shurikens appeared out of nowhere, and the Child Path Pain, hiding in the back, continually summoning beasts, seemingly without end. Despite the presence of Senju Hashirama and others, the Leaf Ninjas were still severely suppressed. Damn it! Can even wood release and water release be repelled? Calling for the Umbu and civilian ninjas to charge forward. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not lead the charge, but instead stayed back, coldly observing, waiting for the right moment to use ninjutsu to attack. Although his ninjutsu was also absorbed by the enemy. Give up struggling. Your resistance is futile. It would be better to straightforwardly confess the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The advantage in the situation made Nagato feel a bit relaxed inside. he decided to take some harsh measures to pressure Sarutobi Hiruzen. Crack! Just as pain pushed the front line forward, the ground in the middle of the battlefield suddenly shattered, and a dazzling knife light flashed out from the dispersing dust, quickly closing in on Hell Path Pain. Get lost! The knife light was already hovering above Hell Path's brow. But unfortunately, that figure was sent flying by an invisible force field. Even so, the fierce wind from the blade had already opened a wound on Hell Path's forehead, nearly splitting him in half. The sudden change brought silence to the scene for a moment, with everyone's gaze focused on the figure that had launched the surprise attack. The person was dressed as a leaf jonin, with most of his upper body severely damaged, but the broken areas were rapidly filled with endless flying ash, as if quickly repairing like stacking blocks. Bayan-san, someone in the crowd exclaimed. The veteran jonin, who had been missing for several years, was still recognized by many. After recognizing him, many leaf ninjas exchanged glances, finding it hard to accept. The sacrifice and contribution of former Hokages after their deaths was entirely different from the possibility of their own sacrifice after death. If it weren't for the imminent threat, some ninjas would surely have questioned it. Fire release, great fireball technique. Taking advantage of the gap created by Shinra Tensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the signature technique of the Sarutobi clan, engulfing Pain and his companions in raging flames, but unfortunately, even the extremely high-temperature flames were quickly absorbed by Hungry Ghost Path. Continuing the attack, he seized a 5-second interval to ensure they could not catch their breath. Ignoring the twisted expressions on the faces of the leaf ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to issue orders while controlling the Edo Tensei bodies to attack, determined to eliminate these ActivatesTransmigrator members today. After all, he had fully committed, and these indestructible Edo Tensei bodies were just perfect for exhausting the enemy. Otherwise, he would be risking his life for nothing. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, some straightforward leaf ninjas suppressed their unease and charged forward, while several mysterious figures rushed out beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unsurprisingly, the first few leaf ninjas fell without any effect, caught in the crossfire of wood release, water release, paper shurikens, missiles, and laser cannons. But those mysterious figures managed to get much closer. Illusion, tree, binding, kill. One of the mysterious figures led the way by casting an illusion to disturb Deva Path Pain, while the others completely ignored the oncoming shurikens and missiles, recklessly supporting each other as they approached Animal Path and Hungry Ghost Path, before their bodies were turned into sieves by shurikens and then blown apart by missiles. They desperately managed to stick an explosive tag onto the two pains. Boom! As soon as the explosive tag was applied, it detonated, while Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took out a large box of explosive tags from a ceiling scroll and threw them out. Shinra Tensei. It seemed that the illusion had no effect on Deva Path Pain. As soon as the interval was over, he unleashed an invisible force field that pushed out several Edo Tensei bodies and some approaching leaf ninjas. Boom boom. Just when they thought the leaf's attack had collapsed, Nagato was surprised to find that explosive tags kept appearing on Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path. No matter how they moved, the explosive tags would automatically ignite and explode. Chapter 261. Analysis Setting Sun Crimson. Yama Castle Aoba. As Sarutobi Hizashi's summoned Edo Tensei bodies attacked, their identities became difficult to hide, and they were all recognized by the Konoha ninjas. If they could accept it before, they were truly perplexed upon seeing Yuhi Kurenai. After all, she was a ninja who died during the Nine Tails attack, fighting to protect Konoha. Could someone like her not find peace even after death? With this thought, the morale of the Konoha ninjas dropped a few more notches, and no one took the initiative to charge forward. They all began to use ninjutsu to attack. The battle fell into a stalemate, and for a time, Konoha, Konan, and Pain fought fiercely, creating a spectacular scene. Tendo Pain and Konan were engaged in battle with the first and second Hokage, while Shirado Pain launched long-range attacks to intercept and occasionally covered Konoha's positions with attacks. The Jinjutsu cast by Yuhi Kurenai had no effect on the Akatsuki members, and she ultimately drew her kunai to engage in close combat. The Edo Tensei body of Yamashiro Aoba was practically just for show, unable to even approach the enemy. Shiradu and Gakudu could not escape the pursuit of explosive tags and ultimately made the harsh decision to cut off the parts of their bodies marked by the tags and sent them into the mouth of the King of Hell for repair. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas coordinated with the recently arrived sealing team to combat the rampaging giant summoned beasts, trying to seize the opportunity to complete the sealing. The situation held on for a while, and thanks to the immortality advantage of the Edo Tensei bodies, Konoha seemed to have a slight chance of counterattacking. But after witnessing Sarutobi Hizashi's methods, the overall atmosphere on-site had become quite strange. An interesting method of attack. On Hokage Rock, Hyuga Kaze watched the chaotic battlefield with a smile. Of course, he was not happy to see Konoha suffering. If he wanted to deal with Konoha, he could easily resolve it in a few quick moves. Although Hyuga Kaze appeared to be watching the show, he was actually very serious, his eyes shining with focus, even using his Byakugan and the Rinnegan. At the same time, Hyuga Kaze's Baiwa field had already resonated with the world, completely enveloping all of Konoha. In Hyuga Kaze's eyes, Pain and Conan's bodies appeared almost transparent, and he could see every one of their attacks clearly. From the properties of their chakra to the flow of their chakra pathways. He grasped it all. Unfortunately, even though he could replicate Nagato's chakra manipulation techniques, he could never replicate or analyze Nagato's abilities. Even if he could launch attacks identical to Nagato's, they would merely be simulations created using his yin-yang Baba true essence, with significant differences in the true profundity. The most crucial chakra transformations in Nagato's body occurred in his eyes, and the Rinnegan, being of the same level as the Byakugan, was the only aspect that Hyuga Kaze could not perceive or analyze on the battlefield. The chakra system still holds many secrets. Hyuga Kaze sighed as he watched Nagato and the others fight, realizing that the main purpose of his visit to Konoha today was still unattainable. With his current strength, the secrets of the ninja world were few. Yet the foreign power system of chakra still held many mysteries that Hyuga Kaze wished to explore. Despite appearing to be lost in thought, tirelessly arranging flowers, he had not relaxed his research and improvement of the Bagua palm. One concern Hyuga Kaze had about his training was that his strength was increasing too rapidly. Although he had excellent conditions provided by the system, references from the various materials he had collected, foundational knowledge from Bagua palm, and countless compatible high-level martial arts techniques, the speed of his improvement still made him uneasy. What he sought was eternal existence, longevity, and while the speed of strength enhancement was secondary, the most crucial factor was ensuring a solid foundation without hidden risks. Of course, this concern gradually diminished as Hyuga Kaze's training deepened, and he gained more self-understanding. He evaluated his current training as somewhat of an imitation of true cultivation. Although his body had completely transformed into true essence, his foundation was still chakra. As a power exclusive to the Ōtsutsuki clan, capable of traversing the cosmos and enduring eternally, chakra was a force far superior to what ordinary ninjas in the ninja world displayed. From Hyuga Kaze's process of completely transforming chakra into true essence and his insights gained through the power of the blessed land in analyzing Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, it was evident that chakra itself was an incredibly high-level energy with its complete form at least at the 7th level of Bagua Palm's power hierarchy. Something ordinary people in the ninja world should not possess. The ability to generate chakra within the bodies of ninjas was merely due to the sage of 6 paths scattering chakra seeds. But their foundation ultimately belonged to the Ōtsutsuki clan and even a Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. Hyuga Kaze's use of chakra to train Bagua Palm was akin to having access to high-level energy within his body, albeit in limited quantity. With a core containing the mark of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Although this mark no longer had the core's will, it still possessed backdoors and a degree of mechanized intelligence, which would generally not be activated. Furthermore, with a high-level Bagua Palm reaching a sufficient level, being driven by high-level energy equated to using an accelerator. After reaching a certain point, Hyuga Kaze completely refined the chakra seed, transforming chakra into true essence, but his solid foundation had already been established. Coupled with various skills rewarded by the system, physical buffs, and the natural energy of the ninja world becoming available for absorption, his training speed was certainly accelerated. To draw a comparison, it was like a senior expert in a high martial arts world imparting their innate true essence to you, erasing their own will, allowing you to tame it from a young age. With this true essence as the core of your training and daily absorption of rare materials, your training speed would naturally be rapid. Now, Hyuga Kaze had built sufficient confidence to face the upcoming fluctuations in the ninja world, and he was more eager to thoroughly analyze the foundational powers of the Ōtsutsuki clan, integrating the beneficial aspects into his own power system. He had not forgotten that his journey was through the myriad realms, and Bagua Palm, when cultivated to its peak, emphasized the interplay of the 8 trigrams and the world, with the world returning to the 8 trigrams. Although one could cultivate without self-reflection and step-by-step advancement, Hinata Kaze wished to delve deeper into his own thoughts and master his power more intricately. Only in this way could he possess the confidence to venture through the myriad realms and pursue the eternal, singular realm of the myriad realms, ensuring that his power could be applicable in any world he entered. 10's trump card? Interesting. Coming back to his senses, Hinata Kaze's attention shifted back to the battlefield. Just as he was lost in thought about his training path, Shimura Danzo, after delaying for a while, finally surrounded Pain and the others from behind with his root ninjas and prepared to annihilate these enemies in one fell swoop. Chapter 262, Trump Card Ineffective. Damn it, why hasn't T. Danzo's people arrived yet? And do these guys' chakras ever run out? As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Sarutobi Hisashi commanded the Konoha ninjas to continue their attacks, maintaining a facade of confidence, but in reality, he was quite alarmed. The enemy's strength seemed bottomless. If the battle continued, they wouldn't even need to exert themselves. The destruction caused by the fighting would annihilate the entire village. Just then, a stiff smile suddenly appeared on Sarutobi Hisashi's aging face as he saw his good comrade, Shimura Danzo, had flanked the enemies from behind. They had reached a stalemate with the enemies, and with Danzo's trump card, they should be able to kill the enemies, right? The battle was surprisingly intense. Behind Tendo Pain, Shimura Danzo, leading a large group of ninjas, stealthily approached, and in the middle of the group were a batch of tightly wrapped, mysterious individuals. It was about time. Team C, move out. As they approached within 100 meters of the battlefield, Danzo stopped and ordered his men behind him. Silently, two mysterious figures stepped forward, hand in hand, standing before him. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Danzo formed hand seals, maximizing his chakra, and a violent whirlwind took shape in his palms. He then slammed his hands onto the backs of the two mysterious figures. Go! In the blink of an eye, the two were propelled forward by the raging wind, their backs already caving in midair, blood gushing from their mouths. Yet even after suffering such severe injuries, they remained expressionless, still hand in hand, shooting towards Pain. As if they felt no pain at all. They even adjusted their positions in midair to reduce resistance and fly faster. At that moment, during a brief pause in Pain's Shinra Tensei, the two mysterious ninjas flew at high speed like cannonballs, quickly closing the distance to less than 10 meters from Pain. Danzo thought the enemy wouldn't notice this direction and wore a smug smile, but unexpectedly, Conan suddenly turned around and a flurry of paper shuriken shot towards them. However, even facing the shuriken aimed directly at their hearts, the two mysterious figures showed no signs of evasion. Their gazes were eerily calm as they charged forward, directly impaled by the paper shuriken in their hearts. Learning from previous experience, Conan followed the shuriken with a barrage of paper, completely wrapping the two mysterious figures. Boom! After seeing the two wrapped like dumplings, Conan felt relieved and turned to continue her attack, only to be met with a massive explosion at their location. An instant later, a terrifying blaze engulfed the area, extending for at least 10 meters. The intense flames completely incinerated the white paper wrapping, revealing the charred, broken bodies inside. Fortunately, both Conan and Pain were quick to react, dodging just in time as the explosion occurred. Using living beings as self-destruct bombs, Nagato looked down on Danzo's trump card and, after steadying himself, began to mock him. Evil Konoha, such despicable tactics are of no use to us. As Pain spoke, the charred remains scattered on the ground began to change again. Each segment of the body released thick black mist, quickly enveloping a large area. The next moment, the black mist exploded outward. It seemed as if countless tiny insects were writhing and biting within the mist, and in another pause of Shinra Tensei, the black mist ensnared Pain and Conan. Foolish ones, to protect Konoha, I will use any means necessary. As the nano-poison wrapped around the enemy, Danzo was filled with glee, mocking them with a disdainful expression. The enemy that Sarutobi had struggled so long against was now easy prey for him. Indeed, it should be Danzo who becomes the third Hokage. However, before his thoughts could continue, he saw several figures emerging from the swirling black smoke, appearing completely unscathed. Similar to Kakuzu's techniques, but alas, all tricks are useless against a god. Nagato and Conan completely disregarded the harm from such toxic attacks. All 6 paths of Pain were corpses, and Conan was a paper clone. What could some toxins do to them? What truly concerned them was Pain's body, Yahiko. They did not want their dear friend's body to be destroyed before peace arrived. This is impossible. Seeing the enemy completely unharmed, Danzo could hardly believe it. This was a self-destructing nanopoison created by his root research team based on the unique physique of the oil woman, Shien. To complete this experiment, Root had lost many personnel. The terrifying nanopoison was incredibly powerful and utterly defenseless against. Again, Danzo, frenzied, gave another order as a mysterious figure stepped forward. The next sequence was almost identical. The mysterious figure lunged, exploded, black mist erupted, and yet Conan and the others remained unscathed, merely wearing expressions of disgust. Shinra Tensei, Nagato, seemingly irritated by such relentless attacks, increased the output of his chakra. In an instant, everything around him, including Konoha ninjas and the toxic mist, was swept away. The rolling poison mist surged towards the Konoha ninjas. The anticipated attack to kill the enemy failed, and instead, the rebounding poison mist caused a significant number of Konoha's summoning beasts and frontline ninjas to fall, wailing in agony. The terrifying power of the nanopoison made the Konoha ninjas gasp in shock, retreating a bit. The scene of comrades collapsing in pain and dying within seconds was too brutal. The creations of these two old men were hard for the Konoha ninjas to accept. Danzo, what the hell are you doing? Sarutobi, shocked that the enemy could even repel invisible toxic mist, was furious at Danzo's recklessness. In the previous battle, the enemy had not pushed the front line back much. Yet Danzo's actions had caused many Konoha ninjas to fall, significantly retreating the front line. Danzo, hearing Sarutobi shout, Pain and Conan followed his gaze and saw the bandaged figure. So it's you. Pain's voice was filled with a grinding rage. He, who considered himself a god, thought he had forgotten past hatred. This attack on Konoha was to collect tailed beasts and fulfill his grand dream of creating a peaceful world. But now, seeing one of the murderers of Yahiko, Nagato could no longer suppress his inner fury. Chapter 263, Old Hatred and New Grudges. Old Dog Sarutobi, Old Dog Danzo. How dare you desecrate my grandpa and the village he created? I'm gonna kill them. Hinata, you idiot, get out of my way. In the training room, Tsunade was furiously shouting as she was held in the embrace of Hinata. She had come out after being disturbed by the cries of the oil woman and Inuzuka ninja, and after witnessing Sarutobi and Danzo's trump cards, old memories flooded back, erasing the calm she had cultivated over the years. All right, don't get too excited. If you kill them now, aren't you helping the invaders of Konoha? It's not appropriate for you to act now. Just wait a little longer, and I'll make them pay. Hinata enjoyed the moment while soothing Tsunade, feeling an immense sense of comfort without needing to act himself. Around Hinata, apart from Yuhi, Kurenai, and Mitarashi, the members of the Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans all turned away, suddenly behaving as if they had become blind and deaf, seeing and hearing nothing. At this moment, on the battlefield, Nagato and Conan were also very excited. Old Dog Danzo. Seeing the long-hated enemy again, Conan trembled violently. However, for Nagato and Yahiko's ideals, she still barely suppressed her inner rage, maintaining a facade of calm. Old Dog Danzo, pay for Yahiko's life. As she spoke, the Azura Path raised its hand and fired 5 missiles, filled with rage, aimed straight at Danzo's face. Conan did not expect that. While she controlled her impulse, Nagato would be the one to act impulsively, directly commanding the Azura Path to attack Danzo. Boom! The missile was blocked by the Earth Release Technique, Earth Flow Wall, performed jointly by the Root Ninjas. However, in the next moment, a violent explosion shattered the earthen wall, and a cloud of dust completely obscured everyone's vision. Following the missile, Nagato, as Pain, revealed a cold glint in his eyes and flew swiftly towards Danzo's direction. Wood Release, Thorn Killing Technique, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Seeing his old partner in trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly controlled the Edo Tensei bodies of his 2 former teachers to intervene, using wooden pillars to bind and a raging water dragon to crash and block Pain's advance. Shinra Tensei. Pain was forced to stop and turn back, deflecting those attacks. The 2 Edo Tensei bodies, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, were not weak, with infinite chakra and being immortal, making them somewhat tricky for him to deal with. Pain. Our top priority is to collect the tailed beasts, Conan urged as she rushed in with paper to support Nagato, softly persuading him. Let's first relocate and search for those who have the information. Nagato knew Conan spoke the truth. However, Danzo's status made it hard for him to give up on the possibility of finding someone who might know the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Continue attacking Danzo. With his position in Konoha, he must know the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We've searched so many people without results, so let's target him. Nagato took a deep breath, resolved, and continued flying towards Danzo. Seeing this, Konan said nothing more and tightened her entanglement with Senju Hashirama and the others, giving Nagato space to act. Having been together for many years, she knew Nagato well and understood that once he made a decision, it was hard to change. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas were panicking due to the actions of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, and their attacks were not fierce. The power that the two Edo Tensei bodies could exert was also quite limited. Therefore, Konan's paper pieces swept through like sharp blades. And with the assistance of the summoned beasts and the Azura path, they surprisingly held their ground. Danzo, what the hell have you been hiding from me? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought as he watched Pain rush towards his old friend, feeling both relieved and deeply pained. It was evident that there was deep-seated enmity here. Danzo must have offended someone severely in the past. Brute, kill him. Facing Pain's assault, Danzo was unperturbed, retreating while calling all the root ninjas to attack. In an instant, various elemental techniques surged like waves towards Pain, as his attack intervals had been determined to be about 5 seconds. Pain stopped in front of the root's position, unleashing chakra to expand an invisible and powerful force field straight towards the root ninjas. With a verdict-like voice, those ninjutsu were rendered completely ineffective as if erased by an eraser, and many root ninjas were sent flying like kites with severed strings, some even dying mid-air from broken bones. Danzo's previous tactics were too underhanded. This time, Nagato wouldn't give those root ninjas a chance to detonate up close. The power of Shinra Tensei was exceptionally strong, covering a vast range. Although Danzo had brought many people, they were quickly wiped out. Those root ninjas who were flung away, even if they did not die immediately, found it hard to return to protect Danzo due to the powerful impact. Pay for your sins. As he saw Danzo fleeing at high speed, Pain rushed after him without a second thought. However, just after chasing for a dozen meters, a dangerous feeling surged in Nagato's heart, causing him to pause. The next moment, a mysterious figure emerged from the ground where Danzo had just stood, and without hesitation, stabbed a kunai into his own chest. Before Nagato could react, he saw the mysterious figure's blood erupt, forming a mysterious mark on the ground. In a very short time, the mark expanded into a pitch-black sphere, sucking in everything around it. Nagato run. Konan, who had been partially focused on Pain during the battle, sensed something was wrong before Nagato did, and quickly flew over. Fortunately, Konan reacted swiftly. A giant hand formed from her paper pieces grabbed Pain and pulled him out of the range of the four-symbol ceiling. But she herself couldn't stop in time and crashed into the rapidly expanding black sphere. Within the sphere, it seemed that even sound and light were devoured, and the people in the area couldn't see what was happening. After about half a second, the black sphere disappeared, leaving behind a smooth, deep pit where it had been, with all debris and remnants completely vanished. Konan's body did not disappear entirely, but was significantly damaged. Fortunately, it was a paper clone. Even though half of it was silently swallowed by the four-symbol ceiling, Konan herself was unharmed. The paper pieces wriggled and reformed, quickly creating a complete body again. Chapter 264, Education. Konan, watching his partner's shattered form, everything felt like a replay. Endless nightmares and regrets surged in Nagato's heart, his eyes turning blood red as he couldn't help but cry out. Although he knew Konan was a clone, he still couldn't help but worry. And the scene of Yahiko's sacrifice resurfaced in his mind, igniting endless rage in his chest. Wood release, birth of the trees. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Seizing the moment Nagato was lost in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen manipulated the two Edo Tensei bodies to attack again. Endless trees rose from the charred and broken ground, ghostly winding towards Pain and Konan. At the same time, a sharp water gun shot forth like lightning, arriving in front of Pain before he could react. At this moment, the cooldown for Shinra Tensei had not yet finished, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt victory was within grasp, taking a few steps forward. Unexpectedly, in his fury, Nagato did not completely lose his composure. He pointed his right hand at the hungry ghost path Pain and inhaled. As the hungry ghost path was being absorbed by Pain, it charged towards this position, with its hands already prepared. Thus, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze before it could fully appear, leaving him staring blankly as the water gun vanished into the enemy's grasp. The seemingly overwhelming trees also proved not very sturdy against the enemy's missiles, quickly being swept away, leaving only splintered wood and flying wood chips everywhere. After this delay, when Pain looked again, Danzo had completely vanished without a trace. Danzo! Pain gritted his teeth. Enunciating Danzo's name word by word, then turned to glare fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finding a strong opponent intentionally hiding among the vast Konoha village with many bases was a very troublesome task, under the gaze of Pain and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt anxious, cursing the detestable Danzo in his heart. Danzo could escape, but he was the Hokage. He couldn't retreat at such a time. Attack! The enemy has already consumed a lot. If we strike together, we can eliminate them. Having become the scapegoat for Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued orders while subtly retreating behind the Konoha ninjas, causing their morale to drop significantly. The Konoha ninjas were unwilling to risk their lives for the fleeing Shimura Danzo or for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and if it weren't for their loved ones behind them, they might have considered fleeing. For a moment, aside from those completely controlled by Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the other Konoha ninjas tacitly reduced the frequency of their attacks, conserving more chakra. Only those dead soldiers marked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's cursed seals continued to resist desperately. Earth Explosion Star. The reanimated corpses of the Uchiha clan were immortal and could not be destroyed, continuously entangling themselves in their own steps. In a fit of anger, Nagato no longer conserved chakra and directly began to unleash the technique Shinra Tensei. He placed his hands together, and a mysterious black sphere appeared between them, which then floated up towards him. As Nagato joined his hands in prayer, the black sphere rose to dozens of meters high and suddenly generated a powerful gravitational pull, pulling the reanimated bodies of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju into the sphere with almost no resistance. Immediately, the surrounding trees broke, the ground collapsed, and rocks, soil, and debris within a radius of several dozen meters were all attracted to the black sphere, gathering into a massive floating orb. The reanimation technique, which Sarutobi Hiruzen considered an unbeatable trump card, was thus broken, leaving only Yakumo Kurama and Byakugan reanimated corpses to make futile resistance. Since Danzo had escaped, it was time to interrogate you about the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although Konan had already recovered, at this moment Nagato was completely caught up in the battle. After sealing the two Senju brothers, he disregarded the fact that his chakra was depleted and charged directly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. 5 elements. Great Multiple Shadow, Clone Jutsu. When Nagato used Shinra Tensei to seal his two teachers, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to manipulate them to escape, but the overwhelming suction rendered all his efforts useless. The cunning old man split into 4 shadow clones, using his strongest move in an attempt to break the seal of Shinra Tensei. After all, the reanimated corpses were immortal. Even if they were hit by the attack, they would be fine. Hee. The pain bodies had a wide field of vision, despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's efforts to conceal himself. They had already noticed his movements early on. Therefore, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strongest attack, Nagato merely chuckled coldly, formed hand seals, and made the Shinra Tensei sphere soar dozens of meters into the air, watching as the destructive ninjutsu flew past from below the sphere and completely disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack missed, and the Konoha ninjas' attempts to intercept were utterly powerless against Konan and the Pain's assault, despite their various ninjutsu being used to block. They were either absorbed by the hungry ghost realm or repelled by the almighty push. Faced with the furious Nagato, the Konoha ninjas were retreating one after another. Who can save you now? The Deva Path of Pain taunted as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step. Konan's paper clones also flew over, following behind the Deva Path of Pain, urging him to surrender, stating that they only wanted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and had no intention of causing more bloodshed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely unmoved by Konan's words. You have already caused too much bloodshed, and the entire Konoha is united, never betraying their comrades to the enemy. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in Mayaboka Mountain. Almost simultaneously with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a root ninja who had flown far away suddenly returned, coldly stating. The root ninja's words were like pressing a pause button, causing both the Konoha ninjas and the Pains to stop, and even the chaos throughout Konoha seemed to cease. Only the die-hard ninjas loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Yakumo Kurama and Byakugan's reanimated corpses and the pain-summoned beasts, continued to fight. So that's how it is. No wonder there's no Jinchuriki presence in Konoha. The Deva Path of Pain hovered in the air, unable to find where Danzo was hiding. He coldly told Sarutobi Hiruzen, "You Konoha are still as despicable as ever, but our goal has been achieved. Be sure to inform Shimura Danzo that his evil Akatsuki organization will settle accounts with him next time." The Deva Path of Pain gave Konan a look, signaling her to retreat, and then turned to leave. As for the Azura Path, the female path, the hungry ghost path, and the long-hidden human path. They simultaneously began to leap towards the outskirts of Konoha. As they turned to leave, the Deva Path of Pain did not forget to promote his philosophy of peace. The reason you do not understand the value of peace is that you have yet to experience true suffering. I hope Konoha learns from this lesson and cherishes peace. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Chapter 265. The Incident of a Bag of Rice Suffering. Sarutobi Hiruzen heavily repeated the word, filled with extreme anger. He could feel the strange gazes of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. He had just spoken and was immediately slapped in the face by Danzo's people. Sarutobi Hiruzen's rationality was nearly burned away, and if it weren't for Danzo being hidden without a trace, he would have almost gone after him in a fit of rage. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his inner fury, the old monkey began to mock coldly. What do you know about the pain of someone who invades another village? How could you possibly understand the anguish I feel for not being able to protect Konoha? Konoha is the blood, sweat, and tears entrusted to me by my teacher. I would do anything to protect Konoha. Anything. The Deva Path of Pain sneered and turned back, locking eyes with Sarutobi Hiruzen meaningfully, which also included the invasion of other countries, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt puzzled by Pain's accusations and even felt a bit aggrieved. In his memory, Konoha had always been the one being invaded. Konoha has always been a village that loves peace. When has it ever invaded other countries? What about the Land of Rain? The Deva Path of Pain took a step forward, continuing to press. Behind him, the female path and the other pains dragged the worried Konin as they leaped towards the outskirts of Konoha. The Land of Rain was a war ignited by Hanzo. Konoha was merely dragged into the conflict. Pain's gaze bore down on Sarutobi Hiruzen like a physical weight, bringing him endless pressure. As his emotions stirred, he spoke faster, almost without thinking. It's the position of the Land of Rain that determines this. You should know your place. If your lives are miserable, you can only blame yourselves. You deserve to suffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words left the scene in silence. He was stunned himself, having inadvertently exposed his inner thoughts. Clapping could be heard from the Hokage Rock, as Hinata Kaze could not help but applaud. With his extraordinary perception, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words clearly and even saw the distorted face of the Deva Path of Pain and Konin stumbling slightly. You old ghosts know how to talk. The enemy is leaving, and you're still provoking him. Soon you'll know what true suffering is. As Hinata Kaze eagerly watched the spectacle, he suddenly felt 2 slaps on the back of his head. Stop the nonsense. I want that old bastard to know pain right now. This bastard dares to desecrate my father's remains, and you still have the mood to watch the show. The furious Yakumo Kurama had just come out of the training room, and, having heard the exclamations, was now boiling with rage, knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had used the reanimation technique to desecrate her father's remains. That's right. Next to her, Tsunade's jade hands were cracking, and her beautiful face was filled with killing intent. He has repeatedly desecrated our 2 grandfathers. He must not be let off. If today you use any excuse like he will soon suffer, I will make you know what real suffering is. As Tsunade spoke, her white teeth ground together, almost sparking with rage, as if she wanted to bite Hinata Kaze to death. Looking at Tsunade's gritted teeth, Hinata Kaze suddenly felt a chill in his thighs and tried to comfort the 2 furious women. Don't worry, the time for reckoning has come. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old dog, must die. Even the Sage of 6 Paths won't be able to save him, I promise. Yakumo Kurama and Tsunade were already deeply disgusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's shameless actions and words, not to mention the hatred boiling in Nagato's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartfelt words completely negated their years of persistence and sacrifice, as if he were dancing on the grave of Yahiko right before their eyes. In an instant, Nagato made up his mind to give Sarutobi Hiruzen the most profound experience of pain. Ignoring Konin's strong objections, the lowly and Azura path quickly left Konoha with him. Just as Hinata and Tsunade were calming down, pain from the Deva path rose into the air, exuding a heavy pressure like a mountain, and began to chant. A bag of rice must bear the 3rd floor, feel the pain. A bag of rice must bear the 2nd floor, think about the pain. A bag of rice is given too much, accept the pain. A bag of rice I wash, understand the pain. As he chanted, an invisible force began to spread out, as if it wanted to envelop all of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha ninjas all changed their expressions dramatically. They could feel the vastness and might of that power, making it almost impossible for them to move. Spicy heavenly forest, accompanied by Pain's final words. An unmatched, invisible repulsive force began to expand endlessly from him. With a repulsion reached, everything crumbled, the ground shook, and the surface undulated like waves. Come on. Facing Nagato's strongest strike, Hinata's expression became slightly serious as he felt the overwhelming power of Pain's attack. Almost simultaneously with the release of Shinra Tensei, Hinata activated his chakra, causing a tremendous and powerful airflow to surge around him. Then, with a palm strike, a 5-meter size palm print flew out from his hand. After flying out, it spontaneously gathered boundless natural power in midair, finally transforming into a giant palm print of 100 meters in size. The palm print shot straight towards Pain like a meteor from the Hokage rock. The two astonishingly powerful forces collided violently in the air, triggering a violent air explosion that produced a deafening roar. In that moment, the entire Konoha seemed to tremble violently, and the buildings that were still intact were almost completely destroyed. Especially the areas caught between Shinra Tensei and Hinata's 8 trigrams palm were instantly reduced to ruins, with even the debris crushed to ashes by the immense force of both sides. After a long while, the dissipating dust finally settled, and the air was still filled with the pungent smell of mixed dirt and char, making one want to cover their mouth and nose. Looking around, Konoha was almost entirely destroyed, the positions of the original buildings buried under the massive amounts of dirt that had been uprooted. The center where the two powers converged seemed to have experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha ninjas were almost at the center of Nagato and Hinata's attacks. And under the attack from both sides, those weaker ninjas turned into a mist of blood before they could even scream. Of course, some of the stronger ones managed to use their techniques to avoid the impact in time, but they were also hiding and did not dare to show themselves. TSK, TSK, TSK. If this were on Earth, it would truly be the kind of scene that shakes the Yang city. Hinata, holding a purple-haired Umbu, sighed at the scene before him. This was the ninja who had just been sent flying by Nagato's Shinra Tensei. At that time, Hinata couldn't bear to let such a stunningly beautiful woman with long purple hair perish, so he raised his hand to absorb her and protect her. Definitely not with any ill intentions. Chapter 266. The Chinibu boys' broad thoughts the cold wind howled, and the setting sun was blood-red. The once bustling and lively Konoha was now empty and filled with ruins, looking almost like a ghost domain. Hinata and Yuhi Kurenai, Tsunade, and the others instantly teleported to the original position of the Hokage building, completely ignoring the desolate sight of the ruins scattered across Konoha. Compared to Konoha, the smooth body in his arms was far more interesting. Konoha has less trash now. It looks much quieter, Hinata said lightly, making a hellish joke. And upon hearing his words, Yuhi Kurenai and Tsunade glared at him with anger in their eyes. As a transmigrator, Hinata had little emotional attachment to Konoha, but Yuhi Kurenai and Tsunade were completely different. Although they'd been deeply hurt by Sarutobi Hiruzen, their feelings for Konoha were not something that could be easily erased. However, Hinata had a thick skin and completely ignored their angry glares. With no other choice, Tsunade and the others turned their attention to Pain in the sky. Their expressions extremely vigilant. Pain was also very alert. That suddenly appearing giant palm print had almost equaled his Shinra Tensei, forcing him to increase his chakra output, resulting in greater overall consumption. Fixing his gaze on Hinata's group, Pain descended slowly from the sky, landing more than 50 meters in front of Hinata. When Pain landed, his body swayed slightly, clearly showing signs of chakra exhaustion. Despite this, he quickly steadied himself and confronted Hinata and the others. Who would have thought there would be such a powerful expert in the ninja world? And Tsunade, it's been a long time. As for this person beside you, is he also a Konoha ninja? From your actions just now, it doesn't look like you're here to protect Konoha. After landing, Pain breathed heavily for a few moments, seemingly calmed down by Konoha's devastation and Hinata's display of strength, resulting in a much more peaceful attitude. Glancing at the fatigued and weak Pain, Hinata did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, he remarked meaningfully, the waters of the ninja world are quite deep. Hidden experts are definitely beyond your expectations. Even if Uchiha Madara were to resurrect one day, you shouldn't be surprised if the progenitor of chakra appears. After saying this, Hinata did not look at the frowning and pondering Pain, but turned his gaze to the ruins to his left front, speaking indifferently. Come out, Sarutobi Hiruzen. No need to hide. Your little tricks are clear to our eyes. As his voice fell, the surroundings remained quiet, but Hinata's gaze seemed substantial, lingering in certain areas. And the heavy pressure was directly transmitted over. Eventually, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer hide. With a rumble, the pile of ruins suddenly collapsed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Konoha ninjas emerged from various corners of the rubble. Although these ninjas had escaped the fate of death, they were clearly injured, with many covered in blood. Compared to the nearly 2,000 Konoha ninjas who had gathered earlier, only about 50 remained, and they all looked extremely miserable. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront of the group, forming a triangular formation with Hinata and Pain, his face twisted in horror. "Hinata, it was you, this bastard, who attacked from behind, causing Konoha. Your eyes." Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready to curse angrily, but Hinata's golden eyes, which seemed to contain countless flickering stars, left him momentarily stunned. Indeed, Hinata had revealed the true form of his Rinnegan, and with his current strength, he no longer cared about this. Ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen's accusations and astonishment, Hinata turned his gaze to another section of the ruins, where the secret warehouse of Konoha was supposed to be located. "You are such a bastard, enjoying without us, going out to collect supplies, and still having to avoid such terrifying pressure. You didn't think about the fact that there were shadow clones still outside while you were fighting?" In the direction Hinata was looking, several of his shadow clones emerged from the ground, carrying a pile of scrolls. Although he complained, the clones quickly approached, handed the scrolls to Hinata, and then dissipated. Staring blankly at the scene before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he might vomit blood. "Hinata Kaze, you were also born in Konoha. When Konoha is in trouble, not only do you not save anyone, but you even take advantage of the chaos." Hinata Kaze was completely unconcerned about Sarutobi Hiruzen's accusations. He turned and smiled while explaining to Tsunade and the others. "After all, these supplies would be damaged in the battle anyway, so I might as well make use of them. It's better than leaving them for those decaying old bastards. Besides, with these supplies, I will build our village into a new home better than Konoha, which will also be our home in the future." Hinata Kaze's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turn ashen with anger, but Tsunade and the others seemed much more relaxed. "Hinata Kaze, I know some information about you. From the intelligence, you were also a peace-loving person when you governed the land of snow." Pain stared at Hinata Kaze with a proud expression that was full of a certain dramatic flair. "How about joining the Akatsuki organization to follow the path of God? Our organization is also pursuing long-term peace in the ninja world. You have this strength. As long as you join the organization and contribute to the peace of the ninja world, God can allow you to keep the territory of the land of snow and have a place behind God. Bastard, you dare to speak of peace." Sarutobi Hiruzen swayed unsteadily, his expression filled with grief and anger. "You two bastards have caused such great losses to Konoha, and you still have the face to say such things." Pain cast a cold glance at the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen, too lazy to respond, and his burning gaze continued to fixate on Hinata Kaze. Hinata Kaze also ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked up at the sky and then smiled at Pain, saying, "God? The chaotic ninja world does indeed need a god, but that god can only be me. However, that is not important for you right now. Your real target and enemy have already arrived. If you could survive this time, come back to the land of snow and discuss with me." Almost at the moment Hinata Kaze finished speaking, Pain's expression suddenly changed, and with a puff, he disappeared. "Next, it's time to vent your anger." Hinata Kaze smiled slightly at Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai beside him, then turned and with a single slap sent the retreating Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sneaking away, into a cloud of white mist from nearly 100 meters away. Without pausing, Hinata Kaze turned to another pile of building ruins. "Come out, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such little tricks are useless. You don't really think you can escape, do you? It's time to settle your sins." Chapter 267. On Sin, What Sins Do I Have? Hearing Hinata Kaze's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned as hard as cold iron. He stood bravely and fearlessly confronting Hinata Kaze and his group, but his right hand, burdened with anxiety, was frantically signaling, hoping for assistance from the Anbu ninjas. "Old dog Sarutobi." Tsunade stepped forward, her face full of anger, and questioned furiously, "You desecrated my grandfather's remains, sheltered Shimura Danzo for conducting human experiments, and even led an ambush against me after I discovered the truth. Do you dare not to admit these crimes?" As Tsunade shouted, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became increasingly ugly. He stared at his disciple, his eyes filled with sadness and disappointment. Almost at the moment Tsunade finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, and then said, "Tsunade, I don't understand why you would associate with this traitor Hinata Kaze and slander your teacher like this. Have you forgotten your identity as a Konoha ninja? Forgotten that you are the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage? At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became very agitated. Tsunade, my disciple, return to Konoha. Don't let those traitors confuse you. Konoha is where you grew up and lived, and the position of fifth Hokage has always been reserved for you. Sarutobi not only firmly denied his crimes, but also turned the gun on her. Tsunade was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and for a moment, she was rendered speechless. After calming down a bit, Tsunade continued to press. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how dare you even mention our two grandfathers? You desecrated their remains and used the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. That must be true, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face twitched a few times, and his aging body bent slightly. He looked at Tsunade with a sad and disappointed expression, as if watching a disobedient daughter. Tsunade, you misunderstand your teacher. The teacher did this to protect Konoha. You disappeared without a trace from Konoha, and the teacher is old and his strength has declined. In order to resist Hinata Kaze and the evil Akatsuki organization, disturbing the teacher's rest was unavoidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were filled with sarcasm, always trying to smear Tsunade while justifying his crimes. Tsunade listened to him, trembling with rage, not knowing how to expose his true nature. Then what about my father? Yuhi Kurenai supported the agitated Tsunade and looked coldly at the once respected third Hokage. Regarding the Edo Tensei of your father, I indeed did wrong. But all this was to protect Konoha. This enemy attacking us has the ability to absorb others' ninjutsu. I could only approach it from the illusion aspect. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuhi Kurenai, his face showing a complex mix of guilt, sadness, and exhaustion. I understand that this is a great harm to you, but for the protection of Konoha, I am guiltless. As long as it is for the protection of Konoha, even my own remains, I will let the succeeding Hokage arrange it. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eloquence left Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai speechless with anger. Don't let this kind of person affect your mood. Hinata Kaze pulled Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai, who were blushing and about to resort to violence. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice cold and sharp as a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think that by being shameless and denying it, you can erase your sins? Don't dream. Today, whether you admit your guilt or not, you are doomed. However, given your evil deeds, you will undoubtedly be disgraced and despised by thousands before you die. After Hinata Kaze finished speaking, he ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and began to circulate the true essence within him. In an instant, his true essence surged, filling the 8 meridians, and with a gentle lift of his hand, a powerful force erupted from him. This action caused Sarutobi Hiruzen and the remaining Konoha ninjas to involuntarily step back several paces, their faces filled with vigilance and terror. An indescribable tension filled the air. The next moment, the ground behind Hokage Rock suddenly shook, and everyone looked on in astonishment as the ground there rolled violently like ocean waves, as if something was surging up from underground. With a series of heart-pounding cracking sounds, the ground actually split open, revealing a massive void. Following that, a huge underground shelter rapidly rose from the void, completely exposed to everyone's view. That was the last hope of Konoha, the village's emergency shelter. After Nagato invaded Konoha, the densely packed Konoha civilians, children, and Sarutobi clan ninjas had all taken refuge there, and at this moment, their faces were filled with fear and confusion. What happened? Did the enemy break in? Be careful, don't run around. The surreal scene of the entire underground base rising plunged the base into a state of extreme chaos, with panic screams and cries rising and falling. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock, unable to speak for a moment. He simply could not believe what was happening before his eyes. That was a massive underground space hiding nearly 10,000 people, buried nearly 100 meters underground. Even the nine-tailed beast balls might not be able to reach there. Yet it was unexpectedly raised so easily by Hinata Kaze. Silence. Hinata Kaze's voice carried an undeniable authority as he issued a sharp command, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the entire shelter. Whether they were ninjas or civilians, everyone felt as if their bodies were being pressed down by a mountain-like power. The overwhelming force of restraint made them obediently close their mouths, their terrified eyes fixed on Hinata Kaze. All right, now the audience is in place. Hinata Kaze's gaze swept over Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now it's time to judge your crimes. After saying this, Hinata Kaze ignored the blushing and struggling Sarutobi Hiruzen, skillfully manipulating the ultra-high-definition recording and projection device in the training room with his mind. Suddenly, a massive screen, which Sarutobi Hiruzen despised, unfolded in the sky, and segments of footage began to play automatically. In addition to previously shown clips of Jishuei, human experiments, and various confidential documents, there were also new images from today's battle showing Sarutobi Hiruzen pushing Konoha ninjas into danger, leading others to their deaths. Since the giant screen appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, his eyes filled with struggle and despair. A few years ago, on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, it was such a screen that exposed too much information unsuitable for outsiders, plunging Konoha into prolonged turmoil. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's adept handling of the situation, he would have long been disgraced. Stop it, you bastard. A few years ago, you went to great lengths to fabricate many images, trying to sow discord in Konoha's unity. And now you want to use the same tricks again. Chapter 268, Desperate Struggle. These are all fake, all fabricated by Hinata Kaze, attempting to subvert Konoha's harmonious image. Hinata Kaze's terrifying power made Sarutobi Hiruzen completely lose the desire to fight back. He could only scream hoarsely at the Konoha civilians in the underground shelter, trying to salvage his precarious image. However, the reactions of the ninjas and civilians left Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart completely cold. The eyes that once looked at him with awe now revealed a chilling coldness, so cold it was heart-stopping. Some even suppressed a volcanic rage beneath the ice, as if ready to erupt at any moment. With the keen perception gained from years of experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even need to turn around to feel the anger simmering in the eyes of a few civilians and ninjas behind him. It felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed an unprecedented coldness and helplessness. At this moment, he was severely injured, and the Umbu and clan ninjas he once relied on had almost all died. The ninjas he controlled with cursed seals nearly perished in successive battles. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly hated himself for not cherishing these fighters before, either sending them to the most dangerous borders or letting them take the lead in battles. These images only record a trivial part of the crimes you committed. Don't say that Konoha has been misunderstood in the dark over the years. From the intelligence. Even the death of Rope Tree had your old dog's involvement. Back when you surrounded and killed me to cover up your crimes, I decided to expose you as a beast. You saw the reaction of the Konoha people, right? No one is blind. Do you really think that the dirty deeds you did could be hidden from the people of Konoha? If it weren't for your position as Hokage and your immense power, there would be plenty of Konoha ninjas wanting to take direct action against you. Tsunade watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's lost and helpless demeanor, feeling as if she had eaten honey, sweet and satisfying. Tsunade, don't be fooled by Hinata Kaze. He is the traitor who led the Hyuga clan away from Konoha. Despite being heavily impacted and swaying, Sarutobi Hiruzen still refused to give up, trying to argue with words. Tsunade's reputation in Konoha is quite high. If she continues, he wouldn't need to explain himself. Leaving Konoha under your old dog governance was the right choice. The Senju clan and Uchiha clan have been nearly exterminated by you, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans have all left Konoha due to the corruption and darkness of you and Danzo. Let me tell you, besides them, the Yamanaka clan and Inuzuka clan have also left Konoha. Tsunade you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still trying to argue when a series of curses erupted in the crowd. Old dog, Sarutobi, stop trying to argue. My child was forced by you to the borders to die. Do you really think we all believe that the footage from back then was fabricated by someone else? Are you an immaculate saint? If it weren't to save my child's life, who would endure this humiliation? Some of the missing children from the orphanage I have seen, you old dog. Stop trying to argue. We have seen everything you have done these years. You are not worthy of being called Hokage. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen being besieged by the people of Konoha, Hinata Kaze nodded in satisfaction. It was worth it to ease some pressure, allowing these remaining Konoha people to have the strength to curse. This scene was indeed interesting. No matter how you slander me or deceive the people of Konoha, it's useless. Besides disturbing my teacher and some Konoha ninjas' remains to use the impure world reincarnation, everything else is simply fabricated. Moreover, no matter what, everything I have done is for Konoha. Realizing the situation was hopeless and facing Hinata Kaze's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to give up, raising his neck and shouting, "For Konoha? I see it's to let you rule Konoha. You say you guard Konoha, but why don't you resurrect your father with impure world reincarnation? His strength isn't weak either." Yugao couldn't help but spit on the ground, feeling her eyes were dirted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly appearance at that moment. Hyuga, you have long followed this traitor Hinata Kaze, which is why you speak for him. But you cannot forget the determination of the true Red to protect Konoha. Even after death, continuing to contribute and protect Konoha must also be his wish. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled as he sighed, looking old and desolate. Clap! Hinata Kaze tossed the purple-haired girl into the training room space and then, with a shift of his aura, swung his right hand as if swatting a fly. Instantly, an invisible palm force shot out. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lifted into the air before he could even think, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew over 10 meters and then struggled to stand up, his old face swollen. He pointed at Hinata Kaze and opened his mouth to angrily reprimand. But as soon as he spoke, his old mouth drooped, spitting out a dozen teeth. I have given you too much leniency, allowing you to be reckless. You actually dare to curse me again and again. Hinata Kaze's brow furrowed, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, bringing him immense pressure, making it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to even speak. Old dog Sarutobi, you might as well shut up. This is also to leave you with a little face. Some things done cannot be undone. Everything I have done is for Konoha, and I have no regrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were filled with despair and fury. He did not expect that after being injured, only one Umbu ninja came to support him. Other Konoha ninjas, even those with cursed seals from Umbu, were just watching the excitement, their eyes filled with delight. Boom! At that moment, a violent sound of battle came from outside Konoha village, causing the terrified Konoha villagers to panic. Konoha village has already suffered a major disaster today, and there is still fighting happening outside. Tsunade, Konoha cannot suffer any more losses. We will discuss the matter of the footage later. I will lead the Konoha ninjas to continue fighting and eliminate those invaders. Using this reason to escape, Sarutobi, you really think everyone is a fool. I can't be bothered to care whether you truly want to protect Konoha at this moment. Anyway, Konoha has no reason to exist anymore. Tsunade, what are you saying? Hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, his mind buzzing. He even doubted his own ears. My meaning is very clear. I want to dissolve Konoha. The darkness and decay of Konoha have become too intense. This is absolutely not what my grandfather intended when he founded Konoha. Chapter 269, Stone Carving Record. No, you can't do this. I absolutely do not recognize such absurdity. Sarutobi Hiruzen had originally decided to endure the shame and delay time, waiting for any possible support from Shimura Danzo or the Border Defense Forces or any other variables. After all, the battle outside Konoha seems to be very intense right now, and one of the presences is filled with the brutal aura of the Nine Tails, which should be Naruto. With his concern for Naruto, he would definitely save himself no matter what. However, Tsunade's words drove Sarutobi Hiruzen completely mad. Isn't the dissolution of Konoha tantamount to admitting that he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is incompetent and foolish? This completely negates the meaning of his life for decades. Who are you, an old dog, to speak out? Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, looking confident and powerful. She disdainfully looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and coldly said, I, Tsunade Senju, as the head of the Senju clan, one of Konoha's founding families, hereby announce the dissolution of Konoha. As the words left her mouth, Tsunade felt a wave of relief in her heart, but at the same time, there was a faint feeling of pain and regret. Clenching her fists tightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted hoarsely, Konoha was not established solely by the Senju clan. You do not represent the entire Konoha. Don't worry. Soon you will see the true will of Konoha. Hyuga Kaze looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with amusement. With a thought, a portal about 3 meters wide appeared in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the fantastical scene before him, feeling very wary, unsure of what that rascal Hyuga Kaze was up to. I, Uchiha Izumi, as the head of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's founding families, hereby announce the dissolution of Konoha. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with suspicion, a beautiful figure in Uchiha clan fan attire stepped out from the portal, delivering a blow with her cold voice. Following Uchiha Izumi, dozens of Uchiha ninjas also excitedly announced their recognition of the dissolution of Konoha. You guys, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped back a few paces, feeling anxious and angry, almost about to explode. However, the old yet stubborn Sarutobi Hiruzen still refused to give up. Even if the enemy possessed overwhelming power, he still wanted to preserve his last bit of dignity. Konoha does not belong solely to the Senju and Uchiha clans. Konoha belongs to everyone. There are many other families and civilians in the village. The darkness of Konoha is despairing. The Nara clan agrees with the dissolution of Konoha, a village that ruthlessly exploits the blood and flesh of its families and civilians to sustain itself. We do not wish to stay here. The Yamanaka clan agrees. The corrupt leaders have completely distorted Konoha. The Akimichi clan agrees. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with a group of elite family members, stepped out from the portal, all in unison voicing their agreement with Tsunade's declaration. Following closely behind them were the Oil Girl and Inuzuka ninjas, all actively responding to Tsunade's declaration, stabbing Sarutobi Hiruzen's overwhelmed heart again and again with their words. Watching the endless stream of people emerging from the void portal, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes nearly bulged out, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Hyuga Kaze looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression with satisfaction. At this moment, that withered old face was extremely twisted, filled with hatred, anger, fear, and despair. As if various colors of paint had been mixed together. Very interesting. It was worth it for him to send shadow clones back to Snow Ninja Village to bring these ninjas from Konoha to watch the show. No, this doesn't count. Konoha has so many families and so many civilians. You are merely a group of traitors. What right do you have to announce such things? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted hoarsely, his voice weak and powerless, mingling with the desolate evening wind on the broken streets of Konoha. Before his twisted and mournful words could settle, a crisp metallic sound of collision rang out. Following the sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over to see a shiny Konoha whirlpool headband being thrown to the ground inside the emergency shelter. An excited Konoha ninja stepped forward. As a civilian of Konoha, agree. I've already had enough of what you and that old dog Danzo have done. Even if Konoha doesn't dissolve today, I want to leave Konoha. It felt as if he had received a heavy punch, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body nearly bent over in half. This ninja's defection set a precedent, and soon a series of civilian ninjas and Konoha villagers started voicing their agreement with the dissolution of Konoha, looking impatient as if this thought had long existed in their minds. When the walls fall, everyone pushes, and the Konoha ninjas in the shelter began to angrily denounce the darkness of Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen's shameless acts, and the scene turned chaotic. At this moment, only a few ninjas, still foolishly loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and those from the Sarutobi clan, were there shouting in desperation. Bastards, Konoha village is our home. How can it be dissolved just like that? Lord Hokage and the Sarutobi clan have contributed so much to Konoha, protecting Konoha for so many years, resisting so many invasions. Your words cannot decide the fate of Konoha. However, the shouts of the nearly 300 Sarutobi clan members quickly drowned in the loud cries of the Konoha crowd. Konoha has been on a downward spiral for these years, having been invaded numerous times, regardless of whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault or not. They can no longer endure it. No, this is impossible. This is an illusion. Seeing the nearly one-sided attitude of the Konoha ninjas and civilians in the disaster shelter, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had received an unprecedented blow, collapsing to the ground and screaming in despair, while shouting in madness. His aged fist slammed hard against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Naive, Hyuga Kaze, who had been watching the show, suddenly raised a hand, and a powerful suction force drew an area of land from 200 meters away towards him. As Hyuga Kaze threw the land down, the mud collapsed, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen's old and disheveled figure. At this moment, he was covered in dirt, his face panicked, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking extremely disheveled, Hyuga Kaze looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with indifference, his gaze distant and ethereal, as if he were looking at a lump of filthy gas. Foolish man, do you see the true voices of the people? Konoha has practically disappeared from today. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are the last Hokage of Konoha, the lord of a fallen village, destined to be despised by millions, leaving behind a disgraceful record in the history of the ninja world. Don't worry, I will keep these video records. Even if Konoha is destroyed, I can still erect a monument on this pile of ruins to record your incompetent and evil life. Chapter 270. The tragic demise. As Hyuga Kaze's words left his mouth, the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as Inuzuka Zaku and Oil Girl Shimi, standing behind him, all gasped in shock, taking half a step back and then exchanging meaningful glances with each other. At this moment, they silently made a decision in their hearts. They must never offend Lord Yukine in the future. Impossible. This is not the true thought of the Leaf Village people. It must be some illusion cast by you. The hope of escape was shattered by Hyuga Kaze. Sarutobi Hizashi staggered to his feet, angrily opening his mouth to rebuke, the blood-tinged saliva appearing quite bizarre under the setting sun. After hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Hyuga Kaze's expression also became somewhat strange. The old man did hit a part of the truth. Although Hyuga Kaze did not use any illusions, he did activate the heart mirror divine ability to evoke the hidden thoughts within, transmitting feelings of anger and inspiring courage to resist, creating a collective emotional upheaval. Originally, these were methods he developed to stimulate the fighting spirit of Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, and Uchiha Makoto during their taijutsu training. And they worked quite well in this situation too. This is also why those villagers of Konoha were so brave. Otherwise, given their many years living in Konoha and Sarutobi Hizashi's long-standing authority, even if they harbored great resentment, they would not have agreed to an outsider's declaration to disband Konoha on the spot. But none of that matters now. Anyway, these emotions are their true inner thoughts. At least for now, the expressions of disgust, contempt, and hatred that the Konoha crowd displayed towards Sarutobi Hizashi were not fake. Illusion. You bastard are the one who used the illusion called the Will of Fire to deceive us, using the village's resources to sustain yourself and the Sarutobi clan. This is what I truly think. Ever since you forced my brother to his death at the border, I no longer consider myself a person of Konoha. After hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, the remaining villagers of Konoha became even more agitated, each with bloodshot eyes as if they wanted to swallow him whole. As for the more intelligent ones, they directly began to switch sides. Some ninja clans hiding in the base immediately knelt down, prostrating themselves in prayer. Lord Snow Shadow, the Moonlight clan has long detested Sarutobi Hizashi's evil rule. We also wish to join the land of snow and follow in your footsteps. Please accept us, Lord Snow Shadow. The Inuzuka clan was also heartbroken from Konoha's darkness. Their most outstanding members had already sacrificed themselves for the clan. Our clan has no further ties with Konoha. From now on, we wish to contribute our efforts in Yuki Shinobi Village. We ask Lord Snow Shadow to take us in. We, the Kaze clan, have actually sent people to the Land of Snow to join Lord Snow Shadow's service. But we were stopped by the evil ninjas sent by Sarutobi Hizashi. Please give us a chance, Lord Snow Shadow. The Kaze clan is willing to join Yuki Shinobi Village and become a blade in your hands. After one person spoke up, the remaining small ninja clans of Konoha also expressed their desire to leave, stating that they had long seen through Sarutobi Hizashi's flaws and wanted to become part of the bright, stable, and harmonious Yuki Shinobi Village, promising to contribute everything if Lord Snow Shadow was willing to accept them. These clans numbered anywhere from dozens to even fewer than 10, and in terms of combat power, Hyuga Kaze did not regard them highly. However, after unifying the ninja world, he would indeed need more manpower, so he was willing to absorb some talents at this moment. Yuki Shinobi Village is an inclusive and open place. As long as they are willing to abide by the rules of Yuki Shinobi Village and have not committed unforgivable crimes alongside Sarutobi Hizashi, the village can accept them. Those willing to go to Yuki Shinobi Village can report first. Those who do not wish to go can leave freely. Haha, this is all fake. Hyuga Kaze, your illusion cannot deceive me. I will soon break free from your illusion. When I wake up, Konoha will definitely grow stronger under my leadership, and sooner or later, I will crush your Yuki Shinobi Village and completely eliminate the evil ninja clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha. Sarutobi Hizashi finally stood upright with great difficulty, and upon hearing the dialogue between the ninja clans and Hyuga Kaze, he spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. His forehead bulged with veins, completely forgetting the gap in strength between him and Hyuga Kaze, letting out a mad roar. Hyuga Kaze coldly snorted in disdain. Under the perception of his heart mirror divine ability, Sarutobi Hizashi's petty thoughts were as clear as day. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi was both clear-headed and mad. On one hand, he knew he had not fallen into an illusion, and he had completely lost any chance of escape. Even if he survived, he would absolutely have no hope of being a war god like Hyuga Kaze in the future. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hizashi could not accept that after having been the exalted Hokage for so many years, he would end in such a disgraceful manner, with his family ruined, himself dead, and even the village he ruled completely disbanded. He could only force himself to believe that he was under the influence of an extremely terrifying illusion. And as long as he held on, he could break free from the illusion's effects and return to a strong and prosperous Konoha when he regained his power. All your little thoughts and actions are completely exposed before me. Just obediently accept your death. After sensing Sarutobi Hizashi's inner thoughts, Hyuga Kaze no longer wanted to entangle with him. This level of strength, if not for the trouble he had caused in the past, Hyuga Kaze would have completely disregarded him now. At this point, if Sarutobi Hizashi offended him, he could just kill him directly. Continuing to entangle with him would only be beneath his dignity. With that thought, Hyuga Kaze stopped speaking, and with a surge of his breath, a powerful palm force gathered above Sarutobi Hizashi's head, forming a giant hand 10 meters in size. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. Earth release, earth spear. Unable to escape, the gap in strength was too great. Sensing the terrifying threat above, Sarutobi Hizashi could only exert all his chakra to use defensive ninjutsu, hoping to escape with his life. Then, as the giant palm descended with immense power, Sarutobi Hizashi felt his body completely bound, and the chakra he had managed to gather dissipated instantly. The defensive barriers crumbled as if made of paper. Sarutobi Hizashi's body was enveloped in a defense formed by earth release. Earth spear, his whole body hardened, while the giant palm pressed down. At that moment, the ground seemed to harden like steel under the influence of the giant palm. What followed was a gruesome scene. Sarutobi Hizashi's legs began to shatter from calves, continuing until the giant palm touched the ground, after which the residual force dissipated on its own. Sarutobi Hizashi's flesh and bones completely vanished, turning into a puddle of bloody mush. Chapter 271. Malicious observation. Hyuga Kaze's palm force was too swift and fierce. Sarutobi Hizashi's screams echoed in the air. But in the blink of an eye, only a lump of flesh remained on the ground. The unbelievable scene left everyone present frozen in shock, and after several seconds, they finally reacted. Hiss! The first person to awaken gasped in shock, followed by nearly 10,000 people collectively inhaling sharply. The temperature in the ruins of Konoha seemed to rise a bit. Originally, those loyal to the Sarutobi clan in the Konoha shelter were arguing fiercely with other families and civilians, but now it had completely stopped, replaced by a wave of vomiting and crying. Sarutobi Hizashi's tragic end left those who still held some hope for a reversal of the situation utterly despairing. At this moment, their bodies shrank back like quails, hoping that the terrifying enemy would not notice them. Hyuga Kaze paid no mind to the nearly 10,000 eyes revealing complex emotions such as fear, awe, and hatred, calmly issuing orders. Tsunade, Izumi, Mikoto, and Kurinai, you stay and handle the scene. Those who have not committed serious crimes and wish to join the Snow Hidden Village will be assessed by you. Later, we will take them back together. Those who are unwilling may leave on their own. As for those who refuse to repent and are determined to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen's evil path, you, Hinata Hizashi, and Uchiha Jei will lead the assessment. Whether they are from the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, or the Uchiha clan, or even those brainwashed dead soldiers, they can be dealt with. The others can collect scattered supplies and ninjutsu scrolls from the ruins. Upon hearing Hinata's order, Uchiha Jei and the other Uchiha clan members were excited, as they had been waiting for this day for a long time. They couldn't wait to put in their utmost effort to judge those who once oppressed the Uchiha clan. Hinata, let's go see the battle outside. After glancing at Tsunade and the other women, who looked dejected and complex, Hinata decided to let them be alone to calm down. For now, he would take Hinata to see the performance of the savior of the ninja world, Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been executed, and the other F4 clans had their subordinates to clean up, so he could go watch the show. Although Hinata had long since understood the battle between Naruto and Nagato with his keen eyesight and perception, watching it live was far more interesting. Before anyone could respond, Hinata suddenly wrapped his arms around Hinata's increasingly curvy body, and in an instant, they disappeared from spot. Only at that moment did Hinata catch a glimpse of the last remnants of Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered disdainfully in his heart. Although I ruined your reputation and shattered your clan, at least you lived a few more years, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You should be satisfied. Strange. Why did he take Hinata to watch the excitement alone? Staring at the place where Hinata disappeared, Mitarashi Anko felt a bit surprised. She also loved watching the excitement. No one answered Anko's questions. The private affairs of Lord Yukikage were not something ordinary people dared to interfere with. Tsunade was currently in no mood to care about this matter. So Anko could only suppress her curiosity and deal with the Konoha ninjas who had not yet recovered from Hinata's overwhelming aura. Lord Yukikage, did we come here just to watch them fight? In a dense forest outside Konoha village, Hinata nestled obediently in Hinata's arms, watching the fierce battle a kilometer away with a puzzled expression. To be honest, the combat power displayed by Naruto, Uzumaki, and Nagato had indeed reached an astonishing level. The area where they fought was full of deep pits, as if it had been struck by countless meteors. The air was thick with dust, making it almost hard to breathe. Each clash between Naruto and Nagato caused violent tremors on the ground. Countless massive trees were shattered and scattered by the shockwaves of their battle, with branches and leaves flying everywhere, resembling a battlefield that had been trampled by countless giant summoned beasts. However, such power seemed somewhat ordinary compared to the earth-shattering might that Hinata had previously displayed. Hinata had already witnessed Hinata's strength firsthand, so she was not shocked by Naruto's combat power. The only thing that surprised her was that her former classmate, Naruto Uzumaki, could possess such strength. Standing on a tree dozens of meters high while holding Hinata's soft body, Hinata calmly observed the battle before him, only occasionally exploring the peaks and valleys. Let's watch the excitement. Hearing Hinata's question, Hinata suddenly slid his arm down and gave a playful slap to the ample part of Hinata behind her. Hinata was startled by this sudden attack and couldn't help but let out a surprised cry, her already soft body relaxing a bit more. Yes, Hinata would definitely watch the show well. A wave of tingling sensations came from the area that was attacked, and the hot palm that was explored her back made Hinata's body tremble. Her cheeks flushed with a charming red hue, and in her embarrassment, her voice even carried a hint of tremor. Hinata looked at Hinata's reaction with a teasing expression, gently rubbing his palm on Hinata's back. He knew that, with his intervention, Hinata did not have any heroic encounter with Naruto, so he did not develop any feelings for Naruto. However, the feeling of facing NTR, Netherare, was still quite enjoyable. Of course, Hinata did not come here just to vent his boredom. He mainly wanted to observe Naruto's Sage Mode and Asura's powers. Naruto's Sage Mode was cultivated to a certain level by mastering the 8 trigrams, which was quite different from the inheritance of beast powers in the ninja world. As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can polish jade, especially since chakra could be considered a power he started with. Asura's chakra, which could inherit everlasting power, was also not to be underestimated. Quietly observing the battle between Naruto and Nagato, he watched as Naruto made a strong debut and then fell into a disadvantage due to Nagato's strange attacks, only to explode with unique power and break free. Observing at such a close distance, Hinata could clearly see the Asura chakra within Naruto. This chakra may not be worth mentioning in terms of total amount to Hinata, but its core always emitted a breath of brightness, passion, forgiveness, and the ability to influence everything. Hinata's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. This chakra's power resembled his own heart mirror ability to change others' emotions and thoughts, but it was more deeply integrated with Naruto, fundamentally altering Naruto's character. Chapter 272. Imperfect Resurrection. In the dense forest outside Konoha village, an area nearly 3 kilometers in diameter had become a pockmarked wasteland, as Naruto and Nagato's battle had completely destroyed the trees within a range. Naruto, having mastered Sage Mode, indeed saw a significant increase in power, but there was still a considerable gap when fighting against Nagato. However, Nagato had already used up some energy in Konoha village. Although Konoha's strength had declined significantly over the years, the things Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had created still drained Nagato considerably. Perhaps it was really due to luck. But Naruto initially took advantage of a surprise attack to incapacitate the key Deva path. Facing the diverse attack patterns of the 6 paths of pain, Naruto quickly fell at a disadvantage. However, as an expert in on-the-spot performance, Naruto displayed even more exaggerated skills than in the original story, always managing to escape crises and eliminate the 6 paths one by one. Yet, the difference in strength was still evident, even though only the Deva path remained. After a fierce battle, Naruto was ultimately pierced to the ground and immobilized by a black rod formed by Yin-Yang release. But just as the exhausted Deva path approached to strike, the Nine Tails suddenly reconciled with Naruto, and the Nine Tails chakra surprisingly coexisted with the Sage Mode. This might be because the Nine Tails sensed a tremendous threat, but the influence of Asura's chakra was undeniable. The plot then returned to its original trajectory, as Naruto, relying on the sensing ability of Sage Mode, ambushed Nagato's real body and convinced him with a round of words. I see. Staring at Naruto's generous and miraculous preaching, as well as Nagato's trembling willingness to sacrifice his life to resurrect the people of Konoha, Hinata suddenly sighed. Under his observation, The deeply hidden Asura within Naruto was completely exposed. Naruto's strong charisma during his Talk no Jutsu is influenced by Ashura's chakra, which allows him to imprint his beliefs directly into others' hearts, compelling Nagato, who is already wavering in his will, to sacrifice himself to release the rebirth technique. However, the total amount of Ashura's chakra within Naruto diminishes with each release, yet its power increasingly seeps into Naruto. With each of Naruto's outbursts and persuasive speeches, he is also solidifying his own heart, transforming his body and mind according to the remnants of Ashura's will. Chakra connects the spirit and body, and with the influence of Ashura's chakra from a young age, it is hard to say whether the core of the current Naruto Uzumaki is truly Naruto or Ashura. After all, Naruto has suffered so much oppression and abuse in his childhood. It is impossible for him to be completely devoid of darkness in his heart. An infinite Tsukuyomi. The character Madara intends to destroy Konoha. This Lord Yuki, he actually forgives the enemy directly? Naruto's miraculous actions clearly exceed normal expectations. Hinata, in Niji's arms, blushes and trembles slightly, feeling shocked by Naruto's actions. The village has faced near annihilation, with most ninjas dead, yet after one round of battle, he forgives the enemy at the last moment. It seems like a child's play, even though Hinata has been away from Konoha for many years. With her life centered around Niji, she still finds it hard to understand Naruto's choice. Of course, it's just the grudge of a destroyed village, so it can be forgiven. After all, he is the savior who can bring peace to the ninja world. He can smile and forgive even those who killed his parents. Holding Hinata while watching the scene, Niji's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. At this moment, Nagato has begun to perform his technique, desperately squeezing out the last of his life force to summon a bizarre creature. Under Nagato's control, the mysterious being emits countless streams of light. This is a combination of soul and life force, able to follow a mysterious trajectory back to its original body and resurrect people. However, what Nagato did not anticipate was that his secret technique would not resurrect many people. A significant number of Konoha ninjas had already died during Nagato's invasion. Many of their bodies were mangled and dismembered. Later, under the clash of Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei and Niji's Palm Strike, the remaining Konoha ninjas were almost completely shattered. Even those who had already died were affected, their bodies reduced to powder. In such circumstances, the souls summoned by the rebirth technique could only hover in confusion for a while before dissipating helplessly. Ultimately, the total number of effective resurrected souls was less than 1/10 of the actual death toll in Konoha. Moreover, even those who were brought back to life could not sustain themselves, as many were trapped under rubble or layers of earth. Even if they were resurrected, they still faced dire situations and could only die in despair. Of course, some lucky individuals in Konoha were revived under Nagato's forbidden technique, but their circumstances were even more tragic. Just after being brought back to life, they were captured by the elite from the Snow Ninja village and were left bewildered. Receiving the news that Konoha was gone, their heads were almost about to explode. Some even firmly believed they were under a Jinjutsu and had never died at all. Why is this happening? Seeing that most of the streams of light were dissipating, Naruto was both shocked and confused. He turned to question Nagato, but Nagato had already closed his eyes. Wait, Naruto couldn't help but take a step forward and shouted at Nagato's skeletal body. Paper Shuriken. Konan, initially moved by the exchange between Naruto and Nagato, felt the sudden change and dared not stay any longer. Fearing that the other party's goals would not be achieved and that Nagato's body would be harmed in frustration, Konan suddenly unleashed a barrage of paper shuriken to obstruct them, then formed paper wings and took Nagato away. How could I just leave like this? Naruto, unable to catch up, stared blankly as Konan's figure disappeared into the sky. His mind in chaos, he stood there for a while, ultimately having to head towards Konoha with his head down. I hope the situation in Konoha is still okay. This road is blocked. Just a kilometer away from Konoha, Naruto seemed to smell the scent of smoke, when suddenly a beautiful girl leapt down from a tree to block his path. Your eyes, you must be from the Hyuga clan, right? Why are you stopping me? Looking at the girl with white eyes blocking the way, Naruto was quite puzzled. He rubbed his head, frowning at Hinata, who was filled with confusion, momentarily forgetting that Hinata's family had long since separated from Konoha. You can't go towards Konoha. Hinata assumed a gentle fist, 8-trigram stance, staring intently at Naruto with a serious expression. Remembering Lord Yuki's warning, Hinata's face flushed, her body trembled slightly, and her expression became even more cautious. If you can't stop him for 3 minutes, Hinata, your little drumstick will be in trouble. Chapter 273. Hinata vs. Naruto, 8 trigrams, Dual Lion's Fist. Hinata's jade-like hands appeared delicate, but under the chakra enhancement, her palm power surged, startling Naruto. Hinata's hands formed a pair of A-version lion heads, and an invisible sound wave surged towards Naruto from more than 3 meters away. Although Naruto had exited Sage Mode and did not perceive this impact, a vague sense of danger instinctively made him dodge to the side. However, his response was a bit slow. He barely shifted when he encountered the invisible impact, his body stiffening instantly. Naruto felt as if he had taken a heavy blow to the head, feeling dizzy and an indescribable wave of nausea, almost ready to vomit. Hit! At that moment, Hinata seized the opportunity and rushed in front of Naruto, her pale hand aimed at his chest with a palm strike. Naruto, struggling against the dizziness, swung his fist in defense. His punch was weak and feeble, but it startled Hinata. She couldn't afford to miss the attack, and directly jumped over Naruto's punch. After retreating several steps, Hinata realized Naruto's attack was so weak that a wave of shame flushed her otherwise pale face. 8 trigrams, Chien Koen Step. Realizing she had been tricked, Hinata felt she had disappointed Lord Yuki, and immediately used her body technique to pounce on the enemy, her figure moving mysteriously and leaving behind phantoms. While her shadow was still in the air, she had already reached Naruto's side. At this point, Naruto had reacted and, taking advantage of Hinata's retreat, created nearly 100 shadow clones, some rushing towards Hinata, while others assisted him in forming a Rasengan. However, despite the multitude of clones, those rushing at Hinata always fell short, often encountering either phantoms or Hinata's temporary substitutes, resulting in over a dozen clones being destroyed. Rasengan. Hinata's true body got close to Naruto, launching a fierce strike, while Naruto also instinctively dodged and counterattacked, but it was already too late. The Rasengan grazed Hinata's body, but he was hit. Due to the overwhelming force of Hinata's strike, almost all of her strength was unleashed, hitting Naruto hard. Wow! The powerful force sent Naruto flying over 10 meters, and he spat out blood in midair. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails chakra automatically surging out to form a defensive layer just before that palm struck him, Naruto felt that he might have ended up in the Pure Land. Unfortunately, Hinata still lacks combat experience and is too kind-hearted. When her palm was about to hit Naruto, she instinctively pulled back a bit. Naruto struggled to get up, gasping for breath, his expression serious as he stared intently at Hinata. Fortunately, the shadow clones rushed in to bind Hinata, giving him some time to recover. At this moment, the natural energy that Naruto had accumulated was depleted, and he could no longer maintain Sage Mode. His strength was significantly weaker than before. On the other hand, Hinata had been trained by HyugaFū for many years, and with her recent dual cultivation improvements, her hard power had reached the level of an elite Genin. Coupled with the refined General Fist technique improved by HyugaFū, Hinata could fully engage in battle with General Shadow-level fighters. Hinata's movements were ethereal, constantly creating numerous afterimages, her palm strength surging like a raging tide. Naruto, on the other hand, had an immense amount of chakra and endless shadow clones, and for a time, the two were locked in combat. During the fight, Hinata felt a bit puzzled. With Lord Yukiki's keen eyesight, it was impossible not to notice Naruto's condition. Although the amount of chakra in him was terrifying, his reaction speed and attack power had significantly decreased, and she felt she could fight him on equal footing, even having a good chance of victory. Why then? Did he still insist on stopping her for 3 minutes? Suppressing her doubts, Hinata continued her assault. Although she didn't understand why, it was also a good thing. She didn't want to be punished by Lord Yukikage. After all, being struck was quite uncomfortable. Remembering some embarrassing experiences, Hinata's face flushed, and she increased her palm strength to continue attacking. Even though there were many shadow clones, bursting one only led to another 10 rushing in under Hinata's exquisite techniques. Naruto still felt like a child. He couldn't land a hit, and despite the shadow clones blocking him, he was still getting hit. And in just a few minutes, he was already covered in wounds. If Hinata had not hesitated and softened her strikes at critical moments, he would have been overwhelmed. But the frustration of being unable to fight back against the continuous attacks and his worries about Konoha made Naruto's anger boil, and his eyes turned blood red. Damn it, you white-eyed bastard. You're from Konoha too. Why are you stopping me from saving the village? The fight had lasted nearly 2 minutes, and just as Hinata's palm was about to land on him, Naruto's pent-up anger reached its peak. With a surge of fierce chakra fluctuations, Naruto's orange-tailed beast cloak burst forth again, and 5 tails sprouted from behind him. His face elongated, and with the whiskers and fox-like eyes. He looked just like a fox. What is this? Hinata's delicate hand struck Naruto's tailed beast cloak as if it had encountered a mass of tempered steel. Not only could she not penetrate it, but a strong rebounding force also surged back at her. Unable to help herself, Hinata urged her chakra to increase her power. She had tried this before. Under Lord Yukiki's guidance, she could leave a 2-inch deep imprint on an iron ingot with a single strike. This thin layer of chakra, cloak, she was sure she could break through. Contrary to her expectations, Naruto's chakra cloak was incredibly resilient. Even when she adjusted her strategy to hit the same spot in succession, she only managed to create a small gap. However, with the protection of the 9 tails chakra, the cloak's recovery speed was extremely fast, and the gap was quickly filled. With the enhancement of the tailed beast cloak, Naruto's strength and speed increased dramatically, and he clawed at Hinata with ferocity. Hinata was on high alert in response to this strange situation, her figure splitting into numerous afterimages, quick and agile. Naruto's attacks could not touch her at all, and in the end, he could only leave deep trenches in the ground in vain. Die, bastard! Unable to do anything to his enemy, Naruto grew more furious, his tails increasing in number, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Using lightning thunder finger and heaven-slashing hand to avoid a direct confrontation with Naruto, Hinata relied on her identity to keep attacking. Her clones were indistinguishable from reality, appearing and disappearing, continually assaulting one spot on Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Although she had not achieved effective results, it left Naruto in a very awkward position. Alright, time's up. Just as Naruto's anger escalated and his 8th tail was about to appear, HyugaFū suddenly appeared between the two, and the invisible chakra barrier expanded, directly sending Naruto flying away. Chapter 274. The disdained savior gasping for breath, perhaps sensing that HyugaFū was not someone to be trifled with. Naruto stood still and did not immediately attack, instead glaring at him with a furious expression. HyugaFū paid no attention to Naruto's angry gaze. He gently embraced Hinata's voluptuous figure into his arms. Leaning against HyugaFū's warm embrace, Hinata appeared both delighted and somewhat anxious. She feared that her performance would disappoint Lord Yukikich. Reaching out to stroke Hinata's delicate hair, HyugaFū smiled warmly, saying, "You've done well, aside from lacking combat experience. Don't worry, I'll reward you properly when we return." HyugaFū was actually quite satisfied with what had just transpired between Hinata and Naruto. After all, Hinata's combat experience was still too limited. She had never truly experienced killing. Otherwise, given Naruto's initial state, she could have defeated him. During their battle, HyugaFū took the opportunity to observe Naruto's condition. After encountering danger, the activity level of Ashura chakra within him had increased significantly, and soon after, the 9 tails also released chakra to support Naruto. Inwardly, he marveled, as expected of the savior of the ninja world, if he were truly in danger. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya might just appear. Of course, even if the Sage of 6 Paths appeared in his complete form, HyugaFū would not be worried or afraid. But he wanted to keep Naruto around for now. Firstly, there was no compelling reason for them to fight to the death, and secondly, keeping him could lead to more intense battles between Obito and the various ninja nations, with more deaths in their battles. His future unification of the ninja world would be more convenient. Just in time, he wanted to use the last period of calm in the ninja world to prepare, arranging personnel to thoroughly investigate intelligence. And when the time came to sweep through everything, those who needed to be held accountable would still be held accountable. While he was contemplating, Naruto opposite him was filled with murderous intent, his eyes blood red, and the desire for slaughter seemed to have clouded his mind. He had controlled himself for a long time, but he still hadn't noticed anything special about the person in front of him. However, the remaining sliver of clarity reminded him that the enemy he faced was incredibly formidable. HyugaFū could see that the Ashura chakra was continuously releasing power, awakening Naruto's will. With a furious roar, Naruto charged forward, his hands clawed like talons, and with the raging 9 tails chakra, he tore towards HyugaFū. Naive, with a disdainful sneer, HyugaFū remained unmoved, cradling Hinata's delicate body, and casually struck out a palm towards Naruto. "Let's go, it's time to go home." After striking out, HyugaFū didn't even look at Naruto, gently stroking Hinata's pretty face, and with a surge of true essence, the two instantly vanished. Don't even think about escaping. Naruto, furious, charged forward, leaving deep trenches in the ground. But just as he was about to close in on his enemy, an invisible palm force flew out to block his momentum. In the next moment, an immense weight suddenly descended, instantly plunging him nearly 10 meters underground. Bustat, D. Naruto roared as he tried to break through the earth, but under the influence of an invisible force, the originally fragile soil now felt as tough as tempered steel. Under the immense pressure of the soil, Naruto was completely immobilized, like a mouse trapped under a boulder. Even the chakra within him was struggling to flow. As if it was about to solidify. Lord Yukikage, you're back. In Konoha village, Uchiha Mikoto quickly approached Hyuga Kaze to report the situation upon seeing him. Thanks to the shadow clone you sent, we have already controlled those resurrected ninjas. The remaining ninjas in Konoha are all here now. But it seems a group of patients from Konoha Hospital and some villagers escaped at the beginning. We searched Konoha again, although there was a lot of damage. We also collected a large number of scrolls and supplies. As for the evil Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and other clans, all the ninjas they left in Konoha have been exterminated, and we spared some civilians, along with a few ninjas who were on missions outside. It's safe to say that apart from Shimura Danzo, escaping with his life, all those bastards in the upper echelons who committed atrocities in Konoha have been wiped out. The former Konoha ninjas who wanted to leave and follow Lord Yukikage to HyugaFū have gathered. Since there are quite a few of them, we required them to accept chakra sealing to show their sincerity. The ordinary Konoha villagers who are unwilling to go to the Land of Snow were instructed to take their belongings and find their own way out, as per your previous instructions. While Mikoto was reporting, she handed over a scroll detailing the situation, but was stopped by Hyuga Kaze, who had no interest in reading the tedious information. You all did well. Since everything is taken care of, let's leave. The rest can be handled by the remnants of Konoha. Lord Yukikage, there are quite a few ninjas from Konoha who are out on missions, and there are still many ninjas at various border outposts. If they gather, they could form a considerable force, even capable of rebuilding Konoha. What do you think? Uchiha Izumi was a bit hesitant about leaving Konoha just like that. If Konoha managed to regroup, it would be a trouble for HyugaFū. No problem. Hyuga Kaze waved his hand to interrupt Izumi's words, looking very relaxed. After this battle, Konoha has essentially fallen into a state of annihilation. Even if they create a new Konoha, so what? We can just wipe them out again when the time comes. Feeling the surging true essence within him, Hyuga Kaze was full of confidence. His gaze was no longer focused on the strength of the 5 great ninja villages, below the level of the 6 paths. Apart from extremely special forbidden techniques like Kimui, other methods were completely ineffective against him. So why would he care about Konoha's survival? Outside Konoha, Naruto took a while to awaken from his frenzied state and regain control of his chakra. He quickly broke through the soil's pressure and emerged from the ground, looking toward Konoha with a heavy heart. Damn it, those 2 Byakugan guys are so powerful. I need to hurry back to protect Konoha. Sprinting at full speed, Naruto soon returned to Konoha, but what he saw was a scene of ruins and Konoha villagers in a daze. How did the village become like this? Kneeling down in despair, Naruto looked utterly confused. He had put in so much effort, yet Konoha had still turned out like this. You dare come back, you monster? You keep bringing disaster to Konoha. Bastard, the enemy came for you, and you didn't show up until now. As Naruto felt helpless and panicked, he suddenly heard endless curses ringing in his ears, each insult cutting into him like a knife. Chapter 275, Rewards Lord Yukikage. The voice was long and soft, revealing a hint of exhaustion, and upon closer listening, even carried a trace of sob. Watching Hyuga Kaze, who had rigorously trained her in taijutsu for several hours, constantly refining his offensive and defensive routes, Hinata felt a flash of awe and a plea in her eyes. At the same time, a thought crossed Hinata's mind. If Hanabi grew up sooner, then they could train in taijutsu with Lord Yukikage together, and her own pressure would be much less. This thought only lingered in Hinata's mind for a few seconds before she felt ashamed of it, her face turning hot and her body trembling slightly. All right, that's enough taijutsu training for now. We'll continue with your rewards later. Hearing Hyuga Kaze's words, Hinata felt a wave of relief wash over her. She blinked her misty big eyes, her expression a mix of confusion and anticipation, as if seeking final confirmation. Seeing Hinata's exhausted yet adorable appearance, Hyuga Kaze couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. He stood up with a smile, gently patting Hinata's slightly trembling figure. All right, this is real. We're temporarily ending your rewards now. Hurry and wash up. I need to go to the office to handle some village affairs, and you can come along and listen. Knowing that Hinata's stamina was running low, Hyuga Kaze had no intention of pushing her further. Since returning to HyugaFū with personnel and supplies last night, Hyuga Kaze had taken a back seat, delegating all the trivial matters to Mikoto, Izumi, Tsunade, and the others. He took Hinata home to properly reward her for her contributions. And after a night had passed, it was time for him to check on the specific progress. Hyuga Kaze quickly tidied himself up, and after a while, Hinata emerged with her long, graceful legs looking a bit tired. "Let us go." Hyuga Kaze kindly supported Hinata, and in the next moment, they appeared in the Yukiki's office. In the Yukiki's office, Uchiha Mikoto and Izumi were quickly processing stacks of documents, but their desks were still piled high, with paperwork waiting to be handled. From their slightly fatigued expressions, it was clear that they hadn't rested for the whole night. "Lord Yukikage, you arrived just in time. There are many matters that require your decision." Despite their fatigue, Mikoto and Izumi immediately noticed Hyuga Kaze and quickly stood up to bow and report. "Mikoto, Izumi, you've worked hard. Why are only you two handling this? Shouldn't Tsunade and Yugao be helping?" As he helped Mikoto and Izumi up, Hyuga Kaze embraced them gently, asking in a tone tinged with concern. Lady Tsunade, Yugao, and Ōtsutsuki took the Konoha people who joined HyugaFū last night to allocate family lands and residences. Leaning against Hyuga Kaze's strong chest, Izumi let out a comfortable sigh and said softly, "Although all the Konoha defectors have been obedient after witnessing your great power, the number of families and people involved in this relocation is simply too large. Plus, with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans having moved over previously, it's safe to say that nearly half of Konoha is now in HyugaFū. In such a situation, any minor issue could be troublesome. It was best for Lady Tsunade, who was familiar with the clan leaders and had enough prestige to coordinate and arrange everything. Yugao was responsible for registering and cataloging those personnel, striving to integrate them into HyugaFū's operational system as soon as possible." After Izumi finished speaking, Mikoto, who was beside her, also chimed in. "As for the supplies and scrolls brought back from Konoha last night, they're already being registered and stored in the warehouse. There are too many different types of items involved, and it may take a few more days. Currently, this portion is mainly being handled by Hinata's cousin, who is categorizing and sealing various ninjutsu resources, medicines, and combat supplies. These items will need to be sorted to determine which can be used for rewards and which will be kept as combat reserves. When it comes to her current work, Mikoto has a face full of grievances and headaches. Lord Yukikage, you are too much. You always throw a bunch of tasks at us, and then you go off to enjoy yourself. With so many tasks, how can just a few of us manage?" Mikoto's lament made Hinata Kaze, who had just finished a big meal, feel a bit embarrassed, and he could only scratch his nose to change the subject. "Haven't we already supplemented quite a few personnel recently? Nara Shikaku has also started participating in the village's operations, and the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans have plenty of talents. With the promoted personnel in the village, it should run smoothly, right? You really think managing others' work is easy, Lord Yukikage?" After hearing Hinata Kaze's words, even Izumi felt a bit spoiled. Her cute smile puffed up, and her words were full of melancholy. Nara Shikaku was currently responsible for integrating intelligence work. HyugaFū had been too small before, lagging in intelligence gathering, and many pieces of information from the ninja world were grasped very slowly. Although they had gathered some peripheral personnel from the ninja world and sent out many intelligence officers, they were still relatively behind overall. This time, some of the Konoha ninjas joining HyugaFū were previously engaged in intelligence work, and Shikaku was communicating with them to see how to arrange things moving forward. Moreover, there were also some Konoha ninjas stationed outside to gather intelligence, and Shikaku wanted to compile a list to contact them. With a roll of her eyes at Hinata Kaze, Izumi continued, "How can we manage the entire world if the speed of intelligence transmission is slow?" This is your exact words. "Haha, Mikoto, you all are doing great. I know you're working hard, and I'll reward you all later." Upon hearing Hinata Kaze mention a reward, Hinata, who had been dozing off in a corner, suddenly perked up, realizing that Lord Yukikige's rewards were not something ordinary people could bear. After a sincere joke, Hinata Kaze's attitude became much more serious. After a moment of thought, he began to handle the matters he was supposed to take charge of personally. Let the people from the original Konoha village adapt for a few days, then quickly select personnel to participate in the village's affairs. I believe those who have left Konoha understand how to choose what's best for themselves. Continue to push forward with the intelligence work. What about the supplies and the originally prepared management personnel? The supplies are enough for HyugaFū to last through 2 years of continuous battles. As for the management personnel, The current reserve can cover the land of snow, the land of fire, and the land of wind. We have already investigated the crimes and wealth storage locations of the nobles and wealthy merchants there, and once we take action, we can seize all the wealth and conduct trials in a short time. Well done. A satisfied smile appeared on Hinata Kaze's face. He didn't want to drag things out after taking action. Clearing the entire ninja world at once would save him trouble. At that moment, the office door suddenly swung open, and Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai, and Nara Shikaku burst in. Latest intelligence. Uzumaki Naruto wants to establish a new Konoha. Chapter 276. New Konoha. New Konoha. Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi broke away from Hinata Kaze's embrace, walking in surprise towards Nara Shikaku and the others. How many people have gathered? And who is the new Hokage? We just received information from the intelligence officers, Tsunade said, unwavering as she pulled out a chair to sit down. She pointed at Nara Shikaku impatiently and said, "Let Shikaku explain the specifics." Understood. Looking at the collective gaze of the crowd, Nara Shikaku revealed a helpless smile and took out a player from his bag. The written intelligence simply described that Uzumaki Naruto proposed to reorganize Konoha after returning to the village, but there were still variables, and the specific situation would depend on the video transmitted back by the intelligence officers. Interesting. Let us watch together. Hinata Kaze pulled Yuhi Kurenai and Akamichi, inviting everyone in the room to find a place to sit down and watch together. His demeanor was completely unlike someone who was about to watch a hostile ninja village's reorganization. He looked more like he was watching a comedy. The Yukikage office was already well equipped with projection equipment. After some operations, Nara Shikaku quickly started playing the events happening over the ruins of Konoha, and Hinata Kaze wrapped his arms around Yuhi Kurenai and the others, watching with relish. The screen immediately showed the scene of Konoha villagers surrounding Naruto, cursing and shouting. The harsh words and flying spit made the brows of those in the room furrow. At this moment, even though some people with clearer heads understood that this situation couldn't be entirely blamed on Uzumaki Naruto, the villagers of Konoha had suffered such great losses. With loved ones lost and homes shattered, someone had to take responsibility, so they chose to remain silent and watch. As for Naruto, it was unclear whether he really felt guilty or had gotten used to the villagers' targeting and curses. He remained dejected, allowing everyone to insult him. It wasn't until someone brought up Jiraiya in an unclean manner, accusing him of raising students who were either villains harming Konoha or useless trash, and even calling Jiraiya himself a useless waste, that Naruto finally exploded. Teacher Jiraiya is the best in the ninja world. He is not a waste. The screen showed Naruto suddenly raising his head and shouting, his eyes red and tear-streaked. Despite being very sad and ashamed, Naruto was furious and dissatisfied with anyone insulting Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya sacrificed so much for Konoha, even sacrificing himself. I will not allow you to insult him like this. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, undoubtedly had many supporters in Konoha. The person who spoke earlier was just caught up in the moment. At this time, when Naruto spoke up, some Konoha ninjas also began to advise everyone to calm down and not to curse recklessly. The voices of the ninjas were loud and vigorous, quickly drowning out those who were cursing. For a moment, the attention of the Konoha people was completely focused on Jiraiya, and no one cared to curse Naruto anymore. I also know that Jiraiya sacrificed for Konoha, but the scoundrels attacking Konoha are also Jiraiya's students. Under the denunciation of the ninjas supporting Jiraiya, an old man suddenly broke down. He cried and collapsed on the ground, weeping bitterly, his white hair and wrinkled face looking so old and sorrowful. Now our house is destroyed, our family's belongings are gone, and we don't even have food. What are we supposed to do? The entire Konoha village has been destroyed. We have nowhere to go, and it's too late to find work. Without enough reserves, we will starve to death. We'll starve to death. The old man cried, tears streaming down his face. Hearing his cries, the remaining Konoha civilians felt deeply sympathetic, and sorrow overwhelmed them, causing everyone to start crying as well, creating an extremely chaotic scene. The sight of thousands of people crying out loud left the Konoha ninjas momentarily at a loss. Their comforting words seemed so pale and powerless in the face of so many people's tragic circumstances. At this moment, it was Naruto who reacted first. Listening to the cries of the crowd, he suddenly wiped his tears and shouted loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. Konoha has indeed suffered a significant blow. But as long as there are people, there is hope for Konoha's revival. I know that many people's houses and belongings in the village were damaged by the battle, but there are still many that can be salvaged. As long as we clear the debris, many houses can be rebuilt, and the items buried beneath can also be dug up again. I am the son of the 4th Hokage, and I will never let the people of Konoha starve to death. If there's not enough food, I will hunt and take on missions to buy it. Watching the Konoha villagers gradually quiet down as they listened to his words, Naruto's expression became even more determined. Konoha has been destroyed, so I will rebuild an even stronger Konoha. Please believe me, I will do what I say. This is my way of perseverance. Naruto's words had no guarantees. Yet the villagers of Konoha seemed hypnotized, their expressions changing as they shouted the words of the new Konoha. Even though they were watching through a video and couldn't see it, Hyuga Kaze guessed that Ashura's chakra was definitely at work here. Originally, Naruto had far fewer opportunities to express himself than in the original story, and the villagers of Konoha did not have a very good impression of him. Moreover, this battle seemed to have erupted because of him, and many people who originally held resentment against him were suddenly beginning to acknowledge him, which was quite unreasonable. In the office, Tsunade and the others who were not affected looked puzzled, not understanding why those remnants of Konoha were so excited and confident. Mitarashi Anko bluntly stated, "So the villagers of Konoha are this foolish? A few simple words can influence them. No wonder they have declined so severely over the years." Hyuga Kaze meaningfully remarked, "If you were there, you might have shouted along too." Mitarashi Anko rolled her eyes at him, and suddenly the video changed again. "Rebuild Konoha. Do you deserve it? The destruction of Konoha this time was all because of you. Why did you come back so slowly when the enemy attacked?" The previously vanished Danzo suddenly popped up like an unkillable cockroach, surrounded by a group of root ninjas, and began to bombard with questions. "I am the disciple of the 2nd Hokage, the Hokage's assistant. Only I am the most suitable person to rebuild Konoha and serve as Hokage." The video ended here, and the last scene showed some root ninjas patrolling among the villagers. There was no further video record. Narashikaku began to explain. The textual information shows that Danzo denied the original 5th Hokage and appointed himself as the 5th Hokage. He initially wanted to imprison Naruto Uzumaki, but Kakashi Hatake and some previous escapees returned to stop him. It's just a makeshift group. With this guy Danzo around, the so-called new Konoha cannot stand at all. So everyone should take it to heart. The current situation is favorable for Yuki Ninja Village. Everyone should continue to prepare well. Soon it will be time for Yuki Ninja Village to sweep across the ninja world and create true peace. Chapter 277. Changes in a land of rain. Once a person falls into busyness, time passes quickly. Uchiha Makoto and the others hardly felt it. In a flash, it had been half a month since Nagato attacked Konoha. During this half-month, rapid changes occurred in Yuki Ninja Village, bustling with activity. Large areas of previously vacant land were occupied by newly joined ninja clans and ninjas building new houses. A large number of operational management personnel also joined the functioning of Yuki Ninja Village. With the experienced talents from Konoha, Makoto and Izumi finally caught their breath and had more time to receive the rewards from Hyuga Kaze. At the same time, many combat personnel who migrated from Konoha to Yuki Ninja Village were selected and integrated into the original combat sequence of Yuki Ninja Village for training. After some time, they had adapted well to the combat methods of Yuki Ninja Village. The standard chakra armor for Yuki Ninja Village ninjas and a large number of newly developed ninja tools left some ninjas who were previously stingy, even with explosive tags, wide-eyed. Some ninjas even cheered and cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. Of course, during this adaptation period, there were also many frictions. But with Hyuga Kaze's deterrence and Makoto's hard work, both the original ninjas of the Land of Snow and the original Konoha ninjas maintained a very restrained state. After settling in, those Konoha people quickly familiarized themselves with and stabilized their lives in Yuki Ninja Village. In fact, they couldn't help but familiarize themselves. The overall environment and personnel of the Land of Snow were too similar to Konoha, and upon careful calculation, nearly half the population of Konoha had joined Yuki Ninja Village. Occasionally, some people would get lost in thought, thinking they were still living in Konoha, and that what had happened before was just a bizarre dream. The environment of the Land of Snow was originally bitterly cold, which the Konoha populace was not accustomed to, but recently, the environment of the Land of Snow had surprisingly become warmer. This bizarre phenomenon stirred currents within the Land of Snow, and many people began to spread the word that it was all due to Lord Yuki's divine power. Some people even swore they had seen the ice and snow around Lord Yuki silently melting away, as if the cold had been swallowed by an invisible mouth. This further deepened Hyuga Kaze's overwhelming presence in the Land of Snow, with many people directly worshipping him as a deity. When Mitarashi Anko heard this news and asked him if it was true, Hyuga Kaze neither confirmed nor denied it, merely smiling faintly. In contrast to the thriving Yuki ninja village, the situation in Konoha was quite miserable. After Nagato's round of attacks, Konoha's warning barrier was completely shattered, suffering massive human losses. Konoha now resembled a sieve, with information passing quickly. Intelligence personnel lurking in Konoha gradually transmitted numerous messages, most of which were clear video materials, allowing Hyuga Kaze and the others to see quite a few jokes. Just as Hyuga Kaze had anticipated, the ninja village under Danzo's control was indeed a makeshift group, operating in a chaotic manner. Having been accustomed to an iron-fisted rule en route, Danzo replicated this in the newly built Konoha, adopting a high-pressure control attitude towards everyone. Although he did not completely enslave the people in Konoha on the surface, he was effectively implementing his dictatorial rule. In just half a month, the villagers and ninjas remaining in the ruins of Konoha were already lamenting, and their remaining attachment to Konoha was nearly exhausted. If it weren't for the lack of resources to leave Konoha, a large portion of people would likely want to disband Konoha or escape from Konoha life. Claiming to be the fifth Hokage, after seizing control of Konoha, Naruto was placed under strict surveillance and was not allowed to leave freely. Kakashi Might Guy and other ninjas who had previously obstructed Danzo from dealing with Naruto were basically all sent out by Danzo to carry out exhausting and grueling tasks, spinning like cattle and horses, with hardly any time left to stay in Konoha. Konoha's foundation was indeed deep. Despite all the consumption and destruction, it was still barely holding on. Although it was close to being at the end of its rope, it had not truly starved its people, and under Danzo's strong pressure, it was managing to operate. Since Danzo took power, he ordered a contraction of the border defense lines, cutting down numerous border outposts and recalling all the ninjas stationed there back to Konoha, which significantly restored the manpower in Konoha. Contracting the border defenses was indeed a self-inflicted risk, but Danzo had no other means at this point. It was also because the overall environment in the ninja world had quieted down, and other ninja villages were not capable of launching an attack on Konoha that he dared to make such a decision. In comparison, Sunagakure had been thrown into chaos by two ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization, suffering even greater losses than Konoha at the high level. The information from Kumogakure had also leaked, with significant losses among their experts and the fourth Raikage dead. With such a Kumogakure, they had no confidence to attack others. Kirigakure remained its usual mysterious and conservative self, which Danzo did not worry about. On the other hand, he was quite concerned about Iwagakure, as Inoki was a stubborn old man who was not easy to deal with. Fortunately, Iwagakure ultimately remained quiet and did not make any moves against Konoha while it was heavily damaged. Perhaps due to all the ninja villages maintaining silence and licking their wounds, Inoki did not dare to be the first to attack Konoha, fearing it would lead to being besieged by those heavily damaged ninja villages. Moreover, Konoha's plight shocked all the ninja villages in the ninja world, causing them to be on high alert against the Akatsuki organization. During this time, they have devoted a lot of energy to investigating the Akatsuki's intelligence and monitoring the movements of the Rain Country, while the ninja world has been unusually calm. This situation initially relieved Danzo, but unexpectedly, while the outside environment was fine, issues arose with the daimyo of the Fire Country. Perhaps dissatisfied with Konoha's performance in recent years, the daimyo has significantly reduced support for Konoha, cutting a large amount of funding and instead opting to recruit independent small ninja clans and wandering ninjas. In addition, the daimyo has expressed discontent with Danzo taking on the position of the fifth Hokage, continuously delaying a formal agreement, leaving Danzo with a provisional title. The ninja world has indeed been very peaceful lately. After just returning from a training session in the moon's blessed land, Hinata Kaze stretched lazily, showing a very bored expression. He had reached a profound level in understanding the 8 trigrams palm, and there was little hope for a breakthrough in the short term. So he could only continue to ponder and accumulate resources. Just as he was feeling quite bored and preparing to get up to take a stroll, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. Interesting, it seems he could stretch his muscles again after a brief period of idleness. Just then, the Blood Shadow clone he left at the border of the Rain Country transmitted a message back. There was a strong chakra fluctuation erupting within the Rain Country. Chapter 278. Timely arrival TSK. Could it be that he would soon witness the iconic scene of 600 billion explosive tags? Remembering that purple-haired beauty with a lip ring and navel piercing, a warm sensation ignited in Hinata Kaze's heart. He immediately swapped places with his blood shadow clone and set off to protect the poor girl, whose companion had already sacrificed himself. The sky over the Rain Village was gloomy and the cold wind biting. Since more than half a month ago, the long-lasting drizzle that had enveloped the Rain Village had become intermittent, and it seemed that a glimmer of dawn was about to pierce through the thick, dark clouds overhead. However, on the coastal line at the border, Xiaonan's heart was darker than the clouds in the sky, with no sign of dawn in sight. Before his sacrifice, Nagato had placed his last hope on Naruto Uzumaki, and at that moment, Xiaonan had also inexplicably recognized Naruto completely. Unfortunately, the subsequent events forced Xiaonan to flee with Nagato's corpse. After returning to the Rain Village, aside from properly arranging Nagato's body and setting up defensive barriers and traps, Xiaonan had been collecting intelligence on Konoha, trying to see if Naruto could fulfill his promise of resolving hatred and bringing peace. However, the situation in Konoha left Xiaonan very disappointed. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't even protect himself. Relying on him was clearly not feasible. Therefore, Xiaonan's mood had been very gloomy these days. How could she find a peaceful path to realize Yahiko and Nagato's dream of peace? It was no longer realistic for her alone to collect tailed beasts to form a tailed beast weapon. Nagato, Yahiko, what should I do? With a silent sigh in her heart, Xiaonan pulled back her chaotic thoughts. For now, she had to focus on dealing with the enemy in front of her. The mysterious man claiming to be Uchiha Obito spoke to Xiaonan with an air of superiority. It seems you are not going to reveal Nagato's whereabouts, nor will you hand over my Rinnegan. Xiaonan fixed her gaze on the mysterious man, her tone calm, yet firm. Those are Nagato's eyes. I won't let you defile Nagato's eyes. They're the treasures of this country and village, the opportunity to bring peace to the ninja world. Nagato's eyes? The mysterious man scoffed disdainfully and then began a long-winded self-explosion. The original plan went awry, and thinking himself invincible, he had been defeated several times. Obito was eager to crush Xiaonan from all angles, seeking inner satisfaction. As expected, the words that came from Obito's mouth delivered a significant shock to Xiaonan, causing her figure to momentarily falter. However, just as Obito was prepared to enjoy the shocked and angry expressions on Xiaonan's cold face, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the past, Xiaonan might have been in the mood to communicate verbally, trying to extract more information from the other party's words. But now, she just wanted to eliminate this guy in front of her. Although she was momentarily shocked by the sudden news, Xiaonan quickly suppressed her inner shock, regaining her composure and launching an attack when Obito was caught off guard. Without words, a large amount of paper suddenly surged from Xiaonan's body, fluttering in the air and quickly forming a pair of enormous wings behind her. As the wings flapped, the sound of the wind whipped behind her. Xiaonan's figure moved with the grace of a true angel. In the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance to Obito, and those paper sheets, sharp as blades, attacked the masked man with a fierce killing intent. Faced with Xiaonan's desperate attack, Obito merely sneered disdainfully, as if he did not care about her assault at all. Suddenly, an invisible vortex began to form from his face, and a powerful sucking force seemed to want to devour Xiaonan along with those white papers entirely. However, just when Obito thought he had succeeded, a violent explosion occurred out of nowhere. Terrifyingly high temperatures and flames instantly enveloped the area within dozens of meters. In an instant, figures disappeared, leaving only scattered remnants of paper. After a few seconds, Obito's disheveled figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. But at this moment, he no longer possessed the original composure with which he had looked down on everything. His clothes were in tatters, one of his arms was missing, and his once arrogant voice now carried a hint of annoyance and anger. I underestimated you. Thinking it over, after all, you are. Go to hell along with your stupidity. Xiaonan had no intention of letting Obito continue, directly extending her hand to launch an attack at him. Initially, Obito did not care about Xiaonan's attack. He believed he had grasped her combat style and would not give her the chance to harm him again. However, what happened next truly threw him into a panic. He discovered that the ocean beneath him was actually disguised by Xiaonan's white papers. Suddenly, the sea beneath his feet was torn open, forming a long, gaping mouth that quickly transformed into an abyss, with endless sheets of paper filling both sides of the chasm, nearly filling half of the ocean. Losing his footing, Obito's body uncontrollably fell downwards, and to his horror, the seemingly bottomless white paper ocean was densely packed with countless explosive tags. A rough estimate suggested that even if all the explosive tags from other places in the ninja world were gathered, they would not match the number here. Gasping in shock, Obito attempted to escape into another space to evade these terrifying papers. But Xiao Nan reacted quickly, directly controlling several explosive tags to stick to Obito's body. If he insisted on entering the Kamui space, the explosive tags that entered with him would likely leave him in pieces. In this dilemma, Obito had no choice but to change his strategy, using Kamui to turn himself into a phasing state to withstand the explosive tags damage. Fortunately, Obito reacted swiftly. The flames from the explosions seemed to pass through him as if he were a mirage. However, after completing the state transition, Obito finally let out a slight sigh of relief, but Xiao Nan's next words made his scalp tingle. I anticipated that you would use phasing, but your ability can only last for 5 minutes, right? To eliminate you, I have prepared 600 billion explosive tags here that can continuously explode for a full 10 minutes. Enjoy. Upon hearing Xiao Nan's words, the expression on Obito's face beneath the mask instantly turned pale, realizing for the first time that some women should not be provoked. He barely had time to cover his eyes on his mask when a violent explosion erupted. Countless explosivitats detonated in succession, and the intense shockwave caused the seawater to churn violently, with thick smoke obscuring the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. As Xiao Nan had predicted earlier, the powerful explosion lasted a full 10 minutes, and the aftershocks continued for a while after it ended. Weakly kneeling, Xiao Nan stared at the gradually calming surface of the sea and began to speak to herself. She didn't expect to expend so much chakra. Obito should be dead by now. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Nan felt an extreme sense of danger coming from behind her. She quickly tried to dodge, but her weakened body no longer obeyed her brain. Not necessarily. When the words "not necessarily" came, Obito's figure had just emerged from behind Xiao Nan, wielding a hollow steel pipe and fiercely stabbing it toward her frail body. In that moment, Obito's eyes revealed a strong sense of hatred and pleasure. This woman had wasted a precious Sharingan on him. If he hadn't been cautious and made some preparations, those explosive tags would have really turned him into ashes. Clang! Just when Obito thought he could take revenge on Xiao Nan and turn her joy into utter despair, an invisible shockwave suddenly struck. Before he could react, he felt an immense force suddenly coming from the steel pipe in his hand, along with a blade-like energy rushing toward his body through the pipe. This energy seemed to carry terrifying spatial fluctuations, and when Obito tried to use Kamui, he found he couldn't accurately locate or connect to the Kamui space, as if there was a thick, sad barrier between him and the Kamui space. By the time he thought of a way to dodge, it was already too late. In a moment of daze, Obito was sent flying back over 10 meters by that immense force. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to get up while coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, Obito felt a deep sense of fear. This kind of attack reminded him of someone he didn't want to face. Before he could fully steady himself, he saw someone smiling on the opposite side, helping Xiao Nan up and holding her in his arms. That was his lifelong enemy, the bastard who had caused a huge flaw in his plans. Hinata Kaze. Obito. Obito's voice was hoarse and sharp, and in an instant, his expression darkened and twisted, even though he had somewhat prepared himself when he was knocked back. Seeing this formidable enemy again made his heart leap to his throat. With no time to do anything, Obito directly retreated nearly 100 meters in the water. When he stood up again on the surface of the sea, he could see that his clothes were completely tattered, looking worse than a beggar. At this point, Obito sensed that the chakra fluctuations affecting his entry into the Kamui space had vanished. Facing Hinata Kaze from over 100 meters away, he still felt unsafe and immediately entered his intangibility mode. Obito looked alarmed, as if facing a great enemy. But Hinata Kaze on the opposite side didn't care about his actions at all. He leisurely raised his hand to rest on Xiao Nan's slender and smooth waist, then began to infuse his true energy into her body. In just a few seconds, Xiao Nan's condition visibly improved. Her overall state recovered significantly, and her previously pale face regained some color. "You are Hinata Kaze?" Feeling her strength returning, Xiao Nan struggled to leave Hinata Kaze's embrace. But she found a force within her body preventing her from making large movements. At that moment, she could only move her head and neck slightly. Despite experiencing such drastic changes and being held by someone who was previously her enemy, Xiao Nan still maintained a calm demeanor. After realizing she couldn't escape, she stopped wasting effort and calmly looked up at the masked man opposite her. At that moment, Obito's mask was completely shattered, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. After just one glance at Xiao Nan, he frowned beautifully and spoke. "Hinata Kaze, I didn't expect you to be the one to save me. And the guy over there, this face doesn't resemble the statue from the Valley of the End at all. Is he really Uchiha Madara?" with one hand supporting Xiao Nan's delicate waist and the other holding her weak hand to provide warmth. Hinata Kaze disdainfully replied, "Of course, he is not Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara wouldn't have such a clown-like appearance. He is just a worthless person who lacks the courage to face himself and can only live under someone else's identity. If you want to know his name, you can call him Obito. Hinata Kaze, do you really want to pose me? The Rinnegan originally belongs to me, and I will definitely take it back." Upon hearing his true identity being exposed, Obito's gaze turned even colder. Taking advantage of his current intangibility, he directly spoke with a threatening tone. "Do you think you are worthy of opposing me?" Hinata Kaze didn't even bother to look at Obito. He was just preoccupied with playing with Xiao Nan's delicate hand, coldly uttering, "When did the Rinnegan become your eyes? Wasn't it evolved after Uchiha Madara consumed Senju Hashirama's flesh?" Damn it! Hearing Hinata Kaze reveal this secret, Obito was nearly driven mad. This information was only known by a few people, and he couldn't understand how Hinata Kaze knew so many hidden truths. "Since you keep ruining my plans and know things you shouldn't, then let your life be the price." Although he looked disheveled and had been taught a lesson by Hinata Kaze several times, Obito at this moment appeared confident and began to form seals to cast a jutsu. In the next moment, under Xiao Nan's furious gaze, the Ten Tails Outer Path statue was summoned by Obito. The Outer Path statue stood nearly 200 meters tall, its tail wildly flailing behind it, showing signs of activation. At this moment, the Outer Path statue contained chakra from all tailed beasts except the Nine Tails, which Obito could barely control, giving him the confidence to stand his ground against Hinata Kaze. With a face full of excitement, Obito controlled the Outer Path statue to unleash a 100-meter-long purple chakra dragon toward Hinata Kaze, and in his mind, he began to relish the scene of the Outer Path statue absorbing all of Hinata Kaze's chakra. Ridiculous! Hinata Kaze scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand to gather his true energy. And in an instant, it seemed like infinite power was coalescing in his palm. With a thrust of his hand, an indescribable force erupted, easily tearing apart the chakra dragon and continuing to rush toward the Outer Path statue. In an instant, a terrifying force struck the Outer Path statue, sending it flying like a ping-pong ball, creating a terrifying wind and casting a massive shadow. Damn it! Watching the colossal object flying toward him, Obito's earlier confidence melted away like snow, replaced by boundless fear. For a moment, he almost forgot he was in intangibility mode. It wasn't until the Outer Path statue was flung away by the immense force and crashed into the sea, creating towering waves, that Obito reacted, retreating hundreds of meters with a pale face. He immediately cast a jutsu to remove the Outer Path statue. After completing all this, Obito didn't dare to utter a single harsh word. He merely shot a resentful glance at Hinata Kaze before using Kamui to summon a vortex and swallow himself. Hinata Kaze showed no intention of stopping Obito. He just mockingly laughed aloud. "Surviving under my hand so many times is the greatest honor of your life. Run. Take this honor I've given you and flee humbly. Such a lucky opportunity is rare." Chapter 280. Xiao Nan takes action, don't let him go. Hearing Hinata Kaze's words allowing the enemy to escape, the originally quiet Xiao Nan immediately struggled with all her might, but being controlled by Hinata Kaze, she couldn't move a single step. In the end, she could only stop Hinata Kaze with a weak voice. Unfortunately, before Xiao Nan finished speaking, Obito's figure vanished into the vortex, and her words became increasingly faint. HyugaFū wrapped one arm around Xiao Nan's delicate body, while the other hand moved behind her and gave her a light slap, creating a crisp sound. "Clap! Be quiet, you wasteful girl." HyugaFū truly believed that Xiao Nan was a wasteful girl. Although the scene of 600 billion explosive tags exploding in a chain looked grand, if it weren't for the fact that HyugaFū had traversed the starry universe several times, he might have felt shocked. However, those explosive tags were actually Kakuzu's tears. With so many explosive tags, if combined with the Edo Tensei and the mutual explosion technique, the entire ninja world could be plowed through. Even if not used that way, just as ninja tools distributed to the Snow Ninja Village, it could save a substantial amount of money. After being attacked in such an unspeakable area by HyugaFū, Xiao Nan's fair face instantly flushed red, and she couldn't help but glare at him with slight anger. HyugaFū was somewhat surprised by Xiao Nan's reaction. Her struggles hadn't been very intense, and this time she simply expressed her anger with her gaze, without any movement to struggle. Could it be that this purple-haired girl was so understanding? She didn't seem like someone who would be easily swayed. While pondering, Hinata Fang's hand continued, giving a few more slaps. TSK, TSK, TSK. This elasticity is really nice. Hinata Fang thought to himself while sternly chiding, a man does his work, and a woman shouldn't interrupt. I'm not your subordinate. Just stay put. As long as you're alive, there will always be opportunities. You still want to see Uchiha Obito get taught a lesson and receive his just deserts, right? Upon hearing Hinata Fang's words, Xiaonan surprisingly fell silent. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him without a trace of anger, as if the hand lingering behind her and the fiery sensation on her rear didn't exist at all. I want to make a deal with you. Ignoring Hinata Fang's strange gaze, Xiaonan spoke with a calm tone and serious expression. I want to ask you to protect Nagato's body and safeguard the peace of the Land of Rain. Hinata Fang looked at Xiaonan with great interest and a strange smile. Since it's a deal, what do I get in return? You can get me, as well as the loyalty of the Rain Ninja Village. Under Hinata Fang's gaze, Xiaonan remained composed, which surprised him a bit. He decided to tease her further. You're quite perceptive. Have you already rehearsed this in your mind? Yeah. Xiaonan let out a cold chuckle. Your lecherous reputation has spread throughout the ninja world. The Akatsuki organization has some peripheral intelligence personnel. I've already seen your information. Moreover, your current actions are proof of everything, aren't they? Cough, cough. Stopping his hands with a sheepish smile, Hinata Fang put on a serious front. That's all slander. I just want to give the poor beauties of the ninja world a home. Xiaonan rolled her eyes, clearly not wanting to listen to Hinata Fang's nonsense. That's not important anymore. I still want to stay alive to see the peaceful world that Nagato and the others envisioned. Currently, it seems that Naruto is powerless, and your strength is the most likely to achieve this goal in the ninja world. From this perspective, following you isn't a bad choice, and if I don't follow you, will you let me go? No. Without a second of hesitation, Hinata Fang answered with great conviction. Of course, I will use various methods to keep you by my side. A beauty of your caliber can't be missed. Judging by looks alone, you're not the most beautiful in the ninja world, but your identity and that independent. Strong aura make it hard for me to let go. As he said this, Hinata Fang couldn't help but think of the purple-haired girl who had joined the Snow Ninja Village under Tsunade's persuasion. Looking at the purple-haired beauty before him, he felt a rush of heat. Purple really has its charm. How happy would it be if two purple-haired beauties lay together? Flattered by Hinata Fang's exaggerated compliments, Xiaonan couldn't help but smile slightly, like a flower blooming, before quickly returning to her cool demeanor. Such words should be reserved for those inexperienced little girls. In any case, I can serve you seriously, but please also fulfill your promises. Xiaonan's expression became extremely serious, her tone very earnest. If you can't do it, even if my strength is far inferior to yours, I will do everything I can to make you pay the price. After seriously looking at Xiaonan, Hinata Fang said, I have my own way to protect the peace of the Land of Rain and even the peace of the ninja world. As for Nagato's body, Hinata Fang looked up at the distance and called out loudly. Come out, Obito, I know you haven't left. If you really want to fight, Kamui space can't protect you. As Hinata Fang's voice fell, the sea remained silent, only the wind and waves howling. However, Hinata Fang wasn't fooled by the surface silence. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of space, fixated on Obito moving within the Kamui space. Realizing that Hinata Fang was speaking the truth, Obito reluctantly revealed himself. He appeared 2 kilometers away from Hinata Fang, and if it weren't for Hinata Fang's incredible eyesight, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to see him at all. What do you want? Obito's voice came from afar, mixed with the sea breeze, sounding very ethereal. Let Kagaya come out too. In front of me, your hiding is useless. I know that Kagaya's tracking ability is strong. Has Nagato's body fallen into your hands? The scene fell into silence. Only Xiaonan's heavy breathing could be heard. Her gaze fixed firmly in Obito's direction. After a long while, Kagaya suddenly emerged from beside Obito. That's right. I've already found Nagato's body, and the Rinnegan has been taken. Holding Xiaonan tightly, Hinata Fang raised his voice. That foreign object that doesn't belong to his original body has been taken, but for Xiaonan's sake, I can't allow you to destroy Nagato's body. Just hand it over. You think you can order me around? Perhaps the distance gave Obito confidence, and his tone became very assertive. Then let's try. Hinata Fang looked at Obito as if he were an ignorant ant. His gaze sharpened, and an immense pressure suddenly descended upon Kagaya and Obito. In the next moment, Kagaya was immobilized as if trapped in amber, while Obito's expression froze, his body staggered, and he unexpectedly broke free from his intangibility. Stop. I'll give it. Obito screamed in panic. Let us go. Kaguya will give you Nagato's body. Otherwise, we would rather be destroyed together. After a pause, seemingly to regain face, Obito added, I only wanted the Rinnegan. I wouldn't intentionally destroy Nagato's body. After all, we were once part of the same organization. Nagato's corpse can be returned to you. Chapter 281. Carefree and happy even though Obito insisted on being tough. Nagato's body was still handed over under Hinata Fang's pressure, but holding Nagato's body, which was missing 2 eyes, Obito still hesitated. After I hand over Nagato to you, how will you guarantee our safety? As he spoke, Obito had already drawn several explosive tags and held them in his hand, looking ready to fight at any moment. Guarantee? Hinata Fang scoffed disdainfully. Before Kaguya and Obito could react, an invisible force pulled Nagato from Kaguya's control. In the blink of an eye, Nagato's broken body was now in front of Hinata Fang. Scram! Recently, you'd better not wander in front of me again, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll get itchy fingers and directly kill both of you. The chips have already been thrown away. At this moment, Obito doesn't dare to utter a harsh word. Sensing that the power of confinement has been lifted, he hurriedly and awkwardly uses Kimui to swallow himself and Black Zetsu into the space, escaping as fast as he can. After the previous lesson, Konan has become much more obedient. Even though her enemy has left, she doesn't speak a word. She simply glares at Obito's disappearing figure with fiery eyes. The issue has been resolved. It's time for us to go back. Embracing Konan's slender waist, HyugaFū is taking her back to Snow Ninja Village. As soon as they land, Konan notices something is off. There are warm lights and a spacious bed. It's clearly a bedroom. Konan's cool expression stiffens instantly, and she looks at HyugaFū as if he were a maggot. Are you that eager? Although she had mentally prepared herself beforehand, facing it directly makes Konan very nervous. She takes a deep breath and forces herself to speak. At least let me find a place to bury Nagato first. Saying such a pleading statement makes Konan feel extremely uncomfortable. But if she were to be sullied by HyugaFū in front of Nagato's corpse, she would be even more humiliated and furious. Aren't you willing to sacrifice everything? HyugaFū tightens his embrace around Konan, his scorching gaze looking down at her, putting immense pressure on her. I didn't expect your preferences to be so unique. Feeling that rock-solid arm, Konan feels despair. She closes her eyes, takes a few deep breaths, and then her delicate, pale fingers tremble as they reach for her collar. Haha, I was joking. You should rest for now. Seeing Konan's interesting reaction, HyugaFū no longer wants to tease her. He releases her, allowing her to steady herself. And then he positions Nagato's corpse sitting on a chair. Wait a moment. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the Snow Hidden Village's cemetery to bury Nagato. Don't worry. I'm not that desperate. At least I'll give you 2 days. As he speaks, HyugaFū has already pushed open the door and left, allowing Konan to be alone for a while. Wow, I didn't expect your massage skills to be quite good. In a newly built bedroom of the Snow Shadow house, HyugaFū lies comfortably on his back, while Konan kneels behind him, carefully massaging. This is a new residence built for the growing family of Lord Snow Shadow. To cater to Lord Snow Shadow's needs, this room is decorated elegantly, and more importantly, it is very spacious. The large bed can accommodate dozens of people. HyugaFū is always true to his word. When he says 2 days, it means 2 days. It is only on the 3rd day after Konan arrives at Snow Shadow Village that he fully enjoys her. Then, he continuously cares for Konan, helping her adapt to her new life. As for the effect, just look at how obediently Konan serves now. When are we going to Rain Ninja Village? Behind HyugaFū. After enduring for a few days, Konan finally can't hold back. With Nagato dead and herself missing, she is genuinely worried that Rain Ninja Village will fall into chaos. Don't rush. I have sent a clone to oversee things over there. Although it's just a clone, when it comes to fighting, it's not inferior to the previous Nagato. Rain Ninja Village is very safe. Enjoying Konan's service with his eyes closed and his head resting on her long, smooth legs, HyugaFū lazily responds. HyugaFū. Just as he is enjoying himself, Tsunade suddenly bursts through the door. Following closely behind her are Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Izumi, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Hinata, and Ino. Although the room is large, when this group suddenly barges in and stand in a line staring at HyugaFū, it feels a bit cramped. Didn't you say you wanted to unify the ninja world and establish a peaceful world? Tsunade glares at HyugaFū, her eyes filled with intense anger. I saw you seriously training before. Now, how come you spend all day doing ridiculous things and bringing women home? It seems you've completely forgotten about unifying the ninja world. Ha! Although I'm not particularly keen on unifying the ninja world, This is just a bit of amusement on my path to improvement. I won't forget. Then what is this? Tsunade steps forward, staring at HyugaFū and Conan, her exaggerated glare almost pushing Conan away. HyugaFū opens his eyes to assess Tsunade, then looks at the row of beautiful women. It's coming soon. We're about to make our move. Besides, look, we've already taken control of the Land of Rain, and our people have already taken over most of the political affairs in the Land of Snow. Just wait a little longer. The opportunity to unify the ninja world is about to appear. So you're still going to continue lying down and having fun with this former enemy? As Tsunade speaks, her eyes are practically burning with rage. During this time, she has been quite annoyed by those people from the former Konoha village, and she can't stand seeing HyugaFū enjoying himself so leisurely with someone who destroyed Konoha. Of course not. HyugaFū grins and says, I just want to spend a peaceful time before the final battle begins. I know you all have worked hard during this time, so let's just enjoy ourselves together. Dream on. How lovely of you to think so. As soon as HyugaFū's words come out, Kurenai and the others begin to scold him, while only Hinata and Shizen look a bit bewildered. Haha, life is short. Why not enjoy it? Suddenly, HyugaFū sits up and with a wave of his hand, he summons 2 piles of distinctive clothing out of thin air. One pile includes doctor outfits, ninja clothes, ceremonial attire, secretary outfits, and maid costumes, all modified to be quite cool and breezy. The other pile consists of various types of stockings, including white stockings, black stockings, fishnets, and lace. These are the specialty products of the Land of Snow. We in Snow Ninja Village should definitely give them a try. HyugaFū laughs heartily, and with a movement of his true essence, the door automatically closes, simultaneously suppressing all chakra fluctuations in the room with a strange power. For the next several hours, everyone indeed enjoys themselves. HyugaFū uses advanced physical techniques, releasing the powers of water, fire, lightning, and vibrations throughout his body to help everyone with their physical training. He even uses the mind mirror technique to help those in the room share emotions and perceptions, truly exhausting all his resources. In short, starting the next day, the atmosphere among the women becomes very harmonious. Chapter 282. 5 Kage Summit in the newly built Hokage office in Konoha Village. Bang! What did you say? With a punch, Danzo smashed the desk in front of him, standing up with a face full of malice, then discreetly hiding his hand behind his back. Feeling the pain in his hand, Danzo's anger burns even hotter. Damn it, why are the spare desks in the warehouse so hard and sturdy? Even when the warehouse collapsed, many of the desks are still intact. What's even worse is the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If he had been willing to promptly allocate funds, I wouldn't have to use the leftovers from before. As Danzo's furious shout echoes, the kneeling root ninjas don't even dare to raise their heads, but instead lower them even further. Report to Hokage-sama. We have received documents from the Cloud Ninja Village, accusing the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke of invading Cloud Ninja Village, attacking the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and collaborating with a mysterious person to seize part of the Eight Tails power. They demand an explanation from Hokage-sama. Explanation? What the hell do I need to explain? Hearing the words Uchiha, Danzo's pupils nearly turn as red as the Sharingan, and he angrily paces the room. Those evil Uchiha brats, that evil Uchiha clan, why won't they just die obediently? Even after defecting from Konoha, they still cause me such huge trouble. After pondering for a moment, Danzo feels utterly clueless and can only stand still and say angrily, "Bring me the documents. Let me take a look." The root ninja handed over the document to Danzo, who quickly scanned it. The more he looked, the more a raging flame surged to his head, nearly burning away his reason. The root ninja had been too polite in his wording, judging by the contents of the document. The Cloud Ninja were not just asking for an explanation, they were outright cursing at Danzo, and the coarse language made him reluctant to even think about it. Gritting his teeth and forcibly suppressing his anger, Danzo felt like his lungs were about to explode. During this time, he had truly become the highest authority in Konoha, and he had never endured such humiliation. If it weren't for the threats from Hinata and other ninja villages, Danzo would have wanted to send troops to attack the borders of the Land of Lightning right now. He even considered whether to directly attack the Cloud Ninja Village, thinking that the nano-poison ninjas he had cultivated and the 4-symbol sealing bombs could give those brutes a harsh lesson. But as soon as he thought of Hinata and that masked man, he extinguished that idea. For now, he still had to continue hiding himself, focusing Konoha's strength on researching would release, Sharingan, space-time ninjutsu, and other projects to enhance his own power. Although he thought this way, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Danzo clenched his fists, wanting to smash something to vent his anger. However, glancing at the solid desk that was thicker than a brick. He could only reluctantly relax his grip. Hiruzen, I now somewhat understand why you were so weak back then. Being the leader of the village is not easy. There are too many bad people outside. Danzo sighed inwardly, realizing that after becoming the top leader, he had also become cautious like a monkey. Report. The Rock Ninja Village has sent a notification document. Just as Danzo was feeling melancholic, the voice of a report from outside pulled him out of his thoughts. Adjusting his mindset, Danzo coldly ordered, "Come in." The door quickly opened, and a root ninja entered, immediately kneeling upon entry. Report, Hokage-sama. Inoki from the Rock Ninja Village has sent a document requesting a 5 Kage summit to discuss how to respond to the current situation in the ninja world. Inoki, 5 Kage summit. He subconsciously repeated, and Danzo's brows furrowed. That old man was becoming more troublesome with age and was not someone to be trifled with. Thinking that the Rock Ninja Village likely had the best preserved strength among the 5 great ninja villages, Danzo felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Taking the document handed over by the root ninja, Danzo took a glance and felt his chest surge violently, so angry that he nearly fell backward. Compared to the crude insults from the Cloud Ninja, which directly accused Konoha of cultivating characters like Uchiha Sasuke and Hinata, demanding an explanation, Inoki's letter was filled with sarcasm. A truly infuriating piece of work. He initially seemed to sincerely lament Konoha's talent cultivation capabilities, praising everyone from the White Fang to the legendary 3 ninjas, and then to Itachi and Hinata. Later, Inoki even complimented Jiraiya for his keen eye in discovering high-end talents like the founder of the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain. Then he expressed concern for Konoha's situation, speaking in a tone akin to that of an elder, saying that if Konoha needed help, the Rock Ninja Village, out of kinship as a major village in the ninja world, could spare some resources to support Konoha. It was only at the end of the document that Inoki seemingly casually mentioned wanting the 5 ninja villages to gather and discuss the current situation, clarifying how to deal with the common enemy composed of rogue ninjas from various villages, the Akatsuki. He even said that if Konoha suffered too severely and was unable to participate, they should let him know, as he could understand, considering so many had left Konoha and that there might be a lack of successors. Damn old dwarf. With a slam, Danzo threw Inoki's infuriating document to the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. You bastard, the Rock Ninja Village isn't free of rogue ninjas either, and you were the main force in attacking the Sand Ninja Village. Do you think you're clean? Discussing the ninja world situation, if Konoha had not suffered losses in the past, would you have had the opportunity to speak up? The more Danzo spoke, the angrier he became. Konoha had truly suffered too great a loss under Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he should have taken over long ago. He was determined to accelerate the wood release experiments. The little wood release power he currently possessed was nowhere near the earth-shattering might of the first Hokage. If he could fully master the powers of the first Hokage, combined with the Sharingan he had stored, he would not fear Hinata, even if that guy appeared again. Hokage-sama, how should we respond to the Cloud Ninja Village and the Rock Ninja Village? Will you participate in the 5 Kage summit called by Inoki? After Danzo cursed and pondered for a long time, the nearby root ninja dared to timidly inquire. Danzo kicked him out with a single kick, sending him rolling several times on the floor. Inoki looks down on Konoha like this. How can I not participate? As for the Cloud Ninja, don't they want a response? I will give them a proper reply at the 5 Kage summit. He agreed to the time and place for the meeting with Inoki. Get ready to depart tomorrow. I want to see how strong that old bastard Inoki really is. Chapter 283. The 5 Kage Summit. The locations of previous 5 Kage Summits were always arranged in the neutral Land of Iron, where these armored warriors using chakra had no deep interests entangled with the major ninja villages, making an acceptable meeting place for all ninja villages. This time, the location called by Inoki for the summit of the village leaders was also in the Land of Iron. Although the distance was not short, the speed of ninja was not to be underestimated. Within 7 days, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages gathered in the Land of Iron. The 5th Reikage Darui brought the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. The 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, came with her guard, Ao. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, was accompanied by his son, Kuratsuki. The 5th Katakage, temporarily serving as Chiyo, brought Temari. And the 5th Hokage, Danzo, arrived with a mysterious figure wrapped in robes. The 5 Kage Summit had always aimed to resolve issues directly, and if they couldn't, war might break out. However, the issues discussed at previous meetings had mostly been internal matters of the 5 great ninja villages. While this time they were to discuss a common enemy of the 5 great ninja villages, making the atmosphere even tenser. As the host, the Land of Iron was also very cautious. Mifune had already arranged for a group of warriors to patrol and guard the periphery. The meeting room was prepared well in advance, and once everyone arrived, they skipped any hypocritical opening ceremonies and directly entered the conference room. From the very beginning, the atmosphere of this 5 Kage summit was extremely heavy. Once the 5 Kage took their seats, they stared at each other in silence, their guards behind them all wearing stern expressions, ready to act at any moment. As the convener of this summit, Inoki wore a solemn expression but did not speak first. Killer Bee, who usually chattered away during meetings, was also silent this time. Mei Terumi and Ao seemed completely detached from the situation, ignoring the gazes of others, as if they were immersed in their own worlds. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that no one was speaking, Mifune could only clear his throat a few times and then spoke up to open the discussion. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages carry heavy burdens and are busy with affairs. The matters we are discussing today are of great importance. The recent incidents caused by the Ōtsutsuki have already affected the peace of the entire ninja world. I hope this 5 Kage summit can come up with suitable measures. I want to say much more. Please, everyone, begin your discussions. After Mifune finished speaking and stepped aside, Inoki and the others still remained silent, merely exchanging glances with each other and beginning to apply pressure with their eyes. The Ōtsutsuki is indeed very dangerous and has caused quite a stir in the ninja world. But the members of the Ōtsutsuki have no connections to the Cloud Ninja. From the current intelligence, it appears that there are rogue ninjas from your 4 clans within the Ōtsutsuki, but none from the Cloud Ninja. After being stared at with strange eyes for a while, Darui couldn't help but speak up first. He really didn't care much about the Ōtsutsuki and was more interested in uniting to destroy the Snow Ninja Village. After he spoke, Granny Chiyo smoothly picked up the conversation. The rogue ninja from the Sand Ninja Village has already been killed by us. We are also victims. In fact, some ninja villages used to frequently hire the Ōtsutsuki, and it's unclear what the private relationship really is. Indeed, the Stone Ninja Village had hired the Ōtsutsuki many times in the past. Even during battles of the ninja villages, there were shadows of the Ōtsutsuki. Moreover, Deidara from the Ōtsutsuki is your disciple, and he caused such great losses to the Sand Ninja Village. It's hard to say whether it was intentional or not. Danzo was already quite upset by Onoki's documents, and after Granny Chiyo finished speaking, he directly named names and added insult to injury. Onoki convened this 5 Kage summit with the intention of having the Stone Ninja Village, which currently has the best preserved strength among the 5 great ninja villages, take the lead against the Ōtsutsuki and thus occupy the largest benefits. Unexpectedly, he himself was attacked directly without speaking up, and those sarcastic remarks made Onoki's anger rise, and he couldn't help but retaliate. The Stone Ninja Village has long severed ties with the Ōtsutsuki. As for my useless rogue disciple, didn't he already die in the Sand Ninja Village? Even if he hadn't died, I would have personally captured that bastard. The Stone Ninja Village will not associate with a public enemy of the ninja world. Setting the tone, Onoki turned the conversation back to group ridicule. If we talk about connections to the Ōtsutsuki, Konoha can be said to be the biggest, right? The leader of the Ōtsutsuki is a disciple of Jiraiya, and members of the Uchiha clan are also in the Ōtsutsuki. Who knows if Konoha's previous attacks were real or just power struggles? By the way, Danzo, was Konoha really breached? I wonder if it can still hold on? Speaking of which, where's your 4th Reikage? Did he really get killed by a little ninja village no one has ever heard of? At this moment, Onoki was getting a bit carried away. He spoke like a rapid-fire gun, and after just finishing with the Cloud Ninja Village, he turned his gun toward the Sand Ninja Village. And Granny Chiyo, you're still alive. It's a pity that the 5th Kazekage passed away early, leaving only women to represent the Sand Ninja Village. Even the guard you brought, Chiyo, is a little girl. Onoki's venomous remarks were flying so fast that he didn't notice that when he was mocking women, he inadvertently swept Terumi Mei into the storm. Hearing Onoki's dismissive words about women, Terumi Mei couldn't help but show anger on her face. However, before Terumi Mei could speak, Onoki turned around and landed a follow-up hit. And the Mist Ninja, who would have thought that the current Mizukage is also a woman? What about that brat Koketsu Yagura? Was he taken down? After hearing Danzo's words, Terumi Mei, unable to contain her rage, slammed the table and retorted, "What's wrong with women? Didn't you, Onoki, come from a woman?" At this moment, the others also reacted to Onoki's tirade and began to retort. Can you even estimate Konoha's foundation? When the first Hokage was still around, did you dare to say a word? You dare to mock the Cloud Ninja Village. Do you want to fight them first? Always talking about war. Truly a barbarian from the Cloud. Anoki dodged Terumime's question and mocked the Cloud Ninja again, then turned his target toward Danzo. Is Konoha's foundation based on being invaded village after village, even having their village destroyed? Anoki, the shortest in stature, was floating in the air, debating fiercely, and he had the most momentum. Behind Anoki, Lus watched the old man letting loose and couldn't help but cover his face. Clearly, before coming here, he said he would use this 5 Kage summit to test the strengths and weaknesses of each ninja village and seize the power of discourse in the ninja world. Yet it seemed to escalate to the point of almost going to war with several ninja villages at once. Cough, cough, cough. Sensing that the situation was getting out of control, Mifune, with a stiff face after eavesdropping for a while, reminded, "This 5 Kage meeting is to analyze our common enemy and discuss the future of the ninja world. I think there is no need for unnecessary words. Let us get straight to the point." Chapter 284. Changes in the conference room. For the stability of the ninja world, I will not argue with you, for now. It is more important to discuss matters concerning the Akatsuki. Taking advantage of Mifune's reminder, Anoki dropped what seemed to be a tough remark and shifted the topic back to the Akatsuki. His verbal skills were good, but did he have real abilities to speak on the battlefield? First, let us discuss the Akatsuki. Sooner or later, you will know the power of women. Resolving the Akatsuki issue first, you will eventually tremble before Konoha's strength. Anoki appeared to be de-escalating, and Darui and the others could only angrily throw down a comment to end the verbal sparring. Let's discuss how to resolve the threat of the Akatsuki. Once calmed down, Anoki still had a strong presence as a senior. He floated in the air with a serious expression and pointed directly to the crux of the problem. Besides the 8 tails and 9 tails, the other tail beasts should have all been captured by the Akatsuki, right? If they really have the capability to utilize the power of the tail beasts, that poses a huge threat to the entire ninja world. Although a single-tailed beast isn't that strong in a battle between high-level ninjas besides causing large-scale destruction, we don't know if the Akatsuki has some special way to unleash the power of the tail beasts. Moreover, whether there are people controlling the tail beasts is a completely different matter. It's because you lack the ability to keep an eye on your Jinchuriki that such a big trouble has arisen. Danzo first stood proudly at the moral high ground and made a jab, then began to boast about his own merits. Currently, the leader of the Akatsuki has been eliminated by Konoha, although Konoha also paid a huge price. This is the responsibility of Konoha as the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Really eliminated? The members of the Akatsuki, including Konoha's rogue ninja, Uchiha Sasuke, recently attacked our village, trying to seize the 8 tails. At that time, we were about to capture him, but then a masked Uchiha appeared and rescued him. Darui fixed his gaze on Danzo, demanding an answer from him. That's right. It's still uncertain whether Konoha has truly killed any members of the Akatsuki. And even if one member of the Akatsuki did die, does that mean he was the leader of the Akatsuki? Terumi may also expressed deep skepticism about Konoha's claim of having killed the leader of the Akatsuki. The 4th Mizukage was controlled silently for many years by illusion. If it weren't for a coincidence, we probably wouldn't have discovered it even now. According to previous intelligence, the so-called leader of the Akatsuki who attacked Konoha did not show any abilities in this regard. Moreover, if the Akatsuki is really on the verge of destruction, what about the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts that have been captured? The internal killings in the Mist Village over the years have led to a significant decline in the village's combat power, with several high-level ninjas defecting and becoming deserters. Terumi may now really wants to retrieve the 3 tails and 6 tails to enhance the overall strength of the village. The continuous questioning from several people immediately put Danzo in a difficult position. He really couldn't explain these questions, so he could only wear a gloomy expression and remain silent. According to intelligence, the headquarters of the Akatsuki should be in a land of rain, so those Jinchuriki or tailed beasts might also be in a land of rain. At Danzo's most embarrassing moment, Granny Chiyo, who is also an ally, remained silent, while the initially aggressive Anoki spoke up to ease the atmosphere. Of course, Naka's reason for helping Danzo out of trouble is also calculated. He plans to focus the targets of the major ninja villages on the land of rain and call for a joint attack. As the most well-preserved of the 5 great ninja villages, Iwagakure can easily reap the benefits of the battle and ultimately gain the most. In the midst of everyone's suspicious gazes, Noki continued, "I believe you have all sent intelligence personnel to the land of rain to investigate. Any results?" As soon as he said this, Terumi, Mei, and the others stopped their impending words and exchanged glances, trying to probe into the details of other ninja villages. In the unspoken agreement among everyone, there was an awkward silence in the room. Perhaps to ease the awkward atmosphere, the usually quiet Chiyo slowly spoke up. There are no results. Sunagakure dispatched 6 elite intelligence personnel. Some entered with merchant caravans, some disguised as refugees, and some infiltrated directly. However, there has been no news of them since they entered ActivatesTransmigrator. They have all gone missing. Although it was not explicitly stated, everyone knew that the long-term disappearance of intelligence personnel could basically be regarded as death. Darui then directed his questioning back to Danzo. So, did Konoha really kill the leader of the Ōtsutsuki, or is there more intelligence being concealed from us? It can't be false. You must all know the losses Konoha has suffered. With such strength, it must be the leader of the Ōtsutsuki. Danzo found it intolerable that the achievement of eliminating the Ōtsutsuki leader could be denied. If this were denied, then Konoha would have been destroyed for nothing. Whether that person is the leader of the Ōtsutsuki is not the key. The key is how we should deal with the Ōtsutsuki and how we should treat ActivatesTransmigrator. Seeing that the focus of the conversation was again on whether Konoha had eliminated the leader of the Ōtsutsuki, Noki hurriedly redirected the topic back to ActivatesTransmigrator. After all, it seems that ActivatesTransmigrator is very likely the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki, and the tailed beasts that have been taken from us are also most likely in ActivatesTransmigrator. Mentioning the tailed beasts, Terumi may also chimed in. Indeed, although there is no concrete intelligence, the current information from HyugaFū still points towards the land of rain. Everyone understands how difficult it is to control the power of the tailed beasts. While we still have time, I believe we should mobilize troops to reclaim the tailed beasts. Following this, Noki and the others began to seriously discuss how to increase intelligence-gathering efforts and launch a simultaneous assault to eliminate ActivatesTransmigrator and reclaim their tailed beasts. At this point, Darui was becoming restless. Your attention is solely focused on ActivatesTransmigrator. What about the Ōtsutsuki? I believe the rogue ninja from Konoha forming HyugaFū should be our priority target. Not afraid of losing face, the fourth Raikage, led over 1,000 elite ninjas from his village to attack HyugaFū and was completely defeated in less than half a day, even losing the Raikage himself due to being cut off by the Cloud Ninjas. In this battle, there were no survivors from Kumogakure. This intelligence was hurriedly relayed back using a summoning beast. More critically, the attacking HyugaFū did not even include their leader, Hinata Kaze. When mentioning Hinata Kaze, Darui was practically gritting his teeth, looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Darui's words shocked everyone in the room except for Danzo. When did the ninja world become this dangerous, with so many powerful forces emerging? The strength of HyugaFū should not be underestimated. I think before we eliminate ActivatesTransmigrator, we should unite to eliminate Hinata. Before he could finish his sentence, Danzo looked up and saw a sharp blade of light slicing down like a meteor. Danzo the old thief, die for me. Chapter 285, Sudden Changes Wind Release. Vacuum Wave. Danzo reacted quickly, just as the blade crackled with lightning chakra. He unleashed a wind release technique, expelling a sharp airflow straight towards Uchiha Sasuke. When the airflow collided with the Kusanagi sword, it produced a clear sound of metal clashing, and Sasuke's originally deadly strike was deflected, causing him to stagger back a few steps and land in the center of the 5 Kage. Who is it? The guards of the leaders from Suna, Kiri, and other villages immediately reacted, flashing to the front to defend. Strangely, the mysterious person behind Danzo remained motionless. Wind release. With the intent to ally with Konoha to eliminate the invader, Temari, who was injured, opened her fan to prepare for an attack. However, before she could unleash her wind release, Chiyo stopped her. Looking at Sasuke's brutal and malevolent face, Chiyo shook her head gravely and said softly, "This is a matter for Konoha. For the continuation of the village, you cannot act impulsively." Even the allied Sunagakure did not move, and other ninja villages had little desire to assist Konoha. Noki floated in the air, staring at Sasuke, seemingly seeing something dirty on his face, looking somewhat disgusted. Seeing that no one was taking action, Mizukage Terumi May simply took AO to the side to watch the show, though she was also prepared to act at any moment. She muttered, "What a handsome little brother. Such a pity." When the Cloud Ninja realized the invader was Sasuke, they initially prepared to act, but upon seeing his target was Danzo, they lost interest and quietly blocked the direction of the door. Evil Uchiha. Danzo had originally risen to leave, but with this turn of events, the meeting could not continue, and many of his strengths were not convenient to reveal directly. Unfortunately, his exit was inadvertently blocked by Darui, forcing him to confront Sasuke. "You evil little Uchiha. Crashing into the 5 Kage summit, you are truly guilty. I came specifically to kill you." It was your orders, including yours, that led Itachi to massacre the entire Uchiha clan. As Uchiha Sasuke questioned, the knife in his hand trembled, clearly ready to strike at any moment. You despicable bastard. Did Itachi tell you anything before he died? With the enemy already knocking at the door, denying it had lost all meaning. Especially since everyone present was essentially old foxes who had long had their suspicions about the Uchiha clan. Thus, in his anger, Danzo nearly admitted it outright. Then, Danzo's eyes shifted to the group watching the show and asked, "Are you really going to allow him to desecrate the dignity of the Five Kage Summit? His target is you, so this can also be considered an internal matter of Konoha. Please, as Hokage, you should take the first move." Darui stopped Killer Bee, signaling him not to act for now, then turned to Sasuke and said, "You're also a member of the Uchiha clan, so what is your relationship with Yukigakure? And when you attacked Killer Bee last time, was it for the Akatsuki or for Yukigakure?" Yukigakure? Upon hearing Darui's words, Sasuke paused for a moment. He vaguely remembered hearing that name a few times when he was with Orochimaru, but he had no real concept of it. Uchiha Itachi had not dared to tell Sasuke about Hinata Kaze before his death, as he only hoped that Sasuke could survive in the ninja world after witnessing Hinata Kaze's strength. Therefore, Sasuke was completely unaware of the relationship between Yukigakure and the Uchiha clan. What Yukigakure? I have hardly heard of that unknown little ninja village. I disdain to associate the great Uchiha clan with such a place. With an arrogant retort to Darui, Sasuke was about to make a move against Danzo. Don't get in the way. My target is Shimura Danzo. As soon as Sasuke said this, the expressions of the people in the arena turned strange, as if they were looking at an ignorant fool. The suspicious and pitying gazes almost drove Sasuke to madness. He pressed down his displeasure and was about to continue attacking. At that moment, a scream from Hyuga and the sounds of battle came from outside. "Sasuke, Danzo is trying to escape. Go!" Almost instantaneously, as the voice arrived, Danzo suddenly retreated, backing up against the wall with the mysterious person behind him. Then, the mysterious person was enveloped in lightning and smashed a fist into the wall, creating a large hole in the thick wall. The powerful punch that shattered the wall sent dust rolling through the air, which took several seconds to dissipate, and by then, Danzo and the mysterious guards had vanished together. This guy dares to call himself a shadow? Danzo's actions prompted a collective mockery from those present. But Darui and Killer Bee wore serious expressions. Killer Bee even angrily shouted, "That chakra flow, that punch, it can't be wrong, that's lightning release. Chakra mode, that's the third Reikage. Danzo, you can't escape." Upon realizing Danzo had disappeared, Sasuke's expression changed dramatically. He immediately grabbed his sword to pursue, but was blocked by Konan's melting release. "From what you just said, you've joined the Akatsuki. After years of manipulating and playing with the fourth Mizukage's hatred, I won't let you leave so easily." Konan's actions seemed to have triggered a switch, as Chiyo, Temari, Inoki, and the others followed suit to obstruct Sasuke. At that moment, the previously most excited and combative Cloud Ninja suddenly dashed out from the hole left by Danzo, with Killer Bee shouting wildly, "Shimura Danzo, you bastard! How dare you desecrate the third Reikage? We will make you pay." The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Only Inoki, who had interacted with the third Reikage more frequently, recalled that the mysterious person's attack method resembled that of the brawler. Could it be that legendary forbidden technique from Konoha that manipulates the dead to fight? In an instant, Inoki felt sick as if he had swallowed a fly. "First, explain your relationship with the Akatsuki, charging to the Five Kage Summit. I have to say you're quite bold." Suppressing his displeasure, Inoki solemnly ordered Sasuke, "You'd better clarify your situation if you want to have any value in living. Get out of the way." Watching the enemy, who had annihilated his clan, escape, Sasuke's inner fury began to boil. At this moment, Inoki's high-handed questioning only fueled his rage. Without regard for the possibility of a simultaneous battle with the major ninja villages, Sasuke took the initiative to strike, wielding a sword infused with violent electrical currents, encompassing everyone in the arena. Earth release, heavy stone technique. Wind release, great scythe. Water release, water dragon bullet. The enemies, already irritated by the sudden change, immediately counterattacked. However, in order to capture Uchiha Sasuke alive for information on the Akatsuki or to obtain the Uchiha bloodline, everyone's attacks were subconsciously restrained. Chapter 286. Who to eliminate Huff? Huff. Is this the power of a shadow? After a chaotic battle, the meeting venue had turned into ruins, and Sasuke and the others had moved their fight to other floors of the tower. Clothes tattered and spirit waning, Uchiha Sasuke covered his painfully bleeding eye, his expression full of unwillingness. After killing Uchiha Itachi and obtaining the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke had been quite confident, believing that with this power, he could be considered a top expert in the entire ninja world, although he had been severely taught a lesson by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki not long ago. Sasuke thought it was simply because he hadn't fully mastered the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan and had been a bit careless. If it were now, he was sure he could defeat the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. So, when he charged directly into the Five Kage Summit with Shimon and the others, although he felt a bit wary and chose to sneak in, he didn't truly regard the other Kages as threats. If Uchiha Madara can sweep through the entire ninja world with a Mangekyou Sharingan, so can I, Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, after actually facing these Kages, Sasuke quickly learned a harsh lesson. Amaterasu's flames burn everything, eternal and unquenchable. He was directly sealed by Chiyo with a scroll, and the old lady even muttered about researching it further as a power source for puppets. Lightning release sword technique. Chidori is incredibly swift and sharp. It had no place to shine in the face of Konin's endless water release and terrifying melting techniques. Susanoo is incredibly hard, capable of splitting mountains. In the end, it was either dissolved by acidic mist or directly dismantled by that old man. Despite his immense unwillingness, Sasuke had to admit that the strength of these Kages was formidable. If it weren't for the restrictions of the venue and their desire to capture him alive, he might have been in an even worse situation. Before killing Danzo and avenging Itachi and the Uchiha clan, Sasuke would never allow himself to stop here. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, he forcefully increased the output of his chakra, and the pale purple Susanoo advanced to another stage, unleashing a powerful deterrent. Move aside, I still need to chase Danzo. You're young, but your words are bold. You'd better clarify the issue with the Akatsuki first. After thoroughly teaching the Uchiha brat a lesson, Inoki appeared refreshed, having vented some of his frustrations from being oppressed by Uchiha Madara. Although Chiyo and the others didn't speak, their actions clearly expressed their intention to make Uchiha Sasuke surrender. Controlling Susanoo to deliver a violent strike, Sasuke dashed out. He had to chase after Danzo. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Wind release. Wind kill array. Melting release. Melting monster technique. As Sasuke was about to escape, Inoki and the others seemed to have a tacit understanding and abandoned their plans to capture him alive, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Although Susanoo was strong, it was still quite fragile against these experts' ultimate moves and soon shattered and disappeared. The remaining attacks surged towards Sasuke like a flood, and it seemed he was about to die under the onslaught. At this moment, Sasuke felt he had lost all hope of escape. A surge of intense resentment and anger flooded his heart, and he could only watch helplessly as the attacks approached. Just when Sasuke felt certain he would die and despairingly close his eyes, an immensely profound Bagua diagram, seemingly containing the world's ultimate truths, emerged from Sasuke's body, enveloping him completely. Suddenly, a grand and magnificent power, looking down upon the ages and suppressing the heavens, erupted from Sasuke's body. The attacks surrounding Sasuke slowed to a crawl the moment they were about to touch the Bagua diagram, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Then, those attacks gradually disintegrated and disappeared in the rotation of the Bagua diagram, seemingly being broken down. Although they vanished from view, the perception of those experts in the arena alerted them that the attacks seemed to have turned into pure chakra, which then disintegrated into countless undetectable particles and dissipated. What the hell? Konin and the others were horrified. Just as they were about to act, they found themselves weighed down by an immense pressure, making it difficult to move even an inch, and even the mobilization of chakra became arduous. Inoki, who had been floating in the air, suddenly found his chakra hard to operate and fell to the ground, unable to get back up for a moment. Damn it! Nearby, a vortex spun in the air, and Obito's body had already emerged halfway. He was suddenly pressed down by the power emanating from Sasuke, making it hard for him to breathe and leaving him in a dilemma. Under the influence of this power, his Kamui space has become somewhat unstable, making it difficult to accurately connect with the ninja world. Obito hesitated in his heart. The fact that Sasuke carried the power left by that person made him question whether he still needed to join forces with him. Fortunately, this power appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast, vanishing within a few breaths. Now, Inoki and the others were finally able to regain their composure, slowly standing up one by one. Although they had restored their strength, the earlier scene was too shocking. The elite from several ninja villages were all on high alert, And for a moment, no one continued to attack Sasuke. Sasuke, looking at his own palm and body, fell into self-doubt, murmuring to himself, could the Mangeki Sharingan still harbor such powerful strength? Then why had Itachi never used it before? Moreover, that pattern, why did it seem somewhat familiar? Fool, that's not the power of the Sharingan, but something that bastard HyugaFū hid in your body. After waiting for a while, without seeing HyugaFū's figure, Obito emerged from the Kamui space and stood beside Sasuke. HyugaFū, hearing the name of the guy who once sought an alliance with him, Sasuke was very skeptical. When did the Hyuga clan acquire such powerful strength? He couldn't help but look at the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara with a guarded gaze, feeling that the other party was trying to fool him. You don't need to worry about that for now. Danzo has already escaped. Shouldn't you go meet up with Karen first, and then look for your enemies? After hearing this, Sasuke immediately left Obito to block their way and left without looking back. No matter what, he had to kill Danzo first. Listen well, I'm Uchiha Madara. Blocking the way in front of Inoki and the others, Obito appeared calm and even sat cross-legged. After suffering too many setbacks, he finally had a chance to show off. And he couldn't help but spill his plans, publicly announcing his Moon Eye plan. Unlike the original story, this time he emphasized that a very evil guy, Hyuga Kaze, was lurking in the ninja world, establishing his base in the land of snow and about to execute his evil plan. And he, Uchiha Madara, needed to collect tailed beasts to create peace for the ninja world and eliminate Hyuga Kaze. Who are you going to eliminate? Just as Obito was happily speaking, a voice like the roar of a dragon from the heavens suddenly echoed, and the strong sound waves caused everyone present to feel weak in their bones. Chapter 287, Declaration of War in the High Tower of the Five Kage Summit in the Land of Iron. A deep and imposing voice suddenly rang out, and where the sound wave passed, everything crumbled, with even space rippling and showing signs of fracturing. Obito had already developed a psychological shadow regarding Hyuga Kaze's voice and power, so as soon as the first word reached him, he immediately dove into the Kamui space without hesitation, completely disregarding the potential dangers posed by the space's distortion and instability. Even after entering the Kamui space covered in blood, Obito didn't dare to stay for a moment, directly fleeing in a miserable state. Hyuga Kaze, it's you again, you bastard. It wasn't until he had run several dozen miles and felt it was far enough that Obito dared to curse softly in the Kamui space. Meanwhile, back at the original location, Inoki, Granny Chiyo, and the others stared dumbfounded as the once arrogant Uchiha Madara fled in disgrace, feeling as if they had fallen into an absurd dream. He sure runs fast. As soon as Obito's figure disappeared, Hyuga Kaze appeared silently in the spot he had just vacated, looking in the direction Obito had fled with an unusual gaze. In fact, with his strength, even if Obito had hidden in the Kamui space, he could easily grab him and crush him. But Hyuga Kaze currently needed Obito to resurrect the Ten Tails and ignite the flames of war in the ninja world. The various villages in the ninja world, which had not experienced desperate battles, wouldn't easily submit to him, would they? Although Hyuga Kaze didn't mind killing for unification, it was much more efficient to incite the ninja world's coalition and Obito, Uchiha Madara, into battle rather than doing it himself. Moreover, with so many countries, forces, and clans in the ninja world, he couldn't just sweep through them one by one. That would be a waste of his training time. It was better to stoke the fire, making all factions feel threatened and concentrate their power to resolve everything at once. Furthermore, repeatedly toying with Obito, making him struggle like a cat with its tail stepped on, and ultimately sewing a dress for himself wouldn't be so bad either. With his thoughts settled, Hyuga Kaze stopped being silent and turned to the high-ranking officials of each ninja village beside him. Everyone, I believe I don't need to introduce myself further. Hyuga, straining to stand upright. Inoki squeezed out 3 words from his throat, his voice so dry that he found it unpleasant to hear. Just earlier, he had mocked the third Raikage for being resolved by the small Hyuga clan. He never expected to face such a terrifying existence. Just the sound alone was enough to render them temporarily incapable of action. Even Uchiha Madara hadn't possessed such strength back in the day. Speaking of Uchiha Madara, he had looked so arrogant earlier, yet upon hearing Hyuga Kaze's voice, he was terrified. He must have suffered quite a bit from this. Thinking of this, even though he had regained the ability to act, Inoki nearly lost the desire to fight. At this moment, he could only hope that the voice they had just heard was a terrifying secret technique and not just a casual remark from the enemy. Otherwise, any resistance would be futile. While he was pondering, Anoki noticed that Hyuga Kaze's gaze seemed to involuntarily drift towards Temari and Meitarumi, and in an instant, he had a thought. From the intelligence, this guy seemed to be quite lecherous. Could he let Ōtsutsuki try? As a mature woman, Meitarumi was very sensitive to the gaze focused on her. She proudly lifted her chest, thinking what a handsome young man he was. And that Uchihamadara had fled upon hearing his voice must mean he had suffered a lot at your hands. While speaking, Meitarumi subtly tossed her hair, showcasing her beautiful features even more thoroughly, trying to extract more information from Hyuga Kaze, and buy some time. That masked clown controlled by Uchihamadara? Hyuga Kaze smiled contemptuously, having casually taught him a lesson a few times. The seemingly casual words contained overwhelming information, leaving Anoki and the others in shock. Then may I ask, Lord Yukikage, why have you come here? Is it also to seize the tailed beasts? The dry-faced Granny Chiyo interjected, naturally shielding Temari behind her, while pulling out a scroll inscribed with 3 characters, holding it in her palm, and watching Hyuga Kaze warily. As soon as this was said, Meitarumi and the others also changed their expressions dramatically. That masked man had claimed the 10 tails, which had given them a huge shock, and if Hyuga Kaze was also seeking such power, it would be catastrophic. I don't care about those things like tailed beasts, of course. I do have some thoughts on the power of the 10 tails, but there's no need to rush to seek it. Hyuga Kaze shrugged nonchalantly, casually finding a spot to sit down, feeling as relaxed as if he were at home. I mainly came for the peace of the ninja world. This little ninja world has been in chaos for too long, struggling to recover from the shock. Anoki said in a deep voice, our purpose for this meeting is to achieve peace in the ninja world. Meeting? The little ninja world is divided into so many ninja villages, and there have been multiple wars over the decades. Do you really think you can achieve the so-called peace through meetings? I'm afraid you don't believe it yourselves. Even if your factions truly cease fire, it would only be a temporary end to the war. Once it reaches a certain point, won't you still go to war? To truly achieve peace, one war is enough. This is the last ninja world war. Although sitting upright puts me at a disadvantage compared to Chiyo and the others, HyugaFū's imposing presence fills the atmosphere. Anoki and the others feel the revelation emanating from HyugaFū, and they all sense a return to the time when they faced overwhelmingly powerful enemies. While speaking, HyugaFū raised his eyebrows, and his aura surged again, making it hard for those around him to breathe. No one has been standing at the top from the very beginning, whether it's Senju Hashirama, Uchihamadara, or even Ōtsutsuki Kenshiki. But this unbearable period of emptiness at the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I will stand at the top. I will unify the ninja world and grant this world lasting peace. Peace. Ōtsutsuki's expression darkened. This imposed peace is just an attempt to become the most powerful person in the world. Moreover, the so-called peace you speak of is predicated on the destruction of the 5 great ninja villages, right? Have you considered the thoughts of the various ninja villages and the daimyos and nobles of each country? HyugaFū was unfazed by the horrified looks of Ōtsutsuki and Anoki. He spoke calmly. I do not care about your will. The ninja world will ultimately carry out my will. As for the daimyos and nobles, I anticipated their opposition. But it doesn't matter. They will soon be swept into the dustbin of history. Standing up and brushing his robe, HyugaFū continued to declare, you should first deal with that guy's declaration of war. Only by surviving his attack will you have the right to stop me. Chapter 288, where let us show you what the Ninja World War is like. Anoki, being high-ranking and having served as the 3rd Ōtsutsuki for many years, could not bear HyugaFū's dismissive attitude and suddenly formed hand seals to attack. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Anoki rushed in front of HyugaFū, transforming his right hand into a rocky fist and swung it fiercely. Anoki took the initiative to attack, and, as an old rival, Chiyo immediately manipulated 2 puppets to block HyugaFū's escape route. Lava Release, Lava Monster Technique. Without saying a word, Ōtsutsuki's combat skills were commendable. As soon as Anoki and Chiyo attacked, she immediately responded by spitting out a ball of acidic liquid to envelop HyugaFū. Commendable courage. Facing the 3-fold encirclement, HyugaFū chuckled lightly, placing his left hand behind his back and slightly raising his right hand. A violent gust of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air, expanding outward from HyugaFū's center. Where the airflow passed, Anoki and Chiyo's puppets were overturned and sent rolling back dozens of meters as if encountering an indestructible iron wall. Ōtsutsuki's acidic liquid was repelled by the storm and surged back toward the surroundings, corroding the walls and ground into numerous pits. Wind Release, Great Scythe. Earth Release. Mountain Earth Technique. Water Release. Water Surge Wave. The leaders of the ninja villages had all made their moves, and, as guards, Shikamaru and Ōtsutsuki quickly reacted to form a second wave of attacks. In an instant, fierce winds, waves, and giant rocks smashed toward HyugaFū. Facing the violent assault, HyugaFū stood firm, right hand moving as if plucking an invisible string, and all the attacks that were about to hit him instantly disintegrated and vanished. After consecutively neutralizing 2 waves of attacks, HyugaFū remained as steady as a mountain, only raising his right hand a little higher, his gaze flickering as boundless power surged from his palm, attacking in all directions. In the next moment, Ōnoki, who was preparing to regroup for an attack, and Mifune, who had drawn his sword, were all stunned. They saw the multi-story tower they were in quietly collapse, revealing an outside world covered in ice and snow, along with a large group of armored samurai from the Land of Iron. Come, no need to be polite. All you can join in. 7 against 1 is too unfair. Today, anyone with the courage to attack can go all out. Despite being outnumbered, HyugaFū remained relaxed and composed. From the very beginning, he had been holding back his aura. His immeasurable true energy automatically merged with natural energy. If he didn't hold back, Ōnoki and the others would probably not even have the ability to attack. Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique. Ōnoki, old but resilient, immediately reacted and launched an attack. He clasped his hands together, opening a transparent cubic barrier that enveloped HyugaFū. Good. HyugaFū nodded in approval. He activated his Rinnegan to perceive Ōnoki's chakra flow and used his mind mirror ability to delve into Ōnoki's thoughts, simulating various chakra attributes with his Bawa palm true energy. Then he raised his right hand, and a similar transparent cubic barrier appeared in the palm of HyugaFū. The 2 forces collided mid-air, causing a violent explosion, and a strong shockwave blew everyone around them away for dozens of meters. How is this possible? Ōnoki, unable to maintain his balance, stared at HyugaFū with wide eyes, filled with doubt and shock. How could you know my unique technique? Could it be? It's just a combination of wind, earth, and fire chakra. I could learn it with just one glance. HyugaFū casually stated this shocking remark, not forgetting to beckon them to continue their attack. This is absolutely impossible. Ōtsutsuki, let's attack together. The unique skill of his own bloodline, which even his son and students couldn't master, was deemed so insignificant by HyugaFū that Ōnoki was driven to madness. Earth Release. Rock Golem Technique. Exchanging glances, Ōnoki and Ōtsutsuki simultaneously used Earth Release, forming hand seals to summon 2 giant rock golems that rose from the ground, swinging their fists down fiercely. Boil Release. Boiling Mist Technique. Ōtsutsuki suppressed her inner shock and changed her attack method, spewing out boiling acidic mist toward HyugaFū. What a narrow view. HyugaFū sighed lightly as he raised his hand. A mist even more acidic and hot than Ōtsutsuki's began to envelop the 2 giant rock golems like a giant dragon. This mist was terrifyingly potent, distorting and deforming the air and space wherever it passed. The 2 seemingly indestructible and powerful rock giants melted away at a rapid pace when they encountered the acidic mist, turning into scorching mud that flowed on the ground with a sizzling sound. The fiery red mud, carrying terrifying heat, warped the surrounding air. The threat from the rock giants was easily neutralized, but Ōtsutsuki's acidic mist continued to spread. HyugaFū seemed unconcerned about the mist, allowing it to approach him. This time, it's over. Ōnoki and the others stood at a distance, excitedly watching this scene. They had previously witnessed the horror of Ōtsutsuki's acidic mist, and now seeing HyugaFū acting so recklessly, they couldn't help but feel pleased. In their view, although HyugaFū was powerful and could replicate the enemy's ninjutsu, it was unlikely that he could endure such an attack without any defense. Although they didn't quite understand why HyugaFū had been standing still, attacking and defending without any evasion from the beginning of the battle, they thought it was better for the enemy to be foolish. Unfortunately, when the acidic mist closed in within 3 feet of HyugaFū, it seemed to hit an invisible wall, unable to enter and only able to wander futilely. A few seconds later, perhaps annoyed by the acidic mist, HyugaFū raised his eyebrows slightly, and the mist vanished as if consumed by some invisible vortex. If the first time they returned the same ninjutsu, Ōnoki and the others could still comfort themselves by thinking that Hinata Kaze had stolen the ninjutsu from Iwagakure. This time they could no longer deceive themselves. From Hinata Kaze's performance, it was clear that he could replicate others' ninjutsu or bloodline limits in a short amount of time, and he could even use them more powerfully than the originals. At that moment, they felt both disdain and hatred towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. They despised him for not properly recruiting such a strong individual and allowing him to defect, and they hated him for not killing Hinata Kaze sooner. Sword technique. Air split / compared to the shocked Noki and the others, Mifune, as a samurai, found it easier to accept the replication of ninjutsu and bloodline limits. Taking advantage of the moment when Hinata Kaze dispelled the acid mist, he quickly approached, concentrating chakra on the blade for a powerful strike, sending a brilliant blade of light towards Hinata Kaze. Chapter 289. Defeated. As Hinata Kaze stood with his palm like a blade, a sharp blade force surged forth, shattering Mifune's blade light and continuing towards him. Mifune reacted swiftly, swinging his blade at the last moment, the blade light striking his treasured sword, forcing him to retreat several meters involuntarily, his palm trembling violently and blood even oozing from his palm. Mifune had thought that while the enemy could replicate ninjutsu, they would be unable to replicate a technique that was more akin to taijutsu, but he didn't expect that Hinata Kaze's casually swung blade light would be stronger than his. No one can arbitrarily disrupt the 5 Kage summit. Taking a few breaths, Mifune prepared to charge again. As the leader of the samurai from the Land of Iron, even in the face of a terrifying enemy, he had to bravely attack when the 5 Kage summit was being interrupted. However, he had barely taken a few steps before he was stopped by a storm of sand and iron. A moment earlier, Chiyo had unsealed a scroll in her hand, and what appeared was the 3rd Kazekage's puppet. Magnet release. Iron sand barrier under Chiyo's control. The puppet lunged at Hinata Kaze, using the iron sand to form a barrier filled with sharp spikes to pierce him. At the same time, the 3rd Kazekage puppet formed a pair of giant bird wings from iron sand on its shoulders, launching countless iron sand feathers for a ranged attack. The dense spikes and iron sand feathers were about to engulf Hinata Kaze, but Noki and the others were still not at ease and followed Chiyo to launch their attacks. Earth release. Earth Lance. Earth release. Earth Dragon Noki and Ōtsutsuki teamed up, launching a large number of sharp rock lances and a massive rock dragon for both sides to encircle Hinata Kaze. Noki had previously used Dust Release simply because it was too effective, but that didn't mean he couldn't use some powerful Earth Release techniques. Note: after the 3rd Kazekage puppet lunged forward, Chiyo took out another scroll to summon a tightly sealed bottle and threw it away. Wind, sand, dust, Temari coordinated perfectly, almost simultaneously swinging her fan to create a whirlwind mixed with sharp wind blades. The whirlwind swept the bottle thrown by Chiyo towards Hinata Kaze. Almost at the moment the whirlwind and the bottle made contact, a dense purple mist that even the wind could hardly disperse erupted from the bottle. Seeing the mist appear, Chiyo's elderly body retreated exaggeratedly for over 10 meters. The people nearby were all shrewd. Noticing Chiyo's reaction, they quickly retreated as well. Meanwhile, Mifune, along with the samurai from the Land of Iron, had already slashed out waves of blade light. This round of encirclement seemed poised to completely eliminate Hinata Kaze, leaving no remnants behind. However, in the next instant, Hinata Kaze slapped outward with his right hand, unleashing a terrifying palm force that instantly swept in all directions. The iron sand spikes were struck as if they had been hit by a massive steel mountain, directly flattening into iron sand particles that flew backward. Following that, the 3rd Kazekage puppet was sent flying back, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles, with many wounds pierced by iron sand particles. After clearing the immediate threats, the powerful palm force continued to expand outward, destroying the spiky iron sand barrier completely. Then, the expanding palm force smashed the rapidly approaching Earth Lances and Earth Dragon into a shower of mud, leaving Noki and the others feeling foolish. At this point, the palm force still did not stop, continuing to expand relentlessly. Under the force of the palm, mud and iron sand shot out like cannonballs, quickly reaching Noki and the others. Facing this palm force, Noki and the others felt as though they were confronting a terrifying natural disaster that could shatter the heavens and overturn rivers. Even with all their might in defense, they suffered more injuries, and then they were thrown away like toys by the overwhelmingly powerful force. After this point, some residual palm force remained. Temari and the other ninjas each had their own means. Those who ran fast were less injured, but the armored samurai were in big trouble. They were like little birds caught in a storm, completely losing their ability to control themselves. Although the iron sand and mud were not lethal for those in armor, the poisonous mist created by Chiyo became their last straw. Many of the samurai who were thrown out let out muffled groans in midair, and by the time they hit the ground, their faces were already dark silent. With just one palm, such catastrophic power was unleashed. After Noki and the others managed to stand straight, they fell into silence. So many strong individuals combined still felt like children being toyed with by Hinata Kaze. There seemed to be no hope of defeating such an enemy. Noki and the others made no movements, and Hinata Kaze also paused his attack, calmly standing in place, reflecting on all the ninjutsu he had seen earlier. Whether it was wind release, earth release, or puppet techniques for Hinata Kaze, who had mastered the 8 trigrams palm, there were virtually no secrets left. He could replicate them just by glancing at them. The puppet, however, was intriguing. Its chakra flow was completely different from that of a living person, and for a moment, Hinata Kaze couldn't decipher it. Just as everyone in the arena looked at each other, unsure of what to do, a furious shout suddenly erupted from the periphery. "Hinata Kaze, you will die!" Accompanying the angry shout were 2 swift figures wrapped in lightning, the newcomers being Killer Bee and Darui. They had tracked down Danzo, but lost his trail and could only return for now. To their surprise, they found the culprit behind the heavy losses for the Cloud Village caught in the encirclement of Noki and the others. And the two immediately launched an attack on Hinata Kaze at their fastest speed, swinging 8 blades to dismember him. Hinata Kaze said, looking at the 2 figures rushing towards him. He also felt a surge of excitement. In an instant, arcs of lightning crackled around him, unlike Darui and the others. The lightning arcs on Hinata Kaze not only originated from within, but also connected to the air and even more distant places, looking vast and boundless. The overflowing lightning resembled the crown of an emperor, making the originally elegant and composed Hinata Kaze appear extremely majestic. Then, his figure vanished without a trace, suddenly reappearing in front of the enemy as if the intermediate process had been skipped entirely. If the Cloud Village's lightning release and chakra mode provided a brute force boost to speed, then Hinata Kaze's lightning release chakra mode was a form of art, appearing incredibly mysterious. At almost the same time, a figure of Hyuga Kaze appeared before Kurabi, Darui, Inoki, and Chirumi-Mei. Before they could react, Hyuga Kaze pointed at them with a finger, causing their chakra to stagnate. Not only did their impending attacks dissipate, but they also temporarily lost their ability to resist. In just a brief moment, he defeated Inoki, Chiyo, and several other high-ranking ninjas from different villages, and then Hyuga Kaze's figure flickered back to its original position. Although it was a short time, Hyuga Kaze's lightning release chakra mode was as powerful as thunder and as fast as lightning, moving gracefully and effortlessly like an antelope's antlers, making it impossible to capture, leaving the surrounding warriors in awe. "Charge! Rescue Lord Mifyun!" After standing calmly for several seconds, the samurai from the Land of Iron finally reacted and encouraged each other to charge forward to save their leader. "Step back, you are too weak." Hyuga Kaze didn't even have the interest to move his body to deal with these warriors. He simply raised his hand, unleashing a force like a collapsing mountain or splitting sea, which surged forth. The force seemed to have eyes of its own, bypassing Inoki, Chiyo, and the other ninjas whose bodies were fixed, and swept away the approaching warriors who were gasping in shock. This time, Hyuga Kaze exerted a bit more force, causing those warriors to land and spit blood, temporarily losing their ability to act. However, this was still the Land of Iron, the samurai's home ground. After the nearest group of warriors fell, many more gathered, but they hesitated to charge once again. Although your strength is very weak, your fighting spirit is still worth observing. I've played enough for now. I will let you go today. Go back and prepare well. In the upcoming Ninja World War, give it your all to struggle. With your current strength, you are not even worthy of warming me up. Standing with his hands behind his back, Hyuga Kaze remained calm in the face of the endless stream of samurai from the Land of Iron, and there was a hint of approval and encouragement on his face, as if he were worried about the enemy's strength being insufficient. "What exactly do you want to do?" When Hyuga Kaze had previously pointed at Inoki and the others, he did not use much force, leaving a trace of true energy that automatically dissipated after some time. At this moment, they had regained their ability to move, but they were all on high alert, watching Hyuga Kaze warily. Earlier, Inoki and the others had tried to use chakra to disperse the energy left by Hyuga Kaze, but although it was only a minuscule force, they could hardly mobilize their chakra. Even when they later struggled to mobilize some, encountering that little energy was like an egg hitting an iron block, crumbling upon impact with no effect at all. I have already stated my purpose. The previous Ninja World battles were too boring. Time and again, battles destroyed too much, and the actual outcome was minimal. The countries involved remained the same, and the people did not benefit, while many interesting ninjutsu were lost. Hyuga Kaze truly felt some regret for the losses caused by the Ninja World Wars. Although his 8 trigrams palm had reached a level that could look down upon the ages, mastering the stars, it was insignificant compared to the ninjutsu of the ninja world. However, Hyuga Kaze still had a need for the knowledge contained within those ninjutsu, the development of ideas, and the underlying rules. If one only understands the cultivation of what others provide, in the end, they are merely a replicator of a power system. The 8 trigrams palm is not just a technique, but a way of thinking, a means to analyze the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, a way to master power across the myriad realms. Thus, replicating, analyzing, and enhancing the ninjutsu of the ninja world is Hyuga Kaze's path to cultivation. Understanding the 8 trigrams palm, and ultimately digesting and absorbing it to transform it into his own version of the 8 trigrams palm. In this sense, the classification into so many small countries and ninja villages, with frequent wars in the ninja world, does not align with Hyuga Kaze's needs. As he pondered, Hyuga Kaze continued to provoke the several village leaders present with a contemptuous tone. Uchiha Madara aimed to sweep away the major ninja villages and achieve his Moon Eye plan. I wish to sweep away the entire ninja world, including Uchiha Madara, in one go, regardless of whether they are ninja villages or countries. Resisting me will be too difficult for you. You should first face the threat posed by Uchiha Madara. Only after surviving his attack will you be qualified to confront me in the Snow Ninja Village. Ha ha! As he spoke the final provoking words, Hyuga Kaze's figure gradually faded away. He believed that after his repeated provocations, the potential for war in the ninja world would be thoroughly excavated. The hidden forces within those small ninja villages, wandering ninja clans, and the noble lords of various countries would no longer be concealed. Drawing out all the monsters was what it meant to sweep clear. Hyuga Kaze certainly could not, like in the original plot, finish the Ninja World War while still having Sasuke busy with dirty work. As for now, the concentration of combat power in the ninja world still required time, and he would first arrange things in the Land of Snow before going to the Moon's blessed land for secluded cultivation. In fact, Hyuga Kaze was summoned by the Palm Force within Sasuke. He had originally been in secluded cultivation on the Moon. The energy concentration of the ninja world was still too low for him, and his current cultivation mostly involved absorbing the vast powers from the starry sky on the Moon. Sometimes, when Hyuga Kaze absorbed too much, he would spread some energy back to the ninja world, converting it into natural energy, which, in a sense, could be considered a blessing for the world, accumulating great merit. Hyuga Kaze's figure disappeared, but the shock he left behind lingered. The warriors remained vigilant, and it wasn't until half a minute later that they finally felt a little more at ease. What a terrifying man. Inoki broke the silence, rubbing his aching old waist. His face filled with shock. Chiyo, Terumi Mei, and Temari could not refute this, and could only nod silently. Hyuga Kaze's demeanor was unparalleled, his divine might overwhelming. Although he had made a simple move, it was clear that his strength still had much hidden potential. Even those who hated him had to admit he was indeed a terrifying man. The current problem is, what should we do about this terrifying guy who wants to sweep away the entire ninja world? Chiyo sighed as she retrieved her damaged puppet. Faced with such an opponent, she truly had little confidence in protecting the Sand Ninja Village. Even the initial Uchiha Madara felt beyond her grasp. All we could do is fight. Terumi Mei said with her hands on her hips. This is not just a matter for one family. We must unite. The Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Madara are already terrifying enough. We didn't expect there to be such a significant threat as Hyuga Kaze. Inoki agreed with this. From today's encounter, neither Uchiha Madara nor Hyuga Kaze were individuals who could be persuaded. We must give it our all. They clearly would not let us off easily. Each side's affiliated ninja villages, the daimyos of their respective countries, and external ninja clans could notify their respective forces. But as for Konoha, at this point, Inoki looked at Darui with an inquiring expression. How much strength does Konoha have left now? Moreover, Danzo has desecrated the third Reikage using forbidden techniques. The Cloud Ninja Village will never let them off. At the mention of Danzo, both Darui and Karabi had expressions as if they wanted to eat him alive, while Inoki and the others seemed to selectively go deaf, completely ignoring this remark. Earlier, Uchiha Sasuke had already chased after him. It was uncertain whether Danzo could return to Konoha, but in any case, Konoha must contribute to this great war. Inoki gave Darui a glance, signaling that Konoha's ninjas could be used as cannon fodder, which slightly eased their anger. gathering strength would still take time. Let's agree on this. After returning, we will gather our forces and meet at the outskirts of the Land of Rain. Chapter 291. Uchiha Madara's Resurrection in Recent Years. The changes in the ninja world have been significant, but the turbulent situation of late has been hard for the people of the ninja world to accept. Not long ago, the Ōtsutsuki organization forcibly attacked Konoha Village, and now, a little-known village, the Snow Ninja Village, has brazenly sent troops to occupy the Rain Ninja Village. This is not even the most thrilling part. What people are mostly discussing now is the Ninja World War. The 5 great ninja villages and various small ninja villages, ninja clans, and the great feudal lords of each country have all gathered in the Land of Grass to form a ninja alliance, seemingly ready to strike at the Land of Rain at any moment. And the Ninja World War is about to break out. Of course, this is the perspective of ordinary people. The higher-ups of the ninja villages, like Noki, have been hoping to delay things a bit longer and prepare more thoroughly before taking action, as they have only gathered a little over half of their combat power at this moment. Half a month ago, the 5 Kage Summit was disrupted when the 5th Hokage, Danzo, was killed by the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke, and a series of his heinous acts, including human experimentation, were exposed. Consequently, Konoha fell into chaos again, and after some turmoil, Kakashi Itachi was elected to temporarily take on the role of the 6th Hokage, rejoining the Ninja Alliance. However, the hostility from the Cloud Ninja Village and Konoha's own weakness have prevented Konoha's ninjas from fully assembling as quickly as they should have. This delay has infuriated the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, who has sent messenger after messenger to urge Konoha. Indeed, compared to the major ninja clans, it is the noble lords of the various countries who are more concerned about this battle, as they have witnessed Uchiha Madara and HyugaFū's arrogant declarations. Since the Konoha barrier incident, the ninja world has placed great importance on video recordings. The events in the Land of Iron were recorded by several ninja villages from start to finish. Particularly, Granny Chiyo installed a camera on her mechanical arm, capturing incredibly clear footage. Those videos clearly conveyed Uchiha Madara and HyugaFū's intent to overturn the will of all countries in the ninja world, inciting immense anger among the normally complacent feudal lords. As a result, they are nervously constructing shelters while frantically gathering wandering ninjas, samurai, and dispersed ninja clans, even sending some of their most elite ninjas. Even though many Konoha ninjas are missing, the number of the Ninja Alliance has already exceeded 120,000. However, such a large number has brought a headache regarding the division of command, leading to several days of disputes among the core of the Ninja Alliance. At this moment, in the underground base within the mountain graveyard, a different scene was unfolding. Uchiha Obito lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while a white Zetsu was injecting him with life force, and a black Zetsu knelt respectfully before a young man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and a deep, unfathomable aura. The black Zetsu appeared very fawning, presenting a pair of eyes with both hands, cautiously saying, "Lord Madara, please reclaim your eyes." The freshly resurrected Uchiha Madara silently took his eyes, swiftly placing them into his eye sockets like installing keycaps. Within seconds, he adapted to his eyes again, rising to his feet as the vast and violent aura surrounding him surged even higher. What is going on? Where did Nagato go? Why is Obito using the Rinne rebirth technique? Obito's ocular technique still has some usefulness. As soon as he opened his eyes, Uchiha Madara noticed the half-dead Obito. Normally, using the Rinne rebirth technique to this extent would definitely lead to death. After all, the people Nagato resurrected in Konoha still had their bodies intact and had not been dead for long. But Uchiha Madara was different. He was not only resurrected, but had also reshaped his body. With Uchiha Madara's keen eyesight in his current state, he quickly understood that it was Obito who had used the Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect him. There was a slight problem with the plan, and Black Zetsu cautiously followed behind Uchiha Madara, explaining, "Nagato was sacrificed during the attack on Konoha, and a new strong opponent has emerged in the ninja world that Obito could not handle. We had no choice but to resurrect you early. Please rest assured, Lord Madara." This time the Rinne rebirth technique was activated by a reinforced white Zetsu possessing Obito, and the side effects are shared between them. Currently, it seems that although Obito is severely damaged, he won't die. As long as he is infused with enough life force, he can survive. Only you can turn the situation in the ninja world around. Under Uchiha Madara's imposing gaze, Black Zetsu began to introduce the changes that occurred after Madara's death, quickly summarizing everything from the turmoil in Konoha to HyugaFū establishing the Snow Ninja Village and declaring his intent to unify the ninja world. The Ninja Alliance has gathered in the Land of Grass, while the whereabouts of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails Jinchuriki are currently unknown. On the side of the Land of Rain, the former Akatsuki base has been occupied by HyugaFū. Is HyugaFū really that strong? He even defeated the Edo Tensei of Hashirama? Uchiha felt a hint of interest as he listened to Black Zetsu's introduction of HyugaFū, not expecting that a young man from the branch family of the Hyuga clan could cause such a significant deviation in his plans. More importantly, Madara believed that only he could defeat Hashirama. Even the Edo Tensei version should not be defeated by anyone else. The Edo Tensei's strength cannot be fully unleashed. Hearing Uchiha interest in HyugaFū, Black Zetsu was startled. From his observations, HyugaFū's strength might not be beneath Madara's. The best option now was still to quickly gather the tailed beasts to resurrect Mother. Black Zetsu quickly shifted the topic to guide Uchiha. The White Zetsu over there is already intensifying the search for Jinchuriki. Lord Madara, should we unite with the Akatsuki's forces to apply pressure on the Ninja Alliance, compelling them to recall the Jinchuriki? The Akatsuki members are a bunch of useless trash. What use can they serve? Uchiha sneered as he moved his body to loosen up, dismissively cursing. In the face of Uchiha, Black Zetsu wore a fawning expression, speaking as if coaxing a child. After all, not everyone possesses your strength, Lord Madara. The Akatsuki's power is already quite good in the ninja world. Although they currently have very few remaining personnel, and only Kakuzu remains as a true combat force. Of course, we have also absorbed some combat power recently. Kakuzu, that guy who threw a kunai at Hashirama's wooden clone, he still has some courage, I suppose. Uchiha Madara had some memory of Kaku. Anyone who dared to resist him and Hashirama back in that era could be considered a warrior. Of course, if Hashirama hadn't intervened, those brave warriors who dared to resist would have long been crushed by him. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Madara suddenly stood firm, his tone resolute and unwavering. Black Zetsu, you go organize the other members of the Akatsuki. Those ninja villages are truly useless. They still haven't gathered enough personnel. Before the official war begins, I will go find HyugaFū and have a battle. I want to see this guy who defeated Hashirama, even if it's the Edo Tensei version of Hashirama. He cannot be desecrated. Only I can defeat him. Chapter 292. The meeting starts with a big move, Rain Ninja Village. No, it should be called the former Rain Ninja Village. Now the Rain Division of the Snow Ninja Village. HyugaFū was sitting in the high tower, enjoying a massage from Konan. 10 days ago, he led most of the Snow Ninja Village's forces along with Konan into the Rain Ninja Village, taking over everything and using it as a stronghold for the impending war against the ninja world. At the Snow Ninja Village headquarters, with Blood Shadow clones and Uchiha Shursui stationed, even Uchiha Madara would not have the upper hand in a short time. In terms of action, Snow Ninja Village is much more agile than the cumbersome monster that is the Ninja Alliance. Before the Ninja Alliance comes to their demise, they have already taken over Rain Ninja Village. At first, many people in Rain Ninja Village could not accept this and reacted very strongly. But it has now largely settled down. With the guidance of an angel, the people of Rain Ninja Village have easily accepted Hinata Kaze's rule. Coupled with the deterrent power and the continuous influx of supplies, the ninjas of Rain Ninja Village have already completed their reorganization. However, Shaonan has had a tough time. There are still many small issues in the merging of the two forces. During the day, Shaonan leads the ninjas from the Land of Snow to hand over responsibilities to those from the Land of Rain. And at night, she has to tirelessly serve Hinata Kaze, which leaves her physically and mentally exhausted. However, Shaonan is willingly doing all this because at first, some people scorned her for abandoning her village, but now she mostly sees smiles. The first reason is that Hinata Kaze has demonstrated some strength, creating a nearly 10-kilometer-long crack at the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass to block the Ninja Alliance. The second reason is that after Hinata Kaze's arrival, the supplies in Rain Ninja Village have greatly increased, and the continuous rain from the Land of Rain has miraculously stopped. With military power, resources, and such miracles, many people from the Land of Rain regard Hinata Kaze as a deity. Therefore, even though the feudal lords and nobles of the Land of Rain have been cut down, the overall situation in the Land of Rain remains very stable. However, under these circumstances, the outside world is very unstable. After Hinata Kaze showed his teeth to the feudal lords and nobles, those once high and mighty men were all enraged. They frantically urged the gathering of combat power, eager to impose severe punishment on Hinata Kaze, the one who disrupted the rules of the ninja world. Ha, Xiaonan, your skills are getting better and better. Hinata Kaze comfortably leaned back, his head resting on Xiaonan's towering peaks, enjoying the service of her delicate fingers. His expression clearly one of great satisfaction. Suddenly, Hinata Kaze sat up straight, and a burst of wild, domineering laughter echoed from the outskirts of Rain Ninja Village. The sound waves rolling in. Even with thick walls, it felt as if it were right by his ear. Ha ha, Hinata Kaze. I heard you defeated the Edo Tensei of Hashirama. Today, let me Uchiha Madara test your mettle. Outside Rain Ninja Village, Uchiha Madara's arrogant figure appeared suddenly. While transmitting booming sound waves with chakra, he advanced quickly, joyfully like a spirited youth stopping at the old tower. The mention of Uchiha Madara startled not only the people inside Rain Ninja Village, but also the observing ninjas lurking outside, their expressions changing drastically. He is a notorious reaper of the ninja world. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara had rushed to the vicinity of the gates of Rain Ninja Village, completely ignoring the guarding ninjas and directly blocking the entrance, waiting for Hinata Kaze's arrival. A direct confrontation, an overwhelming momentum, unmatched. This is the reaper of the ninja world. This is Uchiha Madara. Although Kurezetsu had repeatedly emphasized that Hinata Kaze's strength was terrifying and suggested that Madara gather the tailed beasts before coming to eliminate him, Uchiha Madara did not take Kurezetsu's words to heart at all. Those weaklings cannot measure true strength. No matter how strong Hinata Kaze is, can he truly defeat Uchiha Madara? If it weren't for hearing that Hinata Kaze had defeated the Edo Tensei Hashirama, he wouldn't even be interested in bullying a child. Unexpectedly, he has now been resurrected. Could it be that I have put too much pressure on Obito? Hinata Kaze's gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and see Uchiha Madara outside the village, and he leaned slightly against Xiaonan, muttering in surprise. At this moment, Hinata Kaze was also somewhat speechless. He originally thought everything would go as he predicted. With Obito and Kurezetsu's army assaulting the Ninja Alliance, both sides suffering heavy losses, and he would eventually make a grand appearance to clean up both sides with absolute strength. But now, what is this bizarre situation? This is the real Uchiha Madara. The aura is indeed completely different. Xiaonan could hear an infinite dominance from his voice. Completely different from the perverted masked man she had encountered before. Indeed, a genuine reaper of the ninja world. Let us go meet him together. Hinata Kaze stood up straight, wrapped his arm around Xiaonan's slim waist, and instantly vanished from the spot. Hinata Kaze. At the entrance of Rain Ninja Village, a pair of men and women suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, although they had never met. The feeling of being strong allowed Uchiha Madara to immediately lock onto the true target. He could sense the powerful strength hidden within Hinata Kaze. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's smile completely vanished, turning into some anger. Knowing it was me, you still dare to embrace a woman to face me, Hinata Kaze? You made me a bit angry. Let me test the foundation of your arrogance. While speaking, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and quickly summoned his technique. Soon, a brilliant blue chakra roared and surged, and a giant Susanoo rapidly took shape in front of Uchiha Madara. Pay attention, Uchiha Madara reminded. Then both he and the Susanoo giant simultaneously formed seals. Heavenly obstruction of the stars. The change was as swift as shadows. As soon as Uchiha Madara's words fell, the sky over Rain Ninja Village suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and saw a massive meteorite of terrifying size plummeting from the sky at high speed. Its powerful impact pushing away white clouds and air, forming visible rings of clouds. Although it was still far away, everyone felt a tremendous pressure bearing down, making it difficult to breathe. This is the punishment of the Sage of Six Paths. How can we abolish the feudal lords and nobles? This must be the punishment of the Sage of Six Paths. The apocalyptic scene frightened those in Rain Ninja Village who had originally opposed overthrowing the feudal lords and nobles. They collapsed like mud, completely losing the will to resist. Even Xiaonan gasped, her hands and feet trembling. A meteorite as large as a small mountain was plummeting from the sky, exceeding the most terrifying nightmares of ordinary humans. Uchiha Madara. Hinata Kaze's normally calm voice was tinged with annoyance. How could one start with such a powerful attack upon meeting? We are all people of status. Shouldn't we exchange a few harsh words, then appreciate each other and agree on a time and place to fight? Although a bit displeased, Hinata Kaze had to admit that after seeing so many weaklings, facing a master actually stirred some passion within him. Perhaps the most suitable approach for him is to bulldoze through, rather than play with so-called schemes. A sense of realization rose in Hinata Kaze's heart, and then he urged his true energy for a powerful strike. 8 trigrams, Star Grab Technique, Chapter 293. The decision to shake the world. The meteorite was falling at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than a kilometer from the ground. Facing the apocalyptic scene, Hinata Kaze stood tall, his true energy gathering, and an imposing aura arose from him that was no less than that of Uchiha Madara. With a loud shout, he raised his right hand to the sky. As he moved, boundless true energy surged from his body, coursing through his meridians and gathering in his palm, then released into the air, merging with the natural elements to form a magnificent flow of radiant light. This airflow surged upward, intertwining above Hinata Kaze's head at a height of over 100 meters, condensing into a massive colorful hand that obscured the sky. Immediately, the giant hand, bearing the heavy pressure, rose up with the momentum of breaking through chaos and reopening the heavens, instantly shooting up into the sky and grabbing the falling meteorite. The meteorite, which had appeared enormous, seemed much smaller in the grasp of the giant hand. But in reality, both were very large, if not for being high in the sky. Those below would find it difficult to see the full extent of the meteorite and the giant hand. While the people around were stunned and speechless by this miraculous scene, Hinata Kaze waved his giant hand with a thought, and the meteorite was tossed out like a toy. The meteorite flew out with incredible speed, and its falling direction clearly pointed towards the camp of the Ninja Alliance of the Land of Rivers. Lord Yukikage is mighty. Lord Kaze's power is unparalleled. Invincible. Having escaped from what they thought was certain death, the people in the Rain Ninja village gradually awakened to reality, and they all fell into extreme fervor. At this moment, their admiration for Hinata Kaze reached a peak. Even those ninjas who had previously been subdued by Hinata Kaze refreshed their perception of their leader, and their confidence in unifying the ninja world grew even stronger. Ha, good kid, you do have some skills. Although his attack was blocked, Uchiha Madara was not angry. He just became a bit more serious, with a hint of excitement on his face. However, seemingly dissatisfied with the noisy voices of the ants around him, Uchiha Madara reminded, "This is just an appetizer. My attack hasn't ended yet." Before Uchiha Madara's words fell, another, even larger meteorite appeared in the sky. The meteorite descended rapidly like a mountain-breaking force, bringing even greater pressure to the people below. The surrounding people, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts tighten again. Faced with this irresistible attack, they could only give up struggling and place all their hopes on their Yukikage. One by one, they looked at Hinata Kaze with eager and worshipful eyes. Is this the best you can do with a mere meteorite? Although the meteorite was twice as large, Hinata Kaze remained unconcerned. This time, he first raised his palm like a knife and made a slicing motion. Then, a blade of light over 1,000 meters long shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. With just a simple touch, the mountain-sized meteorite was perfectly split into 2 symmetrical halves. Following the same operation as before, Hinata Kaze raised his giant palm, plucking the stars and the moon, easily smashing the 2 meteorite halves towards the land of Rivers Ninja Alliance. The continuous powerful impacts seemed to leave the surrounding people speechless, their eyes filled with fervor as they watched Hinata Kaze, their expressions akin to witnessing the living sage of 6 pathsum. Your attack method is quite peculiar, but it seems very different from ninjutsu. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally stopped underestimating Hinata Kaze and regarded him as a true opponent. But anyway, your strength is indeed impressive. Be careful. I'm going to get serious next. Uchiha Madara was quite gracious towards an acknowledged opponent. Haha, your attack is also good. Bring it on. Since his strength had rapidly increased, Hinata Kaze had felt lonely for a long time, suppressing his power every time he fought in the ninja world, feeling as if he was bound. This time, encountering the formidable Uchiha Madara, Hinata Kaze felt a rare excitement and a hint of battle intent rising. He threw the graceful body of Konan backward, allowing her to land with Tsunade and Mikoto, and finally took the initiative to strike. 8 trigrams. Open sky palm. With a loud shout, Hinata Kaze raised his hand and channeled his energy, causing a giant Inyang 8 trigrams rune to appear beneath him. Then, endless true energy surged as he thrust his palm towards Uchiha Madara. This true energy contained the powers of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, merging and absorbing natural energy along the way, evolving from a palm-sized wave of true energy into a mysterious light column the size of a house by the time it reached halfway. It's somewhat similar to the Five Natures. Great multi-shadow clone technique, but much more powerful. Uchiha Madara, with his keen eyesight, immediately noticed part of the mystery behind Hinata Kaze's attack. Although he understood that the attack was extraordinary, he showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he aimed to counterattack and defeat Hinata Kaze head-on. Yasaka Magatama. Uchiha Madara manipulated the giant Susanoo in front of him to launch multiple Magatama, directly engaging in a counterattack against Hinata Kaze's light column. Boom! The extreme clash shook the world, darkening the skies, changing the winds and clouds. And the ground in front of the Rain Ninja village cracked under the explosive shockwave, creating long ravines. The shockwaves were felt even by the intelligence personnel lurking and observing several kilometers away inside the Rain Ninja village. However, Uchiha Madara did not expect that Hinata Kaze's attack was overwhelming and relentless, actually shattering his attack and continuing to rush forward. Susanoo. Originally, Hinata Kaze's attack had been momentarily obstructed, and with Uchiha Madara's speed and various skills, he could have easily escaped before the light column reached him. However, as a being that had rampaged for an era, Uchiha Madara was unwilling to retreat. Staring directly at the dazzling light column charging towards him, Uchiha Madara's chakra surged wildly, and the giant Susanoo in front of him grew rapidly, sprouting wings from the armor on its back and wielding a pair of swords, transforming into a complete Susanoo form. Under Uchiha Madara's command, the giant Susanoo stepped forward, its mountain-like figure bending its knees and wielding the great sword to strike down with great force, colliding with Hinata Kaze's light column. Boom! The previous explosion's aftershocks had not yet fully dissipated when an even more powerful explosion erupted. This shockwave made it difficult for those with weaker strength to even stand, forcing them to channel chakra to resist. Amidst the rolling smoke and dust, those with keen eyesight could still see that Hinata Kaze's palm power had shattered the great sword of the Susanoo giant, continuing to charge forward and striking the giant's body, causing it to lean back significantly before finally dissipating. This also brought about a third wave of roaring shock power. Chapter 294. The might of the elders. The continuous explosion sounds made people's ears ring violently, and the rising smoke obscured their vision, causing the area around the Rain Ninja village to seem shrouded in mist. After a while, as the dust settled and visibility cleared, everyone could finally receive information from the outside world. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Hinata Kaze were still in a standoff, but Madara had retreated quite a distance, and his expression was noticeably darker, clearly having suffered a slight setback in the previous exchange. You are indeed a good opponent, despite having briefly fallen to a disadvantage. Uchiha Madara still held an air of dominance, his expression serious as he said, "Your strength is only below mine and Hashirama's. As an opponent, I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you." At this point, Uchiha Madara paused for a moment before seriously declaring, "Next, I will use even stronger power to defeat you. Be careful, Rinnegan, Edge of the Abyss." After this reminder, Uchiha Madara boldly launched a counterattack. He first manipulated the giant Susanoo to draw its twin swords, its mountain-like body wildly charging towards Hinata Kaze. Then he used ninjutsu to summon 4 formless shadow clones to rapidly assault Hinata Kaze. As a powerful figure who fought his way out of the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara not only had the fighting spirit to battle the heavens and the earth, but also possessed a degree of combat wisdom to adapt to circumstances. He felt no shame in using this invisible attack, as it was the power of his own eyes. Although the shadow clones were completely invisible to ordinary observers, they appeared as clear as palm lines to Hinata Kaze. However, he couldn't be bothered with these clones at the moment, as he had an improved version of the double-layered protective barrier. Therefore, Hinata Kaze focused solely on dealing with the giant Susanoo, raising his hand to the sky, where a flash of lightning gathered at his fingertips, forming a dazzling purple current that soared into the clouds. After the current made contact with the clouds above, the entire layer of clouds was rendered purple. Following that, boundless thunder flashed and condensed in the sky, forming a rolling ocean of lightning. Then, thick bolts of thunder struck down, clearly targeting the rampaging Susanoo giant. The speed of the lightning was incredibly swift, and its power was overwhelming, continuously bombarding the Susanoo giant, making it unable to move an inch and causing it to crumble and even shatter into pieces. Although Susanoo was blocked by Hinata Kaze, Uchiha Madara was not discouraged. He merely looked at the shadow clone he had sent out with anticipation. Generally, ninjas' defensive abilities are lower than their attack power, and he did not believe that Hinata Kaze could possess the same level of defense as a Susanoo. However, the outcome once again exceeded Uchiha Madara's expectations. Under his gaze, the attack from the clone violently struck the position 3 inches outside of Hinata Kaze's body. Yet within that short distance, it seemed as if the clone encountered some invisible shield, and their chakra-infused strike completely missed. No, it wasn't a miss. The chakra seemed to be dissipated and absorbed by something, and then it actually bounced back with even greater force. In the astonished gaze of Uchiha Madara, the clones were rebounded by an invisible force, charging straight towards his main body. Not wanting to hit himself, Uchiha Madara finally had no choice but to dodge using his body technique. Although he dodged, Uchiha Madara did not do nothing. He reached out and pressed his hand on the clone, attempting to absorb some of Hinata Kaze's chakra to analyze the nature of his power, but he couldn't absorb anything. Although he could sense a trace of peculiar energy remaining on the clones aside from his own chakra, Uchiha Madara was unable to absorb anything. At this moment, the thunder in the sky had dissipated, and the Susanoo giant was nearly completely destroyed. Uchiha Madara recalled the Susanoo giant to guard in front of him, warily watching Hinata Kaze. You are indeed not using chakra. What is this power? Hinata Kaze stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Uchiha Madara with a faint smile, remaining silent. Even if he spoke, others wouldn't understand, but he also had no habit of casually revealing his secrets. Stop. You are my junior, Uchiha Madara. Why are you attacking Hinata Kaze? Just as Uchiha Madara and Hinata Kaze were at a standoff, a cute girl in a pink long dress with a kaleidoscope Sharingan jumped to Hinata Kaze's side and yelled at him. A kaleidoscope Sharingan. I didn't expect there to be such a talent among the juniors. Seeing Uchiha Hikari baring her teeth and claws at him, Uchiha Madara frowned. Although he felt a bit displeased, he temporarily gave up the thought of continuing to attack, as he still had some patience for the Uchiha clan members. You are my junior. I am at least several decades older than you. Uchiha Hikari crossed her arms, her momentum even stronger than Madara's. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? This time, Madara was somewhat annoyed. If it weren't for Hikari's young age, he would have taught her a lesson. Madara, the ugly body of Black Zetsu, emerged from ground. Hinata Kaze's strength was truly beyond estimation. He could no longer let Uchiha Madara take risks. He had been plotting for over 1,000 years to gather the conditions to resurrect his mother. What would he do if Uchiha Madara was killed by Hinata Kaze? Madara, Black Zetsu whispered beside Uchiha Madara, cautiously reminding him that according to information, she is indeed a bit older than you. She is the ultimate weapon recorded in the Uchiha clan. After experiencing a slight setback, Black Zetsu was careful not to speak loudly while reminding him. You are the weapon recorded in the last 2 generations. Uchiha Madara looked at the small Hikari, and for a moment his gaze became somewhat dazed, and he even rarely showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. According to memory, she was a person of the same generation as his grandfather. Even though she looked like just a little girl, Madara could not deny that her generation was indeed higher than his. As long as you know that my generation is higher than yours. Little lowly Hikari nodded with an air of an elder, excitedly saying, Hinata Kaze is a good person. He's given me a lot of delicious food. You must not oppose him. Hikari became more and more excited as she pointed and talked. Now the Uchiha clan has already submitted to Hinata Kaze. I order you to quickly repent and join Hinata Kaze's team to build our country together. Casually rambling about some slogan she heard in Snow Ninja Village, Hikari did not notice that Uchiha Madara's expression was now completely dark. Faced with Uchiha Hikari's childish face, Madara opened his mouth several times, but could not say anything. In the end, he could only turn his head in frustration and glare at Hinata Kaze. Your strength is very strong. This time, I will let it go for the sake of the Uchiha clan, but next time I will let you know my true strength. After saying this, Madara turned and left, completely ignoring the still shouting Uchiha Hikari, urging him to turn to the light. With the aid of chakra, his speed was like a star bouncing, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared outside of Rain Ninja Village. Meanwhile, the little lowly Uchiha Hikari, who had driven the enemy away with her mouth, stood with her hands on her hips, looking quite proud of herself. She turned to Hinata Kaze and shouted loudly, Did you see that? This is the power of an elder. Chapter 295, Super Generational Increase. Although Uchiha Madara's departure was somewhat calm and elegant, maintaining an air of grandeur, upon closer inspection, it still showed some signs of embarrassment. Long live Lord Hinata Kaze. Lord Yukikage is invincible, unifying the ninja world, unifying the ninja world. The enemy had originally come in a powerful and intimidating manner, but in the end, they could only leave quickly after dropping a few harsh words. Even some slow-witted people could feel that their own Lord Yukikage had gained the upper hand, and a wave of cheers erupted on the scene. Compared to the cheering others, the Uchiha clan members were relatively silent. It was not that they were dissatisfied that their leader defeated their ancestor. They were just stunned. Today, the legendary Shura of the ninja world, the ancestor Uchiha Madara, who almost swept through all countries, was actually driven away, just like that. They felt both honored and awkward, unsure of how to express themselves. What about Uchiha Madara? In the end, I'm still stronger. Uchiha Hikari, hands on her hips, strode over to the silent Uchiha clan members and began yelling at them. This is the power of my status as an elder. You must obey in the future, understand? Hikari's display made the Uchiha clan members even more conflicted. Although they always knew that Hikari had high status, they had subconsciously overlooked it. After all, her usual gluttonous and unreliable behavior was hard to respect. However, today, Uchiha Madara's performance made it impossible for them to ignore Hikari's generation. Many could only force a bitter smile and salute Uchiha Hikari. While the little lowly Uchiha Hikari was causing a ruckus, Tsunade and the others approached Hinata Kaze to check on his condition. Hinata, Kyoka, and Hinata Hanabi were also worriedly examining Hinata Kaze's body. At this moment, Tsunade's expression was serious as she crossed her arms, stepping forward to push Hinata Hanabi aside. Her imposing demeanor forcing Hinata Kaze to look at her as she spoke. When are you going to take in that girl, Uchiha Hikari? Huh? As soon as Tsunade's words came out, not only were the girls beside her surprised, but Hinata Kaze also froze for a moment, letting out a puzzled sound from his nose. Heaven and earth, he has really calmed down recently. Aside from occasionally teasing the imprisoned Maki, he hadn't even approached the widow, Ōtsutsuki weighing. What do you mean, huh? Aren't you tempted by such a young girl? Hurry up and take her in for me. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Kei, who was still flaunting himself, a strange smile appearing at the corner of her mouth and a peculiar light flashing in her eyes. What are you thinking? Hinata Kaze looked at Tsunade with a gaze that seemed to regard her as a fool, completely unable to understand what was going on with her. To be honest, Hinata Kaze felt only a slight attraction to Uchiha Kei. Mainly, she looked too childlike, like a gluttonous little loli, which made it hard to approach her. Beside them, Yujito Ni and Mitarashi Anko also hesitated to speak, looking at Tsunade with concerned expressions, not understanding what had triggered her. Oomph. Tsunade shot Hinata Kaze a fierce glare. What are you pretending for? ISNTK pretty? As she spoke, Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Kei again and added fiercely, I can't believe that bastard Uchiha Madara has actually been reincarnated. K's generation is higher than his. If I become true sisters with Kei, wouldn't that mean my generation is even higher than Uchiha Madara? This would be a great achievement for the Senju clan over the Uchiha clan. If I accomplish this, I'll have face when I meet Grandpa in the Pure Land. Also, next time I want to see how that arrogant guy will face me. A senior from the Senju clan. At this point, a strange smile appeared on Tsunade's face, as if she could already envision Uchiha Madara's awkward expression upon seeing her as a senior. As soon as this was said, Yujito Ni and Anko perked up, their faces showing excitement and anticipation, and then they all turned to stare at Hinata Kaze. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was still unaware that a large group of women was plotting to become his seniors and flaunt their authority before him. Madara, upon returning to the mountain graveyard, sat in silence on his throne for a long time, his expression dark. Kuroji was unable to bear the stiff atmosphere and weakly spoke up. It's nothing. Uchiha Madara seemed to be startled awake by Kuroji's voice, suddenly looking up, his tone still quite indifferent. I have to say, Hinata Kaze's strength is indeed very strong, and she didn't even use her full power during our previous battle. However, I also have many powers that I haven't used yet. With his extensive combat experience, Uchiha Madara quickly realized that Hinata Kaze had been hiding her strength earlier. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He still had many powers he hadn't utilized, such as Hashirama's Wood Release and the Outer Path Golem that had initial combat capability. So what should we do next? Should we take action against the ninja allied forces? Now only the 8 tails and 9 tails are left unaccounted for. Kuroji cautiously asked, deliberately changing the topic. Uchiha Madara was confident in himself, but Kuroji had an uneasy feeling. He really didn't want Madara to challenge Hinata Kaze again. He had never been able to see through this suddenly emerged Hinata Kaze. Her eyes resembled the Rinnegan too much, which was a powerful ocular technique on par with the Rinnegan. Furthermore, Hinata Kaze's power attributes didn't seem to fit the norm of the ninja world. If Kuroji didn't know that the Ōtsutsuki clan didn't possess such power nature, he would almost think that Hinata Kaze had awakened the powers of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why her strength was so formidable. Occasionally, Kuroji also had an unbelievable speculation. Could it be that Hinata Kaze was similar to the Ōtsutsuki clan, having come from another part of the universe to the ninja world? He didn't dare to think deeply about this, and he could only urge Madara, hoping he would gather the tailed beasts soon to resurrect their mother. Well, we don't need to pay attention to Hinata Kaze for now. Just have White Zetsu keep an eye on her. Although she is strong, she doesn't have a tailed beast, so there is no need to worry too much. Kuroji, you gather all the combat power you mentioned before. We'll move in 2 days. Once I collect the tailed beasts and bring the 10 tails to find her, then I'll see what Hinata Kaze and that so-called senior can do. At this point, Uchiha couldn't help but clench his fists, his tone turning a bit fierce. He and suffered such a big loss from anyone other than Hashirama. Damn it, what the hell is this? Has any information come back from the Rain Country's intelligence personnel? While Uchiha Madara and Kuroji were summarizing the battle, Noki was panting heavily and roaring in anger at the Konoha Allied Forces camp in the Land of Grass. Beside him were Terumi, Mei, Chiyo, Darui, and other high-ranking figures in the ninja world, all frowning with extremely ugly expressions. The 3 giant stones had struck too suddenly. Even if they had worked together, they could only intercept one, while the remaining 2 attacks had caused severe losses to the ninja Allied Forces. Chapter 296. Diversity of Species. After a brief yet intense battle in the Rain Ninja Village, both Hinata Kaze and Uchiha Madara fell silent, with no movements for 2 days. However, other forces in the ninja world were on edge, unable to sleep, especially the ninja Allied Forces, which were still licking their wounds and unable to settle down, living in fear and anxiety. They had suffered a calamity, with the sudden attack 2 days ago leaving 2 horrifying ravines in their camp. Nearly 6 meters deep and over 1,000 meters long, these ravines had yet to be filled, although the bottom had been cleared. Those who had seen it at the time understood the horror of the blood and flesh that had been there. Everyone thought that with their numbers, they could bury the enemy, but over 3,000 people had suddenly disappeared the day before yesterday. Many had lost the courage to resist against such overwhelming attacks. With such a method of killing, they didn't even need to engage in direct combat. If they threw meteorites a few more times, the entire ninja Allied Forces would be finished. Fortunately, everything had been calm for the past 2 days, allowing the ninja Allied Forces to barely hold on. Moreover, the command of the Allied Forces, which had originally been delayed due to the division of power, was finally settled, with Ōtsutsuki Noki being elected as the leader of the ninja Allied Forces. However, at this moment, after calming down, Noki realized that he seemed to have been tricked. Ordinary people could surrender, but how could the leader of the ninja Allied Forces surrender? If the enemy were just one side, it would be fine. Using lives to exhaust them might still hold some hope. Now, with 2 such powerful opponents, Noki was deeply perplexed. Last night, the intelligence personnel lurking outside the Rain Ninja Village transmitted the videos they had captured back. To be honest, if it weren't for the consistent information obtained from different channels, Noki would have almost thought those videos were from a movie or deliberately produced by the enemy to scare him. The battles between Hinata Kaze and Uchiha Madara in the videos were beyond the normal ninja's understanding of the world. Noki even began to doubt whether they were really training under the same system, as the gap in strength was so exaggerated. Old man, why did you call me here? What do you want? After waiting for a long time without hearing a word from her grandfather in the temporary tent, Ōtsutsuki couldn't help but step forward and tug at his beard to ask. Ouch, ouch, you little girl, let go. Caught by his granddaughter. Noki finally snapped out of his endless thoughts and hurried to salvage his image. It took a while for the scene to settle down. You really don't have any of the gentleness a woman should have. Sullenly stroking his beard, Noki looked at Ōtsutsuki with a mix of helplessness, affection, and a hint of guilt. After a while, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Ōtsutsuki, you'll set off back to the village shortly. I have a mission for you. Aren't we going to war? Why should I go back now? Go back and prepare the supplies. If we fail to resist Uchiha Madara, you should go seek refuge with Hinata Kaze. Hida's complexion darkened, but Noki continued to speak firmly. According to the intelligence, he was a lecherous guy, and with your abilities, it is still possible to ensure the village's legacy continues. Almost at the same time as Noki, other ninja villages began making their arrangements. Chiyo-baba arranged for Tamari to return to the village to gather information. Mizukage Terumi May started to meticulously groom herself in front of the mirror, and Kakashi began reminiscing about his relationships with Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Enko. Only the Cloud Shinobi were still rubbing their fists, ready to continue confronting Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji, harboring a terrifying thought in their hearts. With such powerful figures as Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji eyeing the power of the tailed beasts, did the Cloud Shinobi not also have a chance to unite all the tailed beasts and truly become the strongest in the ninja world? Speaking of which, although Noki and the others reacted quickly, they were actually already lagging behind. The Rain Shinobi village had actually received dozens of waves of envoys. The information video received by the allied shinobi forces had long been leaked through various means, presented to the daimyos and nobles of various countries. And to be honest, they were genuinely terrified. Many long-standing daimyos and nobles dug up the once fantastical texts from old records, recounting tales of heavenly beings, ancestral lands, the Sage of Six Paths, world-shattering wars, and the epic battles of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, or once seen as jokes. When combined with the battle scenes of Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Madara in the video, seemed entirely realistic. Some older nobles recalled the almost nonsensical warnings passed down from their ancestors, which now sounded incredibly real. Many daimyos and nobles began to doubt whether figures like Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Madara could truly be controlled by them. They couldn't help but admire their ancestors, wondering how such people came to be daimyos and wield power in this world. However, at this moment, no matter how much they admired and reminisced about their ancestors, it was futile. Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Madara had made their intentions clear to unify the world, and they had to come up with their own solutions. It should be said that politicians' thoughts are quite similar. After gaining a more concrete understanding of both sides' strengths, the daimyos and nobles gathered together to curse Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji, discussing the need to increase manpower to eliminate these two threats. After the meeting, they returned to arrange for their trusted subordinates to set off, and one by one, envoys stealthily arrived at the Rain Shinobi village to seek negotiations with Hyuga Niji. Some promised on behalf of their daimyos that as long as Hyuga Niji submitted and eliminated Uchiha Madara, they would elevate him to a great noble, as long as he maintained a facade of respect. Others offered to cede part of their land, allowing Hyuga Niji to become a daimyo, and then he would kill Madara, leading to peaceful coexistence. Some small countries expressed their willingness to submit, wishing to honor Hyuga Niji as the overlord of the ninja world, discussing the division of the largest land to him. Of course, they still wanted to preserve their own territories, while Hyuga Niji would have to conquer the rest. Some great nobles stated that as long as Hyuga Niji was willing to cooperate in overthrowing Uchiha Madara and the daimyos, they could share the territory and jointly become daimyos. There were even some confused envoys who arrogantly warned Hyuga Niji to be mindful of a ninja's duties, urging him to surrender quickly and serve the daimyos by eliminating the rebel Uchiha Madara, claiming that would give Hyuga Niji a chance to become a great existence like them. In short, over the past 2 days, the Rain Shinobi village was a chaotic scene with representatives from various powers in the ninja world. At first, Hyuga Niji curiously received a few of them, but soon felt disgusted. In his previous life, he had seen many incredibly foolish news articles on the internet, but he never expected the current ninja world to be even more surreal. Get lost. They're simply ignorant and delusional. Waving his hand at the reporting Mikoto, Hyuga Niji rubbed his forehead and continued, "If anyone else sends an envoy, just kill them. If I see any more of those idiots, I will start doubting my own intelligence." Chapter 297. The official start of war since the battle between Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Madara. The peace in the ninja world lasted only 3 days. On the 4th morning, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of the allied shinobi forces camp with his loyal subordinates. Of course, with Uchiha Madara's arrogance, he was completely unwilling to associate with a bunch of mindless white Zetsu and Edo Tensei corpses. He only brought black Zetsu along, with the rest of his combat forces waiting not far behind. Unlike the original storyline, this time, Madara's forces did not include the so-called 100,000 white Zetsu. He left only a little over 100 white Zetsu to scout and relay information, sacrificing the rest to the Outer Path Divine Tree. In Madara's words, what was the use of so many white Zetsu? They only diluted the power of the God Tree. Obito was truly an idiot. Of course, there was another reason Madara was reluctant to voice. He did not wish for so many beings with Hashirama cells to exist in the world. Black Zetsu. Let the remaining forces of the Akatsuki organization and that Edo Tensei of Orochimaru move, disrupt the formation of the allied shinobi forces, and seek out the 8 tails and 9 tails. It was time to reclaim all the tailed beasts and implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Completely unaffected by the previous day's setbacks, Uchiha Madara was now brimming with confidence, largely thanks to Orochimaru's contributions. Initially, Uchiha Madara had looked down on collaborating with such a subhuman, snake-like individual. But Orochimaru had provided the 8 Tails organization and Jingang and Ingang that he had cultivated. With the 8 Tails organization and the 9 Tails chakra from Jingang and Ingang, along with the sacrifice of over 90,000 white Zetsu, Madara had already begun to awaken the Outer Path Divine Tree, although he temporarily hid it as a trump card. For dealing with the allied shinobi forces, Madara did not yet need the power of the Divine Tree, and having such a trump card meant he wouldn't worry even if Hyuga Niji intervened. Additionally, he had already absorbed a round of Hashirama's Sage Chakra from the Edo Tensei body, although he was not aligned with his goal at this moment. Just thinking about the fact that this Edo Tensei of Hashirama shared his objective made Uchiha Madara feel invigorated. I will inform them. Lord Madara, you should also be cautious. The allied shinobi forces have a large number of people, and we must also guard against that cunning Hyuga Niji, Black Zetsu quietly reminded him, watching Uchiha Madara, who was filled with fighting spirit and did not regard the allied shinobi forces at all. The allied shinobi forces are nothing but a bunch of clowns. As for Niji, if he dares to jump out again this time, I will let him know my true strength after absorbing Hashirama's chakra. Don't forget, the 10 Tails can already move. Madara crossed his arms, casting a bland glance at the allied shinobi forces camp, his expression almost devoid of scorn or contempt, yet naturally exuding an air of superiority overall. At this moment, Black Zetsu still felt some concern. In the past few days, he had been too busy focusing on the situation with Hyuga Niji and had paid less attention to their own base. It was only yesterday that he discovered that Uchiha Sasuke, who had fused with Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan, had disappeared, and the backup option, Obito, was lying half dead in the base. He felt that there might be some unforeseen changes. However, they could not delay any further. Madara had made up his mind, and now was the best time. After 1,000 years of waiting and planning, they had finally obtained such an opportunity. Therefore, Black Zetsu could only reply, "Understood, Lord Madara, may your military fortunes prosper," before going to arrange for Orochimaru's side to take action. After Black Zetsu vanished, Uchiha Madara strode confidently toward the allied shinobi forces camp, his imposing presence overwhelming and looking down on all. Uchiha Madara. The place where Uchiha Obito and Kuro's loud conspiracy took place was just a kilometer away from the entrance of the allied forces camp. The lurking scouts around had already spotted Uchiha Obito's figure, and the high-ranking officials of the allied forces had been notified. As Uchiha Obito leisurely advanced, Inoki and Terumi Mei, along with many other elites, arrived just in time to encounter him outside the camp entrance. However, when they opened their mouths to call out, their voices were hoarse and fearful, as if they were trapped in a deep nightmare. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, seeing Uchiha Obito in person made Inoki and the others feel an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts, and their bodies reacted with a hint of sluggishness. Behind Inoki and the others, countless members of the Shinobi Alliance were arranged in formations according to their recent training adjustments, ready to use combined ninjutsu at any moment. Yet, from their anxious and uneasy expressions and their instinctively clenched fists, it was clear that the allied forces were extremely tense. The name of the Shinobi Shura, Uchiha Obito, was a legend used by their parents to frighten them in their childhood, coupled with the terrifying aura emanating from Obito at that moment. It was as if a true Shura had descended upon the world to harvest lives. Despite their large numbers, they still felt a lack of security. That technique. It's the little guy from Iwagakure. Upon seeing Inoki floating in the air along with Terumi, Mei, and the others, Uchiha Obito did not stop. He merely glanced at everyone with a disdainful look and continued to stroll forward, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were returning home. What on earth do you want? Uchiha Obito, this is no longer your era. Staring nervously at Obito, Inoki felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He had personally experienced Obito's might in the past, and the pressure in his heart was hard to express. Ha, what do you think I want? Don't you already know? Today, I shall ignite the 4th Shinobi World War. You've had plenty of time to prepare. Let's see what this era's ninjas are capable of. After declaring his war proclamation, Uchiha Obito could no longer suppress the fighting spirit within him and launched his attack. While watching the battle video between Hinata and Uchiha Obito, the ninjas had only marveled at the incredible strength of both, But when faced with Obito in person, Inoki and the others truly understood that what made someone powerful was not just their ninjutsu, but the person wielding it. Taijutsu was fierce and agile, like an art performed on the edge of a blade. Ninjutsu was overwhelmingly powerful and unreasonable. Even a basic fire release technique unleashed by Obito burned like a forbidden technique. Defense? The Susanoo activated, completely ignoring all attacks except for dust release. From the very beginning of the battle, Uchiha Obito displayed absolute strength, causing despair to those who attempted to obstruct him. Initially relying on their numbers, the Shinobi Alliance managed to hold on, but with the sudden appearance of the elusive Black Zetsu and the reincarnated bodies of strong individuals from various villages flanking them, the situation on the battlefield rapidly deteriorated. Have they started to move? In the Rain Village, Hinata sensed Uchiha Obito's chakra moving towards the allied forces, and his previously lazy body stood upright. It was time to take action. The Fourth Shinobi World War wouldn't last long. Mikoto, Izumi, you wait here, according to plan. My clone will lead you to clear the targets at the right moment. This time, let me sweep through the Shinobi world in one fell swoop. Chapter 298. Fire in the rear, what a hidden and deep place. Is this where you sensed Naruto? When Uchiha Obito and the allied forces were engaged in battle, Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura quietly appeared outside the mountain graveyard passage. The enemy's reincarnated bodies had caused significant trouble for the allied forces, and only Naruto in Sage Mode was able to sense and track the enemy's whereabouts, allowing for surprise attacks to decapitate them. Thus, this mission was assigned to Kakashi and his team. Only when the user of Edo Tensei was dead or released from control could those immortal reincarnated bodies be undone. It should be here. Naruto scratched his head, somewhat hesitant. The chakra he sensed from Orochimaru was indeed here, but it was significantly different from before. There was also a chakra similar to Orochimaru's, but somewhat resembling Kabuto's. Even stranger, there was a chakra inside that was very similar to Sasuke's, but with notable differences. Sasuke. Is Sasuke-kun here? As soon as Naruto's voice fell, Sakura became excited and jumped up, ready to rush in, and Naruto quickly followed. Hey, you two, slow down. Be careful of traps. Sakura and Naruto rushed too quickly, leaving Kakashi and the others no choice but to follow helplessly. Fortunately, although the underground passage was winding and dark, it had no traps and was relatively safe. The group proceeded through the tunnel and suddenly stopped when they entered a spacious underground base, as they found Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kabuto standing in a triangular formation before them. Attention! Kakashi's heart jolted. He quickly shielded Naruto and Sakura behind him and confronted Sasuke and the others. It was clear that Orochimaru and his companions felt a significant pressure at the appearance of Kakashi's group, and everyone in the room became tense and exchanged glances. It seems you all came here for those reincarnated bodies, right? We were just discussing that. Please wait a moment. Orochimaru's hoarse voice broke the silence as he turned to Kabuto and said, Kabuto, I didn't expect you to accomplish this. Lord Orochimaru, you really have revived? Kabuto looked at the resurrected Orochimaru with great confusion, even deliberately messing with his own chakra to try to dispel the illusion. That's right. I owe it to Sasuke-kun. The curse mark I left on Anko was previously dispelled by Hinata, so I left an additional heavenly curse mark on the test subject. Luckily, Sasuke-kun spared that test subject's life and only sealed him away. Not long ago, he unsealed him and allowed me to revive. Facing Orochimaru's smile, Sasuke remained cold and said, Less talking. Don't forget the promise you made to me. Otherwise, I can save you, but I can also kill you again. Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, this time I have decided to be someone who waits for the wind to rise. With a slight smile, after a life-and-death encounter, the gloomy aura around Orochimaru faded significantly, making him look like a somewhat cool idol. Unfortunately, as he spoke, he habitually stretched out his long tongue to lick his lips, causing Sakura and Naruto to shiver. Let me chat with Kabuto for a while. I think you and your master need to communicate, don't you? Sasuke, are you finally willing to step out of the darkness and return to Konoha? Under Kakashi's vigilant gaze, Orochimaru took Kabuto aside to discuss in detail, and then Naruto couldn't wait to speak up. However, Uchiha Sasuke still wore a dark expression, saying, I killed the 5th Hokage of Konoha. How can I return to Konoha? Cough, cough. Kakashi coughed a few times to attract Sasuke and the others' attention. That's all in the past, and if we can't stop Uchiha Obito, everything will be irreparable. I know that Konoha had a lot of darkness in the past, including my father, but Konoha has changed now. It has indeed changed to a point of weakness. What is there for me to return to Konoha now? As soon as Sasuke said this, Naruto immediately shouted, Sasuke, what are you talking about? Konoha still has me in Sakura. Oomph. Sasuke turned his head away arrogantly. Did you all know about the Uchiha clan's matters long ago? What? Naruto, Sakura, and the others felt bewildered by Sasuke's words. Only Kakashi and Yamato understood what he was saying. Actually, I only know part of it, but I'm not very clear about the actual situation. You know about that part of the Uchiha in the Land of Rain, right? That should be Hinata Kaze. Kakashi hesitated to speak, but he was interrupted by Sasuke before he could say much. All right, enough talk. We can discuss whether to return to Konoha later. This time, I will help you stop Uchiha Madara. When he said this, Sasuke's emotions surged, and he was very excited. He didn't want to live in an illusion. Itachi had worked so hard to navigate everything. Konoha couldn't just vanish like that. As he thought about it, Sasuke clenched his fists. He still wanted to take revenge on Hinata Kaze. The scenes from when the masked man took him to the Land of Rain surfaced in his mind. His mother, Mikoto, snuggling in Hinata Kaze's arms. The other Uchiha being respected and greeted with smiles by the villagers of Snow Ninja Village, all looking so harmonious. This made Sasuke's eyes redden on the spot. Why should they save so many people and just abandon themselves? Why do those Uchiha speak with disdain when they mention Itachi and himself? Why did his mother have to sacrifice herself to atone? Sasuke was extremely angry. But that wasn't the reason he wanted to stop Uchiha Madara and Hinata Kaze. The more important reason was that he didn't want to see Konoha disappear. He wanted Itachi to be a hero. If Madara destroyed Konoha, then the last trace of Itachi's existence would be erased, and if Konoha fell, how could he let others know about Itachi's sacrifices for the village's peace? Even if Hinata Kaze won, if Konoha was destroyed, would anyone believe the words from Hinata Kaze or his mother? To help restore Itachi's reputation, Konoha must still exist, and an official announcement made in the name of the village would have the most credibility. Thinking of this, Sasuke fixed his gaze on Kakashi and stated his condition. I can resist Uchiha Madara and even Hinata Kaze with you, but after the matter is resolved, I demand that Konoha officially clear Itachi's name in the village's name and acknowledge him as a hero. Kakashi responded readily to this request. In fact, the village was already in such a state that it didn't matter if he agreed to it now. Well, it might be a bit difficult, but as long as you contribute to the village, it should be fine. After all, I'm currently representing the 6th Hokage. Kakashi and Naruto agreed with Sasuke and turned around. Orochimaru and Kabuto had also finished their conversation. Kabuto approached with a relaxed smile alongside Orochimaru, adjusting his glasses as he said, under Lord Orochimaru's persuasion, I have understood what I should do. I can relax my control over those Edo Tensei bodies and let them regain their consciousness to help you fight against Uchiha Madara and Hinata Kaze. But Lord Orochimaru and I are not strong enough, so we won't join this commotion. By the way, there's a half-dead guy in the back room. He was the one who impersonated Uchiha Madara and announced the 4th Ninja World War. I believe his name is Uchiha Bido, according to what they called him. Chapter 299, Reversal Weak, Truly Too Weak. You are simply terrifyingly weak. With such strength, do you really think you can resist my grand plan for peace? You are too naive. In the camp of the Ninja Alliance from the Land of Grass, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and surveyed his surroundings, exuding an air of disdain for all living things. Wherever his gaze fell, buildings were collapsed, mountains were broken, and the ground was filled with ravines and deep pits, resembling a scene after an apocalyptic catastrophe. Those ninjas in the outer perimeter who surrounded Madara with a numerical advantage felt a moment of fear in the face of his overwhelming aura, causing many to tremble uncontrollably. Was there really no way to stop him? As Madara was about to launch another attack, Noki let out a desperate roar. At this moment, it had only been half a day since Madara single-handedly launched an assault on the Ninja Alliance, but the Alliance was already on the brink of collapse. At first, the Ninja Alliance relied on their numbers, and various combined ninjutsu could barely cause some minor trouble for Uchiha Madara. However, the interference from the White Zetsu and the Edo Tensei bodies in the back disrupted their formation almost completely. When Madara summoned meteors to crash down, the numerical advantage vanished, and ultimately, it was still the elite fighters who held the line. Fortunately, those Edo Tensei bodies were not fully conscious. Some with self-awareness would inadvertently reveal information or charge into the attacks of the Alliance. Additionally, the sealing experts from various ninja villages had long been prepared, so the White Zetsu and Edo Tensei side were temporarily held back. However, on the front lines against Uchiha Madara, Noki and the others were truly weak. If Madara hadn't initially approached the battle with a playful attitude, Noki believed they might not have lasted this long. Even so, they had not truly held on. Luckily, Might Guy from Konoha had suddenly unleashed a burst of power, or else everyone would have been done for. Unfortunately, Might Guy's attack, far beyond anyone's expectations, was also defended against by Madara's Susanoo and the suddenly appearing mysterious golem, ultimately only causing Madara to sustain some minor injuries. Yet, seeing Might Guy's courage to fight to the death, Madara granted him some time to allow the Ninja Alliance to take him back for treatment. Although with those injuries, it was basically impossible to save him, at least it bought some time. However, now there were almost no elite fighters left in the Alliance who could resist Uchiha Madara. Noki was left with only one leg and one arm after being bombarded by a series of Yotsuka, no Kagami. But fortunately, he could float in mid-air, barely maintaining his combat ability. Mizukage Terumi may manage to break one of Madara's Susanoo clones with acid mist, but she was also hit by the giant sword of Susanoo, and although she managed to dodge in time, she was still heavily injured and spitting blood, making it difficult to move. Chiyo was even more unfortunate. Her poisonous mist and puppet manipulation, which were insidious combat methods, annoyed Madara, who directly unleashed a combination of Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei. Immediately, Chiyo fell to the ground. Her bones shattered in many places. Fortunately, as a puppet master, even though she was seriously injured, she could still control her puppets and her own body to fight. The situation for the Cloud Ninja was the most tragic. Their combat style meant they faced the greatest pressure against Madara, and the acting Reikage Darui had already perished. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, couldn't help but engage in close combat with Uchiha Madara, only to be defeated after a round of taijutsu exchanges. Even when he revealed his true form as the Eight Tails, he was still pummeled by Madara and subsequently swallowed whole by that towering, mysterious golem, presumably leading to his death. At this point in the battle, Noki had lost all confidence in resisting. He exchanged glances with Terumi, Mei, and the barely surviving Chiyo. Their faces filled with confusion and helplessness. Could they really defend against such an extraordinary enemy? Just as Madara was about to eliminate the last obstacles, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. They were the Edo Tensei bodies of strong ninja from various villages created by Kabuto, including Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and other Kage from different villages, as well as the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing the Edo Tensei bodies of Hashirama, Tobarama, Minato, and others appear before him, Madara initially thought they were there to help him, but he couldn't help but furrow his brows and shout angrily. What are Kuro Zetsu, Shiro Zetsu, and Kabuto doing? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki has already appeared and has been battling with me for a while, and has even been sealed into the Outer Path Golem. They actually just found their way here. Madara was quite dissatisfied with the combat power of the so-called Akatsuki organization and Kabuto. With just the Ninja Alliance's misfits, he could completely handle them. They should have first gone to find the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Only then could the 10 Tails be resurrected in its most complete form. With a casual wave of his hand, Madara continued to stride towards the battlefield with Tobarama and the others. Get lost, you're not needed in this fight. Hurry and find the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. I can't wait to realize the Eye of the Moon plan and bring ultimate peace to the entire shinobi world. This battle doesn't require your interference. If it weren't to pressure them into bringing out the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, I wouldn't have wasted so much time with them. As Madara said this, he didn't notice the strange expressions on the faces of the reanimated bodies, who were silently exchanging glances. In the next moment, the fastest actions came from Minato Namikaze and the reanimated Tobarama Senju, who threw shurikens at Madara. Before he could react, they used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to his sides, launching a coordinated attack from both the left and right. The other reanimated bodies simultaneously initiated their assault. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique, Hell Spike, 4 Books Piercing Hand, Steam Danger Violent Might, Magnet Release, Sand Gold Grand Burial. Relying on the immortality of the reanimated bodies, the skilled fighters didn't care about friendly fire and unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks toward Madara in a short time, creating an overwhelming offensive that nearly engulfed him. Surprised by the sudden betrayal of his supposed allies, Madara paused for a moment. At that moment, the Susanoo Giant and the Outer Path Golem stopped behind him. He almost failed to react and was about to be overpowered by Tobarama and the others. Fortunately, after experiencing Hinata's formless attack, Madara had become more cautious. He always kept 2 shadow clones of the Wheel Tomb around him for protection. which allowed him to block Tobarama's attack. Madara reacted swiftly, taking advantage of the two being hindered by the clones to throw out several black rods in retaliation. Minato avoided them using the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, but the unfortunate one was Tobarama. Just as Tobarama was struck by a black rod and lost control, falling to the ground, the Wood Dragon, Dust Release, Violent Charge, Explosions, and Sand Gold Impact all reach his position almost simultaneously, creating a scene akin to the apocalypse, with various attacks crashing down, resulting in a violent explosion. Chapter 300. Tobarama's Day of Suffering. The reanimated bodies that attacked were all powerful, and with the strong techniques they used, the destructive force was terrifying, almost rivaling Might Guy's life-threatening attacks. In an instant, the intense explosion created strong tremors and shockwaves, shaking the ground and obscuring the view with dust and smoke, making it impossible to see anything. After a good 10 seconds, the shockwaves dissipated and the dust slowly settled, allowing a glimpse of the scene. At this moment, Madara's body was enveloped by the Susanoo, which was half destroyed, but he himself appeared unscathed. This thing is just too tough. The third Raikage, who had been hit by everyone's attacks, had half of his body obliterated, but he stepped back and stood alongside the other reanimated bodies to confront Madara, his broken body slowly regenerating. The other reanimated experts looked grave as well. They couldn't do anything against such a scale of attack on the Susanoo, whose defensive power was indeed terrifying. Within the range of the Susanoo, Madara glared at Tobarama, continuing to berate him. Was it that Obito's side had a problem? Or did you use some forbidden technique to break free from control? One must admit that Madara had a deep, twisted affection for Tobarama. Faced with the earlier situation, he didn't let go, but instead used his complete Susanoo to shield himself and Tobarama from a round of impact. At this moment, Madara was still relentlessly attacking Tobarama, who was already immobilized by a black rod and unable to move. Yet, Madara leisurely swung the black rods towards Tobarama's prone body, a joyful smile on his face. You're the most treacherous one, Tobarama, always using the Flying Thunder God to sneak attack. Haha, what does it feel now? To be honest, I wanted to do this for a long time. Before, you were barely my subordinate, so I didn't want to strike. Now, let us see how you fare. Ha ha ha. As Madara attacked, he laughed maniacally, his gaze shifting back and forth between Tobarama and Hashirama Senju, the two brothers. The peculiar scene left those watching, especially the former Kages from other villages, dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, thoroughly entertained. If the situation weren't so dire, they would have pulled out some sunflower seeds to enjoy the show. Delaying time was good. It could be seen as Tobarama contributing to the shinobi world. Hashirama observed his brother being bullied for a while, and only when Tobarama was covered in black rods, almost like a porcupine, did he realize he needed to intervene. Ignoring Tobarama's miserable state on the ground, Hashirama took a few steps forward to confront Madara, calling out passionately, "Stop it, Madara! Don't make any more mistakes. You can still turn back." At this moment, Tobarama, lying on the ground, felt like he was about to explode with anger. Being controlled by Madara and mocked in front of so many young shinobi made him wish he were dead. No, he was already dead. He wished he could come back to take down Madara with him, to die together again. After hearing Hashirama's words, Tobarama shouted in his heart, "Brother, how can you think there's still a way back after Madara has treated me like this? Are you his older brother or mine? Bad news, Lord Madara. Kabuto and Obito are missing. It seems someone has invaded the underground base." After Hashirama stopped, Madara ceased his assault on Tobarama and turned to confront Hashirama. Upon hearing the sudden warning from Black Zetsu that emerged from underground, Madara merely shot him a cold glance. "What a useless fool. You can't even find a Jinchuriki. And now you've betrayed me. I'm not as strong as the great Lord Madara." Black Zetsu, looking pitiful, quickly moved closer and hid behind Madara. It seems Kakashi and the others have succeeded. Seeing the reanimated Hashirama and others suddenly block Madara's path, Noki and the others, who had just endured a desperate battle, let out a sigh of relief. With these predecessors holding the front line, they finally didn't have to face the shinobi world as demon themselves. To be in such a mess after one battle. Today, as kids really are disappointing. Watching his disciple's disheveled appearance, the second Ōtsutsuki felt both worried and dissatisfied, and his words received unanimous agreement from the reanimated bodies. "What are you still doing? Leave Madara to us. You all quickly withdraw to regroup, eliminate those troublesome Black Zetsu, and come back to cooperate in dealing with Uchiha Madara." With us holding the line and the large-scale ninja army attacking, even Uchiha Madara will fail. Moreover, if we can't kill him, we can still try sealing techniques. The second Mizukage, Terame, was also dissatisfied with her junior's incompetence. She cautiously watched Madara while instructing her subordinates to retreat. Under their command, Noki and the others quickly retreated to the perimeter to reorganize their formation. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Madara, the two old rivals and best friends, were still arguing. Madara, I've heard about your plans. You went to great lengths to resurrect in this era, just for your Eye of the Moon plan? You claim it's for peace. But look at how many people have died here. This is unacceptable. We no longer belong to this era. The peace of the shinobi world should be achieved by the people of this era. Hashirama, it's been many years since you died, yet you still love to preach. What peace should be achieved by the people of this era? Just look at the current ninja world. Since your death, the various ninja villages have been waging wars one after another, and the number of deaths has far exceeded that of the Warring States period. We originally agreed to protect the children, but now Konoha is pressuring children onto the battlefield. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, who originally founded Konoha, are now completely withering away and disappearing from the village. You allocated the tailed beasts in an attempt to create a deterrent balance to prevent war. But the Jinchuriki have become the fastest killing machines on the battlefield. Hashirama, the one who has always been wrong is you. These words have been pent up in Madara's heart for a long time, and he becomes more and more agitated as he speaks. If you had listened to me back then, and we had worked together to sweep away the ninja nations, peace would have been achieved long ago. But it's not too late now. I have found a better way to achieve peace. Hashirama, let's implement the Eye of the Moon plan together and bring about eternal peace for the world. No, that's not right. Senju Hashirama touches his head, looking pained. Even though the peace I hoped for back then did not last, and the Jinchuriki caused much slaughter, your so-called peace is wrong. It's merely your own domination. Stop it. Madara, your plan will never be accepted. Only love and mutual understanding are the only ways to achieve world peace. Amidst the expressions of discomfort from those around them, Uchiha Madara finishes listening to Hashirama's theory of peace, and then throws his head back and laughs. Ha ha ha, Hashirama, you're still so naive. If you want to stop me, then let strength do the talking. Chapter 301. Dragon and Tiger fight no matter what. I won't let you continue being wrong, Madara. Realize it. My method is the best way to achieve peace, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara charge towards each other in perfect sync, their faces unable to suppress their excited smiles even as they prepare for battle. Would release. Would human technique. As they rush towards each other, Hashirama claps his hands together, instantly summoning a giant wooden figure hundreds of meters tall, which directly swings a fist at Madara. Ha ha ha, let me show you my current strength. Madara laughs maniacally, increasing his chakra output, and instantly, the Susanoo giant behind him fully restores, with a pair of swords aimed at the wooden figure. If it were before, a complete Susanoo would be on par with Hashirama's wood human technique. However, first, Hashirama is now in the reanimation state, significantly weaker than in life. Second, Madara has fused Hashirama's cells, and his eyes have evolved, greatly enhancing the power of his Susanoo. Therefore, before long, the tall wooden figure is chopped into wooden shavings by the Susanoo giant, quickly falling into a disadvantage. The fallen wooden shavings are each the size of a dining table, creating pits upon landing. Madara, your strength has improved. Would release, all bag technique. Hashirama, realizing his wood human technique is outmatched, is not angry. Instead, he praises Madara. He claps his hands to activate the technique, summoning a giant wooden hand from the ground to grasp at the Susanoo and pull it away. You think I'm still stuck in the past like you? This is my era now, Hashirama. Since Hashirama has made his move, Madara will naturally respond. Facing the continuously grasping giant hand, Madara directly commands the outer path golem to step forward and sweep it away. Out of consideration for hiding his strength in preparation for a battle with Hinata and Hashirama, Madara does not unleash the true power of the outer path golem, merely allowing it to mechanically swing its arms and attack. However, the sheer size of the outer path golem makes even simple actions break apart the giant wooden hand. The outer path golem moves like a landslide and rushes in like a torrential wave, resembling hundreds of powerful forklifts clearing the area, causing the ground to shake and the environment to change drastically. The wooden figure, caught between the Susanoo and the golem, is like a poor child trapped between two adults, quickly being torn apart. However, since the wood human technique is controlled by Hashirama's chakra, despite being damaged, It quickly regrows with chakra support and continues to grapple with the Susanoo giant. Wood release, wood dragon technique. In addition to the wood human technique, Hashirama employs a new move. He claps his hands together, and the ground in front of the wooden figure shatters, revealing a giant wooden dragon hundreds of meters long that emerges. The wooden dragon soars and twists, quickly wrapping around the Susanoo, coiling around it several times and tying it up, making it somewhat difficult for the Susanoo to move. At this time, the chakra light flickering on the Susanoo giant becomes unstable, as if the wooden dragon is not only binding it but also absorbing chakra. Madara, give up. As the situation stabilizes a bit, Hashirama continues to preach when suddenly he seems to sense something and abruptly tilts his head. Boom! In the next moment, a strong gust of wind rushes past Hashirama's ear, feeling as if an invisible Susanoo giant has just punched him. An invisible attack? Madara, your ninjutsu has become much better. But I will still stop you, haha. Hashirama reacts quickly, countering the sudden change with a full set of taijutsu and repositioning himself. Once he steadies himself, he claps his hands again. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. Strong chakra continuously surges forth, and around Hashirama, a vast area grows dense, tall trees, instantly forming a forest. The trees in this forest sweep back and forth as if they are living beings. And some of the taller trees suddenly stretch out to become a giant hand reaching for the Susanoo and the outer path golem. Haha, Madara. Now you can't hide your attacks. At this moment, the wooden dragon cannot completely restrain the Susanoo, which powerfully breaks free to attack again. Meanwhile, Hashirama continues to control the wooden figure, the wooden dragon, and the continuously growing trees to engage Madara, but from the perspective of the battlefield. He still seems to be at a disadvantage. I think we should retreat a bit. Rashi and the others, who were originally watching from the periphery, find that Hashirama's birth of the world of trees has even affected them, so he has to suggest everyone retreat a bit. Agreed. Let's let Hashirama and Madara exhaust each other for now. Kisame is the first to agree, directly moving towards the outer perimeter. Yes, keep paying attention. Don't let your guard down. Be ready to support at any time. We won't die. Chakra is infinite. At a critical moment, be ready to take over. Even if it takes time, we must wear Madara down. And don't forget, according to the children's intel, besides Uchiha Madara, there's also a snow village in Hinata, which is no easier to deal with than Uchiha Madara. We must remain vigilant. Mu also appears very calm, and they all cooperate to retreat a considerable distance while keeping a close watch on the battle between Hashirama and Madara. However, everyone is chatting very formally, their eyes filled with fighting spirit as they watch Uchiha Madara, yet no one suggests going to rescue Senju Tobirama, as if the second Hokage, lying on the ground covered in gray and white and occasionally affected by the battle, does not exist. Tobirama, at this moment, is also feeling a bit uncomfortable, as his body is occasionally damaged and then repaired, all of which are exposed to the entire ninja world. The experience is akin to being placed in a LAV, causing Tobirama to mentally curse Madara profusely. Of course, what shocks Tobirama even more is Madara's improved strength. The falling meteorites, invisible attacks, and the enhanced Susanoo make this guy even more terrifying than before. I need to analyze his intel quickly and develop a countering forbidden technique. Hashirama, is your strength only this much left? Then let's end this battle. In front of the crowd, Madara and Hashirama continue to grapple for a while. Although on the surface, it seems like a 70-30 split, Madara is already becoming somewhat impatient. He has hidden a lot of power that hasn't been unleashed yet. Up until now, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki hasn't appeared, and Madara wants to defeat Hashirama and then sweep through the allied shinobi forces, searching little by little. I want to let you do as you please, Madara, although he seems a bit dull in his daily demeanor. Hashirama's sensing and reaction at this moment are exceptionally quick. As soon as Madara started showing impatience, he increased his chakra output, controlling the wooden man, and the wooden dragon launched a furious attack, followed by a series of jutsu. Wood release, wood clone, sage art, my Gmon. In an instant, dozens of wooden clones appeared, some attacking the outer path golem and Susu, while others ran around to restrict Madara's movements. At the same time, two gigantic torii gates descended from the sky, instantly crashing down on the outer path golem and the giant Susanoo. Chapter 302. The power of love, it's not that simple. Hashirama. The expected sudden outburst was preempted by Hashirama, but Madara was not angry. He simply smiled with deep satisfaction and increased his chakra output. sending out more than a dozen Susanoo clones to intercept Hashirama's wooden clones. Hashirama's My Genmon sealing technique has extreme sealing power, capable of sealing the chakra of tailed beasts for a short time. But Madara was already prepared for this. He controlled his complete Susanoo to unleash a powerful chakra. And at the same time, the Outer Path Golem struggled with much greater force, showing signs of breaking under the two Tori gates. There's no helping it, Madara. Your strength has indeed increased significantly. Let us see how this goes, something I didn't want to use against you. Sage Art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. As Hashirama formed hand seals to cast the jutsu, the earth shook violently, the ground rolling like waves. And then a colossal wooden Buddha statue, nearly 1,000 meters tall, rose from the ground, shaking the very world. The statue was as imposing as a mountain. With 1,000 hands, its enormous eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara, as if judging an evil demon. Ha, Hashirama, you still don't know my true power. As Madara laughed wildly, chakra poured out like a flood, completely shattering Hashirama's My Genmon. Subsequently, the Outer Path Golem stepped forward to confront the thousand-handed Buddha, and the complete Susanoo quickly merged with the Outer Path Golem, becoming armor that enveloped it. In an instant, the Outer Path Golem was clad in armor, wielding weapons. And combined with its terrifying appearance and exaggerated height, it looked like a true evil god descending upon the world. Let me test your current strength. Looking at the Outer Path Golem, Hashirama was also filled with fighting spirit, exchanging glances with Madara as they shouted at each other. Madara, Hashirama, boom! With their shouts, the Outer Path Golem and the thousand-handed Buddha crashed into each other, creating a thunderous sound that echoed across the land, the violent impact shaking the earth and sky. The shockwave that dispersed sent nearby trees flying, and the ground erupted with dust like a bomb, shooting in all directions. Even several kilometers away, the allied shinobi forces could still feel the ground shaking in waves, the terrifying threat of a world-changing disaster making them feel as if they had fallen into a dream, momentarily forgetting to continue hunting white Zetsu. Some ninjas were trembling in fear from this overwhelming power. In a battle of this level, they couldn't even participate, let alone watch without risking their lives. Many felt that simply witnessing this battle was a stroke of luck in their lives, and if they survived, this experience would be enough to boast about for the rest of their days. Out of pride and some considerations, Madara restrained the Outer Path Golem, keeping its power from fully unleashing, just enough to be slightly stronger than Hashirama's wooden technique. However, with the assistance of the complete Susanoo and the inherent strength of the Outer Path Golem, this combination's overall power far exceeded the beastly struggles of the past. For a moment, the battle between the two sides was evenly matched, and Hashirama and Madara seemed to have found the feelings of their past in this heated battle, continuously exchanging verbal jabs. Hashirama, can't you do any better? How can such strength stop my will to create a peaceful world? Madara, your strength has indeed improved, but I won't give up. I must stop you from sinking deeper into the wrong path. At this point, the eyes of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were solely focused on each other, completely disregarding the other onlookers, including the reanimated corpses and the allied shinobi forces. And the unfortunate Tobirama Senju, he had already been accidentally injured countless times by the shockwaves from the thousand-handed Buddha and the Outer Path Golem's attacks. But his dear older brother had not noticed at all. Or perhaps Hashirama had noticed but thought that since his younger brother was a reanimated body, it didn't matter. What was more important now was to stop Madara. Don't be so stubborn, Madara. Hashirama increased his chakra output, causing the thousand-handed Buddha to attack faster and harder while desperately trying to persuade his friend. Whether it's the terrifying rule you wanted to implement before or the peace you now want to try in your illusion, it's impossible to succeed. Everyone will never agree to such peace. Boom, boom. While speaking, the thousand-handed Buddha and the Outer Path Golem continued to clash, each impact causing destruction to the surrounding scenery, as if it were the end of the world. Ha. I don't need their agreement. I just need to achieve peace, Hashirama. While laughing maniacally, Madara also increased his chakra output, slightly enhancing the power of the Outer Path Golem, gradually showing signs of overpowering the thousand-handed Buddha. You're wrong, Madara. Only love, only mutual understanding, is the only way to achieve peace. Hashirama once again increased his chakra output to enhance the strength of the thousand-handed Buddha, while not forgetting to loudly persuade and try to enlighten Uchiha Madara. Of course, while Hashirama was attempting to convince Madara, the towering thousand-handed Buddha continued its relentless attacks, each giant hand striking with the force to shatter mountains. Occasionally, when a giant hand missed and hit the ground, it would cause the earth to tremble, creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter. Hashirama tried to use love to enlighten Uchiha Madara, but judging by the earth-shaking momentum in Madara's expression, it was clear that Hashirama's love was too heavy for Madara to bear. After increasing his chakra output, the thousand-handed Buddha gradually regained the advantage, once again entangled with the outer path golem. Meanwhile, Hashirama excitedly continued to shout at Madara. "Ha ha, Madara, can you feel my will? Love, only love can achieve peace." Immersed in the excitement of saving his dear friend and the exhilarating battle, Senju Hashirama showed no signs of stopping, laughing and shouting without a care. Completely unaware of the strange glances being exchanged between him and Uchiha Madara, I said, "At this scale of battle, it seems we are not needed anymore, right?" "Exactly. With them fighting like this, even if we wanted to intervene, we couldn't." The observing reanimated bodies saw no opportunity to take action, so they began discussing among themselves. And after a few exchanges, Rasha brought the topic back to Minato Namikaze. "At this point, only your Flying Thunder God technique can cut in, right, fourth Hokage?" "Aha! The first Hokage's battle is too fierce. My Flying Thunder God technique probably couldn't even throw a kunai past them." Originally focused on watching the battle, Minato subconsciously touched his head when named, responding as the strong winds from their repeated clashes still made it difficult for his ninja tools to stay on course. How could he easily throw a kunai? At that moment, Kakashi and Naruto's voices suddenly came from behind. "We're back." Chapter 303. Sudden turn of events. Wow. Their strength is incredible. Kakashi and the others had just returned and greeted the various Edo Tensei predecessors when they were shocked by the astonishing battle between Hashirama and Madara. Not to mention those giants as tall as hills and the golems. Just the roaring shockwaves made their faces feel hot, even from several kilometers away. One can only imagine how powerful the center of their battle must be. Of course, they are strong. After all, they are the legendary dual heroes of the Warring States period, the powerful figures who initiated the era of ninja villages. Having temporarily cleared out the disturbances from White Zetsu, Inoki and the others also rushed over to guard against Uchiha Madara. Hearing Naruto's words, Inoki suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. The talents in Konoha are truly exceptional. This one must be Uchiha Sasuke. Facing the scrutinizing gazes from Inoki and the others, Sasuke showed no concern. He was fixated on the battle between Hashirama and Madara, his eyes filled with brilliance, convinced that he would possess such power himself. Sasuke had no reaction, but the other former Kage from various ninja villages, such as Mu and Kisame Hoshigaki, silently rejoiced. The strength of Konoha's ninjas is indeed outrageous. Fortunately, they are not united. If their ninja village had someone like Hashirama and Madara, they would have used Susanoo to wipe out 4 countries back then, leaving only one ninja village in the ninja world. Madara, empty your heart. We need to understand each other and fill our hearts with love. Hashirama said as he wielded his Senju power to strike down fiercely, his face still radiating a sacred glow. You are too naive, Hashirama. As long as there are ninja villages, distinctions between countries, and differences in strength, people will never be able to understand one another. Division will only lead to hatred breeding endlessly. Peace can never be achieved through love. Madara replied sharply, amplifying his chakra as he countered. He had already grown weary of Hashirama's stubbornness. Their voices, enhanced by chakra, turned into rolling sound waves that spread far and wide, causing the onlookers to feel their ears buzzing. Meanwhile, the Edo Tensei strongmen remained expressionless, although they were powerful enough to ignore others' thoughts and reshape the world according to their own ideas. They decided to wait for the battle to yield a result before expressing their own thoughts. In the midst of their verbal clash, both Madara and Hashirama unleashed even greater power, and the scene continued to be tense. Overall, while Hashirama was at a disadvantage, he was not in any immediate danger. At that moment, the outer path golem seemed to sense something and began to stir uneasily, while Black Zetsu suddenly shouted from the back, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Lord Madara." The Jinchuriki has appeared. Madara also spotted Naruto through his powerful vision, and the sudden appearance of his long-awaited prey momentarily stunned him. This distraction caused Madara to slow down his defensive movements, just as the shockwave from the clash between the Great Buddha and the outer path golem hit him, tearing his chest clothing. This exposed the image on Madara's chest. The unexpected change made Hashirama freeze for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Haha, Madara, why did you carve my image on your chest? You must still recognize my ideals of peace in your heart. Stop this, Madara. Don't deceive yourself anymore, only love. Dream on. Madara was annoyed by Hashirama's incessant talk about love. He interrupted Hashirama angrily, then charged towards Naruto alongside the Outer Path Golem. The power of the now unleashed Outer Path Golem was fully revealed, and in an instant, its formidable strength crushed the Great Buddha and the Wood Dragon, then barreled through Hashirama's figure like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, rushing towards Naruto with unstoppable momentum. Watch out. The sudden turn of events left everyone unable to react. Only Minato managed to shout a warning, and then everyone made their moves to intercept. Dust Release. Limit Removal Technique, Dust Release. Original World Removal Technique, Liquid Release. Dissolution Technique, Magnet Release. Sand Iron Boundary Technique, Hell Spike. 4 books through the hand, Spiraling Sphere, Amaterasu Big Ball, Spiraling Sphere, Lightning Release. Thundercut Magic. Mist Steam Tower, Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp. To counter the impact of the Outer Path Golem, everyone used their signature techniques, employing various methods from direct attacks to slowing actions and illusion techniques to obscure positions. However, all these tactics became child's play before the Outer Path Golem. Madara Uchiha's charge could only be described as overwhelming. Various attack ninjutsu met the Outer Path Golem, enveloped in complete Susanoo armor, as if they were facing an immovable mountain, having no effect whatsoever. Instead, those who attempted close combat were directly crushed by the Golem's charge. The Yellow Spring Swamp, which could devour armies, became just a small muddy pit upon encountering the towering Outer Path Golem, unable even to reach the back of its foot. Large-scale fog spewers and the giant clams that created mirages were also trampled under the Golem's furious advance, with the illusions failing to take effect before being obliterated into a pile of debris. When the Outer Path Golem was still nearly 100 meters away from Naruto, it opened its mouth wide, and an array of chakra chains shot out densely. The chains seemed to carry sealing and suppressing power at Naruto's current strength. He felt a sense of difficulty in evading. Wood Release. Ranking technique as Naruto was about to be captured by the Outer Path Golem, suddenly, a massive wooden shield shaped like a fanged demon face appeared in front of him, behind which was Hashirama, still reassembling his towering body. Perhaps worried that the defense was insufficient, Hashirama was using his own body to brace against the shield to fend off Madara's attack. Unfortunately, the hastily executed ranking technique lacked sufficient defensive power, and even Hashirama's body was pierced by the chains in an instant. Dozens of chakra chains pierced through Hashirama's senju, sealing and suppressing his chakra fluctuations, and then surged forward, brutally penetrating Naruto's abdomen. At that moment, the fastest Minato was still reassembling his body further out. Earlier, he had been injured when trying to use Flying Thunder God technique to rescue his son, having been struck by Madara's sudden yin-yang release Black Rod, leaving him in a poor state. Fortunately, Minato reacted quickly and managed to sever the half of his body affected by the Black Rod before it could take effect, thus avoiding the fate of Tobarama's senju. Hashirama, even now you still want to stop me. As the Nine-Tails was about to be captured, Uchiha Madara showed little joy, but instead shouted angrily at Hashirama. Madara's tone was filled with piercing pain. He truly did not want to harm Hashirama. Not good, everyone. We must not let the Nine-Tails be taken. The Edo Tensei warriors, having recovered from being scattered, charged fiercely, tried to save Naruto. Of course, several of their attacks appear to be aimed directly at Naruto, seemingly intending to take him out along with the chakra chains. Why do you all resist? What I bring is true peace. Madara's fury at everyone's reactions reached a peak, and he roared in rage. At this moment, Madara completely unleashed his power, and the terrifying Outer Path Golem instantly transformed into a monstrous creature with 10 tails and a single eye. Chapter 304. The Divine Tree at the Ninja Alliance Camp in the Land of Grass, after a day and night of battle. Warm sunlight once again shone down upon the world. However, apart from Uchiha Madara, no one else here felt any warmth. In their perception, a terrifying aura enveloped the area, with the air filled with the stench of blood and burning, paired with the blackened ground scattered with deep pits, creating a scene akin to hell. Haha, finally, peace is about to descend. Controlling the 10 tails, I launched several tailed beast balls, completely smashing the blockade of the Ninja Alliance, and with my own strength, I arranged those Edo Tensei strongmen clearly. Uchiha Madara smiled with great pride. Not to mention that the 9 tails is already in hand. The complete 10 tails is about to emerge. Just this day of fighting has made Madara feel extremely satisfied. The Rinnegan was only awakened right before his death. At that time, his body was too old, relying on the outer path golem to barely survive, and he was unable to unleash the true power of the Rinnegan. During the previous battle against Hinata F, he was also blocked by that damned little girl S-Elder. Since his resurrection, Madara really hadn't experienced the feeling of fighting at full strength. With a young body, extreme power, and familiar opponents, after a round of battle, Madara felt completely invigorated. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and even Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and a large group of Ninja Alliance members became targets for Madara to flex his muscles. Although there were many people, and several strong ones, the top experts were nearly immortal. Madara's burning fighting spirit had been boiling for a day and a night. After rounds of battle, Madara showcased his nearly unmatched power to everyone. At this moment, the battlefield was completely under Madara's control. Hashirama Senju was pierced and sealed by his chakra chains, and even the Sage Mode chakra within him was drained. Tobirama Senju was also nailed to the ground, suffering humiliation with no power to fight back. Minato Namikaze was beaten to the point of disintegration, unable to recover completely. At this moment, his body was still incomplete. The other Edo Tensei former Kage were also in an extremely poor state, either with missing limbs and still recovering or sealed by the Yin-Yang release black rods. Put on display. This is a demon. Where is the Sage of Six Paths? Please save us. Is the ninja world about to perish? The strong ones were relatively more steadfast. Even when facing Madara's absolute power, they were still seeking opportunities to fight back. However, the ordinary ninjas were truly collapsing. Some had completely lost morale and fled for their lives, while others were despairingly collapsing to the ground, wailing. The large number of Ninja Alliance members, under the impact of the Ten Tails and Madara's power, could almost be said to have no power to fight back. Those seemingly massive combined ninjutsu were like paper in front of them. After a round of battle, just the aftermath of the fight between the Edo Tensei strongmen and Uchiha Madara caused many casualties in the Ninja Alliance. Once the alliance formally engaged with Madara, they were almost wiped out in an instant, as if their humble lives existed only to buy a little time. The battle with Madara could truly be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with bones and flesh turning to ashes. After the terrifying Ten Tails beast emerged, it unleashed boundless slaughter. If it weren't for the several-tailed beast balls it spat out, clearly aimed at the Cloud Ninja Village and the Rock Ninja Village, igniting the determination of the ninjas to fight to the death, the alliance might have collapsed even earlier. These ninjas resisting Madara had already discovered in terror that the Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, was far more despairing than the legends. In fact, it was only natural for Madara to have such power. At this moment, his condition was much better than in the original plot, as he possessed both Rinnegan. On the Ten Tails side, all tailed beasts from 1 tail to 8 tails were complete, with only the 9 tails left to be devoured. At this moment, the 9 tails had been dragged out of Naruto's body by the chakra chains and brought before the 10 tails. The already fierce 10 tails sensed the presence of the 9 tails and erupted with a terrifying aura, becoming extremely agitated. Madara was also very excited to see the familiar 9 tails. Go ahead, devour the 9 tails, and achieve your strongest form. Under Madara's control, the 10 tails grabbed the 9 tails, completely ignoring its resistance, and directly opened its mouth to devour it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Well done, little brother Madara. You've really saved me a lot of effort. Next should be the infinite Tsukuyami. Get ready to make a move. On the periphery of the battlefield, Hinata F watched the battle between Madara and the Ninja Alliance with great satisfaction at Madara's efficiency. With these 2-tailed beast balls, the little troubles in unifying the ninja world have been greatly reduced. The 10 tails was now in excellent condition, much stronger than its weak appearance in the original plot. After devouring the 9 tails, it quickly completed its refinement, and in an instant, the 10 tails became even more massive and terrifying. The 10 tails emitted a far more magnificent power than in the original work. The overwhelming chakra made anyone who came into contact with it lose their will to resist. Stop it, Madara. You can't do this. At this point, the Edo Tensei body of Hashirama Senju was still chattering on. Your illusion does not bring true peace. It is illusory, Madara. Reikage had several Yin-Yang release black rods embedded in him, but he was still struggling desperately. No way. This is not the ending Cloud Ninja Village should have. Madara, I will definitely kill you. Besides them, the other Edo Tensei bodies had already given up hope. Only Minato Namikaze was still explaining something to the similarly injured Kakashi. Kill. Attack and take down Uchiha Madara. Do you want to live forever in an illusion, with your life controlled by him? Inoki had blood tears streaming from his eyes, ever since the Ten Tails Tail Beast Ball was aimed at the Rock Ninja Village. He had been in a state of madness. Sasuke was knocked down by the aftermath of the Ten Tails attack while trying to rescue Naruto, lying on the ground, unaware of his fate. Ōtsutsuki had exhausted her chakra and collapsed weakly in the muddy ground, completely unable to attack. She looked at Madara in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. If I had known it would end up like this, it would have been better to side with Hinata F. He just wanted to unify, but didn't want to control us like this. As soon as this was said, some of the remaining Ninja Alliance members nearby couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's right, we need Hinata F. He has defeated Uchiha Madara before. Lord Yukikage, please save us. I don't want to live forever in an illusion. Hearing those chaotic voices, Madara couldn't help but frown. Stupid fools. It is of no use now even if Hinata F comes. In the world before peace descends, there shouldn't be so much noise. You all better shut up. Would release. Birth of the world. As Madara formed hand seals, a forest was born out of thin air, and the remaining ninjas around were all bound and imprisoned by trees. At this moment, the Ten Tails had transformed into a towering, bizarre tree with a bud at the top, as if boundless chakra was surging in from all directions to nourish the divine tree. Chapter 305. Heartfelt Shock Terror. The Divine Tree, which embodies Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's hopes, brought extreme terror to all beings in the ninja world as soon as it appeared. The branches and roots of the divine tree spread endlessly, and all ninjas touched by became limp and lost their will to resist. Their chakra continuously forcefully drained away. The Edo Tensei bodies, which had been beaten to a miserable state by Uchiha Madara, and those remaining strong ones had no way to resist the power of the divine tree and were quickly bound by its branches one by one. What is this? What's going on? It's over. This is completely finished. Feeling the power they relied on continuously leaving them, the already shocked Ninja Alliance fell into madness, each one crying out in despair. Meanwhile, the bud at the top of the divine tree was gradually opening, revealing a blood-red giant eyeball from the gaps. With ample chakra supply, the speed at which the bud opened was extremely fast, and some ninjas who had narrowly escaped were futilely trying to save their companions, as the ominous eyeball was fully revealed. The eyeball seems to contain supreme power, and in an instant, the moon, which had already faded from the sky, suddenly reappeared, rapidly transforming into a blood-red pattern resembling a nine-tailed Sharingan, identical to the eyeball. Madara, the conditions are ready. Just as the scene fell into a brief silence, Kurizetsu suddenly appeared. Beside him was Minato Namikaze, pierced through the body by the god tree's branches. This guy still has half of the nine tails in him, and he's moving so fast. Fortunately, Madara had injured him earlier, allowing me to successfully guide the god tree to pierce through him. Not bad. You have some use after all. Madara rarely praised Kurizetsu, who had rushed excitedly to stand behind him, still eager to take credit. At this moment, the god tree seemed to absorb the half nine tails within Minato, swelling significantly in size and increasing its speed in capturing the remaining ninjas. The conditions are ready, then let us begin. 6 pads, 10 tails coffin seal. As he spoke, Madara flashed to the base of the god tree, placing his hand on it. A mysterious power surged forth, and the terrifying god tree, which brought endless fear to the Ninja Alliance, was suddenly sealed away inside Uchiha Madara, as if it had fallen into another time and space. Clearly, the god tree's power was extremely violent, and Madara's face twisted for a moment as his body swayed, but he quickly regained control over himself due to his steadfast will. In the moment after absorbing the god tree, Madara transformed into a white-haired figure wearing a white windbreaker with horns on his head. At this time, Hashirama was still shouting, "Madara, stop. It's not too late." Just a line away from achieving his goal, Madara ignored the still persistent persuasion from Hashirama and formed hand seals to perform the technique. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Divine Tree Realm Descend. In an instant, a blood moon appeared and endless ominous light spread, the power of Infinite Tsukuyomi sweeping across the entire ninja world, instantly quieting the noisy world. Under the influence of Infinite Tsukuyomi, some weaker ninjas quickly fell into the illusion, their bodies being captured and turned into large cocoons by the god tree's branches. However, strangely, many people seemed unaffected by Infinite Tsukuyomi, merely dodging the attacks of the god tree's branches to avoid being absorbed. What's going on? Seeing that the power of Infinite Tsukuyomi was not as expected, Uchiha Madara was extremely furious. This was the ninjutsu that held all his hopes. Perhaps infinite Tsukuyomi needs a little more time to take effect. Observing Madara's terrifying expression, Kurizetsu appeared panicked and aggrieved. Suddenly, he pointed to a hill at the edge of the battlefield, his tone filled with horror. Lord Madara, look over there. Time rewinds slightly. At the moment when Madara activated infinite Tsukuyomi and Divine Tree Realm descend on Hinata-Fu's side. Here it comes. On the edge of the battlefield, seeing Uchiha Madara's actions, Hinata-Fu synchronized his movements. As he exhaled, the potent true energy he had accumulated within him for a long time erupted, striking out with a palm that shook the heavens and earth, a grand and unstoppable force. Wherever Hinata-Fu's true energy reached, the infinite Tsukuyomi light beams projected from a moon and the indestructible god tree roots, capable of traversing space, were displaced as if they were ordinary threads. Following the power of Hinata-Fu's palm, the powers of infinite Tsukuyomi and Divine Tree Realm descend split into 3 streams, traversing through the void to some unfathomable, mysterious realm. At this moment, Kurizetsu and Madara, both in a daze, looked over, while Hinata-Fu paused and smiled at them. His task was complete. Now he would let the god tree act freely. Roar, wail, hiss. Hinata-Fu's palm left 3 seemingly real, yet illusory black holes in the air, as if connecting to some dark and terrifying place. After the god tree's roots and branches entered, endless monster roars and mournful cries echoed from those 3 spots. Done. Time to move on to the next scene. Sensing the responses coming back from the 3 sacred places with satisfaction, Hinata-Fu smiled slightly and vanished in an instant. With his intervention, many people in the ninja world were not controlled by the god tree, and he could continue to watch the show later. As for how many would die or be injured in Maiboka Mountain or the Dragon Cave, Hinata-Fu did not care at all. What on earth did this guy do? Uchiha Madara watched Hinata-Fu disappear, and his ominous premonition grew stronger. First, the effect of infinite Tsukuyomi was not as expected. Then Hinata-Fu suddenly appeared and inexplicably struck out into the air, which seemed very strange. Just as Madara was about to fly to the spot where Hinata-Fu had been to observe closely, his expression suddenly changed. He had thought that Hinata-Fu's actions were disrupting his plans, but to his surprise, he found that the chakra of the god tree within him was actually being absorbed even more rapidly, as if some power resembling Hashirame's sage chakra was flowing into the god tree. Although this power was still inferior to the might of the god tree, Madara, as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, could clearly sense the increasing strength. So, it turns out like this, that guy is actually helping me? While muttering to himself, Madara still felt uneasy. He circulated his chakra, checking his body several times inside and out, and kept observing the 10 tails within him. But everything seemed normal, which puzzled Madara greatly. Be careful, Madara. Just as Madara was lost in confusion, Hashirama's weak and anxious voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Worried that something might happen to Hashirama, Madara quickly looked over. At a glance, he saw that Hashirama was still tightly bound by the god tree's branches. Before Madara could voice his inquiry, he suddenly felt a penetrating and warm sensation in his chest. Instinctively lowering his head, he was shocked to see a pitch-black, eerie arm piercing through his chest. And at the same time, a sinister and triumphant voice echoed in his ears. It's time for you to show your true value, Madara. Chapter 306. Transformation from within. Logically speaking, with Uchiha Madara's current physical condition and strength, even if someone were to reach into his chest and pull out his heart, he shouldn't lose his ability to resist so easily. However, when Madara tried to break free from Kurizetsu's grip to counterattack, he suddenly found that something within his body had been switched off, as if Kurizetsu had taken control. His own chakra was completely inaccessible, frozen and silent in his meridians, while the 10 tails sealed within him began to stir uneasily. Why? Aren't you the embodiment of my will? After countless attempts in secret, unable to control his body and chakra, Madara could only watch the black hand piercing through his chest and ask hoarsely, "Of course not. I am merely acting according to Kagaya's will." Kagaya? The unfamiliar name puzzled Madara, but at this point, he had little strength left to struggle, other than barely being able to move his eyes. He had lost control over his body. Seeing his good friend backstabbed, Hashirama was shocked and heartbroken, struggling desperately as he shouted, "Madara! That dark guy! What did you do to Madara?" Hey. Kurizetsu disdainfully glanced around, his eyes filled with contempt, but they suddenly narrowed when he saw the traces left by Hinata-Fu. Just like you treated Obito as a pawn, you are merely a piece in my plan to save my mother. We could have continued cooperating for a while longer, Madara. But unfortunately, with that guy HyugaFū causing trouble, it's better to activate early. Your value as a tool has come to an end. As he spoke, Kurizetsu continuously urged his chakra, and an ominous gray-black aura began to surge from the wound on Madara's body, spreading throughout him. Is that so? What have I done? Hashirama, feeling the rapidly fading life, I catch a glimpse of the war-torn world in my peripheral vision. Obito watches Hashirama struggling for himself, his emotions complex and difficult to understand. The mighty Uchiha Obito can only endure the deep hatred of being deceived and mocked, as well as the heart-wrenching pain of being unable to achieve peace, watching events unfold before his eyes. Kaguya has completely ignored the reactions of Obito and Hashirama, as he has fully taken control of Obito's body. With an endless stream of chakra pouring into Obito, Kaguya immediately activated the technique. Come back, mother. Yin-yang release, spiritual assimilation. Poor Uchiha Obito. Although you have been heartlessly betrayed, I cannot allow my Kaguya to be resurrected through your body. Otherwise, who will serve me in the future? Uchiha Obito or Ōtsutsuki Kaguya? In the moon's paradise, Hyuga Kaze holds a glossy bubble and looks towards the ninja world, expressing his feelings emotionlessly. He then looks down at his palm, where the bubble appears to be the size of an egg, but upon closer inspection, it is filled with twinkling stars and swirling clouds, looking incredibly profound, almost like a world. At the center of this bubble, a beautiful woman with fair skin and 2 horns on her head is curled up. My lovely and charming ancestor, the long-awaited chance for your freedom has come. What choice will you make? Will you obediently kneel and submit, or will you show your claws towards me? I'm looking forward to it. After saying this, Hyuga Kaze ignores Kaguya's sudden tremor in the bubble and channels the power of the Paradise Formation to open a spatial passage directly to the Ninja Alliance's camp, while fiercely flicking his palm. Go! In an instant, the bubble in Hyuga Kaze's palm transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. What's going on? In the Ninja Alliance camp, Kaguya was still casting a technique to save her mother when suddenly a warm aura, which he had longed for, appeared in the air, followed by a meteor streaking across the sky and landing right in front of him. Mother! In Kaguya's bewildered gaze, the meteor landed and transformed, revealing a figure with white eyes, a 9-tomo Sharingan on her forehead, and exceptionally fair skin. Her body floated, with hair longer than her body, exuding an air of nobility and eeriness. Kaguya looked at Obito and then at Kaguya, completely stunned. His technique hadn't even been completed, and yet his mother was resurrected. Obito, whose body was starting to expand, was also stunned. This woman is the Kaguya that Kaguya wanted to resurrect. What does this mean for him? Has his value as a sacrifice been erased? The onlookers outside, bound by the god tree, were also shocked by the sudden turn of events, exchanging glances and murmuring in confusion. Who is this strange woman? She looks very powerful. From her stance, she must be the deeply hidden mastermind. The ninja world is really finished. In her confusion, Kaguya suddenly became alert, glancing at Kaguya for just a moment. It was as if she remembered something unpleasant, and her expression suddenly twisted into one of fury. Her fair face first turned as dark as a pot bottom, then a hint of confusion and shame appeared. And in an instant, all those expressions transformed into fear and anger, her entire face turning red. Hyuga Kaze. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya pronounced Hyuga Kaze's name slowly, each word filled with gritted teeth, as if containing deeply ingrained emotions. Hyuga Kaze, mother, did he do something? Initially, Kaguya was surprised but still pleased to see her mother descend, but now her reaction was too strange. Kaguya, puzzled, asked, but Kaguya had neither the time nor the mood to respond. She flashed to Obito's side and directly pressed her hand on him. Ten Tails, return. That delicate hand seemed to possess magic. As soon as it touched Obito's body, his expanding form rapidly shrank back to normal. My chakra has returned. Sensing the familiar power within her, Kaguya's expression stabilized slightly. But this stability lasted less than 3 seconds before Kaguya's expression turned anxious again, as if something terrifying were chasing her from behind. At this moment, the blood-red moon in the sky had completely faded, and the power of infinite Tsukuyomi had vanished, awakening everyone in the ninja world from the illusion. However, the roots and branches of the god tree continued to capture living beings, drawing chakra. Chakra! I need more chakra. Return my chakra to me. Although the energy absorbed by the god tree was exceptionally abundant, and the natural energy of the ninja world had also experienced a strange increase. Making her internal chakra almost as strong as her peak state, Kaguya still couldn't relax. She further commanded the God Tree to increase its chakra absorption rate. Under Kaguya's urging, the roots and branches of the God Tree spread again, capturing the surviving ninjas one by one. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of animals crying out in despair, just as Kaguya was enjoying the feeling of endless chakra flooding into her body. A furious shout suddenly rang out behind her. "You foul monster, what are you doing?" Chapter 307, United We Stand. Huh? The sudden voice startled Kaguya, even though she was a bit excited and hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. It was not something an ordinary person could do to sneak up on her so silently. Kaguya turned sharply to see two young boys glaring at her from dozens of meters away. One was draped in golden robes, floating the truth-seeking ball behind him, wielding six paths weapons. The other had a gloomy face with a rinnegan in his left eye. More importantly, the chakra emanating from both of them was eerily familiar. The chakra on you smells like Hagoromo's. What about Hagoromo in the village? Why didn't they come themselves? Mother, Kaguya's son, Black Zetsu, reminded her from behind. Those two traitors, Hagoromo and the village, are dead, and they're the reincarnations of Hagoromo's sons, Indra and Azura. Dead? A flicker of surprise and disdain crossed Kaguya's face. And then she said coldly, "Lucky inheritors of my useless son's chakra, get lost. I don't have time to deal with you. I still need to absorb chakra to fight against Hyuga Kaze." Mentioning Hyuga Kaze, Kaguya's face was filled with rage, but upon closer inspection, one could notice a hint of resentment and shyness hidden beneath her fury. While the two were conversing, the roots and branches of the God Tree continued to capture living beings for chakra absorption, and this time the absorption rate was particularly high, clearly aiming to completely drain everything. No matter who you are fighting against, you can't sacrifice others like this. If you continue to absorb chakra like this, everyone will die. Facing the domineering Kaguya, Naruto still maintained his youthful, passionate demeanor, while Sasuke looked complex and dark. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. This enemy, whom even Sage of Six Paths had found difficult to deal with, had previously used Uchiha Bido as a pawn, yet she was now so fearful of Hyuga Kaze. What in the ninja world is happening? His current power had already exceeded the realm of his former dreams, yet he had encountered so many powerful and bizarre enemies. At this moment, Naruto suddenly lunged forward, and behind him, the truth-seeking ball shot out. Under the overwhelming power of the truth-seeking ball, the once indestructible branches of the God Tree began to snap, freeing the reanimated bodies of Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, and Third Raikage from the God Tree's control. As soon as he broke free from his restraints and regained some strength, Senju Hashirama immediately ran to the barely conscious Uchiha Madara, shaking his body fiercely where there was a hole in his chest, while anxiously shouting, "Madara, wake up! You can't die!" Coughing, Madara barely opened his eyes under Hashirama's shaking and looked at him with a complex expression. "Stop shaking. I still have some breath left, but if you keep this up, I'll die immediately." Madara's voice was initially confused and weak, but upon seeing Kaguya and Black Zetsu, he instantly perked up. "Don't worry about me, Hashirama. Quickly eliminate those two. We cannot let them go." At the same time, Senju Tobirama, who had just been freed from the Yin-Yang released black rods by Naruto, also came over. "Brother, stop messing around. This enemy is even more terrifying than Madara was before. We must act together." Tobirama was speaking to Hashirama, but his gaze was fixed on Madara, a faint smile on his lips. He didn't say a word to Madara, but suddenly Madara started to cough violently. Turning away from Tobirama's annoying smile, Madara simply looked at Senju Hashirama and urged, "Stop her, correct the mistakes I made. Please, Hashirama." On the other side, Sasuke had been on guard against the enemy in front of him, worried she would hinder Naruto's rescue operation, but she had remained still. In reality, Kaguya didn't care about the freed ninjas. She had already found a quicker source of chakra. While Naruto was saving people, she directly activated most of the God Tree's roots to gather chakra into those three black holes. And the chakra and sage energy coming back from those spots were far more abundant than the remaining ninjas on the battlefield. After rescuing everyone, Naruto returned to stand beside Sasuke, watching Kaguya, who was continuously absorbing chakra. Unable to contain himself, Naruto asked, "Is that HyugaFū really that strong? Your power seems to far exceed Uchiha Madara's. Why are you still so afraid of him? You don't know anything." The name HyugaFū seemed to provoke Kaguya. as she glared furiously at the two while desperately squeezing out chakra and preparing to attack. Before Kaguya could make her move, Naruto, who had a strong intuition, acted first. Amaterasu, black flames erupted from his body. Although they didn't truly harm Kaguya, they slightly impeded her movement. Dousing the black flames. Kaguya's long hair behind her rapidly extended, transforming into countless fine needles that shot towards Naruto and Sasuke. However, these attacks were suddenly absorbed by a black vortex that appeared in the air. Following that, Obito's figure suddenly emerged. Sorry I'm late. It took some time to merge Hashirama's cells and restore my body. At this moment, Obito was not wearing a mask, and his eyes were revealed to be a pair of Sharingan. His complexion was rosy, clearly having regained some vitality. Humph, you three think you can oppose me? Seeing the enemy, standing with Naruto and Sasuke, Kaguya remained indifferent. You're wrong. We're all going to defeat you together, Naruto said. At that moment, the likes of Ao, Mew, Raikage, Iwin Shadow Raza, and many other Edo Tensei strongmen had gathered behind them, all staring at Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki, and us. Just then, dozens of toads appeared out of nowhere, using Naruto as a coordinate. Some were as tall as mountains, while others were tiny like fists. The only commonality was the deep hatred and anger in their eyes directed at Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki. Hiss, yes, and us. In an eerie hissing sound, several large, twisting snakes, led by a green serpent, appeared next to Sasuke. Their bodies coiled up, nearly 100 meters high, and their eyes also held a cold, vengeful glare at Kaguya. I hope this isn't my last battle. Further out, the revived Inoki and Mei Terumi gathered the remaining ninja coalition to form a formation, ready to unleash a joint ninjutsu at any moment. There are quite a few of you. Kaguya looked at the united ninjas, trying to stop her with a hollow gaze, as if she saw a glimpse of history, recalling the battle where two rebellious children led the ninja world against her. Then, she remembered the moment she was sealed. If it weren't for them, how could she have endured 1,000 years of solitude and been tormented by that man? In an instant, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki went berserk. You all deserve to die. Chapter 308. The incomplete sealing you are too weak. In the devastated land of grass, Kaguya cleared away the obstructing enemies and spoke to the panting Naruto and Sasuke. The last stronghold of the ninja world seemed numerous and powerful, bolstered by the support of the Dragon Cave and my Byakugan experts. Not only were their races diverse, but their overall strength should also be much greater than in the original history. However, these powers had no effect in front of the truly furious Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Although Kaguya's combat experience couldn't match that of the seasoned ninjas, her skills were rich and varied, with various bloodline limit techniques such as Heavenly Transfer, 80 Gods Void Strike, and the joint killing of Ash Bones, all superlative abilities. Under Kaguya's fierce offensive, the entire coalition couldn't hold out for long. Initially, Naruto and Sasuke, the two inheritors of the Six Paths power, were transported to another space by Kaguya using Heavenly Transfer. Then Kaguya used the 80 Gods Void Strike to clear the battlefield, her powerful fist sweeping away most of the ninjas in an instant. Although the remaining ninja coalition attempted to resist with their joint ninjutsu, they were still shattered, suffering heavy casualties. In the chaos, Inoki was pierced through the heart, dying a miserable death. Among the Kage, only Mei Terumi and Kakashi fared slightly better, retreating to the outskirts with serious injuries. After reconciling with Kakashi, Obito gathered his double-eyed power, which should have posed a significant threat to Kaguya. However, he alone couldn't inflict effective damage on her. To save Naruto and Sasuke from Heavenly Transfer, Obito exhausted his chakra and was struck by the joint killing of Ash Bones, turning into a pile of ashes. The Edo Tensei bodies were imprisoned by Kaguya in various spaces, some even being recontrolled by the God Tree. As for the toads and snakes, their chakra and natural energy content were high, making them prime targets for Kaguya, and they had already been bound by the God Tree in various spaces to contribute energy. The only thing Kaguya found regrettable was that the God Tree roots opposite the 3 black holes had been destroyed, temporarily unable to continue providing energy. How can my ultimate technique fail? It's impossible. Naruto was unfazed by Kaguya's mockery. On the contrary, he found it hard to comprehend why his ultimate move failed this time. Previously, he had used the reversed harem technique to create a multitude of handsome men, including an image of Hyuga he had seen before. However, he didn't expect Kaguya to blush and freeze for a moment at first. But then she became even angrier and launched a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Naruto and Sasuke severely injured and exhausted. Cough. I told you long ago that your technique would never succeed. Sasuke, swaying unsteadily, looked at Kaguya with a serious expression. He felt his chakra and physical strength depleting rapidly, almost at his limit, while the enemy remained as strong as ever, making victory seem impossible. Why do you resist me? If you count from Kaguya's perspective, you should be my children. Kaguya initially intended to continue her assault, but seeing Naruto and Sasuke's stubborn yet feeble forms, she suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and unconsciously took several steps forward. At that moment, a figure with a stern and resolute expression, wearing a white robe adorned with a tomo pattern, suddenly appeared before Naruto and Sasuke. At first, he was just a fleeting shadow. However, as soon as this shadow appeared, most of the power within Naruto and Sasuke, including the six paths yin-yang power, converged towards him. Naruto and Sasuke felt their chakra rapidly depleting, their bodies becoming weak and limp, while the figure of Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki, suddenly solidified. Yui, seeing the sudden appearance of Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki, Kaguya was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked a question. While Kaguya was still in shock, the sage of the six paths completely ignored her and clapped his hands together. Six paths, heavenly obstruction. With the shout of Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki, a pitch-black sphere appeared out of thin air, and in the next moment, an endless pulling force surged forth, pulling Black Zetsu behind Kaguya into the black sphere first. Damn it, you bastard! As the boundless sucking sealing power approached her, Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki immediately lost control of her body, finding it difficult to circulate her chakra smoothly. Despite her best efforts to struggle, she could not resist and was gradually being pulled towards it, on the verge of being sealed. At that moment, two beams of light, one gold and one silver, suddenly appeared. These two beams originated from the heavens, descending like thunder, moving at a speed comparable to the flying thunder god technique. By this time, most of Naruto and Sasuke's power had already been drained, and they had just barely escaped the absorption range of the heavenly obstruction. Kaguya was resisting with all her might, while Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was fully activating the seal, making it nearly impossible for anyone in the area to move. In the stunned and desperate eyes of the spectators, the black sphere of the heavenly obstruction was instantly shattered by the two beams of light, along with the black Zetsu inside. After shattering the heavenly obstruction, the two beams of light did not disappear. Instead, they converged in mid-air, intertwining and evolving into a massive gold and silver Taiji Bagua diagram. In the next moment, the Taiji Bagua diagram expanded endlessly, covering more than half of the ninja world in just a few seconds. As the Bagua diagram expanded, countless threads seemed to crisscross and faintly appear throughout the world, but they vanished in an instant under the cover of the Bagua diagram. Having failed a critical strike and encountered such a change, Kaguya was stunned. Is this the gold wheel rebirth explosion and the silver wheel rebirth explosion? But it doesn't seem right. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki furrowed her brows tightly. In her perception, after the Taiji diagram disappeared, it felt as if the entire world had undergone some astonishing change. But upon closer inspection, she found nothing. However, her inner intuition kept warning her that although the world was still the same, some places were completely different, and moreover, there was a constant sound of invisible shattering echoing in her ears. Kaguya was in a daze, thinking. Originally, this was a good opportunity for the enemy to attack. But surprisingly, Kaguya also stopped moving. What's going on? On Naruto's side, he was already shocked by the sudden appearance of the sage of the six paths, and now witnessing such a fantastical scene made his head feel like it was about to explode. That presence, it's that bastard Hinata Kaze. Kaguya, who had been filled with anger and hatred, had been thinking about how to kill Yui after breaking free from the heavenly obstruction. But upon sensing that familiar and detestable presence, she instantly calmed down. Hinata Kaze? Woken by Kaguya's words, the sage of the six paths reacted and was about to activate the seal again with his hands. But Kaguya's words stopped him. Stop. Our true enemy, the disgrace of the ninja world, the great demon is coming. Yui, please join me in killing him. I promise you, once we kill him, I will completely leave the ninja world and never intervene in this world again, not even informing the Ōtsutsuki clan. Chapter 309. Mother and son united. Hearing this word suddenly from Kaguya, Yui Ōtsutsuki was genuinely shocked. He knew how proud his mother was. If the enemy weren't so terrifying, she wouldn't have asked him to cooperate. How terrifying must an enemy be to make his mother so fearful that she would absorb chakra and join forces with him. Thinking of this, Ōtsutsuki's expression turned extremely grim. He had only left some means behind to deal with his mother's predicament and did not expect to face an even more terrifying enemy. Whether he and his mother could eliminate such an enemy was uncertain. If they did eliminate the enemy, what if his mother didn't keep her promise? In an instant, Yui's heart was in turmoil, unsure whether to trust his mother. Yui, don't you want to protect the ninja world? Hinata Kaze wants to abolish the daimyos and nobles, eliminate the distinctions between nations, and completely unify the entire ninja world. Don't you think such a person should be eliminated? Suppressing the increasingly dangerous feeling in her heart, Kaguya made various promises. As long as we eliminate that guy, I will take the 10 tails and leave the ninja world to wander the universe, never returning to this world. I swear by the name of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Once Kaguya said this, the balance in Yui's heart tilted again, leaning towards agreement. Especially during this time, he had been listening intently to the discussions of the remaining ninjas around him. And it was clear that Hinata Kaze was indeed a dangerous figure who did not understand love and sought to dominate the ninja world by force. Just as Yui was still pondering, the sky suddenly brightened a bit more, and the moon that had already faded reappeared, hanging in the sky, creating a magnificent scene of the sun and moon in the same sky. Next, a figure abruptly appeared in the high sky, its body enveloped in layers of light, with the sun and moon radiating brilliance behind it. The palm of this figure held a sphere emitting a cold light, resembling a replica of the moon, differing only in size. 2 moons appear in the sky, unmatched in magnificence. Even adversaries could not help but think of words like immortals, gods, and saints upon seeing this scene. In the next moment, that figure plummeted from the heavens, arriving in the air over the land of grass at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. The Ninja Alliance was initially surprised to see a figure so high up, only to be shocked to realize that it was not just a sight, but the godlike image was directly imprinted in their hearts. As that figure continued to descend, it stirred the clouds like a whirlpool and somehow refracted light, turning all the clouds purple, creating a scene where the sky within a 3,000-mile radius of the land of grass was filled with purple clouds. With one hand, I shake the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, treading the 6 directions and shaking the 8 desolations. I alone reign supreme in the universe. Accompanied by the recitation of domineering words, a graceful and extraordinary figure glided through the distance and appeared not far in front of Kaguya and Ōtsutsuki. Hinata Kaze, you bastard! After seeing the newcomer, Kaguya's eyes seemed to burst into flames as she gritted her teeth and glared at Hinata Kaze, her body completely tensed. Yui, the enemy has appeared. Have you made your decision yet? Enough of your nonsense. Come back with me. Hinata Kaze looked at Kaguya with a very kind and gentle expression, as if he were looking at a mischievous child. Of course, at certain times he did treat Kaguya like a naughty child, and it was always amusing to see her reaction. You bastard, I don't want to go back with you, Kaguya retorted and once again looked at Yui. This time, Ōtsutsuki reacted very quickly. He waved his hands, summoning countless wind blades and thunder, sealing off Hinata Kaze from all directions. In the next moment, he transformed the sphere behind him into a pitch-black spear and directly hurled it at Hinata Kaze. To the chaos of the world, perish. Together we slay the gray bones. Ōtsutsuki moved as swiftly as lightning, and Kaguya was not to be outdone. Seeing her son rush forward, she also extended 2 bony fingers from her palm towards Hyuga Kaze. In the face of the assault from 2 peak ninjas, Hyuga Kaze remained calm and composed. He casually tossed the glowing orb in his hand behind his head, where it hung like a bright moon, further accentuating his handsome appearance, resembling an immortal. Then, with his hands behind his back, Hyuga Kaze smiled as he watched the combined attack from Ōtsutsuki Kaguya and her son approach. When the heavenly ancestral spear of Kaguya and the bone of mutual kill from her son stopped just 3 meters away from Hyuga Kaze, they produced a few crisp and melodious sounds of collision. In the shocked eyes of Kaguya and her son, an intricate barrier covered in 8 trigrams runes suddenly appeared before them. This barrier was thin as an eggshell, but incredibly resilient, exuding an aura that seemed to connect heaven and earth, transcending time and space, remaining constant amidst the flow of the world. As their attacks struck the barrier, Kaguya and her son felt a violent tremor in their palms, the powerful rebound almost sending them flying backward. However, Kaguya and her son refused to back down. After stabilizing their bodies, they increased their chakra output and attacked the barrier fiercely once more. This barrier was just too tough, even with their strength. They needed to channel even more power together to break through. As the barrier shattered, Hyuga Kaze was already right in front of them, and Kaguya launched another assault, her eyes reflecting a sense of delight. However, their advance only moved forward a little over a meter before they were met with another loud clash. Once again facing the obstruction of the 8 trigrams barrier. This time, the rebounding force of the barrier was even stronger, causing the bone of mutual kill to disintegrate. And even Kaguya's heavenly ancestral spear showed signs of cracking. Impossible. After their continuous attacks failed to have any effect, both Ōtsutsuki Kaguya and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya felt incredulous, and they instinctively wanted to attack again. However, this time, Hyuga Kaze acted faster. You are too presumptuous, with a protective barrier blocking their attacks. A hint of impatience appeared on Hyuga Kaze's face. He stomped 1 foot down, and the 8 runes on the protective barrier flickered, unleashing a force akin to a landslide or tsunami, forcibly sending Kaguya and her son flying apart. Next, this protective barrier began to spin rapidly and expand outward, the boundless impact crashing into Kaguya and her son, causing even these 2 experts to be involuntarily sent flying nearly dozens of meters away. Cough, 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 mother. The enemy you've provoked this time is not easy to deal with. After stabilizing himself upon landing, Kaguya looked at the equally disheveled Kaguya with a strange expression, contemplating whether it would be more advantageous to cooperate with each other to seal their mother rather than face such an unpredictable opponent. Kaguya was very sensitive to Kaguya's gaze, and immediately became alert. Not easy to deal with, but must be killed. He aims to unify the ninja world by force. Do you think he can tolerate us? As Kaguya spoke, she flew toward Hyuga Kaze again. When she positioned herself between Kaguya and Hyuga Kaze, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes, and she shouted into the air, Heavenly Decree. Chapter 310. United in ambition with Kaguya's spellcasting, in an instant, she, Kaguya, and Hyuga Kaze all found themselves in a space filled with lava and volcanoes. Fortunately, all 3 of them were experts capable of flying and dodging, otherwise, they would have fallen straight into the lava. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and the scorching temperature caused the air to distort. Even a normal person would feel as if their lungs were on fire after just 1 breath here. Mother, what do you mean by this? Adjusting to the change in location, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya immediately became vigilant, retreating to stand in a triangular formation with Kaguya and Hyuga Kaze. I'm doing this to eliminate Hyuga Kaze. Kaguya replied with dissatisfaction as she shot a glance at Kaguya. You saw his defensive barrier, and he possesses space-time ninjutsu. We cannot let him escape. Hee. What you say makes sense, then please demonstrate your might. I'll just assist from the side, Kaguya said while continuing to retreat, clearly adopting a stance of watching a tiger fight. Kaguya glared fiercely at Kaguya before turning to look at Hyuga Kaze. Since your shell is so hard, then I'll just break it with continuous attacks, 80 divine airstrikes. Concentrating her chakra, Kaguya unleashed countless powerful fist winds in an instant. The air filled with explosive fists carrying a torrent of lava crashing toward Hyuga Kaze. These continuous fist winds intentionally separated Kaguya from Kaguya, while also trying to push Hyuga Kaze toward Kaguya's direction. Stop playing childish tricks. Even without solid ground beneath him, Hyuga Kaze remained as steady as a mountain, completely ignoring Kaguya's attacks, casually mocking. In terms of absolute power, Hyuga Kaze did not exceed Kaguya by much. Dealing with the 2 of them was not a sure thing. However, the glowing orb behind his head was actually the condensed power of the moon's blessed land, enhancing Hyuga Kaze's strength like an external elixir and allowing him to activate the hidden traps he had set within Kaguya's body. Thus, Hyuga Kaze remained calm and composed, smiling as if watching fireworks while observing the relentless attacks crashing against his barrier. Those fierce fist winds capable of splitting mountains and seas struck against the barrier like stones hitting an iron wall, causing only slight vibrations. And the accompanying high-temperature lava poured onto the barrier without effect, merely sliding off the curve of the barrier and returning to the sea of lava. Break for me. Kaguya refused to believe that her attacks were ineffective, continuously pouring her chakra into her palms. After several minutes, the relentless fist winds finally managed to make a small break in the first layer of the protective barrier. This breakthrough filled Kaguya with joy. She channeled her strength again and unleashed wave after wave of fist winds. Even when blocked by the second layer of the barrier, she still fought fiercely. However, What left Kaguya despairing was that her fists hadn't even created ripples on the second layer of the barrier when Hyuga Kaze's first layer of protective barrier actually regenerated. This is impossible. Looking at Hyuga Kaze, who stood smiling between the double barriers, Kaguya's snow-white eyes turned red with anger. She stubbornly swung her fists again. Hyuga Kaze became a bit impatient with Kaguya's lack of understanding. "You are quite unruly. It seems you haven't been taught a lesson enough." "You." Kaguya's fair face instantly flushed red, and she even hesitated to look in Kaguya's direction. "Stop talking to yourself." Fueled by her anger, Kaguya redirected her attack, sending her fist winds toward the sea of lava, the powerful force stirring up a colossal wave of lava to engulf Hyuga Kaze. Some of the fist winds also attacked from above, clearly trying to smash Hyuga Kaze and his protective barrier into the ocean of lava together. "Since your turtle shell is so hard, let's see how you handle this endless lava." Kaguya believed that while Hyuga Kaze's double-layer barrier was tough against direct attacks, it should be somewhat vulnerable to an assault of such high temperatures. Inside the protective barrier, although Hyuga Kaze did not feel much impact or heat, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. "You've been naughty long enough." Resolute, Hyuga Kaze took a step forward and broke through space-time, instantly closing the distance to her. Upon seeing Hyuga Kaze so close, Kaguya was taken aback, quickly shifting the space and moving Hyuga Kaze to a different environment. Next came an icy world, a sea of sulfuric acid, a supergravity space, and an endless desert. Kaguya tried out various environments with Hyuga Kaze. During this time, Kaguya continually sought opportunities to attack Hyuga Kaze, using everything from rabbit hair needles to the bone of mutual kill, but still failed to effectively penetrate Hyuga Kaze's defenses. At this moment, Kaguya and Hinata Wind were trapped in an endless desert environment. The towering sand waves mixed with Kaguya's relentless attacks were still ineffective against Hinata Wind's perverse defense, and Kaguya's face had turned pale with anger. "You are really too dangerous." In the desert space, Kaguya focused her gaze on Hinata Wind, her expression extremely grave. All kinds of attacks had lost their effect, and Kaguya opened a black portal in front of her. Then she reached out and pulled someone out of the portal, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. As soon as Kaguya appeared, she hadn't even had time to complain about her mother's actions before Kaguya spoke impatiently. "There's no time to waste. Let us attack together with all our strength. You hold him off, and I'll prepare the finishing blow." At this moment, she remembered me. "I see you can't handle him alone, can you?" Kaguya's expression was guarded, her eyes fixed on Hinata Wind, and she didn't forget to mock Kaguya. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If I can't deal with him, how can you handle alone?" "Fine, just be a bit quicker. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold him off for long." Seeing Kaguya getting anxious, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya didn't want to continue provoking her. She solemnly watched Hinata Wind, her body drifting to the middle between Kaguya and Hinata Wind. Hinata Wind, observing Kaguya and Kaguya's reactions, showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Kaguya had begun to gather an enormous amount of chakra. And when Kaguya saw that Hinata Wind had no intention of attacking, she suddenly clapped her hands together and shouted, "Planetary devastation." This attack was clearly a long-planned strike. A tremendous force surged from within Kaguya, and in an instant, a huge black sphere appeared above her head. Then a powerful gravitational pull shook the entire desert space, with the force capable of moving mountains aiming to absorb and seal both Kaguya and Hinata Wind. "Kaguya!" A piercing scream echoed through the air. Just as Kaguya was about to unleash the expanding, truth-seeking ball to eliminate Hinata Wind and her rebellious daughter Kaguya, she felt an overwhelming suppression, the absorbing force closing in on her, and she could not escape in time. Kaguya immediately turned red with anger. She, the goddess of the moon, was once again outsmarted by her rebellious daughter. Although she wanted to eliminate both her daughter and Hinata Wind, it hadn't officially begun yet. Moreover, if she were to be sealed like this, she might as well have surrendered to Hinata Wind from the start. Chapter 311. Big fish eats small fish. This trick was simply an insult to her opponent's intelligence. It was utterly boring. Faced with the absorption and sealing power of planetary devastation, Kaguya appeared helpless, but Hinata Wind remained calm and composed. He merely spoke in a casual tone, yet his voice transformed into a magnificent sound that resonated throughout the sandy expanse and amidst the rolling sound waves. The black sphere of planetary devastation began to show signs of instability. At this moment, Hinata Wind raised his hand and struck out, causing the sun and moon to change, and the mountains to tremble. An overwhelming, unpredictable pressure descended upon Kaguya and Kaguya, making it difficult for them to move for a moment. Then a giant palm print, as heavy as a mountain, appeared in the air and rapidly descended with immense force, almost instantly striking the black sphere of planetary devastation. Break! With Hinata Wind's words, the palm print shattered the black sphere in an instant, and the powerful sealing force immediately vanished. Meanwhile, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya had already been desperately trying to escape the pressure before the black sphere was destroyed, but she felt as if she had fallen into an endless deep sea, unable to move a significant distance. In Kaguya's desperate gaze, the palm print brushed past her body and landed on the pile of yellow sand beneath her. In an instant, an immeasurable amount of yellow sand was forcefully pressed down, the pile transforming into flat ground, which then became an unfathomable giant pit. The surrounding yellow sand was affected by the palm's force, and countless tons of sand were sent flying into the sky, transforming the entire space into a hazy yellow. This visibility-challenging environment provided a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Kaguya, having had the ceiling of planetary devastation lifted, began to prepare as she took advantage of Hinata Wind's attack, moving quickly to his back while his defensive barrier had not yet manifested. This time, she approached within half a meter of Hinata Wind's body and did not feel the previous barrier's repulsion against her space-time ninjutsu. Her heart filled with joy. Instantly, Kaguya thrust the prepared, truth-seeking orbs fiercely. Unfortunately, the familiar clanging sound rang out again, and both truth-seeking orbs stopped just an inch away from Hinata Wind's back, unable to penetrate, while the strong rebound force caused Kaguya's palm to ache. A massive hand materialized in the void, gripping the still-struggling Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. As Hinata Wind calmly turned to look at Kaguya, who was retreating, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he said, "You're being quite naughty, aren't you? Do you really think you can stab into my body like that? I'll return the favor later." As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata Wind raised his left hand to the sky and his right hand to the ground, and an yin-yang bagua diagram suddenly appeared between his palms. Then, the bagua diagram rapidly expanded and spread, quickly covering the entire sandy space. Although it was a space governed by her bloodline ability, Kaguya suddenly felt that this space was very unfamiliar. She was shocked and wanted to enter her starting point space to hide, but found she could no longer move. In the next moment, she, along with Hinata Wind and the Kaguya held by the giant hand, appeared in a vast meadow filled with birds singing and flowers blooming, and lush green grass. In the center of the meadow, there was even an ancient and deep garden building with interconnected pavilions and towers, looking very elegant and exquisite. "What have you done?" The sudden change in time and space made Kaguya involuntarily scream like a frightened little girl. In this unfamiliar environment, she could no longer sense her own space. "Hee, welcome to my exclusive space, the Yin-yang Dao country." Hinata Wind found Kaguya's reaction very amusing and chuckled a few times as he continued to introduce her. "This is the innermost living space, relatively small, only about 100,000 square kilometers in total, but it can continue to grow in the future. Outside the Yin-yang Dao country is my bagua space, which can absorb energy to supply the Yin-yang Dao country, with 9 spaces forming a whole." As Hinata Wind spoke, Kaguya saw that beyond the originally clear and vast sky, 8 other spaces with different attributes appeared. These spaces interwove, both separate and connected, constantly operating and changing. Moreover, these spaces were filled with endless energy fluctuations, giving an overwhelming feeling at a mere glance. "What are you trying to say with this?" Kaguya quietly circulated her chakra, but those energies, although still abundant, could not operate in this space, as if they had solidified. Kaguya's heart sank deeper. She faintly sensed that something very important was about to leave her. "I've explained this clearly, so you know how your space is lost. Just like big fish eat small fish, I have my eye on your space." Hinata Wind smiled kindly, but Kaguya felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, in the outer layer of Hinata Wind's bagua space, Kaguya's heavenly realm space unexpectedly appeared, but their condition was far from good, as they were being restrained and ground by Hinata Wind's 8 spaces. The bagua space intertwined and combined, and streams of destructive power locked onto the heavenly realm space like hooks. Under the tremendous force of impact, each space that originally belonged to Kaguya began to tremble and shatter, horrifying black cracks spreading across each space, and endless energy was spilling out. The once mighty divine skills, capable of protecting herself and annihilating all enemies, had now become mere prey, Kaguya felt as if her heart was bleeding. This is one of her most important strengths and her trump card for survival against the Ōtsutsuki clan. Stop it. Kaguya desperately tried to manipulate her chakra, to connect with her space, to fend off the enemy. But unfortunately, she was completely powerless at that moment. Not to mention using chakra, under the overwhelming suppression, even taking a step was difficult for her. Watching her space shatter bit by bit, with that energy being completely absorbed by the Bagua space, Kaguya's face turned pale. It seemed like she was back to the endless years of being suppressed on the moon. An immense loneliness. To make matters worse, the suppressive force deepened again, and even though she temporarily regained her so-called freedom a few months ago, it was merely a plaything for HyugaFū. The deep sense of powerlessness made Kaguya's delicate body tremble, and her intense struggles even caused a cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Just as Kaguya was lost in thought, HyugaFū manipulated the Bagua space along with the Inyan Dao country to operate frantically, covering 6 spaces, including the original space, with an infinite Inyan Bagua diagram. Like a giant millstone, slowly absorbing and transforming the materials and energy within those spaces, categorizing them for digestion in various spaces. In the air of the Inyan Dao country, a faint cracking sound occasionally echoed, and the boundaries of the space continuously extended toward the void outside, doubling in area in a short period. It was unknown how long had passed, but when Kaguya finally reacted, the space of the heavenly realm had completely shattered. Kaguya stared blankly at the fragments of the broken space, as if her soul had vanished along with the space. Chapter 312. The Bagua Furnace in Kaguya's Dazed Gaze. The last remnants of the heavenly realm space were completely absorbed and digested by HyugaFū's Bagua space. Not bad. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied with your space. My personal world has improved a bit. After thoroughly digesting the last bit of energy, the Bagua space, along with the central Inyan Dao country space, suddenly shook and shrank inward by 1/10. But the overall structure seemed even more stable and balanced. At first glance, the Inyan Dao country had an indestructible feel of ancient and primal strength. Are you satisfied now? Kaguya turned her head blankly to look at HyugaFū, her eyes hollow. Combined with the beads of cold sweat on her forehead and her slightly torn clothes, she completely resembled a fallen queen in a state of absolute despair. Of course, from HyugaFū's perspective, if she had a little bit of rouge tears on her face and a slightly gasping tone, it would be even more perfect. This tragic and fallen appearance, when connected to her previous high and mighty demeanor, was still quite intoxicating. In this regard, HyugaFū had the most say. Satisfaction? Let us first deal with the aftermath. Having just broken her most important possession and reduced her to this state, HyugaFū felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't respond further and directly moved his thoughts, taking Kaguya and Yui away from the Inyan Dao country. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a land of scorched earth and deep pits, the ground severely deformed, resembling a hellish battlefield in the land of grass. Here, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama led a group of reanimated bodies, along with Naruto and Sasuke leading the remnants of the Ninja Alliance, forming a severely crippled last line of defense. What on earth happened? The sudden appearance and disappearance of the enemy and the strongest reinforcements, along with their reappearance after a while, left the remaining ninjas somewhat bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Well, the audience is here. This farce should come to an end. HyugaFū glanced around, and with a thought, a light flashed behind his head, instantly spreading his influence throughout the entire ninja world. This time, he didn't use any high-tech projections, but under the influence of an unparalleled force, the scene in the arena, especially the imposing figure of HyugaFū, instantly appeared in the hearts of everyone in the ninja world, clear and vivid. Sage of Six Paths, Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju were the first to awaken from the intimidation of HyugaFū. They hadn't fully grasped the situation on the scene, but it was clear that the Ōtsutsuki Yui, held firmly by a large hand, was at a disadvantage. Originally, their hopes were pinned on the Sage of Six Paths. But now that their savior had been controlled, everyone was instantly filled with shock. Exchanging glances, Minato and Tobarama instantly appeared on either side of Ōtsutsuki Yui. Rasengan, water release, water break wave. Using the flying thunder god technique they had left around, Minato and Tobarama teleported over to rescue Yui, launching their Rasengan and a clear water line fiercely towards the large hand that bound him. At this moment, the other reanimated bodies and remaining ninja world powerhouses also exerted their utmost strength, attacking HyugaFū in an attempt to obstruct him and protect the mission to save Ōtsutsuki Yui. Hyuga Wind chuckled lightly, his aura vibrating, and a strong gust swept through, sending all the wooden stakes, fireballs, rocks, and wind blades flying back like cannonballs towards their original attackers. Meanwhile, on Minato and Tobirama's side, their attack struck the large hand holding the Sage of Six Paths without causing even a ripple, completely ignored. At that moment, Hyuga Wind's eyes flashed, and chains of lightning appeared out of thin air, wrapping around Minato and Tobirama. As they attempted to evade using the Flying Thunder God technique, they found themselves unable to teleport accurately, and before they knew it, they were bound by the chains. Those lightning chains penetrated their limbs and bones as they struggled. Their chakra was absorbed by the chains before they could even begin to circulate, tightening their bindings further. Chakra. I need more chakra. After leaving the Yin-Yang Dao country, Kaguya had already realized that her chakra could circulate again, but faced with Hyuga Wind's might, she still felt apprehensive. Therefore, she suddenly formed hand seals, urging the roots of the divine tree to extend into the ninja world, wanting to draw the power of the entire world to resist. At the same time, she herself began to activate the yellow springs of Hirazaka to escape. Mother, no. Yui protested while also forming hand seals, having realized that his chakra could circulate as well. He felt that as long as he returned to the Pure Land, there was still hope. Enough, you two have caused enough trouble. Watching Kaguya and her son's movements, Hyuga Wind scolded. Then he brought his hands together and for the first time fully activated his true essence. Refining the heavens, the universe is yours. With a light shout, the Bagua diagram, which had long since vanished from the ninja world, suddenly reappeared. Following that, the enormous Bagua diagram that overshadowed the ninja world underwent an incomprehensible transformation, rapidly shrinking and distorting into a gigantic furnace. This furnace was as large as the entire land of grass, towering into the clouds, with Bagua runes flowing and changing on its walls, looking as if it could refine the entire land of grass. Impossible. Kaguya and Yui, who originally thought they could escape, let out desperate screams. From the moment the Bagua diagram emerged, Kaguya and Yui realized in despair that their time-space ninjutsu had completely failed. The time-space of the ninja world seemed to have transformed into an entirely unfamiliar mode, repelling their chakra immensely. Even the roots of the divine tree, upon touching the edge of the Bagua furnace, were refined by an incomprehensibly powerful force. As time passed, it seemed that the chakra within them was being repelled by the overall environment, making it difficult for them to circulate freely, and they could feel an unbearable sense of restraint on their bodies. Hee, there's no need to waste your efforts. Hyuga Wind revealed a profound smile, saying, the technique I practice is called the 8 trigrams palm. To have a palm is to have control, and the 8 trigrams separate the properties of heaven and earth. This Bagua furnace is a masterpiece that I embedded into the fundamental rules of the ninja world using the Reincarnation Eye's golden and silver wheel reincarnation explosion as a medium. Although it cannot permanently change the ninja world yet, for a short time, as long as one is within the range of the Bagua furnace, everything is in my hands. Moreover, as my strength continues to progress, one day the life and death of all things in the ninja world, the creation and destruction of yin and yang will all depend on me. At this moment, I can influence and control the space and energy here. How could you possibly escape? This extraordinary statement spread throughout the ninja world, causing many who still had a heart for resistance to lose their will to fight in despair. Even if they couldn't understand the whole picture, they could grasp from Hinata's few words what kind of incredible and great power he possessed. How is this possible? Such a thing exists. This world must be false. It's an illusion. I must still be under an illusion. It's over. The ninja world is finished. Chapter 313. The end. As Hinata's words fell, the ninja world was thrown into chaos, with some doubting and denying, some in despair and giving up, and others laughing madly in joy. However, the ordinary people of the ninja world, though panicked, found it difficult to resist the great power of the ninjas, making them somewhat more accepting. But those who initially prided themselves on having some strength were different. They began with suspicion and disbelief. But when they saw the initially overwhelmingly powerful Ōtsutsuki Kaguya and Sage of Six Paths completely lose their ability to resist, they had no choice but to accept this fact. Moreover, they themselves had not tried to use chakra to attack, but when that magical Bagua furnace appeared, the chakra in their bodies seemed to fall into silence, becoming completely unmanageable. Especially the reanimated corpses, under the coverage of the Bagua furnace, they couldn't even restore their continuously flowing chakra, and even worse, their bodies seemed to lose the characteristic of continuous recovery. However, admitting this fact plunged them into complete despair. This enemy had surpassed the realm they could resist, and even the simple desire to survive seemed to become a luxury. This great powerhouse, you already possess such power. Why do you need to unify the entire ninja world by force? Looking at the miserable and destitute sage of 6 paths, who could not save the ninja world, it was still the ever-optimistic Hashirama who spoke first. I have such strength. Why not unify the ninja world? Would it be better to let the ninja world shatter into so many countries, allowing some incompetent and foolish people to occupy high positions and point fingers at me, rather than maintaining peace under my rule? Hinata glanced at the naive Hashirama and, for Tsunade's sake, reluctantly explained a few words. Then his expression turned serious, and boundless pressure suddenly descended upon all living beings around him. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads, and the world fell silent, as if everyone was waiting for Hinata's next move. Indeed, Hinata nodded in satisfaction and continued. Rejoice, everyone. From today onwards, the broken and divided ninja villages and countries will all come to an end. From now on, there will be only one country in the ninja world, my country, which is also your country. A new world of peace is about to arrive. Ga. Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki struggled to utter words from his throat. But that is merely your dictatorial rule. Where is the peace? Only between people. Let the remnants of the old era remain in the past. Your value to this world has ended. Kinshiki was still trying to persuade with words when Hinata rudely interrupted him. I will build a palace on the moon, serving as the most forward position guarding the ninja world. The ninja world will welcome a brand new tomorrow. However, what happens next has nothing to do with you. As he spoke, Hinata gathered his true essence, and a vast energy surged forth, connecting with the towering Bagua furnace in the world. Streams of golden flames suddenly erupted from Kinshiki, and his chakra-formed body stiffened in an instant. To think even the hope of the ultimate Pure Land was cut off, The moment the flames engulfed him, Kinshiki's expression became rigid and dazed. He had thought that after his chakra body dissipated, at least his soul could return to the Pure Land, but he did not expect that even this was cut off. Accompanied by a long and piercing wail, the seal of his mother, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, and the sage of 6 paths, who founded the ninja religion and propagated ninjutsu. Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely vanished. However, his last chakra, under the refinement of the flames, transformed into an extremely condensed chakra pill that fell into Hinata's hands. No, I refuse to become like this. I am from the Ōtsutsuki clan. The Ōtsutsuki clan that herds the 10 tails to harvest chakra pills. I will not be turned into a pill. Seeing Kinshiki's fate, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's spirit was in turmoil. If it weren't for a bit of pride supporting her, Kagaya would have almost knelt down to beg for mercy. Summoning her last ounce of strength, Kagaya desperately struggled, repeatedly trying to mobilize the chakra within her to counterattack. In Kagaya's attempts, an endless flow of chakra surged from her body. Originally, this chakra could unleash countless powerful ninjutsu, giving the world absolute shock. However, at this moment, this chakra completely disregarded Kagaya's commands and was instead refined and purified by the waves of golden flames, ultimately transforming into a pill just like Kinshiki's. Unlike Kinshiki, Kagaya's main body did not disappear. Rather, the vast ocean of chakra within her disappeared in just a few seconds, leaving only a small amount of power to sustain her existence. Almost at the same time as Kagaya was being refined, the reanimated corpses within the Bagua furnace began to disintegrate into ashes as if denied by the world. However, this time Hinata spared their souls, allowing them to return to the Pure Land. Yet, as their souls detached from their reanimated bodies, it seemed Hinata added a little seasoning. After the reanimated bodies disappeared, Hinata's gaze shifted to Naruto and Sasuke. Without waiting for them to speak, the power of the Bagua furnace stirred, and an invisible force was drawn from the two, including the aura of Sage Chakra, the chakra of Ashura and Indra, and some indescribable mysterious powers. The abnormality in their bodies quickly faded, and both Naruto and Sasuke's total chakra decreased significantly, with Sasuke's Rinnegan regressing back to his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Compared to the abnormalities on their bodies, the changes in their expressions were even greater. The originally sunny Naruto suddenly contorted into a face full of grotesque rage, only to turn cold moments later, resembling the previous Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke's usually aloof and gloomy expression gradually softened, and a warm, gentle aura began to emanate from him, resembling the previous Naruto. As Naruto and the others concluded, Hinata turned his attention back to Kaguya, placing his hand on her. "The God Tree is too dangerous. I will take care of it." As he spoke, Hinata's hand seemed to enter the void as it reached into Kaguya's body. When he withdrew it, he was already holding a compacted God Tree. Having completely lost the power to resist, Kaguya's expression calmed down instead. She stood motionless, allowing Hinata to ravage her, as if she had accepted her fate. Seal. Hinata formed a series of hand seals to seal away the God Tree. This would be a key point for the future blessed land on the moon. Then he looked up at the Bagua furnace, which was awe-inspiring and seemed miraculous. As his thoughts moved, the enormous Bagua furnace rapidly shrank, soon condensing into a magical tool, about 8 to 9 inches in size, clearly solidified. They didn't need this thing just to deal with Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. This was both a demonstration and an attempt at a new path for Baguazhang. Although this was not originally part of Baguazhang, he combined his understanding of its essence with sealing techniques from the ninja world, space-time ninjutsu, and other skills to gain new insights. Through repeated contemplation and experimentation, he was able to establish his own foundation in the path of cultivation. With the important matters taken care of, Hinata Kaze activated the halo behind his head and issued a final warning. From today onwards, the ninja world would be unified. All those with delusions and forces should recognize reality sooner rather than later. Chapter 314 Afterward, what is a unified ninja world like? Peace or endless darkness? This question was something no one in the ninja world could answer. They had never even considered it, let alone the idea of unification. However, now they could clearly say that after being completely unified under one banner, the state of the entire ninja world is peace and stability. Initially, the great Emperor Hinata Kaze's might was astonishing, sweeping away the peak powers of the ninja world in a single battle. When his underlings swept through the ninja world, causing blood to flow like rivers among the feudal lords and nobles, they fell into despair, believing they would be trapped in misery forever. Unexpectedly, their lives turned out to be unexpectedly comfortable. First and foremost, they no longer had to worry about their lives being taken by sudden shurikens or ninjutsu. Secondly, the living conditions of ordinary ninja world citizens had improved tremendously compared to before. Various ninjutsu like earth and water release were used in production, greatly enhancing productivity, and the living materials in the ninja world became much richer. Additionally, the Emperor vigorously developed technology, with the electrical system basically spanning the entire ninja world, and various entertainment facilities greatly enriched. Although not everyone lived in wealth and comfort, the difference compared to the previously fragmented ninja world was like heaven and earth. Time flew by, and it was now the 10th year of the Great Flame Calendar. The ninja world had undergone tremendous changes. The people of the ninja world no longer distinguished themselves by ninja villages or countries like the Land of Fire or the Land of Earth, but all considered themselves citizens of the Great Flame Empire. After the Great Emperor ascended the throne in the first year, he unified a series of standards for the ninja world, including writing, measurement, and currency, and implemented imperial identification cards, redistributing land. Of course, the blood and turmoil involved need not be elaborated on. In the second year, the Emperor used supreme powers for a major environmental transformation, the deserts of the Wind Country, the continuous rains of the Rain Country, and the endless ice and snow of the Snow Country all turned into a harmonious environment of sunshine and gentle winds. With adjustments made by various ninjas using different elemental techniques, the once harsh environments of many nations in the ninja world underwent significant changes. In that same year, the Emperor's harem welcomed several beauties originally from the wind and water countries, such as Temari and Terumi-Mei. In the third year, the Emperor promoted the establishment of the Imperial Martial Arts Hall, gathering powerful ninjas to delve into the essence of chakra and ninjutsu modification, resulting in the creation of numerous ninjutsu. Many profound battle ninjutsu became exclusive to the Imperial Army, but some production and livelihood ninjutsu greatly improved the lives of the vast Imperial populace. Among them, especially represented by Konoha's Yamato, his wood-release technique became the most revered ninjutsu among construction workers. In the fourth year, the Emperor formed the Imperial Cabinet, selecting capable individuals to handle the Empire's daily affairs and maintain its operations. From then on, the Empire experienced favorable weather and prosperity year after year. with everyone living in happiness and health, and the entire nation underwent continuous transformation. Comparatively, what the people of the Flame Nation found even more fascinating during their leisure time were the countless charming beauties in the Emperor's harem and the numerous romantic tales between them. Since the Emperor established his palace on the moon, he had taken them all up there, delegating all governmental affairs to the newly formed cabinet, resulting in the Emperor rarely appearing in the ninja world. However, with such endless divine might to intimidate, even if Hinata Kaze didn't appear, there would be no upheavals in the ninja world. Moreover, the Emperor's magnificent palace was on the moon, appearing above the heads of the imperial populace every night. Those who finished their labor would gather at night to drink and often discuss the Emperor's vast harem, including Tsunade, Mikoto Uchiha, Kurenai Yuhi, and others. How enviable it was for these beauties to receive the Emperor's favor, and in the blessed land of the moon within the imperial palace. Tsunade, Mikoto, and everyone else asked, "Where did that guy Kaze go?" Uchiha Hikari, who had slept for a night, stormed towards her sisters, demanding an answer, but before she received a response, she stomped her foot and began to scold. "Hinata Kaze, you bastard, come out. How can you just go off with everyone on the first time? You complete silver bug." Hikari swayed unsteadily, her face a mix of anger and grievance. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the others watched her with amused smiles, just as they had laughed while helping Hinata Kaze bully Hikari the night before. Indeed, 10 years had passed, and Hinata Kaze had ultimately succumbed, having spent the night with Hikari. Moreover, he had taken Hikari and all the harem members together, which could be considered the price for everyone encouraging him to do so. As for Hinata Kaze himself, he was currently in the deep universe outside the moon, quietly contemplating and practicing Byakugan. With the knowledge accumulated from the entire ninja world and his diligent self-cultivation, combined with a bit of assistance from the dual cultivation of yin and yang, his Byakugan was finally about to reach its 7th-tier peak. Not wanting to create too much disturbance in the blessed land, Hinata Kaze had come here alone. Just as he was closing his eyes to contemplate and prepare to operate Byakugan, he suddenly sneezed. Given Hinata Kaze's current strength, it was impossible for him to catch a cold, so after a moment's thought, he understood. It must be that Hikari was cursing me behind my back. It's just that I let this little foodie order a bit more. Why the huge grudge? Shaking his head and chuckling to himself, Hinata Kaze closed his eyes to purify his mind, his consciousness permeating inside and out, connecting his vast and boundless true essence with the endless starry sky. With a thought, an originally silent cosmic starry sky suddenly revealed a vast and boundless yin-yang Byakugan diagram spanning across the galaxy. Hinata Kaze stood on it, slowly performing Byakugan. As his majestic true essence circulated, the colors of the cosmic starry sky split into 8 hues, with streams of light flashing. The nearby planets were affected by his palm's power, trembling as if they were projectiles. Then, Hinata Kaze closed his eyes to concentrate, reducing the output of true essence and practicing a few more times. The external phenomena gradually shrank and disappeared, while the true essence within Hinata Kaze's body gradually underwent transformation. Although the quantity did not dramatically increase, it became purer and clearer, even giving off a faint feeling of self-generating spiritual essence after leaving the body. Ding! Just after completing a small breakthrough, the long-silent system suddenly stirred. Congratulations, host strength has advanced, initially possessing self-protection capability, and the system officially initiates the detachment process. Detach. Hinata Kaze's eyes sparkled with light, filled with doubt, excitement, and a hint of unease. Although over the years he had gradually distanced himself from the system's support and improved on his own, feeling confident in his ability to progress through his own strength, the sudden detachment of the system left him with complex feelings. Final rewards. Coordinates of the vast worlds and methods to transcend the world have been issued. With the system's voice, a peculiar glowing mass filled with endless mysterious runes suddenly appeared within Hinata Kaze's body, from which a jade slip was ejected. Attached is a message from the Interworld Travelers Mutual Aid Association. As the system's voice concluded, a vast and lofty voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations on rising in the world after the crossover and solving survival issues. If you wish to explore the Great Way, we await your esteemed presence among the myriad realms. Leaving behind the final words, the system's light orb suddenly shook and disappeared, leaving only Hinata Kaze standing in the vast universe. Synopsis: crossover into the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the unfortunate Hyuga branch family. With just the Byakugan, How can one survive in the dangerous ninja world? Luckily, there is a system. And after drawing a martial arts technique from a high-level martial arts world, Hinata Kaze decides to let the Hyuga main family and the ninja world experience the oppression and shock of the Byakugan, and then step-by-step move towards the highest. This throne of the ninja world, occupied by the Ōtsutsuki clan, is not meant for me.